The top scorer in this assessment is... I was listening intently, but Irika Yumino deliberately drew out the announcement, as if he were trying to heighten the suspense. Sasuke Uchiha. At last, the answer was revealed. Sasuke maintained his usual calm and aloof demeanor, arms crossed over his chest, the corners of his mouth curving up ever so slightly, as if he'd expected this outcome all along. That expression spoke volumes about his confidence, even without a word. He let out a quiet, dismissive snort, which instantly sent Sakura Haruno into a frenzy of excitement. That's Sasuke for you. He's incredible. He's so cool. Sakura's voice nearly pierced the ceiling. Her cheeks flushed bright red with excitement. Grabbing Ino's hand, she gushed with admiration. Ino, did you hear that? Sasuke got first place. She was bouncing up and down like an overjoyed child. Yeah, I heard you. No need to be so loud. You're being ridiculous. Ino shook Sakura's hand off, looking thoroughly annoyed. She had once liked Sasuke too, but now she didn't care as much. After all, her attention was now drawn to someone else. I'll announce second place, and third. Irika continued reading off the rankings. Finally, with a hint of resignation, he announced the last two names. 32nd place, Yuzuki Shigumi. 33rd place, Naruto Uzumaki. I've been listening with rapt attention, my nerves tightening with every name that was called. When the results were finally out, I couldn't help but cry out in disappointment. What? Yuzuki, you actually ranked higher than me. Before the exam, Yuzuki and I had made a bet. The loser would treat the winner to Ichiraka ramen. Ugh, I have to buy you ramen again. I glanced at my frog-shaped coin purse, which only had a few coins left, feeling a bit anxious. But I've always kept my promises. Even if my wallet was empty, I'd never go back on my word. Let's get ramen after school, I said, trying to sound upbeat, though I couldn't help adding, but I can only afford one bowl. Can you leave me some soup? I nudged Yuzuki gently. Yuzuki still looked half asleep, only reacting after I gave him a little push. You eat it. I don't have much of an appetite, he replied quietly. Hey, Yuzuki, you can't do that. I promised you, didn't I? I insisted. If it really matters to you, just make sure you protect me from now on, Yuzuki said in a low voice. Hearing that, I immediately clenched my fist and declared with determination. You're my friend, of course I'll protect you. My curiosity was piqued, too. Seriously? Though, Yuzuki, you always say things like that. Is someone picking on you? I patted my chest and made a solemn promise. Don't worry, I've got your back. Yu let out a gentle sigh. Not right now, but who knows what might happen in the future. In the future? How could you possibly know what's going to happen, Yu? I scratched my head, thoroughly puzzled. In truth, Yu was already full of resignation inside. He sighed to himself. Why am I so unlucky? It had been 12 years since he arrived in this world of Naruto, and he hadn't shown any special talent, nor had he obtained any so-called cheats or even a bit of good luck. Every exam, he and I were always competing for last place, taking turns at the bottom. But in the world of Naruto, being last isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, Obito and Guy both had poor grades as kids, and they ended up becoming legends. Obito became a sage-level powerhouse, and Guy made his name in a single battle with the Eight Gates. As for me, everyone knew that my inability to use ninjutsu properly was due to the nine tails sealed inside me. But Yu, he truly had no talent at all. Whether he could even graduate and become a ninja was a real question. That's why he'd stayed close to me since elementary school, hoping to rely on my strength for protection. It's been nearly 10 years. Now, if I really looked out for him with my abilities, who in the ninja world would dare bully him? After all, I'm his most important friend. Hey, you two. Irika-sensei's voice suddenly rang out, stern yet tinged with helplessness. Always dead last in every exam, and instead of reflecting, you've got the nerve to chat in class. I felt his gaze cut through me like a laser and quickly forced an awkward smile, sitting up straight and pretending to pay attention. Yu, on the other hand, remained slouched over his desk, completely unfazed by the scolding, as if he hadn't heard a word. Just as I tried to focus on the lesson, Yu suddenly shot up from his desk, as if jolted by electricity, his eyes wide with excitement. Whoa, Yu, what's got you so worked up all of a sudden? I asked, curiosity piqued. Beaming with excitement, Yu announced, Naruto, I've got great news. I'm about to turn things around. His grin was infectious, and he brimmed with confidence. Haha, I've finally got my chance. My luck's finally changed. I wasn't entirely sure what he meant by cheat, but seeing how happy he was, I knew it had to be something good. Congratulations, Yu. Looks like your luck is finally turning. Naruto, don't worry from now on. With me here, no one's ever going to bully you again. Yu declared, then couldn't help but flop back down, eagerly poring over that mysterious cheat. In his mind, he whispered, group chat? Let's see what you're really capable of. Suddenly, a transparent, high-tech screen appeared before his eyes, visible to him alone. After fumbling with it for a few minutes, Yujetsu more or less figured out how the group chat worked, and couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought? Even Penguin Corporation's social app can cross into another world. This group chat system resembled a modern messaging app, able to pull people from different eras into the same chat room. In his mind, Yujetsu couldn't help but picture all sorts of amusing scenes. Uchiha Obito's shocked expression upon seeing his beloved Rin nowhere online, or different versions of Madara Uchiha from separate timelines bickering over their conflicting ideals. Still, he wasn't worried. As the group owner, he wielded special privileges. No one in the group could harm him, and he could remove anyone from the chat at any time. What a wonderful thing. He glanced at the screen, which displayed group chat level, LV1. Current members, 1. Owner, Yujetsu Shirgu, timeline, Konoha year 60. Remaining invites, 1. A group chat with only one person is way too quiet. I need to bring in more people if I want some fun. A flash of excitement sparked in Yujetsu's eyes as he began to plot his recruitment plan. Is that the legendary god of shinobi? But didn't he pass away decades ago? Uchiha Obito chimed in. Are you the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage? Hashirama Senju replied. What do you think? Hashirama let out a helpless sigh. What's up with this Uchiha kid? Konoha was only founded 2 years ago, and already he's forgotten me? Obito pressed on. But didn't you die a long time ago? It's been decades, hasn't it? Hashirama, should I just leave? Just then, Tobarama walked in, pushing open the door. Big brother, I'm here. What are you doing? Tobarama looked on with a trace of confusion, seeing Hashirama slumped over the table, looking rather downcast. Tobarama, I've been dead for decades, Hashirama said gloomily. Tobarama put a hand to his forehead. Big brother, what odd things are you saying now? Hashirama pointed to the group chat interface visible only to himself. Look, this Uchiha kid says I've been dead for decades. As expected, Tobarama simply rolled his eyes in disbelief. There's nothing there at all, brother. Maybe you've just been working too hard lately and started seeing things. Go get some rest. I'll take care of things here. Tobarama, can you really not see it? Ignoring Hashirama's questions, Tobarama ushered him out, insisting he go home and rest. With no other choice, Hashirama returned home and lay down. Meanwhile, in the group chat, seeing how lively the discussion had become, Yujetsu decided it was time to step in and explain things himself. Shirgong Yue, everyone at Obito Uchiha at Hashirama Senju. Don't you think this whole situation is very strange? Obito Uchiha. Of course it's strange. Is this place haunted or something? The first Hokage passed away decades ago. How is he talking here? Oh, and who are you? Hashirama Senju. He's the group admin. Obito Uchiha. Huh? First Lord, how did you know that? Hashirama Senju. Isn't it written next to his name? Group admin. Obito Uchiha. Ah, haha, I didn't notice that. Hashirama Senju. Also, when did I become a ghost exactly? Before anyone realized it, these two had started joking around again. Fortunately, Hashirama was clearly much calmer than Obito. He asked, Hashirama Senju, as the group admin, you're in charge here. Could you explain what's actually going on? Sure, Gongyua. I was just about to explain, but you two kept interrupting. Hashirama Senju. Sorry. Sure, Gongyua. This is a group chat, as the name suggests. It's meant for communication. All the members here are from different times and places within the shinobi world. And most importantly, each of you exists on a separate timeline. Yes, you all live in Ninja World, but First Lord, you are currently in year 2 of Konoha. Obito, however, is from year 47 of Konoha, which is why your conversation feels a bit odd. In Obito's era, First Lord, you've already been gone for many years. And as for me, I'm from an even more distant future. Hashirama Senju. So that's how it is? Incredible, truly incredible. It seems our descendants have accomplished amazing things, communicating across time itself. Obito Uchiha. So, First Lord, you're not a ghost after all? Phew, you gave me quite a scare. Sorry about that, First Lord. Hashirama Senju. No worries. Is that all the reaction you two have? This is communication across time and space. Can't you act a little more shocked? Yue widened his eyes, truly finding these two amusing. Their reactions were always so unexpected. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, who had been quietly observing, finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Minato Namikaze. Connecting different timelines? Is that really possible? Timeline, Konoha, year 48. This was the year Minato became the 4th Hokage, but his heart was far from calm. He He had lost 2 students in the war, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. He had been working in his office, when suddenly, a voice pulled him into this group chat. To his astonishment, Minato discovered that someone in the group chat was claiming to be the first Hokage and Uchiha Obito, and the two were having conversation. This made Minato Namikaze furious, as he felt joking about those who had passed away was an act of deep cruelty. He kept a close eye on the conversation from the shadows, hoping to catch a slip that would reveal the true mastermind behind this charade. Yet, as Ujetsu began to explain, Minato's heart was deeply shaken. Could it be that the members of this group really came from different timelines? And the Obito in the chat was living in Konoha's 47th year. At that point in time, Obito was indeed still alive. This meant that the group chat wasn't some illusion conjured by a trickster, but something that truly existed. The questions Minato had raised in the chat soon received a reply from the group owner. Yuzuki Shirgong, of course it's real. I've already noticed, 4th Hokage, that your current time is Konoha's 48th year, which almost overlaps with Obito's timeline. At this moment, Uchiha Obito also saw Minato's message and was utterly shocked. Uchiha Obito, Sensei Minato, you're in this group too. Even though he understood that the two Minatos were not the same person, Obito still held him in deep respect. Sensei Minato, can you secretly tell me, does Rin accept my confession in the future? Minato, Obito. Guilt clouded Minato's expression. He had no idea how to face this student who was still alive in the past, because soon he would arrive too late to save Obito, and the boy would die on the battlefield. Shortly after Obito's death, Rin Noara would be used by Kirigakure, with the 3 tails sealed inside her. In order to protect Konoha from the beast's destruction, she would choose to die at Kakashi's hand. Obito had no idea about the turmoil churning in Minato's heart. He was simply thrilled that the group owner called Minato the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Obito, Sensei Minato, you really became Hokage. That's amazing. One day, I'll become the 5th Hokage and take your place. But Minato felt no relief. He had no heart for joking with Obito. Minato, Obito, what's the exact date where you are right now? Uchiha Obito, it's the 47th year of Konoha. Didn't Ujetsu just mention that? Sensei, is something wrong? Minato, be more specific. What day is it? Uchiha Obito, January 23rd. When he heard the date, Minato's heart clenched tight. Obito's tragedy would happen on February 2nd, less than 2 weeks from now. Minato, Obito, listen to me. Yuzuki Shirgong, all right, you two. Let me interrupt for a moment. 4th Hokage, I think I understand your intentions. You wish to remind Obito, hoping he can survive the coming war. Minato Namikaze was filled with surprise. He had no idea how Yuzuki had seen through his plan. But what Shirgong Yuzuki said next left him even more astonished. Shirgong Yuzuki continued, but you need to realize that the true mastermind behind all these events is actually Uchiha Madara. Even if Obito manages to escape this time, there are other dangers awaiting him in the future. Obito has already been chosen by Madara as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Changing this predetermined fate is something only he himself can do. On the other side of the screen, Obito blinked in confusion. The news that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, who had supposedly died decades ago, was still alive and stirring up chaos in the shinobi world took Obito by surprise. However, having learned about the deeds of Hashirama Senju, he didn't appear overly shocked. What truly puzzled him was, when did he become the central figure in Madara's scheme? This flood of information had an even greater impact on Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju. Minato asked, Uchiha Madara, didn't he die long ago, after his battle with the first Hokage at the Valley of the End? Hashirama, too, spoke in disbelief. Madara? Impossible. He would never become someone like that. Besides, in our world, there is no such place as the Valley of the End. How could Madara have died by my hand there? A sliver of hope lingered in Hashirama's heart. Shirgong Yuzuki explained, in truth, it was your battle that reshaped the land. What was once an ordinary plain was later called the Valley of the End. Hashirama fell silent. Indeed, with their power, it was hardly surprising that their clash could alter the landscape. But could Madara truly have died by his hand? Hashirama's expression grew complicated. This revelation meant that the ideals they once shared had ultimately shattered. The rift between them seemed inevitable, and this was the reality he least wanted to face. Shirgong Yuzuki said, I have a chronicle of the shinobi world here. Perhaps you would like to take a look. Shirgong Yuzuki has uploaded a video. Yuzuki added, after watching this, you'll understand the truth. The chat group had a special function. It could convert memories into videos for sharing. Yuzuki took advantage of this, compiling key scenes from a Naruto anime she had watched in her previous life, and selecting the most crucial moments to share. Hashirama Senju has downloaded the video. Uchiha Obito has downloaded the video. Minato Namikaze has downloaded the video. The three of them could hardly wait to begin watching. The video content begins with a Warring States period, covering the first, second, third, and fourth Great Ninja Wars, and interwoven with pivotal events such as Obito's descent into darkness and the Nine Tails assault. Time passed slowly. It was Uchiha Obito who broke the silence first. Obito asked, "Group leader, is this real? Did Rin really die?" "No, that can't be. How could something like this happen?" Yuzuki Shigumi's eyes widened with surprise. "Seriously, Obito? Just from watching a video, he's already this invested? Has he completely immersed himself in the story? Even the way he talks has changed. Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Driven by curiosity about Obito's unusual state, Yuzuki asked. Yuzuki Shigumi. At Uchiha Obito, that's a future that hasn't happened yet. In reality, things haven't reached that point. But, are you already getting this emotional? Have you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Obito, picture.jpg. Are you talking about this? Yuzuki stared at the image, dumbfounded. Oh my god, that really is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito had sent a selfie. In the photo, his eyes glowed with the crimson brilliance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. "You're unstoppable now, kid." Other than giving a thumbs up, Yuzuki truly didn't know what else to say. At that moment, Minato Namikaze chimed in as well. Minato Namikaze. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, Yuzuki, for showing me what the future holds. But it's so hard to accept a future like this. Still, I'll do everything I can to change it. He watched as a student was step by step led by Uchiha Madara, ultimately falling into darkness and triggering the catastrophe of the Nine Tails. In the end, he and the woman he loved most lost their lives to the Nine Tails, leaving their young son to face the world alone. And the entire ninja world was thrown into chaos. In his heart, Minato steeled his resolve. He would do everything in his power to change this fate. Seeing Minato's message, Obito quickly followed up. Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, sensei. He was referring to what Yuzuki had shown in the video, his own actions during the Nine Tails attack. To think he would kill his own teacher with his own hands, Obito could hardly believe it. Minato Namikaze, that's only a possible future. You don't need to apologize. Besides, that Obito isn't you as you are now. As for the Obito of his timeline, I won't hold it against him. The root of all this lies with Madara Uchiha. After a moment of silence, Minato ultimately chose forgiveness. As a mature adult, he would not be swayed by emotion. He understood that everything traced back to Madara. In Minato's heart, Obito has always been that kind, optimistic boy. At this moment, Yuzuki interjected. Yuzuki Shirgong. Hey, you too. None of this has happened yet. Is the purpose of my sharing the future really just for you to sit here and brood over it? Her words jolted the mood, sweeping away the lingering heaviness. Uchiha Obito, the admin is right. Sensei, I have power now, and there's no way I'll let Madara's scheme succeed. I will save Rin and put an end to this chaotic era. Minato Namikaze. Well, I can't let myself be outdone by my own student. Even though the Obito in my timeline has lost his way, as his teacher, I'll find a way to guide him back. Seeing the fighting spirit in both of them, Yuzuki felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was exactly why she had set up this chat group in the first place. Wait, both of them? Why hasn't one of them responded? Konoe Year 2. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. I know you're in there, Madara. Open the door. Hashirama pounded hard on Madara's front door, quickly drawing the attention of the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Isn't that Lord Hashirama? What's going on? It's rare to see him this angry. Shh, don't meddle. This is a matter between husband and wife. Are the Hokage and the clan leader really in that kind of relationship? A young Uchiha asked in shock. Kids shouldn't be so nosy. Go play somewhere else. Crash. The door was yanked open, and Madara appeared in the doorway, his expression grave. Hashirama, you'd better give me a good explanation. He didn't even finish his sentence before Hashirama's fist came swinging at him. Thud. Madara was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall. This is bad. Run. They're about to start fighting. Sensing imminent danger, the gathered crowd scattered in all directions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Their instincts proved right. In the next instant, a colossal Susanoo burst through the rooftop, blotting out the sky. It was Susanoo in its full, unrestrained form. Hashirama. Madara, controlling Susanoo, brandished a massive blade and leapt from above. Hashirama was not to be outdone. With hands clasped, he summoned a towering wooden golem from the earth, matching Susanoo's size. Madara. The two titans clashed, their battle growing ever fiercer. Moments later, ripples shimmered in the air. Tobirama Senju appeared on the scene. As a senior leader of Konoha, he could sense something was amiss even without a formal report. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Tobirama asked, astonished. No idea. The Hokage suddenly showed up at the clan leader's house, pounding on the door. The moment the door opened, they started throwing punches. Yeah, the Hokage looked absolutely furious at the time. These brief answers did nothing to help Tobirama find any crucial clues. He decided to hold back for now and gave a direct order. Forget about them for the moment. Evacuate everyone at once. No matter how much the houses are damaged, let Big Brother pay for it later. After all, Hashirama could always rebuild the houses with ease. Soon, the people nearby all withdrew, leaving plenty of space for the two of them to fight. Their battle raged on until sunset. In the end, Madara collapsed onto the ground, a scene that proved if Hashirama fought with all his might, Madara truly was no match for him. Without the power of the Nine Tails, Madara was unable to unleash that terrifying ultimate technique. Hashirama didn't even need to summon a move as overwhelming as the true several thousand hands. Big Brother, what exactly happened here? With a flicker, Tobirama appeared in the center of the battlefield. His eyes swept over Madara lying on the ground, then shifted to his older brother, his heart filled with questions. These two had always been close. How had things come to blows today? Hashirama simply glanced at him, his voice low and distant. You should go back for now. This is something between just the two of us. He offered no further explanation. Tobirama wanted to press for answers, but seeing the determination in Hashirama's eyes, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them. He merely said, I'll go tally up the damages then. With that, he hurried away. After Tobirama left, Hashirama gazed down at Madara, his face etched with pain and gravity. Madara, even now, I find it hard to believe you would go this far. You've turned your back on the ideals we once shared. Madara, at first burning with anger and confusion at Hashirama's sudden attack, felt his fury instantly doused by the cold weight of Hashirama's words. So, you've learned everything? How could I not know? Otherwise, why would I have come here? Madara, it's not too late. There's still hope. Things can be different. Hashirama's tone was heavy and earnest. Madara gave a cold, disdainful laugh. Hashirama, don't you realize? The Sage of Six Paths creation was a failure from the start, and I will build the truly ideal world. How you uncovered my Eye to the Moon plan doesn't matter anymore, because you can't stop me. Madara's voice rose with intensity. Wait, Eye of the Moon? What's that? Hashirama was momentarily stunned. You mean you don't know about the Eye of the Moon? Madara looked genuinely surprised. Well, I've heard of the Eye of the Moon, but that's not why I'm here. You're talking about the infinite Tsukuyami, right? Madara was left speechless for a moment. Didn't you just say you already knew about my Eye of the Moon plan? No. What angers me are the things you'll do in the future that betray our original intentions. We once agreed to build a world of ninjas without war, yet you became the very source of conflict. Even worse, you dragged Obito into the darkness. So many unforgivable deeds. Hashirama listed Madara's wrongdoings one by one. Madara's expression grew darker and darker. Hashirama, are you making a fool out of me? He had originally thought Hashirama's resistance was due to the Moon's Eye plan being exposed, but never expected Hashirama would confront him because of some inexplicable future. When did you gain the power to see into the future? Are you seriously joking with me? Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Strange, the first Hokage hasn't made any moves yet. By right, he should be the one most concerned about Madara. Yuzuki Shigu felt puzzled in his heart, but since class had just ended, he was preparing to head home for dinner, so he didn't dwell on it. Yuzuki still didn't know that Hashirama was a man of action. He'd already gone to meet the real Uchiha Madara in person. Hey Naruto, come over to my place for dinner tonight. Yuzuki gave Naruto a friendly pat on the shoulder. Really? I can, Yuzuki. Naruto's face lit up with joy. Compared to eating instant noodles alone at home, dinner at Yuzuki's house sounded far more appealing. Of course, you're more than welcome. That's awesome. Oh, by the way, are we still going for a Chiraka ramen? I promised you, remember? We will, just not today. Let's save it for another time. All right then. The two of them strolled out of the classroom together, chatting and laughing. This scene happened to catch Sakura's eye, and a flicker of disdain passed through her gaze. Those two deadweights, and yet they're having such a good time together. Hey, forehead, talking behind people's backs isn't very nice. Ino retorted the moment she overheard Sakura. What's it to you, Ino pig? If you like them so much, go hang out with them. That's one less rival for Sasuke. Oomph. Ino rolled her eyes and walked away. Sakura ignored her and moved closer to Sasuke's side. Sasuke-kun, let's go too. But Sasuke didn't even spare her a glance, walking right past her and leaving Sakura awkwardly standing there. Meanwhile, Yuzuki and Naruto soon made a home, stopping by the market along the way to pick up groceries for dinner. Yuzuki lived alone as well. His parents had both died during the chaos of the Nine-Tails Night. His father had been a jonin, his mother a chunin, and they'd left him a generous inheritance and a house right in the city center. Thanks to that, Yuzuki didn't have many worries about daily life. You handle rinsing the rice and starting the cooker. I'll take care of the stir-frying. Yuzuki assigned Naruto an easy task. Leave it to me. Naruto agreed with enthusiasm. Before long, a simple but heartwarming dinner was ready. There were no rare delicacies on the table, just a steamed fish, a plate of fresh vegetables, and a bowl of hot soup. Yet to Naruto, such a simple home-cooked meal was already a rare treat, both nourishing and delicious. This is amazing, really amazing. Naruto dug in heartily, devouring most of the food with great enthusiasm. It wasn't until he put down his chopsticks that he realized what he'd done. Ah, Yuzuki, I'm sorry, did I eat too much? Don't worry about it. Eat as much as you'd like. Are you full now? Yuzuki rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him. I'm full, really full. Thank you so much for the meal. But don't think this dinner is free of charge. Yuzuki suddenly changed her tone. Huh? Naruto blinked in surprise. Then, I can pay you for it. Yuzuki laughed. I'm not in need of your money. Just help me wash the dishes. No problem. Naruto agreed with bright enthusiasm. Time slipped quietly by, and darkness slowly settled over the land. It was getting late. Naruto knew it was time to head home. Yuzuki, I should get going. Take care on your way, Naruto. After closing the door, Yuzuki went to take a bath, then turned in for the night. In the world of ninjas, evening entertainment was rather limited. With no smartphones around, people could do little more than lie down and rest in the quiet. Let's see if there are any new messages in the group chat. Yuzuki opened up the group chat interface, only to find an overwhelming number of new messages. Obito and Minato, the master and disciple duo, were in the midst of a lively conversation. Scrolling upward, she found a flood of content. Yuzuki skimmed through the messages, shaking her head. Obito was clearly becoming a bit overconfident. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan early, Obito had boldly declared in the group that he intended to unify the ninja world, bring about everlasting peace, and put an end to war for good. His intentions were good, but he seemed to be overestimating himself. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze had stepped in just in time to talk him down. There was no denying that with dual Kamui, Obito was extremely powerful, but he had one fatal weakness. In the original story, Obito could stir up chaos in the ninja world without being destroyed, not just because of Kamui. The real key was the Hashirama cells implanted in half of his body, which acted as an endless source of energy. Without the support of Hashirama cells, using the Mangekyo Sharingan too often would have left him blind early on. Although this world Obito had mastered Kamui even sooner, without those battery-pack Hashirama cells, his power would be hard to sustain. Besides Kamui, he had few other signature moves. He couldn't use with style, nor yin-yang release, and probably couldn't manage more complex jutsu either, much less unify the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito, you're right. Without Hashirama cells, I'd better put this plan on hold for now. Maybe I could just ask the first Hokage for some cells? Lord Hashirama's right here with us now, so it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Minato Namikaze said, Obito, that's not a very respectful way to speak to the first Hokage. Obito Uchiha grinned. Sorry. Now that you mention it, it's been a while since we last saw Lord Hashirama. It was only at this point that Ujetsu suddenly realized something. Right, where exactly has Hashirama gone off to? Meanwhile, Konoha, Year 2, inside the Naka Shrine. This was the sacred ground of the Uchiha clan. Beneath the shrine, in a hidden chamber, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju stood side by side, facing a stone tablet. You're saying the contents of this tablet have been tampered with. Madara's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. That's right, someone named Black Zetsu has meddled with it. The Eye of the Moon plan is actually a lie. It can't create a true, perfect world. If infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, it will merely turn all humans into creatures called White Zetsu. Madara, do you really think that kind of world would be perfect? Hashirama's gaze was grave as he looked at Madara. Madara was only half convinced. That's just your side of the story. What proof do you have? Madara was never one to be easily swayed. He remembered how Hashirama had promised him the title of Konoha's first Hokage, only to claim the seat himself in the end. Perhaps this was just another story Hashirama had concocted to keep him in the village. Proof, huh? Hashirama scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for any solid evidence. After all, the video wasn't a tangible thing. Unless Madara joined that mysterious group himself, there was no way to show or share it. Suddenly, inspiration struck Hashirama. Madara, wait here a moment. I'll find some proof for you to see. With that, Hashirama began making intricate gestures in the air as if operating some invisible device right in front of Madara. Madara watched, speechless. Was this some new jutsu he'd never seen before? At the same time, in the group chat, Hashirama Senja messaged, "At Yuzuki Shurjino, group owner, is there any way for Madara to see the videos and materials from the group?" Several hours later, Hashirama finally found time to return to the group chat. Obito Uchiha commented, "As expected from the first Hokage, so busy with official duties, he barely has time to reply. Being Hokage must be tough." Obito bantered in the chat, secretly thinking that Hashirama must have been working hard for Konoha all this time. He couldn't help but poke fun at himself. If not for the struggles of his predecessors, he never would have enjoyed such peace. Seeing Obito's message, Hashirama blinked. In truth, he wasn't all that busy. Most of Konoha's daily affairs were actually handled by Tobirama. It was already deep into the night. Tobirama was still directing the ninja as they cleared away the wreckage left by Madara and Hashirama's battle. Suddenly, he sneezed, rubbed his tired face, and continued to give orders. "Send an Earth-style ninja over there to fill in this pit." Yuzuki Shimiya asked, "First Hokage, what happened?" Hashirama briefly explained the situation, from watching the video, to seeking out Madara for a discussion, and then his efforts to convince Madara to believe what he had seen. Yuzuki pondered for a moment before replying. "There's a feature in the group that allows you to pull someone in directly to watch the video. But that requires the group to be level 2, and we can't use it yet. There's another way, though. The Sharingan usually has the ability to read memories. You can let Madara read your memories, and that way, he'll know what's in the video. But be careful, the group chat has protective measures. If someone who isn't a member tries to access information from a group, they'll be attacked by the defense mechanism. So don't agree lightly." Hashirama replied, "I see. Thank you for the guidance, group leader. Nanga Shrine." "Madara, I found a clue," Hashirama said excitedly. Madara raised an eyebrow, his eyes still full of doubt. "So, you just wave your hands a bit, and evidence appeared out of thin air? If you're going to fool me, at least put some effort into it, will you?" "Oh, then go ahead. Let's hear it." Madara crossed his arms, a look on his face that said, "I'm curious what story you'll make up next." Hashirama immediately said, "I have decades of memories of the future in my mind. You can use your Sharingan to see if it's true or not. You want me to read your memories?" Madara was caught off guard by Hashirama's words. Allowing someone to read your memories meant laying your heart completely bare. Such unreserved trust was hard for even Madara to believe. Yuzuki understood well. Hashirama and Madara shared a truly profound bond, or else Hashirama would never have made such a suggestion. "Come on, don't dawdle," Hashirama said, completely nonchalant, lying down on the ground and opening his eyes wide for Madara to use his genjutsu. Madara's mood grew heavy. Hashirama didn't seem to be lying. Could all really be true? In the end, Madara's curiosity won out. He activated his Sharingan and slowly delved into Hashirama's memories. Detected mental intrusion. The other party is attempting to access memories related to the group chat. Defense mechanism activated. Would you like to sever the mental link completely? No, wait. Hashirama cried out urgently. He definitely didn't want Madara ending up in a vegetative state. Konoha didn't need another one. Defense lifted. Memory access granted. Madara quickly absorbed the entire truth from Hashirama's memories. From his fake death at the Valley of the End to decades spent in the shadows cultivating the Rinnegan. Then came the moment when he transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, manipulated the Akatsuki, and led Obito down a path of darkness. After that, he used the impure world reincarnation, battled the 5 Kagaya alone, and performed the Rinne rebirth to raise the dead. Ultimately, he became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, only to be betrayed by Black Zetsu, turned into a pawn for Kagaya's resurrection, and finally met a tragic end. All these memories flashed before Madara's eyes like scenes from a film. He finally understood. His entire life had been manipulated by a mysterious being known as Black Zetsu. With a heavy thud, Madara swung his fist, the sheer force punching a gaping hole through the wall of the Naka shrine. Proud as he was, how could he possibly accept such a fate? There was no emotion visible on Uchiha Madara's face. Only Hashirama could sense. That Madara stood now on the very edge of fury. Madara glanced down at the still unconscious Hashirama, quickly found paper and pen, scribbled a few lines, and stuffed the note into Hashirama's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode through the hole he had just smashed and left the place behind. Not long after, Hashirama slowly awoke from the illusion. Looking around, he realized Madara had vanished without a trace. "Madara!" Hashirama called out, but only silence answered him. That was when he noticed a note clenched tightly in his hand. He unfolded the paper and, after reading its contents, an expression of sudden understanding dawned on his face. "So this is your plan, Madara? Very well. Let it be as you wish." Hashirama casually destroyed the note, turned, and left the Naka shrine, his mind already working on a new strategy. Only 3 minutes left. Why does time always slow down at the most crucial moment? The clock's hands crept toward 11:57 p.m., each number seeming to leap before Yoyue's eyes, as if testing his patience. By now, Yoyue's thoughts were already soaring toward the future that was about to arrive. In a blink, the 3 minutes passed swiftly. Just then, a crisp, lively notification chimed in his ears from the group chat. "Daily reward has been delivered. You have successfully changed the fate of 3 group members. Gold coins plus 1,500. It's here." Yoyue felt a surge of joy. This was a privilege reserved for the group leader. As long as he rewrote a group member's fate, he would earn gold coins. Every night at midnight, the coins would refresh without fail. This reward had never ceased. More importantly, these coins were extremely valuable and had all kinds of powerful uses. And right now, I want to master the art of Shadow Clone to its highest level. Ding. Training complete. 50 coins deducted. Current proficiency, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Transcendent Saint. In an instant, profound knowledge of the Shadow Clone technique flooded Yoyue's mind, as if he had spent years honing it. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yoyue's hands swiftly formed the seals. With a soft pop, a puff of white smoke dispersed, and an identical clone stood confidently at his side. Fantastic! Yuzuki was absolutely delighted with his new skill. In the past, he had always been at the bottom of the class, struggling even with the most basic clone technique. His earlier attempts at cloning looked more like deflated plastic dolls than actual human replicas. But now, in just a matter of seconds, his mastery of the clone technique had far surpassed that of his peers. And this was just a small example of what the gold coins could do. Open a coin shop. With a single thought, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes, displaying a variety of goods that covered every aspect of the ninja world. There were items, tools, ninja gear, ninjutsu, dojitsu, kekkei jinkai, advanced bloodline techniques, eliminated bloodlines. Everything imaginable was right there. Yuzuki glanced over the list, recognizing many familiar names. Dojitsu, Sharingan, Obito Uchiha version. Price, 300,000 coins. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze version. Price, 200,000 coins. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama Senju version. Price, 100,000 coins. Huh, why is Minato's Flying Thunder God so much more expensive than Tobirama's? Yuzuki was puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized the reason. The second Hokage had died young, and his Flying Thunder God technique had never reached its full potential. It was the fourth Hokage who truly perfected the technique. If he could get Minato's version, he might even pick up extra skills along the way, so the higher price made sense. At his current earning rate of 1,500 coins a day, it would take him a little over 100 days to afford a top-tier ninjutsu, like the Flying Thunder God. And it would be Minato's exclusive version, no less. But I don't plan on buying any of these. If the resources are already available in the group, why spend money on them? Only a fool would do that. He could just spend a few days raising his favorability and then ask Minato for it directly. Knowing Minato, as long as Yuzuki did him a favor, gifting the Flying Thunder God technique would be nothing. Right, Minato-san? Wouldn't you agree? As for ninjutsu, maybe he could get them through favors, but for things like dojitsu or kekkei jinkai, he'd have to honestly trade his coins. No matter how close they were, Yuzuki didn't believe Obito would willingly hand over his own eyes. Unless, of course, his life was at stake and Kakashi was involved. But that was an entirely different story. I'm so sleepy. Time for bed. Just as Yuzuki was about to drift off, a message popped up in the group and snapped him out of his drowsiness. Ding! Member Senju Hashirama has altered the course of history. This member has been awarded 200,000 coins. The group owner receives an equivalent reward. What's going on? Yuzuki leapt out of bed, wide awake in an instant. Oh my god, 200,000 gold coins! What on earth did Hashirama do to deserve such a monumental reward? This was precisely the magic of the chat group. Not only could Yuzuki intervene in the destinies of group members, but the members themselves could also change the tragic futures that once awaited them. As long as they succeeded in altering fate, they would receive generous rewards from a group. Clearly, Hashirama Senju had succeeded this time. As the founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, any change in his era could have far-reaching effects on the future. He had once mentioned wanting to bring Madara back from the wrong path. Could it be that he actually managed it? If Madara could finally let go of his obsessions and dedicate himself to helping Hashirama build Konoha, then with the combined strength of these two, wouldn't the entire ninja world fall under Konoha's influence? Tragedies like the Great Ninja Wars might never occur. No wonder the reward was so lavish. Energized, Yuzuki immediately opened the gold coin shop. I thought I'd have to save up for ages before I could afford this, but now I can buy it right away. He quickly locked in on his prize. Would you like to purchase Kekkai Genkai? Would release. Buy. Without hesitation, Yuzuki tapped the confirmation. Purchase successful. 80,000 gold coins have been deducted. The moment the transaction completed, Yuzuki felt an extraordinary force welling up inside him, something he had never experienced before. This was the power of wood release, a unique ninjutsu passed down from Hashirama Senju. This ability perfectly fused the chakra elements of water and earth, turning chakra into life force and allowing trees to spring forth with astonishing speed. Wood release. Yuzuki's hands flew into a series of seals, eager to test the chakra he'd just awakened within himself. A tiny blade of vibrant green grass stubbornly pushed its way out from a crack in the floor. Have I already mastered wood release? Yuzuki stared in amazement at his own palm, delight shining in his eyes. It was nothing compared to the might of Hashirama, but it was undeniably the real wood release. But this level of power is nowhere near enough. Yuzuki kept browsing the gold coin shop, searching for something to further enhance himself. Before long, he found his next target, Sage Body, one of the 6 paths Sage's bloodlines, granting immense chakra and exceptional regenerative abilities. Price, 100,000 gold coins. I'll take it. Yuzuki didn't hesitate, spending the coins without a second thought. Suddenly, Yuzuki's entire body trembled violently. It felt as if a world-shaking transformation was taking place within him. Chakra surged forth like a raging flood, vast and boundless, sweeping through every corner of his being. Incredible. Yuzuki clenched his fist, a sense of indescribable power surging inside him. He was certain that with a single punch, he could now bring down the entire building. This was no illusion. Possessing the body of Sage not only granted him an abundance of chakra, but also bestowed incredible physical strength and power. This is just the initial surge of chakra from fusing with the Sage's body. I haven't reached my full potential yet. Hashirama Senju's Sage body had already fully awakened. No wonder his wood release was so formidable. Yuyue couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He was referring specifically to Hashirama's personal mastery of wood release, not merely the Kekkai Genkai itself. In truth, wood release alone wasn't particularly overwhelming. The price for it in the system shop was only 80,000 coins, far less than the cost of the Sage's body. Take Yamato from the Leaf Village, for example. He too was a wood release user, yet his abilities weren't even a tenth of Hashirama's. The true force to be reckoned with was Hashirama Senju himself, not wood release as a technique. Wood release required a massive reserve of chakra to fuel it. The more chakra expended, the greater its power. As the reincarnation of Ajura, Hashirama was born with the Sage's body and an almost unlimited supply of chakra. That was the foundation of his legendary status as the god of shinobi. Max out my wood release proficiency, right now. Yue waved his hand, issuing the command without a hint of hesitation, caring little for the cost in coins. Ding! Training complete. 10,000 coins deducted. Current wood release proficiency, transcendent mastery. Phew! 10,000 coins spent just like that. Yue felt a twinge of regret in his heart. As expected, wood release's legendary reputation came with a hefty price to reach its peak proficiency. Still, now that the price was paid, Yue felt no regrets whatsoever. In an instant, a surge of knowledge filled his mind. Decades' worth of experience in wielding wood release seemed to pour into him all at once. Now, he no longer needed to form hand seals to cast wood release. With just the meeting of his palms and a focused thought, he could harness the technique at will. Worth every single coin, Yue gave a satisfied thumbs up, brimming with admiration. At this moment, Yue lowered his gaze to a fragile blade of grass before him. With a single thought, he could make it soar skyward, transforming it into a mighty wooden dragon in the blink of an eye. I guess you could call me a little Hashirama now. Yue murmured to himself with pride. With both wood release and the Sage's body, he now stood among the strongest in the Leaf Village. Apart from my guy, who could unleash the 8 gates, no one could rival him. It was a sense of security beyond words, a calm confidence that came from standing at the very pinnacle. He decided it was time to rest. He switched off the light, pulled up the covers, and in a series of smooth, practiced motions, Yue drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face. He soon fell into a deep slumber. Yet, On this same night, someone else's mind remained restless, wandering in the darkness. Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The 48th year since its founding, a moment in time. Inside the Hokage's office, though it was already late into the night, the lights still burned brightly. Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, brows tightly knitted, replaying every detail of the video shared in the group chat over and over in his mind. The Ninetales incident will break out on October 10th, the day Naruto is born. There's still a few months left until then. Should I take the initiative or set up an ambush in advance? At this point, Obito is probably already manipulating the Mizukage behind the scenes in the Land of Water. Over the past 3 years, the Bloody Mist has launched a massive purge against ninja with Kekkai Genkai. Should I send the ANBU to Kirigakure to investigate? As his thoughts raced, Minato's gaze landed on a photo on his desk. One of him and Jiraiya, side by side. In that instant, an even more pressing question flashed through his mind. Jiraiya had once taken on 3 students in the Land of Rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The organization that would one day shake the ninja world, Akatsuki, was founded by them. But right now, Akatsuki was still just a group of idealistic youths working hand in hand for world peace, a small, hopeful organization. They were still far from becoming that ruthless group willing to do anything to capture the tailed beasts. And the turning point in this transformation was a conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by Danzo Shimura. Danzo was always ruthless. He actually sent people to infiltrate the Land of Rain in secret and kidnap Konan from the Akatsuki. Although he didn't take things even further, this incident directly led to the death of the optimistic, cheerful Yahiko within their trio and pushed Nagato into the abyss of darkness. It was this event that transformed Nagato into a godlike figure, determined to subjugate the ninja world by force. After orchestrating it all, Danzo walked away unscathed, while Hanzo was left to shoulder all the consequences alone. Not only did he lose most of his men, but a few years later, he himself was killed by pain. Danzo managed to slip away each time, remaining at large until Sasuke finally ended him on the eve of the 4th Great Ninja War. After watching the video made by Yujetsu and learning the full extent of Danzo's deeds in Konoha over the years, Minato could barely suppress the urge to execute him right then and there. But under the watchful eyes of all of Konoha, there was no way he could act openly. This time, I absolutely cannot allow Danzo to hurt them again. On an emotional level, they were Jiraiya's students, his own juniors. Now that he knew the truth, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. From a rational perspective, Akatsuki's Nagato already possessed the Rinnegan. Originally belonging to Madara, it was now in Nagato's hands, meaning the enemy had grown even more powerful. The video showed that this event happened not long after I became Hokage, which is right about now. With that thought, Minato pressed a button on his desk. Moments later, an ANBU member appeared before him. Lord Hokage. The ANBU member bowed respectfully. Investigate Elder Danzo's movements for me. I need to know if he's left the village. Minato Namikaze gave his order. At once, the ANBU operatives immediately vanished to carry out the task. A short while later, they returned with news. Lord Fourth, Elder Danzo has already slipped out of the village in secret. He's accompanied by over 10 members of Root. What? When did this happen? Minato's brow furrowed deeply. This was anything but good news. They left early this morning. Here are the relevant records. Minato took the file and realized Danzo had already been gone for more than 10 hours. This is bad. A surge of worry rose in his heart. The next instant, Minato's figure flashed into a streak of golden light and vanished on the spot. When he materialized again, he was standing at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. Fire Lord Hokage. The guards at the gate could hardly believe their eyes. After all, it was the dead of night. Why would the Hokage suddenly appear? Minato simply nodded in acknowledgement, then used the body flicker jutsu to turn into a blur, darting through the night as he sped out of the village. I have to catch up to them. Anxiety and urgency surged within Minato. He hadn't made it in time when Obito fell. He'd been powerless to prevent Rin's death. This time, he would not let tragedy strike again. Land of Rain. Here, it seemed as if thick clouds and endless curtains of rain enshrouded the land all year round. In the valley between 2 mountains, Hanzo's men and Danzo's Root operatives maintained a tight formation, creating a formidable encirclement. Hanzo stood atop a hill, his gaze haughty as he looked down on Yahiko and the others below. Leader of the Akatsuki, your end comes today. This will be your grave. Thanks to Danzo's silver-tongued manipulation, Hanzo had grown ever more convinced that the rapidly rising Akatsuki threatened his absolute rule over the Land of Rain. Seizing an opportunity when Konan was alone, he captured her, intending to use her as a bargaining chip to force Yahiko and his companions to destroy themselves. That red-haired one, kill Yahiko. If you do it, you and that woman may walk away alive. Hanzo casually tossed a kunai, its razor-sharp tip embedding itself in the ground right between Nagato and Yahiko's feet, a cruel command made perfectly clear. Nagato trembled at these words, his body racked by intense inner conflict and pain. You want me to kill Yahiko with my own hands? Don't listen to him, Nagato. Yahiko, leave me behind and run. Don't worry about me. Konan cried out, her voice raw with desperation. Seeing Nagato hesitate, Hanzo's tone grew colder still. Are you truly willing to abandon this woman's life? At last, Yahiko spoke, his voice low and resolute. Nagato, do it. Carry my dream forward, and live on, no matter what. Nagato's entire body trembled as his gaze flickered anxiously between Yahiko and the captive Konan, his heart caught in a storm of torment and indecision. At last, he slowly raised his kunai. But just as this tragedy seemed inevitable, the air suddenly split with a piercing, whistling sound. Clang! A sharp, ringing clash echoed out, and another kunai shot through the air like a tempest, burying itself deep in the ground. Before anyone could react, a flash of golden light blazed through the scene. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before them all. It was a man with dazzling blonde hair and a cloak whipping in the wind. Emblazoned on the back of the cloak, the words were clear for all to see. Fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze had arrived at the very last moment. Just in time, Minato panted lightly, having used the body flicker technique to rush from the Hidden Leaf Village. Though the effort had drained much of his chakra, he was relieved that he had made it before it was too late. Minato Namikaze. Hanzo and Danzo exchanged startled glances, faces full of shock and confusion, unable to comprehend why he had appeared here. What do we do now? Hanzo's voice was edged with panic. Facing the legendary yellow flash of the ninja world, he knew his own strength was a shadow of what it once was, while Minato was in his prime. Their chances of victory were slim. Why panic? Aren't you known as the demigod? Or are you really so easily unsettled by a younger man? Danzo shot Hanzo a cold, dismissive look, his tone flat, though his eyes glinted with thinly veiled hostility. Minato Namikaze, again. Why is it always him? Always the one to ruin my plans. Back when the third Hokage stepped down and Orochimaru chose exile, Danzo had thought he stood a real chance at becoming the fourth Hokage, until Minato Namikaze had appeared out of nowhere and stolen everything away. Thanks to his dazzling war record, Minato even won the endorsement of the feudal lord, who saw him as the perfect successor for Hokage. Danzo's protests, that Minato was too young and unprepared for such heavy responsibilities, came to nothing in the face of the feudal lord's support. In the end, Minato became Hokage without a hitch. That outcome had utterly shattered Danzo's hopes of ever claiming the title for himself. He stepped forward, his voice edged with accusation. Minato Namikaze, you're the Hokage, yet you sneak into the land of rain under cover of night. Are you trying to start a war between our nations? If conflict breaks out again, the blame will fall on you as the one who provoked it. Danzo didn't hesitate, going straight for the heart of the matter, hoping to seize the initiative and shove all responsibility onto Minato. But Minato didn't flinch. Instead, he turned the question back around. Elder Danzo, isn't that a question better directed at yourself? You entered the land of rain without the Hokage's approval, leading your own team and interfering in another country's affairs. What exactly are your true intentions? Minato's words and the depth of his gaze made Danzo's heart tighten with dread. Could it be? Has he already discovered my plan to seize the Rinnegan? Impossible. I only learned of this information recently. There's no way he could have known. In truth, Danzo had recently ordered his subordinates to disguise themselves as Stone Village shinobi and stir up conflict with the Rain Ninja in the Land of Rain, hoping to inflame tensions between the two nations. What he hadn't anticipated was that his real opponents would turn out to be the three leaders of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. At the crucial moment, Nagato unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path to drive Danzo away, thereby exposing the existence of the Rinnegan. Now, the situation had escalated. Danzo had joined forces with Hanzo, intent on destroying Akatsuki, while secretly plotting to seize the Rinnegan for himself. Of course, Danzo would never admit to any of this. He retorted angrily, "You're spouting nonsense. I have only one goal, to uphold justice. The Akatsuki are a threat to the nation. Even though they're from the Land of Rain, they've turned against their own and attacked Rain shinobi, trying to expand their power and overthrow the Rain Village government." No sooner had Danzo spoken than Yahiko, who had been standing behind Minato, stepped forward, pointing at Danzo and raising his voice in protest. You're the one lying. We have never attacked a single shinobi from the Land of Rain. Lord Fourth, he's deceiving you. Yahiko was worried that Minato might be misled by Danzo, and his anxiety was plain to see. At this moment, their only hope rested with the man who had just appeared, the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze turned his head and offered a gentle smile. Don't worry, my fellow disciples. I promise to see that justice is done for you. Fellow disciples? Minato's words took both Yahiko and Nagato by surprise. Minato explained, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is my teacher. With those words, Yahiko finally understood everything. Ah, so you're the brilliant senior our sensei always mentions. He's always praised you, saying that no matter how talented someone is, they seem to pale in your presence. I never imagined that our senior would turn out to be the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. That's incredible. As Yahiko spoke, he gave Minato an enthusiastic thumbs up. At that moment, all his doubts were swept away. Anyone connected to Jiraiya was someone he could trust absolutely. After reassuring Yahiko and Nagato, Minato turned his gaze toward Danzo, who stood atop the mountain. Elder Danzo, I confirm that this is simply a misunderstanding. For now, please take your men and return to the village. Leave the rest to me. Minato's tone was calm, but his words made Danzo's expression darken considerably. Leave? He was just one step away from the legendary Rinnegan. How could he possibly give up now? Namikaze Minato, are you saying that with just a few words, the deaths of the Rain Shinobi are going to be swept under the rug? Danzo clung stubbornly to his fabricated charges, refusing to let go of his pursuit of Akatsuki. Seeing that Danzo was still clinging stubbornly to his stance, Minato's expression turned cold as well. He no longer addressed Danzo as elder, but called him directly by name. Shimura Danzo, I don't want to waste any more words. You know better than anyone how the Rain Ninja died. Now, as Hokage, I order you to gather your men and return to Konoha immediately. With those words, all pretense of civility was shattered. Danzo's face darkened, turning a shade of iron gray. He glared furiously at Hanzo, who stood off to the side. And you, so-called demigod, others are running wild in your own territory and you don't even dare to say a word? He was trying to pull Hanzo to his side, hoping to join forces against the Akatsuki. Just as Hanzo was about to respond, Minato spoke again, his voice calm and even. Lord Hanzo, this is an internal affair of Konoha. I advise you not to get involved. The warning was unmistakable. You may observe, but if you intervene, you'll bear the consequences. Hanzo weighed his options for a moment, then chose the path of self-preservation. I also believe this is nothing but a misunderstanding. In that case, I'll take my leave. The rest is for you to resolve among yourselves. With that, Hanzo decisively led his men away, not hesitating for even a moment. You? Danzo could hardly believe it. Was this really the same demigod who once commanded such fear throughout the ninja world? Now, he'd let a young man frighten him into retreat? Hearing Danzo's accusation, Hanzo merely gave a cold snort. What a joke. He had thought the Akatsuki was just a small group, but who could have guessed that the fourth Hokage himself was backing them? How was he supposed to stand against that? Risking everything over the lives of a few Rain Ninja was simply not worth it. With Hanzo gone, Danzo was left to face Namikaze Minato alone. But he had clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Minato's resolve. Don't try to throw your weight around with your Hokage title. You're nothing more than a young man who lucked into the seat thanks to a few achievements. Today, I'll root out these traitors. The Akatsuki must be destroyed, Danzo declared, his tone ironclad. Minato lowered his gaze, replying in a level voice, Oh. No sooner had the word left his lips than a razor-sharp kunai was pressed silently against Danzo's throat, threatening to cut it open at any moment. What? Danzo's eyes flew wide with shock. He had remained vigilant all along. How could he have been ambushed? Wasn't the Flying Thunder God technique supposed to require a preset mark? He thought he was prepared for this very move. Lord Danzo, his attendant cried out in alarm. The root members nearby were equally stunned, none of them having noticed how Namikaze Minato had closed in without a sound. Once they registered what had happened, they all drew their swords, moving cautiously to encircle Minato, their eyes filled with open hostility, as if this Hokage meant nothing to them. Don't move! Danzo barked at his subordinates, his voice sharp as a whip. Damn it, these fools. Are they trying to get me killed by charging in at a time like this? When did you? Danzo gritted his teeth, staring at Minato in utter disbelief. Yet Minato Namikaze offered no explanation. His expression was cold, his voice even colder. Shimura Danzo, you have openly defied the Hokage's orders. I have the authority to execute you on the spot. I'll give you one last chance. Leave immediately or face the consequences. Feeling the chilling threat and murderous intent at his throat, Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. Since Minato Namikaze became Hokage, he had always been gentle and courteous. Danzo had never seen him display such terrifying killing intent. Even so, Danzo still clung to a glimmer of hope, convinced that Minato wouldn't dare to actually kill him. I'm a Konoha elder. You wouldn't dare kill me. Danzo's face was grim, but his tone remained defiant. Minato only responded with a cold, mocking laugh. He didn't waste words. His actions spoke for him. In a flash, his kunai darted straight for Danzo's throat. Danzo's pupils shrank as he moved with lightning speed, barely dodging the lethal strike. You! Clutching his bleeding throat, Danzo looked utterly stunned. If he had reacted a moment slower, the kunai would have pierced right through his neck. He really is willing to kill me. Lord Danzo! All the root operatives immediately surrounded Danzo, weapons drawn and aimed at Minato Namikaze. If Danzo gave the order, they would attack the Hokage without hesitation. But Danzo stopped them, not out of mercy, but because he understood very well. Even if they all attacked together, they still wouldn't be a match for Minato Namikaze. This is the true yellow flash. Withdraw. Danzo shot Minato a venomous glare, his eyes filled with resentment. It was because of this man that he was forced to abandon the Rinnegan, which was nearly within his grasp. Leading the root operatives, Danzo left the scene. Minato Namikaze merely glanced at them indifferently, making no move to intervene further. He sheathed his kunai and turned to gently support the purple-haired girl. Are you all right? Once again, Minato's trademark warm smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Conan was caught off guard by his kindness. Here was the leader of a nation, someone of immense status, yet he was so gentle and considerate. It was completely unexpected. Conan! Yahiko ran over, dragging the gasping Nagato behind him, both of them breathless with relief. They had thought they were doomed today, never imagining their senior, the Hokage, would appear out of nowhere to save them. That overwhelming power was awe-inspiring. Just by standing there, Minato had made even Hanzo the Salamander, revered as a demigod, tremble with fear. Thank you, Minato-senpai, Yahiko said, his gratitude overflowing. Minato nodded gently, a warm smile on his face. Right now, compared to me, she needs your companionship even more. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato. The three of them were finally reunited. The members of the Akatsuki were together once more after a long separation. Minato didn't interrupt their moment. He quietly stepped back, leaving the heartwarming scene behind. He pulled out his flying thunder god kunai, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. It was time to deal with Danzo. He hadn't acted immediately before. On one hand, the journey had drained a great deal of his chakra, and he needed time to recover. On the other, thanks to U's video, Minato had learned that Danzo possessed a dangerous technique called the reverse 4-symbol seal. If he pressed too hard, he risked dragging Yahiko and the others into the mess. So Minato had chosen, for the moment, to let Danzo go. But then again, would a few extra minutes of life really change anything for you? Along a hidden path in the land of rain, a road wound through dense forest, leading toward the village of Konoha, Danzo and his group moved swiftly among the towering trees, darting from branch to branch like monkeys, eager to return to the village. Minato Namikaze. Danzo ground his teeth, his anger barely contained within his chest. Just you wait. He swore to himself he would never give up the chance for revenge. No matter your reasons, to lay hands on Konoha's elders. Even if you're the Hokage, you can't stop me from reporting to the daimyo. Danzo calculated silently. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity to pull him down from the Hokage's seat. Orochimaru has already defected. Jiraiya and Tsunade have left the village. When that time comes, in all of Konoha, who besides me could take on the duties of Hokage? At this thought, a cold smirk tugged at the corners of Danzo's mouth. Perhaps this crisis held a new opportunity, not merely disaster. Just as he was lost in his fantasy of becoming Hokage, the subordinates ahead of him suddenly halted. What's going on? Danzo frowned. As he stopped, he was startled to see Minato Namikaze standing atop a tall tree ahead, watching them with calm, piercing eyes. Danzo's instincts flared. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Just as he feared, flying thunder god kunai were embedded in the nearby trunks, encircling them in a web of deadly precision. Cold sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. A dreadful realization dawned on him. Minato Namikaze, you. Before he could finish, everything came to an abrupt, chilling halt. Danzo's body traced a sharp, tragic arc through the air. Death arrived in an instant. His eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, stared ahead. He could not accept it. Minato Namikaze would act with such ruthless decisiveness. How could he dare? Did he truly believe Konoha was his to command? With bitter unwillingness, Danzo closed his eyes forever. In the face of this golden flash, all resistance became utterly meaningless. There wasn't even a chance to fight back. Lord Danzo! The nearby members of Root cried out in alarm, drawing their weapons at once and rushing at Minato Namikaze. But in just a blink, the golden light flickered and the vast majority of them fell where they stood. Only a few remained, frozen in fear, unable to move. Hokage, how dare you attack Lord Danzo? The third Hokage will never forgive you for this. One of the Root members screamed, his voice nearly hysterical. Minato looked at him calmly, his tone icy and composed. It's simple. If no one leaves here alive, then no one will ever know what happened. The man's pupils widened in shock, unable to believe these words were coming from Minato Namikaze. Wasn't he the hero sung by all? Let all be blamed on Danzo. Minato's voice sounded from behind, and in the next instant, that Root member collapsed as well, falling into an eternal silence. Witnessing this, the remaining Root members lost all will to fight and scattered in panic. Minato raised a kunai, flying thunder god technique. Not long after, the forest returned to silence, every trace of life completely erased. After clearing the battlefield, Shimura Danzo, once the Root of Konoha, vanished from this world for good. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the alarm clock sounded, a lazy hand reached out and swiftly silenced it. Yuzuki Shigomi rolled over, sinking right back into the world of dreams. Time drifted by. Sunlight slowly climbed, spilling across the entire room. Until, knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Come on, open up. Hey, are you still asleep? The sun's already high in the sky. The banging on the door and the shouting rang out one after another. Yuzuki's sleepy eyes flew open. He muttered a soft complaint. Ugh. Though thoroughly unwilling, Yuzuki dragged his tired body out of bed and began his morning routine, brushing his teeth and getting ready for the day. It wasn't until the knocking outside the door was about to turn into pounding that he finally unlatched the door at a leisurely pace. 10 whole minutes. If you'd taken any longer, I'd have thought something happened to you. As the door opened, an exquisitely beautiful face appeared before him. Her vivid green eyes sparkled with energy, and her long golden hair was tied high in a ponytail. Still bearing a trace of childishness, Ino Yamanaka was already a budding beauty. They were neighbors who had grown up together. Yuzuki's home was right above the Yamanaka family's flower shop. Naturally, they'd known each other since they were little. Ino, didn't you know today's a holiday? Why are you coming here to wake me up? Yuzuki tossed out the remark and turned, ready to head back inside. Ino followed closely behind, shutting the door as she entered, her face full of exasperation. The graduation exam is just around the corner, and you still haven't mastered even the most basic clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, or substitution jutsu. How are you planning to graduate at this rate? Yuzuki flopped onto the sofa, looking completely unconcerned. What's the rush? Isn't Naruto always at the bottom of the class anyway? Ino shook her head and sighed. Why are you comparing yourself to him? His father is. She caught herself midway, realizing she'd nearly let something slip, and quickly closed her mouth. Anyway, stop lying around and get up to practice. I actually came up with a little trick last night. I'm sure it'll help you grasp the 3 basic techniques. Just as Ino was getting into the swing of her explanation, her expression suddenly changed. She realized Yuzuki wasn't listening at all. Sure gone, Yuzuki. Ino grabbed Yuzuki by the collar, her patience wearing thin. But before she could scold him, Yuzuki caught her hand in return, a strange gleam in his eyes. Sure, don't make a fuss. I just struck it rich again. What weird nonsense are you talking about now? Sit down. I'll tell you in a moment. Yuzuki pulled Ino back to the sofa, but kept his eyes fixed on something invisible in front of him. This is so bizarre, Ino muttered, but Yuzuki ignored her completely. At that moment, all his attention was focused on the virtual chat screen only he could see. Just then, a notification popped up in the group chat. Ding, you have unread messages. Member Minato Namikaze has significantly altered the course of history, rewarding this member with 100,000 gold coins. Group owner receives the same reward. Fantastic! Yuzuki's delight was unmistakable. Just a moment ago his wallet had been empty, and now it was overflowing. He really owed this one to Minato. In the chat group, Shirgon Yuzuki tagged Minato Namikaze. 4th Hokage, what major event did you pull off last night? The group suddenly sent me a huge pile of gold coins. Konoha, year 48. Having just left Amage Cure, Minato Namikaze was now followed by Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato. Minato had made up his mind. he would take them back with him to Konoha. After all, Konoha not only had a superior environment and abundant resources, but it was also one of the most powerful villages in the entire shinobi world. There, the three would enjoy the best protection and opportunities for growth. And so, the Akatsuki was naturally disbanded. After everything that had happened, Yahiko had all but lost his faith that peace could be achieved through nonviolence alone. In the end, he decided to trust Minato's guidance. As for the former Akatsuki members, they chose to pledge allegiance to Hanzo. With his rivals gone and a group of powerful new ninja at his side, Hanzo was more than pleased. Seizing the opportunity, he established an alliance with Konoha as well. Brother Minato, is something wrong? Yahiko couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Nameke's Minato suddenly stop in his tracks. It's nothing, let's keep moving. Minato answered with a gentle smile, though inwardly he was caught off guard by Yuzuki's sudden mention in the group chat. Seeing the questions in the chat, Minato paused for a moment, then decided to be honest. After all, his ability to foresee the crisis this time was entirely thanks to Yuzuki's timely warning. Nameke's Minato, group leader Yuzuki, it was thanks to the future information in your video that I managed to save Yahiko in time and take care of Danzo while I was at it. Upon seeing the reply, Yuzuki couldn't help but marvel. Yuzuki Shigu. That's amazing. No wonder the reward was so generous. So it's because you saved Yahiko. If Yahiko had died, it would have meant Pain's rise to power, turning the entire ninja world upside down. But Yahiko's survival would bring about changes far beyond that. As for Danzo, Yuzuki simply felt he got what he deserved. After all, he had never done a single good deed. Yuzuki Shigu. Minato, how do you plan to spend those 100,000 gold coins? Nameke's Minato. Gold coins? What gold coins? Yuzuki Shigu. Check your inbox and you'll see. Before long, Minato traced the source of the gold coins and, unable to contain his excitement, opened the coin shop. Even as Hokage, he was astonished by the dazzling array of goods on display. As he scrolled through the items, Minato came across something utterly unbelievable. What? The nine-tailed fox, Kurama, was there, along with the other 8-tailed beasts. You can actually buy tailed beasts? Minato found it almost beyond belief. He realized he needed to reevaluate this group leader's abilities. Creating a cross-time chat group was already astonishing enough, but now even the legendary tailed beasts, symbols of catastrophe, were being sold as merchandise. Nameke's Minato. Group leader Yuzuki, if I buy a tailed beast, will there be two of the same tailed beast in my world? Yuzuki Shigu. That's right. Minato could only marvel, truly unbelievable, and exited the shop. For now, there was nothing in particular that he wanted to buy. With the conversation at a pause, Yuzuki returned to the real world. When she looked up, she found a pair of soft, dainty feet nearly pressed against her face. At some point, Ino had sprawled out on the sofa as well, her head resting on the opposite armrest. Yuzuki was lying in the middle, and quite naturally became a human footrest. After observing for a moment, Yuzuki suddenly grinned and remarked, "Huh, how come I never noticed before? Your feet are actually quite pretty. Fisk, practically flawless," he added with a playful tone. Hearing that, Ino shot him a fierce glare, then gave Yuzuki a gentle kick, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. "You're such a pervert," she snapped. Yuzuki suddenly straightened her back and suggested, "I have an idea. You have 2 feet, and I just happen to have a mouth, so why don't we?" Ino immediately pulled her legs back, her face full of disgust. "Ugh, that's revolting. I'm in. Why don't we go make some pickled cabbage? After all, only sauerkraut that's been stomped on is truly authentic." Ino rolled her eyes helplessly. "Honestly, you're impossible. Can't you be serious for once?" Ino sat up straight. She wasn't actually worried that Yuzuki would do anything weird. She just found it strange how much Yuzuki seemed to have changed in such a short time. "You're like a whole different person. It's as if you swapped souls with someone." Ino looked Yuzuki up and down, her face full of doubt. Back when the two of them spent time together, Yuzuki had always been reserved, usually letting Ino lead the conversation while she only responded occasionally. This was the first time Ino had ever seen Yuzuki so proactive and relaxed. Yuzuki flashed a wide grin, half joking as she said, "Actually, I've always been like this. It's just that you were so young back then. I was afraid if I talked too much, the guys from the AMBU would come take me away." Ino rolled her eyes again, thinking to herself, "Who would believe that? You really expect me to believe you've been pretending for over 10 years? Only Yuzuki herself understood that this change came from a newfound confidence deep within. Before she had her cheat, she was just an ordinary person, not particularly talented or remarkable in any way. Ino, on the other hand, came from a prestigious family and was a gifted young lady. Yuzuki knew Ino liked her, but she had neither talent nor background and didn't want to hold Ino back from a brighter future. But things are different now. With her cheat, if nothing else, she was confident she could make a name for herself in the ninja world. So now, facing Ino, she could be at ease. All right, enough with the nonsense. Come on, let's practice the basics of the three-body technique. Ino stood up and reached out her hand to Yuzuki, offering to pull her up from the sofa. Yuzuki smiled, placing her hand in Ino's palm. Just then, she suddenly said, "Ino, watch closely." Ino looked at her in confusion. The next second, Yuzuki rapidly formed hand seals with just one hand, so fast they were almost a blur. With a soft pop, a clone identical to Yuzuki appeared at her side. Ino was completely stunned. She stared at Yuzuki's calm smile, then at the clone, too shocked to speak. One-handed seals. One-handed seals. Those were a sign of extraordinary mastery in ninjutsu, something only truly skilled ninja could pull off. But hadn't Yuzuki always been considered the bottom of the class? Suddenly, Ino felt a light tap on her shoulder. She turned around instinctively, and there, meeting her eyes, was Yuzuki's handsome face, wearing a gentle smile. "Huh, how are you here?" Then, Ino glanced down and realized that, at some point, what she was holding had turned into a piece of wood. Yuzuki, who had been lounging on the couch, had vanished without a trace. "A substitution jutsu? When did you use it? I didn't even see you form the hand seals." "Yuzuki, you..." Ino was just about to turn around and demand an explanation, only to find there was no one behind her. At that moment, warmth suddenly bloomed in her palm. She turned back again. The chunk of wood had disappeared, and Yuzuki's hand had returned to hers. Shiomiya Yuzuki was still sprawled out on the couch, a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at her. "Huh." Ino jerked her hand back, rubbing her face in disbelief. What on earth was going on? She had just watched Yuzuki move like some prodigy who'd mastered the body replacement technique. Clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu. You can do them all, and you're so skilled at it. Yuzuki arched an eyebrow, replying with a self-satisfied air, "Of course." Just moments before, he'd spent 100 gold coins to instantly max out his proficiency in both the transformation and substitution techniques. "What are you so smug about?" Ino gave him a firm smack on the forehead. "Then why bother pretending to be the dead last in class? Letting everyone laugh at you day after day. Does that make you happy?" Yuzuki spread his hands, his tone open and calm. "You've got it all wrong. I'm just looking out for Naruto's feelings. Naruto's always been alone. By sticking with him, I make sure he doesn't feel so lonely. As for what everyone else says, I really don't care. One day, when Naruto and I become known throughout the entire shinobi world, those who mocked us will probably just fade into the background as nameless nobodies." Of course, the secret of the chat group was something he couldn't reveal, so Yuzuki simply made up a plausible-sounding explanation. After all, a genius who'd always hidden his strength was easier to accept than a nobody who suddenly became powerful overnight. What he didn't expect was that Ino actually believed him. She'd always known that Yuzuki and Naruto had been close friends since childhood, but she hadn't imagined he'd go to such lengths for Naruto. She looked at Yuzuki, lounging carelessly in front of her and even picking his nose. The image of someone hiding his talent to protect a friend's dignity gradually took shape in her mind. "I never would have thought you had such a thoughtful side to you," Ino said, her voice tinged with emotion. "But is it really worth it? Sacrificing your own reputation for a friend?" Yuzuki sat up on the couch, smiling as he replied, "Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. Even though Naruto always seems carefree, his dreams burn fiercer than anyone else's. I just want to shield him from all those sneers and jeers, at least until the day he finally gets to shine. And besides," Yuzuki's eyes deepened with resolve, "true strength is never measured by the outcome of a single moment. The person I am now is nothing like that kid who is always lagging behind. It's time I show everyone what I'm really capable of." Shinomiya Yuzuki slowly clenched his fist, as if he held the whole world firmly in his grasp. "Hey!" Before he could finish his grand speech, Ino's foot landed squarely on his backside, without the slightest hesitation. "Don't let it go to your head. All right, since we don't have any ninjutsu training today, let's get out for a bit. We can't stay cooped up at home forever." After leaving Yuzuki's house, Shinomiya Yuzuki grabbed Ino and headed straight for Naruto's tiny hut. "Hey Naruto, where are you up to? Come on out, let's go for a walk." Yuzuki poked his head in through the window. At that moment, Naruto was fussing over his lunch, a tub of instant noodles that was about to expire. Hearing Yuzuki's voice, Naruto looked up, and a beaming smile spread across his face. "Yuzuki, what brings you here?" "I came to hang out, of course." "Huh? Instant noodles again? Come on, forget about that. Let me take you somewhere for a real meal." Yuzuki frowned in slight disapproval, then called out encouragingly. That's awesome. Yuzuki, you're the best. Without a second thought, Naruto tossed the noodles aside and dashed out of the room, bursting with excitement. Yuzuki glanced at Ino, then at Naruto. You two already get along just fine. I don't need to play matchmaker here. Of course. Ino's the top student in our class. Naruto grinned, giving her a big thumbs up. It's nothing really. Ino waved her hand, a little embarrassed, trying to play it humble. Yuzuki threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders. Let's go. I just found a new restaurant that looks pretty interesting. Let's give it a try. Oh, and Naruto, if you keep eating that junk all the time, your stomach's gonna rebel eventually. Naruto scratched his nose sheepishly. It's just that it's so cheap. 500 yen buys a lot. Yuzuki fixed him with a serious look. No more of that from now on. Come have meals at my place. Before he gained his special abilities, Yuzuki had always been wary of getting too close to Naruto. After all, with Danzo and that stubborn third Hokage watching, there was real danger. They weren't above resorting to cruel measures. If they ever suspected that Yuzuki was befriending Naruto for some hidden agenda, he'd be in serious trouble. There was even the risk that, one night, he might simply disappear on his way home, never to return. But now, things are very different. Those two old fogies no longer even register in his eyes, and naturally, he's not about to shortchange himself. The first day, I awakened would release. I must protect the hidden leaf. The second day, with would release. I must protect my hidden leaf. Do whatever I want, however I wish. This doesn't seem quite right. They all call me the Demon Fox. Naruto was tempted, yet there was a trace of hesitation in his voice. It was fine to visit occasionally, but if he kept going to her place, and someone with ill intentions caught wind of it, would they start ostracizing Yuzuki too? He couldn't bear the thought of his only friend ending up like him, pointed at, whispered about by everyone. But Yuzuki Shurgong just smiled nonchalantly and said, To me, there are only two kinds of people in this world. Do you know which two? Which two? Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. Ino also perked up her ears. She'd never heard Yuzuki say anything like this before. Yuzuki gave a faint smile. There are those who are nothing more than insignificant ants, and those who are friends. Do you think I care what the ants think of me? The words landed, leaving Ino and Naruto momentarily speechless. Yeah, that's so cringy. Who taught you to talk like that? Ino cried, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Naruto twitched, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turning upward. Not brothers. When Madara said that, I thought it sounded cool. So why is it so cringe when I say it? Yuzuki lamented inwardly. Still, both Ino and Naruto were clearly a bit embarrassed. All right, enough with the theatrics. Let's go eat. Yuzuki swiftly switched the subject and strode out in front, as if making a strategic retreat. Ino let out a long sigh. Yuzuki had really started morphing into the class clown. Naruto trailed behind, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. 10 minutes later, the three of them stopped in front of a bustling restaurant. The name on the sign read Birds and Pear. What caught the eye was that most of the diners here came in couples. It was rare to see anyone eating alone. The reason was simple. This restaurant specialty was an exclusive discount. Couples got 20% off their bill. This is the place. I haven't even tasted the food yet, but a discount already makes it awesome. Yuzuki was clearly pleased with the choice, entirely missing the subtle looks that passed between Ino and Naruto behind him. Arms folded, Ino teased. The deal's for couples, you know. Got a significant other? No special perks for single dogs. The solitary and lonesome Mr. Yuzuki Shurgong. Yuzuki spun around, fixing her with an indescribable look. And how do you know I don't? That look made Ino feel more than a little uncomfortable. What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to make a move on me? Dream on. Ino snorted and turned her head away in a huff. Yujetsu couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Ino's awkward little act. All right, you stay here and keep up your act. Naruto, and I will head in first. Naruto blinked in confusion. Come on, Naruto, don't just stand there. Yujetsu gave Naruto a meaningful look. Are we going to eat? Just follow me, you'll see. With that, Yujetsu dragged the embarrassed Naruto into the restaurant. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. You two? She couldn't believe it. Were they actually going through with this? Inside the restaurant, the two found their seats, and the waiter quietly set the menus on the table. What would you like to try today? The waiter asked with a gentle smile. We'll have 2 of the Hearts United set meals, please. Thank you. Yujetsu had ordered the set meal that was specifically discounted for couples. I'm afraid you can only order that if you're a couple, the waiter said kindly, glancing at the 2 young faces before him. But isn't it obvious? That's us. Yujetsu casually threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders, acting as close as possible. The waiter looked speechless and quietly retreated. Soon after, the restaurant owner came out, and without any ceremony, The two of them were invited to leave. Kids, don't cause trouble in my place. Whoa, we're flying. Yujetsu and Naruto soared through the air in a perfect arc, landing squarely at Ino's feet. Yujetsu looked up, forcing a sheepish but still polite smile. Hey, Ino. A vein throbbed on Ino's forehead, her face dark with annoyance. She grabbed Yujetsu by the collar. You've embarrassed me to death, ah. Naruto tried to stifle his laughter on the side. Even while being shaken about, Yujetsu didn't forget to put his wits to use, ever the king of ideas. I've got a new plan. This one is sure to work. Naruto, don't you know that transformation jutsu? Use it. We won't have any problems this time. Naruto blushed. Maybe we should just drop it. Hearing Yujetsu's latest scheme, Ino nearly blacked out. What crazy idea are you hatching now? How can you call it crazy? Even the third Hokage approves of Naruto's transformation jutsu. Enough. Ino pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. You're impossible. Fine, I'll go in with you, satisfied. She just wanted to keep Yujetsu from coming up with any more ideas so embarrassing they'd make you want to dig a hole and hide for days. With no choice, Ino braced herself for what was to come. Yujetsu's eyes lit up. See? If you'd agreed earlier, we'd be done by now. Ino didn't answer, just gritted her teeth and gave him a swift kick. Yuzuki patted the dust off her backside, stood up, and brushed off her clothes. Then she strode off in the direction opposite to the restaurant. Yuzuki, you're going the wrong way, Naruto called out to her. No, I'm not. I've settled things on my end. Now it's time to help you with your problem, Yuzuki replied with a gentle smile, marching forward with confident steps. The path she was taking led directly to the residence of one of Konoha's most renowned bloodline clans, the Hyuga clan, famed for their Byakugan eye technique. When it came to matters of the heart, Naruto was as dense as a block of wood. Hinata had made her feelings more than clear, and yet he remained utterly oblivious. It wasn't until after the Fourth Great Ninja War had ended that he finally realized it was time to confess. But now, with Shirogane Yuzuki here, he was determined to give fate a little nudge. After all, this was what good friends were for. Ino and Naruto exchanged confused glances, having no idea what was going on. Nevertheless, all they could do was hurry after Yuzuki. The three of them soon stood before the grand gates of the Hyuga clan. A Hyuga clan ninja, assigned to gate duty, sat there looking thoroughly bored. Yuzuki greeted him politely, her face alight with a bright smile. Hello, we're here to see Hinata. Hinata? Ino was completely lost. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed to remember something and grew visibly flustered. Was Yuzuki planning to get Hinata to pretend to be his girlfriend and join them for a meal? Even though he crossed paths with Hinata a few times as a kid and helped her out here and there, he didn't think they were that close. Just as Naruto was debating whether to stop Yuzuki from going through with this. Suddenly, a dismissive voice cut through his thoughts. Scram, you brats. You think you can see Lady Hinata just because you want to? Go back to wherever you came from. The Hyuga ninja waved them off impatiently, clearly wanting them gone. Yuzuki's smile froze on her face. Wasn't there a saying that you shouldn't lash out at someone who greets you with a smile? Why did it seem like, in her case, being friendly just earned her a beating? What? Are you kidding me? Did I stumble onto the wrong set? Is this suddenly Uchiha territory or something? Why the attitude right out of the gate? Did your ancestors ever produce someone as legendary as Uchiha Madara? Yeah, what a coincidence. I just learned with style. You think I'm going to take this lying down? Yuzuki's expression turned steely, her smile all but gone, as she rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to show this Hyuga clan ninja just what a true shinobi prodigy could do. Just then, Ino grabbed her by the arm and whispered urgently, Calm down. Let me handle this. Stepping forward, Ino spoke up. I'm Yamanaka Ino. We're Hinata's classmates, just here to hang out. Could you please ask her to come out and see us? The Hyuga ninja, however, just looked even more irritated. How many times do I have to say it? So what if you're from the Yamanaka clan? There are plenty of Lady Hinata's classmates. Does she really need to greet every single visitor herself? If you've got nothing better to do, move along. Don't block the way. Ino's expression darkened. Both their clans were among the most prestigious in Konoha, yet the Hyuga could be this arrogant and discourteous? Yuzuki's eyes narrowed slightly. The Hyuga and the Uchiha were known as Konoha's two great dojutsu families, but for generations, the Uchiha had always overshadowed the Hyuga. Now that the Uchiha had been wiped out, the pressure weighing on the Hyuga had eased, and their long-restrained arrogance and pride began to surface without restraint. I'll go have a little chat with him. Yuzuki pulled Ino behind her, rolled up her sleeves, and fixed the Hyuga guard with a look that spelled nothing good. When the guard saw it was this unknown kid stepping forward again, his disdain was plain as day. Already told you, just sir. Before he could finish the word, the pattern on his shoe sole suddenly filled his vision. Thud! A shriek of pain tore through the air as Yuzuki's flying kick sent the guard hurtling through the main gate, leaving behind a human-shaped hole. Ino and Naruto's eyes went wide with shock. They hadn't expected Yuzuki to actually make a move, and with one swift strike, she'd sent the man flying. Their eyes could barely keep up with her actions. Was she really this strong? Yuzuki, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest now. Come on, let's get out of here. Hide at my place for a while. Snapping back to her senses, Ino hurriedly grabbed Yuzuki, ready to retreat to the Yamanaka clan's territory to lay low. The Hyuga were now the most powerful clan in the village. Yuzuki's stunt was a public slap in their face. There was no way the Hyuga would let this slide. But Yuzuki gently pressed down on Ino's anxious hands, a calm smile on her lips. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Trust me. But Ino's words were cut off by a sudden, furious roar. Who dares lay a hand on a member of the Hyuga clan? In a blink, after images flickered. Several Hyuga ninja seemed to appear out of thin air, swiftly surrounding Yuzuki and her friends. Hyuga Seishi's gaze swept over the destroyed gate, fury rising in his eyes. The gate's destruction was a disgrace to the Hyuga. No matter if they were compensated later, the branch family would surely face a harsh scolding from the main house. Who did this? Hyuga Seishi thundered. I did. Yuzuki stepped forward without hesitation, answering him directly. You? Hyuga Seishi shot her a look full of doubt. And who's this brat? Get out of the way. Clearly, he didn't believe a word Yuzuki said. Hyuga sure, even as just a guard, was at least of Chunin rank. Yuzuki looked like she hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. How could she possibly have taken down the guard? Unless he's an unparalleled genius like Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha. But how could that possibly be? What? Are you looking down on me? Yujetsu never expected such a reaction. Just then, Hyuga sure, injured and limping, was helped out, a conspicuous red shoe print stamped across his face. Hyuga Seishi hurried to his side. Sure, who did this? What did the attacker look like? He assumed the assailant had already fled after hurting Hyuga Sure, never once considering Yujetsu and his friends as suspects. But Hyuga Sure's trembling finger pointed straight at Yujetsu, rage twisting his face. It was him. That kick just now had nearly sent him straight to the afterlife. He never dreamed that this scrawny kid could be so formidable. What? Hyuga Seishi was stunned, then fury flared in his eyes. So you really are an extraordinary talent. But whatever your reason, I have to take you down today. Otherwise, where does that leave the Hyuga clan's dignity? Seize him. At his command, the group behind him instantly took up gentle fist stances, closing in on Yujetsu from every direction. Yujetsu, watch out! Ino cried in warning. Naruto didn't hesitate, charging forward to lend a hand. Boom! Boom! But in the blink of an eye, those Hyuga clan ninja were sent flying like shooting stars, crashing down with thunderous force. The Hyuga clan's grand gate now sported several new gaping holes. Everyone stared at Yujetsu in astonishment. Just what sort of power was this? Defeating 4 Chunin in the time it takes to blink? Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. This guy was almost too strong to believe. Naruto's jaw dropped. Wasn't this the same underdog who'd been my rival for years? You arrest people without even asking what happened? Is this the way you great clans always act? Isn't that a bit overbearing? Yujetsu brushed the dust off his shoulder and looked Hyuga Seishi square in the eye. Hyuga Seishi raised an eyebrow, a sinking feeling settling over him. Today's incident would not be easily resolved, he realized. He took a deep breath and his tone softened. Can anyone tell me what really happened here? With that, his stance clearly relaxed. Geniuses always get special treatment. Hey, mister, we just wanted to hang out with Hinata. That guy started insulting us. So Yujetsu couldn't stand it and stepped in to teach him a lesson. Naruto stepped up and told the story. Is that so? Hyuga Seishi glanced at Hyuga Sure, seeking confirmation. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Hyuga Sure's face flushed, but he stubbornly retorted. Nonsense. When did I ever say anything like that? Oh really? Then maybe I should help jog your memory. Shurgong Yujetsu cracked his knuckles, eyes glinting with menace. Wait a second. At the sight of this situation, Hinata Sure immediately lost his nerve and shrank back a few steps in fear. I admit I did say a few things, but you can't just start throwing punches. Seeing Hinata Sure in such a state, Hinata Seishi could already guess what had happened. If the other party were just an ordinary civilian with no power or background, they could easily twist the truth and handle it however they liked. But now, with someone from the Yamanaka clan and a prodigy like Shurgong Yuzuki involved, the blame could only fall on the Hyuga clan. Hinata Seishi suppressed his anger and signaled Hinata Sure to apologize. I'm sorry, this was my fault. That's not enough. He needs to apologize too. Yuzuki pointed directly at Hinata Seishi. You. Hinata Seishi's eyes widened with fury. Wasn't this a bit much? Hurry up. You didn't even ask what happened before you attacked. If I didn't have some skill, wouldn't you have already taken me down? Yuzuki pressed him. Sorry. In the end, Hinata Seishi forced the words out through gritted teeth, clearly reluctant. That's more like it. All right, I'm not one to hold a grudge, so I'll let it go this time. Yuzuki smiled generously, just as it seemed the matter was settling down. What's going on here? A commanding voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tense silence. Everyone turned toward the sound. Their eyes landed on the battered old gate, through which a dignified, composed middle-aged man stepped, followed by 3 smaller figures. This was none other than the Hyuga clan's patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi. He was accompanied by his 2 daughters, the gentle Hinata and the lively Hanabi, as well as the gifted branch family youth, Hyuga Niji. Patriarch Hinata Seishi and the others quickly bowed respectfully and recounted everything that had happened in detail. Meanwhile, Hinata's gaze quietly drifted to Naruto, standing behind Yuzuki. From that moment on, her eyes never left him. As if sensing her attention, Naruto happened to glance back. Their eyes met. Naruto broke into a broad, sun-bright smile, instantly bringing a blush to Hinata's cheeks. Naruto, at the same time, Hyuga Hayashi had finished listening to the whole story. His gaze fell on Shurgong Yuzuki, whose age was not much different from his own daughter's, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in his eyes. Single-handedly defeating 4 skilled chunin. Such ability was truly impressive. He thought to himself that perhaps, in the future, another elite jonin on par with Kakashi Hatake might emerge. I am Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan. May I ask your name? Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, forcing a somewhat awkward smile onto his face. A clear sign he wasn't used to showing such an expression. Shinomiya Yujetsu. Yujetsu answered simply. He still had no idea that the Hyuga clan leader had rated his potential as Category 1. Yujetsu-kun, I already understand what happened. The fault lies with us. Please accept my sincere apology, Hyuga Hayashi said earnestly. Clan leader Hyuga, you're too kind. There's no need for you to apologize in person. It was those 2 who caused the trouble. Yujetsu smiled as he spoke. He'd always been someone who responded better to kindness than to force. I heard you came to invite Hinata out. That's perfectly fine. At your age, you should get out more and enjoy your youth. With that, Hayashi gently pulled Hinata forward, positioning her before everyone. Come, Hinata, isn't this your classmate? Since you're in the same class, make sure to interact more in the future. He gave Hinata a gentle nudge, and she shyly stepped forward. Just then, Yujetsu moved deftly aside, revealing Naruto to the group. Hinata, it's been a while, Naruto said, scratching his head sheepishly, his awkwardness somehow endearing. Hinata moved to Naruto's side, too shy to lift her gaze, quietly whispering his name. All right, now that everyone's here, let's go eat. Yujetsu announced with a grand wave, leading the way toward the restaurant. Ino hurried after him, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, everything's worked out. What a thrilling and nerve-wracking day. Naruto and Hinata trailed behind. Hinata remained quiet most of the time, occasionally nodding in agreement to Naruto's words. As the 4 gradually walked away, Hayashi suddenly beckoned Hyuga Seishi over to his side. Clan leader, do you have any orders? Go look into this Shinomiya Yujetsu. How could a prodigy like him escape my notice until now? Find out everything you can about him. Seishi's eyes lit up. Clan leader, are you planning to get revenge? Hayashi's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he slapped Seishi so hard he sent him flying. Fool, a talent like that should be befriended. Who knows, perhaps one day we can invite him to join the Hyuga clan. Don't mess this up. With his instructions given, Hayashi turned to leave. But as he reached the main gate, he stopped once more. Have someone fix the gate immediately. The expense will come from your branch family's funds. This situation arose from your own mishandling. As Hayashi's figure disappeared, Seishi lay sprawled on the ground, on the verge of tears. Not only had he taken a slap for no reason, but now he'd have to pay out of his own pocket. Fury boiling inside him, Seishi's face turned ashen as he strode toward the culprit, Hyuga Ji. Seishi and Ji, oblivious to the situation, greeted him with a beaming smile. Come inside with me. We need to talk. As he walked, Seishi undid the belt around his waist. Today, the legendary ninja art, Seven Wolves Technique, would once again make its name known in the shinobi world. Meanwhile, Yujetsu and his group of 4, under the restaurant owner's watchful gaze that seemed to say, "Don't cause me any more trouble," found themselves a spot and took their seats. Coincidentally, the same waiter was still serving them. For wholehearted set meals, please. Thanks. There shouldn't be any problem this time, right? Yuzuki Shurgong said with a smile, handing the menu back. The waiter rolled his eyes and walked away without a word. Soon, The table was laden with a sumptuous spread. Ravenous, Yuzuki wasted no time revealing her true foodie nature, devouring the dishes with gusto. In between mouthfuls, she finally found a moment to check the messages in her group chat. Just as she expected, Minato and Obito, the classic master and apprentice duo, were flooding the chat, their messages dominating the entire screen. Yuzuki scrolled through the countless updates, and soon discovered that Obito was up to his usual antics again. Seeing how Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze had both managed to alter the future, Obito was clearly itching to get involved as well. Unfortunately, his abilities just didn't allow for such recklessness. Hashirama and Minato were both Hokage, wielding tremendous power and skill, so their plans always went off without a hitch. But Obito was still just an unremarkable genin. Even though he'd awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength was nowhere near enough to sweep across the ninja world. The Third Great Ninja War was raging on, and he was powerless to bring the conflict to an early end. At that moment, he caught sight of his own Mangekyo Sharingan being listed for sale in the gold coin shop. A sudden inspiration struck him. If he could buy a pair, he could upgrade his Mangekyo to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That way, he could avoid going blind from overusing his ocular powers, and he'd be able to use Kimui's intangibility without limit. Not to mention, the Eternal Mangekyo would unlock the full form of Susanoo, sending his combat power soaring. It actually sounded like a pretty solid plan. After all, to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo, you usually needed to fuse your eyes with those of a close relative who also possessed the Mangekyo. But Obito was an only child, and his parents had died in the war years ago. By all rights, the Eternal Mangekyo should have been out of reach. The appearance of the gold coin shop was like a window opening for him. And besides, these were his very own eyes. Surely, the compatibility would be far higher than with anyone else's. But then came the problem. He didn't have any money. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo was priced at 300,000 coins, but his pockets were empty, not a single cent to his name. So, he began his journey of borrowing money in the group chat. Minato, ever reliable, immediately offered up his entire fortune, 100,000 coins, but that still left a gap of 200,000. Just then, a man who had been lurking in silence finally spoke up. Hashirama Senju. Need a loan? I just happen to have 200,000 coins. Here, take them. Uchiha Obito. Really? First Hokage, thank you so much. Hashirama Senju. Haha, don't mention it. After learning what Obito needed, Hashirama didn't hesitate. He simply transferred the coins to him. In her heart, US silently mused. Now that's what you call true power and swagger. While Hashirama was still online, Shirgong Yue couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Shirgong Yue. Hashirama. How have you been lately? Senju Hashirama. Not bad. Madara and I have come up with a plan. We're going to hunt down Black Zetsu and seal it away just to eliminate any future threats. Year 2 of Kano. Big brother, what's up? You call me here, what do you need? Tobarama. Pass this document along, would you? Having just finished replying to messages in the group chat, Senju Hashirama handed a file to Tobarama, who had just walked in. What's this? Tobarama flipped it open, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Well, what we have here? It was an official document branding Uchiha Madara as a rogue ninja. From this moment on, Madara was formally listed as a wanted man. Every Konoha ninja was now obliged to capture him on sight. Big brother, what kind of play are we putting on here? Expressionless, Tobarama tossed the document back onto the table. Capture Uchiha Madara? Other than you, big brother, who else could possibly manage that? Sending out this document is the same as publicly admitting we're helpless. If this order actually goes through, the Konoha ninjas are in for quite the treat. Might as well just sit back and enjoy the show. And besides, what exactly is going on between you and Madara? How did things fall apart so suddenly? Weren't you two inseparable before? Granted, Tobarama never cared much for Madara, but his yearning for peace was genuine. Madara's presence was like an anchor in the storm, keeping the entire ninja world from reckless action. Hashirama let out a quiet sigh. It's a complicated story, one I can't explain right now. Just do as I said, and I'll tell you more when the time comes. Seeing that his brother didn't want to dwell on it, Tobarama shook his head slightly, took the wanted notice, and vanished in a flash. Hashirama wasn't trying to keep secrets. It was just that, until the matter was truly resolved, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Black Zetsu was no ordinary foe. It could possess others, slip underground, and was nearly impossible to track. One careless move, and the secret would be out. Right now, Madara had secretly traveled to the land of whirlpools to study sealing techniques. Only those could deal with a peculiar entity like Black Zetsu. During this period, Konoha had to keep its distance from Madara, even pretending to be at odds with him. That way, perhaps Black Zetsu would try to stir up a confrontation between Madara and Hashirama, hoping to awaken the Rinnegan. But the moment Black Zetsu got close to Madara, it would be walking straight into a trap. Its fate sealed. Group chat activity. Senju Hashirama. From here on, all we can do is wait and see if it takes the bait. Shirgon Yue, what a brilliant move. Hashirama. After you deal with Black Zetsu, have you ever considered pressing the advantage and taking down Kagaya Akatsuki as well? Senju Hashirama. I'm afraid Madara and I are no match for her. The power she wields is on another level. Even the wood golem jutsu wouldn't stand a chance. Shirgon Yuzuki said, Hey, why don't you, or Madara, just become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? You two should figure out a way to get the Rinnegan, then summon the Ghetto statue. Capturing tail beasts is child's play for you two, like grabbing stuffed toys from a crane machine. Kagaya might be powerful, but she seriously lacks real combat experience. With your skills, if you're on even footing, your chances of winning are huge. Besides, Kagaya is an absolute beauty, you know? Obito, Uchiha muttered, why does it feel like you slipped in something totally irrelevant just now? Shirgon Yuzuki replied, Oh, don't sweat the details. She's actually pretty naive. Back when she cast Infinite Tsukuyami, it was just to fend off a future Otsutsuki invasion. If you can persuade her, she'd make one formidable ally. And when the Otsutsuki show up again, the three of you could fight side by side. No matter what kind of Otsutsuki appears, they'd be left dumbfounded. Hashirama, Senju mused. Sounds like a decent plan, but let's save it for later. We haven't even dealt with Black Zetsu yet. With a smile, Shirgon Yuzuki quietly left the group chat and went back to his meal. That meal stretched from the blazing midday sun to the moment the moon hung above the willow branches. The number of dishes that found their way to the table was beyond counting. No one could have guessed that Hinata, with her delicate frame, was hiding a bottomless appetite, single-handedly claiming nearly half the feast. Everyone, did you enjoy the meal? Returning from settling the bill, Shirgon Yuzuki glanced at Naruto and Hinata, who seemed to be hitting it off more and more. His heart brimmed with satisfaction. Today's efforts had truly paid off. In their own ways, everyone in the chat group was rewriting the stories of fate, some in small ways, others with sweeping strokes. As the group's leader, Yuzuki had no intention of being left behind. It was time for him to move as well, to add a few strokes to his own script. Compared to the likes of Hashirama Senju or Minato Namikaze, the titans of the Hokage, Shirgon Yuzuki was a minor character, hardly noticeable, lacking the power to stir the world or change the course of destiny. All he could do was advance step by step, patiently and carefully. Today's incident at the Hyuga household was merely the prologue. The curtain had yet to fall. I'm stuffed, Yuzuki. Thanks for the treat. Naruto grinned from ear to ear, good food in his belly, and a new friend who didn't shy away from him. Double happiness. And I'm very grateful too, Yuzuki-kun. Hinata's voice was soft and shy as she thanked him. Hey, aren't you going to say something? Yuzuki glanced down at Ino, who was leisurely picking her teeth. Yeah, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Ino rolled her eyes, barely making the effort. That's pretty half-hearted. Anyway, it's getting late. Time to head home, everyone. With that, the four of them stepped out of the restaurant. But the moment they walked out the door, a shadowy figure appeared before them, silent as a wraith. Shirgon Yuzuki, come with me. The newcomer wore the standard attire of the Anbu, face concealed behind a mask. Those unaware of the truth might easily mistake these figures for members of the ANBU, acting under the Hokage's orders. But Yuzuki Shigumi saw through them at a glance. They were from the Root organization. The masks of the ANBU and those of Root had subtle differences, if you knew where to look. In other words, Danzo had set his sights on him. Yuzuki, why does the Hokage want to see you? Ino asked, full of confusion. Oh no, it must be that the Hyuga clan reported today's incident to the Hokage. You're in for a rough time now. Judging by Yuzuki's potential, Ino wasn't worried he'd be punished too harshly, but a stern lecture seemed inevitable. Yet, Yuzuki Shigumi led the group onward, passing the Root operative without so much as a glance, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Don't mind him, let's go. His behavior left his companions utterly puzzled, but no one questioned him. Instead, they hurried to follow his lead. Only the Root member remained, his gaze deep and inscrutable, watching their retreating figures disappear into the distance. After making sure everyone got home safely, Yuzuki set off alone, slowly making his way toward the Forbidden Realm, the Forest of Death. In this desolate place, not a soul around. Even if something were to happen, no one would ever know. Under the moonlight, the Forest of Death was draped in a layer of silvery frost, as if sheathed in cold steel. Suddenly, Yuzuki came to a halt, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Well, all this for someone like me? Quite the spectacle. Are you really that determined to catch me? As his words faded, 12 figures materialized from behind the trees and amidst the grass at his feet. "Yuzuki Shigumi, this is your last chance. Come quietly with us," one of the root operatives said coldly. "No thanks. The night's getting late, and I need my beauty sleep. You dare defy the Hokage's orders?" "The Hokage?" Yuzuki burst into laughter, so hard he nearly doubled over. The root operatives exchanged bewildered glances. "Was it really that funny? What's so amusing, kid? Care to share the joke?" one of them snapped. Yuzuki laughed until he was gasping for breath, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. Finally managing to compose himself, Yuzuki looked up, an impish grin playing on his lips. "Did I hear you right? The Hokage's orders. Oh, you mean that one-eyed old lizard who lurks in shadows, always coveting the light. When did he become Hokage? Did he crown himself? Huh. A coward so desperate to be Hokage, he issues commands in the Hokage's name. Don't you all find that ridiculous? What's wrong? Why aren't any of you laughing?" Yuzuki gazed at them with playful mischief, but the root operatives from the very first word had already grown deadly serious. Their eyes seemed to pierce right through Yuzuki, radiating lethal intent. One of them slowly drew his blade. "If you know about root, then you should also know never to insult Lord Danzo. Originally, as long as you revealed how you learned about the root and how much you know, there would still be a way out for you. But now, we have no interest in interrogating a dead man." Before the words had even faded, several blades were drawn with a flash, cutting through the air like thunder as they charged straight toward Yuzuki Shigumi. Wind release, wind blade, lightning release, ground surge. Almost at the same time, two root operatives unleashed their jutsu, filling the sky and earth with chakra, sealing off all possible escape routes for Yuzuki Shigumi. Faced with certain doom, Yuzuki Shigumi remained utterly calm. He spoke in an even tone, uttering just two words, "Wood dragon." In the next instant, a colossal dragon, its entire form woven from living trees, erupted from the earth with a roar. A thunderous dragon's cry shook the heavens. The dragon raised Yuzuki Shigumi high above on its head, its coiling body shielding him from every incoming attack. "What is that?" The intel said he only knew taijutsu. Standing atop the dragon's head, Yuzuki Shigumi looked down at the stunned root operatives all around him. With a single thought, the massive wooden dragon lashed out, its sprawling body crushing and shredding all those who had drawn their blades against him. Cries of agony quickly faded into silence. In the end, only two root operatives, the ones who had not engaged in close combat, remained alive amidst the ruins. W would release? Terror filled their eyes. They could not fathom how Yuzuki Shigumi was capable of using would release, let alone on such an overwhelming scale. So this is what it feels like to kill. Doesn't seem like much after all. Yuzuki Shigumi muttered quietly to himself, for it was the first time in both his lives that he had personally taken another's life. It seemed he was adapting rather well. "Well then, you two should go join your teammates. Wouldn't want to break up the band, now would we?" With a casual wave of his hand, countless razor-sharp wooden spears burst from the ground. They impaled the two remaining men, lifting them high into the air. Even as life faded from their eyes, shock and disbelief remained frozen on their faces. "Never thought I'd get to be the impaler one day." Yuzuki Shigumi guided the wood dragon down to the ground, and the moment they touched down, both the dragon and all traces left by the wood release vanished without a trace. No evidence remained. Unless one also possessed wood release, no ordinary shinobi would ever discern what had killed them. With that, Yuzuki Shigumi clasped his hands behind his back, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely back toward his small house. However, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. After the incident with the Hyuga clan, Yuzuki Shigumi's file was swiftly laid out on the desks of every major faction. Hyuga clan estate. "Are you certain this is his dossier?" Hayashi Hyuga frowned, comparing the file in his hand to the young man he'd seen that day, as if they were two different people. Hyuga Seishi bowed his head and replied with certainty. It was taken directly from the Ninja Academy's records. "Then this is even stranger." Hayashi Hyuga was utterly perplexed. 6 years at the bottom of the class. Either I misjudged him today, or there's something unusual going on. But I believe it's the latter. Setting the file aside, Hayashi spoke decisively. "Regardless, we won't interfere in this matter. We'll watch and see how it unfolds. If necessary, we can offer some discreet help to Yuzuki Shirgu." "Yes, sir," replied Seishi Hyuga with a nod. Hokage Tower. On the desk of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a file from the ENBU had also arrived. Even in these peaceful times, someone forcing their way into the Hyuga compound was quite the commotion, let alone the fact that it involved Yuzuki Shirgu, who appeared to be some kind of prodigy. This was something the Hokage couldn't afford to overlook. Defeated 4 Hyuga in an instant using taijutsu? You're sure it was him? Hiruzen took a long draw from his old pipe, astonishment written all over his face. He too was full of doubts. After all, he knew Yuzuki Shirgu and was well aware of his reputation as a perennial underachiever. What shocked him now was that Yuzuki had apparently been hiding such extraordinary strength. The Hyuga clan specialized in gentle fist techniques. Their taijutsu was second to none, yet Yuzuki had beaten them at their own game. Given that he hadn't even graduated yet, the whole thing seemed almost unbelievable. These records came straight from the Hyuga clan. There shouldn't be any significant discrepancies, the ANBU operative replied. That makes it all the more puzzling. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, the office doors swung open abruptly. Danzo Shimura strode in, his expression grim. Hiruzen shot a glance at the ANBU, signaling for him to leave the room. Once they were alone, Hiruzen turned to Danzo and asked, "Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo walked to the desk and casually tossed a stack of documents onto it. Hiruzen picked them up, details about Yuzuki Shirgu. What's the point of showing me this? I just happen to have it on hand. Don't you think there's something odd about this Yuzuki Shirgu? Danzo pressed. There is a bit, but Hiruzen started, only to be cut off by Danzo's cold voice. This person has deep ties to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and appears to be hiding something. I believe we should bring him in for questioning. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. That's not necessary. I plan to speak with him myself tomorrow. Danzo was unimpressed. Hiruzen, you're always so indecisive. This concerns the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Do you want to risk another Nine-Tails disaster? Danzo's righteous tone left Hiruzen's face clouded with uncertainty. He took a slow, steady breath from his pipe. At last, he spoke in a low voice. Let's not rush this. After all, he's Naruto's friend. There's no need to draw swords over it. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, a mocking glint flashing within them. I knew you'd say that, but there's no need for you to wait. I've already sent someone to invite him. The truth will be revealed soon enough. With those words, Danzo turned to leave. Bang! Hiruzen Sarutobi, suddenly consumed by rage, slammed his hand down hard on the table. Danzo, do you even recognize me as the Hokage anymore? Danzo paused mid-step, but offered no reply. Hiruzen stared at his retreating back, making up his mind. From this moment on, you are relieved of your duties as Hokage's advisor, and your root organization is hereby disbanded. Danzo, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to step back and let the talented young ones shape Konoha's future. Tomorrow, I'll send people to take over root. Be ready for the transition. And another thing, release the captive immediately when you return. Don't make me come in person to demand it. In that instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi displayed a rare and formidable resolve. Danzo whipped around, disbelief blazing in his eyes. Hiruzen, all this, for a stranger of unknown origin, you treat me this way? He's different. He's Naruto's only friend. Hiruzen turned his gaze upward, looking at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. I once promised Minato I'd take good care of Naruto, but I've failed him. Shirgun Yuzuki has been by Naruto's side for years, more a brother than merely a friend. If something happened to him, how could I face Naruto? How could I face Minato and the others in the afterlife? Danzo's face turned a furious shade of gray. What was supposed to be a routine arrest had, unexpectedly, triggered such fierce resistance. He understood that Hiruzen had long been seeking an opportunity to rein him in, but he hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. In the end, Danzo left with a cold, derisive chuckle, storming out in anger, back in the shadowy base of the root organization. Before Danzo could even catch his breath, a subordinate hurried in with yet another piece of good news. Lord Danzo, the 12-man squad sent to capture Shirgun Yuzuki, has been out of contact for half an hour. The news nearly made Danzo's vision go dark. He was almost overcome with rage. 2 Jonin and 10 Shunin, all to deal with a child who hadn't even graduated from a ninja academy, and they'd actually managed to fail? Useless fools. Recall those incompetents. The mission is cancelled. Danzo gave the command. With Hiruzen's intentions now so clear, he couldn't risk a direct confrontation, at least for the time being. For now, he would have to let the matter drop. As you command, the subordinate hurried off to carry out the order. Less than 10 minutes later, that same root member came rushing back, panic written all over his face. Disaster, Lord Danzo. They're all dead. Danzo had just poured himself a cup of hot tea. At this dreadful news, the teacup shattered in his grasp. He glared at his subordinate. What did you say? All 12 men sent to capture Yuzuki Shigumi. None survived. The last place they were seen wasn't at Yuzuki Shigumi's residence, but in the forest of death. It seemed someone deliberately lured them there to kill them. Take me there. Now. Shimura Danzo shot to his feet. Before long, Shimura Danzo led a large group of root operatives to the forest of death. What met their eyes were 12 corpses strewn across the ground in unspeakable condition. Yet, for Danzo, this was nothing more than a minor incident. His face as cold as iron, he strode forward and inspected the bodies carefully. After a thorough examination, his pupils abruptly contracted. Mokatan. At dawn, as the first light crept over the horizon, a flurry of urgent knocks startled Yuzuki Shigumi from her sleep. Outside the door, Ino Yamanaka stood with a steaming bag of buns in hand. When knocking yielded no response, she briskly produced a spare key and let herself in. Stepping into the bedroom, she saw the curtains tightly drawn, barely admitting a sliver of daylight. Yuzuki was still lost in a sweet dream, showing no sign of waking. Still not up? Ino's voice was tinged with disbelief. Are you even planning to go to school today? With those words, she resorted to gentle measures, all but dragging Yuzuki out from under the covers. After much tugging and coaxing, the two finally stepped out the door and officially began their day's journey. On the way, Yuzuki nibbled on a bun, idly wondering whether she should stir up some excitement today. Just then, a shadow flickered before them, appearing out of nowhere like a wraith. Lady Yuzuki Shigumi, the Hokage requests your presence. Please come with me. The newcomer wore the distinctive mask of the ANBU, his words marked by a special politeness and precision. His identity was unmistakable. Yuzuki sized him up for a moment, confirming that this was no root operative secretly sent by Danzo, but a true member of the ANBU. Still, she declined the summons. Sorry, but I'm on my way to school. Could you come back after classes this afternoon? I see. I'll convey this to the third Hokage. Sorry to bother you. With that, the ANBU vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the faintest trace in the morning air. There it is again. Maybe you should just take some time to visit the Hokage's office. Having people show up at your door every day isn't ideal, Ino suggested, glancing in the direction the ANBU had disappeared. Being approached 2 days in a row was, admittedly, a bit much. Yuzuki just waved her hand with a smile. It's fine. I'll let it go for now. Well, if that's your decision, Ino replied, not pressing the matter. The two continued on toward the Ninja Academy. Just then, a strange chant echoed from behind, shattering the calm of the morning. Yuyue came to a halt. What's all that commotion? Before long, two figures in green jumpsuits flashed past, running on their hands in a bizarre upside-down sprint. They were none other than the ever-energetic Might Guy and his student, Rock Lee. Oh, this is the true spirit of youth, Lee. 5 more laps. Hold on. Let's set our youth ablaze. Yes, Guy-sensei. Might Guy's passionate shouts spurred Rock Lee on, and even though he was exhausted, a new surge of energy seemed to fill his body. Hey, it's you too, Guy Lee. Good morning. Yuyue greeted them warmly. He had once admired the 8 gates technique, thinking that even without the talent to become a ninja, focusing on taijutsu would be a worthy path. So, he had approached Might Guy and asked to join their training. Might Guy had welcomed him without hesitation, happy to accept anyone willing to work hard, and soon, Yuyue was part of their intense routine. Unfortunately, the training was far more grueling than he'd imagined, and after just 3 days, Yuyue had to surrender. Even so, the experience brought them much closer together. There you are, young man of ambition. Yuyue, how about joining us for some fiery youth training? Might Guy lifted his thick eyebrows and invited him with his usual enthusiasm. Yuyue managed a wry smile. I'll pass this time. I need to get to school. That's a shame, but school is important too. Give it your all, young man. Lee, let's keep moving. With a few encouraging words, Might Guy and Rock Lee continued on their journey, their spirits burning bright. Watching the strongest taijutsu user in the ninja world stride away, Yuyue thoughtfully stroked his chin. He wondered if he could give Might Guy a little cheat, like bestowing upon him the power of the 6 Paths Yang Force. That was an unrivaled life energy. Naruto had once used just a spark of it to save Guy when he opened the 8th gate and was on the verge of death. It had reduced the ultimate cost from his life itself to merely losing a leg. If Might Guy possessed that power himself, could he use the 8 gates technique without any limits? It was an intriguing possibility, one worth trying if the chance arose in the future. If it worked, Guy would gain a steady 6 Paths level power, a strength that even Madara with the power of the 6 Paths might not be able to match. Let's go. Yuyue called to Ino, and together they set off again. Before long, they arrived at the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Naruto was already waiting at the gate, Hinata Hyuga shyly standing beside him. Yuyue, Naruto called out, waving with excitement. Yun, Hinata murmured softly. Yuyue smiled gently and said, Let's go in. The 4 of them stepped through the academy's gates together. At his current level of strength, The courses at the Ninja Academy had long since lost their appeal for Yujetsu. His gaze drifted lazily, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he took in the classroom around him. Graduation was just around the corner. Soon, the 12 little heroes would face team assignments, and the pivotal moments of the Hokage story were about to unfold. But this time, with Yujetsu Shigumi stepping onto the stage, the ninja world was destined to stray from its original script. At that moment, Yujetsu's eyes lingered on Sasuke Uchiha, ever the cool and aloof presence. A boy who had survived the night his clan was destroyed, Sasuke carried a maturity and steadiness far beyond his years. As one of the story's main characters, if I can stir things up with Sasuke, maybe the gold coin rewards will come pouring in, Yujetsu calculated silently. Suddenly, a daring idea flashed through his mind. Why not stage a grand drama of rebirth across time? He remembered seeing an item called Memory Crystal in the coin shop. Quickly searching the shop, sure enough, there it was, right in the listings. Memory Crystal, Sasuke Uchiha version. Contains a complete copy of Sasuke Uchiha's memories from birth to adulthood, used to fully inherit all of Sasuke's memories. Price, 30,000 gold coins. This is it. Without hesitation, Yujetsu made the purchase. With a savings of 110,000 gold coins, this was hardly an issue for him. Sasuke, get ready to meet your new destiny. Yujetsu couldn't help but break into a mischievous, almost motherly smile. He wondered in anticipation, what kind of waves would Sasuke, returned from the era of Boruto, stir up in this time? Surely, the group chat would explode with gold coins when the time came. At last, the bell rang for the end of class. Yujetsu made a beeline for Sasuke. What do you want? Sasuke asked coldly. I have news about Itachi Uchiha. Don't you want to know? Yujetsu dangled the bait, something Sasuke could never ignore. As expected, the moment Sasuke heard his brother's name, his fists clenched tight. Don't mention him in front of me. Sasuke exploded, his outburst immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Are Yujetsu and Sasuke fighting? Naruto, who had been chatting happily with Hinata, turned his head at the commotion. Oh, what a pain! Shikamaru, who had hoped to catch a nap during the break, was startled wide awake by the sudden shout. Choji crunched his chips contentedly on the side, while Ino, completely unconcerned, continued to meticulously trim her nails. She knew Yujetsu's antics all too well. He was definitely up to something weird again. Want to know everything? If you do, meet me behind the school. Yujetsu's words carried an almost hypnotic pull, fully piquing Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Yujetsu leave the classroom, Sasuke didn't hesitate for a second before following close behind. He had to find out how the class underachiever learned that name, and more importantly, how much he knew. Sasuke, don't go. Class is about to start. Sakura tried to stop him, but Sasuke brusquely shoved her aside. Stay out of this. On the hillside behind the school. By the time Sasuke arrived, Yujetsu was already standing at the edge of the cliff, hands clasped behind his back. His robe fluttered in the wind, making a crisp, sweeping sound. He looked effortlessly cool. But Sasuke was clearly not the kind of person to appreciate such theatrics. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Shinomiya Yujetsu. I don't care where you heard that name. If you dare mock me, I'll make you regret ever being born. Tell me, what do you know? Sasuke demanded urgently. Yujetsu shook his head gently, muttering inwardly. Sasuke at this age is a real powder keg, not exactly the most pleasant conversationalist. He turned around and lightly tossed the memory crystal in his hand to Sasuke. Catch. What's this? Sasuke frowned. Crush it. The answers you seek are inside, Yujetsu replied, putting on an air of mystery. Sasuke fixed him with a long, searching stare, as if weighing the possibilities. How can nobody like this possibly have any information about that S-class rogue ninja? He was skeptical, yet tempted. Don't look at me like that. I'm the perpetual loser of the class. What could I possibly do to you? Don't play games with me, Sasuke warned darkly. At last, he made up his mind. No more hesitation. Sasuke snatched the memory crystal and instantly absorbed its contents. In a flash, memories surged into his mind like a roaring torrent. Oh, old cicada, take me through the river of time once again. Ugh. Decades of memories came crashing in like a flood. The overwhelming pressure and pain were almost unbearable. To protect himself, Sasuke immediately lost consciousness. In the Valley of the End, the cold wind blew. The cicada's song heralded a young man's return. As dawn broke, the sun slowly climbed into the sky, its blazing rays painfully bright. 2 hours passed by. At last, Uchiha Sasuke began to stir. His eyelids fluttered, then opened slowly. The harsh sunlight made him instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Sakura, where's our roof? Sasuke distinctly remembered lying at home, didn't he? After the fierce battle with his Shiki Akatsuki, he'd lost his Rinnegan when Boruto, possessed by Mama Shiki, stabbed him. He'd been recuperating in Konoha ever since. He should, by all reason, be sleeping in his own bed, not out somewhere exposed to the elements. At that moment, an oversized face leaned in from above, studying him with obvious curiosity. Seems like the fusion went pretty well. You even blurted out Sakura's name, something you used to avoid like the plague. Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke shot upright, his body instantly ready for battle. Hey, is that any way to treat your benefactor? I went through tremendous effort to pull you back from the future, and you want to start a fight the moment you wake up? Yuzuki said, her tone tinged with displeasure. You? Before Sasuke could respond, it was as if Yuzuki's words had triggered some hidden mechanism. All at once, a fragment of memory surged into his mind, a shard from the youth of Sasuke himself. Moments later, the memories fused seamlessly, and a new Sasuke was born. He not only retained the memories from the future, but he was also fully aware of his current situation. He wasn't just a simple copy stuffed with recollections. In fact, it was as if he had been granted a second life, a return to the past. The cicada shell rebirth plan had succeeded. Sasuke's gaze grew deeper and more intense. Was it that crystal you just gave me that brought me back from the future? That's right. Shigenomiya, Yuzuki nodded to confirm. You? What kind of jutsu is this? And Shigenomiya Yuzuki? I don't recall anyone by that name in my memories. It's as if you appeared out of thin air, and you wield a technique that can control time itself. You can't possibly be some unknown figure. In Sasuke's recollections, there had never been anyone named Shigenomiya Yuzuki since his days at the Ninja Academy. Yet here, in this timeline, Yuzuki was unusually active, even friends with Naruto, an incongruity that was hard to ignore. Uchiha Sasuke slowly got to his feet, his dark eyes gradually swirling with a crimson glow. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. In just a few seconds, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved from a single tomo to 3, his years of mastery allowing him to unlock the full power of his eyes, except for the Mangekyo, which could not be awakened so easily, but the basic Sharingan was now at its peak. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Faced with Sasuke's wary stance, Shigenomiya Yuzuki could only sigh in resignation. Is all this really necessary? Are you from the Akatsuki clan? Sasuke pressed. He'd seen how aliens like Akatsuki Urashiki could open portals to the past. He and Boruto had experienced such a journey themselves, but that had been a physical crossing of time, and they'd had to avoid interfering too much with history, lest they trigger unforeseen consequences. Yet Yuzuki's technique was clearly a step beyond. She could not only alter the course of history, but her method had produced an effect akin to true rebirth. Do you think I look like one of them? Not at all. Sasuke shook his head. The Akatsuki had distinctive features that were unmistakable. Shigenomiya Yuzuki looked perfectly human, through and through. Exactly. My existence far exceeds the boundaries of the Akatsuki clan. For now, the ninja world is a place I find endlessly fascinating. I truly enjoy being here and among its people. You don't need to keep your guard up around me. If I was able to bring you back, it means I know what I'm doing. Instead of plotting against me all day, you'd be better off thinking about how to get rid of Danzo and bring Itachi home. Sasuke gazed at him intently for a while, as if weighing his options. After a moment, Sasuke gave a small nod, letting go of his defensive posture. Shigenomiya Yuzuki did have a point. No matter what, he hadn't fully regained his peak strength. Even if Shigenomiya Yuzuki harbored ulterior motives, he lacked the power to stop him. After weathering countless storms, Sasuke was no longer that reckless boy who would run headlong into a wall. He had learned to think, to consider the bigger picture. Well, that settles it then. Let's go, Sasuke. We've already skipped 2 classes. Irika-sensei is probably about to explode. With the ease of an old friend, Shigenomiya Yuzuki draped an arm over Sasuke's shoulder. You're really something. Sasuke shifted uncomfortably. Were they even that close? Ding. World line alteration confirmed. Congratulations. You've received 100,000 gold coins. A sharp intake of breath. 100,000 gold coins. Shigenomiya Yuzuki glanced at Sasuke beside him. No wonder this guy was part of the main cast. He was practically a walking gold generator. If Sasuke was this valuable, Naruto couldn't be far behind. With so much cash on hand now, things were looking up. He needed to find the right moment to give Naruto his own dazzling transformation. As for what kind of golden opportunity to bestow on Naruto, he'd have to think it over a bit more. The two slipped back into the classroom from the rear hillside. Class was in session, and the pair strolled nonchalantly past the lectern, unfazed by the look of resigned exasperation in Irika's eyes as they returned to their seats. Irika glanced at Yuzuki and Sasuke, letting out a quiet sigh. One was the Uchiha prodigy, busy beyond belief. What could he say? The other was the perennial underachiever. Any advice would fall on deaf ears. Forget it. He was just tired. So Irika continued his lesson. Sasuke, this is what we covered in the last 2 periods. Do you want me to help you catch up? Sakura quietly scooted over, notebook in hand, whispering her offer to Sasuke. She knew full well she'd likely be turned down, but she couldn't help it. She had a soft spot for this handsome Uchiha. To her astonishment, Sasuke's reply made her feel as if she was dreaming. He said gently, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Sakura was stunned. Was this really Sasuke? He seemed like a completely different person. Even though it was still a rejection, his tone was so gentle she could hardly believe it. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura's blushing face and let out a helpless sigh. He knew perfectly well that this change in attitude toward her was bound to raise eyebrows. But what could he do? She was destined to become his wife someday. He couldn't keep being cold to her forever. Stop staring at me. Pay attention to the lesson. Sasuke lowered his voice as he spoke. Okay. Sakura nodded so vigorously she looked ready to burst with excitement. But in truth, her mind was already wandering, stealing glances at Sasuke whenever she could. Meanwhile, Sasuke took this opportunity to carefully observe his classmates. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. The familiar faces were all there. Everything seemed just as usual. But in the blink of an eye, Sasuke realized that Naruto was no longer in his usual seat. Wait a minute. Why did Naruto move over to sit next to Hinata? Wasn't he supposed to sit beside Sakura, right next to me? Seeing the two of them whispering during class, it was clear they'd grown quite close. The future was already beginning to change. Sasuke's gaze shifted to the boy sleeping soundly in the corner of the classroom, Yuzuki Shirgu. All these changes had started because of him, this mysterious and peculiar guy. Sasuke shook his head slightly, deciding not to bother with these trivial matters for now. Instead, he began to plot how to get rid of Danzo, the cancer at the root of it all. At the same time, Yuzuki Shirgu was having a lively chat with the group members online. Yuzuki Shirgu, things are finally getting on track for me. You're the only one left who hasn't done anything yet at Uchiha Obito. Obito, don't just sit around. If you want to get stronger, you have to take action. Uchiha Obito, just a bit longer. My eternal Mangekyo is almost fully fused. After sending the message, Obito fell silent, probably busy advancing his Mangekyo to the next level. Since Hashirama was nowhere to be found, Yuzuki had no choice but to turn to Minato Namikaze for conversation. Yuzuki Shirgu. Minato, want to see how Naruto's doing these days? Konoha, year 48. Brother Minato, we're here. Yahiko led Konin and Nagato into the Hokage's office. Minato greeted them with a warm smile. Here are your ninja files and forehead protectors. From today on, you're members of the Konoha family. Minato laid out 3 sets of documents and forehead protectors neatly on the desk. Really? That's amazing. Thank you so much, Brother Minato. Yahiko could barely contain his excitement. The paperwork had been processed with remarkable speed, and he knew perfectly well that Minato's support was behind it all. Otherwise, how could 3 outsiders like them have gained Konoha citizenship so easily? No need to thank me. Enjoy your time here in Konoha, Minato replied with a cheerful smile. After saying their goodbyes, the 3 set off on their way. They had barely left when the office door opened again. Minato looked up to see the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, entering. Lord 3rd, is there something you need? Minato quickly stood up to greet him. Hiruzen took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, his brow furrowed. Danzo hasn't been seen for days now, Minato. Have you come across him at all lately? Minato feigned surprise. Elder Danzo is missing? When did this happen? It was a few days ago. I heard he took a team to the Land of Rain and hasn't returned since. Minato, do you have any leads? The 3rd Hokage's gaze was deep and penetrating as he looked straight at him. Having held power for many years, the 3rd naturally had his own sources within the Umbu. It didn't take long for him to learn that Minato had left the village that night. What's more, Minato had returned the next day with 3 people from the Land of Rain, which clearly showed he had visited there. Hiruzen Tsurutobi didn't suspect Minato of targeting Danzo. After all, there was no personal animosity between them, and Minato wasn't that kind of person. Even if someone told him Danzo had been struck by a falling star, he would never believe Minato was responsible. He was only worried that Minato might have stumbled upon Danzo's misdeeds, leading to a rift between the two. If that happened, when Danzo found himself in danger, Minato might not be inclined to lend a helping hand. After all, they were both in the Land of Rain at the same time, so it wasn't unlikely their paths had crossed. Minato Namikaze shook his head, his expression betraying nothing. That night, I received urgent intel from Jiraiya-sensei. He said Yahiko and the others were in danger and needed my help. After rescuing them, I came straight back. I never saw Elder Danzo. I see. Hiruzen Sarutobi took another slow draw from his pipe, nodded, and didn't press the matter further. As he watched the third Hokage's figure recede, Minato's gentle smile faded into calm composure. He had once held deep respect for this old man, who had given his life and energy to the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, some of the Third's actions were simply impossible for him to accept. In the original timeline, the Third had always turned a blind eye to Danzo's covert schemes. So many of Konoha's brightest had fallen because of it. In pursuit of the Rinnegan, Danzo hadn't hesitated to frame Yahiko and his friends. Once, the White Fang of the Leaf had been renowned, even considered a future Hokage, but because of Danzo's machinations, he fell victim to public opinion. Uchiha Shursui, and even the entire Uchiha clan, had become sacrifices to Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan. And these were just the tip of the iceberg. His deeds were far too many to be chronicled in full. Not to mention that fateful night of destiny, during the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, when the Third's absence was as telling as Danzo's. Hiruzen Sarutobi had promised to take care of Naruto, but in the end, it was nothing more than words. Minato understood keeping Naruto's identity as the Hokage's son a secret, given all the enemies he had made in the ninja world. But why did everyone know Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? And the legacy he left as Hokage, Naruto had almost never been able to enjoy it. The Third's choices had left Minato bitterly disappointed. Minato returned to his desk, preparing to get back to work. Just then, he received an mention from Yuzuki Shigu in the group chat. He opened the chat and, after reading Yuzuki's message, paused for a moment. Go see Naruto? Minato considered for a moment, then replied. All right, I'd really like to know how Naruto is doing right now. But, since we're on different timelines, is something like this really possible? The very idea of communicating across time was already unbelievable to Minato, but hopping from one timeline to another? It sounded utterly absurd. Yuzuki Shigomi, don't underestimate the power of hacks. Something this simple is a piece of cake for me. Just tell me when you're free, and I'll pull you over directly. Minato Namikaze, you're truly amazing, group leader. Let's do it tomorrow then. I need to take care of some work, and I have to let Kushina know, or she'll worry. Yuzuki Shigomi, why not bring Kushina along too? Wouldn't it be even better for the three of you to reunite as a family? Minato Namikaze, really? That would be wonderful. Yuzuki Shigomi, it's settled then. See you all in the group tomorrow. I'll bring you over. Minato Namikaze, all right, I'll go prepare. Honestly, I'm a little nervous just thinking about it. Obito Uchiha, wait, what's going on? You're all having such a good time without me. That's just not fair. If I hadn't popped in to check the chat, were you planning to just leave me out, sensei? At Minato Namikaze. Yuzuki Shigomi, aren't you busy with that Eternal Mangekyo project? You finished it already. And besides, you barely know Naruto. Why crash the party? Obito Uchiha. The Eternal Mangekyo? Please, it was no trouble at all. Image.jpg. He sent a selfie, the swirling pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan subtly changing in his eyes. Clearly, he had successfully evolved his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And who says I don't know Naruto? When he was born, Kakashi and Rin weren't there, but I even held him, you know. Minato Namikaze. Yuzuki Shigomi. 6. That was a hell of a dark joke, I must say. Hashirama Senju. You're all still chatting this late. Doesn't anyone sleep? Yuzuki Shigomi's eyes lit up at the sight of this legendary figure. If Minato and Obito could come, why not invite the first Hokage as well? Just imagine, the god of the shinobi descending upon Konoha in the flesh. What kind of sensation would that cause? Yuzuki Shigomi. We're discussing a team-building event for tomorrow, planning to get everyone together at my place. First Hokage, care to join the fun? By the way, is it nighttime where you are? It's midday over here. Obito Uchiha. Midday? Nighttime? It's just starting to get light here. Minato Namikaze. It's 10 in the morning for me. Yuzuki Shigomi. Wait, what's going on? The times don't match up. It was only then that he realized the special setting of the group chat. He quickly changed tack and asked a crucial question. How long has it been for each of you since you joined the group? Hashirama Senju replied. About a month, I suppose. Uchiha Obito chimed in. A little over a week for me. Minato Namikaze said, today's my 12th day. Wow, that's a huge time difference. Time truly was a strange thing. On his end, only a few days had passed. But it seemed that chatting in the group wasn't affected by these time discrepancies. Otherwise, whenever Yue sent a message, Hashirama would have to wait days before seeing it. But somehow, Hashirama always replied in an instant. Yue shared his findings in the group. The three others were instantly intrigued. UUS Shurgong. Another quirky fact added to my collection. At Hashirama Senju, how about joining us for a group activity? You'll get a glimpse of the future prosperity of Konoha. Originally, Yue just wanted Minato to come see Naruto. Maybe he could change something, plus he'd make a little money on the side. Now that Obito wanted to come too, and with only Hashirama left in the group, he decided to invite everyone for a grand reunion. Hashirama Senju. Sure, I can make it. UUS Shurgong. It's settled then. By my time, I'll send an official invite in the group tomorrow. Don't forget to check your messages. After receiving confirmation from all three, Yue exited the chat interface. Back in the real world, Yue glanced at Naruto, who was gleefully chatting away with Hinata, and chuckled to himself, "Little bro, are you ready? A surprise is on its way." Suddenly, Naruto shivered. He scratched his head, feeling as if someone or something was watching him. At last, the school bell rang, and the students burst from the classroom like little beasts finally released from their cage. A few familiar faces gathered around Yue, ready to head home together, as usual. "You guys go on ahead. I need to report to the Hokage," Yue said with a casual wave, his tone lighthearted. Naruto and the others nodded in understanding, offered brief goodbyes, and drifted off in different directions. No sooner had Yue stepped out the school gate than the mysterious ANBU member was already there, waiting as if time itself had paused for this moment. It was the same man from that morning. Without a word of greeting, he stepped forward and said, "Shurgong-san, do you have a moment?" Yue shot him a look and replied, crisp and to the point, "Let's go." The ANBU nodded and was about to start walking, when suddenly Yue's voice called out languidly from behind, "Are we really just going to stroll over at this pace?" The ANBU paused, about to turn and ask, but in a blink, Yue's figure had already slipped past him like a phantom. Too fast. The ANBU gaped, utterly stunned. He hadn't even seen Yue move. Yue left him with a sly, playful grin. "I'm in a hurry, so do try to keep up." As he spoke, his figure blurred into a fleeting afterimage, gradually vanishing at the edge of sight. That speed, the ANBU was utterly astonished, finding it hard to believe that such an ability belonged to a student who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. He quickly composed himself, formed a hand seal, and used the body flicker technique to give chase. Deep down, he muttered to himself, "Just now, Yuzuki didn't seem to use any hand seals at all. Was that purely physical speed?" Inside the Hokage's office, a clear knocking sound echoed in the room. "Knock, knock, knock." Yuzuki Shigumi stood outside the door, while the ANBU appeared at his side in the blink of an eye. "Not bad. Pretty quick." Yuzuki raised an eyebrow, a teasing note in his voice. The ANBU, slightly out of breath and unsure how to respond, could only keep silent. Just then, a calm and steady voice sounded from within the room. "Come in." Following orders, the ANBU opened the door and respectfully announced, "Lord Hokage, Yuzuki Shigumi is here." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded gently, signaling for the ANBU to step back. Facing this legendary figure of the ninja world, Yuzuki remained composed and courteous. "Lord Hokage, to what do I owe the honor of your summons?" Sarutobi's kindly smile put people at ease. "No need to be nervous. I just wanted to see, with my own eyes, one of Konoha's brightest hopes for the future. Have a seat." Sarutobi took a slow draw from his pipe, his gaze softening. "Yuzuki, what are your thoughts on Naruto? Would you be willing to share your perspective?" Yuzuki was a bit surprised by the question, but answered honestly, "He's my closest friend." Sarutobi seemed quite satisfied with this answer, and then placed a file in front of Yuzuki. "Yuzuki, this is your record from the Ninja Academy, but I notice it doesn't quite match your actual performance, does it?" Sarutobi deliberately put on a puzzled expression. The corner of Yuzuki's mouth twitched. He knew this was a subtle probe about yesterday's incident with the Hyuga clan, but he showed no fear, repeating what he'd told Ino the day before. A good excuse can be used again and again. After all, it's not like anyone can expose it. After hearing this, Sarutobi looked surprised. "So that's how it is? What a thoughtful young man. It's thanks to outstanding talents like you that Konoha's spirit can be passed down generation after generation. It seems yesterday was just a misunderstanding. I'll speak with the Hyuga family and clear things up." He didn't question Yuzuki about why he'd kept his abilities hidden for so long, nor did he suggest any ulterior motives. Instead, he praised him effusively. Sarutobi's reactions were hard to read. The shrewd mind of this old fox was never easily guessed. Yuzuki, however, didn't mind, whether trusted or not. As long as he had strength, he could weather any storm. He replied, "Then I'll rely on you, Lord Hokage." "Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My family's waiting for me to cook dinner." With that, Yuzuki flashed a cheerful smile, looking completely at ease. "Leave? Do you really think you can just walk away? Unless you explain yourself thoroughly today, you're not going anywhere." Suddenly, a cold, cutting voice swept through the room like a chill wind. Danzo Shimura shoved the door open with force and strode in with heavy, purposeful steps. Before Yuzuki Shigomi could even speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows drew together in a frown. Danzo, what are you implying? Danzo let out a derisive laugh. Hiruzen, don't let this boy's innocent facade fool you. Last night, he ruthlessly slaughtered 12 members of my root unit. His methods were nothing short of brutal. I have every reason to believe he's a spy sent from another village. He must be arrested and interrogated immediately. Danzo turned the tables, slapping a heavy accusation without hesitation. Hiruzen looked weary. This was Danzo's old trick, pinning false charges. But Yuzuki had grown up in the Hidden Leaf village. How could he possibly be an outsider spy? He said, "Enough, Danzo. I think there's been a misunderstanding." Though Danzo was hardly trustworthy, root selection process was notoriously rigorous. Each member was the elite among shinobi, not unlike the ANBU. He glanced at the 12-year-old Yuzuki Shigomi. Even if the boy was a genius, it was hard to believe he could kill 12 of Danzo's subordinates. After all, he was still just a child. Even Kakashi at that age couldn't have done such a thing. His instincts told him Danzo was making it all up. Hiruzen, you stubborn fool. Danzo was practically shaking with rage. Why do you always assume things like this are impossible? Will you ever open your eyes to the reality of the world? If he didn't want to keep the secret of what released to himself, he would have already made Yuzuki's suspected mastery of it public. Yet at that moment, to the astonishment of both Danzo and Hiruzen, Yuzuki himself admitted it. You mean those 12 so-called ANBU from last night, the ones who tried to take me away? The one-eyed man with all the bandages. Yes, I'm the one who took care of them. Danzo's heart leapt with glee. He'd been desperate to catch Yuzuki in a slip, and now the boy had handed him ammunition. Hiruzen, did you hear that? He confessed himself. Why haven't you ordered his arrest? Danzo struggled to keep the triumphant smile off his face, pressing the demand in a grave tone. Hiruzen stared at Yuzuki in shock. He could really kill 12 root members? This talent, even greater than Kakashi's at that age. But the shock was quickly replaced by doubt. He didn't lash out, but instead asked with patience. Yuzuki, you must take responsibility for your words. Did you truly do this? That's right, I did. Why would you do such a thing? Hiruzen asked, utterly bewildered. Yuzuki put on an innocent, almost naive expression and began to explain in a calm, measured voice. They claimed to be acting under the Hokage's orders, but it was obvious they weren't from the Umbu. You could tell just by looking at their masks. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath at these words, his gaze sweeping displeasedly toward Danzo. He hadn't expected Danzo to have grown so bold as to act in the Hokage's name without permission. Wasn't this a stain on the honor of the Hokage title? Ninjas bearing the name of Kagaya were the most respected figures in the village. If Danzo was allowed to run amok like this, the reputation of the Hokage would soon be ruined by him. Danzo's face darkened. Weren't they supposed to be interrogating Yuzuki Shirogane right now? Why did it feel like he was the one getting cornered? Seeing his words had made an impact, Yuzuki Shirogane continued. At first, I thought they were spies from an enemy nation who'd slipped in, so I took care of them on the spot. Yuzuki turned his gaze directly to Danzo Shimura. So they were your subordinates all along. Which means that so-called Hokage order actually came from you, didn't it? Well then, you bandaged weirdo, which generation of Hokage are you? I don't recall seeing your statue on the Hokage rock. When will I get to see your face carved up there? Yuzuki's expression was all innocent curiosity, as if he genuinely had no idea. Of course, he wasn't mocking or ridiculing Danzo at all. Not at all. Danzo's breathing quickened, a surge of anger rising in his chest. Bandaged weirdo, and saying it in that tone. Did he really think Danzo couldn't tell he was being mocked? Leaning on his cane, Danzo snapped. Show some respect, boy. I am Konoha's Hokage advisor. How dare you address me like that? Yesterday, that title no longer counted, Sarutobi interjected airily from his side. Oh, so you're the former Hokage advisor. Still, that's not the Hokage, is it? Does it give you the right to act under the Hokage's name? Yuzuki drew out the word former with deliberate emphasis, his tone heavy with meaning. You little brat. Danzo looked about ready to explode, the tension thickening in the air. At that moment, Sarutobi stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, let's end things here for today. Danzo, I'd better not hear about anything like this again, he said, his tone full of warning. Danzo gave a disgruntled grunt, but didn't reply. Clearly, his ambition for the Hokage's seat would not be so easily extinguished. Yuzuki, could you tell us how exactly you dealt with those 12 root members? Sarutobi, full of curiosity, asked the question. From what he knew, Yuzuki Shirogane had never trained in any particularly powerful jutsu since childhood. How had he managed to fight off 12 elite root operatives on his own? Danzo, off to the side, actually tensed up at this. Could it be that the secret of the wood release was about to be exposed? If that happened, wouldn't he lose his chance to seize the advantage? Based on the traces left at the scene, it appeared that Yuzuki Shigumi had used a large-scale, tremendously powerful wood release jutsu, wiping out all the root members in an instant. This was something even Yamato couldn't accomplish. Did this mean that Yuzuki Shigumi's mastery of wood release surpassed even his? He had to find out exactly how Yuzuki Shigumi had obtained the bloodline limit of wood release. He can't possibly be foolish enough to expose himself, Danzo pondered silently. But reality has a way of defying expectations. Yuzuki Shigumi declared the truth with disarming frankness. It was wood release. I used the wood dragon technique. Those bandaged monsters' henchmen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Danzo Shimura was left speechless. A giant question mark appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, his expression full of disbelief. Was there something wrong with his ears? Or had Yuzuki Shigumi simply let the secret slip? Wood release? In the Hidden Leaf Village, how could anyone besides Yamato possibly wield such a secret art? On that weathered face, Sarutobi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He took a slow draw from his pipe and asked, Yuzuki, are you certain it was wood release? Why not see for yourselves? There is no need for more words. A demonstration would be far more convincing. Yuzuki Shigumi pressed his palms together and murmured softly, wood release, binding trees. Instantly, the Hokage's office trembled ever so slightly. In the blink of an eye, thick trees burst up around Danzo Shimura, tearing through the floor and binding him tightly from head to toe. What the? Danzo cried out in shock. There's no better subject here, so I'll have to ask Mr. Bandages to be our model, Yuzuki said, tossing Danzo a teasing glance. Mr. Bandages won't be angry, will you? His tone was playful. You. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration. Let me down now. But Yuzuki Shigumi paid him no mind, turning instead to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, as you can see, this is wood release. For a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely stunned. It was truly genuine wood release. After a pause, he collected himself, eyes filled with wonder. It seems your clan must have carried the blood of the Senju, and in your generation, it has awakened. Hiruzen was certain that Yuzuki Shigumi's parents were not of the Senju clan. But a few generations back, who could say? The Warring States era was chaos. Perhaps Yuzuki truly was a lost descendant of the Senju. After all, Yuzuki's name had never appeared in the records of those who underwent Hashirama cell implantation experiments. This could only mean that his wood release had awakened on its own. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep draw from his pipe, his tone brimming with excitement. This is wonderful. Wood release has returned to Konoha. For us, this is a momentous blessing. With young people like you here, I can entrust Konoha's future with confidence, and finally lay down my burdens in peace. It was the first Hokage who, with his mastery of wood release, conquered the ninja world and laid a solid foundation for Konoha. Now that the wood release has reappeared, it heralds an even more glorious era for the village. Yujetsu, besides those of us here, is there anyone else who knows he can use wood release? Hiruzen asked. No, it's just us. Hiruzen nodded, pondering for a moment before making a suggestion. Yujetsu, it's best to keep this matter secret for the time being. Once your strength grows further, when your wings have fully spread, Hiruzen paused, weighing his words, then declared with conviction, at that time, you shall become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen realized that his decision might have sounded abrupt, but this was a naturally awakened wood release. Unlike Yamato's incomplete form, which was the result of artificial implantation, Yuzuki Shigami's potential was limitless. To keep such talent from slipping away, he had to offer a tempting promise, what people often call drawing a big pie in the sky. He needed to bind Yuzuki Shigami firmly to Konoha's ship. What? Shimura Danzo, standing nearby, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. The position of 5th Hokage was decided just like that? And for the holder of wood release, no less, did that mean all his hopes were dashed? Hiruzen, isn't this a bit too? Danzo, unwilling to accept it, tried to make Hiruzen reconsider. But Hiruzen cut him off sternly. Enough. That's final. Then, his expression softened as he turned to Yujetsu. You said you needed to get home to cook, right? I won't keep you any longer. Remember what we talked about today? Yujetsu managed a faint smile. Then I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and walked out. After Yujetsu left, the smile faded from Hiruzen's face. He turned to Danzo. Did you already know? Know what? Danzo understood he was referring to the wood release, but he couldn't admit it, so he flatly denied everything. Seeing Danzo's feigned ignorance, Hiruzen shook his head, sighed, and took another puff from his pipe. Forget it. With that, he shook his head and left the Hokage's office. There were more pressing matters waiting for him. As Hiruzen departed, only Shimura Danzo remained in the office, still immobilized by the wood release. Wait, Hiruzen, call that kid back to undo this jutsu. On the other side of town, Yujetsu Shurgong was hurrying home when she suddenly felt as though she had forgotten something. I can't quite recall. Oh well, it's probably nothing important. Back at home, Yujetsu hauled in 2 large bags of groceries, ready to prepare a hearty dinner. But the moment she opened the door, she realized Naruto wasn't inside. Huh? Didn't he say he'd come over for dinner? Did he leave early? Stowing the groceries in the fridge, Yujetsu walked into the living room, only to notice a note on the table. It was from Naruto, explaining that Sasuke needed to see him about something. Sasuke looking for Naruto? Well, that's something new. A faint smile played at the corner of Yujetsu's lips as she pondered silently. Sasuke, always a man of action. Is he already starting to stir up the winds of the future? I wonder what scheme he's cooking up with Naruto. Maybe he's leaking secrets ahead of time, or perhaps he's eager to start mentoring early. Yujetsu couldn't be bothered to overthink it. After all, whatever Sasuke did would work to her benefit in the end. No matter how Sasuke rewrote the future, the road paved with gold would always lead back to her. Wood style, clone jutsu. With those words, 2 wooden clones appeared instantly, taking charge of dinner while Yujetsu herself leisurely slipped away to enjoy a soothing bath. Time drifted by, and night deepened. I'm coming to deliver your cheat, little Naruto. Gazing at the glowing full moon outside her window, Yujetsu leapt nimbly into the night, vanishing into its velvet embrace. Meanwhile, over Naruto's place. Ow my butt! Naruto had just changed into his pajamas and flopped onto his bed, only to aggravate the bruises left from training. Those were his trophies from a special session at Sasuke's place. Sasuke's like a whole different person these days. Right after school, Sasuke had dragged him and Sakura off to his secret training camp, no questions asked. He'd gone on about doing it for the village, for their own futures, how they couldn't go on being slackers. He'd spouted all sorts of cryptic things, but the upshot was that he, along with Sakura, had trained hard for several hours under Sasuke's demanding regime. From basic taijutsu to advanced ninjutsu, and even chakra control, nothing was left out. Sakura, thrilled at the chance to train with Sasuke, was practically bouncing off the walls, while poor Naruto had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Now that I think about it, Sasuke sure knows a lot. I wonder if he's on par with Yujetsu. Naruto threw a few punches in the air, feeling maybe just a little bit stronger. But drowsiness soon crept in. After a big yawn, he turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Yujetsu sat quietly atop the roof, patiently waiting for Naruto to fall into a deep slumber. Once she was certain he was sound asleep, she slipped silently into the house. If Sasuke's got a cheat, I'd better set you up with one too. Let's make it something special. There was no need for Naruto to be reborn. Sasuke was already the key to change. However, adding a little something extra to Kurama inside Naruto sounded like an excellent idea. Kurama had accompanied Naruto his whole life, serving as his cheat code. He never seemed overly powerful, yet remained incredibly useful. Enjoy it, Naruto, Yuzuki murmured with a gentle laugh, taking out a memory crystal. Kurama's memory crystal. He placed the crystal softly on Naruto's abdomen. Before long, it melted silently into him. All done. Time to go. Yuzuki Shigumi vanished instantly, leaving no trace. So this is the power of the Akatsuki, Sasuke muttered weakly. He collapsed to the ground. Boruto's arm was broken, his spine injured. He was clinging to life by a thread. Meanwhile, Naruto was being crushed beneath the overwhelming might of Ishiki Akatsuki, teetering on the brink of disaster. Naruto, I have a way for you to defeat him, but it will cost you your life. Are you willing? On the edge of consciousness, in the depths of Naruto's mind, Kurama appeared before him. Kurama seemed to have made a momentous decision. He told Naruto there was one final, ultimate technique. Naruto smiled calmly. Kurama, from the moment I set my sights on becoming Hokage, I knew my life belonged to this village. Hearing this, Kurama let out a hearty laugh. Then, Naruto, get ready to receive this power. Kurama placed his hands together, merging his chakra with Naruto's, and forged a brand new, unprecedented energy. In an instant, Naruto was bathed in a blazing red chakra aura, his presence soaring to new heights. The massive cube that had been pinning him down was overturned in a single burst. Heavy particle mode activated. Against this form, Ishiki Akatsuki's defenses were utterly futile. He could only endure the furious onslaught of Naruto's attacks, wild and relentless as a storm. After a fierce, desperate battle, Ishiki Akatsuki was finally destroyed. Kurama, it's been incredible having you by my side all this time. From now on, I leave the village in your care. Naruto spoke these words, then collapsed from exhaustion, believing that using heavy particle mode had brought him to the end of his life. No need for such gloomy words. You've got a long road ahead of you. Something like this is hardly enough to finish you off. Huh? But you said that using this mode would cost me my life, didn't you? Kurama's figure began to fade. Whoever said it was your life I was talking about? At that moment, even Naruto, as dazed as he was, suddenly understood. Kurama, don't cry. You're the Hokage, Naruto. With those final words, Kurama's form dissolved completely into nothingness. Just as Kurama's consciousness was about to scatter, it suddenly reformed, snapping back together. The world around seemed to shift and change with it. Why does it feel so damp? A look of human-like curiosity flickered across Kurama's furry face. He opened his eyes, and the scene before him filled him with an intense sense of déjà vu. Dim and damp, with countless thick iron chains coiling around his body, leaving him utterly unable to move. Ahead, a massive iron gate stood firmly shut, surrounding him on all sides, as if he were locked in a dungeon. Where is this? Kurama's pupils suddenly contracted. Isn't this Naruto's seal space? How could Kurama ever forget this place? But why had he ended up here again? After death, wasn't he supposed to be traveling the road to the afterlife? Could it be that something happened to Naruto as well? No, that's not right. Kurama looked back at the iron chains behind him. He and Naruto had long since reached an understanding, breaking free from these old restraints. Not only did he no longer have to be confined by chains and bars, but he could also freely extend his chakra and sense everything outside. Yet the layout of this place, no matter how he looked at it, it felt exactly like 10 years ago, back when Naruto and he were still strangers to each other's hearts. Wait, 10 years ago? Kurama felt as if he had suddenly awakened from a dream. He hurriedly gathered what little chakra remained, trying to see who had sealed him. Even though he was low on chakra after being sealed, recognizing his own Jinchuriki was still within his power. And with just one look, he saw little Naruto sleeping soundly on the bed. In that instant, it was like a bolt of lightning tearing through a clear sky. What on earth is going on? Kurama was shaken to his core. Had Naruto really reverted to his childhood self? No, that couldn't be it. He must have traveled back in time, from the 83rd year of Konoha, all the way back to the 60th. At this point, Naruto was exactly that age. What kind of nonsense is this? Kurama was at a complete loss. Just then, Naruto suddenly furrowed his brow, clutching his stomach with a look of pain on his face. Seeing this, Kurama quickly withdrew his leaking chakra. Because of the 8 trigram seal, too much chakra would only bring Naruto unbearable agony. On Naruto, this kid. Kurama let out a helpless sigh. Well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of things. Kurama slowly lay down. In a way, wasn't this a good thing? He, who was supposed to be dead, not only survived but had even returned to the past. Still, this place felt suffocating after having grown used to a life of freedom. To be thrown back into such restraints all of a sudden, he really wasn't used to it. I have to figure out a way to get him to break this seal sooner. Kurama began making mental plans. In the blink of an eye, the first pale light of dawn crept into the sky. Naruto's bedroom door was suddenly rattled by a series of urgent knocks. Naruto, get up. It's time for training. Sasuke Uchiha's voice rang out from outside. Naruto rubbed the sleepiness from his eyes. He glanced at the clock. Only 5 in the morning. Was Sasuke out of his mind? Naruto longed desperately to return to the realm of dreams, but the pounding on the door made it sound as though Sasuke might break it down at any moment. With a sigh, Naruto got out of bed and washed up. I'm coming, he called out. As he opened the door, Sasuke Uchiha stood outside, already dressed and ready to go. Let's get moving. The sooner we start, the more we can practice before class, Sasuke said, grabbing Naruto and heading straight for the training ground. Huh? What's up with Sasuke today? I thought their relationship was pretty tense around this time, wasn't it? Kurama gazed at the world outside, puzzled by the scene. But he knew it was because his own memory was fuzzy. Back then, he was imprisoned in the sealed space all day, rarely glimpsing Naruto's daily life. Maybe this was just how things really were between them. When they arrived at the training ground, Sakura Haruno was already waiting for them. She had prepared breakfast for all 3. After they finished eating, they began their morning training. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until Sasuke and Naruto started talking non-stop about someone called Yuzuki Shigenomiya. Yuzuki Shigenomiya? Kurama scratched his head. Was there such a person in Naruto and Sasuke's circle of friends? He had absolutely no recollection. But judging by the way Naruto and Sasuke talked, They seemed to know this Yuzuki Shigenomiya very well. Naruto couldn't stop praising him, and Sasuke seemed both wary and respectful. How odd. Really, really odd. Konoha, year 47. Huh. Obito Uchiha let out a massive yawn. Rin, why are you dragging me out of bed so early in the morning? The door creaked open. Obito squinted, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Rin Noera grabbed Obito's hand, her smile bright as the morning sun. Come on, Minato-sensei wants us to meet up. The moment he saw Rin's warm, healing smile, Obito's drowsiness vanished without a trace. He was instantly wide awake. Let's go. Before long, the two arrived at a small bridge over a gently flowing stream. Kakashi was already there, having waited for quite some time. Well, this is rare. You're actually on time today. I bet that's thanks to Rin. Otherwise, someone here would probably sleep until noon, Kakashi teased. As soon as these two met, the banter began. Show off, Kakashi. You looking for a spar with the great Obito? Obito gritted his teeth in mock annoyance. It was obvious that the someone Kakashi mentioned was none other than Obito. I didn't name any names. No need to take it so personally, Kakashi replied with a feigned look of innocence, hands spread. Why you? If Rin hadn't been holding him back, Obito would have rushed over to give Kakashi a piece of his mind. All right, you two. Rin stepped between them, playing the peacemaker, exasperated. For Rin's sake, I'll let it go this time. But don't count on being so lucky next time, Obito declared, leaving his usual threat hanging in the air. Kakashi chuckled softly. I don't think we need to wait for another day. Why don't we have a match right now? Obito felt a surge of excitement at the idea, eager to test his skills against Kakashi. In the past, he truly wasn't a match for Kakashi. But now, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it had evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. With the ability to phase through attacks at will, victory was all but guaranteed. Not to mention, a mere touch would let him pull Kakashi straight into his Kamui dimension. Still, although the outcome was unclear, in the end, they didn't actually fight. With Rin there to mediate, they settled for a playful exchange of words. Just then, Minato Namikaze finally appeared. With a flash, he materialized in front of the three. Sensei Minato! The trio greeted him in unison. Minato nodded with a gentle smile and produced 3 documents from his cloak. I have some good news for all of you. Minato had prepared applications for the Chunin exams. As long as they were willing, they could sign up to take the test at any time. Once they passed, they would officially become Chunin. All 3 agreed without hesitation. The first stage of the Chunin exams was a written test. For Kakashi, it was a breeze. He was the first to finish and leave the exam room. Obito, on the other hand, was a bundle of nerves, scratching his head, completely stumped by the questions. In the end, he barely scraped through, thanks to Rin discreetly passing him the answers. After the written exam, a few days later came the second stage, the field test. Time flew by. On the day of the field test, outside the exam venue, Kakashi and Rin were still waiting. Obito had yet to arrive. Only 5 minutes left. If you're late, it's considered forfeiting your qualification. The proctor explained the rules to them. Let's wait a bit longer. I believe Obito will make it, Rin said, her voice tinged with anxiety, but full of faith in Obito. Kakashi, sounding mildly resigned, said, looks like he's going to drag us down. No, he won't. Obito will be here on time, Rin replied, her tone unwavering. No sooner had she spoken. A swirl of darkness tore open the air before them. Obito Uchiha emerged, eyes rolled back in dramatic fashion, stepping out of the swirling vortex. Hey, Kakashi, I heard you talking behind my back. Kakashi gaped in astonishment at Obito's grand entrance. Wait, did you learn the same space-time ninjutsu as Sensei? Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes. He knew how powerful space-time ninjutsu could be, but their difficulty was legendary. He'd attempted to learn Minato's flying thunder god technique himself, but never got anywhere with it. It was simply unimaginable that Obito had secretly mastered his own space-time jutsu. Obito, brimming with confidence, gave a dramatic thumbs up. Now you see the power of the Uchiha. Didn't I tell you? I'm a genius. That's nothing yet. Just wait for the exam. I promise, you're about to have your mind blown. Although Rin Noera was startled, she knew every second counted now. She quickly pushed Obito and Kakashi forward, urging anxiously, All right, enough joking. The exam's about to start. Inside the testing hall, in the blink of an eye, every examinee's opponent was set. Obito found himself face-to-face with the future blue beast of the Hidden Leaf. My guy. This guy Kai. We really can't underestimate him. His potential is absolutely terrifying. Obito Uchiha narrowed his eyes, sizing up the seemingly clueless boy in the green jumpsuit across from him. The 8 gates, a forbidden technique, had been mastered by Guy to such an extraordinary level that even Madara Uchiha once praised it. The match begins. At the examiner's command, the arena erupted into action. Hiya! With a mighty shout, Might Guy unleashed a whirlwind kick, his movements as fast and forceful as a sudden gale. The kick was about to land squarely on Obito, who, for all the world, looked completely frozen, caught off guard and unable to react. Obito, Rin called out from the sidelines, worry etched across her face. Oh dear! In the monitoring room, Minato Namikaze, who was watching alongside the third Hokage, couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. Obito was about to lose. However, what happened next left both Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi utterly astonished. What just happened? The two exchanged a stunned glance, disbelief in their eyes. In that instant, Obito had already claimed victory. The decisive moment lasted no more than a heartbeat. Guy's attack never touched Obito, passing right through him as if his body weren't even there. The two crossed paths, and where Obito had been standing was nothing but a fleeting afterimage. What the? Guy's wide eyes and thick brows were filled with shock. With his defenses wide open, Might Guy was easily taken down by Obito's counterattack. The crowd was left in awe at this incredible turn of events. Minato, I don't think I've ever seen your student use an ability like that before. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with open curiosity. Minato Namikaze shook his head, just as puzzled. I have no idea. I've never seen Obito use anything like that before. Could it be something he's only just learned? The third Hokage speculated. Maybe so. A trace of pride flashed in Minato's eyes. Obito was growing stronger. After all, haha, wasn't I awesome? After the match, Obito ran over to Rin, grinning from ear to ear. You were incredible, Obito. Rin clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head with a dazzling smile. Rin. Gazing into Rin's admiring eyes, Obito felt as if he might float away on a cloud. You really are my angel. But just then, Kakashi's voice came from behind. Hey, what was that move you just pulled? Kakashi's opponent had been Ebisu, whom he defeated with ease as well. He returned to the stands as well, curiosity prompting him to ask Obito. That annoying Kakashi finally had a rare chance to spend some time alone with Rin. Though Obito felt a trace of resentment in his heart, he still turned and answered. That's a dojutsu, the Uchiha clan's innate ability. Dojutsu? You've awakened your Sharingan. Kakashi suddenly understood. But hadn't Obito been unable to awaken his eye all this time? How'd it happen so suddenly? Moreover, he'd never heard of the Sharingan granting such formidable powers upon awakening. Of course, with my natural talent, awakening my eye is a mere trifle. Just wait, and I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha. Both Obito and Kakashi defeated their opponents in turn, advancing smoothly to the next round. In fact, by this stage, they had already qualified for promotion to Chunin. Continuing the competition offered a chance at a higher ranking, meaningful, but not of great consequence. Clearly, both Obito and Kakashi had their sights set on the top spot. Before long, Obito and Kakashi, overcoming every challenge in their path, each bested the opponents before them. At last, upon the stage for the final combat assessment, only the two of them remained, standing face to face. Hey, Kakashi, why don't you just admit defeat? That way you won't embarrass yourself when you lose later. Kakashi simply smiled calmly at Obito's provocation, taking it in stride. The match began. With the examiner's command, the battle commenced in earnest. Kakashi sprang into action first, hurling 3 sharp shuriken with the force of a thunderbolt, aiming straight for Obito. Yet Obito, with his phasing ability, remained unfazed by such probing attacks. The blades passed through him as if through a reflection on water, utterly insubstantial. Huh, Kakashi, is that really all you've got? Obito jeered, his voice brimming with pride. TCH, Kakashi shot him a disdainful glance, then tensed every muscle, preparing to go all out. He began carefully analyzing Obito's ability. Visible, but untouchable. Could this be some kind of jinjutsu trick? Kakashi quietly formed a hand sign to dispel illusions, a standard countermeasure for most jinjutsu traps. Then he launched another volley of shuriken, testing Obito's defenses a second time. Once again, Obito's phasing allowed him to effortlessly evade every attack. It's not jinjutsu, Kakashi concluded inwardly, eyes falling on the shuriken scattered across the ground. It seems there's no physical form at all. What kind of ability is this? Kakashi fell deep into thought. Just then, Obito launched his assault. Done already? Well, I guess it's my turn to attack. Obito charged forward, unleashing a swift flying kick straight at his opponent. Dodge, or a counterattack. Kakashi rapidly devised 2 strategies. Given Obito's elusive state, could this attack be nothing more than a feint? The real attack might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. Kakashi's thoughts raced like lightning. His eyes narrowed with determination. Defense would be his priority for now. At the same time, he secretly prepared his substitution jutsu, ready to switch places instantly the moment he confirmed a feint. With a sharp snap, Obito's strike was effortlessly deflected by Kakashi. "It's the real one," he muttered. Immediately, the two launched into a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Kakashi soon found himself on the defensive, as Obito seemed able to anticipate his every move, making it impossible for Kakashi to gain the upper hand. Yet Kakashi wasn't discouraged. Instead, his gaze grew even sharper. "He has a physical form," he thought to himself. "You're too slow, Kakashi." Obito's Sharingan spun gently, and in his eyes, Kakashi's actions seemed to slow to a crawl. Every punch and kick was easily neutralized by Obito, stripped of any threat. Kakashi remained silent, channeling all his focus into searching for an opening in his opponent's defense. After 30 rounds, Obito began to show slight fatigue. For a brief moment, his movements faltered. Kakashi seized the opportunity. A swift roundhouse kick shot out, aiming straight for Obito's chest. But once again, what should have been a certain hit passed straight through Obito's body. How can this be? Kakashi's face was frozen in disbelief. What on earth was going on? He could clearly feel the force of his attacks landing, and the Obito before him was no mere illusion. While he was still in shock, Obito caught him off guard, landing a solid punch that sent Kakashi flying. "Ha ha, Kakashi, your little tricks won't fool me. Trying to catch me when I'm vulnerable after an attack? I can phase out with zero delay." Kakashi dusted himself off and got back to his feet. He squinted, carefully scrutinizing Obito. If that's the case, could it be that he can freely switch between a physical state and intangibility? Suddenly, inspiration struck Kakashi. Based on their recent exchanges, Obito could be touched while attacking. But the moment he ceased his assault, he could slip into an intangible state, rendering all attacks useless. So that's how it is. Let's try again. Without warning, Kakashi hurled a smoke bomb, which hit the ground with force. A loud pop, the thick smoke instantly billowed out, blanketing half the field. "Hey, Kakashi, these little tricks won't work on me," Obito called out. Though he spoke with easy confidence, he remained on high alert. After all, Kakashi was not an opponent to underestimate. Obito's gaze was sharp as a hawk's. Even shrouded in swirling smoke, he could pinpoint Kakashi's silhouette with precision. His eyes might not see through all things like the Byakugan, but as a pair of rare, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, how could mere smoke possibly obscure his vision? Kakashi gave no verbal response. The tension in the air intensified sharply. Suddenly, a swift silhouette burst from the smoke, launching a fierce and relentless attack. Obito reacted with lightning speed. With a graceful movement, he parried the strike using his exceptional taijutsu skills. Immediately, the two were locked in combat once more, every muscle taut, their confrontation on a knife's edge. Amidst the heated exchange, Obito's lips curled into a relaxed, almost playful smile as he remarked, "Still not ready to admit defeat? All this back and forth is just a waste of time. I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve I haven't even shown you yet." Kakashi, half joking and half serious, countered, "How about this? You surrender, and I'll treat you to a big barbecue feast afterwards. What do you say?" Obito arched an eyebrow, feigning discontent. "You think one barbecue is enough to buy me off? Don't underestimate me. Make it 3 at least. Come on, one's all you get. That's my final offer," Kakashi replied, pretending to be exasperated. But before he could finish, his momentary distraction left him just a fraction too slow, unable to defend against Obito's sudden onslaught. "Hey, Kakashi, try this on for size." Obito's eyes sparkled as he seized the opportunity, his fist whistling through the air straight for Kakashi's face. But just as the punch seemed certain to land, another figure shot up from beneath the ground in a blur of motion. With a speed like lightning, the newcomer landed a well-placed kick on Obito, stopping his attack cold. "Ack!" Obito cried out in pain. He was sent flying like a kite cut loose, tumbling across the ground before coming to a halt. He scrambled to his feet, a bright red footprint now emblazoned across his face, his expression stunned and incredulous. His Kimui had actually been seen through. Obito looked to his opponent, only to realize that the Kakashi he had struck was merely a lightning clone. The real Kakashi had slipped underground under the cover of the smoke bombs, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. That lightning clone had deliberately left an opening, all part of a strategy to give the true Kakashi below a chance to counterattack. "Obito, it seems your abilities aren't so flawless after all," Kakashi teased, his tone laced with mischief. "Damn you, Kakashi." Uchiha Obito's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, inwardly startled by Kakashi's keen perception. He hadn't expected his Kimui's weakness to be discovered in such a brief skirmish. So, shall we continue? Kakashi asked with a challenging glint in his eyes. Don't get cocky just yet. If I weren't holding back some of my more destructive moves, you'd already have lost. Obito snapped through clenched teeth. Up to now, he had only demonstrated his intangibility. He had yet to reveal the true extent of Kimui's power, like its ability to warp space itself. Once this technique is used, Kakashi might as well be called Kakaku, because there might only be half of him left. Kakashi watched closely. Obito's Sharingan spun furiously, a terrifying power surging within him. Susanoo, a move like this, he certainly had to hold back a little. After all, causing Kakashi real harm was never his intention. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the third power of his Sharingan. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth trembled. Susanoo. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Pale blue chakra formed a skeletal shield, swiftly enveloping Obito's entire body. But that was just the beginning. As his ocular power continued to pour forth, flesh and sinew fused into the immense frame. Next came skin, and then an indestructible suit of armor. Susanoo slowly rose to its full height, towering over 100 meters, like a god descending to earth. The roof of the arena instantly shattered, and rubble came crashing down with a thunderous clatter. The audience erupted in screams. In the blink of an eye, a warrior with wings sprouting from his back, exuding an overwhelming aura like a god of war, stood tall at the center of the arena. This was the complete form of Susanoo. What is that? Oh my god, what kind of ninjutsu is this? In the stands, jaws dropped so low they were in danger of falling off. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the colossal Susanoo, mouths hanging wide open. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku sat frozen, locking his gaze on Obito in the arena, forcing out a few words from his throat. The complete Susanoo. His voice quivered with shock, all his former composure utterly gone. Of all those present, perhaps only he could fully grasp the terror of this technique. But the real question was, how could Uchiha Obito possibly wield such power? According to the clan's records, apart from Uchiha Madara himself, no one had ever been able to command such strength. Kakashi stared blankly at the colossal figure before him. After a long silence, he let out a sigh, his eyes growing dull and lifeless. This is just unfair. Obito's intangibility was already troublesome enough, hard to deal with, but at least there were ways to counter it. But now, what was he supposed to do? Even if Kakashi went all out, the best he could hope for was 40-60 odds. Obito could finish him with a single punch, leaving Kakashi as the 40 sprawled on the ground, desperately scraping for a 60. Kakashi, what do you say? Despite his face swollen to the size of a pig's head, Obito managed to force out a faint smile. I give up. Kakashi raised his hand in surrender without a second thought. The winner is Uchiha Obito. The examiner announced the result, his voice trembling. The referee's stand was not far from Susanoo's feet, and with Obito's transformation, he nearly crushed it underfoot. What is? In the monitoring room, Hiruzen Sarutobi was so shocked that he shot to his feet, completely oblivious to the pipe falling from his mouth. Look, that's Uchiha Obito, a young man shouted excitedly. Is it really him? Should we go ask for an autograph? Another, his eyes shining with admiration, was clearly tempted, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to approach. With the Chunin exams concluded, Obito and his companions were finally able to leave. On the way home, countless eyes recognized this legendary figure, casting all kinds of gazes his way. Some were fearful, some were awestruck, but most were filled with boundless admiration. Obito's Susanoo, like a god descending to earth, was a force of nature in this era where power and cunning ruled, a storm that transcended generations. Obito responded to the attention all around him with pleasure. For the first time, standing at the center of everyone's gaze, he felt a thrilling sense of novelty and joy. What should have been a 10-minute walk home was stretched to half an hour by the endless encounters along the way. Finally back, Obito threw himself onto the sofa with satisfaction. At last, I beat Kakashi for once, even if I did use a little trickery. I wonder if doing this has changed fate itself. Still pondering, he followed the advice of his seniors in the group and opened his mailbox. There really is a reward. But then he frowned. Only 20,000 gold coins? That's it. He thought to himself. Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze usually get at least 5 figures as a baseline. How did his reward shrink so much? Maybe it's because my impact isn't far-reaching enough yet. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Just as he was plotting his next big move, a message from the group interrupted his musings. It's from Yuzuki, the group leader. Could it be time for a group event? Obito was startled, then hurriedly clicked open the chat. The screen lit up, displaying a message from Yuzuki Shigumi. Everyone, I'm ready now. You can come over whenever you like. Immediately after, a notification popped up in the group. Yuzuki Shigumi invites you to visit her timeline. Accept/decline. It looked like the group event was really about to begin. Obito was just about to accept with delight when a sudden thought struck him. Didn't the group leader mention she could bring someone along? I should let Rin join in the fun too. Thinking of Rin Noera. As for that show-off Kakashi, it would be best if he didn't come. That way, no one could disturb his time with Rin. With that in mind, Obito activated Kimui. His form twisted and vanished, reappearing in an instant at Rin Nohara's doorstep. He knocked gently, and as the door slowly opened, Rin's curious face peeked out. Obito. Recognizing Obito, Rin instantly beamed, her smile blooming as she pulled the door open. But Obito didn't step inside right away. He scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he spoke. Rin, some friends invited me to visit this absolutely amazing place. I'd really like to take you along. Would you come? His eyes shimmered with anticipation as he spoke. Rin tilted her head with a gentle smile, her gaze filled with warmth. Of course. Obito cheered, grabbing Rin's hand and quickly confirming in the group chat that they'd be joining. In an instant, the two of them transformed into a stream of pure light, piercing through the barriers of time, racing toward the era where Yuzuki Shigu resided. Konoha, you're to... Big brother, are you sure you're not sick? Tobirama Senju asked, worry etched across his face. Lately, Hashirama's behavior had grown odd. He often muttered to himself, gestured at empty air, and now, to top it off, he claimed someone had invited him to see the future of Konoha, insisting on bringing Tobirama along. See Konoha in the future? Tobirama wondered silently. It sounded utterly mad. You still insist you're fine? Hashirama could only sigh, exasperated. How am I supposed to explain this to you? No matter how you say it, it just sounds off. Enough. Come with me and you'll understand. Come on, put your hand on my shoulder. We'll set out right now. Once you see it for yourself, everything will make sense. Tobirama let out a quiet sigh. After all, he was quite the expert in time-space ninjutsu himself. He knew better than anyone just how complicated a thing time could be. But his brother was acting like he'd been enchanted, refusing to rest until he got to the bottom of it. There was no helping it. Tobirama nodded, placing his hand on his brother's shoulder, and together they set off on this seemingly outlandish journey. Have it your way, but brother, after this you'd better listen to me. Take a good rest and get your strength back. Let's go. Hashirama's hearty laughter rang out, brimming with unshakable resolve. Konoha Village, year 48. Kushina, let's get going, Minato Namikaze said, his smile gentle as he took Uzumaki Kushina's hand. Minato, does that other world you mentioned really exist? Curiosity lit up Kushina's beautiful face. Yes, we've talked about it so many times already. And Obito, Rin, all of them. Kushina's eyes sparkled with hope. They're all safe and sound there. You'll be amazed when you see for yourself. Smiling, Minato tapped his fingers, and together they, too, chose to set out. Konoha Village, year 60. Inside Yuzuki Shiga's house. Today, he decided to skip class altogether, waiting at home in anticipation of the arrival of these legendary ninja from across the ages. A delicate shimmer of light drifted in from an unknown place, and as it touched the ground, two figures emerged. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were the first to arrive. The two of them paused in surprise for a moment, then quickly regained their composure. They gazed around, astonished by the unfamiliar surroundings. First Hokage, second Hokage, welcome to Konoha, 60 years into the future. Yuzuki Shigu greeted them warmly, her face beaming with a bright smile. At the sound of her voice, the two men turned to look in her direction. Huh, is that Yuzuki, the group leader? So it's really you. You're so young. Hashirama blinked in disbelief, amazed that such incredible power could reside in someone so youthful. Not only could she communicate across time and space, but she had also managed to bring them here from their respective eras. Even the Sage of Six Paths would find such a feat impossible, and yet she, Yuzuki Shigu, had accomplished it. Truly, heroes have always emerged in their youth. You two are the earliest to arrive. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Everyone else will be here soon. Yuzuki stood up and made her way to the refrigerator. By the way, would you like something to drink? She opened the fridge, revealing an array of colorful beverages, every kind imaginable. I'll have whatever, Hashirama replied. How about you, Tobirama? Tobirama? Hashirama called his brother several times before Tobirama finally snapped out of his thoughts. So it's real, after all. Tobirama murmured softly to himself. There really was someone capable of bringing them into the future. The furnishings and decor around him were novel, unlike anything he'd seen before. He looked out the window, taking in the bustling scene of Konoha in all its splendor. In the distance, the Hokage rock came into view, its four faces silently proclaiming that the village had already seen 4 generations of Hokage. One was Hashirama, the second was himself, the third appeared to be Sarutobi. He didn't recognize the fourth, but to have reached the office of Hokage, that person must certainly be a pillar of Konoha. Everything around him left no doubt. They had indeed arrived in the future. Tobirama, what are you thinking about? Hashirama strolled over to his younger brother and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. It's just, all of this feels so extraordinary. Tobirama let out a wry smile, thinking to himself that not long ago, he'd wondered if his elder brother was delirious from a fever. Now, it was clear that he was the one whose vision had been too narrow. Here, you too, try these drinks from across time and space. I guarantee you'll enjoy them. Yuzuki brought over 2 bottles of cola, her eyes sparkling with amusement. So you're the one my brother always mentions. Was it group leader? Tobirama accepted the cola, his gaze filled with curiosity as he studied Yuzuki intently. That's right. Do you have any questions, second Hokage? Yuzuki replied with a gentle, graceful smile. Questions? Well, your mastery over time and space far surpasses mine. In fact, I was hoping you could teach me a thing or two, Tobirama said sincerely. Tobirama, your humility is truly a rare sight. The two of them settled onto the sofa. Just as their conversation began, a flash of light swept through the room, and 4 figures appeared instantly. It was the Namikaze Minato couple, Uzumaki Kushina, along with Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, all manifesting together. Welcome, everyone. Yuzuki, as the host, rose warmly to greet them. Group leader Yuzuki. Yuzuki-kun. Minato and Obito responded with bright smiles, each in turn. Obito, Rin. Before the words had fully left her lips, a red figure suddenly darted out from beside Minato, pulling Obito and Rin into a tight embrace. You're both alive? This is just wonderful. Kushina's eyes brimmed with tears, but she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Oh, Master Kushina, you're going to squeeze the life out of me. Obito stuck out his tongue, hemming it up as he gasped for air in an exaggerated display. Kushina, amused, burst into laughter and let go, though she hadn't actually hugged them that tightly. Master Kushina? Rin was momentarily at a loss. Obito had told her he'd take her somewhere magical. Turns out, it was their teacher Minato's home. Kushina took her hand and guided her to a seat on the sofa. Rin, it's truly wonderful to see you. Noticing the confusion in Rin's gaze, Kushina gently revealed the truth, that they came from different timelines. Will Obito and I really die in battle? Rin's face went pale in an instant, then suddenly flushed red. Though she was more mature than most girls her age, she was still young. When confronted with questions of life and death, such ultimate matters, it was only natural to feel fear. Kushina drew her into a comforting embrace, her voice soft. Don't be afraid. Minato and I will protect you. This time, we won't let tragedy repeat itself. And that Obito of yours, I hear he's become incredibly powerful in your world. At the mention of Obito, Rin recalled his Susanoo during the Chunin exams. That overwhelming power, as if it could shake the heavens and earth, gave her a profound sense of safety. Yes, Obito really is strong now. While the girls chatted animatedly, the men gathered together, each taking their own seat. Yuzuki Shigu handed each of them a can of cola. They all took big, hearty gulps. This feeling, it was a bit strange, wasn't it? The first, second, and fourth Hokage all gathered in one place, and what were they being served? Cola of all things? Well, it was certainly unconventional, but they actually seemed to enjoy it. Minato tousled Obito's hair. After you two were gone, it was Kushina who missed you most. She always thought of you both as family, like her own younger brother and sister. Obito grinned widely. Don't worry, sensei. This time, I won't let tragedy repeat itself. I'll put an end to this era of chaos and bring everlasting peace to Konoha. Obito's vow, so forceful and resolute, drew even Tobirama Senju's attention. Lowering his voice, Tobirama murmured, Big brother, I like this Uchiha kid. Well, Tobirama, that's not something you say often. Hashirama set down his can of cola, genuinely surprised. Big brother, don't look at me like that. Aren't we all giving our all for Konoha's peace? Hadn't the Senju and Uchiha clans set aside their old grudges, joining forces to create Konoha, all for the sake of his fleeting tranquility and harmony? At that moment, Yuzuki Shibuya suddenly interjected. Then, second Hokage, why not see for yourself if the Konoha of the future matches your hopes? All right, everyone, Let's go out for a walk. With that, Yuzuki Shigeya was the first to rise, moving with a casual, unhurried grace. The others exchanged a smile, stood up one after another, and strode out the door together. Once they stepped onto Konoha's main street, they found it bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Let's split up. That way, we can observe more thoroughly, Yuzuki Shigeya suggested. Immediately, they divided into two groups. Yuzuki with the Senju brothers in one, while Minato, Kushina, Obito, Rin, and the others formed the second, each group setting off in opposite directions to explore. The prosperous sights unfolded before their eyes as they strolled along the streets, drawing the occasional curious glance from passersby. Yet, no one seemed to recognize their true identities. At most, a few faces looked vaguely familiar, but no one connected them to the legendary Hokage of the past. Shops lined both sides of the street, food stalls, clothing stores, ninja tool shops, bookstores, all bustling. People of all ages wandered about, most with smiles on their faces, clearly far removed from the shadows of war. A contented smile spread across Tobarama's face, his heart genuinely comforted by the future he saw for Konoha. Wasn't this the dream their generation had pursued all their lives? No more children sent to the battlefield. No more elders deprived of peaceful old age. Brother, our dream, it's really come true, Tobarama said, gazing at Hashirama. Hashirama was silent for a moment. As someone who knew the history of the ninja world, he understood all too well the dangers lurking behind this fleeting peace. Soon, the Fourth Great Ninja War would break out. Even closer was the Konoha destruction plan, a looming storm of bloodshed and chaos. As long as desire existed, the shadow of war would never truly fade. By the way, why don't I see any Uchiha around? Tobarama muttered. Given the Uchiha status as one of Konoha's great clans, the streets ought to be full of them. Yet he hadn't spotted a single one. The Uchiha were easy to recognize, usually dressed in clothes emblazoned with their clan's fan-shaped crest, most of them strikingly handsome, with jet black hair and eyes. You can't see them anymore. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Shirogane Yuzuki spoke in a calm, quiet tone, savoring a piece of freshly fried tofu she had just bought from a street vendor, clearly satisfied as she walked and ate. Annihilated the whole clan? Tobarama's face was filled with shock. Was it because of the war? That's far too great a price to pay. Tobarama's brows knit together tightly. With the power the Uchiha possessed, what kind of conflict could possibly drive them to the brink of extinction? Could it be that the entire shinobi world turned against Konoha? Yuzuki took a gentle bite of the tofu, then spoke slowly. No, it was Danzo's doing. She was determined to enhance Danzo's image in their minds. Danzo. The name was hardly unfamiliar to Tobarama. Among the promising new generation in Konoha, Danzo was undoubtedly one of the standout talents. He had already begun to mentor these young people himself, hoping they would become the future pillars of Konoha. Danzo would do something like that? Does he even have that kind of power? Tobarama could barely fathom that the once promising young man could one day become so formidable as to bring about the Uchiha clan's destruction. It's not like that. He wasn't powerful himself, he relied on outside forces. That fateful night, Obito single-handedly wiped out the entire police force. Every Uchiha who resisted fell by his hand. Let me explain, Hashirama interjected. He then recounted in detail the events depicted in the video Yuzuki had shown earlier, relaying every detail to Tobarama. After hearing of Danzo's misdeeds, Tobarama was left in stunned silence for a long while. Danzo? Senju Tobarama closed his eyes. It's my failure as a teacher. You can't blame yourself entirely. Human nature is always complex and unpredictable. Some people, no matter how you try to guide them, are bound by their nature. Others, without much instruction, naturally shine as talents recognized by all. Let's keep moving and see somewhere new, Yuzuki suggested. The three of them set off once more. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, someone was completely thrown off by the sudden reappearance of Hashirama and Tobarama. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. That day, he had learned that Shirogane Yuzuki had actually missed class. His heart skipped a beat. Could Danzo be up to something behind the scenes again? After all, Yuzuki was a diligent child who never skipped class without reason. Fortunately, Hiruzen was cautious. He had discreetly recorded Yuzuki's chakra signature earlier. With that in mind, he hurriedly performed his signature jutsu, the telescope technique. Peering anxiously through the mysterious vision, he checked in on Yuzuki's situation. To his relief, it was a false alarm. Yuzuki was strolling leisurely down the street. Oh dear, that gave me quite a scare. Turns out she's just out shopping with the first and second Hokage. Hiruzen let out a relieved sigh, patting his chest lightly, then turned off the future-seeing crystal ball, his mind finally at ease. But in that instant, An unusual sensation made him halt abruptly. Wait a moment. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes went wide in disbelief, hardly able to trust what he was seeing. Could he be mistaken? Without further hesitation, he activated his far-seeing jutsu once more. This time, the image before him was undeniably those two faces, etched so deeply in his memory. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Those figures were seared into his mind forever. Yes, it's really them. Now, Hiruzen was certain, a tidal wave of shock surging in his heart. Their journey through the Leaf Village, though not without a few minor incidents, had been largely satisfying for Tobirama. The three of them wandered, almost without realizing it, away from the bustling streets of Konoha, and soon entered a more secluded area. This was the very place Tobirama remembered as the former domain of the Senju clan. By rights, as founders of the village, the Senju should have occupied its very heart. Yet Hashirama had graciously declined such honor, explaining that the Senju clan was large, and if they took the central lands, it would upset the village's balance and hinder its development. Though Tobirama felt a pang of regret at his brother's selflessness, he could find no fault in his reasoning. In the end, the Senju clan settled in a quiet corner of Konoha. Tobirama's face was filled with anticipation. He longed to see what had become of the Senju in this era. But as they ventured deeper, the sight before them was beyond disappointing. Desolation. Abandoned houses draped with thick cobwebs, wild grass overrunning the grounds. It was clear this place had been forsaken for many years. They stopped in front of a crumbling gate. Tobirama stared at the half-collapsed entrance, confusion clouding his features. He turned to Ujetsu and asked, "Guildmaster, did the Senju clan move away?" Ujetsu casually took a bite of tofu, but her offhand reply crashed down like thunder. "No, just like the Uchiha, the Senju clan has become dust in the annals of history." Eradicated? That's right. Tobirama fell silent for a long moment, his heart heavy. Was this Danzo's doing again? He pressed. Most likely. But Hiruzen Sarutobi can't be absolved either. After all, he was Hokage. Without his tacit approval, this couldn't have happened. Ujetsu replied, her words further condemning Danzo. It seemed Tobirama's anger toward Danzo was about to reach its breaking point. Hashirama watched his brother lost in thought, choosing not to interrupt. He knew Tobirama needed this moment of silence. He understood the truth from the video, yet never imagined that the seemingly honest Hiruzen could commit such deeds. Fortunately, this was not his own era. Here, he had a chance to set things right. As for the Senju of this timeline, all he could offer was a silent prayer. A long sigh escaped him. "Come on, let's go see somewhere else." After a short while, Tobirama spoke, his expression blank, his thoughts unreadable to anyone. But one thing was certain, Danzo was likely in serious trouble. "How about we pay a visit to the current Hokage?" Yuzuki deliberately fanned the flames, her tone mischievous. Hashirama shot her a silent glance, his eyes filled with helplessness. The group leader, Yuzuki, truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. If it went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi right now, things would surely spiral out of control. "Let's go. I've been meaning to ask him how exactly he's been upholding the village my brother and I entrusted to him," Tobirama said coldly, a chill in his voice. Just as the three were about to leave, an elderly man, his steps faltering, slowly emerged from the ruins of the Senju clan grounds. The faint sound of shuffling feet made the trio stop in their tracks. Then, from behind them, came an aged, raspy voice. "Well, well, what a rare visit. Are you here to light some incense, to honor the first and second Hokage?" Mariboshi Kosuka, hunched over and carrying a basket, approached them with a broad, cheerful smile. For decades, he had made it a habit to come here, lighting incense for the first and second Hokage and tending to their graves. Not once had he missed a visit. Usually, he was alone. Today, to his surprise, he found himself with company. In his mind, these people must be here for the same reason as he was. After all, who else would set foot in these long-abandoned grounds? "I have some extra incense here. Please take some," Kosuka offered, ambling closer. At that moment, the three ahead of him turned around. The instant Kosuka got a good look at two of their faces, the smile froze on his own. Thud! His basket slipped soundlessly from his hand, but he paid it no mind. Trembling, he took a step forward, his voice breaking with disbelief. "Lord first? Lord second?" Kosuka's eyes, etched with the marks of time, flew wide open, as if unable to trust what they saw. The two Hokage, long since passed, now stood before him, alive, as if they had stepped out of history itself. The Senju brothers exchanged a quick glance. Did this old man actually recognize them? Yet, neither of them had any memory of him, at least not from his younger days. Their gazes instinctively shifted to Yuzuki Shigenomiya. His name is Mariboshi Kosuka, Tobarama, one of your students and the most devoted among them. Yuzuki explained simply. Mariboshi Kosuka? Tobarama murmured the name softly. A moment later, his face suddenly lit with realization. He remembered now. Apart from his more outstanding pupils like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, there was once a rather unremarkable boy he had taken notice of. Though never officially accepted as a disciple, he had taught the child some ninjutsu in private. That child was none other than Mariboshi Kosuka. So, you're Kosuka? You've grown so old. Tobarama's voice was heavy with emotion. Just half a day ago, he still remembered Marusei Kosuka as the lively, energetic boy who resembled a young leopard darting through the forest. In the blink of an eye, as if years had flown by, the one standing before him had grown old and frail. Lord Second, is it really you? Marusei Kosuka's face was filled with excitement. When Tobarama Senju called out his name, it was as if Kosuka had been transported back in time. The mentor from his memories and the man before him merged into one. He was certain there could be no mistake. The person standing in front of him was indeed Tobarama Senju himself. This was no illusion, nor was it someone in disguise. Lord Second, didn't you and Lord First? Kosuka stepped closer, glancing at Tobarama and then at Hashirama. Both were unmistakably alive. As he drew near, he could even sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from Hashirama, a suffocating aura that could only belong to the god of shinobi. Well, that's a long story, Tobarama replied. Marusei Kosuka silently nodded and chose not to press further. Instead, he lowered his head in guilt, his voice tinged with remorse. Lord Second, I have failed your teachings. I couldn't protect the Senju clan. The desolate landscape around them seemed to echo the heaviness in his heart. Kosuka, this isn't your fault. You don't need to carry this burden. You've done all you could. As for those who schemed from the shadows, my brother and I will deal with them ourselves. Tobarama's eyes flashed with sharp resolve, and a subtle hint of chakra slipped from his control. The ground beneath their feet cracked open with a rumble. At that moment, a dry laugh sounded from behind. Lord First, Lord Second. Everyone turned to see Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had arrived unnoticed. Trailing behind him was a contingent of ANBU, subtly positioning themselves to surround the area. Is it truly the first and second Hokage? Hiruzen stepped forward slowly, his Hokage cloak billowing, the face beneath his hat clouded with unease. Tobarama calmly surveyed the scene, then let out a cold snort. Monkey bringing so many men, what are you planning? As he spoke, Tobarama lifted his fingertip ever so slightly, a clear sign he was ready to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Should anything go awry, it would take only an instant for him to erase every life present. At that, Hashirama also cast a glance his way. A cold sweat broke out on Hiruzen's back. Hashirama's gaze was even more terrifying than Tobarama's. There could be no doubt. This was the real Hashirama Senju. Sensei, it's a misunderstanding, Hiruzen hurried to explain. I was only worried that someone might use the forbidden impure world reincarnation to desecrate the souls of our ancestors. At the same time, Hiruzen gestured, and the ANBU behind him quickly melted away, vanishing without a trace. Yet in their hearts, a persistent question lingered. Were those two truly the first Hokage, the second Hokage, impure world reincarnation? Is it? As the creator of that very technique, Tobarama knew it all too well. He nodded, signaling his acceptance of Hiruzen Sarutobi's explanation. After all, to outsiders, they had long been presumed dead. It was only natural for others to harbor suspicions. Come here, monkey. Tobarama Senju kept a stern face as he beckoned with his hand. Tobarama rubbed his hands together. Although the explanation barely made sense, he was far from forgiving Hiruzen Sarutobi. Things had come to this point. There was no going back. So be it, for the Senju clan still in this world. It was time to show the puppeteer behind the scenes a taste of their power. Tobarama casually broke off a branch. With a single squeeze, it transformed into a flawless wooden staff, perfectly fitting his grip. A shiver ran through Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was his teacher about to? Memories from childhood unexpectedly flooded his mind. Back then, whenever they made mistakes, Tobarama would do just the same. Oh, this is going to be good. Yuzuki Shirgu grinned, hurriedly swallowing her last bite of tofu. She quickly pulled out a video camera. She had to capture the spectacle that was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Minato and his companions were weaving through the streets of Konoha. Turning an unremarkable corner, they stumbled upon a rather unusual place. Is this a cemetery? Obito stared at the sign ahead, a sudden spark of inspiration lighting up his mind. With an air of mystery, he leaned toward Minato and whispered, "Sensei, there's a good chance our own gravestones are standing inside. Don't you think?" Minato rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed as he replied, "In this timeline, I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually true. Obito, don't tell me you're—" "That's right. Let's go take a look, and while we're at it, we can burn some incense for ourselves," Obito exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he proposed this peculiar idea. Minato couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Obito's whimsy. Kushina and Rin, meanwhile, could only exchange helpless, half-amused glances. What a strange idea. Before anyone could react, Obito had already grabbed Rin by the hand and dashed eagerly into the cemetery. Obito slowed down. Though a bit exasperated, Rin was swept up by his enthusiasm and followed him inside. Before the gravestones of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, Kakashi Hitaki stood in silence, eyes fixed on the stone, heart weighed down by memories. After a long moment, he let out a quiet sigh and gently placed 2 bouquets of fresh flowers at the base of the stones, then sat before them. "Obito, just like that, 12 years have passed. If you were still here, you might have become Hokage by now. I couldn't protect Rin. You must be so disappointed in me. I know, you two are probably down there, gossiping about me right now," Kakashi remarked with a self-deprecating smile. At that moment, a shadowy figure lingered nearby, hidden from view. Cloaked in a hooded jacket, only a tiger-striped mask could be seen. He, too, heard Kakashi's whispered words. His fists clenched in anger. "Kakashi, what's the use of saying all this now? I will never forgive you. Just wait and see. Soon, I will create a perfect world. When that time comes, you can explain everything to Rin yourself." The masked man was about to leave, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks. The single eye exposed beneath his mask fixed intently on the entrance to the graveyard. "What is that?" His body trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. What did he see? He saw himself, and the girl he had longed for day and night. He saw himself holding her hand, laughing and running together beneath the bright sunlight. Her face was radiant with joy, her eyes brimming with love and happiness. Am I hallucinating? The masked man staggered a few steps and muttered under his breath. For someone who had been hiding in the shadows, escaping from reality like a rat, such a warm and gentle scene was simply overwhelming. While she was alive, he had never dared to openly hold her hand and run with her in the sunlight. And now, she was gone, killed by Kakashi. He could only chalk it up to a hallucination. Yes, this was nothing but a figment of his imagination. Yet, as the younger version of himself ran past with Rin Noara, the masked man couldn't deny the twinge of envy he felt toward this illusion. Strangely, the younger him cast a glance toward his hiding place, an odd look flickering in his eyes. It must be just another illusion. After all, he was inside the Kemui dimension. No one could possibly notice him. Forget it. Just forget it. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, I'll finally be free. With a sigh, the masked man was about to use Kemui to leave, when he froze once more. This time, it was because he saw 2 figures that made his heart tremble. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They're running so fast. Minato, let's catch up to them quickly. All right. As he watched the couple pass by, their joy evident, the masked man felt his heart sink into despair. Is this another one of my illusions? He could no longer distinguish reality from fantasy. I can't tell anymore. I truly can't tell anymore. At last, Minato Namikaze and Kushina caught up with Obito and the others, but Minato, for some reason, glanced over a large tree nearby, his eyes filled with confusion. Is it just my imagination? I could have sworn I sensed the presence of a flying thunder god mark. Minato was puzzled. Since arriving in this timeline, he hadn't used the flying thunder god technique. So where could the mark have come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Once a flying thunder god mark is left behind, it never fades away. Could it be that another version of himself from this world had left it here? At that moment, Obito Uchiha strode forward and asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong, Lord Minato? Did you sense something unusual? Did you feel it too? The Kamui space should be unique. As I approached, I could sense the power of Kamui being wielded. Someone is using the phasing ability. But that person isn't me," Obito said with a chuckle. Minato smiled as well. "So what do you plan to do? Are you going to intervene? Or maybe we should ask Lord Yuzuki for his opinion first." Obito waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. After all, this is the domain of the group leader. We're only guests here. It wouldn't be right to act recklessly. If the group leader himself hasn't interfered, there must be a reason." Minato nodded in agreement. With someone as influential as Ugatsu Shigenomiya, every action was surely weighed with careful consideration. Never mind, let's not bother with him. Why don't we go mess with Kakashi for a bit? Obito suddenly felt a playful impulse. From where they stood, they could see Kakashi sitting all alone before a pair of gravestones, whispering softly to the cold stone, occasionally breaking into a silly smile to himself. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, you two wait here for a moment. Rin and I are going to give him a little surprise. Obito, isn't that a bit much? Rin Noera hesitated, a hint of worry in her voice. Minato gave a resigned smile. You and Kakashi, honestly, I just hope we don't scare him out of his wits, Kushina said, covering her mouth as she laughed softly, her eyes filled with gentle warmth. Let me see just how impressive that proud Kakashi has become as an adult. Come on, Rin, let's go. With that, Obito grabbed Rin and, using the power of Kimui, they slipped silently to the spot right behind Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi remained completely unaware, still lost in his murmurs before the gravestones. It's getting late. I should head back now. I'll visit you again next time, Kakashi said, patting his seat twice as he prepared to stand. Just then, a languid voice drifted from behind him. Dumb Kakashi, you come to pay respects, but didn't bring anything I like? Just a bunch of flowers. Do you expect me to survive on flower petals? Kakashi froze in place. That voice. It was so familiar. Slowly, he turned around, his heart pounding with hope to see that long-missed figure, yet fearful that it was only his imagination playing tricks on him. At last, he turned fully, and the sight that met his eyes was a face forever brimming with optimism and vigor. Beside the boy stood a girl, leaning closely against him. When she noticed Kakashi looking over, she gave a sweet smile and called out, Kakashi, it's been a while, hasn't it? Obito. Rin. Kakashi couldn't tell whether this was an illusion born of longing, or if the two had truly returned as spirits. Hey, are you deaf or something? Didn't you hear what I said? Obito leaned in, waving his hand impatiently in front of Kakashi's dazed face. Huh? What is it, Obito? Kakashi finally snapped back to reality, and from his lips slipped the name that had remained locked away in his heart for so many years. In any case, since it's so rare for us to meet, even if it's only in a dream, we should at least have a little chat first. Hey, where's my offering? Just these two measly bunches of flowers. Do you really think that's enough to fill the gap between my teeth? Obito pointed at the flowers lying atop the grave. You heartless guy, it's been over 10 years, and you've never once brought us anything decent to eat. I've been forced to fill my belly with nothing but river water in the afterlife. Look, Rin's practically wasted away from hunger. Obito squeezed Rin Nohara's arm with concern, making her squirm with embarrassment. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. What if they saw through me in a moment? What should I do then? I'm really sorry, my apologies. Kakashi scratched his head, an awkward smile flickering across his face. What would you like to eat? I can go get it for you right now. Sushi, ramen, takoyaki, barbecue. Obito rattled off a list of delicious dishes, each different from the last. So focused was Obito on reciting the menu, he didn't notice Kakashi's subtle movements. Kakashi quietly nudged his forehead protector upward, revealing the Sharingan eye that Obito had given him. In that scarlet gaze, 3 Tomo slowly emerged, spinning together to form a unique pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. All right, just hurry up and come back quickly. I'll wait for you right here. Obito finally finished listing his menu, waving his hand at Kakashi to send him on his way. But Kakashi remained perfectly still. That Sharingan spun slowly, fixing itself intently on Obito and Rin. Hey Kakashi, don't just stand there, get moving already. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Obito pressed him to hurry. And then, in a flash, Kakashi struck. His hand shot straight for Obito Uchiha. The attack came so suddenly that Obito never expected Kakashi to make such a move. A flicker of surprise crossed Obito's eyes. Had he already been found out? In a heartbeat, Kimui activated on its own, and Obito's body shifted into a ghostly state. Kakashi's hand passed right through him. Reacting instantly, Kakashi pulled back the moment his attack failed, putting distance between them. His gaze locked on Obito, and a chill flickered in his eyes. Even if he'd been slower to catch on, he would have figured it out by now. In his current mental state, there was no way he was hallucinating, which meant that the Obito and Rin before him were real, physical presences. But they had long since left this world. That could only mean that someone was impersonating them. To dare to masquerade as the dead, his dearest friends, no less. A long-dormant fury surged within Kakashi. Who are you, really? Kakashi's voice was icy as he drew a kunai, his whole body shifting into a state of vigilant combat. So you saw through it this quickly? Sigh, this guy's as sharp as ever. Obito sighed inwardly. He waved at Kakashi dismissively. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Look at how angry you are. It's not easy for us to come visit you, you know? Acting like this really breaks my heart. Obito's words only left Kakashi even more bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting now? Just then, the fake Obito said something that utterly caught Kakashi off guard. Sensei Minato, you can come out now. Kakashi seen through us. Sensei Minato. That name was like a key, unlocking the deepest chambers of Kakashi's memories. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two figures appeared in a flash. It was Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. There was no mistaking them. Hey Kakashi. Minato smiled, just about to greet Kakashi. But, unexpectedly, what greeted Minato was a slash crackling with lightning. Chidori. Blazing with fury, Kakashi unleashed his signature move straight at Minato. He had reached his breaking point. Impersonating Obito for a bit of mischief was one thing. But daring to impersonate a hero of the Leaf, his own mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was utterly unforgivable. No matter how perfect the disguises were, appearance, voice, even their little habits, it didn't matter. Because these people had already passed away, there was simply no way they could be standing here, alive. So, no matter how convincing they seemed, to Kakashi, they could only be imposters. A trace of helplessness flickered across Minato's face. Obito, you see? We've overdone it. Kakashi doesn't trust us anymore. In the very next instant, Minato counterattacked, swift as lightning. The golden flash was gone in a blink, and suddenly Kakashi's arm was pinned by Minato, stopping the Chidori in its tracks. Then, out of nowhere, a blow landed on his chest, but surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all. The next moment, Kakashi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He hit the ground, but reflexively planted his hand to steady himself. Just as he was about to get up, a sharp whistling tore through the air beside him, and a burst of blue light surged forward, right in front of his eyes. Kakashi's eyes narrowed in shock. A Rasengan was hovering just short of his nose. Any closer, and his head might have been separated from his body. Cold sweat trickled silently down Kakashi's forehead. Rasengan, staring at that familiar jutsu, and recalling Minato's fighting style just now. Could it be? A wild, impossible thought sprang up in his mind. Are you feeling a little calmer now, Kakashi? Minato's gentle voice sounded at his ear. The Rasengan already vanished. He extended a hand toward Kakashi, inviting him to rise. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then finally placed his hand in Minato's, allowing himself to be pulled up with ease. Are you all right? Minato asked with a warm smile. I'm fine. Yet, as he looked into that all-too-familiar face, Kakashi felt a strange sense of awkwardness. Just then, Obito Uchiha strolled over, an amused grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mr. High and Mighty Kakashi, it's one thing to pick on me, but you even dared to challenge Minato-sensei? So how does it feel? Have you realized the gap between you? Honestly, it doesn't seem like you've made much progress over the years. What exactly have you been up to all this time? Kakashi's gaze shifted between Obito, Rin Noara, and the approaching Kushina Uzumaki. Obito, Rin, Sensei, Lady Kushina. He looked around at them, his voice trembling just a little. Is it really you? Obviously. Now hurry up and give me back my eye. Letting you have it is such a waste. Obito grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Obito, don't be so harsh. Kakashi didn't mean it, Rin chided gently, standing between the two with a helpless smile. The familiarity of the scene hit Kakashi like a bolt from the blue, sending a shudder through him. No doubt about it, this was Obito and Rin. Hey Kakashi, I'll let it go this time, but next time, Obito began, arms crossed. But before he could finish, Kakashi suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace, cutting him off. Obito! Kakashi's voice, thick with longing, echoed in his ears. Obito froze in surprise. Had he seen correctly? Was Kakashi crying? Well, now, wasn't that a rare sight? His tone softened. All right. You look pathetic enough. I'll let you hug me for a bit. After a moment, the two let go. Kakashi turned and gave Minato a heartfelt hug as well. Sensei, I've missed you all so much. Minato gently patted his back, just as he had when Kakashi was a child. It was a long while before they finally released each other. Then Kakashi turned his gaze toward Rin. But at that moment, Obito quickly stepped in front of her, blocking Kakashi's path with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey now, you can't just hug this one. You'll have to find someone of your own. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh, the tension melting away. His laughter was contagious. Minato and Kushina both broke into wide grins. Obito! Rin's cheeks flushed as she gave Obito a gentle smack on the back. The laughter gradually faded. At last, Kakashi mustered the courage to ask the question that had been weighing on his heart. Sensei, what is this? These are people they had lost long ago. How could they possibly be here now? Beneath the joy of reunion, Kakashi's anxiety grew, He feared this was some kind of dreadful forbidden jutsu, one that would ultimately bring harm. Well, it's a long story. Come on, let's find somewhere to sit. We'll talk it over slowly. The group left the cemetery, passing once more beneath the old tree where the masked man had once hidden. Now, there was no trace of anyone there. Led by Kakashi, they made their way to a barbecue restaurant, reserved a private room, and settled in to eat and talk. Minato and Namikaze began to speak slowly, revealing the truth about their origins from another dimension. The moment he learned the answer, Kakashi felt a wave of relief and let out a long, deep breath. What's the matter? Minato noticed and asked with curiosity. It's nothing serious. Honestly, compared to coming back from the dead, the fact that you're from another world is actually easier for me to accept, Kakashi replied with a smile, a hint of release in his eyes. Minato and Kakashi exchanged a glance, as if silently reaching a mutual understanding. Minato suddenly laughed. That's true. After all, you and I once met people from the future together at the Dragon Vein in Rorin. Kakashi nodded gently, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood, to that mission with Minato at the ancient Dragon Vein of Rorin, where they had encountered Naruto and Sakura from the future. Having experienced such an extraordinary event, accepting the situation now felt completely natural. You could say that. Although their arrival this time wasn't through the Dragon Vein, in a way, it still felt somewhat similar, didn't it? As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere around the table grew lively, and any lingering awkwardness between them quickly melted away. Kakashi, you rascal. You got plenty right in front of you. Why do you have to steal from my plate? And that's the one Rin grilled specially for me. How could you just eat it without asking? Come on. Is there really a rule that says only the person who grilled it can eat it? Besides, Rin didn't say I couldn't have some, right, Rin? Oh, you guys. Even at dinner, you can't give me a moment's peace. A playful battle for the barbecue broke out at the table. As Kakashi and Obito bantered back and forth, it was as if they'd reclaimed a piece of their childhood camaraderie and joy. Off to the side, Minato and Kushina watched the scene with warm smiles and gentle eyes. That meal was hearty and satisfying, stretching on for quite some time. At last, everyone was full, content, and relaxed. After a short rest, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. By now, the Ninja Academy should be letting out for the day. Sensei, Kushina, would you like to go see Naruto? Though they learned earlier that Minato and Kushina didn't have Naruto yet, in some deeper sense, they were undoubtedly the ones most suited to be his parents. Even science would agree. To see Naruto? Kushina, what do you think? Minato turned to his wife, eyes filled with anticipation. Of course. I want to meet our son from the future as soon as possible. He must be an amazing kid. Kushina could barely contain her excitement. Then let's get going. Hey, Kakashi, go settle the bill. Why me? You brat. Where would I get money from? Then you can stay and wash the dishes. Naruto let out an enormous yawn, his eyelids so heavy they were nearly glued shut. He forced his eyes half open, gazing wearily at Iruka-sensei, who was still lecturing at the front of the classroom. That morning, Sasuke had dragged him out of bed, and the two of them had practiced taijutsu from dawn. Now, with exhaustion weighing on him, Naruto had no choice but to rush to class. By afternoon, sleepiness washed over him like a rising tide. He felt as if the moment he closed his eyes, he'd drift straight into a dream. No, I can't. Naruto didn't dare lay his head on the desk to nap. He knew all too well that would draw Iruka-sensei's flying chalk attack. Just then, he caught sight of Hinata sitting nearby, and a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. That's it. Naruto leaned closer to Hinata and whispered softly in her ear, Hinata, can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? Yeah. Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Lean on my shoulder? Okay. Though she was always shy, Hinata somehow agreed to his sudden request. By the time she realized what had happened, Naruto was already resting peacefully against her shoulder, sound asleep. Naruto-kun. Hinata gazed at his serene, sleeping face, her own cheeks glowing pink. Up at the front, Iruka was completely absorbed in his teaching, so much so that he didn't even notice one of his students had dropped out of sight. Meanwhile, within the sealed space. Where am I? The surroundings were damp and shadowy, water seeping and dripping onto the ground. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled as to how he'd suddenly ended up in such a place. Naruto, come over here. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the air like a thunderclap, making Naruto's heart pound at his chest. He jumped in fright, but then summoned his courage, raising his voice as though volume alone could give him strength. Who's calling me? Move forward, the voice echoed again. Move forward? Despite his fear, Naruto's desire to escape pushed him onward. He searched the darkness all around, but couldn't find any exit. Looks like I have no choice but to see where the voice is coming from. Gritting his teeth, Naruto took a step forward. After only a dozen paces, the darkness seemed to peel away before his eyes. A massive iron gate loomed into sight, towering like the bars of a prison cell. What a huge cage, Naruto gasped in amazement. But seriously, who's talking? Hey, I'm here now. Why don't you show yourself? Determined to find a way out, Naruto braced himself and called out to the mysterious voice. No sooner had the words left his lips. Within the darkness behind the iron bars, a pair of enormous eyes glowed red, shining like lanterns in the night. Instinctively, Naruto took 2 steps back, startled. Ah, what is that? A deep, rumbling voice echoed from within. So you've finally come, Naruto. The creature inside the cage revealed its true form with a resonant growl. It was a gigantic fox. The 9-tailed fox pointed with a claw toward the seal on the iron bars. Naruto, undo this seal and let me out for a breath of fresh air. Faced with the unknown, fear is only natural. But as Naruto saw that the 9-tails was, after all, just a talking fox rather than some terrifying, formless monster, his fear eased considerably. He stared at the 9-tails, his eyes filled with curiosity. Who are you? Why are you here? The 9-tails looked at the young Naruto, a hint of almost human resignation flickering across its face. It seemed their bond would have to be forged anew. Honestly, we're supposed to be the strongest team in the world. My name is Kurama. Don't forget it, the fox announced. Kurama? That a weird name, Naruto muttered under his breath, but soon broke into a grin. Hello, Kurama. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I know who you are, so can you undo the seal now? Kurama pressed, a note of impatience in his voice. The seal. Naruto followed Kurama's gesture and indeed spotted a talisman plastered in the center of the iron bars. So you're trapped in here? Naruto took a few steps closer. That's right, Kurama replied. That's just awful. Who would do such a thing? How could anyone be so cruel? Naruto fumed, indignant. Ahem. Best not to say things like that. Kurama coughed awkwardly. Naruto's outrage was almost humorous. In any case, hurry up and take it off. All right, I'll save you right now, Naruto declared eagerly. He reached out, ready to peel away the talisman. Watching this, Kurama was overwhelmed with emotion. Could it really be this easy? In his past life, he had schemed endlessly for this moment, yet never succeeded. But here, with just a few simple words, it seemed within reach. Perhaps, as long as you communicate sincerely, Naruto is actually quite reasonable. Just as the seal was about to be lifted, a ghostly arm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on Naruto's hand. Huh? Naruto froze, turning to see who had stopped him. Naruto, this seal can't be removed yet. A gentle, smiling face appeared before him, eyes brimming with endless warmth. It was none other than the lingering chakra of Minato Namikaze in this timeline. A portion of his chakra had been hidden inside the seal. The moment it was disturbed, he would manifest to reinforce it, ensuring that the 9-tails could not escape. Facing this smiling, brotherly figure, Naruto blinked, an inexplicable sense of warmth and familiarity welling up inside him. Big brother, who are you? Why are you here? My name is Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha. He let out a gentle laugh. And also your father. Huh? WH what? My father? Naruto was utterly stunned. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato's brows knit together slightly. Didn't the 3rd Hokage ever tell you? Grandpa 3rd? Tell me what? Naruto's face was full of confusion. Minato took a deep breath, realizing things were more complicated than he'd thought. If that's the case, Naruto must have suffered quite a bit. He gently ruffled Naruto's hair and sighed. Naruto, I'm sorry. Why apologize? And, are you really my father? Naruto fired off questions one after another, his curiosity uncontainable. Having lost his parents so young, this was the first time he'd ever heard anything about his father. Naruto, your mother will tell you all about this herself one day. I don't have much time left. There was a good amount of Kushina's chakra hidden within the seal, enough to explain everything to Naruto in due course. But for Minato, the little chakra he'd left behind was meant solely to keep the 9-tails at bay, so every moment mattered. Turning around, Minato faced Kurama, expecting a storm of anger and accusations. Yet in Kurama's eyes, he saw only a hint of helplessness, a touch of speechlessness, a trace of bewilderment, and 91% pure exasperation. Hey, had enough staring, you pesky 4th? Kurama remarked calmly. Minato, what's going on? He frowned slightly. Kurama, you seem a bit. After thinking for a moment, Minato realized he couldn't find the right word. Kurama answered for him. Reformed. That's actually a pretty good way to put it. Minato chuckled awkwardly. The 9-tails of old had been violent, malevolent, seething with hatred for humanity at all times. Seeing people only made him wish to destroy them on sight. But now, he just sat there, looking as harmless as a plush toy. He even rolled his eyes. What on earth had happened? Minato was completely bewildered. If Kurama had been like this back then, maybe Minato wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself at all. Father. Naruto was still getting used to this new word, unsure if Minato really was his father. Kurama isn't a bad guy. He spoke up in Kurama's defense. You hear that, Fourth? Even Naruto's on my side now. Let me out. It'll be good for you, for Naruto, and for me. I'll help him become the perfect Jinchuriki. Once that happens, who in the entire shinobi world could stand against us? With that, Kurama shot Naruto a knowing look. Naruto caught on and gave a big thumbs up. You and I together. Who could ever stand in our way? Big brother's got a point. Minato hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell if the Nine-Tails was putting on an act or genuinely sincere. However, his time was running out. In the end, he chose to leave the decision to Naruto. Naruto, the choice is yours. You decide. After all, this is your future, and you should be the one to shape it. Minato's face still wore that gentle, reassuring smile. Hey, why is your body fading away? Naruto looked at Minato, noticing that his figure was almost completely transparent. I have to go now, Naruto. From here on, you'll have to walk your own path. Why do you have to go? And are you really my father? Instinctively, Naruto reached out his hand. Minato gave Naruto's head one last affectionate touch, but there was no time for more words. His form dissolved into the air, his chakra finally spent. Staring at the spot where Minato had vanished, Naruto found himself lost in thought. Father, such a distant and unfamiliar word. He hadn't had the chance to say all he wanted, nor to pour out the longing he'd carried for so many years. Snap out of it, Naruto. Chin up. I'll always be here with you. Kurama's voice came from behind, full of encouragement. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, shaking off the gloom. He spun around, grabbed the ceiling tag, and tore it off with determination. Let's go, Kurama. Back in the classroom, the students were fully absorbed in the teacher's lesson. All at once, an unsettling presence flickered through the air, sending a jolt through everyone's hearts. But the sensation vanished as quickly as it came, so fleeting it felt like a dream. Most dismissed it and returned their focus to their studies. Only Sasuke sat with furrowed brows, his gaze sharp and troubled. That chakra, it's a Nine-Tails. He whipped his head towards Naruto, who was still sound asleep at his desk, completely unaware, lost in a deep dream. Sasuke understood immediately. After countless battles with Naruto, he knew the feel of the Nine-Tails chakra. There was no mistaking it. What's going on? Why did the Nine-Tails' power suddenly surge? The question circled in Sasuke's mind, but for now, there was no answer. To the naked eye, Naruto looked perfectly normal. There were no signs of the tailed beast's aura. Clearly, the Nine-Tails chakra was under control. How strange, Sasuke muttered, turning his eyes back to the front of the class. But he kept alert, watching for any unusual movements. Just then, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, wide awake. Naruto, you're awake. Hinata greeted him with a gentle smile as she saw him stir. Thanks, Hinata. That nap was amazing. I feel totally refreshed. Naruto grinned from ear to ear, his whole body brimming with energy. With the seal undone, the Nine-Tails chakra merged with him, and in that instant he felt completely renewed, reborn, even. Just then, the keen senses granted by the Nine-Tails allowed Naruto to feel a searing gaze burning into his back. Puzzled, he turned around, locking eyes with Sasuke, who was watching him with a look full of unspoken meaning. Naruto met that gaze with one ablaze with determination, as if to say, I'm stronger now. Don't rush off after school. Let's settle this on the training field. Sasuke, however, chose to ignore Naruto's challenge, letting his eyes drift elsewhere. Strange, there's something different about Naruto today. Guided by his sharp instincts, Sasuke sensed that Naruto was like a lion poised to pounce, dangerous and brimming with unpredictability. Recalling the fleeting trace of the Nine-Tails chakra from moments ago, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Naruto could control the Nine-Tails power now? But he quickly shook his head. The idea didn't seem realistic. Naruto wasn't someone reborn with a second chance. Expecting him to master the Nine-Tails through willpower alone still felt too far-fetched. Still, in this world, anything was possible. If Sasuke himself could be reborn, perhaps a similar miracle could happen for Naruto as well. Sasuke's gaze drifted unconsciously toward the last row by the window, yet the seat was empty. Naruto and Yuzuki was absent today. Time waits for no one. The bell rang right on cue, sweeping away the stuffiness of the classroom. The students perked up at once, as if they'd been injected with pure energy. Class dismissed. Cheers erupted throughout the room. But amid the excitement, Irika tapped the blackboard gently, pulling everyone's focus back. Everyone, the graduation exam is the day after tomorrow. For the next 2 days, there will be no classes. Go home and review your ninja techniques. Yes, Irika-sensei. With the official dismissal, the students could no longer contain themselves and bolted from their seats, racing toward freedom. Let's go too. Sasuke and Sakura joined Naruto and Hinata, the four of them strolling out of the classroom together. At the school gate, as soon as they stepped outside, someone called out. It was Hinata's father, Hayashi, that had picked her up. At the same time, Sakura's parents were waving to her from nearby. Sasuke, Naruto, we'll see you later, the girls said, bidding their farewells as they went off to join their families. Sasuke glanced around. All the other kids were being picked up by their parents. He was the only exception. His lips tightened into a thin line as he muttered to himself, Danzo, you old bastard, just you wait. The seed of vengeance was quietly planted, biding its time until the right moment. Let's go home too. No training today. Let's get some rest, Sasuke suggested. Oh, come on. I've just got new powers. I was hoping to have a match with you, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. New powers? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute. Surely he hasn't awakened the true power of the Nine Tails, has he? The situation seemed to be slipping in an unexpected direction. Just as Naruto was about to nod at Sasuke, a sudden shout rang out behind him, shattering the quiet moment. Naruto! Startled, Naruto responded, huh? He turned his head in confusion. Who could be looking for him at a time like this? As he glanced back, a familiar face he had only recently seen appeared before his eyes once more. It was none other than Minato Namake's. Naruto blurted out instinctively, Dad! His cry left Minato and the others momentarily stunned. Minato turned to look at Obito and Kakashi beside him, bewilderment in his eyes. Naruto knows who I am. Obito's gaze was equally puzzled. According to the current timeline, Naruto wasn't supposed to know Minato's identity. As for Kakashi, he was completely a loss. At last, Obito ventured a guess. Maybe the group master, told him in advance. Minato nodded. That sounded plausible enough. While the men were still speculating, Kushina had already strode forward, stopping right in front of Naruto and examining him with a spark of curiosity. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You take after Minato completely. Kushina suddenly burst out laughing. Big sis, what are you talking about? Naruto was utterly baffled. Before he could react, Kushina pulled him into her arms, enveloping him in a warm and gentle embrace. You're just adorable, Naruto, Kushina said, her tone full of motherly affection. Naruto's cheeks flushed at the unexpected hug from Kushina. What on earth was happening? He just met a strange big sister. At this point, it wasn't just Naruto feeling bewildered. Sasuke, standing nearby, and even the Nine Tails, both wore blank expressions. Inside the sealed space, Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief. The fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, and they're alive? Kurama's voice was tinged with shock. He surreptitiously studied Naruto and Sasuke's figures. No mistake, this was the Konoha of 60 years. Eventually, Kurama couldn't help but lower his head and inspect his own paw. The sensation of piercing through their bodies years ago was still vivid in his memory. Could it be they didn't die back then? But that doesn't make sense. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the fourth Hokage was clearly brought back by Edo Tensei. What was more astonishing was that from the Kushina standing before him, Kurama could sense another Nine Tails. The Nine Tails in its full strength. Unlike himself, the Ine Kurama sealed away, leaving only the incomplete young half. Kurama realized he was starting to lose track of what was happening. Meanwhile, Sasuke also looked utterly shocked. Namake's Minato. His gaze drifted involuntarily to Obito, sensing that familiar power of the eye technique. This guy? How does he have the same ocular power as Uchiha Obito? Who is he? Sensing Sasuke's gaze, Obito suddenly turned around and flashed him a wide grin. Sasuke paused for a moment in surprise. Does he know me? Chaos erupted. The arrival of Minato Namake's group threw the entire scene into disorder. Minato, noticing the confusion, offered an apologetic smile. Looks like I've caused everyone some trouble. Just as he was about to explain things to Sasuke and Naruto, the ground began to tremble violently. The shaking was so intense that even those present struggled to keep their footing. Then came a thunderous explosion, with thick black smoke billowing up into the sky. What's going on? Kakashi immediately sensed the source of the disturbance. In a flash, he leapt onto the roof of the Ninja Academy to survey the distance. What is it, Kakashi? Minato called up from below. Peering through the haze, Kakashi's face grew grave. It looks like there's fighting in the village. With that, he glanced down at Minato. Sorry, Minato-sensei, but I have to check it out. Go. The village comes first. As soon as the words left Minato's mouth, Kakashi became a blur, darting toward the rising smoke. Obito, I'm counting on you to protect them. I'll see if they need backup. Turning to Uchiha Obito, Minato gave his orders with solemn trust. Don't worry, sensei. Leave it to me, Obito replied, nodding with determination. Minato acknowledged him, then vanished in an instant. With Minato and Kakashi gone, only Kushina and the 4 young children remained. Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Obito again. Did that man who seemed to be Namake's Minato just call him Obito? At last, Sasuke spoke up. Are you Uchiha Obito? Obito looked momentarily surprised. Why is this kid asking my name? Still, he answered, yeah, that's me. What's up? Sasuke was at a loss for words. He really is Uchiha Obito? He didn't look the part at all. Sasuke could hardly reconcile this boyish figure with a defiant lone wolf who would one day challenge the entire ninja world. Lost in thought, Sasuke was jolted by an even stronger tremor, so powerful it felt as if the earth itself was turning upside down. A deep, rumbling roar filled the air. Everyone braced themselves, trying not to be thrown off their feet by the sudden quake. At last, the tremors eased, the ground settling beneath them. What in the world is happening over there? With startled faces, they all turned their eyes to the distant source. Could it be an attack from Pain? Obito blurted out, unable to hold back. You know about Pain? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, suspicion clear in his gaze. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm your senior, you know. Obito grumbled, clearly put out. Sasuke kept his thoughts to himself. This Obito seemed to be hiding many secrets. He clearly knew far more than he let on. But the strangeness of this world had clearly gone far beyond what was reasonable. There was no need to guess. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes was undoubtedly Yuzuki Shigumi. Forget it. I better go see if I can help. With these words, Sasuke dashed off, swift as an arrow released from its bow. Seeing Sasuke spring into action, Naruto refused to be left behind. He looked up at Kushina, his eyes filled with desperate hope. Big sis, I want to go too. Let me go. No, Naruto. It's far too dangerous over there. Kushina shook her head, her gaze heavy with worry. The chaos just now had made it clear. The battle would be brutal. Even if it's dangerous, I have to go. I can't let Sasuke get ahead of me. Naruto's eyes burned with determination. Though he was enjoying the warmth of that gentle embrace, he still broke free without hesitation, chasing after Sasuke's departing figure. Sasuke, wait up. Kushina could only sigh in exasperation, but more than anything, she was proud. Naruto, you really are such a driven and resilient child. Let's go too. I know you're both dying of curiosity. Obito grinned, taking Rin's hand as he spoke. As soon as the words left his lips, Obito activated his Kamui, and in a blink, the 3 of them vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a deafening barrage of explosions erupted one after another, shaking the very heavens, relentless and unending. Through the smoke and chaos, flashes of arcane ninja sigils appeared out of thin air, each one bursting apart in turn. This was one of Tobirama Senju's most notorious forbidden techniques, the tandem explosive tags. It allowed him to summon pre-prepared exploding tags, creating a chain of pinpoint detonations. Big brother, how are you holding up? Tobirama supported Hashirama Senju with great care, his brow deeply furrowed, worry etched across his face. The latter's complexion was pale. I'm fine. Hashirama waved a weak hand, looking visibly drained. Today's ordeal had served as a humbling lesson for Hashirama. Earlier, they had gone to the Senju grounds to teach Hiruzen Sarutobi a lesson, and then headed straight for Danzo, hoping to hear his true motives for destroying the Uchiha. At first, Danzo had been every bit as shocked as Hiruzen by the sight of Hashirama and Tobirama alive and well. But once he realized this was truly Hashirama before him, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He unleashed the power he'd stolen from Shursui Uchiha Sai. Kodo Amitsukami, a terrifying visual jutsu, capable of rewriting another's will entirely. Had it succeeded, Shimura Danzo might well have defied fate itself, for he would have commanded the absolute obedience of the god of shinobi. No one in the ninja world could have stood against him. But, in the end, he failed. If his target had been anyone else, even Tobirama Senju, he might have succeeded. But his greed proved too great. He set his sights on Hashirama Senju, the reincarnation of Ajura himself. The power of the Sharingan originates from the ultimate manifestation of Yin energy, which stands in direct opposition to Yang energy. Ajura, on the other hand, inherited the 6 paths Yang power from the Sage of 6 Paths, creating a natural conflict between yin and yang. How could mere yin energy possibly shake even a fraction of the six paths yang power? Naturally, Koto Uematsuki had no effect, though even so, Hashirama Senju suffered significant mental trauma as a result. Once things spiraled out of control, Tobirama Senju erupted in fury. In a flash, Danzo Shimura collapsed at his hands. Yet, in a scene almost beyond belief, the very next moment, Danzo, who had just been on the brink of death, was suddenly standing upright, alive and well. No, to be precise, he had never truly died at all. He had unleashed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, transforming all his injuries into nothing more than an illusory dream. Years of battling the Uchiha had taught Tobirama to see through Danzo's desperate gambit at a single glance. Having acquired this crucial information, Tobirama made his decision without hesitation. He would use the tandem explosive tags to end his opponent once and for all. The assault of the tandem explosive tags was relentless. The moment the first tag struck its target, an unending chain of explosions would follow, hounding the victim until nothing remained but dust. Even Izanagi could offer no salvation against such an onslaught. The violent tremors and thunderous blasts that had just rocked all of Konoha were the direct result of this epic clash. "Don't worry, brother. I'll make sure this debt is repaid in full." Tobirama's voice was resolute. Having properly settled Hashirama, Tobirama turned to face the very heart of the explosion. Amidst the rolling thunder, the murderous gleam in his eyes grew ever fiercer. At first, he'd only intended to teach Danzo a lesson. After all, Danzo wasn't from this timeline, and, as his own student, Tobirama had no wish to utterly destroy him. But now that things had come to this, there was no longer any need to hold back. "Is he dead?" Tobirama's eyes narrowed to slits. The duration of Izanagi's effect varied from person to person, typically lasting between 3 and 5 minutes. Moreover, since Danzo was not a true Uchiha, even though he transplanted a Sharingan, this would only shorten the time Izanagi could remain active. To be absolutely certain, Tobirama had unleashed his tandem explosive tags for a full 5 minutes straight. Even a pure-blooded Uchiha would be hard-pressed to survive such total annihilation. What on earth happened here? Yuzuki Shimiya descended from above, a look of utter astonishment on his face. He'd only stepped away for a moment to visit the Yamanaka household. How had things turned into such chaos so quickly? Leader Shimiya, Tobirama, responded at once, then proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. What? He used Koto Uematsuki on Hashirama? Yuzuki Shimiya was dumbfounded. Danzo really was audacious beyond belief, a man with the nerve of a wild beast. He truly dared to dream and dare to act. It does sound exactly like something he'd do, ambitious to the point of recklessness, yet utterly foolish. Shirogane Yuzuki nodded, recalling the remarkable feat of piercing through Susanoo with a kunai, an accomplishment that had also been this man's handiwork. And in the end, he even sealed away an entire bridge. No, only half a bridge, with the 4-symbol seal. Utterly foolish. So what's the situation now? Yuzuki turned her gaze toward the center of the explosion and asked. I intended to finish him off in one blow, but it seems he used Izanagi to turn the damage into an illusion, Tobirama replied coldly. So I changed tactics and used multiple explosive tags. Izanagi can't last forever. By now, he should have been dealt with. But Yuzuki shook her head. No, that old man transplanted a whole arm full of Sharingan. 10 of them plus Shurisue's eye in his right socket. That makes 11 in total. He can keep using Izanagi for a long time. What? Tobirama frowned. Danzo had gone to such insane lengths, grafting so many Sharingan onto himself. How did he even withstand the rejection? Tobirama couldn't help but ask. For anyone who wasn't an Uchiha, even one Sharingan was pushing the limits. And here he was with 11? Was he even human? He used your brother's cells. Someone created an arm for him using Hashirama's cells to help him endure the rejection. Whoever's behind these experiments is utterly unforgivable. Tobirama was seething. Behind such twisted research, it was impossible not to think of Hashirama as the source. He dared not imagine the desecration and torment his brother's body must have suffered in this timeline. Looks like the fight over there is finished. Shirogane Yuzuki's voice cut through Tobirama's anger. He followed her gaze. The barrage of multiple explosive tags had finally ceased. The tags were spent. The smoke from the blast slowly dispersed, revealing Shimura Danzo, not so much as a hair out of place. His face was ashen, his mouth twisted in a bitter, unwilling sneer. Just a little more, just a little more. Why did Koto Uematsuki fail? This is absurd. Not only had he failed to control Hashirama, But now he found himself in a precarious position, neither able to advance nor retreat. That single technique had forced him to consume 5 Sharingan just to avoid injury. Half his stock, gone in an instant. Even with the remaining eyes, Danzo no longer had any confidence in defeating Tobirama. Huh? Who's that? Just then, Danzo noticed Naruto and Yuzuki standing beside Tobirama, her presence having gone unnoticed until now. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. In a heartbeat, Danzo's expression shifted. He shouted anxiously, "Second Hokage, be careful of the person next to you. He's a spy from another nation. He forced me into this, and he can use with style. He must have implanted the first Hokage's cells. He's committed the gravest of crimes. He's been lingering near the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for a long time. For the safety of the Nine-Tails, I only wanted his assistance in an investigation. Yet he brutally murdered 12 of my men. They were all elite members of the Leaf. The loss is immeasurable. Lord Second, I beg you, please bring him to justice." Danzo's expression shifted with remarkable speed, his face consumed by anxiety and concern. His performance was nearly flawless, embodying the role of a victim to perfection. His words mixed truth and falsehood so seamlessly that it was nearly impossible to tell them apart. And so, the once relaxed and uninvolved Ujetsu Shurgong was instantly painted as a scheming renegade of the Leaf, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Me? Guilty of heinous crimes. Ujetsu pointed at himself in disbelief. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he could hold back no longer. He burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking with mirth, tears springing to his eyes. Trying to pin this all on me? That's just asking for trouble and nothing else. Even the 2 Senju brothers couldn't help but find the situation amusing. This is bad. Danzo's heart clenched as his gaze met Ujetsu's mocking eyes, and he realized he might have made a grave mistake. They actually know each other? How could this be? They're not even from the same era. How could these suddenly reappearing Hashirama and Tobirama have any connection to him? His original plan had been to label Ujetsu as an enemy of the Leaf, join forces with the Senju brothers to eliminate him, then use his own relationship as Tobirama's former student to smooth things over, letting the matter gradually fade away. But now, Danzo's face darkened, as black as the bottom of a pot. This won't do it all. Seeing the murderous intent growing ever stronger in Tobirama, Danzo knew he had to act, or his life would be in danger. Unwilling to give up, he quickly tried to defend himself. "Lord First, Lord Second, there's been a misunderstanding here." "A misunderstanding? Then why don't you explain it to us?" Ujetsu crossed his arms, his tone full of interest. But Danzo suddenly exploded in anger. "Where did this brat come from? Stay out of this. I'm speaking with the second Hokage. You have no place here." "Danzo, watch your words. What he says is what I think." Tobirama's calm warning smothered Danzo's fury like a bucket of cold water. He stared at the two in disbelief. Was their relationship really this close? "Well, say something, you one-eyed monster. If you have nothing else to explain, we'll send you on your way." Ujetsu's taunting voice rang out again. Danzo clenched his fists, but forced himself to stay calm. Taking a deep breath, Danzo said, "I had no intention of using ocular jutsu on Lord First. The rejection from the Sharingan was simply too strong. Plus, seeing you again, Sensei, I was too emotional to suppress the power in this eye. I nearly made a grave mistake. I earnestly beg my teacher to forgive this moment of carelessness." Shimura Danzo called out directly to Tobirama, addressing him as teacher, hoping that this connection might move his heart. Yet Senju Tobirama remained unmoved. Instead, Shinomiya Yuzuki let out a soft, amused chuckle. Then, turning his gaze to the Senju brothers, he spread his hands. "Now you've seen for yourselves just how good this guy is at making up stories. He spouts nonsense without a second thought, doesn't use his brain, and honestly, he's as dumb as they come. He treats us as if we're not even here. Isn't it obvious? He's taking us all for fools." "That's exactly it." Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement, feeling the truth of those words. A murderous aura flared across Tobirama's face, and several kunai were already poised in his grasp. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Danzo's fury boiled over. This damn brat was ruining things again, and to make matters worse, he was stoking the fire, adding fuel to the chaos. Rage surged in Danzo's chest as he silently swore. "If I survive this time, I'll do whatever it takes to wipe out Shinomiya Yuzuki." But just as his anger peaked, a sharp whistling cut through the air, breaking his train of thought. He looked up. Several kunai streaked toward him like lightning. Danzo dodged desperately, weaving left and right to avoid their deadly edges. With a cluster of metallic clinks, the kunai embedded themselves in the ground all around him. In the middle of his evasive maneuvers, Danzo caught something out of the corner of his eye, strange symbols carved into the kunai. They were the markings of Tobarama's flying thunder god technique. Danzo's heart leapt in shock, and he readied himself to escape with a body flicker. But at that very instant, a kunai sliced cleanly across his throat. Tobarama had already appeared silently behind him. Danzo's eyes went wide. He clutched his neck, trembling, but blood gushed forth uncontrollably, like a spring released. Bang! A thunderous crash followed as Tobarama landed a savage kick, sending Danzo's body hurtling backward, slamming hard into the wall. After enduring blow after blow, Shimura Danzo's life force quickly ebbed away, and he slumped into a lifeless corpse. Yet only seconds later, Danzo's body vanished without a trace, then reappeared on the spot, completely unharmed. By this time, Senju Tobarama had already used the Flying Thunder God to return to Yuzuki and Hashirama's side, watching Danzo from a distance. Let's see, looks like he's got 4 left. Once Danzo activated his Anaji, he gained a minute of invincibility. Clearly, the forbidden technique was now in effect. Tobarama ceased his attack, choosing instead to observe quietly, waiting for his Anaji's power to expire. He only needed to wait for the minute to pass, deliver another lethal blow, trigger his Anaji again, and then pull back. Repeat this 4 times, and Danzo will be finished for good. Danzo understood his predicament all too well. He hadn't been this close to death in years, and his comfortable life had left him with an inexplicable fear of dying. Seeing that Tobarama was keeping his distance, Danzo felt his courage drain away entirely. He didn't even have the nerve to resist. Instinctively, he turned to flee. But just as he finished weaving the hand seals for the body flicker technique, Tobarama's figure blocked his path in an instant. Tobarama stared at him, calm and unyielding. A chill ran down Danzo's spine. This was the fastest speed in the ninja world. He couldn't win, and he couldn't escape. Sensei. Danzo clenched his teeth. I was wrong, truly wrong. After all, I'm your student. Please forgive me this once. Tobarama remained completely unmoved, not even deigning to give a reply. Just then, the 1-minute limit of Izanagi expired. Tobarama's form flickered, and Danzo's head was sent flying, his face frozen in bitter unwillingness. He hadn't even had a chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, Danzo died yet again. As expected, he activated his Anaji once more. By now, Tobarama had already used the Flying Thunder God to put a safe distance between them. The same trick played yet again. All that remained for Danzo was endless despair. He had only 3 Sharingan left. So this is the dog-walking tactic. Rather amusing, isn't it? Yujetsu Shigenomiya said with a cheerful smile. Danzo heard her voice, his eyes burning with hatred. It was this brat meddling in everything. Otherwise, he might still have had a chance to survive. Yes, I love watching you like this, burning with the urge to kill me, yet utterly helpless. Tobarama couldn't help but glance at Yujetsu. This group leader's personality, well, it was certainly unique. The minute's wait was almost over. Just then, 2 unexpected figures rushed onto the scene. It was Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze, arriving to provide backup. What on earth is happening here? Kakashi looked around in utter confusion. He'd expected an enemy attack, but what he found instead was Konoha's own right-hand man, Danzo Shimura, in the middle of a brawl. And even more outrageous, the first and second Hokage. Weren't those 2 legendary elders long gone from this world? But when he glanced over at his own teacher, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi started to put things together. Maybe they, too, had traveled through time and space? Thinking about it that way, it didn't seem so strange after all. Group leader Yujetsu, what's going on here? Minato couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Oh, it's like this. In just a few words, Yujetsu Shigenomiya laid out the entire story. In short, we're busy cleaning house. If you 2 want to join in, you're more than welcome. Don't worry about holding back. This is justice at work. Besides, the group chat's offering generous rewards for this mission. And hey, throwing a few punches is a good way to stretch your muscles, isn't it? Yujetsu said, still smiling brightly. So that's how it is. Kakashi and Minato exchanged a glance. When their eyes fell on Danzo, a hint of displeasure flickered across their faces. And for Danzo, seeing Kakashi appear was like catching a lifeline. Kakashi, hurry up and help me take down that brat. He's confused Lord Second and is inciting internal strife within Konoha. His gaze then shifted to Minato Namikaze, who had just appeared out of nowhere, and he couldn't help but wonder why resurrections seemed to be happening so frequently these days. But now wasn't the time to get hung up on that. With so many people here, surely not all of them could be Yuzuki's friends, right? 4th Hokage, as the leader of the village, shouldn't you step up and capture this troublemaker? No, we should get rid of him on the spot. Keeping someone like him alive is a threat to Konoha. Danzo spoke righteously, completely unaware of the subtle looks exchanged between Kakashi and Minato. You want me to go against Yuzuki? He's my dearest friend, closer than family. You'd have to pay extra. No, not even for extra pay. Honestly, Danzo, you're the real menace here. Maybe it's you who needs to be dealt with first. As his words faded, and he saw that Kakashi and Minato didn't so much as twitch, Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. Do you know all these people? Shinomiya, Yuzuki. You really are a piece of work. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration. Time's just about up. The minute granted by Izanagi was nearly over, and Yuzuki reminded him in a friendly tone. Before I left, Ino told me I had to be home before 9. So here's my suggestion. Each of us gets to hit you 9 times. If you can take it, we'll call it quits and go our separate ways. If not, well, maybe it's fate's way of making you pay for all the harm you've caused. What do you say? I'm sure you don't want to waste any more time, right? Yuzuki offered his proposal in a tone that sounded as if he were genuinely considering Danzo's well-being. Those around them couldn't help but exchange bewildered looks. 9 hits each? The way it looked, just one blow would probably erase Danzo from existence, literally. There wouldn't even be a scrap left. And judging by how Danzo's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, he knew it too. When Danzo pretended not to hear, Yuzuki frowned and said, Silence means consent, then. I'll go first. With style. He pressed his hands together, and a surge of chakra erupted from within him, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Looks like we finally get to see the group leader in action. Is that what style? That's the same jutsu as Big Brother uses. Everyone was watching with anticipation. But just as Yuzuki was about to unleash the wood dragon technique, 2 more figures burst onto the battlefield. It was Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, the famous pair of rivals. Yuzuki quickly halted his jutsu, not wanting to accidentally hurt them. Huh, what are they doing here? Yuzuki wondered aloud. With everyone showing up, it's no wonder they couldn't just sit back. From behind, Obito's voice drifted over, and Yuzuki turned to look. A vortex in space began to spiral open behind him, and Kushina Uzumaki, Obito, and Rin Noara stepped out as well. Hey, looks like we're all here. Judging by this, Danzo's in for a treat today. Even more people lining up to give him a taste of their fists. The 3 newcomers looked around in confusion, completely lost as to what Yuzuki was planning. Minato gave a helpless smile and explained Yuzuki's earlier suggestion to them. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Forget it. With that small frame of his, I doubt he could even withstand a single punch from my Susanoo. True, you've got a point there. But hey, looks like we might not need to get involved ourselves after all. Suddenly, Yuzuki Shigu interjected. Everyone's attention shifted back to the battlefield, where the situation had begun to change. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha's face was icy cold, his murderous intent palpable. His Sharingan spun furiously, the 3 tomo locking tightly onto Danzo's figure. In his left hand, Chidori crackled with lightning, dazzling and fierce. With deadly resolve, he lunged at Danzo like a bolt of lightning. Though it wasn't clear what exactly was happening here, Danzo had shown up alone for once, without his root operatives. It was a rare opportunity, strike first. This blow was for all the innocent Uchiha who had perished. Chidori. Shimura Danzo's gaze sharpened, his expression grave. The shadow before him was like a streak of lightning cutting through a raging storm, wielding thunder with astonishing speed. A chill ran down his spine. Of course, he recognized Sasuke Uchiha. But how could the boy who only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan when his clan fell, now wield such power? There was no time to ponder. Danzo quickly readied himself for battle. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo drew a deep breath, gathering a mighty gale, and unleashed it in a powerful burst. A highly compressed blast of wind shot forth like an arrow, aiming straight at Sasuke. Sparks crackled in the air. Sasuke showed no intention of dodging, instead meeting the attack head-on with his Chidori. There was a sharp, splitting sound as the 2 jutsu clashed. The vacuum wave was cleaved in 2 by Chidori, though the lightning's glow had clearly dimmed as well. How is this possible? Danzo frowned deeply, watching Sasuke's relentless advance. With lightning speed, he snatched up a kunai and coated its edge with a razor-sharp wind blade. Then he braced himself for Sasuke's Chidori. In an instant, lightning and wind collided violently, tearing through the air. Their clash was fierce and explosive. One after another, concussive blasts echoed as the 2 battled. But before long, Sasuke was sent flying. He tumbled through the air, barely managing to right himself before landing. Tsh. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sasuke stood up, his face expressionless. He was at a disadvantage in terms of elemental affinity, wind beats lightning. Using Chidori against Danzo really was a losing battle. However, he was a Uchiha, and their mastery of fire release was unmatched, and fire trumps wind. Again, with a sudden push, Sasuke shattered the ground beneath his feet, shooting toward Danzo like an arrow unbound. Danzo regarded him coldly. If he couldn't deal with those monsters, surely he could handle this kid. And now, you come right to me. If I take you hostage, perhaps I'll still have a chance today? With a snort, Danzo raised his hand, ready to fight. Danzo stood his ground, calmly neutralizing Sasuke's surging punch with flawless precision, dissolving the force behind the blow. Without hesitation, his hand sliced forward like a blade, aiming straight for Sasuke's throat. But Sasuke, nimble and quick, used his smaller frame to his advantage, slipping to the side with ease to evade the strike. In the same instant, he lashed out with a lightning-fast kick toward Danzo's lower body. Danzo was forced onto the defensive. Their clash intensified, a rapid series of blows echoing through the space. Though still just a boy, Sasuke's strength couldn't yet reach its full potential. Yet with the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan and his deep combat training, he moved with effortless skill. As the fight dragged on, a flicker of shock crossed Danzo's mind. This Sasuke, how can his taijutsu match mine blow for blow? He, Shimura Danzo, who had stepped on a battlefield at 16 and survived countless life-or-death struggles, was he truly unable to overpower a 12-year-old child? After roughly 30 exchanges, a sly glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Seizing the momentum from Danzo's attack, Sasuke suddenly hurled himself backward, as if propelled by the force. A sense of unease surged in Danzo's heart. Sure enough, suspended in midair, Sasuke gave a cold, calculating smile and unleashed a hidden technique. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A slender tongue of fire shot from Sasuke's lips, racing along invisible threads at high speed, aimed with deadly precision straight at Shimura Danzo. Then in midair, the flames split into 3 blazing streams, attacking from above, center, and below, all at once. Danzo's mind sparked with realization. He quickly checked himself. There on the arm, leg, and back where Sasuke had made contact, near-invisible threads had silently wound around him, barely detectable to the naked eye. Danzo reacted in a flash, snapping the threads and leaping away from Sasuke. Freed from their guidance, the fire dissipated instantly where the lines broke. Not bad for an old relic. You're quicker than you look. Sasuke landed lightly with a nimble somersault, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking sneer. Danzo's expression darkened. Sasuke's strength had clearly surpassed expectations. He himself had nearly fallen for the trick. Now I'm going to get serious. Let's see if you can make this game a bit more interesting, Sasuke said coolly. Almost on instinct, his hand reached for his waist, only to find, with an awkward jolt, that the Kusanagi sword was missing. His fingers closed on empty air. Though momentarily embarrassed, Sasuke masked his reaction well, smoothly tucking his hand back at his waist, maintaining an air of calm composure. Sasuke. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, familiar enough to make Sasuke's body tense for a split second. He dared not look back, wary of a sneak attack from Danzo, and could only respond with a hint of resignation. Naruto, get out of here. It's too dangerous. Don't come any closer. Yet the footsteps kept drawing nearer and nearer. Sasuke heaved a sigh. Naruto was always this stubborn. Sasuke, let's teach this weird old guy a lesson together. Naruto appeared at Sasuke's right side. His face lit up with an eager grin. He clapped his fists together, producing a crisp, energetic sound. The sight made Sasuke pause for a moment in surprise. He was reminded of the time he and Naruto had fought side by side. That one and only time. Together, they'd faced Madara of the Six Paths, a man whose power could shatter the world. The memory flickered by in an instant, and Sasuke gave a small nod. There's really no helping you. But you have to follow my lead. Don't go charging in recklessly, Sasuke cautioned in a low voice. Naruto beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Just having Sasuke's approval was enough to fill him with joy. Just as the two prepared to strike together, a voice full of curiosity sounded from behind them. I've just come up with a new idea. Danzo, if you can defeat these two, everything that happened today will be wiped clean. We won't pursue any of your past crimes either. But if you really do fall to them, then that's just your tough luck. No one will be around to avenge you. Once again, Yuzuki Shigu transformed into the idea master, spicing up the battle with a fresh twist. As these words landed, Danzo Shimura's expression instantly brightened, as if he had just caught hold of a lifeline. He hurriedly shouted, "Kid, you'd better keep your word." He could sense that Yuzuki Shigu was highly respected among this group. Everyone seemed to value his opinion. That meant even Tobirama would likely listen to what he said. Though he couldn't figure out why this troublesome brat would suddenly show him mercy, the promise had already been made. There was no taking it back now. Relax, I always keep my promises. Unlike you. Yuzuki Shigu replied with a smile. But Minato Namikaze, standing to the side, looked a bit uneasy. Yuzuki, are you sure about this? At this point in time, Naruto isn't much of a fighter, relying on Sasuke alone. According to the original story, Naruto at this stage could hardly be called a fighter. He was basically just an ordinary kid, with the nine tails inside him being his only real advantage. He could take a beating, but that was about it. Yuzuki Shigu, however, gave him a mysterious smile. Don't worry, just wait, and you'll be in for quite a surprise. With a relaxed stretch, Yuzuki leaned back, and almost instantly, several trees burst from the ground, their branches weaving together. In no time at all, a wooden sofa appeared as if conjured by magic. After all, a good show was about to begin. It wouldn't do to watch it standing up. Don't worry, fourth Hokage. If anything goes wrong, we'll step in right away, Tobirama Senju reassured him. With Shigu's guarantee, Minato finally let his worries rest. Huh, that's the ripple of Kami. Group leader Yuzuki, that person is here, just nearby. Obito, who had been quietly sitting with Rin Noara, suddenly announced in surprise. Huh, who? Yuzuki blinked in confusion. After a brief moment of shock, Yuzuki finally snapped back to her senses when she saw Obito's reaction. Oh, it's him, she said, her tone casual. The person in question was none other than Uchiha Obito, who existed on the same timeline as Yuzuki Shigu. This guy is something else, Yuzuki muttered under her breath. Always going on about hate this and hate that, and yet he keeps running back to Konoha. The show's about to start, and I don't feel like moving. Obito, do me a favor and lure him away, will you? Yuzuki slouched deeper into the couch, exuding utter laziness as she turned her gaze toward Obito. You really take laziness to another level, Obito replied, exasperated. Pretty please, Obito-chan, Yuzuki pleaded. All right. In the end, he couldn't refuse her, and nodded in agreement. Besides, I'm curious to see just how strong the me who learned all those forbidden technique from Madara has become. Kakashi, who stood nearby, tilted his head slightly at these words, as if pondering something. Sensei's wife, could you look after Rin for me? I'll be back soon. Obito called out to Kushina before his body began to distort, preparing to use Kimui and slip away. I'm coming too. Suddenly, a hand shot out and gripped his shoulder, and in the next instant, both were whisked away by Kamui's swirling power. It was Kakashi. Kakashi's going too? Well, never mind. Those three together are bound to stir things up, Yuzuki mused, withdrawing her gaze to focus on the imminent showdown. Elsewhere, Danzo Shimura was slowly forming hand seals, preparing to summon his mystical beast. Though his opponents were just a pair of brats, this battle meant life or death for him, and he had no choice but to go all out. Summoning Jutsu, Baku. Danzo bit down hard on his tongue, and a spatter of blood arced through the air before he slammed his palm against the ground. Instantly, thick white mist billowed forth, and a monstrous creature emerged from the haze. This beast was massive, sporting a trunk like an elephant's, but otherwise entirely unlike one. Danzo's very own summoning beast, Baku. Become Baku's next meal, you little pests. Danzo snarled, his face twisted, hands flashing through seals as he commanded Baku to unleash its jutsu. Baku's enormous jaws gaped open, and with a thunderous roar, a raging vortex erupted forth, its terrifying suction threatening to drag Sasuke and Naruto off their feet. Watch out! Sasuke reacted in a flash, grabbing Naruto, who was nearly swept away, and forced chakra into his soles, anchoring himself to the ground. Even so, they couldn't help but be pulled inch by inch toward Baku's gaping maw. Cursed Uchiha brat, born evil. You'll never change anything, just like your worthless brother, Danzo taunted, his words dripping with scorn, as if hoping to recover his lost pride by belittling the two who seemed powerless to resist. But, shut up, Sasuke snapped, his head rising abruptly, a chill unfathomable for his young face flickering in his eyes. You damned old man, you have no right to even mention his name. Every word from Sasuke Uchiha was as sharp as a blade, his voice cold and chilling like a vengeful specter, piercing straight through Danzo's heart. As his words fell, an overwhelming hatred for Danzo surged within him, causing a violent tremor in his spirit. In Sasuke's eyes, the three tomo began to slowly spin, finally connecting to form a mysterious six-pointed star pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. What is this? As he felt that familiar, powerful force awakening within him, even Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, but soon, a surge of wild joy flooded his heart. My strength seems to be returning. Not much, but it's enough. Though it was neither the Eternal Mangekyo nor the Sixth Tomo Rinnegan, with just the Mangekyo Sharingan alone, it was more than enough to kill Danzo. Susanoo. Power erupted in Sasuke's eyes, and behind him, a massive skeletal giant began to take shape. But this was only the beginning. As his ocular power surged further, muscle quickly formed over the bones until the figure was complete. A semi-complete Susanoo. What? Danzo's eyes went wide with disbelief and horror at the sight before him. What in the world was this monster? A 12-year-old brat, awakening the Mangekyo and summoning Susanoo? And all this just because of a single taunt? Even Madara, Uchiha, would have to bow down to you. Damn it, this isn't fair. I demand a rematch. He's cheating. But with bloodlust surging in his heart, Sasuke cared nothing for what Danzo was thinking. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke drew back his great bow, the heavenly Magatama bow, taking aim at the spellcasting dream taper and loosed the arrow with all his might. A blazing arrow, wreathed in pitch-black flames, shot forth like thunder, splitting the air as it roared toward its target. Catching sight of the arrow hurtling toward him, Danzo didn't hesitate. A flicker of movement, and he dodged behind the dream taper. The dream taper caught the scene in the corner of its eye, terror-stricken. It was in the midst of casting its spell, unable to move an inch. All it could do was cast a furious, yet helpless glance back. Danzo, curse you. The arrow's roar tore through the air, splitting the silence with a thunderous crack. In an instant, the arrow struck true, pinning the monstrous dream taper firmly to the earth. A mournful, anguished wail echoed, and then, in the blink of an eye, the creature dissolved into a puff of white mist. With the dream taper gone, Sasuke's Susanoo faded as well. Clutching his blood-soaked eyes, Sasuke dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. At his age, with his body still not fully matured, using Susanoo came at a tremendous cost. Now free from the dream taper's influence, Naruto managed to regain his balance. Seeing Sasuke so drained, he hurried over to support him. Sasuke, are you alright? That last move was absolutely epic. Sasuke gave a slight shake of his hand, using a special secret art to quickly restore his chakra. With that annoying summoned beast out of the way, the next step is to deal with that damn Danzo. Now watch me. With a sudden burst of energy, Naruto darted forward, placing himself squarely between Sasuke and Danzo. He pointed his finger at Danzo, brimming with confidence. Naruto, are you sure you can handle this? Sasuke eyed Naruto's somewhat awkward movements, a hint of doubt flickering in his gaze. Naruto bristled at the remark, his indignation flaring up. What's that supposed to mean? Are you underestimating me? Without waiting for a response, Naruto charged at Danzo with renewed determination, eager to prove his strength. Hey, don't push yourself, just keep him busy for me, Sasuke's voice called from behind, only spurring Naruto on. He quickened his pace, heading straight for Danzo. Take this. Leaping into the air, Naruto threw a powerful punch, aiming directly for Danzo's vitals. Danzo's focus sharpened, his eyes locked onto Naruto's every move. Sasuke's ambush just moments ago had left Danzo rattled. He'd only narrowly escaped death, and using Izanagi again was not something to take lightly. This Uzumaki Naruto, fighting by Sasuke's side, was clearly no ordinary opponent. Those glaring openings. Are they intentional? Danzo scrutinized Naruto's seemingly clumsy attacks, his mind racing. Was Naruto baiting him, waiting for the perfect moment to switch tactics and catch him off guard? I'm not falling for that. A sly glint flashed across Danzo's eyes. He responded swiftly, defending himself while probing for weaknesses, ready to counter at a moment's notice. Danzo cautiously threw a punch, his body tense and alert for any sudden change. But the moment they made contact, Naruto was sent flying, tumbling through the air like a puppet with its strings cut, landing hard with a heavy thud. Danzo, damn it. I've been played. He's just an idiot. If I'd known, I would have just taken him out with one strike. Danzo fumed inwardly, kicking himself. Elsewhere, Minato Namikaze looked helplessly at Yuzuki Shigu, who lounged comfortably on the sofa. Sasuke's rapid progress was undoubtedly thanks to Yuzuki's guidance. Without it, there's no way he could have unlocked the Mangekyo so quickly. As for Naruto, well, that was another story. Judging by his current performance, he seemed to be falling behind. Don't worry, the real show's about to begin. Every play needs a little build-up, Yuzuki said with a laugh. Minato nodded, forcing himself to watch patiently. Hey, how's it going? Sasuke asked, expressionless, staring at Naruto collapsed on the ground. I told you not to be so reckless, but you just wouldn't listen. Naruto flailed his legs awkwardly before managing to get to his feet, clearly embarrassed. I am fine. Really? Let me handle this, Sasuke sighed, standing up, his strength mostly restored. But before he could step forward, Naruto resolutely took his place by Sasuke's side. His face was flushed, but his determination was unwavering. He refused to let Sasuke face the enemy alone. Naruto, listen to me. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. HM? Kurama, what is it? Naruto responded inwardly. I'm ready now. You can use my power. Naruto was overjoyed. You fully recovered? Yes. After being sealed away for so long, Kurama had needed time to regain his strength. Now, he was almost back to his full power. Let's go, Kurama. Man and fox became one, their strength intertwining. Instantly, incredible changes swept through Naruto's body. A massive torrent of chakra surged forth, shaking the earth beneath him. His body was enveloped in dazzling golden light. Patterns symbolizing the Sage of Six Paths' power appeared on his chest, and his clothes elongated and transformed into a radiant golden robe, flowing behind him like a billowing cape. Ninetales Link Mode, Naruto Uzumaki. What incredible power! Naruto marveled at his new attire, curiosity and fresh excitement in his eyes. What? Danzo spat out another mouthful of blood. A perfect Jinchuriki. What kind of monster is this guy? He felt as though an invisible force was closing in on him. A Mangekyo Sharingan, and now a perfect Jinchuriki. What did he have to fight back with? At that thought, Danzo shot a furious glare at Yuzuki Shigu, certain this kid knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up this plan so confidently. Damn it, he never intended to let me off easy. Facing Danzo's hateful stare, Yuzuki only smiled calmly, making a graceful gesture of invitation. The meaning was clear. Go on, show us what you've got. Sasuke, let's go. I'm ready. Sasuke stepped up beside Naruto with a faint smile, eyeing his friend's perfect Jinchuriki form. Not bad. I can't fall behind, either. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan flared. A skeletal armor materialized around Sasuke. By using Susanoo in this way, he could greatly reduce the drain on his chakra while still unleashing tremendous power. The two exchanged a glance, saying nothing. In the next instant, they charged forward in perfect unison. Both of them sped straight at Danzo. Even as they stood there, Danzo could feel a chilling aura bearing down on him, making his heart shudder. There's no way out. There's not a shred of hope left. But he refused to go down without a fight. His face twisted with rage. He drew a deep breath, and then, like a volcano erupting, unleashed his jutsu with explosive force. A blade of wind, compressed to the extreme, slashed forth like a sword raging in a storm. Razor sharp, as if it could cut through anything in existence. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. But that wasn't enough. Danzo quickly formed another set of signs, spitting out a barrage of wind bullets, rapid fire, all aimed at Naruto and Sasuke. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Wind blades and wind bullets came screaming toward them, closing the distance in a flash. Sasuke, meanwhile, remained utterly calm and composed, for Naruto had already made the first move. With a casual sweep of his long cloak, Naruto unleashed a surge of power. The golden cloak, saturated with the chakra of the Nine Tails, instantly morphed into a massive tail of pure chakra that lashed out with tremendous force. In an instant, all of Danzo's meticulously prepared jutsu were smashed to pieces as if they were nothing more than fragile paper. The razor-sharp wind blades vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Danzo Shimura's eyelid twitched violently. Wasn't this a bit too much? How was he supposed to play this game now? So strong. Feeling the sheer might firsthand, Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. You've got a long way to go, kid, came Kurama's calm, rumbling voice from within. I'll do my best, Naruto responded, fired up with determination. Then, with a mischievous smile, he turned to face Danzo across from him. Hey, old man monster, guess it's my turn to attack now. Seeing Naruto take an offensive stance, Danzo's nerves stretched taut. The power of the Nine Tails was simply overwhelming. Fortunately, Naruto's lack of real combat experience might give Danzo a chance to hold out with his own seasoned tactics. However, Danzo's hopes were about to be shattered by the harsh reality. In a flash, Naruto sprang into action. Danzo Shimura barely caught a glimpse of a golden afterimage streaking past. Here it comes. Danzo's heart clenched in alarm. He quickly braced himself, eyes locked on Naruto, ready to block the attack. He threw up his hands to defend, and was sent flying. Danzo. Naruto's fist landed squarely on Danzo's chest. His body doubled over like a shrimp, eyes bulging, his insides churning so violently he felt as if he might vomit up everything he'd ever eaten. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Like a cannonball, Danzo was blasted backwards, slamming into a wall with bone-shaking force, punching a massive hole right through it. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. What just happened? He meant to block, but how could he possibly stop a punch like that? It was like getting run over by a tank. All his combat skills and tactical experience, utterly meaningless in the face of such brute force. This was sheer, unadulterated power. Absolute violence, overwhelming all finesse. Izanagi. Feeling the pain of broken ribs and battered organs, Danzo had no choice but to sacrifice a Sharingan to activate Izanagi, reversing his injuries. Another Sharingan on his arm, closed forever. Damn it, damn it. Danzo's face was ashen. His trump cards were dwindling one by one. Outside, Naruto peered curiously at the gaping hole in the wall, craning his neck. Where'd that weird old man run off to? Sasuke stepped forward, a hint of envy flickering his eyes as he looked at Naruto. He's probably dead. With your speed and strength, there's no way he could survive that punch. Huh, dead? Did I just get us in trouble? Naruto looked flustered and uneasy. He had only intended to teach the other man a lesson. Don't worry. That guy was never a good person to begin with. His death is nothing but the result of his own actions. Besides, haven't you always dreamed of becoming Hokage? You take down those villains to protect the village. That's not something bad. It's a responsibility you're destined to bear as you grow. Sasuke's voice was gentle as he comforted him. Oh really? Naruto looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Sasuke took in every nuance of Naruto's reaction. It seemed this guy didn't have the experience of living a second life like he did. Then how had he managed to master the power of the Nine Tails so early? That question brought someone to Sasuke's mind. That's right, it seemed Naruto had also received help from Yuzuki Shibuya, making peace with the Nine Tails years ahead of time. But who exactly was this Yuzuki Shibuya? Sasuke glanced sidelong at Yuzuki, who was sitting on the sofa, her faint smile as gentle as a spring breeze, and then he turned his gaze away. Because Danzo, that troublesome old man, had shown up again, still not knowing when to quit. Sasuke, that weird old guy just came back to life again. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. He used Izanagi, a forbidden jutsu that can shift any wound onto something else. Sasuke's Sharingan flicked toward Danzo's arm. Huh, only one Sharingan left. That makes things easier. He'd thought Danzo could use that jutsu an unlimited number of times, but apparently, the man had already died quite a few times before they'd even arrived. Who knows what Danzo did to offend a big boss like Yuzuki Shibuya? Naruto, finish him off one more time. He won't be able to come back anymore, Sasuke said with certainty. I'm on it. Confident that he discovered Danzo's secret, Naruto grinned and, with a flash, vanished, appearing instantly behind Danzo. With a heavy thud, his fist crashed into Danzo's back before the old man could even react. There was a sharp gasp, and a mouthful of blood sprayed forth as Danzo's body flickered and then reappeared, completely unscathed. Hey, old man, just like Sasuke said, you only get one more shot at revival, right? Having barely revived, Danzo felt a chill run down his spine at the sound of Naruto's voice behind him. Then, like a shuttlecock, he was sent flying by the sweep of Naruto's cloak. He crashed to the ground with a boom, sending up a cloud of dust. Sasuke, all done. Am I awesome or what? With a shimmer of golden light, Naruto darted back to Sasuke's side, his face lit up in anticipation of praise. Sasuke could only facepalm in exasperation. You rushed in before I could finish. Once Izanagi is activated, he can redirect all damage for a full minute. You have to wait until the technique wears off before attacking him. Naruto froze. Huh. In other words, Naruto looked over to where Danzo had fallen. Sure enough, Danzo was already back on his feet, and without a word, he turned and ran. That's right, none of those attacks worked just now, Sasuke said, spreading his hands. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the fleeing Danzo. In a flash, he vanished, instantly giving chase. That infuriating old man, making me lose face in front of Sasuke. With a flash of golden light, Naruto suddenly blocked Danzo's escape route. You little brat, enough is enough. Danzo roared in rage. If I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well go all out. He drew a kunai, wrapped its blade in razor-sharp wind chakra. Danzo lunged forward with a savage thrust, kunai poised to strike. Naruto stood his ground, unmoving, as a shimmering fox's head appeared over him. Clang! With a clear, ringing sound, Danzo's wind-enhanced kunai snapped in two without leaving so much as a scratch. Before Danzo could even register his shock, Naruto's foot smashed into his chest. Catching him, Sasuke. In an instant, Danzo was sent hurtling backward by the terrifying force. Sasuke had already slipped quietly behind Danzo, not too far away. Hearing Naruto's shout and seeing Danzo flying toward him at high speed, Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. Nice one. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. A thin trail of blood trickled from Sasuke's eye as a surge of black flames erupted around him. Harnessing the power of Kagutsuchi, he gathered the black fire into a blazing staff, and with a swift swing, sent Danzo flying again. Coming your way. Naruto's eyes lit up. Chakra gathered at his back, transforming into a massive, spectral arm. He snatched Danzo from the air and, with a crisp motion, flung him back again. On the other side, Sasuke offered a word of praise, and likewise batted Danzo back. Back and forth they went. Danzo became a tennis ball caught between the two, tossed around as if he were nothing more than a toy. Yet, as the unwilling centerpiece of this game, Danzo found it anything but amusing. Tossed about like a plaything, had he not activated his last Sharingan to cast Izanagi at the crucial moment, he would have already been dead. But now, this humiliation, utterly unbearable for someone as prideful as him, was worse than death itself. You damn brats! Danzo's eyes bulged with fury. All 10 of his Sharingan had been spent, and this was the end he faced. Staring down such a fate, his face twisted with resentment. Then let's go to hell together. As Naruto prepared to catch him once more, Danzo abruptly triggered the reverse 4-symbol seal. A torrent of ink burst from the curse mark on his chest, splattering across the ground and painting a web of sinister, intricate seals. At the sight, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He'd heard of this technique and had been on guard for it all along. Naruto, fall back. He's going to self-destruct. In truth, Sasuke's warning was hardly needed. Naruto's internal danger sense was already screaming at him to retreat. He flung Danzo aside without hesitation and dashed at full speed toward Sasuke, grabbing him as they prepared to escape. But Sasuke interjected, "Wait, we can't just let Shursue's eye be lost. Naruto, take me to Danzo now." Without time to think, Naruto instantly teleported to Danzo, who was on the verge of exploding. Sasuke moved swiftly, deftly extracting Shursue's eye from Danzo's socket. Ignoring Danzo's anguished cries, Sasuke urged Naruto to hurry. A golden streak tore through the sky as Naruto accelerated. Just as the reverse 4 symbols ceiling reached its climax, the two of them skimmed past the very edge of the seal and made a narrow escape. Phew, we're safe. They finally stopped, 100 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion. He always insists on taking along the strangest burial treasures, Sasuke remarked, a wry, meaningful smile tugging at his lips. Last time, he sealed away half a bridge. This time, he managed to take several buildings with him. But this was the base of Root. Those houses had long since been abandoned. Danzo's self-destruction had merely claimed some worthless bricks and rubble. We did it! Naruto cheered, jumping for joy. They had defeated that wicked old man. Well done, Naruto. There were a few minor flaws, but for your very first battle, you did great. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Naruto turned around to see who it was. Yujetsu and the others were approaching at a leisurely pace. Yujetsu. Naruto waved excitedly. When did you get here? I was here the whole time. You were incredible. Yatsuga Yujetsu praised him once again. His words were sincere. After all, when Naruto finished off Danzo, 200,000 gold coins had unexpectedly dropped. His investment in Naruto had paid off handsomely in an instant. Not to mention, when reviving Kurama earlier, Naruto had dropped another 1,000,000 coins. All told, that was a cool 1.2 million gold in the bank. Naruto, Minato Namikaze called out with a warm smile. Dad, Naruto shouted, bursting with excitement. Oh, and Big Sis is here too. Naruto suddenly noticed Kushina and greeted her with enthusiasm. And these two gentlemen, I've never met you before. Nice to meet you. Naruto went down the line, greeting Kushina, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju. The three of them responded with friendly smiles. What a bundle of energy. Reminds me of how you were as a kid, big brother, Tobirama said, grinning. Ha, is that so? Hashirama scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. So that's how Tobirama saw him as a child. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but he couldn't deny it. Naruto, as the reincarnation of Ajura, just like himself, did share quite a few traits with him. Naruto zipped over to Minato's side, face alight with excitement. Dad, when you said you were leaving, I didn't realize you meant leaving the place where Kurama was sealed. I thought you were headed somewhere else entirely. Gazing at this tall young man with golden hair and blue eyes, someone who looked so much like himself, Naruto finally received confirmation from the Nine Tails. This was his father. Emotions surged within him all at once. Naruto threw himself into Minato's arms, his eyes reddening and his nose tingling with the sting of tears. All these years, where have you been? Why have you been gone so long? I thought I didn't have a mom or dad anymore. Minato Namikaze let out a gentle sigh and wrapped Naruto in a warm embrace. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to watch you grow up. Your mother and I had to carry out an extremely important mission. For the sake of the village, we had no other choice. Minato had wanted to reveal the truth, that they came from a different timeline, but seeing Naruto in this state, he swallowed the words before they could leave his lips. Forget it, he thought. Let him misunderstand for now. After all, it wasn't a lie. They truly were father and son. At that moment, the nine tails inside Naruto coughed lightly, as if trying to avoid the emotional scene, and quietly closed the door to its heart. But on second thought, it couldn't blame itself entirely. The beast, too, had been swept along by forces beyond its control, a pawn in the hands of fate. Now was the time for a tale that could move even the most stoic to tears. It's okay. Doing things for the village is the right thing to do, Naruto said, wiping away his tears and breaking into a bright, radiant smile. But now that you're back, you won't leave again, will you? Hope filled Naruto's eyes as he looked up. Minato's heart grew heavy. Usually so talkative, he found himself at a loss for words. He and Kushina didn't belong to this world's timeline. They couldn't stay here for long. Dad! Naruto's voice trembled as he noticed Minato's long silence, a trace of unease creeping into his heart. Just then, Yuzuki Shigumi stepped forward with a smile, eager to break the tension. The mission is complete. Of course he won't have to leave again. Minato and Naruto turned to look at Yuzuki, one with surprise and delight in his eyes, the other with a hint of resignation, and both hoping that this all-powerful group leader might have a perfect solution. Under their expectant gazes, Yuzuki spoke gently. As ninjas, taking on missions is just part of life. Right, Naruto? Naruto nodded. Nothing could be more obvious. That major mission is finished, but as a ninja, your dad will still have to go out on missions from time to time. That's normal. So, he might be away for a few months every now and then, but he'll always come back to spend time with you. At the same time, Yuzuki quietly sent a message to Minato. Time flows differently in our world. Just drop by whenever you can. What's a few months? There's only about 10 days here, so there's plenty of time. When you're away, just say you're out on a mission. Minato suddenly understood. This was indeed a good plan. While it might be difficult to visit frequently, coming to see Naruto every few months was certainly doable. He nodded in agreement, signaling his approval of the idea. Really? Naruto looked up, his face breaking into a brilliant, beaming smile. Of course it's true, Minato replied, gladly accepting Yuzuki Shigumi's suggestion. Fantastic. I finally have a mom and dad, too. Naruto leapt up, unable to contain his excitement. Oh, right, Daddy said mom's back as well. Where is she? Only now did Naruto, suddenly realizing, look around in confusion, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What kind of person would his mother be? If you say that, she'll be hurt. You actually met her not long ago. She even hugged you. She just hugged me? Naruto paused, bewildered. Wait, could it be? Naruto slowly turned his head and looked at Kushina, who stood nearby, looking a little forlorn. Minato smiled, saying nothing. Huh, that strange lady. So you're my mom? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Kushina frowned, walked over to Naruto, and gently ruffled his hair, her lips curving in a not-so-genuine smile. Strange lady am I? A sage's hand rests gently on my head, bestowing wisdom and clarity. Faced with Kushina's loving smile, Naruto quickly corrected himself. Mom! The cloud lifted from Kushina's face, and she softened, affectionately musing Naruto's hair. That's more like it. Naruto grinned sheepishly. At this moment, Sasuke let out a soft sigh as he watched Naruto's family reunion, his heart a tangled blend of emotions. He thought perhaps happiness like this was never meant for him. Suddenly, someone approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke turned and found himself face-to-face with an enlarged version of Yuzuki Shigumi. Why are you so close? Sasuke muttered, turning away with obvious annoyance. I've got a grand plan. Want to hear it? Shigumi put on an air of mystery, trying to kindle Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Naruto's joyful smile, Yuzuki felt everything was just perfect. He loved moments like these. Enough with all the tragic farewells and clashing swords. How dull that was. The last thing he wanted was to see anyone die. Danzo, not yet cold in his grave. Not your buddy. Do you even hear yourself? But honestly, for someone like Danzo, dead was dead. Who would care? Danzo, well played. So, in order to witness more of these heartwarming scenes, Yuzuki decided to bring some key characters in the story back to life. This way, he could fulfill his own wish. And there was another reason, too. To earn more gold coins. After all, changing the course of fate and reviving the dead would surely earn rewards from the chat group. Any gain, no matter how small, is still a gain. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and small amounts add up over time. Besides, this wouldn't even cost him a dime. It was pure, no strings attached benefit. All he had to do was get Nagato's Rinnegan. After that, he could just take control of a few hapless evildoers, drain their life force to perform the samsara of heavenly life technique, and everything would be settled. A flawless plan. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, certain that Yuzuki Shigumi was up to something. Without hesitation, he shook his head. Not interested. Yuzuki looked a bit surprised. Such a flat-out rejection? You're turning me down without even hearing what I have to say? But Sasuke simply shook his head again. What if I told you I could bring your parents back to life? Now that Danzo is dead, there's no one targeting the Uchiha clan anymore. If you go find Itachi, your family could be reunited, couldn't they? Hey, I even have a way to bring Uchiha Sarena here, so you could meet your daughter. 3 generations under one roof. Wouldn't that be something? Yuzuki arched an eyebrow. As his words faded, Yuzuki noticed Sasuke's body tremble ever so slightly. Clearly, his heart was far less calm than his face let on. But Sasuke's choice took Yuzuki by surprise. He still shook his head. Seriously? This reincarnated Sasuke's resolve, was that unshakable? Even Obito, with all his willpower, would be envious. A bittersweet look passed through Sasuke's eyes. The dead have their own world. Besides, I've long since gotten used to being alone. Though he said this, Yuzuki distinctly saw a faint blur at the corner of Sasuke's eye, and a barely concealed glimmer of hope. Damn, I knew it. Who could truly refuse the chance to see their parents again? Turns out it's just that Uchiha pride, denying with words, longing with every fiber inside. Yuzuki nodded knowingly. I see. Now I understand. He clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Just wait for my good news. Then he turned and left, as effortlessly as a cloud, drifting away, leaving Sasuke standing there utterly bewildered. You understand? What exactly do you understand? At least explain yourself before you walk off. Watching Yuzuki's figure recede into the distance, Sasuke's lips twitched. Could this guy really be about to stir up some kind of trouble? What if, one day, he woke up to find himself suddenly saddled with a daughter 2 or 3 years older than he was? Uchiha Sarena. Oh my, Dad was so adorable when he was little. Just imagining such a ridiculous and terrifying scenario made Sasuke shiver. He felt so embarrassed, he could practically dig out a whole apartment with his toes. He jerked his head, banishing these wild thoughts. No way. That's just too humiliating. Without another moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, hurrying after Yuzuki. Shigumi, wait up. I need to talk to you. At this moment, Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were in the midst of a passionate discussion about the future plans for the Hidden Leaf Village, their words filled with fervor. Elsewhere, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were gently chatting with Naruto, their conversation warm and soothing. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Shigu was striding ahead, with Sasuke nervously trailing close behind. Only Rin Noera seemed left out, standing quietly on the sidelines. She waited anxiously for Obito to return. As each minute ticked by, her worry grew heavier and heavier in her heart. Everyone, Obito's been gone for quite a while now, hasn't he? Rin's voice, tinged with concern, rang out among the group. At her words, the others fell silent, their conversations abruptly cut off as their attention returned to the present. He really has been gone for a while. Should I go check on him? You mean that Uchiha kid? With his eye power, he's probably on par with Madara. I doubt he'd have any trouble. Yuzuki, wandering about, happened to catch this exchange. She couldn't help but pause in her tracks. That sudden stop spelled trouble for Sasuke, who was following too closely. Unable to stop himself in time, he crashed straight into Yuzuki's back, which felt as unyielding as a wall of iron. Oof! Stars burst before Sasuke's eyes, and he promptly lost consciousness. Yuzuki glanced sidelong at the fainted Sasuke, a faint smile tugging at her lips. With a sage's physique like hers, she wasn't someone to be taken lightly. This boy would probably be out for a while. Let him be, then. She turned to Rin and offered reassurance. Don't worry, I'll send a message and find out what's going on. With that, Yuzuki tapped her fingers lightly in the air. How's it going over there? Did you win or lose? Your little fangirl is starting to get worried about you. Obito's reply came almost instantly. All settled, a complete victory. I could have brought back a live prisoner, but Kakashi held me up. We'll be back soon. Obito says they'll be back any minute, Yuzuki relayed. Rin let out a soft breath, the weight in her chest finally lifting. Thank you, she said, her smile as sweet as honey. No trouble at all, Yuzuki replied, then bent down and scooped up the unconscious Sasuke, planning to haul him away. Just then, the air twisted and warped. A swirling portal spat out Obito, Uchiha, and Kakashi. Obito dragged an unconscious Kakashi behind him as easily as carrying a chick by the scruff. Kakashi was out cold, his body streaked with blood. Yuzuki, give me a hand here. Help this idiot, will you? With that, Obito dropped Kakashi and immediately turned to Rin, grinning from ear to ear. "Rin, I'm back." Yuzuki raised an eyebrow, set Sasuke aside without much care, and walked over to Kakashi, crouching down to examine his injuries. After a quick check, she frowned slightly. How did he end up like this? Kakashi was gravely injured. He had even lost one of his eyes, and it was none other than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Was it the masked man who took it? Now things had taken a turn. With both Kimui eyes in his possession, the masked man's power was now truly formidable. Obito could only shrug helplessly. It's a long story, but saving him comes first. I'm afraid this guy won't last much longer if we don't act now. Naruto, come here for a moment. Yujetsu Shirgun called softly, waving to Naruto. What is it, Yujetsu? Naruto responded. Channel a bit of the Nine-Tails chakra into him. It will help heal his wounds, Yujetsu said, gesturing at Kakashi, who lay motionless on the ground. The power of the Nine-Tails was legendary for its restorative abilities, truly unmatched among all the tailed beasts. Naruto did as instructed. As a warm, orange glow flowed into Kakashi, the pallor slowly faded from his face, replaced by a healthy flush. The results were immediate. His life is out of danger now, but he'll need to get to the hospital quickly. He should recover before long. I'll handle it, Minato Namikaze volunteered without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than Minato scooped Kakashi into his arms. In a flash, the two of them vanished without a trace. All right, Obito, now can you tell us what happened? Yujetsu turned to him, her tone expectant. Well, here's what happened. Obito began recounting their battle with the masked man. Time rewound to just 10 minutes earlier. On this timeline, Uchiha Obito, the man behind the enigmatic mask, was using his phasing ability to infiltrate the hidden leaf, quietly moving toward the cemetery. Thinking back, something just doesn't add up. Was that an illusion, or was it real? The masked man murmured to himself. Even with just a fleeting glance, that haunting figure was seared into his memory, impossible to forget. After leaving the village, he kept replaying it in his mind. How can an illusion feel so real, so lifelike, as if Rin Noera herself had been brought back from the dead? But reality was cruel. Rin Noera was long gone. There was no way she could be standing before him, alive and unchanged. He had to accept that bitter truth. Yet behind the mask, hope lingered in the lines of his weary face. What if it truly was her? No matter how Rin had come back or why she looked just as she had back then, he only wanted to see her again. Just once. Hey, you there, sneaking around. What do you think you're doing? The sudden voice made the masked man's body tense ever so slightly. That voice. He turned slowly, and when he saw who it was, his eyes behind the mask narrowed sharply. It was him. I'm talking to you. Don't play dumb, the newcomer pressed. The two intruders were none other than Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Obito deliberately feigned ignorance, pretending not to recognize the masked man. Of course, Obito knew perfectly well who he was dealing with, but he saw no reason to reveal it just yet. After all, a little game made things far more interesting. So, for now, he would play along, acting as if they were complete strangers. The masked man stared intently at Obito's familiar face. So alike. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was identical, so much so that even he couldn't tell the real from the fake. His fist, hidden beneath the black cloak, clenched tightly, and a trace of bloodshot red flickered in his eyes. Damn it, using my face to question me, the original about who I am. That imposter. Then the Rin with him must be fake too. He should have seen this coming. There should be no illusions. A fake is a fake. Wipe them all out. How dare they defile Rin like this? No matter who is pulling the strings from the shadows, he would find them today and tear them to pieces. Even if he had to raze the entire Konoha to the ground, he would not hesitate. Suddenly, the masked man erupted into action. With a swift motion, he flung a branch straight at Obito. Yet Obito didn't move at all, as if he hadn't even registered the attack. Just a counterfeit after all. The masked man watched coldly, as if he could already see the branch running Obito through. But, to his surprise, the branch passed straight through Obito's body, as if it had pierced nothing more substantial than a reflection in water. Obito narrowed his eyes, sounding slightly annoyed. All I did was ask who you are. Was that really a reason to attack? But by now, the masked man could no longer hear Obito's words. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, veins standing out with rage and shock. How do you know that technique? His voice was low and resonant, yet it couldn't hide the terror at the core of his being. Intangibility, there was no mistake. The other had used intangibility too. But how? That was his exclusive technique, a Mangekyo Sharingan power. How could the other be just as skilled? Could this imposter truly mimic even his ocular powers down to the finest detail? But If even the effects were indistinguishable, could it still be called imitation? Is it really so strange that I know this technique? It's the ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan, after all. Obito feigned confusion, tapping lightly on his blood-red eyes. The masked man's gaze was instantly drawn in, and what followed was a shock he could not disguise. It really was the Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern was exactly like his own, and to his astonishment, the other possessed a complete pair. No, there are subtle differences. He suddenly noticed that Obito's eyes weren't quite the same as his. Imitation remains imitation. A fake can never become the real thing. No matter where you got your ocular power, you'll never be genuine. How long can you even keep using those eyes? Feeling he'd found a fatal flaw, the masked man sneered with cold contempt. What? These are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can use them endlessly. And anyway, why do you keep calling me an imposter? I'm Uchiha Obito. The real question is, who are you? Huh, you're Uchiha Obito? Then who am I? Uchiha Runto. Wait a minute. Eternal Mangekyo. As soon as Obito spoke, the masked man froze, startled. He took another look and realized that his opponent's ocular power far surpassed his own, reaching an entirely new realm. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The masked man murmured in disbelief, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The imposter's Sharingan was, astonishingly, of a higher order than his own, the so-called original. Slowly, the masked man lowered his head, emotions surging within him as he pondered silently. Then he suddenly looked up, his lone visible eye beneath the mask brimming with murderous intent. No matter who you are, once I capture you, everything will become clear. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he drew forth a chain from thin air. With a swift, snake-like hiss, the chain shot toward Obito like a venomous serpent. Spare me these petty tricks. Obito replied coolly, his eyes flashing as Kamui activated soundlessly. In an instant, the entire chain was caught in a spatial distortion, twisted by the force and torn cleanly in two. The masked man narrowed his eyes. Long-range Kamui, the power of the left eye. Impressive. Then, how about this? He quickly formed hand signs, bloodlust radiating from his every movement. Seeing this, Obito let out a soft chuckle, and his Mangekyo spun at full force. To his eyes, his opponent's hand signs seemed to slow, each movement crystal clear. Then Obito began mirroring the signs, completing them even faster than the original. What? The masked man's pupils contracted in shock. Was the other copying his technique? Before the thought could fully register, a scorching wave of heat crashed toward him. Obito had already finished the hand signs ahead of him. Fire style, Tempest Maelstrom. Obito unleashed a torrent of flame that shot skyward, but that was only the beginning. As the fire roared forth, Kamui activated once more. The twisting of space and the roaring flames intertwined, forming spirals of fire, layer upon layer, surging straight for the masked man. This was a fire-style jutsu infused with the power of space-time, far surpassing any ordinary fire technique. With space itself warping, even intangibility couldn't save one from this deadly strike. Impossible. How would he know this move as well? The masked man was at a loss for words. The shocks of this day far exceeded the sum of all his past experiences. And, at that moment, the masked man completed the same jutsu. Another Tempest Maelstrom came howling forth. The two ninja techniques collided instantly, terrifying spatial distortions enveloping the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, waves of heat rolled outward, the temperature skyrocketing to unbearable extremes. Kakashi hurriedly performed water style to cool the air and erect a defensive barrier. Water style, water formation wall. Rumble crash. The two top-tier fire techniques crashed together, and in a heartbeat, the surrounding temperature soared to a bone-chilling degree. Fortunately, Kakashi had prepared and quickly raised the water barrier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. He would have been gravely wounded on the spot. Moisture evaporated rapidly under the intense heat, and in an instant, thick steam billowed in all directions, shrouding everything in a dense fog and obscuring everyone's view. This sudden change immediately piqued the curiosity and concern of the nearby villagers of Konoha. What's with all this mist? Is someone's house on fire? It's scorching hot out here. You fool, can't you tell? This has to be ninjas fighting. Huh? Which ninja would dare to fight inside the village? Aren't they afraid the ANBU will come, take them away? Before long, a dozen or so curious villagers gathered nearby, edging closer with caution, eager to find out what was happening. Don't come any closer. It's too dangerous here. Kakashi had just begun to shout a warning, but the masked man acted first. He lunged toward one of the villagers, startling the man so badly that his face turned ashen, and before he could react, he was seized in a firm grip. Damn, he's attacking even the bystanders. Run for your lives. The other villagers who had come for the spectacle witnessed this and scattered in all directions, fleeing like a startled flock of birds. If you don't want him to die, you'd better. The masked man was clearly planning to use the villager as a hostage, intending to threaten Kakashi and Obito. But before he could finish, his body suddenly twisted in a strange, unnatural way, as if being swallowed by an invisible vortex. What the? The masked man's face was a mask of shock. He hastily released the villager and, in a flurry of motion, phased himself into the Kemui dimension, narrowly escaping the sudden danger. You! The masked man abruptly turned to Uchiha Obito, only to see Obito's Sharingan slowly spinning. There was no doubt that the surprise attack had come from him. Had the masked man been a split second slower, the spatial distortion would have torn him apart completely. So this is the honor of Konoha's ninja? You don't even care about your own villagers? Watching the terrified villagers scatter, the masked man gave a cold, mocking laugh, aiming his words at Obito. What are you talking about? This is called countering, where you must save. If only you'd read more books instead of running off to herd cattle. Obito shrugged with a helpless look, as if he was genuinely concerned about the masked man's intelligence. You sure know how to talk. The masked man scoffed in disdain. Obito ignored him, immediately activating Kemui and transporting both himself and Kakashi into the Kemui dimension. Within the Kemui dimension, here, not a single ray of light pierced the darkness. The space was eerily dim, with massive, floating cubic structures drifting around them. The Sharingan, the eye that mirrors the heart. In his despair, Obito longed to escape reality, and thus his Mangekyo granted him the power of Kemui, a dimension that exists apart from the world. It seems the Kemui spaces really are connected. Obito glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Here, they came face to face with the masked man's true form, who had also phased into the Kemui dimension. Let's settle this here. No matter how intense the fight gets, the village won't be affected, and besides, don't even think about using intangibility here. Go on, Kakashi. Let's have a real, no-holds-barred fight. Obito pointed toward the masked man across from him, giving the order with a bold and unrestrained air. With a resigned tug at his mask, Kakashi reached into his ninja pouch and drew a kunai. In a flash, he closed the distance to the masked man. The kunai in his hand shot straight for the masked man's throat. The masked man let out a cold scoff and pulled out a pitch-black staff, meeting Kakashi's attack head-on. This black staff was a creation of yin-yang release, possessing both sealing and destructive powers, and its material was extraordinarily tough. A sharp, metallic clang echoed again and again. The two clashed at a speed so fast their movements blurred, nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. It was a fierce, relentless battle. Blackstaff struck against kunai, sending sparks flying and dazzling flashes of light erupting through the air. Kakashi pressed his attack with ferocity, lightning crackling between his palms, coming dangerously close to landing a blow several times, only for the masked man to evade at the last possible instant. No intangibility this time, just pure speed. Kakashi realized his opponent seemed unable to use that mysterious intangible technique any longer. He recalled what Obito had said earlier. Here, intangibility doesn't work. For Kakashi, this was a tremendous advantage. The principle behind intangibility was shifting one's physical form into the Kemui dimension, leaving only a phantom behind in the real world. But now, within the Kemui space itself, such a transfer was no longer possible. However, the reverse could work, shifting oneself back into reality to achieve the intangibility effect from within the Kemui space. Yet Obito would never allow the masked man to succeed so easily, especially with Kakashi facing him head-on. The moment the masked man tried to escape using intangibility, Obito would immediately appear in the real world and strike at his true body. Clearly, the masked man understood this well, and for now, had no choice but to abandon the idea of using intangibility. In a flash, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows, locked in a dead heat. Their weapons clashed once again. Kakashi, suppressing his breathing, fixed his gaze on the masked man and demanded in a low, intense voice. Are you, Obito? Even Kakashi himself didn't understand why he suddenly doubted the man's identity. Obito was supposed to have died in the Battle of Canopy Bridge during Konoha's 48th year. Perhaps it was the words of the young Obito behind him, or maybe it was the masked man's dismissal of the young Obito as a mere imposter. Whatever the reason, a deep uncertainty had taken root in Kakashi's heart regarding the true identity of this masked man, especially given that his ocular abilities were identical to the young Obito's. However, Kakashi's question seemed to strike a forbidden chord within the masked man. His power erupted violently, and in a single, overwhelming move, he sent Kakashi flying with a terrifying force. In the next instant, a black staff shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing Kakashi's chest and pinning him firmly to the ground. Kakashi's eyes went wide with shock as he instinctively clutched at the staff embedded in his chest. "You're still nothing but a useless failure, Kakashi." The masked man's cold, merciless voice echoed in his ears. You really are Obito." Kakashi, weak but stubborn, called out the name with all the strength he could muster. "You're not worthy of speaking my name." Though it was a rebuke, the words indirectly confirmed his identity. The masked man advanced on Kakashi, tightening his grip on the black rod pressed to Kakashi's chest, slowly forcing it downward, intent on ending everything. But in that instant, a surge of electricity exploded with violent force. Kakashi vanished before his eyes, replaced by a raging burst of lightning. The current raced up the masked man's arm and swept through his entire body in a flash. A lightning-style clone? By the time he realized, it was already too late. The high-voltage current had already coursed through his body, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. At that moment, a kunai slipped silently against his throat. Kakashi's figure appeared behind him, as if conjured from thin air. "You've lost, Obito. How does it feel to be bested by a so-called failure?" Electricity still crackled around him, making the masked man's body tremble uncontrollably. Yet his gaze remained defiant, locked unyieldingly on Kakashi. "Come on, let's go back. Don't make any more mistakes," Kakashi pleaded with heartfelt sincerity. But the masked man refused to surrender, his eyes flickering with mocking disdain. Left with no choice, Kakashi struck him in the neck with a knife hand, knocking him unconscious in hopes of forcing him to return. "Well done, Kakashi." Obito gave a thumbs up, satisfied that his efforts switching between reality and illusion had finally paid off, watching the masked man's intangibility fail. Without that ability, the masked man's fighting strength was greatly diminished. Relying on mere experience alone, it was inevitable he would fall to Kakashi. "All right, let's see." Suddenly, a brutal impact crashed down on Kakashi's head like a sledgehammer. The masked man had somehow shaken off his paralysis, and, seizing the perfect moment, launched a surprise attack against the unsuspecting Kakashi. The blow sent Kakashi sprawling to the ground, his consciousness wavering. Through the haze, a searing pain tore through his eye socket. His Sharingan was being wrenched from him by the masked man's own hand. With a tortured gasp, Kakashi clutched his hollow eye, a low groan escaping his lips. But the masked man wasn't finished. His fist crashed into Kakashi's chest with devastating force, the impact sending spiderweb cracks across the ground beneath them. A deafening crash split the air, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the earth. Blood spattered. Kakashi coughed up a mouthful of crimson and, as darkness swallowed his vision, lost consciousness. Before his body could even settle, the masked man drove a ruthless kick into him, sending Kakashi hurtling dozens of meters, tumbling across the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. With each crushing blow, Kakashi's life faded rapidly away. Obito's gaze swept over Kakashi's body, and, seeing that he still clung to life by a thread, quickly shifted to the mysterious masked man. Izanagi? Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. It was clear the masked man couldn't have recovered so quickly on his own. The only explanation was that he had used that forbidden technique to transfer his wounds elsewhere. "You know more than most, but..." The masked man curled his lips into a cold sneer, his fingers deftly prying aside a corner of his mask, in a flash too swift for the eye. To catch, he removed the now-blind Sharingan from his left eye socket, replacing it with the Mangekyo Sharingan he'd snatched from Kakashi. The discarded eye was tossed aside without a second thought, then ground beneath his heel until it crumbled to dust. Whether the dead know or not, it makes no difference. With a light flick, Obito caught the kunai lying on the ground. "You seem quite confident you can keep me here." The masked man didn't answer, advancing slowly instead, his silence the greatest form of contempt. Uchiha Obito stared at him, his gaze calm and impenetrable, the only movement coming from his slowly turning Sharingan, as if thousands of unspoken words swirled within. "Time-space annihilation," Obito murmured. As soon as the words left his lips, an uncanny ripple surged from his body. It was as if reality itself had been paused. Everything froze in place, including the advancing masked man. Time-space annihilation, a technique that allowed its user to manipulate the boundaries of time, space, and reality, traversing the very current of time itself. In simpler terms, time had stopped. This was the ocular power Obito had awakened after unlocking his eternal Mangekyo, a power so formidable it left all who witnessed it speechless. Once activated, everything around him was forcibly halted, Only Obito remained able to move. Strictly speaking, it wasn't true time-stopping, but rather an advanced form of paralysis. Yet, for his opponent, it was a force beyond resistance. At this moment, in this suspended space, only Obito could act freely. He walked slowly toward the masked man and gently removed the mask hiding the truth. A face was revealed, one bearing a striking resemblance to his own, but ravaged by scars. Tsh, hard to imagine I'll end up looking like this one day. Even worse off than Kakashi. Obito muttered with self-mockery, then placed the mask back on the man's face. Terror filled the masked man's eyes. Though his mind was clear, his body refused to obey his will. Even if he had wanted to burn through his Mangekyo and invoke Izanagi to escape this predicament, he found even that power sealed away. He was utterly at Obito's mercy. It's enough. Time to bring all this to an end. Obito tightened his grip on the kunai, preparing to subdue and capture his foe. But at that very moment, a weak yet unwavering voice called out from behind him, "Wait, don't kill him." Obito turned around in surprise, only to see Kakashi, who had somehow managed to regain consciousness despite his grievous injuries, dragging his battered body across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood with every agonizing step. Meeting Obito's gaze, Kakashi struggled to raise his hand and pleaded, "Don't kill him." Obito arched an eyebrow, surprised to realize just how much he mattered to Kakashi. An inexplicable wave of emotion flickered through his heart. "Don't worry, I never intended to take his life," Obito reassured him gently. At these words, Kakashi seemed to relax, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But his battered body could hold out no longer. He collapsed, falling straight to the ground, the flame of life within him flickering on the verge of extinction. Kakashi. A sharp pang twisted in Obito's heart. He hurried over, checking Kakashi's wounds, his fingers searching for a pulse. The faint but still present signs of life brought him a sliver of relief. But in that fleeting moment of emotional turmoil, tiny cracks appeared in the stillness of the domain Obito had just constructed. The masked man was equally skilled in space-time techniques, and that single instant of distraction was all he needed to seize his chance. He unleashed Kamui in a sudden burst, warping space and time as if kneading clay. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene. With only one eye, the power of the Sharingan is reduced to a quarter of its full strength, but even under such limitation, the masked man could wield Kamui with remarkable speed. Now, with both eyes restored, his ability to cast the technique had increased several-fold. Obito realized he was too late to stop him and could only sigh helplessly as he watched the opportunity slip away, like a cooked duck flying off the plate. But for now, saving Kakashi was the most urgent matter. As for the masked man's escape, that could wait. Scooping Kakashi into his arms, Obito was just about to leave when a message from Yuzuki Shigumi arrived. He glanced at it quickly, sent a brief reply, and immediately teleported away. That's how it happened. Everything from start to finish, Uchiha Obito recounted. What a tangled and dramatic turn of events. Yuzuki Shigumi replied with a light chuckle. But it doesn't matter. If he's gone, he's gone. As long as he doesn't come causing trouble, I won't bother with him. If he does, I'll deal with it myself. He waved his hand dismissively, as if a man wielding dual kingly powers was of no concern to him. This nonchalance wasn't arrogance. It was simple confidence in his own strength. With over 200,000 gold coins at his disposal and plans to enhance himself tonight, his power would soon approach the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. Unless the sage himself returned, there was no one in the shinobi world who could surpass him. It's getting late, everyone. What are your plans for tonight? Yuzuki smiled, shifting the topic to their accommodations. Naruto was the first to respond, practically bursting with excitement. Of course, I'm taking my mom and dad home. He grabbed Kushina's hand, his face alight with joy. Mom, let me show you our house. That lonely, humble little room that had stood empty for more than a decade would, from this day on, be filled with warmth and laughter, a true home at last. He tugged Kushina along, hurrying down a street in Konoha. Come on, let's go. Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled softly, bidding everyone farewell. See you all tomorrow. As Naruto left, Hashirama Senju slowly got to his feet. After a long rest, he had more or less recovered. He glanced at Tobarama, then turned to Yuzuki Shirgu, saying, Yuzuki, Tobarama, and I are planning to stay with the monkey for a while. Although there are a few minor flaws in his governance of Konoha, overall he's done an outstanding job. I want to learn from his experience and see how I can help the village grow even stronger. As one of the founders of Konoha, Hashirama only served as Hokage for 2 years, while Hiruzen Sarutobi had held the position for decades. In terms of management and village development, Sarutobi's accumulated wisdom far surpassed Hashirama's. In a way, Hashirama's humility in seeking advice was only natural. By the way, if the monkey asks about our origins, can we tell him? Of course, it's not like it's some great secret, Yuzuki replied cheerfully. That's settled then. The Senju brothers nodded in understanding. Next up was Obito's group. Obviously, Obito already had a plan. We'll just stay at Kakashi's place, of course, but since that guy's in the hospital, we'll need to take care of him tonight. Oh, what a dummy he is. He took Rin's hand with a smile. You don't mind, do you, Rin? Rin grinned playfully. Of course I don't mind. Ugh, the stench of love in the air. Yuzuki fanned the space around her with mock disgust. Well, since everyone's got things sorted out, I can leave with peace of mind. I'll be off then. After bidding everyone goodbye, Yuzuki leapt away, her figure vanishing into the night with a few nimble bounds. Yet only a few seconds later, she came back, looking a bit sheepish. She stooped to pick up the forgotten Sasuke from the ground, slung him over her shoulder, and muttered, "Almost left someone behind." Then, as if making a hasty escape, she hurried off, leaving a chorus of laughter in her wake. Night had fallen. The stars glittered like pearls scattered across black velvet, each one shining with a tempting glow. Yuzuki kicked open her front door, striding into the house with a laid-back air. Entering the spacious living room, she tossed Sasuke carelessly onto a soft sofa, then headed toward her bedroom at an unhurried pace. About half an hour later, Yuzuki emerged from her bath, freshly dressed and looking utterly at ease, as if the new clothes had doubled her comfort. Still not awake? Returning to the living room, she saw Sasuke was still sound asleep. With a click of her tongue, she decided to let him be and continue his dreams. Then, sitting cross-legged beside Sasuke, Yuzuki rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining with barely concealed excitement as she opened the gold coin shop interface. At present, though his purse was once embarrassingly light, he had unexpectedly accumulated 230,000 gold coins. Of these, a generous 100,000 were a gift from Sasuke. Another 100,000 came from Naruto's support. And as for Danzo, though he contributed only 20,000, it was better than nothing. Adding the 10,000 coins left from his previous upgrade, this wealth was more than enough for him to ascend once more and reach new heights. The shop interface unfolded before him, and Yuzuki's heart was set on a clear goal as he headed straight for his chosen section. He already knew what direction he wanted to strengthen and which abilities would serve him best. Moments later, only the items he had carefully picked out remained on the screen. Technique, Sharingan, Itachi, Uchiha version. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Technique, Sharingan, Sasuke, Uchiha version. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Technique, Sharingan, Madara, Uchiha version. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Technique, Sharingan, Shursui, Uchiha version. Price, 150,000 gold coins. What a bargain. Yuzuki Shirgong couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. 100,000 gold coins was no small sum, after all. But compared to Obito's Sharingan, which sold for a staggering 300,000, these really did seem like a steal. There was a reason for Obito's exorbitant price. With mastery over the power of space, even a single eye could turn the tide of the ninja world, and with both eyes, he was simply invincible, a force that defied the very heavens. Which one should I choose? That's right, Yuzuki's goal this time was none other than the Sharingan. With what released for ninjutsu and the sage body enhancing his taijutsu, he was virtually unmatched in both fields. Yet, his mind remained his soft spot, vulnerable to jinjutsu attacks. It was a flaw he was eager to fix. And when it came to countering illusions, what could be more fitting than a Sharingan? With these eyes, most jinjutsu could be shrugged off with ease. Even the likes of Tsukuyami or Jiraiya's powerful Toad Song, so long as he remained vigilant, would no longer be insurmountable threats. Yet, faced with a dazzling array of Sharingan options, Yuzuki found himself at a loss. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi are both offensively oriented. Their functions overlap a bit. Tsukuyami, on the other hand, could patch up my lack of offensive jinjutsu. But is it really necessary? I could just bulldoze my way through with sheer strength. Why bother with illusions? Hesitating, Yuzuki scratched his head. Maybe I should consider Kodo Amatsukami? It would be interesting to try out hypnosis for a change. Come to think of it, ever since Gaining would release, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd actually had a fight. And those times were mostly to deal with root members who didn't know their place. Even the incident with the Hyuga clan hardly counted. He hadn't used his true strength at all. Lately, he hadn't needed to lift a finger himself. With the god of shinobi, the yellow flash, and a master of forbidden techniques in his corner, any problem could be solved by simply calling in reinforcements, feigning mastery in silence. Even if they left, there were still Sasuke and Naruto, practically invincible at this stage. Sigh, thinking of it this way, Yuzuki could practically retire early and enjoy a laid-back life, since there was always someone else to handle everything. Well, that may be true, but I'd still better get a pair of Sharingan, just in case. After all, it wouldn't be fun to end up under a genjutsu someday. Gotta patch up those weaknesses. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuzuki's finger kept scrolling down, hoping for even more options to appear. Just then, something unusual caught his eye. A special item had appeared in the shop. Sharingan. Yuzuki's gaze was instantly and irresistibly drawn to it. A single Tomo Sharingan, priced at 10,000 gold coins. There was no mention of Mangekyo powers. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but that was precisely what made it tempting. Did this mean the Sharingan could evolve along with the owner's growth? Without hesitation, Yuzuki tapped for more details. A pair of original Sharingan, with the potential for continuous evolution, up to the awakening of Mangekyo. The eye techniques will be uniquely tailored to the bearer's soul. A sharp breath escaped Yuzuki. He was shaken. Just as he suspected, this item would grant Sharingan Yuzuki a Mangekyo Sharingan with powers entirely his own. Not some imitation of known abilities like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, or Kagutsuchi. The Sharingan is often called the eye that reflects the heart. Itachi Uchiha excelled at Genjutsu and fire style, leading to Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Sasuke specialized in chakra-shape transformation. Hence Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Shursui, the most gifted illusionist among the Uchiha, awakened Kotoeme Tsukumi, and so forth. Yuzuki's curiosity tingled. What kind of blossom would his own Mangekyo produce? But then again, he didn't have any particularly specialized field. Most of his abilities felt almost like cheats bestowed upon him by fate. In that case, what twist of destiny would the Mangekyo bring him? Utterly intrigued. I'll take it. With a flourish, he completed the transaction. 10,000 coins gone in an instant, and the eyes were his. At once, a subtle itching sensation welled up around his eyes. Yuzuki resisted the urge to rub them, enduring for a whole minute. Gradually, the strange feeling faded. Yuzuki stretched out his hand. A slender branch unfurled from his palm and deftly fetched the mirror from his bedroom. In a reflection, his eyes were no longer what they had been. The black pupils were now washed in a vivid crimson. A single Tomo rotated slowly at the center, symmetrical and enigmatic. Single Tomo Sharingan. Extraordinary insight, able to see through ordinary illusions and track fast-moving targets. The details surfaced in his mind without prompting. Onward. Yuzuki's true goal was the Mangekyo. Without a second thought, he poured in another 20,000 coins, advancing to 2 Tomo, 30,000 more, and he reached 3 Tomo in a flash. At the final, critical moment, 100,000 gold coins rained down, and the Sharingan finally ascended to the Mangekyo level. The 3 Tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, eventually merging and reshaping themselves into an entirely new pattern. This pattern, why does it look so familiar? Yue held up a mirror, studying herself closely. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. Wait a minute, isn't this the QQ penguin? Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Even rendered in simple black and white, the little penguin wrapped in a scarf was unmistakable in its iconic silhouette. What on earth is going on here? Before Yue could collect her thoughts, a notification sound chimed right by her ear. Ding! Congratulations! Thanks to your diligent management, the chat group has been upgraded, unlocking more features. You've been granted higher permissions, as well as a chance to invite a new member into the group. As the system notification ended, the sound of celebratory fireworks burst forth, perfectly timed to mark the group's upgrade. But the surprises didn't end there. Ding! Congratulations! You've unlocked a hidden privilege. You are now a distinguished VIP member. All items in the coin shop are now available to you at a permanent 20% discount. Case closed. This chat group really is a product of the Ma family. Old Ma has truly outdone himself. Yue's lips twitched in resignation, unable to hold back an inward sigh. At this moment, he finally understood the abilities of his Mangekyo. His left eye, called Eternal Sovereignty, sounded impressively domineering, but in reality, it was just a VIP pass, unlocking special deals in the group's marketplace. His right eye, Supreme Authority, was even more straightforward, permanently grants the chat group an extra level. Both skills were purely passive, offering no real boost to his combat power. Well, it's done. I've already bought it. No way to return it now. Yue gave his head a quick shake, but he didn't seem too disappointed. After all, these features were still somewhat useful. A permanent 20% discount in the marketplace was quite a bargain. Raising the group's level meant unlocking more permissions, like being able to send red packets, or allowing group members to invite newcomers with his approval. Most importantly, he'd gained another opportunity to invite someone new. After all, chat groups thrive on lively conversation. It looked like this one was about to experience a whole new dynamic. I wonder if I can use the Mangekyo to activate Susanoo? Yue cautiously gave it a try, his eyes spinning rapidly as chakra surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a faint, skeletal outline of Susanoo enveloped him. Then just as quickly, he withdrew it. Well, so long as it works. Although this color scheme, black and white, is a little too plain. Thankfully, it wasn't some haphazard zebra pattern, but rather black on the upper half and white below. At least there was some sense of balance. Shirgan Yue forced a wry smile. He had originally hoped to break through to the 6 paths level in one fell swoop. At the very least, he thought he'd reach the Super Kage class. But in the end, he was just treading water. No, that wasn't quite right. After all, he could now use Susanoo. And with his sage body, his ocular power recovered quickly, so summoning a semi-complete Susanoo was a breeze. He might even be able to pull off a majestic wooden avatar. His combat strength could skyrocket at any moment. Besides, he had at least achieved half his goal. He'd dealt with his susceptibility to illusions. With the Mangekyo in his eyes, as long as he didn't do something reckless like locking eyes with Itachi or deliberately listening to Jiraiya's Toad song, illusions were no longer a threat to him. Next up, I need to get Sage Mode. He had Wood style, but still lacked Sage Mode. He hadn't even reached half of Hashirama's strength yet. Hashirama's true power lay in the perfect fusion of Wood style, the Sage body, Ashura's chakra, and Sage Mode. Miss any one of those, and it all fell apart. By comparison, he only had Wood style and the Sage body. The gap was obvious. He glanced at the Sage Mode in the shop. It was expensive. Even after a 20% discount, he still didn't have enough coins. He was down to just 100,000 now. Sage Mode, price 150,000 coins, discounted to 120,000 coins. After purchasing Sage Mode, you'll be able to enter Sage state rapidly in any environment rich with natural energy, gaining a comprehensive boost to your abilities, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and you'll master powerful senjutsu as well. That's enough for today. Shirgan Yue reluctantly glanced at the description for Sage Mode, then closed the page. Just then, a low groan sounded nearby. Sasuke was finally waking up. You're awake. The operation was a complete success. You're a girl now. Shirgan Yue beamed at him. Sasuke, still groggy from sleep, was struck like lightning by those words. He snapped awake, instinctively checking himself over, and heaved a sigh of relief. You! Sasuke was furious and embarrassed. How could this guy joke about something like that? Haha, don't take it to heart, Sasuke. You know, you're the last surviving heir of the Uchiha clan. The entire future of your family rests on your shoulders. Oh, and there's Itachi too. You two brothers have quite the task ahead. Sasuke shifted his position expressionlessly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. So this is your place? You actually live here? He glanced around, suspicion in his gaze. Honestly, it wasn't a bad place. But for someone as strong as Shirgan Yue, it did seem a bit shabby, not quite befitting his stature. Don't compare me to you, young master of the Uchiha clan. I'm broke. I can barely scrape by. You? Short on money. It's not that, really. I just like how free it feels here. Too lazy to move anywhere else. As he was speaking, the sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Ino Yamanaka entered the room, carrying a lunchbox with effortless grace. Noticing there were 2 people inside, she looked a bit surprised, but quickly nodded at Sasuke in greeting. Oh, what brings you here? Ino set the lunchbox on the table. So your kitchen light was off again. Figured you'd forgotten to eat, as usual. I brought you something. Eat it while it's hot. Yuzuki's smile was radiant. How thoughtful. If I could marry someone like you, I'd be set for life. I'd say my chances aren't bad at all. Yeah, right. It's just leftovers from home. I was gonna toss it anyway, so I figured you might as well have it. Ino shot him a playful glare and began to unpack the dishes one by one. The food looked delicious, steaming invitingly as though it had just been cooked, though she tried to play it off nonchalantly. All right. How could I refuse such hospitality? Sasuke, would you like some too? Yuzuki picked up a pair of chopsticks and offered. Sasuke's gaze drifted between the two of them, and at last he couldn't help but ask, Are you together? No. Yes. Yuzuki and Ino answered at the same time, but their responses couldn't have been more different. Sasuke stared, speechless. Well, I really can't keep up with this plot twist anymore. Whatever, I give up trying to figure out. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, got up, and wandered to the window. Sasuke, sure you don't want any? He shook his head, then, in a swift and graceful motion, leapt out into the night, vanishing from sight. After Sasuke left, Ino sat down beside Yuzuki. While he was devouring his meal, she seized the chance to pinch him at the waist. Her cheeks flushed. Why did you say that anyway? Yuzuki blinked. For someone like him, with a body tough as a demigod's, her pinch hardly registered, but he still put on an exaggerated look of pain. Say what? When Sasuke asked if we were together, why did you nod? I'm just an honest guy. I call like I see it. But hey, why are you blushing? Did someone ruffle your feathers? At that moment, Ino was like a powder keg ready to blow, fists clenched, voice trembling with exasperation. You're talking nonsense again. You. Before Ino could launch into a tirade, Yuzuki quickly snatched up a chicken drumstick and popped it in her mouth. MMPH. Her eyes flew wide in surprise. Seems like good food is the only thing that can keep you quiet for a minute. Across the vast land of the Land of Rain, tall water towers rose into the sky, each one offering a perfect vantage point to take in sweeping views of the country. At this moment, the masked man stood alone atop a water tower, silent and withdrawn. He had been standing there motionless for 2 hours. Before long, a clumsy white Zetsu slowly climbed up the icy steel framework. By the time he finally reached the top, he was already gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Almost instantly, a shadowy presence slipped quietly into white Zetsu's body. Darkness spread swiftly, enveloping him, leaving his form a swirling tapestry of black and white. Clearly, Black Zetsu had taken control. What's wrong with you? Black Zetsu couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and finally broke the silence. Ever since the masked man had returned, he'd become like this, standing alone at the top of the tower, letting the cold wind buffet him, shrouded in an emotion that was hard to describe. Put simply, he was completely downcast. For 2 hours, Black Zetsu had watched from below, his own head nearly numbed by the relentless wind. He had wanted to approach, but his mayfly technique only allowed him to move through earth, leaving him helpless against the steel structure of the water tower. In the end, he had no choice but to possess White Zetsu's body to climb up and find out what was going on. Yet, Black Zetsu's question was met with silence. The masked man remained unmoved, which made Black Zetsu increasingly anxious. He knew nothing about the masked man's current state. Yet, all his hopes of saving his mother rested entirely on this man's shoulders. Without his help, the grand ambition of gathering all the tailed beasts was nothing more than a pipe dream. Madara, get yourself together. Think about our vision. No obstacle in this world is insurmountable. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, the world will be flawless, and your troubles will vanish like smoke. The name Madara seemed to strike a chord. The masked man's eyes flickered for a moment, the name stirring ripples in his heart. Indeed, the role he played now was that of the legendary Uchiha Madara, not the long-dead Uchiha Bito. In his mind, Rin's gentle smile, Kakashi's resolute back, and the countless memories of his youth as a Bito all flashed before his eyes like a lantern carousel. Yet, in the end, they were all swept aside by the perfect world promised by Madara's Eye of the Moon. That peaceful, beautiful future. In a heartbeat, all his confusion and memories seemed to drift away like clouds, leaving the masked man's resolve firmer than ever. You're right. There was a note of relief in his voice. I'm glad you think that way. Don't dwell on it any longer. Our mission is about to begin a new chapter. Seeing the masked man regain his confidence, Black Zetsu forced a smile onto his sharply divided face, even if it looked rather twisted. Curiosity gnawed at him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of blow the masked man had suffered to be so shaken. Where did you go today? With your strength. Who in the world could have left you so defeated? The masked man tilted his head gently upward. At some point, a fine rain had begun to fall from the sky again. But here in the Land of Rain, such weather was already a well-worn routine. The drizzle gradually grew heavier, drumming against his mask and trickling down the sides of his face. It was impossible to tell whether those streaks were tears or merely raindrops. I'm all right. It's nothing, just a bit of wind and frost, that's all. The night slipped quietly away, ushering in another vibrant morning in the Hidden Leaf Village. Ring, ring, ring. Right on cue, the alarm clock sang its morning tune. But this time, unlike his usual sluggish routine, Yuzuki Shigomi didn't lazily hit the stop button. Instead, he woke up with a start, wide awake as if something extraordinary had pulled him from his dreams. A spark of excitement danced in his eyes. With a sudden burst of energy, he flipped upright in bed. What kind of surprises will I get by adding new members to the chat group today? He had saved this anticipation for today, hoping that at the very break of dawn when everything felt fresh and possible, good luck would come his way. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a virtual screen slowly unfurled before his eyes. Without hesitation, he said, "Begin." Ding. The chat group is inviting new members to join. It's really them. The quality is off the charts. Yuzuki could barely contain his delight. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, Naruto, time to get up. A gentle voice called softly in his ear, accompanied by a light shake. Uzumaki Naruto stirred from his dreams. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful, familiar face smiling down at him, her gaze filled with warmth and affection. "Mom!" Naruto beamed back, his smile as bright as the morning sun. "Go wash up, sweetheart. Dad's already made breakfast." With a gentle ruffle of his hair, Kushina smiled and slipped out of the room. Before long, Naruto had tidied himself up and walked into the living room. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were already seated at the dining table, where a steaming breakfast awaited. Their eyes softened even further as Naruto appeared. For a moment, Naruto stood still, caught off guard by the cozy scene before him. He had imagined mornings like this countless times, waking to the loving faces of his parents, only to have those dreams dissolve with every dawn. But now somehow this day was real. "Naruto, we're just waiting for you." Minato's voice gently pulled him back from his reverie. "Coming." Naruto nodded enthusiastically and hurried over, full of excitement. The breakfast table was filled with laughter and warmth, but the harmony was soon disrupted by a sudden pause from Minato. A subtle shift flickered across Minato's face, catching both Kushina's and Naruto's attention. "Minato, is something wrong? Dad, what happened?" Their concern was plain. Minato quickly composed himself and smiled. "It's nothing. Let's eat." Naruto and Kushina exchanged a glance. Since that was the case, they decided to continue savoring this rare, heartwarming breakfast together. Minato, though his hands kept moving as he ate, had his mind drifting toward that mysterious chat group. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, watching the messages scroll by at lightning speed. Is there a new member joining? At the same time, in the Sarutobi household and at Konoha Hospital, similar expressions appeared on everyone's faces. At the Sarutobi residence, Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, the two brothers, had spent the entire night in deep conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, talking until dawn crept in. Their discussion ranged from the livelihoods of the villagers to the development of the village, and finally delved into strategies for governing a nation. As someone who had served as Hokage for decades, Hiruzen's wealth of experience proved invaluable to the Senju brothers. It wasn't until the cheerful songs of birds outside the window roused them that they realized the sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. It's already morning? We actually talked through the whole night, Hashirama remarked, gazing out the window in amazement. "It's about time, monkey. We should be heading back," Tobarama said as he slowly rose to his feet. "Sensei, first Hokage, are you really leaving? Can't you stay a little longer? Perhaps Konoha needs you now more than ever." Hiruzen was already aware that they came from different timelines. These were not the Hashirama and Tobarama of his own world. Even so, he still regarded them as the most respected of elders and instinctively tried to persuade them to stay. Monkey, we don't belong here. Besides, if we were to stay, the timeline on the other side would be thrown into chaos. Konoha's doing quite well these days, and you've done a fine job as Hokage. The younger generation is growing up strong, especially with Yuzuki, the leader of the group, watching over things. Konoha's golden age is only a matter of time, so don't keep worrying about us. Hashirama patted Hiruzen's shoulder gently. His hearty laughter seemed to carry a kind of magic, lifting Hiruzen's spirits in an instant. Feeling greatly encouraged, Hiruzen nodded vigorously. "If that's how it is, I swear I'll protect Konoha with my life. It's just, how should I deal with that person? Should I reveal his true identity to the other senior leaders of Konoha?" Hiruzen seemed hesitant, unsure of what to do. He was, of course, referring to the group leader Hashirama had mentioned, Yuzuki Shigenomiya. Though Hiruzen had already developed a deep respect for Yuzuki, he had still underestimated both her strength and her influence. He once thought wielding would release was already miraculous, but never imagined she could summon people from different timelines. The revelation was simply overwhelming. When it came to how he should interact with Yuzuki Shigenomiya, Hiruzen felt uncertain. Should he revere her as one would a deity? Or should he simply step aside and let her become Konoha's true helmsman? Hashirama pondered for a moment. Then, recalling Yuzuki's words and demeanor, he spoke. "There's no need for that right now. You don't have to reveal his identity to anyone. Just treat him as an ordinary person. I get the feeling that Master Yue isn't all that interested in power. He seems to genuinely enjoy a simple, ordinary life." Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips twitched slightly. "An ordinary person? But what if he simply wraps his arm around me without warning? That's impossible. Who has ever seen a normal person with such overwhelming strength?" He took a deep breath and replied, "I'll do my best." "Well then, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. But we'll be around for a few more days. If you need anything, just find Yue. He'll get in touch with us." After bidding farewell to the Senju brothers, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched as they prepared to leave. But as they took just a few steps, Hiruzen suddenly called out, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Sensei, about Danzo. He won't be coming back." Tobarama Senju answered coolly. A heavy sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips. In the end, Danzo had only himself to blame for what happened. At that very moment, Hashirama suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what? Madara joined the group? And not just one. There are two of him." Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, "Looks like you're recovering well," Obito said, giving Kakashi a once-over. His wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. In just a few days, he would be fit to leave the hospital. Of course, it wasn't just the hard work of Konoha's medical ninja at play. The Nine-Tails chakra that had been infused into Kakashi earlier was also a major factor. Just then, Rin Noera pushed open the door and stepped into the ward, carrying 2 bags of breakfast. "Obito, I'm back. Mission accomplished." Rin beamed as she waved the bags for him to see. "That shop's still open? Talk about standing the test of time." The breakfast shop Obito mentioned had been in business since the founding of Konoha 48 years ago. He used to be a regular customer. He never expected to see it still thriving in this timeline. It went to show just how beloved it was. "Their breakfast is amazing. There's always a crowd, but I managed to snag your favorite. Dango in 3 colors and a deep-fried egg from the Odin pot." Rin smiled as she unpacked the food. Obito dug in at once, taking hearty bites. That same familiar taste. As the two of them enjoyed their dango and fried egg, a new message suddenly popped up in the group chat, making Obito freeze mid-bite. And who could blame him? The new arrivals were in utter shock. He saw another version of himself. Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, has joined the group chat. Uchiha Itachi has joined the group chat. Uchiha Madara, White Mask, has joined the group chat. UUS Shurgong. "Morning, everyone. Time to wake up. We've got new members. Let's give them a warm welcome. Hashirama Senju. Madara, you old rascal. You made it in 2. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito. Hey, the other me. Or should I call you Madara? Well, whatever works. Minato Namikaze. Good morning, and greetings to all the newcomers as well. Whether it's morning, noon, or night where you are, please accept this warm welcome. The 67th year of Konoha. This year, stories abounded and turbulence never ceased. A mysterious masked man declared war on the entire ninja world, setting in motion the 4th Great Ninja War. He first defeated Konan, taking from her the Rinnegan that Nagato had left behind, and then used the bodies of 6-tailed beast Jinchuriki to resurrect a brand new 6 Paths of Pain. This new 6 Paths of Pain was absurdly powerful, able to take on tailed beast forms, and was completely under the masked man's control. By now, he had shed the Akatsuki persona of Toby, donned a brand new cloak, carried a massive Uchiha War fan on his back, and wore a strikingly unique mask, pure white, adorned with 2 eyes marked by 3 Tomo patterns. The Rinnegan embedded in his left eye glimmered with a ghostly light, while his right retained the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his strength skyrocketing and the name of Uchiha Madara backing him, he stirred up chaos across the shinobi world. Joining forces with Kabuto Yakushi, he summoned the souls of the dead with the impure world reincarnation, and combined them with an army of 100,000 white Zetsu, forging a force powerful enough to challenge the allied shinobi forces. Amidst the lush, vibrant forest, the White Masked Man led the Pain Jinchuriki to confront Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee, who had tracked them all the way here. The 6 Jinchuriki Pains attacked in relentless waves. Rashi struck first, unleashing his signature lava release, Scorching Stream rock technique, spewing torrents of molten lava straight at Naruto and Killer Bee. But the two reacted with lightning speed, darting through the forest like elusive woodland sprites. Yet they faced 6 Jinchuriki. Rashi's attack barely missed before Yagura's water mirror technique followed, and from the mirror sprang 2 perfectly identical Narutos and Killer Bees. Not only did these doubles look just like the originals, but their abilities matched as well. Utakata and Fu were not to be outdone. As one set off a chain of explosions with water bubbles, the other scattered blinding phosphorus powder, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Yujito and Han seized the moment to launch a torrent of taijutsu assaults. Under the White Mask's meticulous command, the 6 Pains pressed their attack in perfect harmony, driving Naruto and Killer Bee to their limits. Suddenly, the White Masked Man froze, confusion flickering in his eyes. This subtle shift in his emotions instantly disrupted the Pain's offensive. Naruto and Killer Bee seized the opening, leaping back to perch on a towering tree, their gazes sharp and wary. "Watch out! Something's wrong with him," Naruto said in a low, tense voice. With the help of his mother, Kushina, he had managed to suppress the Nine-Tails and could now borrow its chakra, transforming into the Nine-Tails chakra mode, a state that greatly heightened his sensory perception. He could distinctly sense that the man who called himself Madara was in utter turmoil at this moment, his emotions roiling like a stormy sea. Beneath it all, there was even a faint glimmer of something else. An unprecedented fear. Right then, in the chat group. Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's odd. Why isn't anyone talking here? Hello, is anyone there? At Uchiha Madara. Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At Uchiha White Mask. At Uchiha Itachi. Are you all just lurking? Minato Namikaze. I'm guessing maybe they're just like we were when we first arrived, thinking they've fallen into some jinjutsu, sweating bullets, and desperately searching for a way out. Uchiha Obito. That's actually pretty likely. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait, something's off. The Six Paths Madara and White Mask versions. Shouldn't that be Konoha year 67, right in the middle of the Fourth Great Ninja War? As the ones who started the war, they should still be fighting on the front lines, shouldn't they? I'm not sure about White Mask, but Madara must be locked in the heat of battle. I wonder if he's already taken Might Guy's Night Guy attack. As for Itachi, let me check, huh? His timeline is Konoha year 54. No way. That's exactly the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Is he really just cutting down kids right now? Uchiha Obito. Should we try to stop him? Then again, the me from that timeline is also, well, you know. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't look back. 1 versus 7 San. I am Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itachi. No, I'm just watching the videos in the group. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Uchiha Obito. Ha, that's hilarious. Night, Konoha year 54. Inside a dimly lit room, Uchiha Itachi stood by the door, his gaze piercing through the tranquil courtyard, settling on the faint ripples of the pond. His expression was as calm and still as water. Yet, within those eyes, a barely concealed anger betrayed the storm raging in his heart. Was I wrong? Itachi slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The pain seemed to escape his notice. His face remained cold and resolute. The future shown in the group's videos had cast him, without mercy, as a tragic clown, a figure steeped in sorrow. Were it not for the miraculous appearance of this chat group, he might have followed the path laid out before him, ruthlessly carrying out the order to eradicate the Uchiha for the sake of the village and his brother. Shimura Danzo. Itachi pronounced the name through gritted teeth, each syllable laced with bitter hatred. A crimson light surged in his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Overwhelmed by violent emotion, his eyes underwent a silent transformation. Originally, he had only awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. It was only after his dearest friend Shursue's death that he unlocked the Mangekyo. But at this moment, Shursue had not yet faced Danzo alone. His life was still intact. Thus, Itachi's Mangekyo, too, had yet to awaken. But after witnessing that twisted future, Itachi miraculously awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan ahead of fate. After a brief moment of self-reproach, Uchiha Itachi straightened his back. The moonlight poured down, illuminating his resolute face. This decaying Konoha needs a complete transformation. I will become Hokage. He stared at the screen for a long time, his eyes fixed on the names of Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, the light of determination burning within his gaze. Uchiha Itachi. At Hashirama Senju, at Minato Namikaze, honored seniors, I wish to become Hokage. I will no longer be a pawn manipulated at will by Konoha's upper echelons, nor can I bear to sever my own clan's bloodline, leaving Sasuke alone to face that bleak future. I want to lead the Uchiha out of the shadows and wholeheartedly integrate with Konoha. I hope you too can offer me some advice. Itachi's eyes were unwavering. He no longer trusted those who hid in lofty shadows. He was determined to tear away the corruption with his own hands and let Konoha be reborn. He understood that brute force alone could never secure the seat of Hokage, a truth he had learned after seeing the future. As he would one day say, it is not that becoming Hokage earns you recognition. Only those truly recognized by the people can become Hokage. At this moment, he longed for the approval of the two Hokage in the group. Even though they did not belong to this timeline, Itachi still eagerly awaited their perspectives. Especially Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a man as close as a brother to his father, Uchiha Fugaku. His fame echoed in Itachi's heart like a thunderclap. Meanwhile, inside Ichiraku Ramen, the legendary ramen shop of Konoha, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, were enjoying bowls of the ramen that had become woven into so many tales. Hashirama nudged his brother, who was engrossed in slurping his noodles, and whispered, Tobirama, there's a young Uchiha who wants to become Hokage. I'd like to know what you think. Without looking up, Tobirama continued savoring his meal. Who? Madara? Let him have it. Maybe I'll finally get some peace. There was something uniquely wonderful about this ramen. Hashirama chuckled and shook his head. Not Madara. This one's called Itachi from another world. His strength is extraordinary, and his talent rivals even Madara's. Itachi. Tobirama sounded genuinely surprised. Let him be. How people live in their own worlds isn't our concern, big brother. You always worry too much. That's not quite right. If he's coming to me for advice, it shows he still respects us as Hokage. Hashirama paused in thought, then replied in the group. Hashirama Senju. Young Uchiha, my advice to you is pursue your dream bravely. Don't just aim for Hokage. If you wish to become a legend of the shinobi world, why not? There's nothing stopping you. But be careful. Your era is a delicate one. For generations have fallen. The chaos of the Nine Tails has just passed. Our strongest forces are depleted, morale is low, and enemies lurk on every side. The road to becoming Hokage is fraught with danger. One misstep, and Konoha could be lost forever. Haha, of course. In critical moments, we will lend you our strength. We would never let Konoha fall to ruin. After reading Hashirama's reply, a thoughtful light flickered in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. So that's how it is. Indeed, Hashirama had struck at the heart of the matter. Right now, the Uchiha clan was watching with hungry eyes, eager to seize any sign of weakness from Konoha and make their move. If he let slip even a hint of his desire to become Hokage, those ambitious elites in the clan might just rush to drape the Hokage's cloak over his shoulders the very next day. Young master, the weather's turning cold. You should put on something warmer. And with all that reckless passion, the clansmen would ignite the flames of war with Konoha themselves, opening the door for outside enemies, leading everyone to ruin, or at best, leaving them begging for help in the group chat to pick up the pieces. Itachi let out a soft sigh. He would need to consider this matter at length. Minato and Namikaze, you have my support, Itachi. But the first Hokage and I, we're not of this era. In the end, the decision is yours alone to make. Itachi Uchiha. Understood, fourth Hokage. At that moment, a new message appeared before his eyes, making Itachi's spirits lift. It was a reply from the group leader. Someone capable of creating such a cross-time communication platform must possess wisdom beyond compare, he thought. If Yuzuki Shirgong knew what Itachi was thinking, she would probably have said, my super genius brain tells me it's time to use superpowers. Yuzuki Shirgong. Itachi-san, I have 2 suggestions. Would you like to hear them? Itachi Uchiha. I'm all ears, group leader. First suggestion. For now, hold your ground. This demands that you exert strong control over the Uchiha clan and keep everyone in check. Give Konoha a chance to catch its breath and wait for the new generation to grow strong enough to repel outside threats. Then, seek change. If an enemy invades, you'll be able to lead your clan to repel them, earning greater prestige and moving step by step toward the position of Hokage. Itachi pondered this for a moment. Although the strategy seemed sound, it would be painfully difficult to carry out. Right now, the Uchiha clan was like a barrel packed with explosives. Even with his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, he might only be able to keep things under control for a short while. To hold out until the next generation rose to power seemed like a distant hope. Group leader, I fear this path is impossible. My strength alone isn't enough to keep the Uchiha suppressed for long. Yuzuki Shirgong, that's all right. I have a second plan. Join forces with Shursui Uchiha and take Danzo Shimura out of the picture. Itachi Uchiha. This. Yuzuki Shirgong's idea was so bold, Itachi was left utterly stunned. Is this plan really feasible? If Danzo is assassinated, Konoha will likely plunge into chaos immediately. The Uchiha clan would probably go on a rampage, and neighboring countries would seize the opportunity. No matter how you look at it, this scheme seems shaky at best. Shimiya Yuzuki said, don't rush. I haven't finished explaining my plan. Once you take care of Danzo, you earn a hefty sum of gold coins. You should head straight to the shop and use them to strengthen yourself. Let battle feed battle. While you're fending off resistance within the village and repelling invading ninja from outside, the entire shinobi world will be thrown into turmoil. Gold will keep pouring in, and you can use it to further enhance your abilities. This creates a virtuous cycle. When you become strong enough, you could change the fate of the world in a single move, conquering the 5 great nations. Forget becoming Hokage. If you want to rule the whole shinobi world, nothing would stand in your way. So what do you think? Isn't my proposal dazzling enough? Uchiha Obito replied, why does this plot sound like something out of a novel to me? Shimiya Yuzuki shot back, don't change the subject. Just tell me, are you in or not? Uchiha Obito considered, it actually sounds doable and pretty interesting. Sensei, first Hokage, what do you think? Minato Namikaze fell silent. Hashirama Senju was also speechless. These young people are just too wild. The mere thought of such a reckless plan weighed heavily on their hearts. Hashirama Senju finally spoke, his tone filled with concern. Isn't this too extreme? If war breaks out, countless lives will be lost. A look of profound compassion crossed Hashirama's face. The prospect of Konoha sliding into civil war while other nations took advantage was grim enough. Just thinking about the carnage was enough to make anyone shudder. Shimiya Yuzuki countered. First Hokage, your heart is too gentle. You hate to face the reality of war, but this is the way of the world. As long as greed boils in people's hearts, conflict is inevitable. Unless there appears someone so powerful that everyone is forced to submit without question, someone like you or Madara. But on Itachi's side, that kind of person is sorely lacking. So, we have to personally cultivate a leader strong enough to guide the shinobi world. And besides, if the Uchiha clan doesn't resist, then thousands of innocent lives will be left to the slaughter. If they don't defend themselves, they'll only fall victim to others. As for those ninja villages lying in wait to take advantage of the chaos, they deserve not the slightest sympathy. They're just waiting for Konoha to weaken so they can swoop in and tear off a piece of flesh. Whether it's land or resources, every invader harbors ulterior motives. For people like that, what hospitality can we offer besides the sword? In the end, their downfall is simply the consequence of their own greed. They have no one to blame but themselves. Hashirama Senju was silent for a long time before he finally managed to type a few words. You're not entirely wrong, he admitted. Uchiha Itachi reflected. So, in the end, things can only be resolved through force. Itachi Uchiha let out a soft sigh. He had never intended to resolve matters through force, yet the way things had unfolded seemed to leave him with no other choice. Was there truly no other way out? Yuzuki Shigenomiya said, Itachi, don't tell me you're still hoping that understanding and communication between people can erase hatred? Itachi Uchiha replied, that thought did cross my mind, and Naruto has indeed proven its possibility. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations have lived in harmony, prospering together. But behind all that, Yuzuki Shigenomiya interjected, in truth, that was Naruto and Sasuke's doing. During the Fourth Ninja World War, the power they displayed was already beyond the realm of ordinary ninja, and both of them hailed from Konoha. Tell me, what could the other 4 nations do but make peace with Konoha? What's more, Naruto's extraordinary personal charm meant that he had friends in every land. With both these factors at play, it created an era of peace the ninja world had not seen in 1,000 years. Itachi fell silent, reflecting on these words. Gradually, he began to realize that perhaps this truly was the case. Itachi Uchiha said, Group leader, I'll give your advice serious consideration. Yuzuki Shigenomiya replied, that's how it should be. Today's struggle is for tomorrow's peace. Under your leadership, the ninja world will enter a phase of enforced peace. It may not change much in the short term, but after centuries, or even a millennium, hatred will naturally be worn away by the passage of time. As for concerns about lifespan, you needn't worry. With gold coins, attaining the Sage of Six Paths power, or pursuing immortality is hardly a challenge. After sending off this message, Yuzuki Shigenomiya also fell into contemplation. Deep down, he knew he too recognized the efficiency of force. To yearn for dissolving barriers through understanding, like Yahiko once did, was too idealistic, too difficult to achieve in reality. First of all, both sides would need a high degree of self-cultivation to put aside hatred rationally. Yet, not everyone possessed such virtue. Encounter someone as stubborn as Danzo, and peaceful means would only lead to endless suffering for oneself. Therefore, by comparison, the direct approach of force could sometimes be more efficient. Whether dealing with the cultured or the savage, it compelled everyone to sit down and talk properly. Of course, relying solely on force was also not wise. One needed 9-part strength, and 1 part reason to truly convince others. His advice to Itachi was, in fact, his attempt at exploring different strategies. Every timeline was independent. A change in one would not disturb the others. Even if Itachi stirred up storms in his world, it would have no impact elsewhere. Yuzuki's suggestion offered Itachi 2 things. First, freedom from the hypocrisy of Konoha's higher-ups and the satisfaction of direct action. And second, what intrigued Yuzuki most, gold coins. With the way Itachi was about to play things, it was almost as if he were toying with the goddess of fate herself. The original course of destiny would be utterly disrupted, and it was easy to imagine that the flow of gold coins would be ceaseless. Year 54 of the Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi Uchiha slowly closed his eyes, pausing in quiet thought before opening them once more. In that instant, a steely resolve glimmered in his gaze, like never before. We'll go with the strategy suggested by the Sagon clan leader, but with a few modifications. With that, he tapped open the shop interface Yue had mentioned time and again, his essential tool on this path to dominance. Only by relying on the power of the shop could he transform himself repeatedly in a short span, his strength soaring, and ultimately achieve his innermost goal. So many choices. A ripple of emotion stirred in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes swept swiftly over the goods, searching for those best suited to him. One after another, he added them to his cart, ready to seize them all once he'd amassed enough coins. A few minutes later, Itachi closed the shop interface, satisfied. He had already set his sights on what he desired most. The first item, the sage's body. His own constitution had always been unremarkable, and he would one day be racked by the agonies of his clan's inherited illness. Rarely did he fight hand-to-hand. Even when forced in a battle, he relied heavily on ninjutsu and jinjutsu. His physical weakness was a glaring flaw. Thus, the sage's body had become a necessity. A healthy form would undoubtedly elevate his combat abilities to new heights. The second item was his own Mangekyo Sharingan, to evolve his current Mangekyo to the eternal level. With this, he would be able to use his ocular powers without limit, unlocking the ultimate form of Susanoo. The complete Susanoo, towering nearly 100 meters tall and wielding the three sacred treasures, would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. One man, standing against 10,000. 200,000 coins in total. Itachi calculated silently. 100,000 for the sage's body, another 100,000 for the Mangekyo. Hardly a trivial sum. We'll take it one step at a time. After crushing Danzo, who knows how many coins I might earn. At that moment, the softest of footsteps sounded behind him. Instantly, Itachi sensed the approach. He knew exactly who it was, so he didn't turn around. Instead, a gentle smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, the newcomer crept close, then, with a sudden leap, sprang onto Itachi's back. Huh, did I scare you? Sasuke put on an exaggerated expression, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I knew it was you from the moment you walked in. Big brother, you're the best. Sasuke clung to Itachi's shoulders, his face aglow with happiness. For him, every moment spent with his brother was pure joy. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair affectionately, a warm smile on his lips. Did you need something? Sasuke had always been a well-behaved child. He never disturbed Itachi at this hour without reason. Since he was here, Itachi went ahead and asked. Dad wants to see you. He sent me to fetch you. Sasuke answered honestly, his smiling eyes curving into two cheerful arcs. I see. Well then, let's go. Supporting Sasuke on his back, Itachi turned and left the room, making his way toward the Naka shrine. Sasuke, it's time for you to go back to bed. When they reached the entrance of the Naka shrine, Itachi set Sasuke down. He had no intention of bringing his little brother inside, for the conversation about to unfold was not meant for Sasuke's ears. See you tomorrow, big brother. Sasuke nodded obediently, not questioning why, and waved with a cheerful smile before dashing away. Itachi watched him leave with a gentle smile, his gaze lingering until Sasuke's figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did his smile slowly fade. He then pushed open the door and stepped into the tranquil, sacred space of the Naka shrine. The ancient wooden door creaked open with a long, resonant groan, instantly drawing the attention of everyone inside. Seated within were not only Uchiha Fugaku at the head, but also several elders, their hair snowy white with age. They were the elders of the Uchiha clan, highly respected, revered for their wisdom, and entrusted with assisting the clan leader in managing the clan's many affairs. Father, elders, I have arrived. The young clan head is here. Come, take a seat. One elder, smiling warmly, patted the seat beside him, inviting Itachi to join them. With his extraordinary talent, Uchiha Itachi was nearly a household name in Konoha. The clan placed high hopes on their young prodigy, especially since joining the ANBU, where he often brought back valuable intelligence, fueling the clan's confidence as they prepared for change. Itachi gave a slight nod and sat down, his manner composed. Directly across from him, Uchiha Shursui offered a warm smile, which Itachi returned with a nod. Once everyone had gathered, the meeting officially began. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to speak, raising the issue at hand. The voices of dissent within the clan are growing louder. What are your thoughts? As clan head, Fugaku's vision was far-reaching, and in truth he did not support such a radical upheaval. After all, should conflict break out, even with Uchiha's considerable strength, Konoha would be left in ruins, and the other villages would seize any opportunity to invade. Even in victory, the cost in lives would be devastating. At that point, with the village in shambles, would the Hokage's seat hold any meaning at all? Yet, as clan leader, he could not dictate the will of the entire clan. The situation was already slipping out of control. A storm was inevitable. Suppress them? Why should we suppress them? This is the will of the people. Our spirits are at their peak, one elder declared sternly, clearly among the radicals. Hokage, Hokage, and yet never has an Uchiha, masters of fire style, held that title. The irony was not lost on anyone. No, we mustn't. Setting aside the outcome, even if we succeed in changing things, how many lives must we sacrifice? Another interjected, his brow deeply furrowed, voicing the conservatives' concern. Better sacrifice than live in shame. When Konoha was founded, weren't we promised the first Hokage seat? Yet those promises turned to empty words. Now, after all these years, Uchiha is still denied the Hokage's mantle. Where's the justice in that? All right, there's no need to dwell on the past. What we should discuss now is how to resolve this issue with the least possible sacrifice. At this, several elders, each generations older than Itachi, launched into a fierce debate. Some grew, so agitated their faces turned red, while others fell silent under rebuttal. From time to time, certain arguments managed to win a measure of approval. Yet, no matter how the discussion swirled, consensus remained out of reach. As the debate threatened to spiral out of control, Fugaku gently tapped the table. The room's clamor faded away at once, falling into utter silence. Every eye turned to him, waiting for his next move. This was the unmistakable authority of the clan head. At that moment, Fugaku turned to Itachi and asked, "Itachi, what are your thoughts?" Uchiha Itachi slowly rose to his feet, drawing the focus of the entire room. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, but today, Itachi seemed subtly changed from his usual self. It was as if some of his usual heaviness had fallen away, replaced by an aura that was difficult to describe. Itachi's gaze swept across the gathering, his eyes shifting rapidly as his vision passed over them. One by one, Tomo marks emerged, spinning in his pupils, and at last, forming an intricate, otherworldly pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Another pair has awakened. One of the clan elders gasped in astonishment, his face quickly breaking into a wide smile. This is wonderful. The young clan heir has awakened the Mangekyo as well. With Shursui and now Itachi, the Uchiha have two Mangekyo Sharingan now. The scales of victory are tipping in our favor. At this moment, both the elders who favored bold action and those advocating caution couldn't help but show expressions of delight. Even Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with shock. When had Itachi awakened his Mangekyo? Fugaku pondered swiftly, yet he couldn't recall any recent event that might have triggered such powerful emotions in Itachi. Then again, none of that mattered now. A satisfied smile curled on his lips. Itachi was one of their own. His strength was the clan's pride and glory. Everyone, I have a plan, and I need your support and cooperation to carry it out. Sensing the mood was just right, Uchiha Itachi began, calmly laying out the strategy he had in mind. The night slipped away in the blink of an eye. Except for those few who had gathered at the Naka shrine, no one knew what plan Itachi had proposed. Yet, change was already surging forth, silent, unstoppable. Among those who felt it keenly was Uchiha Thimble. As a member of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Thimble set out that morning with his animal companions. Alongside Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl, he walked the streets of Konoha, patrolling as usual. But it wasn't long before Snowstorm noticed something unusual. Why was their captain so lost in thought today, head bowed in deep contemplation? Had he not rested well last night? So, he stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Brother Thimble, didn't sleep well last night? How about you head back and rest? We could take care of the patrol." Shua Bao's words pulled Thimble from his thoughts. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. "I'm fine. Let's keep patrolling." "All right," Shua Bao replied, withdrawing into the group. The team made their way through Konoha's bustling streets. The morning market was as lively as ever, with villagers brimming with enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and his two companions passed by, people instinctively parted to make way, as if eager to avoid them. Shua Bao and Pearl strode forward with heads held high, seeming to enjoy this aura of respect, tinged with fear from the villagers. Only Thimble watched in silence, his heart welling up with sorrow. At the same time, he felt a stab of shock. No wonder the young clan leader gave such an order. Our Uchiha clan has acted this way for so long. We've lost the trust of the whole village. Is it any wonder we're forever kept from the seat of Hokage? If things continue like this, even if we seize the Hokage's title, no one will truly accept us. It seems the young clan leader has seen through this, which is why he wants us to change. Thimble mulled this over in silence. Just last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble had received a secret order from the young clan leader. The entire clan must adjust their behavior and attitude in public. The order was to be relayed down through the ranks of elite shinobi and eventually reach every member of the clan. And it was reinforced with stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who refused to comply would only bring trouble upon themselves. After all, this concerned the Uchiha clan's future ambitions. In the past, Thimble had never cared how common folk looked at them. Whether with fear, awe, or contempt, it made no difference to him. But now, things were different. He could read new meaning in those glances, and faintly sensed the strategy behind the young clan leader's plans. "Brother Thimble, I'm going to get breakfast. Want the usual?" Shuabao came over with a cheerful grin. Thimble gave a brief reply, and Shuabao peeled off from the group, heading in another direction. Thimble was about to continue along the patrol route when a sudden thought struck him. His eyes flashed, and he quietly followed after Shuabao. Pearl looked puzzled. "Brother Thimble, aren't we supposed to go this way? That's not our patrol area." "Just follow me," Thimble said coolly, quickening his pace as he went after Shuabao. Meanwhile, Shuabao arrived at a bustling bun shop, where a short line of customers waited out front. But at the sight of Shuabao, the queue and even the diners quickly shuffled aside, anxious to keep their distance. The owner, a middle-aged man with worry etched on his face, could only force a bitter smile before putting on a welcoming expression and coming forward. "Lord Shuabao, you're here. What would you like to eat today?" "The usual." "And hurry up," Shuabao urged impatiently. Right away." The shopkeeper quickly packed up a bag of buns and handed it over to Shuabao. Shuabao snatched the bag, gave a casual wave, and turned to leave. "Put on my tab. I'll pay when I have the money." The shopkeeper's face darkened. These Uchiha had been eating on credit for over half a year now, never settling their debts. For his small business, it was like salt rubbed into an open wound. But he dared not protest. The last time he tried to remind them, he'd nearly gotten himself into trouble. Just as Shuabao was walking away, an angry young girl burst out of the bun shop. "Hey you haven't paid yet." The shopkeeper's face turned pale as he rushed to pull the girl back. "Don't shout." But Shuabao had already heard. He turned around, his face frosty and cold. "What do you mean, I haven't paid? I said I'd settle the account. Are you deaf?" Shuabao strode toward her, each step like a beast on the verge of a rampage. But the girl stood her ground. "You've owed us for half a year. How is that any different from not paying at all?" Suddenly, Shuabao smiled. "Then let me show you the difference." In a flash, he appeared before the girl, raising his huge hand, ready to strike. The girl burst into tears, shrinking into herself. As an ordinary person, she had no way to fend off a ninja's attack. She watched, terrified, as the hand came down. At that critical moment, Shuabao's hand stopped in midair. A strong, steady hand had gripped his wrist, holding him back. Shuabao stared, startled. Who dared to stop him? He looked over and saw Dingjin, his face expressionless. Instantly, Shuabao put on a fawning smile. "Brother Dingjin, what brings you here? What do you think you're doing?" Dingjin's voice was stern as he looked him in the eye. "I was just about to teach this ungrateful civilian a lesson." Dingjin held his gaze, but Shuabao remained unfazed, clearly not taking any of this seriously. Dingjin sighed inwardly. The young clan leader's plan was clearly in for more hurdles. He let go of Shuabao's wrist. Shuabao quickly rubbed his arm. The grip had left a throbbing ache. Was this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninja? Dingjin's authority in Shuabao's mind only grew. At that moment, Dingjin fixed him with a serious look and said, "I don't want to see anything like this happen again. Do you understand me?" He didn't force Shuabao to apologize to the girl, knowing full well that such hollow gestures would only deepen resentment. Only by truly curbing this behavior at the source could they prevent it from happening again. And that was real support for the young clan leader's plan. "And you, make sure to tell everyone else in our squad about this new rule when you get back," he added to Pearl, who stood nearby. "Understood." The two of them looked at Uchiha Dingjin's serious expression and couldn't help but feel a chill run through their hearts. Has the captain really changed his ways? Although Dingjin usually didn't bully civilians like they did, he'd always stood by and watched, which, in a sense, made him an accomplice. But now, why was he acting this way? They didn't dare to disobey him, so they nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Let's go." Dingjin turned and strode off without hesitation. Shuabao and Jinju quickly followed behind. Just then, a faint, complaining voice rose up behind them. "Not paying again, so mean." Dingjin paused mid-step, curiosity flickering across his face as he turned back. Shuabao, mistaking the captain's reaction for anger, immediately spun around and shouted furiously in the direction of the voice. "You ungrateful brat. Think I can't deal with you?" "Shuabao, enough." Dingjin cut in sharply, his tone a sudden bark of authority. "Yes, captain." Shuabao shuddered at the outburst, frozen in confusion. Dingjin slowly walked toward the source of the voice, his solid frame exuding an unspoken pressure. The young girl shrank back in fear, trembling so much she couldn't meet his eyes. What did you mean just now, about not being paid? For the first time in his life, Dingjin found himself speaking gently to a civilian. The girl was stunned by this gentle Uchiha. Until now, every Uchiha she'd met had only barked orders at them. None had ever spoken so kindly. She stole a glance at her father, then at Dingjin. Summoning her courage, she bit her lip and told them about Shuabao's unpaid bill, which had been outstanding for half a year. She couldn't help but hope. Perhaps today she'd met a different kind of Uchiha, and maybe, just maybe, she'd finally get her money back. After she finished, Dingjin's expression hardly changed. He simply tilted his head to look at Shuabao, and those deep, ancient well eyes made Shuabao tense up inside. Is what she said true? Dingjin asked. Why, yes, it's true. Dingjin said nothing more. Turning to the girl, he asked, how much is owed in total? A flash of surprise and hope appeared in both the girl's and her father's eyes. Could it be? The girl quickly blurted out a number. Dingjin nodded, reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and carefully counted out the full amount before handing it to her. The debt's settled. Thank you, the girl said, both hands accepting the money, her heart soaring with joy. At last, she'd gotten her money back. Her happiness didn't last long, though. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a figure in the crowd, a man with a scar slashed across his face. The sight of that distinctive mark made the girl jump to her feet. She grabbed her father's arm and pointed, crying out, Dad, that's the man who stole my money that day. What? Where? The shopkeeper started an alarm, then snatched up a broom and peered in the direction his daughter was pointing, catching sight of the scar-faced man. Fuming, the shopkeeper jabbed the broom in the man's direction and shouted, Give back the money. The scar-faced man was momentarily taken aback, but the instant he caught sight of the young girl and the shopkeeper's timid faces, he breathed an inward sigh of relief. So, it was just a pair of easy targets. A sly grin crept onto his lips as he feigned innocence. Robbery? Now, that's an unfair accusation. You're mixing things up, miss. The Leaf Police Force is watching, you know? Be careful what you say, or you'll get yourself in trouble. He flashed a chilling smile, and the scar on his face seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing in a way that sent a shiver down one's spine. Young lady, talking nonsense is never a good idea. Be careful, or you might run into trouble on your way home at night. The girl shrank back, frightened by his menacing glare, her heart thumping in her chest. Is he really going to hurt me? Just then, her eyes happened to fall on Thimble, who had been quietly observing from the side. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. This officer from the police force, he seemed different from the others. Summoning her courage, she called out to Thimble. Sir, he stole my money earlier. Could you please help me get justice? At her words, Thimble fixed the scar-faced man with a sharp, penetrating gaze. The scar-faced man noticed Thimble's eyes on him, but remained unruffled. He knew the Uchiha officers seldom bothered with such trivial matters. Besides, without any proof, they'd be even less inclined to intervene. He was feeling triumphant, just about to talk his way out of trouble, when Thimble cut him off. Do you have any evidence to prove he did this? Thimble's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The girl's face fell. That's right, she didn't have any evidence in hand. But Thimble's next words rekindled her hope. If you're willing to file an official report under your name, I can take him in for questioning. But if it turns out you've made a false accusation, you'll be severely punished as well. I'm willing. I really am. The girl nodded emphatically, not hesitating for a second. Very well. Take him to the guard headquarters. Thimble gave the order to Blizzard and Pearl. Yes, Captain. The two stepped forward. Seeing this, the scar-faced man began to panic. Back to headquarters? If they interrogate him, he knows he won't be able to keep his secrets. He can't let that happen. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted. The scene nearly made Blizzard laugh aloud. Trying to outrun a ninja? With a single, effortless leap, no need for any fancy jutsu, they blocked the man's escape. Enjoy running, do you? Blizzard landed a clean, decisive punch. The scar-faced man let out a wail and crumpled to the ground. Thimble's brow furrowed slightly. Had his earlier warning fallen on deaf ears? Noticing the captain's expression, Blizzard quickly explained, Captain, I didn't hit a civilian. This guy's a criminal, so it doesn't count, right? Don't let it happen again. Until things are clear, no one should jump to conclusions. Take him away. Snow Leopard escorted the scar-faced man back to the guard division, following closely behind Thimble. No sooner had they tied him up than the scar-faced man spilled everything like beans from a tipped jar. There was no need for any interrogation at all. Meanwhile, the young woman from the Bowsy shop was quick to spread word of the incident, and soon the whole village was abuzz with the news. She felt as if she were dreaming. Never had she imagined that the once lofty and untouchable Uchiha clan could become so upright and approachable. Such changes played out again and again throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. People were amazed to discover that the Uchiha seemed to have been utterly transformed. Not only did they stop oppressing ordinary villagers, but they also stepped up efforts to crack down on wrongdoing within the village. Petty thieves and pickpockets were taken away on the spot, even in cases without solid evidence. As long as someone was willing to come forward with a real name and testify, the Guard Division would step in and investigate. Of course, those who maliciously accused others would also face severe punishment. So few dared to make false claims. In just a few short days, the public security in the Hidden Leaf Village improved dramatically. On this day, Uchiha Thimble once again patrolled the streets with Uchiha Snow Leopard and Uchiha Pearl. He suddenly noticed that the villagers, who used to avoid them at all costs, were now gradually losing their fear. Some even greeted him with a smile from time to time. Thimble could feel the change. The villagers' eyes now held less fear, replaced by a growing sense of respect and familiarity. So, this is the goal the young clan leader wanted to achieve. Though it's only a beginning, the atmosphere is already so much better than before. Year 58 of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was enjoying a rare moment of peace, taking an occasional puff from his old pipe, looking utterly content. But this precious tranquility was shattered by a sudden outburst of noise. A figure barged in without so much as an announcement, pushing the door open as if the heart of the Hidden Leaf was no more than a bustling marketplace where anyone could come and go at will. Sarutobi's brows immediately knit together. Even when he saw it was Danzo, his expression did not soften. "Danzo, have you forgotten your manners?" Sarutobi chided coolly, his tone thick with displeasure. Danzo seemed completely deaf to Sarutobi's reproach. He strode forward, fixing Sarutobi with a piercing gaze. "Hiruzen, have you noticed the recent stirrings within the Uchiha clan?" A trace of resignation flickered across Sarutobi's face, but for the sake of their long friendship, he held back his irritation. "Of course I'm aware. As Hokage, how could he not know about the Uchiha's near-miraculous transformation? Wasn't all of this a positive sign?" But Danzo's words were tinged with suspicion. Given the Uchiha's usual ways, would they really change so much for no reason? There must be some hidden agenda behind it. "Hiruzen, we must act now," Danzo urged, unable to contain his impatience. He had unexpectedly discovered that the fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers could open the gate of Samsara, the legendary Rinnegan. Years ago, he missed the chance to obtain the Rinnegan in the Land of Rain, but he had witnessed Nagato wield its power in a breathtaking display. Even Hanzo the Salamander, famed as a demigod among shinobi, was no match for it. Since then, his desire for that power had only intensified. Now, with a secret collaboration with Orochimaru, research on Hashirama cells was making progress. The only thing missing was a sufficient number of Sharingan for experimentation. But in these peaceful times, no Uchiha had fallen, making the Sharingan unattainable. Yet, it seemed rifts had begun to form within the Uchiha clan itself, which made Danzo feel that his plan was about to come to fruition. However, the sudden transformation of the Uchiha clan, how they gradually regained favor within the village and their internal unrest eased, left Danzo utterly astonished. What exactly had triggered such a dramatic change in the Uchiha clan? Had they received guidance from some sage, or was there a deeper mystery at play? Whatever the reason, the Uchiha's transformation would not alter his own plans, no matter how much they improved. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was not someone easily deceived. He fixed his gaze on Danzo and asked, "Danzo, what exactly are you planning?" Konoha cannot withstand any more conflict right now. When the Uchiha were unstable, you had complaints. Now that they're improving, you still have complaints. Konoha cannot bear further turmoil. Danzo S1 exposed. I narrowed. "I understand your concerns, but I've already hired an organization called Akatsuki. Its members are top-class rogue ninja from across the nations. For a modest fee, we can have them do our bidding. They will shield us from outside scrutiny, allowing us to focus solely on the Uchiha problem." Ironically, it was Danzo's own meddling that had cost Akatsuki its founder, Yahiko, and now, under Danzo's employment, the organization would unwittingly lend him their strength. Fortunately, Danzo had never revealed himself. Akatsuki had no idea their employer was from Konoha. Otherwise, Nagato might have ordered Tendo Pain to descend upon the village without hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in silence, saying nothing. "Don't forget the Nine-Tails rampage 6 years ago, Hiruzen. It was the Uchiha pulling strings from the shadows. Haven't you seen through their intentions yet?" Shimura Danzo pressed his argument, embellishing the facts to persuade Hiruzen. After all, without the support of the Hokage, Dealing with the Uchiha clan would be nearly impossible. Hiruzen remained silent, gripping his old, worn pipe and taking a slow, contemplative puff. Yet, a trace of hesitation crept into his brow. Sensing this, Danzo's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Are you wavering?" But just then, Hiruzen's gaze happened to fall upon a photograph on the desk, a picture of himself with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In the photo, Minato was accepting the Hokage's hat from Hiruzen, preparing to take on the mantle of Konoha's leader. And yet, that chaos caused by the Nine-Tails 6 years ago had taken Minato's life away forever. In his lifetime, Minato Namikaze had enjoyed a deep friendship with the Uchiha clan. In fact, the Uchiha patriarch was one of his dearest friends. As these memories surfaced, Hiruzen Tsurutobi gently closed the photo, shook his head, and a new resolve took root in his heart. "Let's wait and see for now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we must not act rashly against the Uchiha." Hiruzen's words wiped the smile clean off Danzo Shimura's face, leaving his expression frozen and awkward. "Hiruzen, what are you saying?" Danzo asked, barely able to believe his ears. "For now, we hold back. Let's observe whether the Uchiha show any signs of remorse. If their intentions remain dangerous, it won't be too late to take action." Seeing the unwavering calm, yet steely determination, in Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo knew nothing he said now could sway his old friend. "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo spat out the words through gritted teeth. He spun on his heel, and before leaving, tossed back a cold, cutting remark. "I'll deal with this in my own way." At that, a surge of anger broke through Hiruzen's composure. He slammed his palm down on the table with a resounding thud. "Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage." Danzo's repeated challenges to his authority had finally pushed Hiruzen's patience to its limit. Danzo didn't reply. He shot Hiruzen a furious glare and stormed out, barely containing his anger. Hiruzen let out a long sigh and sank back into his seat, his gaze returning to the picture, now shrouded once more. "Minato, this will be the last time I help the Uchiha. No, enough of this. I should go check on Naruto." With his mind no longer on official duties, Danzo's visit having completely ruined his mood, Hiruzen changed into casual clothes and quietly set out to find Naruto. Group chat. Itachi Uchiha. That's the gist of it. I plan to gradually improve the reputation of our Uchiha clan. We don't need to change the entire village's opinion. Just make sure they no longer view us as enemies. Once that's done, the rest of my plan can unfold smoothly. He shared his strategy in the group chat, a plan that seemed to combine Yuzuki Shigemiya's earlier suggestions with his own refinements. What emerged was an almost perfect approach, one that could spare Konoha tremendous casualties. Yuzuki Shigemiya. That's a brilliant idea. No wonder you're known for your intellect. You found a solution so quickly. If we left this to Obito, he'd probably be lost for a while. Obito Uchiha. Huh? Why am I getting dragged into this? Hey, I'm clever too, you know. By the way, why haven't those two Madaras shown up online? What do you think they're busy with? Yuzuki Shigemiya. Probably off fighting a war. The flow of time is different for them, so maybe things still haven't wrapped up on their end. Obito Uchiha said, I thought they'd be busy trying to break the Jinjutsu, thinking they'd fallen for some illusion. Yujetsu Shigomi replied, they can't possibly be that clueless. The man in the white mask demanded, what kind of Jinjutsu is this? Kabuto, when did you pull this trick on me? Yujetsu Shigomi interjected, 6. Obito Uchiha laughed. Yujetsu, looks like you spoke too soon. See, the master of Jinjutsu has arrived. Year 67 of the Hidden Leaf Village. The man in the white mask quickly called back the 6 paths of pain to guard him, wary of Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee launching a sneak attack, all while staring at the bizarre virtual screen before him in utter shock. Characters flowed across the screen. He had never seen anything remotely like it. What is this thing? Could this be some kind of illusion? A chill ran through the man in the mask. He remembered that before the fight, Naruto had mentioned that Madara appeared on another battlefield, and had even questioned his identity. There was no need to guess. This had to be Kabuto Yakushi's doing, using the forbidden reanimation jutsu to summon Uchiha Madara without permission. This inexplicable thing before his eyes must also be Kabuto's handiwork. That bastard. He resolved that, after seizing the Nine Tails, he would deal with Kabuto at once. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with cold light, the Rinnegan and Sharingan gleaming menacingly. He swiftly drew the war fan from his back and swung it fiercely at Naruto and Killer Bee. Fire style, Blazing Fan Inferno. The masked man unleashed a massive torrent of flames, then swept the fan again, conjuring a howling gale. The fire fed on the wind, which in turn fanned the flames higher. The roaring blaze twisted into a ferocious fire dragon, devouring everything in its path as it surged toward Naruto and Killer Bee. "Watch out, Bee!" Naruto's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted a warning. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. In Naruto's palm, accompanied by a piercing whir, a brilliant blue Raisin Shuriken materialized in an instant. "Idiot! Moron! Time to see what I can really do." Meanwhile, Killer Bee concentrated his chakra, shaping a miniature-tailed beast bomb. "Here we go." In perfect sync, the two hurled their attacks. The Raisin Shuriken and the tailed beast bomb collided head-on with the raging firestorm. In the blink of an eye, blinding white light filled the sky, and a thunderous explosion shook the heavens. Boom! When the dust finally settled, a massive crater yawned between the masked man and his opponents. The once lush trees and earth all around had been ripped apart, left in total devastation by the blast. And as the smoke cleared, Naruto Uzumaki emerged, not even a hair out of place. The man in the white mask was hardly surprised by this outcome. If capturing the Nine Tails were this easy, his mission would have been accomplished long ago. Just as he was about to command the six paths of pain to attack, his body suddenly froze. A wave of information quietly flooded his mind. What? It was a simple explanation of the chat group, making him realize that what he saw before him was real. Group chat. Yujetsu Shigomi. Done. I've set up a group announcement. Any newcomers will see an explanation. From now on, I doubt anyone will play the Jinjutsu guy again. Uchiha Itachi replied, "That's a pretty practical feature." White Mask said, "So, you're telling me this isn't Jinjutsu?" Obito Uchiha chimed in, "Hey, isn't this Jinjutsu guy himself? Even you can't tell if it's an illusion or not. What kind of Jinjutsu could ever fool the Rinnegan?" A chill ran through White Mask's heart. He was right. Instinctively, he touched his left eye socket, where a Rinnegan glowed faintly with a purple light. The Sharingan alone granted immense resistance to illusions, and the Rinnegan, its ultimate form, was practically immune to Jinjutsu. He'd simply been too blinded by rage over Kabuto's reckless Edo Tensei resurrection of Madara, and had overlooked this. Now that he was sure this was an illusion, his curiosity about this chat group grew even stronger. A platform that could transcend the flow of time, letting people from different eras talk to each other. That Obito Uchiha in the group. Could he be himself from another timeline? With that thought, a playful smile tugged at the corners of White Mask's mouth. Interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee exchanged bewildered glances. Why had the battle come to such an abrupt halt? This was utterly baffling. Even stranger, that man was gesturing and talking to thin air. Was he performing some kind of avant-garde art? Or was it a secret jutsu they'd never seen before? Completely unaware of Naruto and Killer Bee's confusion, White Mask ordered the six paths of pain to remain on guard, while he immersed himself in the novelty of the group chat. White Mask typed, "Senja Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi myself, and that old Madara. Every name is familiar. But as for the group owner, I've never heard of him. Is he some expert from outside the shinobi world? To create such an incredible communication platform and manipulate us so easily, his power must be extraordinary." Seeing White Mask's message, Shirgong Yue was startled. Damn, did I just get outed as an outsider already? He hadn't expected his identity as a transmigrator to be discovered so soon, but in a way, it made sense. But what was that about manipulating everyone? He was just about to send a message to defend himself, but someone else beat him to the punch. Obito Uchiha. "Hey, what do you mean, manipulate? That's not what the group owner is like. If it weren't for him, my future would have been just as miserable as yours." White Mask, oh, so you trust him that much. Obito Uchiha. "Just so you know, I'm in Konoha year 47. I haven't been betrayed by Madara yet. Jealous, aren't you, old pal? Rin is right here beside me. Ah, her hand is so soft, and she smells so nice. Brother, I bet you barely got to hold Rin's hand in your whole life, right? Shirgong Yuzuki. Minato Namikaze. Obito, what are you doing? Itachi Uchiha. I'll go check on Sasuke. You guys carry on. Hashirama Senju. Haha. Young people these days are really open-minded." In reality, the man behind the white mask took a deep breath. He had to admit, he was feeling a bit rattled. Was his personality really this awful when he was young? White Mask, think carefully. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The group owner definitely has their motives. They're just not saying it out loud. Shirgong Yuzuki fully agreed with the man behind the white mask. After all, he himself had benefited greatly and was practically bubbling with happiness. Obito Uchiha. There you go again with your conspiracy theories. Why don't you just take a look at the videos in the group? You yourself are a huge part of a grand scheme. A video? That piqued the White Mask's curiosity. Following the announcement, he quickly found the video and became absorbed as he watched it closely. Soon, The video drew to a close, but the White Mask's face remained largely unreadable. White Mask? I finished watching. It was pretty interesting. Obito Uchiha. So, now do you see just how wrong you were? Still thinking about the Eye of the Moon? Your whole life's been built on lies, and now you finally know the truth. Isn't it time you thank Yuzuki? Come on, say thank you to Big Brother Yuzuki. White Mask, thankful. I haven't said those words in a long time, and this time is no different. I'll still carry out the Eye of the Moon. I'll see my will through to the end. Shogun Yuzuki, question mark. You must have watched a fake video, right? You know the truth, and still want to go through with the Eye of the Moon. Obito Uchiha. The Eye of the Moon will just turn people into white zetsu, you know? It's nothing good. And don't forget, there's Kagaya, Akatsuki sealed up on the moon. It's not like you don't know that. Even so, you're set on carrying out the Eye of the Moon? You're following this path to the bitter end. Even Rin wouldn't be happy to see that. White Mask, I'm not as foolish as you think. I know Rin ran into Kakashi's Chidori herself. She chose to end her own life. She sacrificed herself willingly to keep the Three Tails from being brought back to Konoha and going on a rampage. What truly broke me was this false world, the shinobi system, the village, and the ninjas themselves. That's why I want to launch the Eye of the Moon. What's wrong with a world of illusions? There, everyone can realize their own dreams, and there will be no more wars between people. My goodness, what unshakable conviction from the White Mask. Shogun Yuzuki's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he'd seen someone remain so steadfast in their path, even after learning the truth. Shogun Yuzuki. So your plan is to extract the 9 tails from Naruto, gather all the tailed beasts, summon the demonic statue of the outer path, and then cast the infinite Tsukuyomi? White Mask? Isn't that self-evident? Obito Uchiha. But if we do this, Naruto won't survive. Unless, just like in the original story, Lord Minato returns the Ine half of the 9 tails to Naruto. Otherwise, he's as good as dead. White Mask. This is a minor sacrifice for the sake of my grand vision. Besides, Naruto's constitution is extraordinary. He won't die immediately. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, everyone will have a perfect world, and Naruto will find true happiness there as well. Yuzuki Shigu. All right, I won't insist on changing your mind. After all, everyone pursues something different. But have you considered something else? White Mask? I'm listening. Yuzuki Shigu. If you activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, there's a chance Kagaya Akatsuki will return to the world. Are you confident you can defeat her? If you fail, the so-called Eye of the Moon will shatter into nothing. You all might be erased by Kagaya, not even given the chance to experience the dream world. Perhaps you'll be turned directly into white zetsu. White Mask. Kagaya's revival hinges on black zetsu. Do you really think I, knowing the truth, would let myself fall into black zetsu's trap so easily? Without a suitable vessel, a god sealed away for thousands of years is little more than a feeble creature. With my power at the Sage of 6 Paths level, whether I destroy her or seal her away again, it's nothing to fear. There was a fearless confidence in White Mask's words, something so unwavering that even across time and space, Yuzuki Shigu could sense it. White Mask was resolute. Yuzuki Shigu realized there was no persuading him. The people on that timeline were beyond saving. So be it, she thought. All that remained was to let events run their course. Yet she couldn't help but feel pity for every living being on that timeline. If infinite. Tsukuyomi cast its shadow and the god tree devoured them. Without timely salvation, they would all be turned into white zetsu. It was a fate that filled her with regret. Yuzuki Shigu shook her head lightly. Just as she was about to end the conversation, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. She remembered a character who had never appeared in the main plot of Naruto, but was active in Boruto. Ishiki Akatsuki. Kagaya was not the only outsider to ever set foot in the ninja world. Ishiki had arrived thousands of years ago alongside her. After being ambushed by Kagaya, half his body was devoured by the 10 tails, and he survived by parasitizing a man named Jigen. At this very moment, he was likely lurking in the shadows, watching every corner of the shinobi world. Suppose White Mask succeeded in merging with the 10 tails, eliminated Kagaya, and finally ruled the world. Would Ishiki intervene? The answer was obvious. He absolutely would. With Kagaya gone, no one would compete for the God Tree's fruit. If White Mask was left as the sole power in the world, Ishiki would never allow an outsider to steal the strength of the Akatsuki. He would inevitably step in. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Yuzuki Shigu's lips. It seemed White Mask's plans would not unfold as smoothly as he believed. He delved deep into his memories, searching for those ancient fragments, preparing to craft a new video in hopes of persuading the White Masked Man, so obsessed with his goal, to reconsider and spare the innocent lives on that timeline. Bro, Let me give you a surprise. Although he had a fondness for gold coins, he couldn't bear to see so many lives lost. Year 67 of the Hidden Leaf, White Mask Timeline. The White Mask Man tilted his head back, an unprecedented determination blazing in his eyes. Even if he could foresee the future, nothing could sway him from his chosen path. 9 tails, 8 tails. He lowered his gaze, fixing on Naruto and Killer Bee across from him. With only these 2-tailed beasts left, he could soon gather all 9, revive the 10 tails, and achieve the union of the tailed beasts, paving the way to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. But as the mightiest of all the tailed beasts, the 8 tails and 9 tails were far more formidable than any of the others. In the original script, he had never managed to conquer them, relying instead on the incomplete power of the Gold and Silver Brothers and a severed tentacle from the 8 tails to barely bring the 10 tails back to life. But now, he believed he held a chance to turn the tables. After all, the future version of himself had learned many ways to counter Naruto. Naruto felt the weight of the White Mask's gaze settle upon him. In an instant, he was struck by a chilling malice unlike anything he'd ever known, making every hair on his body stand on end. Be careful. I think he's about to make his move. Naruto's expression grew grim. Even with the 9 tails power at his command, the crushing pressure left him gasping for breath. Don't worry, Naruto. Me and 8 tails make a team that won't lose to some mask guy that easily. Killer Bee bounced on his feet as he spoke, breaking into a spontaneous rap, hoping to lighten the tense mood. Unfortunately, his efforts fell flat, as the White Mask had already unleashed 6 Jinchuriki pains, sending them charging forward like a roiling tide. Experienced the true power of the tailed beasts. In the midst of their charge, the 6 Jinchuriki suddenly transformed, unleashing their tailed beast forms in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the 6 Jinchuriki vanished, replaced by 6 colossal creatures, their thunderous roars echoing through the heavens. Matatabi, the 2 tails, Isabu, the 3 tails, Son Goku, the 4 tails, Kokuo, the 5 tails, Saiken, the 6 tails, and Shomei, the 7 tails. These 6 towering beasts, blotting out the sky, pressed down on Naruto and Killer Bee with an almost unbearable force. The White Mask formed hand seals, and though he used black rods implanted within the Jinchuriki to aid his control, simultaneously commanding 6-tailed beasts drained his chakra and ocular power at an alarming rate. He knew he couldn't maintain this state for long. If he did, the tailed beasts might awaken and rebel. But for the sake of a swift victory, he had no choice but to take the risk. At this moment, even though Naruto was channeling the 9 tails power, he had not yet achieved true harmony with it and was far from being a real threat. If there was any delay following the original course of events, Naruto would soon come to terms with the 9 tails. By then, defeating him would become an almost impossible task. Naruto, get behind me. Facing 6-tailed beasts, even Killer Bee dared not let his guard down. Hey, let's go full beast mode. Killer Bee spoke with his partner inside. Bee, take my power. The 8 tails' voice was steady and resolute, fully aware of the urgency of this moment. Their powers fused as one, and in a flash, tentacles like those of an octopus sprouted from Killer Bee's body. His form began to swell and expand until, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an enormous tailed beast. Uncle Bee, be careful. Naruto shouted a warning, for the 6-tailed beasts were surging toward them like a raging torrent. A deafening crash erupted. The 5 tails, Mu Wong, charged in the lead. Its massive, horse-like form barreled forward at frightening speed, launching an attack before the others could even catch up. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, struck the 8 tails like a cannonball, sending him hurtling through the air. Killer Bee fought to control his immense body, using countless tentacles to brace himself against the ground, and after tumbling for nearly 100 meters, he finally managed to halt his momentum. Uncle Bee, are you alright? Naruto, having been caught in the edge of that overwhelming force, shook his still dizzy head and called out anxiously. I'm holding up. Naruto, we might be in bigger trouble than we thought. Killer Bee's voice was low and grave. Before he could finish, the rest of the tailed beasts swept in. The 3 tails looked like a gigantic turtle. It had already withdrawn its limbs into its shell, transforming itself into a spinning wheel that careened toward them with a howling rush. The 8 tails immediately stretched out his tentacles in defense, weaving a barrier that stopped the rolling shell in its tracks. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. No sooner had he blocked the 3 tails than the 7 tails swooped down from above, wings beating fiercely. It unleashed a cloud of toxic dust, and in an instant, the battlefield was shrouded in a choking, blinding haze. Not good, Killer Bee cried out, quickly shaking off the clinging 3 tails. He wrapped himself tightly with his own tentacles, bracing for what was to come. In the blink of an eye, the powder in the sky exploded with a thunderous blast. A tremendous boom echoed out. Even the eight tails couldn't escape unscathed, his massive body now covered in deep, raw wounds. Naruto, shielded by the eight tails, was safe for the moment. But witnessing the carnage toward his heart, he knew he couldn't just stand by. His mind raced, searching for a solution. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the white-masked figure who hadn't moved from his spot. "Uncle B, I've got an idea." A spark of inspiration flashed in Naruto's eyes. He needs to use a huge amount of chakra to control the tailed beasts, so he must be stretched thin right now. "Throw me over there. If we take down the master, the beasts will follow." Naruto shouted his plan loudly to Killer Bee. As the cloud of phosphorus powder from the explosion gradually dispersed, Killer Bee stretched out his body. Hearing Naruto's strategy, he immediately voiced his approval. "All right, leave this to me. Naruto, you can go without worrying." A thick tentacle coiled around Naruto and, with a powerful swing, hurled him like a shooting star. Naruto shot straight through the ranks of the tailed beasts, heading directly for the masked man. "So, you're coming for me?" The masked man instantly noticed this change. He altered his hand signs, urgently summoning Matatabi and Isabu back to defend him. But Killer Bee would never let him have his way. The eight tails went all out, charging forward and lashing out with its tentacles tightly restraining the two tails and three tails. At the same time, it clashed fiercely with the other tailed beasts, launching into a series of brutal close-quarter battles. He was determined not to let any of these tailed beasts interfere with Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto descended from the sky, fury in his eyes, compressing a massive Rasengan with all his might. The sharp wind whipped through the air. As the Rasengan hurtled toward him, the masked man's face remained calm and unmoved. Not until Naruto was nearly upon him did the masked man stop weaving hand signs. He snatched the Uchiha War Fan from his back, bringing it up across his chest. Uchiha Reversal. The enormous Rasengan crashed against the War Fan with a thunderous impact. But instead of triumph, shock appeared on Naruto's face. The fan had absorbed his attack completely. The carefully prepared Rasengan shrank in an instant and vanished without a trace. "Let's see how you handle your own attack." With a low, cold chuckle, the masked man unleashed a surge of blazing flames from the fan. In a flash, Naruto was engulfed, the terrifying force blasting him away. Naruto crashed to the ground, racked with pain, his body covered in injuries. But those wounds began healing at an astonishing speed, and when he got to his feet again, he was as good as new. Nine Tails Chakra. The masked man narrowed his eyes. So this was the power of the Nine Tails. If this dragged on, the tide of battle would turn against him. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the tailed beast battleground. The rampaging beasts, having lost control, were beginning to falter. Though they still attacked Killer Bee, their movements were slowing. Soon, they'd likely grind to a complete halt. "Looks like I'll have to speed things up." With that thought, the masked man gripped his war fan tightly and shot toward Naruto like an arrow. Naruto's tenacity was nothing to scoff at. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, the resolve in his eyes never wavered. There was not a trace of fear. In the blink of an eye, the two closed in, clashing with powerful taijutsu. Every strike and block resounded with force enough to shake mountains and rivers. The masked man swung his fan with devastating might, bringing it down in a forceful arc. Yet Naruto caught it firmly with both arms, locking it in place. He seized his chance to counterattack, determined to turn the tables then and there. Though keeping the masked man restrained forced Naruto to maintain his lock with both arms, that didn't mean he was out of options. Suddenly, a massive arm formed from swirling chakra burst forth from behind Naruto, launching into the air. In its palm spun a dazzling blue Rasengan, aimed straight at the man in the white mask. Empowered by the Nine Tails Chakra, Naruto could extend this energy from his body, summoning chakra arms from his back for both attack and defense, and even control the Rasengan with complete ease. Rasengan! Naruto tried to grip the war fan tightly, determined to end the fight in one blow. But in the blink of an eye, the fan slipped eerily through his palm, as if it wasn't there at all. At the same time, his Rasengan struck only empty air, the white-masked figure vanishing like a mirage. Again with that infuriating phasing ability. Naruto's brows furrowed, his frustration written all over his face. With the help of his phasing technique, the man in the white mask managed to slip away every time, evading even Naruto's attacks in Nine Tails Chakra mode, always escaping a fatal strike at the critical moment. As the masked man tried to use his phasing to close in for the kill, he suddenly noticed Naruto standing perfectly still, as motionless as a statue awaiting its fate. This unexpected behavior was puzzling. A bait, is it? The white mask curled into a sneer. Clearly, such an obvious trap could only mean that Kakashi and Might Guy were about to intervene, using Naruto as bait, hoping to catch him off guard when he became tangible again. Was that their plan? Perfect. Now that everyone was here, it was time to use that technique. With a flicker of intent, he abandoned his attack. Space twisted, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Almost the moment he disappeared, a streak of green lightning swept by. Might Guy's powerful fist smashed into the ground, making the very earth tremble. But it struck only emptiness. He got away. Might Guy's face was filled with astonishment. Kakashi materialized beside him a moment later. Looks like our plan was seen through. The two had plotted to use Naruto as bait and catch the masked man off guard, but their opponent adapted so swiftly it was chilling. One misstep, and he vanished without a trace. Now, the white masked man stood atop a high ledge, overlooking them all with the arrogance of a hunter surveying his prey. You're all here, just as I'd hoped. His calm voice exuded the confidence of someone certain of victory. A chill crept into Naruto's heart. Kakashi-sensei, Bushy-brow-sensei, what do we do now? Kakashi's gaze swept across the battlefield. The six-tailed beasts under enemy control were quiet for the moment. The eight tails, though battered and bloodied, still stood strong. Guy, Naruto, we regroup with Lord B first. They heeded Kakashi's command. After all, Killer Bee was their strongest ally here. The white-masked man watched in silence, then slowly formed hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. As his hand struck the earth, a massive, monstrous figure suddenly rose up behind him. That colossal figure made even the tailed beast seem insignificant by comparison. With a shock that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, the demonic statue of the outer path descended upon the mortal world. The white-masked man stood atop the statue's head, forming hand seals once more. A resonant, ferocious roar erupted. In the next instant, the controlled statue lifted its head to the sky and let out a thunderous howl, unleashing a storm of lightning in its wake. From the statue's back, towering pillars of electricity surged forth. Under the white-masked man's command, these bolts of lightning crashed down like divine punishment, targeting everything in their path. Naruto, Kakashi, Might Guy, Killer Bee, even the six-tailed beasts, none could escape the onslaught. A deafening rumble shook the air. Lightning poured down like a waterfall, flooding the world in a sea of blinding light and thunder. In the space of a heartbeat, the earth trembled, the roaring thunder echoing ceaselessly, overwhelming all senses. Faced with this terrifying assault, Killer Bee had no time to think. Acting on instinct, he threw himself in front of the others, his body forming a living shield to bear the full brunt of the demonic statue's wrath. Thankfully, the other six-tailed beasts were also present, sharing part of the impact. Otherwise, Killer Bee would have been gravely wounded beyond recovery. Gradually, the lightning faded, revealing a battlefield scorched and devastated, blackened earth stretching in all directions. All six-tailed beasts were injured, and Killer Bee, transformed into the eight tails, had lost all strength to fight. Uncle Bee, are you all right? Naruto called out in a panic. Ugh, I'll be fine, just need a breather. That masked guy is really something. Killer Bee replied, his voice weak and faltering. Damn it. Naruto was filled with helpless frustration. Naruto, it looks like we have to work together. Came a voice from within, Kurama, the Nine Tails. The situation was dire. Any more delay and being sealed would only be a matter of time. Kurama hesitated no longer, deciding to fully unite with Naruto and face their powerful enemy as one. Kurama, you're gonna lend me your power. Stop hesitating and get moving. Inside the seal, Naruto and Kurama bumped fists, and the cell that had imprisoned the Nine Tails for decades swung open. Kurama's full power was finally unleashed. But fate took a cruel turn. In that very moment, 8 enormous iron chains tore through the sky with a piercing howl. 7 chains instantly wrapped around the tailed beasts, binding them tight and dragging them toward the gaping maw of the demonic statue. These specially forged chains exerted an irresistible suppression on the tailed beasts. Once trapped, all their strength would be sealed away, leaving only the fate of being devoured. In the blink of an eye, the 2 tails through the 8 tails, all were swallowed whole by the demonic statue. Drained of the 8 tails, Killer Bee collapsed to the ground, breath shallow and weak. Uncle Bee, Naruto rushed to help, but a chain shot toward him, wrapping tightly around his body. At that moment, Kurama's chakra merged completely with Naruto, making him the perfect Jinchuriki. Yet this newfound power came a moment too late. He was already bound by the statue's chains, the demonic statue's prison holding him fast. Even as the perfect Jinchuriki, escape was impossible. Seeing Naruto being slowly dragged toward the demonic statue by iron chains, Might Guy made his move without hesitation. 8 gates released formation. Gate of Shock. Open. An overwhelming aura surged around him. Blue steam coiled at his side, forming a powerful and oppressive force. This was the final threshold before the Gate of Death, the last barrier, holding the power to strike down an enemy with a single blow. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy hurled punch after punch, compressing the air before him, then unleashed it all in a sudden burst. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent blue tiger sprang forth, fierce and majestic as it lunged at the demonic statue of the outer path. Everything in its path, rock or tree, was instantly shattered to pieces. My guy, is it? The white-masked man's eyes grew grave. This man was the greatest wildcard. If forced to open the Gate of Death, even the demonic statue could be badly damaged. No, there was an even greater risk. It might be destroyed outright. What a monster! How could such a powerful secret technique exist in this world? Under the white mask's will, the demonic statue met the attack while at the same time accelerating its extraction of the Nine Tails' power from Naruto. Having just absorbed 7-tailed beasts, its strength had swollen to a terrifying level. A deafening crash erupted as the daytime tiger struck, roaring like a furious beast as it collided with the demonic statue. The shockwave rippled outwards, shaking everything in its wake. Even the ground beneath Kakashi's feet trembled, and he struggled to steady himself. Did it work? Kakashi stared intently at the demonic statue, anxiety twisting in his chest. But as the dust settled, the statue stood unscathed, and Kakashi's face darkened with dread. Even that level of attack did nothing. By now, Naruto was on the verge of being completely consumed by the demonic statue. Yet Might Guy showed no trace of disappointment. He fixed his gaze on the statue, determination unwavering in his eyes. It's time. The ultimate blaze of youth. Kakashi, I'll hold this thing off. Go save Naruto now. Guy's voice was steady, yet carried the weight of a decision to make the ultimate sacrifice. Huh, Guy. No problem. Leave it to me. Kakashi started in surprise. He understood that Guy intended to use the ultimate forbidden technique. He couldn't stop him. They were at the end of the line, with no other options. The 8 gates released formation. Wait. Just as Guy was about to burn his life to gain overwhelming power, Kakashi shouted for him to stop. That thing, it looks like it stopped. Guy looked puzzled, following the direction of Kakashi's pointing finger. Sure enough, the demonic statue had come to a halt, and the white-masked man had fallen into deep thought. Akatsuki Ishiki. Just before this, Yuzuki Shigu had released a new video and tagged him, saying it was of vital importance to the white-masked man. With no other choice, the white mask took a moment to watch the entire video. Just as the group leader had said, this video carried extraordinary significance for him. Astonished, the white mask thought to himself, Akatsuki Ishiki? Are there others who descended from beyond this world besides Kagaya? And he's in possession of another 10 tails? At that thought, a chill ran down his spine. The enemy had hidden themselves far too well. If it weren't for the group leader's video, who could have guessed that somewhere in this world, Akatsuki Ishiki was lying in wait? The enemy lurked in the shadows while he himself was exposed in the open. The white mask dared not imagine what kind of counterattack he might face if he let his guard down after activating the infinite Tsukuyomi. What a troublesome situation. Looks like I have to deal with him first. Resigned, the white mask withdrew the chains of the demonic statue of the outer path, releasing Naruto. Though he could have seized the Nine Tails by force, doing so would mean having to face Might Guy, who could open the 8th gate of death, a confrontation he was unwilling to risk. Moreover, when it came to fighting Akatsuki Ishiki, Uzumaki Naruto might prove useful. Ishiki's taijutsu was so overwhelmingly powerful that a single kick could shatter Sasuke's Susanoo as if it were nothing. And that bizarre ocular power, able to freely shrink and expand objects, striking without warning. He would be a nightmare to face. If things truly went awry, Naruto might have to resort to his Baryon mode for a desperate fight, so it was essential to keep the Nine Tails inside him for now. I'll just use the chakra from the Gold and Silver Brothers in place of the Nine Tails. At least now, I've got an extra 8 tails as well. The 10 tails power will only grow stronger. Even though he had taken the 8 tails, Killer Bee was able to survive thanks to the octopus leg that the 8 tails had left behind. This will do for now. Once I'm revived and fused with the 10 tails, I'll consider the rest. The white mask dispelled the summoning technique, causing the immense demonic statue of the outer path to vanish in an instant. He too disappeared using his space-time ninjutsu. For a moment, Naruto and the others stood dumbfounded on the battlefield. He just left? Are we really saved? Naruto's heart was still racing. The shackles of that demonic statue had nearly convinced him his fate was sealed. The shock lingered deep within him. This is so bizarre. It's like he suddenly had something even more urgent to deal with, someone remarked. What could possibly be more pressing than collecting tailed beasts? Something about this doesn't add up. There's definitely something else going on. Kakashi frowned, unable to grasp the white mask's true motives. So what do we do now? My guy scratched his head. He'd been ready to put his life on the line for a fierce battle today, but now it had all ended so anticlimactically. Let's go reinforce the main battlefield. But what about B? Someone asked with concern. Naruto could sense a faint trace of tailed beast chakra still lingering within Killer B, guarding that fragile thread of life. That allowed his heart to settle, if only a little. All right, Naruto, you take Lord B back to headquarters. Guy, and I will reinforce the front lines. Kakashi swiftly issued his orders. Got it. Naruto nodded in agreement, scooped up Killer B, and with a few agile leaps, vanished from sight. Guy, let's move out as well. Time slipped by in a flash, and before anyone realized, the day of the Ninja Academy's graduation exam had quietly arrived. Inside the Yuzuki household, Ino, well acquainted with the place, strolled straight into Yuzuki's room. At a glance, she spotted that familiar figure curled up under the covers, lost in the sweetness of dreamland. This guy. Ino sighed helplessly and crept closer. If you don't get up soon, you'll be the only unlucky one in this year's class who can't graduate because you missed the exam. Honestly, if reincarnation is real, I bet you were a squirrel in your last life. No one could sleep like you do. Ino leaned on the edge of the bed, teasingly eyeing the still drowsy Yuzuki Shurgon. The sound of her voice roused Yuzuki from sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was her delicately pretty face. He offered a faint smile. You're mistaken. In my past life, I was actually an attack helicopter. Yuzuki rubbed his eyes and reluctantly crawled out of bed. Huh? Ino stood there, completely baffled. Yuzuki ignored her confusion and headed straight for the bathroom to wash up. Before long, Yuzuki emerged, looking refreshed and full of energy. So what exactly is this attack helicopter you're talking about? Curiosity piqued, Ino sidled up for more details. It's a machine that can go anywhere, land or sky, with the power to shake mountains and rivers with a single strike. Pretty fierce. Ino's mouth fell open in awe. That sounds amazing. Is it as strong as a tailed beast? Not quite, but its power is on par. Anyway, let's get going. Yuzuki smiled, waved her along, and set out together with Ino. By the time they arrived at the Ninja Academy, the place was already bustling with excitement. People crowded together, barely leaving any room to move. What's going on? Why is everyone packed in here? Yuzuki wondered in confusion. Hey, I see my dad, and Uncle Shikaku, and Uncle Choza too. In the throng, Ino spotted some familiar faces and stared in surprise. They seemed to be chatting with someone, but the crowd was too thick to make out any details. Come on, let's go take a look, Yuzuki called. As the two edged closer, the fervent shouts from the crowd grew clearer by the second. Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Hearing this, Yuzuki's mouth twitched, suddenly realizing what might have happened. Don't tell me Minato brought Naruto to school, and they got recognized by everyone. Unlike Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze's era wasn't all that long ago. His old friends are still very much alive. If they saw him now, there's no way they wouldn't recognize him. At that moment, Ino suddenly let out a startled cry. It really is the fourth Hokage. She grabbed Yuzuki Shurgoin's arm in excitement, looking every bit like a fan meeting her idol. That's definitely Minato Namikaze. Uncle Dingza has a photo with him at home. I couldn't possibly be wrong. Yuzuki, are you seeing this? Dragged along, Yuzuki Shurgon could only look on helplessly. Amidst the crowd, she saw Minato Namikaze, beaming with warmth, drawing adoring glances from everyone around him. Beside him stood Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi, animatedly chatting, their spirits high. Watching Minato, clearly the center of attention, standing out like a crane among chickens, Yuzuki Shurgon was filled with emotion. So this is the legendary little son? His charm really is something else. Wait, isn't there something off here? Wasn't the fourth Hokage supposed to have died years ago, during the Nine Tails Rampage 12? Years back, he sacrificed himself to seal the fox, didn't he? Ino suddenly snapped back to her senses, her face full of shock. Maybe there's more to the story than we know. Yuzuki replied with a knowing smile. Something hidden? I guess it's possible. Maybe he wasn't killed, just gravely injured, and he's been recuperating all these years. Ino propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. But, Yuzuki, why do you look so calm? Not even a little surprised. Ino turned to Yuzuki Shurgon, realizing she had remained perfectly composed the whole time. This was the fourth Hokage, after all, the Yellow Flash, whose name echoed throughout the ninja world, idolized by so many in Konoha. Yuzuki only smiled mysteriously. Yeah, once you reach my age, you'll understand. With that, she parted the crowd and walked further inside. Ino rolled her eyes and quickly followed. She was long used to Yuzuki's cryptic remarks. Naruto. The bustling crowd was like a lullaby, and Naruto, already nodding off beside Minato, suddenly perked up at the sound of that familiar voice. In an instant, all traces of sleep vanished. He turned to see Yuzuki, sure gun waving at him. A bright smile broke across his face as he rushed over. Yuzuki, you finally made it. Almost slept in. Thank goodness Ino woke me up. Where's everyone else? Have they already gone inside? Yuzuki glanced around. Aside from Naruto, none of their classmates were in sight. That's right, they're all inside already. We should hurry, the exam is about to start. Naruto nodded so eagerly it was as if his head were a bobblehead. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. All three of them dashed through the school gates, hearts pounding and spirits high. On campus, the graduation assessments were in full swing. Students lined up, each one entering a room in turn. Every so often, someone would emerge with a troubled look, while others came out beaming with joy. From where Yuzuki Shigumi stood, he could see that at the end of the line, Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Choji had gathered together. Hey, you're all the way at the back of the line? Yuzuki strolled over with a smile, greeting them warmly. If I weren't waiting for you guys, I'd have finished already, Sasuke replied, arms crossed, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. True friendship shows in tough times, Yuzuki said cheerfully, slinging an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. Yuzuki-kun alto viva. Just then, Sakura called out in her uniquely gentle, almost affected voice. The sudden sweetness sent a shiver down Yuzuki's spine. What on earth? Are there people like this in the ninja world too? What's she up to now? Sakura seemed like a completely different person. He remembered clearly Sakura used to look down on him. How had her attitude done a complete 180? Suspicious, he glanced back and forth between Sakura and Sasuke. Other than Sasuke, he couldn't think of anyone who could cause such a dramatic change in her. He leaned in to whisper to Sasuke. Did you have a talk with her in private? Sasuke nodded slightly. Just said a few things, told her to drop some of her bad habits. Sasuke knew just how grating Sakura could be in the past. Back when Team 7 had first formed, she'd criticized Naruto right to his face for being an orphan, and even managed to drag Sasuke and Kakashi into the insult. With a single sentence, she'd offended half the team. Her sharp tongue was truly something else. But things were very different now. Naruto was much stronger, and with the enigmatic Yuzuki Shigumi around, Sasuke had decided to quietly train Sakura a little, just in case she caused trouble again one day. Clearly, Sakura had taken Sasuke's words completely to heart. Her transformation was remarkable. At that moment, Naruto and Ino walked over as well. Sakura greeted them with a graceful smile. Good morning, Naruto and Ino. Morning, Naruto said, a bit unsure how to handle Sakura's new demeanor. Wow, you've really changed, Ino said, blinking in surprise as she took Sakura's hand. Sakura replied with a smile. Sasuke said I'd be more likable this way. I think so too, Ino said, returning the smile. The line moved forward smoothly, and soon it was Yuzuki Shigumi's turn. I'll head in now, he said. Stepping inside, he saw several teachers seated across from him. Today's examiners, no doubt. Irika sat in the center, and beside him was Mizuki, the very same who had secretly pledged his loyalty to Orochimaru. He wondered whether this time he would still try to coax Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals, but it seemed the chances were slim. While Yugetsu was observing the teachers were also sizing him up. Irika glanced at Yugetsu Shirgu, a trace of barely noticeable resignation flickering across his face. This student, notorious for being at the bottom of the class, would he be able to pass the graduation test smoothly today? Yugetsu's previous commotion at the Hyuga clan hadn't been mentioned in class, nor would the Hyuga family spread it around, so the incident only circulated within a very small circle. To outsiders, Yugetsu was still that same underachiever whose abilities were a source of concern. Yugetsu Shirgu, you may begin, Irika announced, silently deciding that as long as Yugetsu's performance wasn't too far off, he'd let him pass. All right, Yugetsu replied in an unhurried tone as he began forming hand seals. The test content was simple, a demonstration of the three basic ninja techniques, the clone jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the transformation jutsu. It didn't take long. Yugetsu finished the hand seals, and in the blink of an eye, an identical clone appeared right next to him. Next came the substitution and transformation jutsu. Each move was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. P passed, Irika announced, his jaw dropping in surprise as he declared Yujetsu's results. This was unbelievable. The student everyone thought was hopeless had just scored a perfect result. No matter how shocked Irika was, Yujetsu walked out of the room, calm and composed. That was a breeze, Yujetsu said with a smile. Next up was Sasuke. Hands in his pockets, he strolled into the exam room with an air of cool confidence. Barely a minute later, he strode out again, his steps full of purpose. Clearly, he had passed as well. For Sasuke, this kind of test was child's play. With his wealth of real combat experience, there was likely no one in the entire Leaf Village who could outdo him. Soon, the others passed the exam in turn, until only Naruto was left. I'm going in, Naruto declared, striding into the room brimming with confidence. Did any of you feel the ground shake? Sasuke suddenly said, shortly after Naruto went in. An earthquake. The others hadn't even had time to react. Suddenly, the door was flung open from the inside. What followed was a tide of Narutos, flooding out of the room like waves upon waves. Everyone scrambled to dodge out of the way. In no time, the entire corridor was swarming with different versions of Naruto. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Yujetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. When did this kid learn that technique? I guess I'm still a little clumsy with this one. All the Narutos scratched their heads in unison, looking sheepish. With a thunderous crash, every last Naruto vanished in a swirl of white mist, leaving only the original, who wore an awkward grin as Irika grabbed him by the collar and tossed him out. You passed. Yujitsu Shirgong walked over and helped Naruto to his feet, taking the chance to ask, when did you learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Without missing a beat, Naruto replied, my dad taught me. Besides that, he showed me another jutsu too. As he spoke, Naruto stretched out his hand, gathering chakra into his palm. Soon, accompanied by a sharp, whirling sound, a bright blue Rasengan took shape. You've mastered even the Rasengan after just one day? Your talent is truly unbelievable. Yujitsu couldn't help but marvel. But of course, part of the credit had to go to Minato. As the jutsu's creator, he taught Naruto personally. How could he not pick it up so quickly? All right, let's not just stand around here. Let's get back to the classroom. The teams are about to be assigned. Sasuke reminded them from the side. Yeah, let's go. With that, the group made their way back to the classroom. Before long, one by one, the students were taken away by their new Jonin instructors. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi, consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Asuma's Team 10 was formed by the Inoshikicho trio, masters of secret techniques. Soon, only Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Yujitsu remained in the classroom. So he really is the extra one that appeared out of nowhere. Sasuke observed Yujitsu quietly, pondering to himself. Meanwhile, Yujitsu was wondering why there were still 4 of them left. Was he meant to take someone's place in Team 7? Or would a special Jonin instructor be assigned just for him? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Kakashi appeared. Hope I didn't keep you waiting. Thanks to 2 days of rest, Kakashi had recovered his strength and been discharged from hospital. Still, it seemed a bit harsh. No sooner had he left the hospital than he was back at work, without even a day off. Hey, are you our teacher? Naruto asked, his big eyes full of curiosity. That's right. Come with me, Kakashi replied with a smile. He felt honored to become the teacher of the son of his own mentor. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura over there, Kakashi pointed to each of them, leaving out Yujitsu. Team 7's composition hadn't changed. Yujitsu, guess I'll be off then. Naruto flashed a grin and hurried after Kakashi. Yujitsu Shirgong mused to himself. Looked like he was about to receive one-on-one Jonin guidance. Who would it be? Maybe a super beautiful woman? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a sudden fit of coughing echoed from the doorway. Following the sound, Yujitsu saw Aruzen Tsurutobi, pipe clamped in his mouth, strolling leisurely into the classroom. You've got to be kidding me. A trace of speechlessness flickered in Yujitsu's eyes as she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Not only was he not a beautiful woman, he was an old man. If any other villagers of Konoha heard this, they'd probably roll their eyes in unison. After all, this man was none other than the illustrious ninjutsu professor, the 3rd Hokage, to become his student with a golden opportunity that countless people would give anything for. Look at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Every single one a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, all trained by him. Yet here was Yujitsu, thoroughly unimpressed. Under Yujitsu's scrutinizing gaze, Hiruzen Tsurutobi finally spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. It seems I'm not exactly the mentor you were hoping for. But Yujitsu, with your talent, there's really no one else in Konoha qualified to teach you besides me. If you're not satisfied, I'm afraid I can't think of a second person who could replace me as your instructor. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, Yujetsu replied, skillfully masking her true feelings. I'm just curious, being the Hokage and all, do you really have time to take on a disciple? She was careful not to voice her distaste directly. That would have been rude, so she settled for a more tactful question. Hiruzen chuckled, his eyes narrowing with a sly smile. Time? Well, if you really want to, you can always make time. Besides, your growth is far more important than any paperwork. He truly was an old fox, every word artfully chosen. Still, Yujetsu shook her head. Forget it. I was hoping for some elite jonin to take me under their wing, so I could show off a bit in front of my teammates and get a taste of the ninja life on some missions. Looks like I'll just have to stay put in the village and behave myself. She rose to her feet and took her leave. No need to trouble yourself, Lord Hokage. I think I'll head back and get some rest. As she passed by Hiruzen, she gave him a casual wave. Hiruzen just smiled, taking a slow drag from his pipe. Truth be told, having this living legend as a student made him a little uneasy as well. In the end, it seemed everyone got what they wanted. Meanwhile, Yujetsu headed straight for the rooftop. Maybe Kakashi and the others were up there playing the bell-snatching game? She'd better go and have a look. Hurry, hurry, get him to the hospital now. But as soon as Yujetsu reached the rooftop, she was met by a group of medical nin rushing past with a stretcher. On it lay Kakashi, his eyes vacant, face battered and swollen, barely clinging to consciousness. Yet, his hands still gripped two bells tightly. A clear sign he'd been planning to play the bell game with Naruto and Sasuke. Unfortunately, it seemed his assessment of his student's abilities had been just a bit off. Yujetsu looked ahead and saw Naruto, still in his perfect Jinchuriki form, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sasuke stood nearby, face buried in his hands, too conflicted for words. Oh my goodness, it's only the first day, and you've already sent your jonin instructor to the hospital. You lot are definitely making history in the Hidden Leaf Village. Poor Kakashi. Kakashi, is he going to be alright? Yuzuki Shigumi watched as the stretcher carrying him disappeared into the distance, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Ahem, he should be fine. Naruto looked a little uneasy. He hadn't expected that a casual punch would send Kakashi flying like that. The force surprised even him. But I passed some of the Nine-Tails chakra to him, Naruto added sheepishly, trying to reassure everyone, so he should recover pretty quickly. Yuzuki shook her head in disappointment. TSK, I was looking forward to seeing you all fight over the bells. Guess it's not happening now. So what's your plan? Without a jonin instructor, you can't take on any missions. She turned to Sasuke, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Sasuke, any ideas? Right now, Sasuke was the only one in Team 7 who seemed to have a clue. As for the other two, well, their path to growth was still a long one. Sasuke turned, his gaze locking onto Naruto. Naruto, for the next few days you'll train with me. I'll teach you how to control your strength perfectly. All right, I'm in, Naruto agreed without hesitation, nodding enthusiastically. Then Sasuke looked over at Sakura, who was watching him expectantly, eager to see what task he had for her. As for you, Sakura, I've learned some medical ninjutsu. I can teach you a bit. Until Kakashi-sensei recovers, this is how we'll do things. Of course, Sasuke. Sakura nodded happily. In just a few seconds, Sasuke had assigned everyone their roles with crisp efficiency. What versatile Sasuke. He really can do it all. Money well spent, indeed. Well, since you've got everything under control, I'll leave you to it. I rushed over so early, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Time to go get myself a bowl of ramen. Yuzuki waved and turned to go. Just the mention of ramen made Naruto's stomach grumble loudly. Yuzuki, wait for me. I want ramen too. He looked excited, eager to follow her. But Sasuke grabbed him by the collar before he could take a step. Didn't you just eat? You're not going anywhere. Training now. Yuzuki couldn't help but laugh. Now, Indra was finally starting to keep Ashura in line. Leaving the school grounds, she found the crowd that had gathered at the gate had already dispersed. It seemed Minato had probably gone home. As Yuzuki made her way through the streets of Konoha, snatches of conversation about Minato Namikaze drifted past her ears. Did you hear? Our fourth Hokage is back. What? Wasn't the fourth gone for more than 10 years? Sacrifice? That's just an illusion, meant to mislead outsiders. He showed up at the Ninja Academy this morning. Many people saw him with their own eyes. He's not dead at all. Similar rumors buzzed everywhere, proving that Minato's popularity hadn't faded in the slightest over the years. Before long, Yuzuki arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, waved at Tucci the ramen chef, and ordered a special bowl of ramen. At that very moment, a wave of shock rippled through the hidden cloud village. What? Minato Namikaze? A man with bronze skin and an imposing aura suddenly sprang to his feet. His powerful voice rang out so loud that even pedestrians on the street outside could hear every word. This was none other than the Raikage of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage, Disbelief was etched across the Raikage's face as he fixed his gaze on the intelligence ninja before him. "You're certain Minato Namikaze was seen alive in the Leaf Village?" "It's the absolute truth, Lord Raikage," the intelligence ninja replied, his expression grave and his tone resolute. "How reliable is the source? Are you sure it's accurate?" The Raikage rose from behind his desk, closing in step by step. His towering frame exuded a pressure so intense that his subordinate could feel it pressing down like a physical weight. His eyes, wide and fierce as temple bells, pinned the intelligence ninja in place, as if he might lash out at any moment. "The news is spreading like wildfire in the Leaf. There are plenty of eyewitnesses. There's no way this is a hoax," the intelligence ninja answered calmly, well aware that the Raikage's reaction was simply how he expressed his shock. The Raikage valued loyalty and camaraderie. He was never one to mistreat his subordinates. If this is true, then it's utterly bizarre. Could it be that he never died back then? Did he spread false news to deceive the world? Though the intelligence ninja's explanation only left him with more questions, the Raikage couldn't help but wonder. Years ago, upon learning that the fourth Hokage had perished in the Nine-Tails rampage, the Hidden Cloud Village believed the Leaf was at its weakest. Seizing the opportunity under the guise of forging an alliance, they attempted to kidnap a member of the Hyuga clan, hoping to obtain the near-invincible Byakugan for the battlefield. But the plan ended in disaster. The Hyuga clan's leader saw through it, and the operatives sent were slain on the spot. Still, the Cloud used the incident as a pretext to make demands, insisting the culprits be handed over. It was a calculated move. Even if they couldn't catch anyone, securing the Hyuga leader's Byakugan would be a huge win. The Leaf, in those days, didn't dare refuse, and simply went along. The culprit was indeed handed over, but no one expected it to be Hayashi Hyuga's twin brother. Failing to recognize him, they escorted him away, only to discover the caged bird seal had been placed upon him, making it impossible to extract the Byakugan. It was all for nothing, a hollow victory. But the true oddity of the affair lay in what happened next. If Minato Namikaze were still alive, even if he were gravely injured, as long as he could force himself to make an appearance, the Raikage could guarantee that those subordinates sent to provoke Konoha would be terrified out of their wits, scrambling to escape for their lives. Of course, he wouldn't blame them either, because he understood all too well the weight this old rival carried. The name of the Yellow Flash resounded throughout the entire shinobi world. The Raikage pondered for a moment. Don't be fooled by his burly appearance. His mind was sharp and meticulous. After all, what Kagaya isn't cunning and careful? After a long pause, he turned and addressed the intelligence ninja in a low, commanding voice. "Look into it further. The information is too vague. I need more specific details. This is crucial for our future strategy against Konoha. It's of utmost importance." Sensing the Raikage's gravity, the intelligence ninja nodded solemnly. "Understood, Lord Raikage." As he watched the intelligence ninja depart, the Raikage found himself in no mood to deal with paperwork. With a leap, he sprang out the window and headed straight for the Cloud and Lightning Gorge. He needed to discuss this matter thoroughly with Killer Bee. "Old man, you've got to see this." Kuratsuchi strode in on her long legs, barely able to contain her excitement, charging in with her usual fiery energy. Though still young, those legs of hers already showed the alluring, graceful lines of adulthood, slender and fair. Inoki, immersed in paperwork, barely lifted his eyes from the desk. Seeing it was Kuratsuchi, he put down his brush, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. "What's the good news? Did you finally catch that troublemaker Deidara and bring him back?" Kuratsuchi came closer, grinning as she tossed a report onto the desk. "Nope. Guess again. Take a look for yourself." Inoki picked up the report, but the moment he saw what was inside, the smile on his face froze. "Minato Namikaze has returned." "That's right, old man." "Surprised?" Kuratsuchi grinned even wider, pride shining in her eyes. "Surprised? I call it more of shock." Inoki's face was expressionless as he tossed the report aside. "Is this information reliable?" "Absolutely. Even Konoha themselves are spreading the word. By now, the whole shinobi world probably knows," Kuratsuchi replied. Inoki stood up, slowly rising into the air. His gaze grew deep and contemplative as he pondered the coming storms destined to sweep across the shinobi world. The return of Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Konoha. What once seemed like a village on the verge of collapse, held together only by the aged, weakening Hiruzen Sarutobi, had suddenly reversed course. After a moment's thought, Inoki spoke. "No need to get worked up. We're far from Konoha. There's nothing we can do right now. Let's just wait and see how things unfold." Kuratsuchi nodded, then flashed a mischievous smile. "So, old man, can I go visit Konoha? I heard the Yellow Flash himself is incredibly handsome." Hearing this, Inoki froze. The thought of his own child suddenly wanting to rush off and meet some faraway blonde-haired online friend was enough to unsettle any parent. Few could take it in stride. His face darkened instantly. Pointing at Kuratsuchi, he snapped in anger. Is this what you've been focusing on? Have you mastered the dust release yet? I just don't have a talent, Grandpa. No matter how much you push me, it won't help. Why not ask senior brother to teach instead? If I knew where that brat was, I would have dragged him back here ages ago. The dust release was the pride of their village, hailed as the most powerful offensive technique in the shinobi world. Yet no one could master it. Every day, Inoki worried himself sick over this. The only student truly gifted in dust release, Deidara, had left the village in pursuit of his bizarre artistic ideals. Inoki was getting on in years. Should he pass away, the art of dust release might be lost forever. Hey, what a coincidence. I just got some intel. I know where he is. Really? Tell me quick. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Inoki's eyes. He's joined an organization called Akatsuki, working as a mercenary. It's full of rogue ninjas from every land. He fits right in. What? Inoki started, reflexively straightening his back, only to wrench it in the process. Ow! Clutching his waist, Inoki fumed with a mixture of anger and helplessness. That rotten brat. Akatsuki. What kind of place was that? It gathered a band of lunatics who'd risk their lives for money. Inoki had hired them more than once, but never imagined Deidara would end up among their ranks. This is infuriating. Such conversations were unfolding quietly in the other great shinobi villages as well. Every ninja who bore the title of Kagaya wore a grave expression. No matter the nation, this matter was being taken with the utmost seriousness. If the rumors proved true, the very balance of the shinobi world would be upended. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, the masked man had also received this news from White Zetsu. Minato, sensei, he murmured, the name catching in his throat after so many years. But after a brief hesitation, the masked man's gaze hardened. No, he's already dead. That's nothing but some imposter that crawled out from who knows where. But it hardly matters now. After the world ends, who will care about any of this? Land of Hot Water. Famed throughout the shinobi world as a paradise for vacationers, the Land of Hot Water was blessed not only with countless breathtaking vistas. It was also dotted with an endless array of natural hot springs, drawing visitors from every corner of the world. At that moment, a tall, powerfully built man with a mane of silver-white hair cascading to his waist stepped out of a hot spring inn. Crimson markings highlighted his lower eyelids, and an air of wild freedom clung to him. The woman at the gate, seeing him emerge, hurriedly stood up, her face blossoming into a practiced professional smile as she greeted him with eager politeness. She deftly slipped her arm through the white-haired man's, her tone laced with a playful charm. Oh my, honored guest, were you satisfied with your experience today? This man had left a strong impression on her. Every time he visited, he would always throw flirtatious glances her way, never missing an opportunity for a little touch here and there. Still, his generosity made it hard for anyone to truly mind. The woman had expected that once again she'd have to fend off his advances, but to her surprise, the white-haired man slowly withdrew. His arm gave her a curt nod with an unreadable expression and walked away without looking back, leaving behind a resolute figure. She stared after his retreating silhouette, momentarily taken aback. Had this fellow really changed his ways? He hadn't so much as brushed up against her. What kind of urgent matter could possibly make him leave in such haste? Haha, Yujetsu. There you are. I knew we'd find you. Just as Yujetsu was savoring a steaming bowl of ramen, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, appeared with quiet steps, grinning as they drew near. What brings you two here? Want a bowl? My treat. Yujetsu greeted them with a warm smile and an enthusiastic wave. We'll pass on the ramen. We've already eaten. Actually, Yujetsu, we just wanted to let you know we're preparing to head back. Hashirama gently explained the reason for their visit. Already? You're leaving so soon? Why not stay a while longer? No matter how long we stay here, once we return, it'll feel like nothing more than the blink of an eye on the other side. There's no rush. Yujitsu was a little surprised and quickly tried to persuade them to linger. Hashirama shook his head with a good-natured smile. As beautiful as this place is, it doesn't truly belong to us. We have our own Konoha to protect. Besides, with everything we've learned, Tobarama can hardly wait to put it all into practice. I'm sure before long, our village will leap forward by bounds and strides. Yujetsu, you're always welcome to visit us. Hashirama added with a hearty laugh. All right then, until next time. Seeing their determination, Yujetsu didn't insist further. She smiled softly and flicked her fingers. Snap. If you ever need anything, just call out in the group chat. In the blink of an eye, the Senju brothers transformed into streams of gentle light, slipping through the rift in time and space back to their own era. With the ramen finished, Yujetsu headed straight home. He first reached out to Minato in private, asking if he was thinking of leaving as well. The answer was that he'd be staying for now. Minato and Kushina wanted to spend a little more time with Naruto. After all, no matter how long they lingered here, when they returned, it would be as if only a fleeting moment had passed. He posed the same question to Obito, but that rascal was having the time of his life, wandering all over Konoha with Rin, showing no intention of heading back. Well then, it's time to get down to business. Rubbing his hands together, Shigenomiya Yujetsu sat down at his desk and began tapping away at the screen. Shirogane Yuzuki, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara. Yes, this is what you'd call getting down to business. Ever since Madara joined the group, he's been like a fish lurking in the depths, silent, not a word from him. But whether he's truly busy or just lurking remains a mystery. After all, the flow of time in each of their worlds is different, and that difference is totally random. It's not as if whoever's closest to Yuzuki's era experiences slower time. A day on Madara's side. How long does that translate to here? Even Yuzuki can't say for sure. Still, no matter how busy he is, he should have a moment to check group messages, especially when the notifications are flashing right in front of him. It's almost impossible to ignore. Unless, of course, something unexpected has really happened to him. Ding! Group member status. 6 paths Madara has lost consciousness. Initiate rescue. Confirm/cancel. What the? Yuzuki's jaw dropped so far she could fit an egg in her mouth. Talk about speaking of the devil. The moment the message appeared, every member in the group popped up at once. The most anxious of all was Hashirama Senju. Even separated across time and space, his concern for Madara was unwavering. Hashirama Senju. What's going on? Yuzuki. What happened to Madara? Obito Uchiha. Huh? That can't be right. 6 paths Madara is the strongest in the shinobi world. Who could possibly take him down? Minato, Namikaze. Could this be the handiwork of Ishiki Otsutsuki? White Mask? Looks like even that old wolf has his day. Itachi Uchiha. Let's not panic. It might not be some sudden crisis. Isn't it possible this is just the natural progression of the story? Shirogane Yuzuki. Itachi's right. Maybe Black Zetsu finally succeeded and used Kagaya's revival inside Madara's body to suppress his consciousness. It's just the story moving forward as it's meant to. Shirogane Yuzuki. TSK, I honestly didn't expect someone in our group to reach the story's endgame this quickly. I thought it'd take a lot longer. Minato Namikaze. The main storyline may be wrapping up, but don't forget, there's still Tonari Otsutsuki on the moon. There's a bit more to come, a sort of side quest, you could say. Hashirama Senju. Maybe we shouldn't be discussing this now. Shouldn't we think about how to help Madara out? If we follow the original plot, once Kagaya is defeated, Madara's life force gets drained, the 10 tails is ripped from him, and with Kagaya taking over his body, he's sent straight to the afterlife. Saving him would be incredibly difficult. Shirogane Yuzuki, don't worry. Saving Madara isn't as tricky as it sounds. In fact, it's pretty straightforward. Hashirama Senju. I knew you'd have a plan, Yuzuki. Care to share? Shirogane Yuzuki, it's simple. Just help Madara truly become the sage of 6 paths, and that's that. No matter how much life force is lost, once the 10 tails are reassembled and the 6 paths power is attained, all that lost vitality will naturally return. As for that minor trouble Kagaya left behind, it's hardly worth mentioning. Obito Uchiha said, that may be true, but after Naruto and Sasuke defeated Kagaya, there's no way they'd go through with something like this. Revive Madara? What for? They finally managed to bring peace to the world. Why would they go out of their way to create another enemy? Besides, the Sage of 6 Paths is still watching over them. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. The White Mask replied, For once you're actually making sense, you brat. Exactly. They can't wait for that old man to kick the bucket. There's no way they'd step in to save him. Obito retorted, Are you calling me a brat? White Mask. Who else would I be talking about? Obito. Fine. I guess the brat is me. White Mask, good. Self-awareness suits you. Wait a second. Something about this feels off. Itachi Uchiha interjected. Why don't we hear what the group leader has to say? Yuzuki Shirogane replied. It's always Akaida Nana who understands me best. Who says it has to be Naruto and the others carrying out my plan? Madara's one of us now. Of course it's up to us to save him ourselves. Actually, I got just a plan. Obito Uchiha warned. Spare us your little scheming. Minato Namikaze commented quietly. Obito, do you even realize who you're talking to right now? Yuzuki Shirogane responded in a playful tone. Hey kid, are you looking for a beating? I'll give you a taste of my dragon strike. Obito Uchiha hastily said, No need to get violent. I've got an idea too. Let me finish before you do anything. Yuzuki Shurgong teased. Wow, did someone turn on a cheat code today? You're actually thinking things through for once. Obito replied. I've been touring the mountains with Rin these past days. My mood's been great, so my brain's working better too. Yuzuki, your original plan was to send someone to help Madara, right? Yuzuki Shurgong affirmed, exactly. So what's this clever scheme of yours? Obito Uchiha said, seems we're on the same wavelength. Whether you plan on going yourself or sending someone else, I got a candidate who's even better suited for the job. Yuzuki Shurgong guessed. You're not volunteering yourself, are you? With that scrawny build, you'd get flattened by just one of Kagaya's 80 gods vacuum attacks. Obito protested, no way. The person I'm recommending is a White Mask. He's the man for the job. White Mask froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Obito to suddenly put him on the spot. When he recovered, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Whatever Obito's motive, whether it was payback for their earlier sparring or just to stir up trouble, White Mask had no intention of playing along. Why bother with something so thankless and pointless? Following his own inclinations, he typed out his response in the group chat. White Mask said, if you still think I'm that helpful boy from our childhood, you're going to be disappointed. Besides, Madara, everyone wants to take him down. I have even less reason to get involved in that mess. His refusal was crisp and decisive. Everyone in the group, including Yuzuki Shurgu, was utterly perplexed. Where did Obito get the confidence to think he could persuade White Mask? Curiosity blazed among them, and they all gathered to watch the conversation unfold. Uchiha Obito declared, you'll definitely go. White Mask retorted, and why would I? Uchiha Obito replied, well, for starters, aside from Yuzuki, you're now the most powerful person in this group. That kind of battle is only fit for someone of your level. In fact, you're probably the only one who could actually tip the scales. As soon as those words landed, everyone exchanged knowing looks and nodded. Not long ago, White Mask had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. After a fierce fight with Naruto, he activated Kamui, dragging the demonic statue of the outer path into the Kamui dimension and using the Gold and Silver Brothers to resurrect the Ten Tails. When Madara finally managed to track the demonic statue down, he found only an empty battlefield. There was nothing he could do. Ultimately, within the Kamui space, Obito merged with the revived Ten Tails, officially becoming its Jinchuriki. From there, he ascended to become the second sage of Six Paths. The first thing he did after attaining this power was to send Madara back to the afterlife, bringing the Fourth Great Ninja War to an end. According to the original plan, he should have tried to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi at this point, but the existence of Ishiki Otsutsuki made him cautious. He didn't dare to act rashly. The world he dreamed of was a flawless paradise of illusion, where everyone could enjoy the beauty of life within a dream, not a world where lives were recklessly taken away. Because of this, Six Paths Obito delayed executing Infinite Tsukuyomi. He chose to hide away, waiting until he could personally deal with Ishiki Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, the people of his timeline were left completely baffled. They had just fought a great war for reasons they couldn't quite grasp, only for it to end abruptly and inexplicably. Unable to find the ultimate boss, everyone simply returned to their own villages, drifting off to their respective lives. This sequence of events undoubtedly rewrote the course of destiny, and Yuzuki Shurgu received a generous gold reward because of it. Yuzuki Shurgu said, now that you mention it, your identity is nothing like it used to be. You should change your ID. With a few deft actions, Yuzuki changed the name White Mask to Six Paths Obito. Six Paths Obito replied, and how is that a reason? Just because I'm strong, I have to sacrifice myself without question. You're not about to tell me that with great power comes great responsibility, are you? You're not that naive, are you? Uchiha Obito responded, come on, don't try to guilt-trip me with morality. Hold on, I actually have a second reason. I guarantee you won't be able to refuse. Six Paths Obito said, let's hear it. Uchiha Obito said, Kagaya Otsutsuki is currently the only accessible member of the Otsutsuki clan. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to experience firsthand the overwhelming power of the Otsutsuki bloodline? With that, in the battles to come against other Otsutsuki, wouldn't you have a better chance at victory and master more keys to success? Besides, if you're planning to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi again, your opponents are already lining up. Let's not even mention Ishiki Otsutsuki for the moment. Urashiki Otsutsuki is lurking right behind, eyes fixed on you. And further down the line, Momoshiki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki are waiting as well. One tough fight after another awaits in the future. As a former shinobi, you know better than anyone how crucial information is, don't you? Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Sage Obito replied, That may be true, but I already have a thorough grasp of their key information. Didn't that video analyze the workings of their ocular powers in detail? Uchiha Obito countered, but merely watching from the sidelines is nothing like stepping onto the stage as the main actor. Armchair strategies don't make a real powerhouse. Of course, if you do decide to go, I can even throw in 2 extra photos of Rin for you. Sage Obito fell silent. It was hard to tell whether Obito's arguments had swayed him, or if the offer of Rin's photos was the greater temptation. Perhaps it was a bit of both. The atmosphere in the group chat instantly caught fire. Yuzuki Shigomi exclaimed, "No way. Are you sure you're really Obito? Did someone possess you? Since when did my Obito become so sharp, with such clear logic?" Minato Namikaze chimed in, "Obito, you really have matured a lot." Hashirama Senju added, "You're starting to show the same wise aura as Madara." Itachi Uchiha remarked, "Maybe it's the Uchiha clan's intelligence genes finally awakening. Obito was never stupid to begin with." Obito laughed. You flatter me. In reality, faced with the flood of praise in the group chat, Obito was over the moon. He burst out in triumphant laughter, basking in his own cleverness. "Ha! I really am a genius. I tricked that fool into working for me, and showed off my smarts to the whole group at the same time." But his laughter soon drew a gentle reproach from Rin Noera. "Obito, keep it down. Kakashi needs his rest." Obito immediately toned it down, grinning sheepishly. All right. He sat down next to Rin, shot a sidelong glance at the weakened Kakashi lying in a hospital bed, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy, just 2 hours out of the hospital and already back again, apparently beaten up by Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. What a brainless move, getting thrashed by your own students and making everyone fuss over you again. Honestly, it'd be better to do what I did before. Leave a shadow clone to look after him, and take Rin out for some fun. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Rikudo Obito, what do you think? If you agree, I'll send you over right away. Rikudo Obito. I have to admit, that kid actually makes some sense. Well, since I've got nothing better to do, I might as well go give it a try. Who would have thought old Madara would one day need me to come to his rescue? Shinomiya Yuzuki. All right then, I'll open the portal now. Rikudo Obito. Wait a moment. Bring that kid along too. Ever since I merged with the Ten Tails, I can't use Kimui anymore. I'm neither Indra's reincarnation nor the inheritor of Azura's chakra. I don't have the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. Just suppressing the Ten Tails and the Rinnegan already drains most of my energy. At this point, I can't activate Kimui. If Kagaya Otsutsuki opens her Amenominaka and shifts space, I might not be able to keep up. Shinomiya Yuzuki. I see. At Uchiha Obito, what's your take? When Uchiha Obito saw the message, his smile froze on his face. Could it really be that coincidental? Did he just end up tripping over the trap he set for someone else? Should he refuse? Truth be told, facing a battle at that level, he was a bit intimidated. Just then, Rikudo Obito directly tagged him. Rikudo Obito. What's taking you so long to reply, scared? Obito gritted his teeth. So you're underestimating me? Fine, I'll go. He quickly replied. Uchiha Obito. Just went to the bathroom. What's there to be afraid of? Bring it on. Shinomiya Yuzuki. All right, some families go to war as father and son, but you too. Brothers facing down the tiger together. Portal, activate. Senju Hashirama. I'll leave it to you too. On behalf of Madara, thank you. Namikaze Minato. Both of you Obitos, be careful out there. Uchiha Itachi has sent Uchiha Obito a special red envelope. Uchiha Itachi. Take this. Maybe it'll help. Uchiha Obito accepted the red envelope. Uchiha Obito, the Yada mirror. Amazing. Now I got my lifesaver. As expected, no one's more reliable than a good bro you've sliced fruit with in Ninja Fruit Ninja. Thanks a ton. Uchiha Itachi. It's nothing. Just take care. Shinomiya Yuzuki. All right, time's almost up. Inside Konoha Hospital. Before Uchiha Obito's eyes, a dazzling, multicolored portal unfolded, like the entrance to some mysterious world. He noticed that Rin seemed completely oblivious to the portal, as if she couldn't see it at all. Obito smiled and said, Rin, I'm stepping out for a bit. Even with the Yada mirror for protection, this battle was still full of dangers. He had to say goodbye, just in case. Well, no, there's no just in case. The chat group admin is watching over us. I've sweated and bled for this chat group. If something were to go wrong, the group leader would definitely reach out and pull me back, wouldn't he? Rin Noera turned her head. At first, she thought Obito had just stepped out for a moment, but when she saw the look on his face, she sensed something extraordinary in the depths of his eyes. This time, it felt like more than just an ordinary errand. A trace of worry flashed through Rin's eyes. Countless thoughts swirled within her, but they all condensed into a simple, heartfelt reminder. Be careful out there. I'll be right here. waiting for you to come back. The moment Obito heard those words, it was as if an endless surge of energy filled him. He broke into a wide grin and declared, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything and be back before you know it." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up with agility, his figure vanishing into the swirling portal. Obito of the Six Paths timeline. Within the Kimui dimension, darkness still reigned, and the silhouette of Six Paths Obito emerged like a lingering shadow. Most of his attention was consumed by keeping the Rinnegan and the Ten Tails under control, leaving only the basic abilities of his Sharingan at his disposal. He could still enter and exit the Kimui dimension, but even phasing his body had become difficult. At that moment, in one corner of the Kimui realm, Six Paths Obito waved his hand, moving aside several massive stone blocks. Beneath them was revealed a pool of black sludge, pinned down by 81 jet-black spears. That was none other than Kurozetsu, the incarnation of the will of Kagaya, Akatsuki's third son. After dealing with Madara, who had been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and sending him to the underworld, Obito had finally managed to capture Kurozetsu, the being that had manipulated his entire life. He knew nothing of complex sealing techniques, so he relied on the most primitive method, these black rods, pinning Kurozetsu inescapably. Thus, he was to be imprisoned in the Kimui dimension for all eternity. "It took me so much effort to get out. I can't very well let you slip away while I'm gone." With a sweep of Obito's hand, dozens of black spears materialized out of thin air and rained down upon Kurozetsu. A harsh metallic clattering echoed through the space. In a matter of moments, several dozen more black spears adorned the already pinned mass of black sludge. The sealing power of the black rods was immense. A single one could restrain an elite jonin, let alone so many at once. Even the cunning Kurozetsu could not withstand it. Its form began to melt from solid to liquid, barely able to maintain any physical shape at all. At last, Obito replaced the massive stone slabs, burying Kurozetsu once more beneath the darkness, ensuring its eternal entombment. This should be foolproof. No way anything can go wrong before I return. After double-checking everything to be sure, Six Paths Obito also soared into the air, plunging himself into the embrace of the portal. Kagaya Akatsuki? This time, you won't be coming back. Konoha, year 67. The deep night of the second day of the Fourth Great Ninja War had quietly fallen. The allied shinobi forces, despite giving their all, still found themselves unable to escape the cruel fate of defeat. The infinite Tsukuyomi had begun. Uchiha Madara, now wielding the power of the Six Paths, unleashed the ultimate technique, divine, birth of the God Tree's world. He imprisoned everyone in the world, suspending them in the air like helpless silkworm cocoons, unable to struggle, left only to await the verdict of fate. Only those souls revived through the impure world reincarnation, along with Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto, saved in the nick of time by Sasuke, retained their freedom of action amid this doomsday spectacle. It's all over. Facing them, Six Paths Madara's eyes were calm and unreadable, his tone as still and cold as stagnant water. With the infinite Tsukuyomi successfully cast, the perfect world he had longed for seemed finally within reach. Years of scheming had at last borne fruit. But at that very moment, disaster struck. A heavy, sickening sound, the unmistakable thud of flesh being pierced. Madara stared down in disbelief, only to see a jet-black hand emerging from his chest. "You're wrong, Madara. You are no savior, and this is far from the end." Behind him, Black Zetsu whispered, his voice cold and sinister. Madara tried desperately to turn and confront Black Zetsu, but found his body frozen by a strange and overpowering force, refusing to obey his will. Only his Rinnegan eyes managed the slightest movement. "My body, I can't move." Why? Wasn't this body an extension of his own indomitable will? Why would it betray him? There was no time to ponder further. The divine tree began to greedily absorb the chakra of all those ensnared, trying to gather the world's chakra into a single vessel, preparing it for the resurrection of Kagaya Akatsuki. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. An endless surge of chakra erupted from deep underground, pillars of tangible light blasting skyward and illuminating the night. "Get out of the way!" Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were swept up into chaos, scrambling to find shelter. The pillars of chakra twisted through the sky, converging in a torrent straight into Madara's body, an overwhelming flood of energy. Ugh! The agony was indescribable. Even Madara could not suppress a cry of pain. His body ballooned rapidly, swelling like an overinflated balloon. He was utterly incapable of containing such an immense volume of chakra. Detonation seemed inevitable. his consciousness began to blur, and in a daze, Madara murmured, "Why? How did it come to this? Hashirama, where did I go wrong?" At last, darkness swallowed him whole. It seemed he would explode at any moment, but then a miracle occurred. Just as his body reached its breaking point, it somehow stabilized. Slowly, his form began to shrink, the swelling mass condensing, shaping itself into a distinctly human figure that grew clearer and clearer. Blue and white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, so long it brushed the ground even while she hovered in midair. She wore a white robe adorned with black magatama patterns, her forehead shining with the dazzling Rinne Sharingan. Twin horns sprouted from her head, and her face, radiant with beauty yet untouched by guile, was deeply stirring to behold. Akatsuki Kagaya. So this is the Akatsuki the old man spoke of. Naruto stared in awe, shaken to his core. Kagaya. Sasuke called out, his expression grave. Akatsuki Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of flawless, pure white pupils. The legendary Byakugan, renowned throughout the world of ocular jutsu. She alone wielded both the Rinne Sharingan and the Byakugan, two of the most formidable eye techniques in existence. Incredibly, the three ultimate doujitsu of the shinobi world had all converged within her alone. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure swept across the battlefield, suffocating and absolute, pressing down upon everyone present with a weight they had never known before. Kagaya wasted no words. She acted at once. Hovering gracefully above the ground, her long hair billowed behind her like a bridal veil, as if it possessed a life of its own. In the next moment, it transformed into powerful streams, surging forward in great torrents aimed straight at Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke's fingers crackled with electricity as he summoned the Chidori, lightning coiling around his hand. He swung with the speed and precision of a blade, slicing through the oncoming hair with ease. The Chidori sizzled sharply, cutting down the relentless barrage that came at him like a violent storm. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in determination. He was ready to strike back. With a burst of speed, he charged straight toward Kagaya. But just then, even more torrents of hair surged forth, clashing violently with his Chidori. The light of the Chidori flickered out. Sasuke was struck full force by a mass of hair, sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Sasuke. Naruto's heart clenched, only to be swept up as well when Sasuke, knocked off course, collided with him. The two of them crashed into a massive boulder, the impact finally bringing them to a halt. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura cried out, panic overwhelming her as she tried to rush to their side, only to find her own body refusing to move, as if she'd been caught in quicksand. Startled, she looked back, just in time to see Akatsuki Kagaya pass by her with a cold indifference, as if she didn't even exist. "Don't make any sudden moves," Kakashi warned sternly, fully aware of the peril they faced. Yet, Kagaya showed no intention of attacking them. In her eyes, these two were nothing more than insignificant mortals. Activating her Byakugan, she instantly perceived the chakra flowing within Naruto and Sasuke, the power of yin and yang of the six paths. It was the very force inherited from Akatsuki Hagoromo, the legendary sage of six paths. Trying to seal me away again? Her gaze was laced with resentment, but even more so with confusion. Why did her descendants always seek to seal her away? Everything she had done was for the sake of the battles yet to come. If they wouldn't help, so be it. But must they always stand in her way? Kagaya pushed aside her tumultuous thoughts. If her children refused to listen, then there was but one course left. She would simply have to destroy them all. Kagaya Akatsuki slowly rose, hovering in midair. Facing the wary expressions of Naruto and Sasuke, she spoke calmly. "Well then, let this be the place where everything ends for you." She intended to unleash the heavenly governing inside technique, dragging everyone into a world of molten lava, turning them to ashes in the boiling magma. But at that very moment, a shadowy object came hurtling toward them at astonishing speed. Kagaya spun around, her Byakugan instantly locking onto the intruder, but she had no time to react. With a thunderous crash, Kagaya's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, stirring up clouds of dust as she smashed through two mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Sasuke saw clearly what had struck Kagaya. It was a truth-seeking orb. After repelling Kagaya, the orb, having lost its target, hung motionless in the air, suspended right where Kagaya had just been standing. Sasuke stared at Naruto in astonishment, for Naruto was the only one here who possessed truth-seeking orbs. Naruto, seeing Sasuke's look of suspicion, quickly shook his head, denying any involvement. "It wasn't me." Confusion clouded Sasuke's face. Aside from Naruto, there couldn't possibly be a second truth-seeking orb here. Just then, The mysterious orb in the sky began to move slowly, drawing Naruto's and Sasuke's gazes upward in alarm. They realized, to their shock, that at some point, two shadowy figures had appeared in the sky. The truth-seeking orb drifted leisurely to the back of one of these figures, as if it had found its rightful owner. Obito, Naruto, and Kakashi got a good look at the newcomer's face, and their jaws nearly hit the ground. It was Obito, and not just any Obito, but Obito in his Sage of Six Paths form. He held the six-path staff in his hand, 9 pitch-black, fathomless truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him. If this wasn't Sage of Six Paths mode, what else could it be? Only a short while ago, they had fought a fierce battle against this very form of Obito. There was no mistaking that face. Yet, hadn't Obito already had the tailed beasts extracted from him? Wasn't he no longer the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Their eyes couldn't help but dart to the side, wide with shock because right over there, another Obito was lying on the ground. It was the same Obito, drained of the 10 tails, body once controlled by Black Zetsu, now barely clinging to life. How can there be two Obitos? Naruto's eyes went wide as he looked back and forth between the two. Kakashi stepped forward, his tone heavy. No, there are 3. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the small figure beside the Sage of Six Paths Obito. It was a young Obito, with a sunny grin and goggles perched on his face, looking innocent and a little goofy. There was no mistaking him. TH3. Naruto was completely flabbergasted, scratching his head in confusion, not knowing what to make of it all. This just keeps getting stranger. Sasuke, usually unflappable, couldn't help but voice his bewilderment. They're coming down. Kakashi's gaze never left the two Obitos, and he immediately noticed their movements. Seeing this, everyone tensed up, their eyes full of vigilance. Although the newcomers had helped them before, they still couldn't be sure of their true identities. After all, the appearance of 3 Obitos at once was almost beyond belief. Young Obito still couldn't fly on his own. He was standing on a platform formed by a truth-seeking ball, slowly descending. As he drew closer to the ground, excitement lit up his face, and he leapt straight down from the sky without hesitation. Ha ha! Kakashi, you idiot! The great Obito is here to lend you a hand. That peculiar laughter drifted through the air, growing louder as he approached. The familiar tone made Kakashi's body jolt with astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Yes, this was really Obito, not some strange imposter. Obito landed steadily, brushed the dust off himself, and grinned smugly, raising an eyebrow at Kakashi. So, how was that for a timely entrance? Obito. Kakashi's expression was complicated. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Are you really Obito? Naruto, catching on to Kakashi's reaction, seemed to realize something. He relaxed a little, stepping forward with curiosity. Of course, I am the one and only Uchiha Obito, except no substitutes. Then what about him? Naruto scratched his head, pointing toward the other Obito lying nearby, his fate uncertain. The young Obito glanced over and replied, He's Uchiha Obito too, but he's the Obito from your timeline. As for me, I'm from another timeline. And that guy up there, well, he's the same. With that, he gestured to the Six Paths Obito who was slowly descending from above. Oh, I get it now. Enlightenment dawned on Naruto's face. Having once traveled through time thanks to the dragon vein, he accepted such strange happenings as easily as eating ramen. Naruto, you understand all this? Kakashi and Sasuke shot him puzzled looks, as if to say, how did you suddenly become an expert on the secrets of the universe? Well, here's how it works. Naruto, like a patient elementary school teacher, explained the mysteries of the dragon vein and its incredible power to his 2 students. After his explanation, both of them nodded repeatedly, as if awakening from a dream. There's a place this mysterious hidden within the shinobi world. Sasuke's eyes sparkled, his thoughts clearly drifting far beyond the present. A dragon vein that could twist time and space? Maybe, just maybe he could. Kakashi turned to the young Obito. So you're saying you cross timelines using the dragon vein? Not exactly, but you're pretty close. Kakashi nodded slightly. All right, if you're willing to help, I appreciate it. Obito, I can see your intentions, but Kakashi looked Obito up and down, sizing him up in his mind. At this age, has his Sharingan awakened yet? Besides the fireball jutsu, does he know any other ninjutsu? Though he hated to dampen Obito's spirits, for his safety, Kakashi still had to remind him. The coming battle might not be right for you. Why not find somewhere safe with Sakura and wait it out? Obito's face darkened instantly. Hey, Kakashi, are you looking down on me? I am. Obito pointed at his own eye, ready to declare a bold statement, but before he could speak, a cold, indifferent voice from Six Paths Obito echoed from above. Enough dawdling. She's here. Before the words had even faded, a blinding white light tore across the sky. In the next instant, countless gigantic fists thundered down from the heavens at a terrifying speed. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, one of the powers of the Bloodline Net, an ultimate taijutsu that only Kagaya Akatsuki could wield. The sky was crowded with massive fists, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The overwhelming pressure made it nearly impossible for everyone present to breathe. At that moment, Six Paths Obito slowly descended to the ground, stepping in front of the others. He swept his hand, and the six-path staff in his grip twisted and transformed, swiftly extending and reshaping into a strange, yet formidable weapon. The Heavenly Swamp Spear, the legendary sword of the Sage of Six Paths, said to have shaped the world itself. Its blade bore the unwavering will of its master, forming a sword of the spirit. Once, the Obito of this world had wielded it as well, but when his resolve faltered, the Heavenly Swamp Spear vanished. Yet this Six Paths Obito from another timeline had seen through all truths. His will was utterly unbreakable. Now, this Heavenly Swamp Spear would be unstoppable, invincible in his hands. With a gentle swing, Six Paths Obito brought the spear to meet the onrushing assault of the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The resulting clash was earth-shattering. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, rumbling like thunder across the sky, shaking the very world to its core. White light erupted in all directions, dazzling and brilliant, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as if daylight itself had descended. The rumbling gradually subsided, and the world slipped back into its former stillness and gloom. What greeted their eyes, however, was a scene of utter devastation. The ground was pockmarked with craters, battered and scarred as if struck by a relentless meteor shower. Only the patch of earth beneath Six Paths Obito's feet and the area behind him remained untouched. He blocked all of it. Shocked to his core, Kakashi could hardly believe what he was seeing. Who on earth was this opponent? Such overwhelming, world-destroying power. It was like a tailed beast bomb unleashed. Had Six Paths Obito not intervened at the last moment, Kakashi doubted even his remains would have survived. Six Paths Obito cast a glance at the slightly bent, yet swiftly restored, a Hoko. What incredible power! So this is the Akatsuki clan, after all. Fascinating. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, both of them brimming with a strange sense of surprise. How could one possibly describe this sudden feeling of safety? Thinking back to their previous clash with the Six Paths Obito of this timeline, they had struggled through countless hardships, relying on every advantage and alliance, just to barely scrape out a victory. Who would have thought, in the blink of an eye, that these once formidable foes would become such dependable allies, fighting side by side? "Ah, we really owe it to you," Naruto said gratefully. But before his words had faded, the environment around them shifted abruptly, as if the world itself had been swept away and replaced in an instant. A crimson glow shot skyward, waves of heat surged around them, and the air was thick with the pungent sting of sulfur. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet gave way, and everyone began plummeting downward at breakneck speed. Looking down, they saw not solid earth, but roiling, molten lava churning below, a fate too dreadful to imagine if one were to fall in. "Naruto, try to control your flight ability." Six Paths Obito hovered in midair, shouting to Naruto. He still held Sakura, who couldn't fly, having grabbed her at the last moment to keep her safe. Flight. Naruto, who was in freefall, suddenly understood. Just as Obito finished speaking, Naruto steadied himself and came to a halt, standing in midair as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For anyone with the Six Paths power, this was an instinctive skill. Naruto simply hadn't realized it. Once awakened, it felt as natural as moving his own limbs. Once stable, Naruto quickly grabbed the unconscious Obito from this timeline and pulled him out of harm's way. Meanwhile, two immense, fully formed Susanoo figures soared up from the sea of lava, their massive wings beating as they carried their passengers towards safety. One was a deep violet, steady and enigmatic. The other, a pale blue, cold and sharp. They were the Susanoo of Sasuke and the young Obito. Obito, Kakashi, rescued by young Obito, now stood with him inside the gem chamber on Susanoo's forehead. He stared in shock at the boy who barely reached his chest, struggling to believe what he was seeing. A perfect Susanoo? This isn't a dream, is it? Since when did young Obito possess such overwhelming power? Stupid Kakashi, still underestimating me? Looks like you're the one dragging us down now, young Obito said with a smug grin, arching his eyebrow. Yeah, I get it. You're absolutely amazing. Satisfied? Kakashi rolled his eyes, giving a half-hearted thumbs up. Though he was baffled at how the kid could unlock such power at his age, Kakashi knew all too well the pride that burned in young Obito's heart. If he kept playing along, Obito would probably get so smug, he'd be flying higher than his Susanoo. Come over to me. Six paths. Obito's voice cut through the chaos, resonating in everyone's hearts like a magnetic force compelling them forward. At the sound, everyone sprang into action. After all, there was no one stronger among them than this man. Obito, do you have a plan? Naruto couldn't wait to ask, his eyes shining with the eager spark of wanting to fight side by side. Sage Obito's gaze swept past Sakura beside him, then fell on the unconscious Obito from this timeline, whom Naruto was carrying. First, send these two away. Otherwise, we won't be able to look after them in the heat of battle. The Obito from this timeline remained unconscious, no further explanation needed. As for Sakura, sigh, her combat ability was practically negligible. But Sakura seemed to have her own ideas. She spoke up anxiously. I can help too. Sakura. Sasuke suddenly interjected. Listen. Sakura jerked her head up, meeting Sasuke's unwavering gaze. Her expression softened. Well, all right. Take them out. Sage Obito instructed the younger Obito. Kamui. With effort, the younger Obito twisted space, opening a passageway to the outside. Hurry, he urged. This wasn't his own dimension, and breaking through the boundary of space-time drained him immensely. Sakura cast one last look at Sasuke, then scooped up the unconscious Obito and leapt through the portal. Ugh! Once the two disappeared, the younger Obito quickly closed Kimi, then clutched his eye in pain. Obito, are you all right? Kakashi rushed to support him. I'm fine. My ocular power will recover soon. TSK. Maintaining Susanoo while teleporting inside someone else's space is no joke. Hey, why did you have me say that just now? Sasuke suddenly asked. That's right. The words telling Sakura to listen had actually been prompted by Sage Obito's secret message. He just wanted Sakura to leave quickly and not become a burden here. With his personality, it was unlikely he'd ever say something as gentle as listen. Sage Obito glanced at him coolly. Because it worked. With that, Sage Obito withdrew his gaze and began surveying this world of molten rock. I didn't sense this space open at all. What a masterful technique. He himself was a master of space-time jutsu, but when Kagaya cast Manaka, it had caught him completely by surprise. Her technique was on another level. Meanwhile, at the other end, Kagaya Akatsuki also watched them quietly from afar. Another god tree? A flicker of confusion crossed Kagaya's face. She could sense another god tree within the opponent's body. How could there be two god trees at the same time? Mother seems to have encountered something she can't comprehend, murmured Black Zetsu, hidden in Kagaya's sleeve. That 10-tailed Jinchuriki is called Uchiha Obito. Even though the 10 tails has been extracted from him, how can he still use Sage of Six Paths mode? No, he hasn't been completely separated. There's still a 10 tails inside him, Kagaya explained. Black Zetsu's little head was filled with confusion. If it were anyone but Kagaya in front of him, he would have argued back. He had seen Obito's tailed beast being extracted with his own eyes. Besides, if the other side really had the 10 tails, then what about the one inside you, Mother? Forget it, Mother. Right now, the urgent thing is to figure out how to deal with them. Black Zetsu shook his head, giving up on understanding the puzzle for now. We need to separate them. Naruto and Sasuke together are dangerous. If we're not careful, we could end up sealed. Agreed, Kagaya nodded, opting to follow Black Zetsu's plan. After all, she had been sealed away for years and wasn't skilled in combat. It was wiser to heed her child's advice. With that in mind, Kagaya suddenly raised her hand and reached toward the air beside her. The moment her fingers touched it, the space seemed to tear open, splitting into a pitch-black rift. Kagaya's arms slipped silently through the gap, stretching out behind Sasuke. She intended to throw Sasuke into another dimension. Just as she was about to succeed, a massive sword came crashing down from the sky. The sword of Nunaboko. It was the weapon wielded by the young Obito's Susanoo, a blade sharp enough to cut through space itself. He had sensed the spatial distortion around him and realized Kagaya's plot. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. The blade's fierce light descended, twisting and tearing the very fabric of space. Kagaya Akatsuki, sensing danger, instantly withdrew her arm, causing the sword of Nunaboko to miss its mark. What quick reflexes, murmured the young Obito, his eyes wide. Something's not right with that short Obito. Black Zetsu's pupils narrowed. Mother, we've got trouble. It's all right. I'll defeat them, Kagaya Akatsuki replied with a serene smile. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and, as if reading each other's minds, launched their attack together. Let's go. Amaterasu, Blaze Chidori, Sage Art, Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. The two split left and right, attacking from both flanks. Try this. In midair, the young Obito's Susanoo clenched its fist, manifesting a gigantic Magatama bead. Kimui Magatama. With a mighty throw, Susanoo hurled the colossal bead, its swirling power warping space as it shot toward Kagaya. Six Paths Obito, seeing this, soared upward, swinging his heavenly spear down from above in a fierce assault. They closed in from all sides, encircled. Mother, retreat! Black Zetsu cried out. Like a tidal wave, attacks surged in from every direction with such speed and force that there was barely time to react, let alone escape. Faced with this sudden crisis, it was already too late to use Yamatsu Hirasaka for escape. Kagaya Otsutsuki had no time to hesitate. Once again, she unleashed her Amenominaka. In an instant, it felt as though the entire universe was upended at her command, and the scene before everyone's eyes changed dramatically. The hellish realm, ablaze with crimson light and rivers of molten lava, was instantly replaced by a completely different sight. They now stood in a vast, boundless world of snow and ice. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the wind carried delicate snowflakes swirling through the air, cold, magnificent, and breathtakingly beautiful. The relentless crack and shatter of splitting ice filled the air, and with this sudden transformation, a wave of biting cold swept over everyone like an invisible tidal surge. No matter how strong or weak, in the face of this absolute chill, all seemed small and helpless. Bodies were frozen in an instant, transformed into lifeless, crystal-clear ice sculptures. Only a faint glimmer still lingered in their eyes, silently revealing the shock and struggle within. Even the nearly invincible, fully manifest Susanoo could not escape this sudden freeze. Its once imposing form was now firmly encased in ice, as if time itself had ground to a halt. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha were suspended in midair by this overwhelming power, then slowly began to fall toward the unyielding, frozen ground. Above them, the assault launched by the Six Paths Obito was abruptly cut short by this unforeseen shift. Even more astonishing, the Magatama unleashed by the young Obito's Kimui was seized by the frigid air mid-flight. It transformed into a massive sphere of ice, plummeted to the earth, and shattered into countless fragments. In that moment, every fierce attack was quietly snuffed out by the mysterious force of ice and snow. Yet even Kagaya Otsutsuki, the master of this domain, seemed unable to completely resist the extreme cold. Frost crept slowly across her body, layer by layer. However, this was her realm. Kagaya's power was otherworldly. Her form began to merge with the surrounding ice, as if she had become the queen of this frozen world, commanding the natural forces at will and preparing for a new assault. Suddenly, it was as though the entire glacial realm sprang to life. The ground trembled, mountains roared. From deep beneath the earth, massive, razor-sharp pillars of ice shot upward, their points gleaming with deadly light, aimed straight at the trapped Naruto and Sasuke, ready to pierce through anything in their path. At this dire moment, black flames erupted around Sasuke's colossal Susanoo. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. The searing heat instantly shattered the icy prison, and the two broke free from their frozen confinement, like phoenixes rising from the ashes. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke's voice echoed across the sky as blue lightning gathered, forging itself into a dazzling, razor-sharp blade of light that sliced through the heavens. Sage Art. Raisin Shuriken. Without missing a beat, Naruto unleashed his signature move to its fullest, the spiraling wind of chakra, shredding the oncoming pillars of ice. Hey, are you guys alright? Need a hand? Having broken through the encirclement, Naruto hovered in midair and called out loudly to the young Obito not far away. Obito's lips curled into a confident smile as he waved his hand easily. No need to worry. These are nothing to me. There was a calm assurance in his words. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his complete Susanoo. Grabbing Kakashi by the hand, he led the way, passing directly through the icy barriers that were powerless against them, striding out with steady steps. For someone with the power of intangibility, a predicament like this was nothing more than a trivial challenge. He could escape with hardly any effort. Once free, young Obito summoned Susanoo again. Together with Kakashi, he rode the wind, layering only a thin chakra shield over the outer surface of Susanoo, which was more than enough to keep out the biting cold from the outside world. The snowy realm created by Kagaya Otsutsuki was formidable, but those unfamiliar with it would suffer the most upon first entry. Once they figured out how to counter it, the threat posed by this frozen landscape diminished greatly. Naruto, gather your chakra outside your body to form a protective barrier. That'll keep the freezing cold at bay. Obito spoke quickly, but every word was clear. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly adjusted their breathing, focusing their minds as chakra surged within them, flowing outward in waves to wrap their bodies in shimmering layers of energy. In an instant, the raging cold wind was shut out, and the bone-chilling frost began to fade away. Stay alert. Kakashi's urgent voice followed, tinged with warning. In this boundless land of ice and snow, they seemed like exiles driven out by nature itself. Everything around them brimmed with hostility, and even the very air felt poised to strike them down at any moment. Before the words had even settled, the sky suddenly filled with countless pillars of ice, descending like a volley of arrows, whistling through the air straight toward the four of them. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, a deep dark flame flickering in his gaze. Amaterasu. With a low command, Susanoo moved like a god of war come to earth. Its giant blade swept wide, now cloaked in writhing black fire. The flames burned with fierce intensity, and wherever they touched, the ice pillars crumbled and vanished in clouds of steam. Not to be outdone, Naruto shouted, "Sage Art, Super Raisin Shuriken." His roar was met by the sudden flight of several massive shuriken, each spinning with glowing blue chakra, launched straight from his hand. Slicing through the air and colliding with icicles, shards of ice burst in every direction, and for a moment, it felt as if the earth itself trembled. Yet this resistance was only fleeting. The deep fusion between Kagaya, Akatsuki, and the world of ice and snow allowed her to wield the forces of nature with ease. Her attacks surged forth like relentless waves, and the group began to feel their strength waning. What should we do now? Naruto's brows furrowed, his anxiety plain for all to see. Obito, still a boy, looked up at the sky. Don't worry, I'm sure he has a plan. Following Obito's gaze, Naruto saw 6 figures of Sage Obito standing tall and unshakable in the sky, radiating a calm and unyielding presence. Just then, a drop of warm liquid gently touched Naruto's brow, startling him. Water? But it's so cold here. How could water still be liquid? He murmured to himself, confusion swirling in his heart. That's Crossfire Offering. Obito squinted, recognizing the technique. Behind Sage Obito, 5 delicate flames quietly bloomed. They were subtle, yet in this frozen landscape, they shone with striking clarity. The presence of these flames seemed to possess some unfathomable power, for the ice encasing Sage Obito began to melt at an accelerated pace. Even the falling snowflakes vanished the instant they neared him, dissolved by the warmth radiating from his aura, transforming into a gentle drizzle that scattered like fine rain. In the next moment, Sage Obito raised the Heaven Swamp Spear high, one strand of crossfire offering winding around it, instantly imbuing the divine weapon with extraordinary might. He swung it lightly, the gesture appearing effortless, yet it carried the force to shake the heavens and split the earth. In that instant, it was as if the world itself was torn asunder. A surge of searing heat erupted from the spear's tip, blazing like the midsummer sun. Before this overwhelming power, the world of ice and snow stood no chance. In a flash, it transformed into a vast, surging sea, waves rolling magnificently across the land. This sudden upheaval miraculously bypassed Naruto and his companions below, ensuring their safety. Deprived of her sanctuary of ice and snow, Kagaya Akatsuki was forcibly torn from nature's embrace. Shock was etched clearly across her face. Her thoughts still struggling to take shape. The chakra surging within her was already poised to trigger the Yellow Springs Hirasaka and escape. Hold her! Sage Obito's voice rang out, urgent and commanding. At his call, young Obito sprang into action, his eyes flying wide as his deep Sharingan flared with an intensity never seen before. Space-time annihilation. With his low shout, a power beyond imagination crashed down upon Kagaya Akatsuki like a roaring flood. In an instant, her form froze in midair, as if time itself had been abruptly halted. Hurry! I can only hold her for a moment. The young Obito called out desperately, his words barely finished when 2 vivid streaks of blood traced down from the corners of his eyes, revealing the toll of pushing his abilities beyond their limits. To pin down Kagaya Akatsuki was no trivial task. It demanded a staggering price. Without wasting words, Sage Obito's figure vanished and reappeared above Kagaya's head like a phantom. In his hand, the celestial spear gleamed with a chilling, otherworldly light, its razor edge poised to strike. The legendary weapon seemed powerful enough to rend even the fabric of space itself. Hidden within Kagaya's sleeve, Black Zetsu witnessed the scene and shrieked in terror, "Mother, dodge!" Yet his scream was smothered by an invisible force. Kagaya remained suspended in midair, motionless and silent. "Mother!" Black Zetsu wailed again, his voice thick with despair and defiance. In that instant, the celestial spear pierced straight through Kagaya's body with nothing to hinder it, casting a foreboding shadow. Naruto seized the moment. Sage Obito barked out. Sasuke! Naruto called out almost in the same breath, and Sasuke immediately understood. The two shot forward like arrows loose from a bow, lunging toward the immobilized Kagaya. At the same time, the strain finally overwhelmed young Obito. He staggered and collapsed, barely conscious. Kakashi reacted instantly, darting forward to catch him before he hit the ground. Fortunately, Sage Obito's hold on Kagaya had not yet weakened. The sealing operation still had a sliver of hope. Mother, fight back! They're coming! Black Zetsu cried, his face twisted in terror as Naruto and Sasuke closed in. There was no time to lose. If they didn't act now, eternal imprisonment would be inevitable. I can't move. Kagaya's voice was faint and weak, tinged with the helplessness of her restraint. Black Zetsu's gaze fell upon the celestial spear transfixing Kagaya. Following its tip, he locked eyes with Sage Obito, the one shackling her. Though their opponent's power was immense, it was clear he was nearing his limit. Sweat beaded on his brow, his expression contorted in agony. But all he needed was a single moment. If he could maintain the hold for just an instant, victory would be theirs. Kagaya's gaze swept over Naruto and Sasuke, who stood poised to strike from either side, and a profound, inexpressible sorrow welled in her heart. Was her fate truly to be sealed away in darkness once again? Just as despair threatened to engulf her, an unexpected surge of power stirred in her arm. A final desperate struggle from Black Zetsu. Don't you dare hurt Mother! Under Black Zetsu's control, a gray, deathly bone spike erupted from Kagaya's palm and, in the blink of an eye, shot straight toward Sasuke. Sasuke, dodge that attack! Sage Obito warned, his voice edged with urgent alarm. Co-killing ash bones. One of the ultimate techniques woven into the bloodline web. To be touched by it was to meet certain annihilation. Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply. At this brink between life and death, he reacted in a flash. Using a Minato Jikara, he swapped places with a distant patch of air, narrowly evading the fatal strike just before the co-killing ash bones could reach him. Yet this maneuver cost them the perfect opportunity to seal their enemy. Now, even the power of Six Paths Obito struggled to contain Kagaya Otsutsuki. Sensing the shift, Kagaya's thoughts flickered, and in an instant, she activated her heavenly emperors inside. The world spun violently. The tranquil snow's cape was wrenched away, replaced by a realm dense with crushing gravity. A wave of unease swept through the air. The gravity suddenly multiplied countless times, pressed in, heavy and suffocating. In that moment, everyone lost the ability to fly. Like meteors, they plummeted toward the ground, the air tearing with sharp, keening howls as they fell at breakneck speed. Boom! The earth thundered beneath their impact, tremors rumbling one after another. The ground itself seemed to protest the sudden burden, as deep craters erupted everywhere, testaments to the calamity of their descent. Even Six Paths Obito and Kagaya, though wielding power on a near-divine scale, were forced to crash to the earth under such overwhelming gravity. Obito responded swiftly, retrieving his heavenly swamp spear just in time. His movements strained and sluggish under the weight, but he still managed to put some distance between himself and Kagaya. Kagaya, however, had no intention of letting him escape. I'll deal with you first. Her gaze was icy and resolute, fixed squarely on Obito. She raised her palm, and from its heart, a single co-killing ash bone emerged, radiating silent, destructive intent. In a blink, the bone transformed into a streak of light, a lethal arrow loose from the bow, hurtling straight for Six Paths Obito. But perhaps fate had a mischievous hand in play. The bone veered off course, missing its mark by the bear's fraction, yet failing utterly. Mother, you should aim before you shoot. Black Zetsu, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chide, his voice laced with urgency and frustration. Kagaya only smiled serenely, unmoved by the failure. It's all right. This time, I'll hit for sure. I've adjusted my angle. Facing her renewed threat, Obito's eyes narrowed further. He knew surrender was not an option. He gripped the heavenly swamp spear tightly. As the next ash bone streaked toward him, he summoned all his speed and precision, swinging the spear with desperate strength. The deadly projectile was swatted aside, vanishing harmlessly. Yet even this brief clash had drained the last of his strength and chakra. The energy he'd spent restraining Kagaya had not yet been restored, and now, forced to act in this crushing gravity, Obito was a spent force. He was down to his final breath. Just as Kagaya, unwilling to be outdone, gathered her strength once more to unleash the all-killing ash bones, A sly smirk curled at the corner of Six Paths Obito's lips. He wasn't fighting alone. Had she really set her sights on him alone? In an instant, sounds like the chorus of 100 birds filled the air. Sasuke Uchiha, with masterful precision, used a Minato Jikara to swap spaces with the void behind Kagaya's back. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared silently right behind her. In his hand, the Chidori, wreathed in Amaterasu's black flames, surged with a force capable of rending the heavens, striking down toward Kagaya with unstoppable momentum. Kenjutsu Raijin. At that very moment, Naruto, aided by young Obito's Kamui, teleported to Sasuke's side, ready to fight in tandem. Sage Art. Magnet Release, Rasengan. Naruto's Rasengan, tightly gripped, was infused with Shikaku's chakra, greatly amplifying its destructive power and imbuing it with the energy to seal. The attack seemed destined to decide the outcome of the battle. In a flash, Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Magnet Release Rasengan struck Kagaya at the same time. The convergence of their powers unleashed a shockwave that shook the world to its core. A thunderous explosion resounded. Even as the progenitor of the shinobi world, Kagaya could not help but cry out in pain at the overwhelming impact of the twin assault. Her body, as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashed to the ground with tremendous force, sending dust billowing skyward and leaving a massive crater in her wake. Sasuke now. Naruto seized upon the fleeting moment when Kagaya was left defenseless, calling out at the top of his lungs. Got it. Sasuke answered without hesitation. The two of them each extended a hand imbued with the power of the Six Paths, preparing to unleash the ultimate sealing technique together. The Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, intending to seal Kagaya away for all eternity. Yet just as victory seemed within reach, Black Zetsu suddenly lashed out in a desperate move. Tearing himself free from Kagaya's sleeve like a black arrow, he threw himself at Naruto, heedless of all else. Mother run. Black Zetsu, with every ounce of his will, attempted to invade Naruto's consciousness, hoping to seize control and turn the tide. But could Black Zetsu possibly overcome a Six Paths level Naruto? Naruto's resolve was unshakable. With ease, he shrugged off the invasion, and with a single tug, ripped Black Zetsu away from himself. You bastard! Naruto shouted, his fury barely contained. Yet in that brief distraction, Kagaya had already used Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape, plunging the situation back into uncertainty. Enraged, Naruto pulled out several specially made black rods, pinning Black Zetsu to the ground with a resonant clang, putting an abrupt stop to any further interference. As long as Mother lives, our battle is far from over. Though Black Zetsu's voice was faint, it still carried an unyielding conviction. Damn it, we were so close. Naruto's clenched fists trembled with frustration. Kakashi patted his shoulder, offering comfort in his voice. It's all right. At least we managed to capture one of the Black Zetsu. Our most urgent task now is immediate pursuit. Once Kagaya reaches the origin sphere dimension, her power will recover rapidly. Time is not on our side. The sage Obito's words carried an unmistakable tone of authority. At this, Black Zetsu's face changed drastically, pure terror written all over it. How could you possibly know that? This was a secret even his own mother had never revealed, something not even the sage of Six Paths had known. How could the other party have seen through it? The sage Obito simply cast him a cold glance, ignoring the question, and instead turned his gaze to the young Obito, asking, Do you still have the strength to use space-time teleportation again? The younger Obito looked utterly spent, panting heavily. If I use Kimui one more time, I think I'll collapse for real. Naruto grinned at that, optimism lighting his face. It can't be that bad, right? It absolutely is. Then let me share some chakra with you. Naruto made the offer cheerfully, stepping closer and pressing his warm palm to young Obito's shoulder. A gentle but powerful energy began to flow into him. Receiving Naruto's chakra, young Obito jolted as if shocked by a surge of electricity, his whole body suddenly brimming with vitality. I feel like I'm about to explode, he exclaimed, his earlier exhaustion wiped away in an instant. Don't dawdle then. If you're recovered, we move now. The sage Obito urged with urgency. Every second was crucial. Kamui. With a low command, young Obito's eyes flared with a strange light. The fabric of space began to warp, rippling like the surface of water, and a gateway to the unknown quietly opened. This is it. Through the shimmering portal, Kagaya Otsutsuki's startled gaze was clearly visible, as if a bridge had formed between two worlds. Charge! Naruto was the first to leap forward, diving headlong through the rift and straight toward Kagaya. The others followed close behind, pushing past the crushing gravity and stepping into the mysterious, unfathomable origin sphere dimension. So you made it this quickly? Kagaya's brows knit in surprise, clearly unprepared for their speed. Yet in that brief span, her wounds had already healed, and most of her chakra had returned, her astonishing regeneration on full display. Before the group could even steady themselves, Kagaya Akatsuki raised her hand and unleashed a barrage, 380 gods vacuum attacks, crashing down with the force of a thunderstorm and an aura of utter destruction. A deafening roar filled the void as countless giant fists came hurtling toward them, the onslaught overwhelming. Watch this. Obito stepped forward, his entire being radiating a palpable, electrifying aura of excitement and determination. In an instant, a formidable, fully armored Susanoo towered before everyone, majestic and unyielding, like a guardian deity standing sentinel. Suddenly, a shield as crimson as fresh blood materialized in the pale blue arm of his Susanoo, drawing every eye in the crowd. This was the legendary treasure, the Yada mirror, that Itachi Uchiha had entrusted to him before departing. "I'll block it," Obito declared, his voice full of confidence, as the Yada mirror transformed into a massive barrier, encircling and protecting all his comrades. But the very moment the overwhelming force of the Yasaka Magatama collided with the Yada mirror, Obito's smile froze in place. A look of shock and strain crept over his face, impossible to hide. "Damn, this is draining way too much," he gasped, eyes wide as he poured every ounce of his strength into maintaining the shield. Thunderous booms echoed, each impact roaring like a raging storm, shaking the earth and deafening the air. Obito's chakra plummeted at a pace visible to the naked eye, and even the energy Naruto had just given him was rapidly draining away. At last, as the final blast of the Yasaka Magatama faded, Susanoo's brilliant light dimmed and vanished. Like a kite with its string cut, Obito plummeted from the sky. Obito! At the critical moment, Kakashi's sharp reflexes kicked in, and he caught Obito securely. I'm totally spent. It's up to you guys now," Obito panted, tongue out, utterly exhausted. "Idiot." The sage Obito shot him a glance, his words casual, but beneath them, a trace of concern flickered as he strode past. "Hey, I just saved you, and that's all you have to say?" Obito protested, puffing his cheeks in indignation, clearly annoyed by the sage's attitude. "There's a limit to how much you can show off," Sage Obito replied, not slowing his pace as he continued forward. "I have a plan," he said, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a meaningful look. No words were needed. With perfect understanding, they drew closer. The three of them formed a tight huddle, voices lowered in earnest discussion. Moments later, "I think it'll work," Naruto said, his eyes sparking with excitement. Sasuke, still reserved, simply gave a small, decisive nod, a gesture that spoke louder than words. "Then let's proceed." Without Black Zetsu at her side, she doesn't have much real combat experience, Sage Obito concluded. His gaze drifted, calm and assured, toward the distant, solitary figure of Kagaya Akatsuki. A subtle, confident smile played at the corner of his lips, a quiet certainty born of meticulous planning. Possessing a power that could shake the world, yet unable to unleash its true potential due to lack of experience. This was Kagaya's awkward predicament. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. As Naruto's hands flashed through a series of seals, a powerful surge of chakra burst forth. The ground trembled, and wisps of white smoke, almost as if alive, sprang up from every direction. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Naruto's clones stood tall upon the battlefield, forming a vast and awe-inspiring formation. "Go!" Naruto's shout rang out, as stirring as the beat of war drums. In an instant, all the clones, including the real Naruto hidden among them, surged forward like a tidal wave toward Kagaya Akatsuki, creating a spectacle that took one's breath away. Confronted with this veritable forest of enemies, Kagaya's brows knit in frustration. Her pale eyes swept across the multitude of figures, seeking the real one among the fakes, only to realize she couldn't tell them apart. "I can't tell which is real." With no other choice, she lifted her slender hand and once again unleashed the cataclysmic 80 gods vacuum attack. If she couldn't distinguish the real from the false, then she might as well destroy them all. Thunderous explosions echoed through the air as one clone after another burst like bubbles. Yet more clones surged forward, wave after relentless wave, leaving Kagaya embroiled in a battle fiercer than any she'd faced before, struggling to keep up with the onslaught. At that moment, Six Pads Obito suddenly soared into the sky. The sword of Nunaboko in his hand quickly dissolved, reforming into 9 truth-seeking orbs that hovered silently in the air. The regenerative power of his 6 paths form was astonishing. In mere moments, he'd regained enough strength to shake the heavens and earth. Seeing Obito approaching, Kagaya didn't hesitate. She immediately launched 2 all-killing ash bones, streaking through the air like a harbinger of death. But without the absolute control of her gravity space, these straightforward attacks seemed feeble before 6 paths Obito. He dodged with ease, the ash bones missing their mark entirely. No matter how powerful, an attack is useless if it can't hit its target. Naturally, Obito wasn't about to sit and wait for his end. With a thought, 2 of his truth-seeking orbs shot across the space like meteors, striking Kagaya in an instant. For any ordinary person, even a touch from these would mean grave injury or instant death. Yet for Kagaya, the attack only pushed her back a little, making her stagger ever so slightly. Still, this unexpected counterattack clearly put Kagaya on high alert. Even as she was beset on all sides by Naruto's clones, she was forced to divert part of her focus to launch continuous assaults against Obito. Obito, in turn, kept up his interference with the truth-seeking orbs, never drawing too close, always keeping his distance, harrying her from afar. As they pulled and pushed at each other in this deadly dance, Kagaya realized that Obito's attacks barely affected her at all. It was like being pestered by a mosquito, not painful, just exceedingly irritating. Seeing the crowd of Narutos closing in, she immediately shifted her focus. She had to eliminate the troublesome Obito first. 80 God's vacuum attack. Kagaya Otsutsuki's voice was as cold and cutting as a winter wind. Her palm, charged with overwhelming power, sliced through the void and shot straight toward Obito, carrying the force to obliterate everything in its path. Obito's reaction was just as swift. In the blink of an eye, he summoned 7 truth-seeking orbs, merging them into an impenetrable shield before him. At the same time, a taunting smile played at the corner of his lips as he hurled his last 2 precious truth-seeking orbs at Kagaya, like a gambler making his final, all-in bet. Could this be the perfect opportunity? A glimmer of delight flashed across Kagaya's heart. The incoming orbs stirred not the slightest ripple in her eyes. They were nothing but minor distractions to her. But in that instant, she sensed a decisive opening. Obito had committed all his truth-seeking orbs to the field. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to finish him for good. Without hesitation, she unleashed the Yamatsu Hirasaka. At her command, the portal of space silently opened, a shadowy corridor stretching quietly behind Obito. A moment later, a deadly all-killing ash bone, crackling with the essence of death, shot through the spatial tunnel like a time-piercing arrow, arriving unerringly at Obito's back. This was a flawless killing move. Had it not been for the truth-seeking orbs guarding his rear, it would have devoured him long ago. But now, with all of Obito's orbs deployed, the timing for this fatal strike couldn't have been more perfect. Kagaya held her breath and focused. The all-killing ash bone whistled through the air, piercing straight through Obito's body without error. Got you. The thrill of victory flickered across Kagaya's face, fleeting and bright. She believed she had finally eliminated the most troublesome foe in this entire battle. Yet in that very instant, the Obito struck by the ash bone exploded in a burst of smoke and debris. A clone? How could it have been a clone? Shock and confusion flashed across Kagaya's brow. She couldn't fathom why her opponent, who had been manipulating the truth-seeking orbs with such skill, would send only a decoy. There was no time for deeper thought. Suddenly, the 2 truth-seeking orbs Obito had thrown earlier transformed before her eyes. One suddenly turned into Naruto, grinning broadly, leaving Kagaya utterly stunned. The other, with a deft maneuver from Sasuke, using his Rinnegan's Minato Jikara, instantly swapped positions. In a heartbeat, Naruto and Sasuke appeared on either side of Kagaya, executing a perfect pincer attack. 6 paths, Chibaku, Tensei, they shouted in unison, channeling the power of the Sage of 6 Paths and unleashing the ultimate sealing technique together. This time, the light of the seal was brighter than ever before, eclipsing all previous attempts. No! Kagaya's scream rang out, filled with despair and fury. Although she struggled with all her might, the overwhelming force of the seal closed around her like an inescapable net. Sensing the impending crisis, the tailed beasts within her thrashed uncontrollably. In a final surge, they broke free from their bonds one after another, reclaiming their freedom, leaving behind only the hollow shell of the 10 tails, wailing in the void. Moments later, a small figure fell alongside the tailed beasts. It was Uchimura, the vessel. We did it. We really did it, Sasuke. Naruto's excitement was palpable as he gazed at the freed tailed beasts and at Kagaya, who was being sealed away for eternity. Sasuke nodded calmly. His expression remained composed, but deep within his eyes, a flicker of joy was unmistakable. At that moment, Sage Obito drifted over, his gaze profound as he looked upon Kagaya, as if examining the culmination of his own handiwork. Obito, your plan was absolutely flawless. Naruto praised. Obito shook his head slightly. There was no great strategy at all. The real mistake was simply the enemy's carelessness. In truth, Obito's plan was simple and direct, taking full advantage of Naruto's ability to create countless shadow clones. He first disguised himself as Naruto and mingled among the sea of clones. Then, one clone transformed into Obito, drawing Kagaya's attention, while the real Obito secretly controlled the truth-seeking orb, making Kagaya believe the clone was the true Obito. Meanwhile, Naruto concealed himself inside the truth-seeking orb, lying in wait for the perfect moment to approach Kagaya. The key lay in their cleverly designed trap. They intentionally allowed Kagaya to spot a flaw, and, just as expected, she fell right into it. It's all over now. Obito's gaze lingered on Kagaya as she was gradually sealed. In that instant, with Kagaya at the center, it seemed as if the entire world was enveloped by an irresistible force. The earth split open with deep chasms. Countless stones were pulled from the ground, drawn helplessly toward Kagaya as if in surrender. The Rinne's Sharingan on her forehead faded, its light extinguished as her eyelids slowly fell shut. Her whole being seemed utterly defeated. Sealed, yet again. How could I accept this? Why must you treat me this way? She murmured, tears sliding down her cheeks. At last, she closed her eyes, surrendering to this inescapable fate. Year 60 of Konoha. Yuzuki Shibuya skillfully opened the gold coin shop page, a bright smile on her face as she joked. Looks like Obito and the others have started moving. The gold coins are pouring in like a bubbling spring. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. If you've got money, you might as well spend it early. On Uchiha Itachi's side, his bold reforms were well underway, successfully averting the Uchiha clan massacre and dramatically altering the course of fate. Naturally, the gold coin rewards that followed were generous. As for the six paths of Obito, although the story was drawing to a close, the twists and turns along the way still brought in considerable gains. On top of that, with the two Obitos now leaping about at six paths Madara's side, there was yet another unexpected windfall. Altogether, these three sources brought Yuyue an enormous profit of 330,000 gold coins. Counting his previous savings of 100,000, he now had over 400,000 gold coins. Such a small thing as Sage Mode. Was it not his for the taking? Sage Mode, price 150,000 gold coins, discounted to 120,000 gold coins. After purchasing Sage Mode, you'll be able to instantly enter the Sage state anywhere that contains natural energy, boosting all your abilities. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and even the mastery of powerful Senjutsu. I'll buy it. With a bold flourish, Yuyue made the purchase without hesitation. Purchase successful. Current balance, 310,000 gold coins. The moment he bought Sage Mode, Yuyue felt his mind swirl into a state of utter confusion, as if his body were floating in the vastness of space, a sudden weightlessness overtaking him. A wondrous sensation spread through his entire being. After what felt like ages, Yuyue slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had grown profound, as deep and calm as an ancient pool. His entire aura transformed, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He seemed now to stand apart from the mortal world, transcending all things. The natural energy pervading the surroundings instinctively converged upon him, an unconscious phenomenon that spoke volumes about Yuyue's astonishing affinity with nature. No hand signs were needed. With a single thought, Yuyue instantly entered Sage Mode. Symmetrical black markings appear at the sides of his face, a telltale sign. Yet this was not the Sage Mode of the three great sanctuaries. This was Sage Mode, awakened purely through his natural affinity, flawless in every way. Beyond his overall power surge, Yuyue's sensory abilities had also been greatly enhanced. With his immense chakra reserves, he could now sense the familiar presences throughout the entirety of Konoha. Damn, this is unbelievably cool. The moment he spoke, the transcendental image he'd just established shattered, and he seemed suddenly all too human again. But who could blame him? Experiencing Sage Mode was simply too fantastic. It was like a snack opening the door for another snack. The experience was simply perfect. Yuyue could now infuse Senjutsu chakra into his ninjutsu, unleashing even more formidable techniques. With this, I'm pretty much on par with Hashirama, aren't I? Yuyue clenched his fist, nodding in satisfaction. Now, with a sage's body, would release, and sage mode, Yue was only one step away from being a complete version of Hashirama, just missing a dose of Azure's chakra. However, that power wasn't something exclusive to Hashirama, and for Yue, it wasn't strictly necessary. Buying it might not be worthwhile. It might be better to invest elsewhere. For example, Dust Release, the bloodline elimination technique that absolutely reigns supreme in destructive power throughout the ninja world. This ability is unbelievably powerful. Whatever it touches, be it an object or a living person, can be reduced to the tiniest atoms in the blink of an eye. Honestly, if you run into it, it's either serious injury or death. There's simply no way to dodge. Let me take a look at your price. Shirgong Yue could hardly contain her excitement as she scrolled frantically through the shop page. In an instant, the words Dust Release caught her eye. Bloodline Elimination. Dust Release. Price, 300,000 gold coins, 20% off, 240,000. What? 300,000? Even after the discount, it's still 240,000. Isn't that a bit steep? Yue was stunned. This thing was priced the same as Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan? That's outrageous. Obito's is top tier in the space manipulation category, so a high price makes sense, but this Dust Release. Sure, it's powerful in terms of offense, but aside from sheer destructive power, it doesn't seem to have any other advantages. Hey, old ma, did you add an extra zero by mistake? I really don't think Dust Release is worth this sky-high price. Yue had tapped her desk, frowning, shaking her head at the virtual marketplace. Ding. Group leader feedback. Bug detected. Chat group self-inspection initiated. Self-inspection complete. All systems normal. Feedback on Dust Release being overpriced has been reviewed. Chat group verdict. Valid. Dust Release has immense potential and development value. The current price is reasonable. After reading the system's reply, Yue stroked her chin thoughtfully. So that's how it is. All right, I'll take it then. Trust old ma. Can't go wrong. Yue had made up her mind. After all, her wallet was still nice and full. Ding. Purchase successful. Current gold coin balance, 70,000. Having bought Dust Release, Yue didn't look much different on the outside, but there was now an unmistakable, unfathomable aura about her. Dust Release, an ultimate fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra natures, the pinnacle among bloodline eliminations. With it, Yue's understanding of wind, fire, and earth shot straight to the peak, an invisible perk, making all kinds of jutsu as easy as waving a hand. As usual, let's max out proficiency first. Spent 10,000 gold coins. Dust Release proficiency upgraded to Transcendent Mastery. In that instant, a flood of advanced techniques for Dust Release poured into Yue's mind. I think I can use Dust Release. Boundary Annihilation now, Yue said, blinking in disbelief. This move is the evolved form of Dust Release, Original World Annihilation. Back in the day, the old man Inoki only figured this out in a life-or-death battle with Edo Tensei Madara, gathering the strength of all 5 Kagaya to destroy 25 of Madara Susanoo in one blow. Utterly overwhelming. Yet here, Yue could use it right off the bat. But something about her Dust Release felt different. What's going on? She spread her hands, and a transparent white light appeared, gradually forming into the shape of a sword. So it could be used like this, too? Yuetsuki's face lit up with delight. She gave the blade a casual wave, and the light sword formed by Dust Release remained steady as a rock. No different from a real sword. Let's see how it works. With a flick of Yuetsuki's wrist, the Dust Release sword slashed down onto the table. The tabletop split cleanly in two. The cut is smooth as a mirror. But this was no ordinary slice. The Dust Release subtly diminished the very substance on either side of the cut. Now, no matter how painstakingly one tried to piece the table back together, it would never return to its original, perfect state. Of course, this didn't trouble Yuetsuki in the least. With a casual wave of her hand, trees sprouted swiftly from the ground. As if guided by invisible will, they gently gathered the scattered pieces of the table, fitting them together seamlessly, leaving not a trace of the break behind. Afterward, Yuetsuki indulged in transforming the Dust Release into all sorts of forms. A radiant spinning wheel, a solemn ancient bell, and a towering spire reaching for the sky. Then came the classic blades, spears, axes, and halberds, each shape shifting effortlessly from one to the next. Yuetsuki went further, infusing the technique with Sage Chakra. When Dust Release and Sage arts intertwined, their power soared to a whole new, fearsome realm. Yuetsuki studied the Dust Release in her hand with satisfaction, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Fascinating. Old Ma truly has an eye for talent. Dust Release holds far more potential than I imagined. Worth every coin I spent. With a flick of her sleeve, the Dust Release vanished into thin air. Just as Yuetsuki was about to step out for a stroll, her heightened senses and sage mode picked up a sudden, unusual surge of life deep beneath the ground, darting along at astonishing speed. The masked man's precious black Zetsu is dropping by again. Yuetsuki was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly shook her head. The intruder's position was buried too deep. Without sage mode, it would have been impossible to notice. Besides, the masked man could shift into an intangible state. He wouldn't need to sneak around like this. It can only be him, Yuetsuki said with certainty. Black Zetsu. In these shadowy depths, only that creature could move so freely. No one else possessed such an ephemeral technique. TSK. The leaf's barrier is really just for show. Any ninja with a special skill can slip through it easily. But Black Zetsu coming and going as he pleases in the leaf. That won't do. This is my territory now. How can I allow others to walk in and out at will? It's outrageous. Don't think for a moment that Yuetsuki's vow to protect the leaf was just empty words. She paused in thought, considering how to catch this slippery Black Zetsu. Ordinary methods were obviously useless. Maybe a sealing technique could work, but catching him would still be a Herculean task. There seemed to be no easy solution. Just as Yuetsuki was racking her brain, inspiration struck like a bolt of lightning. Wait, that's it. A sly grin blossomed on Yumiya Yuetsuki's face. After days of quiet contemplation, the king of ideas in the leaf was back in action. Konoha Village, year 67. 6-path Madara timeline. Bring Madara. We're leaving. Obito cast one last glance at Kagaya before turning to go. Unexpectedly, he halted mid-step. A message notification flashed. Yuzuki had just tagged him directly in the group chat. HM, what does the group leader need from me at a time like this? Though puzzled, Obito opened a group chat interface. 6 paths Obito. What do you need from me? Yuzuki Shigenomiya. How are things going on your end? I just had an interesting idea, so don't be in such a rush to seal Kagaya. Leave her for me to play with. 6 paths Obito. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuzuki Shigenomiya. Huh? Don't tell me you've already finished. 6 paths Obito. See for yourself. Here's the recording. Video.mp4. Obito sent over a live video clip of Akatsuki Kagaya being sealed. Yuzuki Shigenomiya. That fast? Hold on. I'll be there right away. Obito had barely finished reading the message when a familiar portal abruptly materialized before him. Moments later, a figure stepped out from its swirling depths. It was none other than Yuzuki Shigenomiya. So quick? 6 paths Obito narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer intently. So this is the group leader? So young, almost childlike, really. It was nothing like the image of a formidable powerhouse he'd pictured, but Obito dared not underestimate him. Judging by the group's capabilities, this leader could link entirely different timelines. His grasp over space and time was clearly extraordinary. Not to mention the dazzling array of goods in the group's gold coin shop. Rare treasures of all sorts, even the 10 tails were for sale. By any conservative estimate, the group leader's strength must be several times greater than the 10 tails. Otherwise, how else could he have gathered so many to sell? Where is she? After arriving, Yuzuki Shigenomiya glanced around, his gaze finally settling on the forming Chibaku Tensei in the sky. Group leader, you're too late. The 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei has already begun. There's no stopping it now. Obito explained. He wasn't sure what the leader's intentions were, but if it was Kagaya he wanted, he'd certainly picked the wrong moment. Yet Yuzuki Shigenomiya just smiled faintly. Who says it can't be stopped? To interrupt the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, you have to strike it down head-on. But is that even possible? A flicker of doubt crossed Obito's eyes. He glanced skyward. The Chibaku Tensei had ballooned to an immense size, rivaling a massive meteor. How could anyone destroy something like that with just their own strength? Such destructive power was beyond any human. Could the group leader truly wield world-shaking power? It sounded impossible, but this was the group leader. After all, perhaps such ability wasn't out of the question. Just then, a voice rang out, full of delight. Yuzuki. With Kakashi's support, young Obito hobbled over, his face brimming with excitement. What brings you here? I came to check on Kagaya. And you? What happened to make you so weak? Shirgu Ujetsu looked at him in astonishment. The boy before her appeared as frail as someone still recovering from a long illness. Sighed, don't mention it. It's from using the Yada mirror. After all, it's not my own innate ability, and on top of that, I took some heavy hits. Ended up like this. Come on, Kakashi. Let me introduce you. This is Shirgu Ujetsu, my best friend. Obito said, his voice bright with happiness. Kakashi gave a polite smile. I'm Hatake Kakashi. Nice to meet you. His gaze subtly scrutinized Ujetsu. Obito's best friend? Why did he have no memory of this person? He searched his mind, but found nothing. And yet, damn it, He thought he was Obito's best friend. So who was this stranger? Still, judging by his appearance, perhaps this was someone from another world. Maybe a friend Obito, made elsewhere? Alright, let's put that aside for now. If we keep chatting, Kagaya will be beyond saving, Yujetsu said, glancing at the forming Chibaku Tensei, a faint smile curling on her lips. Yeah, Yujetsu, go ahead and do what you need to. Obito nodded in understanding. You've done enough. Let me take it from here. Yujetsu gave a small nod to the stunned Naruto, standing off to the side, then turned and strode toward Kagaya. With a gentle step onto the void, a faint, transparent white light flashed beneath his feet, lifting him high into the sky with effortless grace. In a heartbeat, with a shimmer of white light, his figure leaped forward, instantly closing the distance to Kagaya. Now, only a few paces separated them. Yujetsu stood tall before the colossal Chibaku Tensei. Though the monstrous sphere was ravenously absorbing all the massive stones around it, it seemed to recognize Yujetsu as an untouchable presence, shifting its course to avoid him entirely. I wonder if I can split this apart. Yujetsu studied the vastness of the Chibaku Tensei before him. Its scale was truly breathtaking, stretching beyond the horizon on either side with no end in sight. Let's give it a try. With those words, Yujetsu instantly shifted into sage mode, the contours of his face sharpening with deep, shadowed markings. Sage art, dust release, sword of the void. He raised his right hand high, and in that instant, a dazzling, pure white light shot forth from his palm, piercing straight into the clouds above. Guided by Yujetsu's will, the beam of light coalesced into a sword of radiant energy, its blade towering skyward and gleaming with such sharpness that it seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth in two. Amazing! That power! Obito's eyes were filled with awe and admiration. His heart stirred deeply. Truly worthy of being the group leader. This was the first time he had witnessed Yujetsu's strength unleashed. Below, Naruto looked up at Yue, who stood before the Chibaku Tensei, lightsaber in hand. He scratched his head in confusion. Is he trying to rescue Kagaya, Akatsuki? Should we try to stop him? Sasuke and Kakashi exchanged weary glances, both clearly exasperated by Naruto's naivete. It was obvious now, whether it was the young Obito or the sage Obito, both stood firmly on Yue's side. They couldn't stop him, even if they wanted to. They simply didn't have the power. Just dealing with the two Obitos had already pushed them to their limits. And as for Ye, who hovered above, though still so young, he commanded a respect from the sage Obito that was impossible to ignore. He was clearly no ordinary opponent. We'll just have to take things one step at a time, Kakashi said, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. For now, it was all they could do. Kakashi, Sasuke, look quick. Naruto's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open in shock, as if he could swallow an entire durian. Sasuke and Kakashi stared upward, stunned. Even without Naruto's shout, the spectacle in the sky was impossible to miss. There, Yue moved his arm with effortless grace. The lightsaber in his hand slid into the Chibaku Tensei as easily as a hot knife through butter, utterly unimpeded. In an instant, a gaping fissure split the heart of the immense sphere, and from its depths, the sealed Kagaya Akatsuki was revealed at last. Kagaya tilted her face upward ever so slightly, gazing intently at the one who had broken her seal. It really was cut apart, Sasuke murmured, raising a brow in disbelief. That was the sage art, Chibaku Tensei, a technique said to have created the very moon. And yet, with a single slash, it was undone, just like that. Who was this person, truly? The world was far larger and stranger than he had ever imagined. What in the world? Everyone's expressions froze, their eyes locked on the sky in shock. So this is the power of the group leader? It's unreal. Even the sage Obito, faced with such an unbelievable display, couldn't help but be moved. See that, Kakashi? That's my friend, the younger Obito said proudly, a smug arch to his brow. All right, we get it. Your friend's amazing, Kakashi replied, half exasperated, half amused. Their awe hadn't yet faded when something even more astounding unfolded before their eyes. Yue's form shifted once more. The towering lightsaber in his grasp compressed suddenly, transforming into a radiant sphere of light. He pointed at the orb, and in that instant, it burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. Bathed in that light, the already split Chibaku Tensei began to shrink rapidly. Each ray that spilled forth was as if a dust release swept through the air. In less than 10 seconds, the colossal, meteor-like Chibaku Tensei vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the gaping craters left all across the land, they might have believed the technique had never been unleashed at all. With nothing left to obscure her, Kagaya Akatsuki's form appeared in full. She stood suspended in the void, her gaze locked across the distance with Yue. Shinomiya Yuzuki gazed at Akatsuki Kagaya with unconcealed curiosity. Aside from her unnaturally fair skin, she looked almost no different from an ordinary person. There were traces of tears on her face, a face both innocent and alluring, clear signs that she'd only just been crying. At that moment, Kagaya was also carefully observing Shinomiya Yuzuki. In her pure white eyes flickered curiosity, delight, and a faint touch of fear. This sudden, unexpected girl possessed a power beyond Kagaya's wildest imagination. Even the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei seal had been undone by her with effortless ease. Kagaya had assumed she would once again be cast into eternal darkness, sealed away forever. She never dreamed she might see the light again. In a single instant, a sword of light, piercing the heavens and earth, had split open the Chibaku Tensei and granted her freedom. She looked up at the figure in the sky, small in stature, yet somehow towering beyond measure in Kagaya's eyes, and an inexplicable feeling welled up within her. Suddenly, Shinomiya Yuzuki stepped forward, coming close to Kagaya and meeting her gaze directly. "My name is Shinomiya Yuzuki. You probably don't know me, but that doesn't matter. What matters is I know a wonderful place. Would you like to come with me? There. No one will try to seal you away. You won't have to fear the threat of other Akatsuki either. So what do you think?" Yuzuki's face held a gentle smile as she made her invitation, direct and sincere. Kagaya stared at her in a daze, as if lost in thought. After a long pause, she parted her rose-red lips and nodded slowly. "All right." Meanwhile, on the ground, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others paid little attention to what was happening in the sky. It was, after all, far beyond anything they could handle. There was nothing more they could do. Instead, they followed Sage Obito to the spot where Uchiha Madara had fallen, working together to dig him out. Sage Obito shaped a truth-seeking orb into a platform, carefully lifting the weakened Madara, his gaze calm and steady. This was the man who had once single-handedly thrown the entire shinobi world into chaos. A superhuman force, now brought low and utterly powerless. His lifelong dreams had become nothing more than pieces in someone else's game. In the end, he was merely the vessel for Akatsuki Kagaya's resurrection, cultivated and manipulated by Black Zetsu all along. "Old man, even you can end up like this, huh?" Obito's words carried a note that was hard to read. Perhaps irony, perhaps sympathy. Madara turned his head with difficulty, fixing his gaze on Obito, something indescribable flickering in his eyes. "You've done well, Obito." Within that look was both the pride of someone who had seen true potential in another, and a genuine admiration for Obito's achievements. He never would have imagined that, even after being stripped of the 10 tails, Obito could once again attain the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. No matter what, Obito had managed to do it. The man he'd manipulated all his life had, in the end, become his own redeemer. Though his days were numbered compared to being completely assimilated and turned into a vessel by others, this ending was still somewhat acceptable. 6 Paths Obito's face remained emotionless. "Maybe you're just talking nonsense." Madara's gaze grew distant, as if recalling memories from long ago. "I failed, but you will inherit my will. Don't deny it. No matter how much you hate me, from beginning to end, we are the same kind of people." In Madara's eyes, there was recognition and a hint of relief. "If that's what you think, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old man." Obito let out a cold laugh, his resolve so firm that Madara was caught off guard for a moment. Madara sighed softly, and then spoke with a touch of wonder. "It seems you really have changed." He speculated silently. Something monumental must have happened to 6 Paths Obito, enough to shake even his deepest beliefs. After all, Obito was once the most devoted executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara stopped trying to persuade him. As someone on the verge of death, he no longer had the power to influence Obito's choices. "Do as you wish. But remember, Uchiha blood runs through your veins, and upon your shoulders rests the responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan. The glory of the Uchiha will continue to shine through you." With those words, Madara's presence suddenly faded, his breath now as faint as a whisper. He slowly closed his eyes, as if readying himself for his final journey to the Pure Land. "Looks like this guy can't hold on any longer, huh?" Yuzuki's sure gun descended lightly from the sky, landing with effortless grace. Her curious eyes fell upon Uchiha Madara. Right behind her, Kagaya Akatsuki appeared, her presence silent and serene. She said nothing, keeping close to Yuzuki's side. Even as she passed by Naruto and Sasuke, those old rivals, she neither paused nor glanced their way, simply walking straight past. This left Naruto and Sasuke both astonished. They exchanged a look. Could this actually be a good thing? At the very least, it meant no more fighting. "Are we still going to save him according to the original plan?" Obito asked calmly, his voice carrying a hint of doubt. At his words, Yuzuki turned, her gaze sweeping lightly over the scattered-tailed beasts nearby. Sensing her casual glance, the tailed beasts, who had been murmuring among themselves, instantly fell silent, the air growing thick with tension. It was as if, hidden within Yuzuki's gaze, there was a messenger from the underworld, bringing with it an indescribable sense of dread. After surveying the scene, Yuzuki withdrew her gaze, pondered for a moment, then shook her head gently. Forget it. Plans never keep up with change. The world was unpredictable, but people, after all, are best at adapting on the fly. Kagaya, can you save him? Yuzuki turned her head slightly, pointing a finger at Madara and speaking to Kagaya in a low voice. Kagaya followed Yuzuki's gesture, remained silent, and responded only with a subtle nod. Yuzuki broke into a wide smile. Then I'll leave it to you. With that, he stepped aside, making space for Madara. Akatsuki Kagaya fixed her gaze on Madara. With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, a surge of pure white energy flowed into his body. The power of the Six Paths Yang is inherently endowed with powerful healing abilities. What the Sage of Six Paths inherited was but a sliver of Kagaya's might. Kagaya's own power was in a league far beyond that of her descendants, who had received only a fraction of her blessings. What she wielded now was the purest form of the Yang power. In the blink of an eye, color returned to Madara Uchiha's face, and the vitality he had lost began to rush back into him at a remarkable speed. He drew in a sharp breath, eyes snapping open. Hey, you're awake. The operation was a complete success. Congratulations, you're now a fully armed attack helicopter, Yuzuki teased, leaning in with a mischievous grin. A look of resignation flickered across Madara's face. I hadn't completely died yet, you know. I could still hear everything, and feel it too, he replied, testing the power stirring within him. With a determined push, he sat up from the ground. In an instant, both Naruto and Sasuke instinctively shifted into fighting stances, their eyes locked warily on Madara. Madara, however, seemed unfazed, even letting out a soft chuckle. Really now, am I so intimidating that you greet me with a show of force like this? His lips curled into a smirk. But let me remind you, shouldn't your real enemy be her? His gaze drifted toward Akatsuki Kagaya, who stood quietly by Yuzuki's side. At Madara's words, Naruto pressed his lips together in disdain. Wasn't that obvious? It's just that they couldn't take on Kagaya, but when it came to bullying Madara Uchiha, well, that was a different story. Of course you go for the easier target. Kagaya met Madara's stare with nothing more than an indifferent glance, her eyes as calm and unfathomable as a still, ancient well. It was as if, in this very moment, nothing in the world could draw her attention. No one, except for the young man standing before her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's eyes. Even without any concrete information, he could see at a glance that Akatsuki Kagaya had clearly been subdued by this youth. What's more, the boy had just commanded Kagaya to save him. The truth was all too clear. This was the progenitor of the shinobi world, the rabbit goddess herself. Who exactly was this young man, to possess such unfathomable power? Curious about who I am? Yuzuki asked with a smile, easily discerning the hint of inquiry in Madara's expression. Perhaps you should take a moment to recall recent events. You might find a clue, Yuzuki hinted. Madara frowned slightly, pondering the suggestion. Prompted by Yuzuki's words, his mind flashed back to the brief moment just before he activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, when that mysterious, enigmatic screen had appeared before his eyes. At the time, though, he'd had far more pressing matters to attend to, leaving him no chance to consider it further. Right after that came Black Zetsu's sneak attack and the dramatic twist of Kagaya's resurrection through a borrowed body, details he'd long since cast aside and forgotten. Only when Yuzuki brought it up did those memories come rushing back like a tidal wave. At the same time, that sudden surge of information resurfaced in his mind. It was a brief introduction about a certain chat group. A chat group? With members from different timelines? Madara's eyes suddenly became clear, as if he'd just grasped something vital. His gaze swept over the young Obito, standing nearby. No wonder there were two Obitos here. He had thought it was some bizarre anomaly at work. If so, then this Rakudo Obito before him might not even belong to this era. This world was growing more and more unfathomable. Once again, Madara fixed his gaze on Yuzuki. So, you're the group leader? Sharp as ever, Madara. That's right, it's me. Yuzuki nodded with a smile, confirming his assumption. This shinobi world truly is filled with extraordinary people. Madara was silent for a long moment, then let out a deep sigh toward the sky. As a strong man, he'd always been proud, and apart from Hashirama Senju, few could ever earn his respect. Yet unexpectedly, in realms he'd never even touched, such astounding power and influence had taken shape, transcending space and time, bordering on the miraculous. And yet he himself was still toiling away in a mere corner, obsessively trying to construct his ideal world. What's more, he was just someone else's puppet, manipulated at will. Since you're now fully aware, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take my leave now, everyone. See you in the group. Yuzuki Shigumi glanced around, offering everyone a parting smile. Kagaya, let's go. Yuzuki waved gently, and a dazzling portal blossomed open before him. He stepped through at a leisurely pace. Akatsuki Kagaya followed close behind, but just as she crossed the threshold, she paused abruptly, as if something had occurred to her. With a flick of her hand, she activated Yamatsu Hirasaka. A deep, shadowy doorway opened before her. She reached in and pulled out a mass of utter darkness. It was Black Zetsu, gripped firmly in Kagaya's hand. Black Zetsu could barely contain his excitement. Mother, I knew you'd succeed. His gambit hadn't been in vain. Kagaya had emerged as the ultimate victor. Otherwise, why else would she bother to rescue him? Mother, have you already dealt with those traitors? Black Zetsu was chattering away, full of glee, but his words were abruptly cut off. He realized that Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Rikudo Obito, and Madara Uchiha had closed in around him, each one glaring fiercely. Especially Madara Uchiha. His glare was so ferocious, it was as if he wanted to tear Black Zetsu apart then and there. Mother! Black Zetsu trembled in terror, hurriedly hiding himself in Kagaya's sleeve, shivering uncontrollably. What in the world was going on? Didn't Mother win the battle? Why, then, is she now surrounded by enemies? He wanted to look up to Kagaya for an answer, only to see Akatsuki Kagaya stride straight into the portal, paying no heed to anything in the outside world. As the figures of Yuzuki Shigumiya and Kagaya Akatsuki vanished, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance, and, in perfect sync, each took a few steps forward. Quietly, they formed a circle, completely encircling Uchiha Madara at its center. In an instant, the air grew tense, swirling with turbulence. The two attacked in unison, Sasuke's palm crackling with lightning, while Naruto charged with a massive Rasengan in his grasp, both rushing straight at Madara. A faint smile played at the corner of Madara's lips. His eyes swept over Naruto and Sasuke, as if he had anticipated this very moment. His crimson Sharingan spun swiftly, and in a heartbeat, a faint violet hue began to emerge within the swirling pattern. At last, the supreme Rinnegan reclaimed its place in Madara's eyes. Limbo Border Jail. No sooner had the words left his lips than Naruto and Sasuke suddenly froze in their tracks, as if bound by invisible shackles, unable to move an inch. Sasuke, it's those invisible clones. Naruto quickly saw through the technique Madara had used. No, I can see them. Sasuke's left Rinnegan flashed with light, catching the four hidden figures that were blocking their assault with pinpoint accuracy. Naruto instantly entered his perfect Jinchuriki form. With his keen sense for malice, he could sense the Limbo clones concealed in the void. Just as the two prepared to go all out, Madara suddenly spoke. There's no need for this fight to continue. Are you sure you want to ignite another meaningless conflict? Madara looked calmly at Naruto and Sasuke before him, unconcerned by any threat they might pose. The power of the Sage of Six Paths granted to Naruto and Sasuke was a one-time gift. After using the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, that power had already faded. Now, Naruto was a perfect Jinchuriki enhanced by Sage Mode, while Sasuke wielded the Six-Tomo Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The outcome was still undecided. You turned the shinobi world into chaos. Don't pretend to be innocent here, Naruto said angrily. Do you know how many lives were lost in this war because of you? Relics of the past should stay where they belong and not trouble the world again. Sasuke spoke coldly, unleashing his Susanoo, which easily repelled the Limbo clones. He then drew the Kusanagi sword, its blade crackling with lightning, and pointed it straight at Madara's head. Madara crossed his arms and, after a moment's thought, suddenly said, Am I truly the only one to blame for all this? He turned his gaze toward the Sage of Six Paths Obito, standing nearby. This man shares the responsibility as well. Why am I the only one being accused? For a moment, Sage of Six Paths Obito was stunned. How had the conversation suddenly turned to him? Moreover, as he scrutinized Madara, a sense of doubt began to well up inside him. Has Madara's personality changed a bit? How should I put it? After everything he's been through, it's as if he's become much more open-minded. In the past, Madara would never have spoken in this tone. Faced with doubt, unless it was Hashirama Senju himself, Madara would have already drawn his blade. Hey, don't try to change the subject. He's not even from our time. What does any of this have to do with him? Naruto snapped, his voice sharp with anger. But Madara suddenly smiled, the way an adult might soothe a child. All right. How about I use the samsara of heavenly life technique to bring back everyone who died in this battle? Would that work for you? Huh? Naruto froze, his anger evaporating in an instant. The verbal attacks that had always worked in the past now landed like punches in soft cotton. No response at all. This guy, Madara, when did he get so agreeable? But whatever the reason, if he truly meant it, there could be no better outcome. Are you serious? Don't try to fool me, Naruto said, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Madara Uchiha, have never told a lie. Madara spoke lightly, his pride as a Uchiha clear in his refusal to stoop to deceit. But suddenly, a disgruntled voice rang out nearby. Oh, please, as if you can say that with a straight face. It was Six Paths Obito, clearly displeased. Madara looked a bit awkward for a moment. Well, maybe I lied to you once. I promise, just the once. Six Paths Obito snorted, turned away, and walked off without a word. Come on now, don't be mad. You're used to it by now, what's one more time? The younger Obito chimed in, grinning as he tried to smooth things over. But as soon as he spoke, Six Paths Obito's face darkened even further. Kakashi could only cover his face in resignation. So much for comforting anyone. Thankfully, at that moment, a message from Ugetsu Shigomi popped up in the group chat, cutting through the awkwardness. Shigomi Ugetsu, so, are you two heading back now, or planning to hang around a bit longer? Six Paths Obito, right away. I can't wait another second. Shigomi Ugetsu, you sound a bit off, but all right. I'll open the portal for you. One more. Are you coming or not? Uchiha Obito, guess I'll head out too. I was hoping to stay and play a few more days, but suddenly remembered Rin must be worried about me. As soon as he sent a message, a portal home opened up right before young Obito. Kakashi, I'm off. Don't miss me too much, he called, waving with a big grin as he headed toward the portal, ready to leave. But just then, Six Paths Obito grabbed him by the collar. My photo. Where is it? Six Paths Obito asked coldly. What photo? Young Obito blinked in confusion. A dangerous glint flashed in Six Paths Obito's eyes. He said nothing, but his meaning was crystal clear. But a black, truth-seeking orb slowly drifted toward young Obito's backside, its target clear. I just remembered something. Young Obito swallowed nervously, forcing a smile onto his face. With a quick motion, he reached into the Kimui space and pulled out a few photographs, handing them to the Sage Obito behind him. Here you go. The Sage Obito took the photos, his smile full of anticipation. But the moment he glanced at them, his grin froze in place. Why are these all-group photos? I only wanted solo pictures of Rin. Smack! In his irritation, he slapped the stack of photos onto young Obito's head. Every single picture captured young Obito and Rin Noera together, sweet and inseparable. Some were taken by mountain streams, others on lush green meadows, and a few even showed them laughing together atop the Hokage rock, their smiles radiant. You really have no taste. Young Obito pouted and put away the carefully selected group shots that documented their travels around the Hidden Leaf Village. He reached back into the Kamui space and pulled out a few new photos. Fine, take these, he said, tossing the pages quickly. Then, using his intangibility, he slipped out of Sage Obito's control and darted through a portal, vanishing in a flash. As he left, he even snatched back the truth-seeking orb that had been hovering near his behind. Sage Obito was taken aback. How dare this brat? If he hadn't purposely kept the truth-seeking orb inert, a mere touch from young Obito would have been disastrous. But now that the boy had fled, not even a scolding was possible. What a careless kid. With a helpless sigh, he picked up the photos, glanced at them, and then stepped through the portal himself, departing from this world. As the two Obitos vanished, those left behind didn't immediately sense anything amiss. But before long, Kakashi seemed to realize something. They're gone. How are we supposed to get back? Sasuke was silent. So was Naruto. Even Madara had nothing to say. With Kakashi's question, everyone suddenly understood. The truth dawned on them. Kagaya had left with Yuyue, and now the only person with space-manipulating abilities, Obito, was also gone, which brought up the real problem. How were they supposed to escape the Dimension Core? Disaster. This was bad. The group exchanged glances, and an awkward tension began to fill the air. Madara's lips parted, as if he was about to speak. But just then, in a sudden rush, the scenery around them transformed. They were no longer in the Dimension Core. Outside, night still pressed low over the world. The god tree summoned by the infinite Tsukuyami soared into the clouds. Its branches hung with countless cocoons. Beneath the god tree, in a massive crater, the Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in the air, looking utterly relaxed and at ease. Kagaya had been sealed once more, and his task for now was done. He gathered all the reincarnated shinobi, and even some of the 5 Kagaya from previous generations from the Pure Land. Together they performed a grand summoning jutsu, bringing Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the tailed beast back into reality from Kagaya's dimension. With a loud burst, dense smoke billowed into the air. Through the swirling haze, the Sage of 6 Paths gazed on with gentle affection, ready to welcome the victor's return. As the white mist of the summoning faded, the sage's eyes swept over Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Kakashi Hitaki, and then lingered on another figure. Uchiha Madara. Wait a moment. Uchiha Madara. The Sage of 6 Paths stared wide-eyed at the imposing presence of Madara, standing before everyone. What was happening here? As the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, Madara should have been on the brink of death after losing the beast within him. Yet now, he stood radiant, brimming with life, showing not a trace of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Setting aside the sage's confusion, there was someone else who could no longer contain himself. It was Hashirama Senju. Ever since the summoning began, his gaze had never left the scene. The instant he saw that familiar figure, he could no longer restrain himself and dashed straight over. Madara, sensing that familiar presence, spun around sharply to face Hashirama's direction. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Madara's lips, and he was about to greet him. But Hashirama spoke first. Madara, our era has come to an end. Let our dreams be carried on by the next generation. Hashirama's gaze was earnest and urgent. Madara, don't be blinded by stubbornness any longer. Previously, Hashirama had been immobilized by Madara's black rods, unable to know what had transpired within Kagaya's space. Now, seeing Madara appear, he came straight over in hopes of persuading his old friend to turn back from the wrong path. After all, with the Sage of 6 Paths returned from the Pure Land, Hashirama feared Madara might sacrifice himself once more if they continued to fight. Since he'd been given a second chance at life, why throw it away so easily? Give me a reason, Madara said, watching him with a spark of intrigue. Hashirama, mistaking this for a sign of wavering, quickly replied, Madara, your path leads nowhere. Instead, let us nurture those who are willing to follow us, those who will inherit our dreams. That's the only way to true peace. Madara gently shook his head. I can't do that because I hate having anyone stand behind me. Hashirama slowly lowered his head, his expression clouding with disappointment. In the end, he had failed to change Madara's mind. Suddenly, Madara's lips curled into a teasing smile. Unless that person is you. Hashirama's head shot up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Are you saying? Madara's gaze was sincere. Hashirama, if you're willing to stay in this world and walk alongside me, I'll abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. I'll pursue peace your way, together with you. A quiet smile flickered in Madara's heart. Truth be told, he never intended to continue the Eye of the Moon plan. That was nothing more than Black Zetsu's ruse to revive Kagaya. Unexpectedly, Hashirama had come right to him. What a stroke of luck. Perhaps he could use abandoning the Eye of the Moon plan as an excuse to persuade Hashirama to stay with him a while longer. Without Hashirama, how dull the shinobi world would be. Madara made his request, and to his surprise, Hashirama didn't refuse. Instead, he seemed to give it serious thought. Just then, Tobirama walked over, having overheard the conversation. But when it came to Madara's suggestion, he made his opposition clear. Brother, we are already among the dead. We shouldn't linger in this world any longer. Madara shot him a sideways glance, his tone displeased. I'm not forcing you to stay. If you don't want to be here, you're welcome to use your reanimation release and return whenever you like. Surely, I don't need to teach you how, do I? Tobirama was left speechless, unable to argue further, so he turned to Hashirama. Brother, he wanted to persuade Hashirama Senju to change his mind. But Hashirama's face showed a firm resolve, tinged with an apology to Tobirama. I'm sorry, Tobirama. I have to stay. I can't let Madara go down the wrong path again. By staying, I can save more innocent lives. He allowed a hearty laugh, patting Tobirama's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't last much longer anyway. When the time comes, I'll come find you. Madara looked at him with a bright-eyed smile. Won't last long. With me here, you won't die even if you want to. You'll live until the end of time. Brother, Tobirama sighed softly. He knew that once his brother made up his mind, nothing could change it. So, he gave up on arguing and silently withdrew to the side. Hashirama. Madara reached out his hand to him. Hashirama was briefly surprised, but quickly understood, and grasped Madara's hand in a firm shake. Watching this, Tobirama's thoughts drifted back decades, as if witnessing once again the moment when the Senju and Uchiha clans met in honesty and raised their cups in sworn brotherhood. He sighed. It was a pity that their alliance back then hadn't brought about the peace they hoped for. Perhaps this time, their dream would finally come true. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Madara's Rinnegan blazed with sudden light, and a wondrous surge of life force flowed from his arm into Hashirama's body. A crackling energy filled the air. Hashirama's entire body felt as if it were boiling, steam rising from him as the wounds left by Edo Tensei quickly healed. Before long, he had fully recovered from his reanimated state. Now, he was warm with life, his heart beating once more. Hashirama clenched his fist, marveling at the sensation he hadn't felt in so long. Wait here for me a moment. I promised Naruto something. Madara left those words behind and leapt up, landing atop the towering divine tree. He looked down over the battlefield and began weaving hand signs. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. His Rinnegan surged at full power, its immense energy linking instantly with the underworld as an indescribable force descended. It was the King of Hell, arriving from the Pure Land. But this time, the soul-stirring King of Hell had become a messenger of life in the mortal world. That invisible King of Hell opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, countless souls escaped from within, returning to the world of the living. These souls, like swallows coming home, soared unerringly toward their own bodies. Before long, the first sound of awakening pierced the silence. Then like a line of dominoes toppling one after another, the second, the third, the 10th, each one came back to life in turn. In the end, every ninja who had perished in that battle was resurrected. At the edge of the battlefield, a hedgehog, no, a prodigy from the Hyuga branch family, slowly opened his eyes. What happened to me? It hurts. Neji began pulling out the thorns embedded in his back. On the other side, bang! Madara Uchiha leapt down from the towering divine tree. With a thunderous crash, he landed, leaving a huge crater in the earth. With a wave of his hand, the dust all around seemed to obey his command and scattered instantly. His gaze locked on Naruto. Naruto, I've done what I promised you. I saw it. One of Naruto's shadow clones had already witnessed Neji's resurrection. Naruto finally let go of his guard against Madara, breaking into a broad, heartfelt grin. Madara, you're not all that bad after all. Madara snorted through his nose, clearly unimpressed by this junior's assessment. He turned toward Hashirama and was just about to speak, Hashi. But unexpectedly, his legs gave out beneath him, and he nearly collapsed. The moment came so suddenly that Hashirama and Naruto rushed to his side at the same time, catching him before he fell. Madara, are you all right? Uncle Madara, what's wrong? Madara's face looked drained, pale as a sheet. It's nothing, just used up a bit too much chakra. The Samsara rebirth technique served as a bridge between life and death. Once cast, it exacted a steep toll. The more people revived, the greater the cost. Though Madara wielded the Rinnegan and didn't have to pay with his life, reviving so many at once had still drained him of an enormous amount of chakra. Naruto, hearing this, spun around and called out to the tailed beasts, Everyone, can you help out and give Madara some chakra? Kurama, the Nine-Tails, furrowed his brow. Naruto, are you kidding me? You want us to help him? The other tailed beasts looked equally unwilling. After all, with the way Madara had treated them in the past, not taking revenge was already generous. Now Naruto wanted them to help him. Naruto pressed his palms together, bowing deeply to Kurama with sincere pleading. Kurama, please, just this once. Uncle Madara has changed for the better now. Please, Kurama, won't you help? Kurama could only sigh and rub his forehead, unable to withstand Naruto's persistent coaxing. All right, but let's be clear. I'm only doing this because of you, Kurama said seriously. Haha, thank you so much, Kurama. With the eldest of the tailed beasts leading the way, the others, though somewhat reluctant, grudgingly shared some of their chakra with Madara. As the combined chakra of the nine-tailed beasts surged into him, Madara's strength was quickly restored. Color returned to his face, visibly bringing him back to life. Phew! Madara let out a long, satisfied breath and stood firm, no longer needing Hashirama's support. He looked over the nine-tailed beasts with satisfaction. Well, at least you're somewhat useful. Not entirely worthless, after all. Originally, I planned to gather you all after this and put you to work for Konoha. But now I've changed my mind. Frankly, your power won't make much difference anymore. You're free to go your own ways. The tailed beasts bristled with anger at his first words. This man was already turning his back on them the moment they helped him. But as Madara finished, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief, some even feeling a touch of gratitude. It was fortunate they had helped him. Otherwise, the days ahead would have been unbearable. Madara Uchiha was already a figure to be feared, and now, with the Rinnegan in his possession, being marked by him would have spelled a lifetime of trouble. Now, with Madara's assurance, They couldn't say their futures would be entirely worry-free, but at least they could look forward to a long period of peace. Especially for those like Shikaku and Isabu, who yearned for freedom, visions of leisurely, carefree life began to take shape in their minds. Just as everything seemed to be settling into a rare moment of harmony, a sudden voice, abrupt as a stone thrown into still water, shattered the tranquility. Ahem. Following the sound, Naruto turned, his face lighting up with a bright, genuine smile. Old man Sage of Six Paths, we've finished the task you entrusted to us. The Sage of Six Paths' face was warm with a gentle smile. Yes, you've all done very well. The shinobi world is saved, thanks to you. Then, his gaze shifted to Madara, his tone turning slightly. But what about Madara's situation? Madara, who should have vanished, now radiated with renewed vitality. How could this be? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. Should he explain that two Abitos from another dimension had helped? That Kagaya Akatsuki was taken away by a mysterious figure? That before leaving, Kagaya had even healed Madara? Would Old Man Sage even believe such a fantastical story? Luckily, Madara stepped forward just in time, saving Naruto from the awkwardness. Naruto knows nothing about this. Asking him won't help. Oh, then can you tell me? The sage's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I simply had a backup plan. That's all, Madara replied smoothly, spinning a story without ever revealing the secret of the group chat. The Sage of Six Paths nodded lightly, betraying no sign of whether he believed Madara's answer or remained unconvinced. As for Kagaya Akatsuki, you needn't worry. She won't be coming back. Madara replied with certainty. The Sage of Six Paths smiled in affirmation, and then continued. Well, everything here has been settled. It's time for me to return to the Pure Land. In the sage's eyes, Madara's little episode was of secondary importance. The true significance lay in Kagaya's sealing. As for Madara's real intentions, he hardly cared. The Sage of Six Paths looked around at the former Kage gathered by the Impure World reincarnation and addressed them. My friends, it is time for you to take your leave. With a single thought, he released the bindings of the Impure World reincarnation. Though he was not the caster, such a technique was of little challenge to him. The other souls from the Pure Land felt the call as well, and began to gently drift away from the bonds of the mortal world. Dad! Naruto ran to Minato Namikaze, who welcomed him with the same gentle smile. In that moment, the deep bond between father and son flowed between them, and Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Watching Minato's form gradually fade as the Impure World reincarnation was undone, Naruto's heart ached with longing. How he wished he could spend just a little more time with his father. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. Naruto, would you like him to stay here with you? Naruto spun around, startled, to see Uchiha Madara approaching with a faint, leisurely smile. Uncle Madara, if you wish, I can bring him back from the Pure Land to this world. Naruto stared at Madara in a daze, torn between hope and hesitation. He desperately wanted Minato Namikaze to live again, but wouldn't that upset the balance between life and death? When he'd asked Madara to revive the shinobi fallen in war, Naruto hadn't hesitated for a second. But now, faced with the same choice for his own sake, he found himself wavering. Naruto, you don't have to struggle so. You're a strong child. Sensing Naruto's indecision, Minato gently tried to ease his confusion with kind words. Besides, your mother is still waiting for me. I can't leave her alone. Hearing Minato's words, Naruto felt much more at peace and was about to shake his head in refusal when Madara suddenly spoke again. I can bring your mother back to life too. The words struck like a bolt from the blue. Naruto froze on the spot, and even Minato fell silent. Minato gazed at Naruto in silence. How he longed to be at Naruto's side, to watch over his son with Kushina as he grew. It was a wish too extravagant to hope for. Yet now, as if by some miracle, that impossible dream seemed almost within reach. Naruto looked at Madara, his eyes brimming with tears, and no longer hesitated. He followed the yearning in his heart. Uncle Madara, please help me with this. Madara grinned widely at Naruto and said, That's the way, Naruto. Power exists to be used, after all. I have the ability, and I'm willing to help you. There's no need to drag your feet. Sorry, Uncle Madara. I won't hesitate next time. The path of humanity. Suddenly, with a swift tug, Madara pulled Minato Namikaze's soul right out of his body. A violet light flickered in his eyes, and before everyone's eyes, Minato's hands, which had vanished due to the truth-seeking orbs, miraculously regrew. The human path of Nagato's Rinnegan could only extract souls, but as the true master, Madara could also restore a damaged soul. Once Minato's soul was healed, Madara gently returned it to his body, then activated the samsara of heavenly life technique. It wasn't long before Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, taken too young, stood once again in the land of the living, restored to his prime. Savoring the long-lost sensation of life, Minato turned and looked at Naruto. Naruto! Minato beamed, opening his arms wide for an embrace. Dad! With a cheer, Naruto threw himself into his father's arms, hugging him tightly. After a heartfelt farewell, Naruto couldn't contain his excitement and hugged Madara next. Thank you so much, Uncle Madara. Uchiha Madara merely smiled, saying nothing. Deep down, he felt an unexpected warmth in Naruto's company, as if he were back with Hashirama again. Lord Uchiha Madara, could you help us as well? At that moment, several unfamiliar voices interrupted, shattering the rare tranquility. Madara's smile vanished instantly. He turned coldly toward the speakers, only to see it was the former Kagaya from other villages. Apparently, seeing Minato revived had given them hope, and they wanted to try their luck too. Did I give you permission to approach? Madara's voice was calm and indifferent. Lord Madara, sensing his displeasure, the Kagaya hurried to explain. But Madara's gaze darkened, and the overwhelming pressure of his Rinnegan descended like a tidal wave. These Kagaya, present only as souls, could hardly withstand even a single look from him. They were immediately forced to their knees, crushed to the ground. If the Sage of Six Paths hadn't let you out, I wouldn't have even given you the chance to leave the Pure Land. A rabble like you, and you dare to seek my favor? Madara ignored them after that, leading Naruto and Minato away to regroup with Hashirama. By Hashirama's side, the forms of Tobirama and Hiruzen Sarutobi were already starting to fade. They exchanged farewells, ready to leave with no regrets. Seeing Naruto and Minato approach, Hiruzen gave Minato an apologetic glance, and, with a sense of peace, faded away. Only Tobirama remained, glaring at Madara in annoyance. My brother's too soft-hearted. Don't you dare take advantage of him. Madara snorted. You worry too much. Want to bring you back too? Just nod. Tobirama scoffed dismissively. No need. With that, he disappeared completely, returning to the Pure Land. Well, they're gone. It's time for us to deal with this chaos. Madara turned to Sasuke and Naruto. Let's end the infinite Tsukuyomi. If the one who possesses the Rinnegan and the one who holds the chakra of all tailed beasts form the rat hand sign together, they can undo the infinite Tsukuyomi and God, nativity of a world of trees. Sasuke. Naruto grinned cheerfully and stretched his hand out to Sasuke. But it seems Sasuke had other plans. He slapped Naruto's hand away without hesitation. Then, slowly and deliberately, he voiced his own intentions. After everything they had been through, Sasuke still insisted on killing the 5 Kagaya, overturning the world, and forging a new order. What's more, he wanted to kill Naruto, sever all his ties to this world, and then ascend as Hokage, ruling with ruthless, thunderous might to reshape everything. Everything else might have been negotiable, but to kill Naruto? Naturally, that led to only one possible outcome. Limbo Border Jail. Wood Style. Wood Human Technique. Super Rasengan Barrage. Sage Art. Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. Not long after, with bruises blooming across his face, Sasuke was forced, his hand gripped tightly, his gaze blank, to form the rat hand sign with Naruto. The infinite Tsukuyomi was broken. Those trapped in the world of trees were finally released. In truth, Madara could have joined hands with Naruto to break the spell as the Rinnegan wielder, but he clearly found it far more satisfying to pummel Sasuke and force him into submission. A rebellious child must be taught with a firm hand. See, Sasuke's eyes have never looked so clear. Konoha Year 60, Yuzuki Shirigu's timeline. Inside Yuzuki's home, a dazzling portal suddenly opened, its depths leading into a mysterious passage that seemed to connect to endless other worlds. Yuzuki was the first to step through the wondrous gateway, and not long after, Kagaya Otsutsuki followed, entering this new and unfamiliar space. Turning around, Yuzuki opened his arms wide, a gentle, welcoming smile spreading across his face. As the host here, it was only proper to greet his guests. Welcome to my world. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around, taking in every detail. Yuzuki's world? Did this mean he, too, possessed a boundless space capable of containing all things? At that moment, Black Zetsu snapped out of his reverie, carefully observing their surroundings, and the enigmatic figure known as Yuzuki. His heart was full of questions. He knew nothing of Yuzuki's true identity, nor could he understand why his mother would follow him so unreservedly, even abandoning her long-sought infinite Tsukuyomi. Despite that, Black Zetsu could sense his mother's regard for Yuzuki, an intricate feeling he found difficult to describe. He didn't fully grasp what was going on, but as long as he could remain by his mother's side, guarding her, he was content. When Yuzuki claimed this place as his own, Black Zetsu couldn't help his curiosity. He was eager to discover just where that portal had brought them. Glancing around, Black Zetsu noticed a window not far away. Nimbly, he slipped out from Kagaya's sleeve and padded over to the window, peering outside. With just one look, the iconic Hokage rock came into Black Zetsu's view. He spun around abruptly, his gaze locking onto Yue. Wait, isn't this the Hidden Leaf Village? You say this is your world, so are you the Hokage here? No, that can't be. None of the Hokage has ever looked like you. Black Zetsu quickly retreated into Kagaya's sleeve, whispering cautiously, Mother, we should be careful around this person. He doesn't seem ordinary. Kagaya glanced down at the tense Black Zetsu, then looked back at Yue. Although she didn't show any unease, it was clear she was waiting for Yue's explanation. With a gentle smile, Yue invited them over. Come, let's sit and talk. He waved them over with genuine friendliness. Kagaya didn't hesitate, obediently walking to the sofa and taking a seat beside Yue. Black Zetsu, however, was visibly shocked, his thoughts in turmoil. Why is Mother so compliant with him? This feels like more than respect. Could she be deeply drawn to Yue? Oh no, am I about to end up with another father? While Black Zetsu's mind ran wild, Yue had already begun his story, calmly and simply explaining how he crossed the boundaries of time and space. There are actually people in this world who can traverse time itself? Black Zetsu was astounded. He glanced at Kagaya, only to be surprised by her reaction. Her expression merely rippled with mild interest, as if she was already familiar with such things. Halfway through, Yue paused to let them digest this enormous revelation. With a casual wave of his hand, the refrigerator door swung open, and 2 bottles of soda floated smoothly over to them. Care to try one? Yue offered a bottle to Kagaya. Serving guests with cola had become one of Yue's little rituals. Kagaya looked slightly surprised as she accepted the drink, her curiosity piqued by the contents within the bottle. For someone sealed away for millennia, everything in this world seemed new and fascinating. This is how you open it. It's a beverage, Yue demonstrated, inserting a straw and taking a sip. Kagaya mimicked his movements, tentatively tasting the drink for herself. At that moment, Black Zetsu couldn't hold back any longer. What about mine? I'm a guest too, aren't I? Yue shot him a sideways glance. Help yourself. That's blatant favoritism. Black Zetsu muttered a few words under his breath, but fell silent. Yue's attention returned to Kagaya as he continued. That's the gist of it. I brought you both here from your original world. Right now, it's the 60th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, a relatively peaceful era. Hearing this, Kagaya lifted her face slightly, a swirl of emotions rising in her heart. Perhaps her fate was not as tragic as she once thought. After being rescued from a seal, she was brought to an era free from the threats of the foreign Akatsuki. Yuzuki smiled gently. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy life for now. You've spent so long in the shinobi world, yet you never truly experienced good days. From now on, take it easy. Let yourself live a different kind of life for once. When you have time, let Black Zetsu show you around. The world is far more advanced now than it was in your era. As for the future and the hidden Ishiki Akatsuki in the shinobi world, leave everything to me. You don't need to worry. Kagaya nodded lightly, her faith in Yuzuki's strength unwavering. But after a moment, she suddenly uttered a name, a hint of doubt in her voice. Ishiki? He's still alive? Yuzuki nodded with certainty. That's right. At the time, he wasn't completely devoured by the 10 tails. Half of his body escaped and parasitized someone named Jigen. Kagaya's brows knitted in concern. His power is immense. If he's still alive, he could be troublesome. He would never let things rest so easily. Having once fought side by side with Ishiki, Kagaya knew all too well how terrifying he could be. Don't give it a second thought. He's no threat to me, Yuzuki replied with a confident smile. Seeing Yuzuki so self-assured, Kagaya finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Yuzuki's strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he truly could defeat Ishiki. With this realization, she resolved to follow Yuzuki from now on. The Akatsuki always acted in pairs throughout the cosmos. Changing partners wasn't something difficult to accept. When Ishiki finally appears in this timeline, I'll probably have already transcended him, Yuzuki mused inwardly. His confidence wasn't unfounded. It had only been about a week since he joined this time-spanning chat group. Yet in just that week, he'd gained incredible power. Besides, Ishiki and the other Akatsuki wouldn't appear for decades. By then, who could say how strong Yuzuki would be? What's more, he wasn't fighting alone. The group's members, hailing from different timelines, were all precious allies. They too were constantly growing, using the gold coin shop to better themselves, their combat abilities evolving day by day. Give a little more time, and in the group, Rinnegan and Sagebody might become the bare minimum. Who knows, even Obito might someday solo the entire Akatsuki clan. Still, he had to be wary of those divine techniques. The Akatsuki clan did have their tricks, and some of their powers were truly uncanny. Wait a second. If every timeline exists independently, then in this world, wouldn't there also be another mother and another me? Black Zetsu's sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This is just too strange. Two mothers? If both of them give him orders at the same time, who is he supposed to obey? Akatsuki Kagaya nodded slowly. I can sense that the other child isn't far from us. Yuzuki Shigumi wore an intrigued smile on her face. After all, the reason he brought Kagaya back in the first place was to deal with that slippery, elusive Black Zetsu who kept causing trouble across this timeline, wasn't it? The other Kagaya is still sealed in the sky, but would you like to meet the other Black Zetsu? Good idea. Bring him over, Black Zetsu said, his voice brimming with excitement. He was truly curious. How would the other version of himself react upon meeting their mother? He had spent his whole life striving to rescue Kagaya. Now, with his greatest wish on the brink of fulfillment, what expression would he wear? Kagaya smiled gently. He's my child, too. Let him come. Yuzuki nodded, then glanced at Black Zetsu. Of course, but before that, I should give you a name. Otherwise, it'll get confusing with two of you. Black Zetsu wasn't pleased. Why me? Can't you give the other guy a new name? I like the one I have. Listen to her, Kagaya said softly. All right. Black Zetsu hesitated. With his mother speaking up, what else could he possibly say? Yuzuki grinned with confidence. Don't worry, the name I come up with will be great. But Black Zetsu widened his eyes, full of suspicion. You're not going to call me something like Little Black, are you? If that's the case, forget it. Yuzuki was startled. Wait, he actually guessed it? With how dark Black Zetsu looked, she really did want to call him Little Black. No way. Let me think a bit more. Yuzuki smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. A new idea. How about calling you Tian Wenjing? What do you think? Yuzuki said excitedly. Actually, that doesn't sound bad. It's much better than something like Little Black, Black Zetsu admitted. It's a rare style for the ninja world, too. You put some thought into it. But why do you look so strange? Black Zetsu asked, a bit puzzled. Do I? No, this is just my normal expression, Yuzuki replied. Before Black Zetsu could protest, Yuzuki made the decision final. All right, it's settled. From now on, your name will be Tian Wenjing. Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu used his mayfly technique, slipping silently into the depths of Konoha, eager to gather vital information. I'm getting close. He couldn't help but worry about what the masked man had encountered in Konoha that day. Something so devastating that it left him utterly drained, as if all his energy had been sucked away. He was completely deflated and listless. This was no trivial matter. After all, that man's plans were closely intertwined with his own. Fortunately, after a round of earnest persuasion, the masked man finally regained a measure of his fighting spirit. Still, to be completely at ease, Black Zetsu felt he needed to see Konoha with his own eyes. With the masked man's strength, to suffer a setback in Konoha, could it be that something new was happening in the village? Lately, other white Zetsus had brought news as well, saying that rumors of Minato Namake's return to the shinobi world were spreading like wildfire. It was hard to separate fact from fiction, so this was the perfect chance to investigate everything at once. We're here. Black Zetsu materialized quietly in a secluded, hidden corner of Konoha. After glancing around to ensure his position, he made his way with practiced ease toward the place where intelligence was stored. Konoha was more familiar to him than anywhere else. He'd come and gone so many times he'd lost count. But after only a few steps, Black Zetsu suddenly froze, staring in shock in a certain direction. This presence. Its mother. His whole body trembled with excitement. There was no mistaking it. This was definitely his mother's chakra. Yet after that initial surge of emotion, he quickly regained his composure. Gazing up at the blue sky, though the sun's glare made it hard to judge the moon's phase, he could still roughly sense its direction. No, something's not right. Mother should still be sealed away. What on earth is going on? Pondering this, Black Zetsu decided he had to see the truth for himself. Sensing Black Zetsu's agitation, the pitcher plant White Zetsu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Black Zetsu didn't respond. Instead, he split himself off, separating his being from the pitcher plant White Zetsu. You head back. There's somewhere I need to investigate alone, Black Zetsu ordered. Understood, came a reply. The pitcher plant White Zetsu promptly vanished underground. Freed from White Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately used the mayfly technique, racing toward that familiar Kagaya presence. He crossed half of Konoha in an instant before stopping in his tracks. It's right above Mother's chakra. With his heart pounding anxiously, Black Zetsu surged upward. Could it really be his mother? A few seconds later, he burst through the soil, his head emerging from the ground as he scanned his surroundings eagerly. Judging by the setup, it seemed to be an ordinary Konoha residence. No one's home. Black Zetsu looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, but the moment he did, he froze, his face etched with disbelief, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of joy. Mother, it's really you. His voice, brimming with indescribable happiness, filled the entire room. There she was before him, Kagaya Otsutsuki, his mother, seated serenely on the sofa, her gaze overflowing with maternal affection. A flicker of confusion crossed Black Zetsu's mind. Why was Mother here? How had she broken free from her seal? And if she had been unsealed, why hadn't she come looking for him? Yet these doubts only flashed through his mind for an instant, because his mother was right before his eyes. Why bother with such questions now? Mom! Black Zetsu sprang forward in a burst of excitement, hurling himself toward Kagaya's sleeve. He transformed into a round, chubby black ball, unable to contain his eagerness to burrow into that warm, safe haven. But just as he touched the sleeve, a shadow that had already claimed the space inside suddenly appeared. It spat out a cloud of pitch-black substance, blocking the entrance and barring Black Zetsu from entering. How rude. You're trespassing on my turf. Go find somewhere else. Tian Wenjing grinned, brimming with smugness. Huh, stunned, aren't you? This is my mother. Go find your own. Black Zetsu's pudgy form tumbled to the ground with a muffled thud, bouncing a few times like a rubber ball. What? A look of utter shock appeared on the surface of the black sphere. In the next instant, Black Zetsu shifted back into human form, straightening up, his face twisted with rage. Who are you? Why are you inside my mother's sleeve? Tian Wenjing poked his head out from the sleeve, revealing his face. His deep chuckle carried a hint of mischief. Who else could I be? I'm Mother's child, of course. The sight of Tian Wenjing, who looked exactly like himself, hit Black Zetsu like a bolt from the blue. Another me? No, there can't possibly be another me. He was the embodiment of his mother's will, utterly unique. The fellow before him had to be a fake. Mother had been sealed away for years, unfamiliar with the world. This imposter must have deceived her. The thought ignited a blaze of fury in Black Zetsu. You despicable fraud. Get out here and face me. Then, in a rush, he shouted to Kagaya, Mom, I'm your real child. That one's an imposter. Before Kagaya could respond, Tian Wenjing piped up with a cheeky smirk. Imposter? Take a look in the mirror, will you? This spot is mine. You're just an unloved stray. Black Zetsu trembled in outrage. You scoundrel! Who says I don't have a mother? Before the words had left his mouth, he lunged at Tian Wenjing in a blur, a shadow streaking through the air, determined to settle things once and for all. But before Black Zetsu could reach his target, a gentle hand caught him midair. It was Kagaya. She cast an exasperated glance at Tian Wenjing. Stop teasing him, she chided softly. No matter what, he is my child too. You should care for each other. Don't follow in the footsteps of your elder brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, forever quarreling. Come here now. Kagaya smiled warmly, holding out her other empty sleeve for Black Zetsu. Mom! Black Zetsu was so moved he nearly burst into tears. In the end, Mother always loves me best. Overwhelmed with emotion, he burrowed into her sleeve. In that moment, a profound sense of peace washed over him, as if 1,000 years of wandering had finally led him home. On the other side, hidden within his sleeve, Tian Wenjing allowed himself a smug smile, taking great delight in showing off before his former self. It was exhilarating. Mom, what's going on? Why is there someone who looks exactly like me? Heijue didn't remain lost in comfort for long. The mysterious imposter before him was a puzzle he was desperate to solve. Actually, it's pretty simple when you get down to it. Come, let me explain everything in detail. Suddenly, a voice sounded by his ear. Heijue turned to look and saw a human child sitting there. He'd noticed the little fellow before, but the excitement of seeing his mother again had overwhelmed him, and he hadn't paid any attention at the time. But now, taking a closer look, wait, the kid was just sitting there next to his mother like it was nothing. Heijue was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Who are you? The nerve, to sit beside his mother as an equal. Heijue himself had never enjoyed that privilege. And you are? Heijue's voice took on a note of respectful caution. Anyone who could sit beside his mother without objection must be someone extraordinary. Heijue felt this situation deserved his utmost attention. Yuzuki Shigumi smiled with narrowed eyes. Just call me Yuzuki Shigumi. Have you ever heard of parallel worlds? Parallel worlds? Heijue thought for a moment. Like those legends about the dragon vein? I've heard that in the ancient kingdom of Lulon, there's a device connected to other worlds. That's pretty close. They're from another world, though my method is just a little more advanced than the dragon vein. Yuzuki made a gesture as if cradling the universe in her hand. Compared to the dragon vein, which can only cross worlds without overly disrupting the original timeline, my approach is far less fussy. That's why the two of you, two haijus, can meet without tearing space and time apart. Suddenly it all made sense to Heijue. He turned to Kagaya. No wonder I could still sense mother sealed away. And yet there's another mother here. Yuzuki smiled and asked, so what are you thinking now? She was curious. Now that Heijue knew the truth, would he still trick the masked man into gathering the tail beasts, or would he give up on the Kagaya above and embrace this mother before him? Heijue seemed unusually excited and turned to Tian Wenjing. Now that mother is here, does that mean my plan worked in your world? Tian Wenjing chuckled. Of course it did. With that confirmation, Heijue replied to Yuzuki's question. Lady Yuzuki, my plan is to keep moving forward with the Eye of the Moon project until I rescue our world's mother. But for now, Heijue burrowed into Kagaya's sleeve, nestling himself into a comfortable spot. Let me rest here for a few days. No matter which mother she is, she's my mother, and right now, I just want to stay by her side. Kagaya affectionately patted Black Zetsu on the head. Among the three children, Black Zetsu was by far the most considerate. Yue was a little surprised. He had expected Black Zetsu to ask either Kagaya or himself for help. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu still wanted to rescue Kagaya by his own hand. Truly a stubborn fellow. Perhaps it was that very trait that allowed him to wander the shinobi world alone for thousands of years, never once forgetting his original purpose. Is everything quiet on the masked man's end? Yue asked. That guy was rattled. He plans to speed up his hunt for the tailed beasts. Lately, he's been scoping out Sunagakure. But that fourth Kazekage, Raza, won't be easy to deal with. Sunagakure is his home turf. If he stirs up a storm of golden sand, even a masked man would have to beat a hasty retreat. For now, he won't dare move recklessly. He'll have to wait for a foolproof opportunity. At this point, Black Zetsu suddenly remembered something. By the way, last time the masked man returned from Konoha, he looked completely deflated. Did he run into you? Although he didn't fully understand Yuue's strength, his mother's attitude spoke volumes. This was no ordinary man. If the masked man crossed paths with Yue, it could only mean his luck had well and truly run out. Yue couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's more or less what happened. He hadn't taken action himself, but with both Obito and Kakashi wielding double Kimui, the masked man had definitely suffered a bitter defeat. It was a pity that Kakashi ended up on the losing end of an information mismatch. The masked man used Izanagi for a beautiful counterattack. Not only did Kakashi suffer serious injuries, he also lost his Sharingan. It's getting late. I should find you a place to stay, Yue said, slowly rising to his feet. He turned toward Kagaya and asked gently, would you like to live with me, or would you prefer a place of your own? Of course I want to stay with you, Kagaya replied without a moment's hesitation. At that, Black Zetsu and Tan Wenjing exchanged a look, their faces full of meaning. They weren't as pure and innocent as Kagaya. In worldly terms, wasn't this basically moving in together? If it were a man and a woman, only those with a truly special bond would make such a choice. It seemed their mother was about to become someone else's bride. But perhaps that was a good thing. At the very least, with Yuue's overwhelming strength, their mother would never have to fear threats from beyond the stars again. If nothing else, Yuue's mastery of space-time was unparalleled in the entire shinobi world. He could travel freely to other dimensions and even bring people back. Such feats were unheard of. I'll go tidy up a room. You can stay right here, Yue offered. All right. In the days that followed, the skies over the shinobi world remained peculiarly tranquil, calm, and undisturbed. But the Hidden Leaf Village was livelier than ever. First, Obito and Rin Noera had returned to their own era just yesterday. Kakashi's recovery in the hospital went smoothly, and with no further need for extra care, and their playful spirits now satisfied, they began their journey home. As for Obito, he too had his own pressing mission to fulfill. The Third Great Ninja War had yet to reach its conclusion. He planned to return to the Canopy Bridge and, in one decisive move, establish Konoha's dominance, crushing the other ninja villages. In Obito's timeline, it looked as if those other villages were in for a rough time. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and dual Kimui, plus a truth-seeking ball he'd swiped from the Six Paths Obito, even Madara would have a hard time stopping him if he came back to life. It was fate. Nothing to be done about it, but to enjoy the ride. Meanwhile, Minato Namake's reappearance in Konoha rekindled the deep respect and admiration he'd built up over the years. Once it was confirmed that he truly was Minato himself, The villagers' enthusiasm soared to new heights. Their voices rose like a tide, unanimously calling for him to once again take up the mantle of Hokage. With the people's eager anticipation, Minato finally accepted the role of fourth Hokage, while Hiruzen Tsurutobi quietly stepped back into the shadows. Indeed, Minato became the fourth Hokage once more, a turn of events that was nothing short of dramatic. Before this, Minato had privately asked Ugetsu whether he should refuse such a heavy responsibility. Ugetsu found this a bit amusing, but still persuaded him to accept the position, encouraging him to answer the people's heartfelt expectations. Ugetsu promised that this would only be a temporary measure, assuring Minato he'd soon revive this timeline's original Minato, who could then rightfully take over. With Ugetsu's guarantee, Minato set aside all hesitation and accepted the role without reservation. After all, it was hardly a challenge for him. As for the people of Konoha, though they were puzzled by Minato's years-long disappearance, he offered no explanation. But in the end, as long as he was Minato Namikaze, that alone was enough for everyone to recognize him as Hokage. No questions asked. Afterward, Naruto's standing in the village shot to unprecedented heights overnight. The Hokage's son, a true prince, heir to the village. Yet despite this, Naruto never distanced himself from his old friends, Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Hinata, Sasuke. They remained as close as ever. During this period, Ugetsu was hardly idle either. Aside from occasionally popping up in the group chat, he devoted nearly all his time to the study of dust release. He had yet to fully uncover its potential, but during this time, by integrating sage techniques, he managed to create a powerful new skill. He named it Octa Radiant Wheel, a respectful nod to a certain classic series. The results were impressive. On another front, Kagaya, who had never cared much for venturing outside, simply sat by the window each day, enjoying the scenery and listening to the children recount the sweeping changes that had occurred in the ninja world over the millennia. As for Ino, her days were packed with training under Old Ma and completing small missions, leaving her little time to visit. Because of this, the door to Ugetsu's home remained unopened for days on end. Until today, the door creaked softly as Yuzuki Shigenomiya gently pushed it open. Outside, brilliant sunlight bathed the earth in a warm glow, a perfect day to step outdoors. "What wonderful weather," he murmured. Yuzuki tilted his face up, letting the sun fully embrace him. Ever since he had mastered the art of wood release, he felt almost like a plant himself. If he didn't bask in the sun each day, something felt missing, as though he might truly become a creature that only thrives in sunlight. "Kagaya, since today is so beautiful, how about we take a stroll through the village?" Yuzuki turned back inside, extending the invitation to Kagaya. Kagaya seemed hesitant. "If I go out looking like this, won't I frighten the villagers? Maybe it's better if I stay home." She was well aware that her unusual appearance could easily draw stares. "Mother, don't think like that. For ordinary people, seeing you in person is a blessing accumulated over countless lifetimes." Black Zetsu comforted her from the side. That's right. You're the progenitor of the shinobi world, the rabbit goddess herself descending to earth. If the villagers knew, they'd probably rush to kneel before you." Tenbunki chimed in enthusiastically. Yuzuki glanced at Kagaya and suggested, "How about tidying up your hair a little?" Kagaya's hair was astonishingly long, stretching dozens of meters and covering the entire room, piled up to over a meter high. At Yuzuki's words, her hair swiftly gathered itself, and in the blink of an eye, the sweeping tresses had shortened to waist length, just right. Yuzuki gave her a careful once-over and nodded in approval. "Much better. Now you look just like anyone else." At present, Kagaya's only unusual traits were her slightly towering height, extraordinarily pale skin, and the twin horns atop her head. The third eye on her forehead, having lost the power of the 10 tails, remained closed, making her appear even more human. "Are you sure this is all right?" she asked. "Trust me. Let's go." Yuzuki replied with a gentle smile as he stepped out across the threshold. Kagaya watched his back for a moment, then decided to follow. On the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yuzuki and Kagaya walked side by side, attracting countless curious gazes wherever they went. Most of these looks were drawn by Kagaya's unique and striking beauty. In the sea of glances, curiosity far outweighed any hint of malice or rejection. After all, beauty transcends race, and those who are pleasant to look at tend to receive more goodwill than prejudice. Just then, murmurs from the crowd drifted over, and Yuzuki couldn't help but smile at what he overheard. "My, that girl is so tall. I wonder what she ate growing up. If I could get my own child some of that, maybe they'd shoot up too," someone remarked in awe as they passed by Kagaya. "Hey, why does she have horns? Her skin is so pale. Could she be suffering from some strange illness?" "Haha, look at you. acting like you've never seen anything unusual. I bet she's just in a cosplay. That's all the rage with kids these days. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Kagaya also overheard their conversation. Realizing that none of their words carried any malice, a weight quietly lifted from her heart. She didn't care much about what others might say about her, but she did worry about causing unnecessary trouble for Yuzuki. Would you like to try some of this? Yuzuki handed her a large bowl brimming with all kinds of snacks, skewered dumplings, bean curd rolls, grilled meats, and more. Curious, Kagaya tasted a few bites and then nodded gently. This is really delicious. They're all yours, Yuzuki said with a cheerful grin, pressing the entire bowl into Kagaya's hands. Let's go check out that side. Kagaya, bowl in hand, sampled a few more pieces. After a moment's thought, she quietly tucked the snacks into her wide sleeves, planning to share them with the children later. The two continued walking. As they rounded a street corner, Yuzuki's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey look, it's them. Not far away, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were heading in their direction. The three stood in front of a food stall, glancing around, clearly torn over which treat to pick. I think Kakashi-sensei would love this one. Let's buy some, Naruto said, his gaze fixed on a shop filled with the sweet aroma of red bean paste, his eyes wide with anticipation. Today was Kakashi-sensei's big day, finally being discharged from the hospital. As his students, and in Naruto's case, the so-called culprit behind his stay, meeting him at the hospital was a must. But showing up empty-handed wouldn't do, so they were puzzling over what gift to bring. I think you're just craving it yourself, Sasuke said, one hand casually in his pocket, the other resting, almost unconsciously, on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword at his waist. He'd grown so used to this stance, it was hard to break the habit. Though just a replica, the sword was a custom job Sasuke had commissioned from the best craftsman in the Leaf Village, sparing no expense. It was inlaid with a special metal that conducted chakra remarkably well. No, it wasn't the original Kusanagi, but it could handle most emergencies. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a trace of exasperation in his eyes. Besides ramen, Naruto had a special fondness for red bean soup, a fact Sasuke knew all too well. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Don't look at me. If you want it, just go buy it, Sasuke said, patting his pocket. In a flash, a stack of bills appeared in his hand. As the last Uchiha, Sasuke never had to worry about money. He'd been covering all their training expenses lately, food, equipment, everything. Thanks. But actually, I'm not strapped for cash right now. Next time it's my treat. Naruto shook his bulging little wallet, brimming with banknotes. His mother had thoughtfully prepared it for him before he left home. After all, you can't go out without a bit of pocket money. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling Naruto's latest circumstances. The son of the Hokage, with both his parents back, Naruto certainly wasn't hurting for cash these days. Boss, 4 servings of red bean soup, please. Naruto strolled up to the stall, counted out the right amount, and handed it over. The vendor swiftly packed up the red bean soup and handed it to Naruto. Let's keep moving. But red bean soup alone won't cut it. We need to get something more substantial too. The three of them walked along, discussing what else they should buy for a main course. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. He'd spotted Yuzuki's sure gun up ahead. Hey Sasuke, Sakura, it's Yuzuki. Haven't seen her in days, Naruto exclaimed, pointing excitedly. He waved enthusiastically in her direction. Yuzuki. Yuzuki had clearly noticed them already. She smiled and nodded warmly to Naruto. But at that moment, Naruto felt something odd. Why wasn't Sasuke coming along to say hi? Sasuke? Why aren't you saying anything? Naruto turned to look and found Sasuke staring wide-eyed in Yuzuki's direction, his face twisted with a mix of disbelief and fear, as if he'd seen a ghost. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto asked, thoroughly puzzled, following Sasuke's gaze. But Sasuke wasn't looking at Yuzuki. His eyes were locked onto the tall woman standing beside her. Huh, that woman's really tall, Naruto thought. But even so, why would Sasuke be this shaken? Sasuke ignored Naruto completely, his eyes glued to Kagaya. Akatsuki Kagaya. He forced out the name, each syllable strained as he clenched his teeth. His hand gripped the hilt of his Kusanagi sword so tightly his knuckles paled, though it offered little comfort. What on earth is happening? Why would Akatsuki Kagaya appear here? This is bad. Neither he nor Naruto was at full strength, and the power of the Sage of Six Paths was long gone. How could they possibly stand against the progenitor of all shinobi? Sasuke stayed silent, his face contorted as he stared at Kagaya. Naruto's confusion was almost visible, about to spill over. Sasuke, what's gotten into you? Naruto, we need to move now. Get out of here. Sasuke suddenly grabbed both Naruto and Sakura by the hand, ready to bolt. Naruto and Sakura were completely bewildered. Sasuke. Naruto was just about to ask what was going on when, suddenly, Kurama's voice erupted inside him, full of panic and alarm. Naruto, forget everything else, just run. That woman is far too dangerous. Inside the sealed space, even a Nine-Tails fur seemed to stand on end, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Akatsuki Kagaya. Now things had truly spiraled out of control. They needed to find the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, right away. Never before had Kurama felt such an urgent desire to see Minato. Why did they suddenly run off? Yuzuki Shiga watched as Naruto and Sasuke hurried away, her eyes blank with surprise. Could it be because of me? Kagaya let out a soft chuckle. It seemed that in this timeline, Ashura and Indra had some inkling about the truth. Yuzuki pressed her palm to her forehead in speechless exasperation. So that was it. The truth was out. It turned out they'd been frightened by Kagaya. Both Sasuke and Kurama had returned from rebirth, having experienced that fateful battle with Kagaya, and she'd completely overlooked this fact. Those two. Yuzuki shook her head with a wry smile. I'd better go explain things to them. With a single step, dust release transformed into radiant light swirling around her feet. In a flash of white, she crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Another step, and Yuzuki was already standing ahead of Naruto and Sasuke, directly in their path of escape. Wait, hold on. Don't be in such a hurry to run. Yuzuki Shigu. Sasuke and his companions came to an abrupt halt. Sasuke glanced back quietly, relieved to see that Kagaya hadn't followed. He turned his gaze to Yuzuki, suspicion flickering in his eyes. That Akatsuki Kagaya, was she your doing as well? There was wariness in Sasuke's expression as memories of Hashirama, Tobirama, and those out-of-place figures from before surfaced in his mind. It was hard not to harbor doubts about Yuzuki. That's right. It was me, Yuzuki admitted with a gentle smile. T-Siege, you'd better take care of her, Sasuke said, rubbing his brow in frustration. She's different from the first Hokage and the others. She's openly hostile toward us, especially Naruto and me. Just then, a miniature Kurama popped up atop Naruto's head. Nodding vigorously in agreement with Sasuke, Kurama said, Absolutely. That woman won't let Naruto go, nor will she spare me. Though uncertain how Kagaya had appeared, Kurama knew that if she wanted to regain her power, she'd need to gather all the tailed beasts. The moment he saw her, his nerves were stretched tighter than ever. Hey, Sasuke Kurama, what are you guys talking about? The back and forth between Sasuke and Kurama only made Naruto feel more lost. It's a long story. For now, just run, Kurama urged Naruto, tapping his head anxiously. But at that very moment, a dark, ominous portal silently opened behind Naruto. Kagaya's very own Yamatsu Hirasaka. Akatsuki Kagaya stepped out gracefully from the doorway, her gaze instantly locking onto Naruto. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached toward him. Sasuke's eyes snapped wide open at the sight. He shouted urgently, Naruto, watch out behind you. The tiny Nine-Tails was so terrified that it froze in place, looking adorably stunned, like a plush toy paused in time. Naruto turned around in surprise, only to find himself face-to-face with that pure, alabaster hand. Before he could react, the gentle palm softly brushed against Naruto's cheek. Child of Hagoromo, Kagaya's smile was gentle and serene, her eyes brimming with motherly affection. Naruto blinked his big blue eyes, feeling the warmth and tenderness of her touch. It was as if he'd rediscovered the comforting caress of a mother. This mysterious lady really is incredibly gentle. Sasuke, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. That's it, just a gentle pat on the head? Wasn't she supposed to unleash some devastating 80 gods vacuum attack, flatten Naruto into a pancake, and then yank out the Nine-Tails to instantly absorb its power? He glanced over at Yujetsu, his eyes full of questions. Yujetsu simply spread her hands and gave him a playful wink, as if to say, You'll have to figure this one out yourself. Naruto, are you feeling okay? She didn't do anything to you, right? Sasuke's voice was still laced with suspicion. Not feeling well? Nope, I'm fine. Besides, why would you think this big sister would want to hurt me? Naruto looked completely bewildered. All he sensed from Kagaya was warmth, like sunlight on a chilly day. Hearing Naruto's reply, Sasuke breathed a silent sigh of relief. Even Naruto's ability to sense malice hadn't picked up on anything. It seemed Kagaya truly had no intention of harming them. Hey, next time you're about to do something crazy, could you at least give me a heads up? Sasuke shot Yujetsu a resentful look. Today's events nearly scared him into awakening the Rinnegan on the spot. Yujetsu raised her brows and smiled. I was just about to explain when, poof, you took off with everyone before I could say anything. So this is my fault, huh? Sasuke arched an eyebrow in retort. If that's how you want to see it, I won't argue, Yujetsu replied, feigning seriousness. Ugh, there's no reasoning with you. You don't deserve to hear my logic, Sasuke scoffed, rolling his eyes and turning away with his hands in his pockets. He didn't forget to call over Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, let's go. Kakashi's still waiting for us. Okay, coming. Naruto called out, then turned to Kagaya with a bright grin. Big sister, I have to go now. Drop by my place for a meal sometime, okay? Kagaya nodded with a gentle smile, waving him off. Go on, child. Yujutsu. I'm heading out too. Naruto said goodbye once more, then hurried after Sasuke. As they move away from Kagaya, the miniature Ninetales on Naruto's head finally snapped out of its plush toy stupor. It kept glancing back, clearly still shaken, and muttered incessantly to Naruto. That was terrifying. Just being near her was enough to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Naruto scooped up the little Ninetales into his arms, gazing at it with delight as he said, Kurama, you look absolutely adorable in this tiny form. I'm trying to talk to you about Kagaya, and all you care about is whether I'm cute or not, but you really are adorable. Put me down this instant, you impudent brat. As the trio's figures slowly receded into the distance, Yuzuki let out a soft laugh. She adjusted their course, leading Kagaya as they continued their stroll through the bustling streets. Hokage office. Shikaku Nara knocked gently at the door before stepping inside, his arms filled to the brim with files and documents. Ever since Minato Namikaze had resumed his role as Hokage, Shikaku, his old friend and trusted right hand, had naturally returned as well, shouldering the responsibilities side by side. The moment he crossed the threshold, Shikaku saw Minato sitting upright behind his desk, deeply engrossed in a book. Shikaku couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Minato's speed at handling paperwork was nothing short of astonishing. An entire mountain of documents delivered in the morning, and now they were already sorted and completed. If it had been the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it would probably have taken the whole day to get through even half. Minato, your efficiency is something else. These are the last of the backlog, Shikaku said, setting the files down on the desk. Minato closed his book, a gentle smile curving his lips. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku. Shikaku waved it off with a casual air. Oh, it's nothing. My job is a breeze compared to yours. Don't say that. You're the Hokage's right hand. Every decision you make shapes Konoha's future. That's no small burden. Only you would think so highly of me, Minato. Shikaku took a seat beside Minato, studying his profile, and couldn't help but imagine a Konoha growing ever more prosperous under this man's leadership. But just then, Minato's hand, mid-motion as he sorted the paperwork, suddenly paused. The subtle shift instantly caught Shikaku's attention. Minato, is there a problem with the documents? Minato set down his pen and shook his head. It's nothing, just that something urgent has come up, and I need to step out for a moment. I'll leave things to you for now, Shikaku. Minato's gaze flicked to the corner of the room, where a small toad had just poked its head out before quickly ducking back. I'll be back before you know it. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things here. Shikaku nodded reassuringly. With that, Minato replied, and in the blink of an eye, the flying thunder god Jutsu activated. His figure vanished from the office in an instant. Atop the Hokage rock, the summit was vast and desolate, rarely visited by anyone, imbued with a profound and tranquil stillness. In that moment, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered, and Minato Namikaze appeared without warning. He didn't waste a second. He simply chose a prominent spot to stand, waiting in silent anticipation. After a few minutes, this lonely place received an unexpected visitor. A little toad was hopping across the dry ground, moving with a weary sluggishness. Before long, the little toad quietly made its way behind Minato, who stood at the water gate, seemingly oblivious to the tiny creature's presence. His gaze remained fixed, unwaveringly focused ahead. Suddenly, chaos erupted. From the elongated shadow beneath the toad, a tall, powerfully built figure burst forth without a moment's hesitation. A heavy fist shot straight at Minato. Yet Minato seemed completely unaware, mere moments from being struck, danger closing in. In a blur, Minato's figure vanished, darting away in a flash. The assailant blinked in surprise. His eyes flicked quickly as he realized what was happening. Without pause, he gathered chakra into his palm, forming a Rasengan, and hurled it forcefully behind him. At that very instant, another Rasengan struck true, colliding fiercely with the attacker's orb. The two swirling spheres clashed with such intensity that the very air seemed to tear, shrieking with a piercing howl. Boom! The Rasengan's power reached its peak and exploded with tremendous force. Both men quickly cast the Rasengan away, fearful of its energy turning back upon them. Even so, the force of the blast sent them flying. As Minato tumbled backward through the air, he deftly scooped up the little toad, protecting it from harm. A cloud of dust billowed skyward, blotting out the sun. Minato Namikaze steadied himself, gently setting the little toad on his shoulder. With a smile, he peered into the swirling haze, his voice teasing. Jiraiya-sensei, would you say my reflexes are still sharp? A hearty laugh boomed from within the dust, shaking the very air. As the smoke cleared, the challenger's identity was revealed. He was a towering figure, a headband marked with the kanji 4 oil on his brow. Silver-white hair cascaded down his back, and beneath his eyes ran bold red streaks. He wore a crimson outer robe over a brown tunic, wooden sandals on his feet, his hands sheathed in ninja tools, and a massive scroll slung across his back. It was none other than Jiraiya the Gallant, one of the legendary Sannin. It's been so long. I just couldn't resist testing you a little. You don't mind, do you? Jiraiya said with forced sternness, chuckling as he scratched his head. As his words faded, the peculiar markings on his face gradually disappeared. Minato beamed warmly. Of course not, Jiraiya-sensei. On the surface, he was calm and composed, but inwardly, he marveled at his teacher's meticulousness. Jiraiya-sensei was as he had always been, appearing easygoing and boisterous, yet sharp-eyed and deeply cunning beneath the surface. That probing strike just now seemed casual, but in fact, Jiraiya had already been secretly preparing to enter Sage Mode. Had he sensed that Minato was an imposter, he would have unleashed a devastating Sage technique without hesitation. Having been Jiraiya's student for many years, Minato understood his teacher's nature well. That was why, from the moment they met, he had revealed both his Flying Thunder God and Rasengan techniques. These two abilities had almost become synonymous with Minato Namikaze himself. Aside from him, no one else could use them. With that, Jiraiya finally let down his guard completely. It was a rare reunion between master and student, and naturally, they wouldn't choose to reminisce in a barren wasteland. Jiraiya led Minato to a secluded little tavern. They sat across from each other, and in this private space, their conversation flowed freely. Jiraiya poured them both a full cup of fine sake, then downed his in one gulp, his face basking in satisfaction. You are not really Minato, are you? After a moment's silence, Jiraiya spoke words that shattered the calm, smiling as he fixed his gaze on the Minato Namikaze before him. Minato showed no sign of panic. Instead, admiration shone openly in his eyes. As expected of you, Master Jiraiya. Even this couldn't escape your notice. Jiraiya grinned with pride. Of course. He's my student, after all. If I couldn't see through something this simple, I'd hardly deserve to be called his teacher. Yet, as he spoke, a glimmer of tears appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. If that's the case, then he truly is gone. Before returning to Konoha, I still held onto a shred of hope, thinking perhaps he hadn't died that year. Maybe he'd just been grievously wounded and was still recovering somewhere. But after meeting you, all those hopes vanished like bubbles. Master Jiraiya, Minato couldn't find the right words to comfort him, so he simply refilled Jiraiya's cup in silence. Without a word, Jiraiya raised his glass again and drained it in one swallow, as though the drink could wash away the sorrow weighing on his heart. All right, enough of that. Minato, tell me about yourself, will you? Jiraiya's eyes were sharp and intent, locking onto him. Though he just claimed that the man before him was not the Minato he remembered, he never truly denied that this was indeed Minato Namikaze. Minato smiled faintly. Didn't you just say, Master, that I'm not the Minato you once knew? Jiraiya waved his hand, feigning a casual air. Well, you are Minato, and yet, not the one I'm familiar with. To be precise, you're not the Minato from my memories, but my teacher's instincts tell me there's a deeper story here. I see. In that case, Master, have you ever heard of the concept of alternate timelines? Minato paused thoughtfully before posing the question. At the mention of alternate timelines, realization dawned on Jiraiya's face, and he looked on in astonishment. You mean to say, that's right. Minato nodded, then took a little time to succinctly explain his origin. He confessed that he was not the Minato Namikaze from this world. Upon learning the truth, Jiraiya was filled with emotion. To think such an incredible secret could be hidden within the ninja world. No wonder, no wonder. I thought the ninja world had come up with some new secret art that could perfectly duplicate a person. I never imagined the truth would be so extraordinary. Minato smiled without saying a word, patiently listening to Jiraiya's musings. Suddenly, Jiraiya leaned in, his curiosity urgent. Minato, what year is it for you over there? It's year 48 of the Hidden Leaf. Is something wrong, sensei? Minato replied honestly. Minato, since you're able to come here, you should be able to go back as well, right? Jiraiya's expression grew tense with hope. Of course I can. Hearing this affirmation, Jiraiya suddenly grabbed Minato's arm, his voice firm and resolute. Minato, when you return, you must take me with you. This time, I won't miss the fight, not again. Jiraiya-sensei. A surge of warmth swept through Minato's heart. He could feel Jiraiya's hand trembling ever so slightly. Clearly, that night, when he couldn't make it in time for the Nine-Tails attack, had haunted Jiraiya ever since. But it hadn't been his fault. Back then, he had been tracking Orochimaru across the land, and no one could have foreseen the sudden attack by the masked man. Minato gently patted his hand, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, sensei. I've already made preparations. I won't let that tragedy happen again." Hearing Minato's confident reply, Jiraiya nodded. With Minato's intelligence and the advantage of foreknowledge, victory was clearly within reach. Still, he couldn't help but remind him, "If you need any help, just say the word." "Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I will." That's what I like to hear. "Come on, let's drink until we can't stand straight tonight." Jiraiya's hearty laughter brimmed with camaraderie. Minato was more than happy to accept Jiraiya's goodwill, raising glass after glass with him deep into the night. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, Shikake Nara stared at the mountain of paperwork on his desk, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Why was Minato always able to handle these complicated affairs with such ease, while he had to deliberate over every detail just to avoid making mistakes? Didn't Minato say he'd be back in a moment? So why hasn't he come back yet? Shikaku racked his brain. Had he misheard earlier? Did Minato actually say he'd be back tomorrow? Being an outsider really did have its perks. You didn't have to drag yourself out of bed at dawn to train or run missions with elite ninja and their mentors. Yuzuki slept in so late that the sun was already high in the sky, and it wasn't until a flurry of group chats jolted his phone that he was finally pulled out of his dreams and back to reality. "Someone's calling for me?" Yuzuki snapped awake, all traces of sleep gone, and quickly tapped into the chat window. "Hashirama Senju. At Shigi Yuzuki. Yuzuki, there's new activity from Madara's side." "Madara Uchiha. New activity? What are you talking about? Why am I the last to know?" "Hashirama Senju. Ahem, I don't mean you. I'm talking about the Madara in our world." "Madara Uchiha. All right, Hashirama. When you have time, come visit me. I've rebuilt the shinobi world, and if you come over, I guarantee you'll be amazed." "Hashirama Senju. Haha, I will. I'll drop by when I get the chance." Yuzuki Shurgong. "What's the good news, Hashirama? You call me over, so spill it." Hashirama Senju. "Perfect timing, Yuzuki. Here's the situation. This morning, Madara sent word. Black Zetsu has finally shown himself. Not long ago, Madara went to the land of whirlpools to study the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Then, he deliberately made himself visible in the shinobi world, and sure enough, someone's shadow started tailing him. Chances are it's Black Zetsu, almost certainly. Madara plans to use the reverse 4-symbol seal to lock Black Zetsu away forever. Once that's done, there's no coming back from it. There's simply no way to undo it. Madara's thinking is if Black Zetsu is gone, Kagaya won't ever return. One move, 2 problems solved, the hidden thread is gone for good. Yuzuki Shurgong. Sounds like a solid plan. What's your take on it? Hashirama Senju. Well, to be honest, I'm a bit reluctant. I remember you once said Kagaya did what she did to prepare for the future, to fight against other Otsutsuki clan members. But those aliens aren't after Kagaya alone. They want the God Tree itself. The God Tree would drain the world's energy dry, and we, the people of the shinobi world, would be doomed. So, in a way, Kagaya's goals align with ours. If we seal her away, we lose a powerful ally. That's why I really want to hear your thoughts, Yuzuki. Should we keep her as an ally to fight the invaders, or seal her completely? Yuzuki Shurgong. Hashirama, you've already made up your mind, haven't you? You're just asking me, so I'll nod and agree, am I right? Hashirama Senju Sai, you saw right through me. That's exactly it. Yuzuki Shurgong. Isn't it obvious? If you're asking, of course I'd say, keep Kagaya. Gaining a top-tier fighter for free, why not? Hashirama Senju. All right, I'll go tell Madara. Yuzuki concealed a smile. Who says Hashirama is clueless? The guy's sharp as ever. He'd already decided, but still made a show of consulting Yuzuki in the group chat. That's his way of saying, as the group leader, Yuzuki should be consulted on big matters. Really, it's a sign of respect, treating him as the core figure. But honestly, it wasn't necessary. Yuzuki never saw the group members as subordinates, but as his closest friends. Between friends, who needs reports and formalities anyway? 6 paths of Bido. At Uchiha Bido, when are you going to give me my truth-seeking orbs back? This thing takes a long time to condense. Obito Uchiha said, Huh? You want it back? Didn't I trade a photo for it? 6 paths, Obito replied. You used the reward you promised me in advance to trade for my stuff? Who taught you to do business like this? Obito Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. Come on, we're friends, aren't we? You can always make another one yourself. Just give me this one. I didn't even mean to pick it up in the first place. Forgot to turn off auto-loot. 6 pads of Beto fell silent. Year 2 of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chirp. Black Zetsu felt like he'd never run this fast in his entire life. Be brave, my friend. Be brave. What should you do when Madara Uchiha is chasing you down with his Susanoo, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks? Waiting for answers online. This is urgent. Boom, boom, boom. The giant Susanoo spread its wings, slicing through the sky, brandishing its colossal blade. Mountains crumbled before it like paper, and the earth split open beneath its feet. Strike after strike pounded the ground, each blow resounding with a deafening roar that echoed across the world. Madara Uchiha stood on the brow of Susanoo, his eyes burning with fury, sharp enough to pierce through anything, even the soul. Driving Susanoo with single-minded rage, he hunted Black Zetsu like a madman. Lord Madara, what are you doing? I'm the embodiment of your will. On the ground below, Black Zetsu screamed in terror, his courage scattered to the winds. A golden chain shimmered, coiling around him, its other end stretching high above into the heavens, directly connected to Susanoo. He couldn't use his mayfly technique to burrow deep underground and escape. All he could do was squirm helplessly along the surface, unable to evade Madara's relentless assault. Madara said nothing, clutching a scroll in his hand, silently sustaining the sealing art. Adamantine chains. Step by step, he closed the distance between himself and Black Zetsu. He'd bargained this technique from the Uzumaki clan chief. It was a single-use item. If only non-Uzumaki bloodlines could learn this art, he'd have been tempted himself. It was just that useful. 10 minutes earlier, on a small island not far from the land of whirlpools, the ninja world's #1 filial son, Black Zetsu, slowly emerged from the soil. This is the last place Madara appeared. Black Zetsu glanced around, muttering to himself. He had altered the Uchiha clan stone tablet, and had been waiting for this very moment. He knew that once Madara saw the tablet, he would inevitably break away from the leaf and embark on the Eye of the Moon plan. So he waited patiently, preparing to give Madara a little ideological guidance. This was something he was all too familiar with. After all, he had once persuaded Indra in the same way, which ended with the two brothers turning against each other and dying estranged. A pity, really. Indra was never quite up to the task. He went to his grave, never having awakened the Rinnegan. At that time, he still didn't understand that the appearance of the Rinnegan required the fusion of two powers, so all his efforts had been in vain. Black Zetsu sprang into action, beginning his search for Madara's whereabouts on the small island. Only by combining the powers of Ashura and Indra can the Rinnegan be awakened. With the Rinnegan, the demonic statue of the Outer Path can be summoned, and with the statue, the tailed beasts can be reunited, ultimately reviving the 10 tails. I have to hurry and get Madara to confront Hashirama's Senju, so he can seize his chakra. Before long, he finally caught wind of Madara's trail. Madara was found sitting deep inside a cave, eyes closed in contemplation. Black Zetsu cautiously poked his head out, secretly observing. Something feels off here. His eyes flickered with doubt. The surroundings seemed normal enough, but Madara just sat there, as if he were waiting for someone. But in this desolate wilderness, who could he possibly be waiting for? Black Zetsu couldn't quite put his finger on it, but a strange premonition gnawed at him. Forget it, better wait and see what happens. After a moment's thought, Black Zetsu decided it was safest to simply observe a while longer. After all, there was no need to gamble. Time was on his side. In the span of long years, a suitable opportunity would surely present itself. Just as he was thinking this, Black Zetsu began to slowly sink into the ground, planning to leave. But at that very moment, Madara stirred within the cave. Without warning, the previously motionless Madara suddenly drew a kunai. Black Zetsu froze in surprise. A kunai? Would someone of Uchiha Madara's stature really carry such a trivial weapon? And more importantly, what did he intend to do with it? Honestly, for someone as powerful as Madara, even the faintest exhale from him would be more lethal than that kunai. Black Zetsu simply couldn't fathom what Madara was up to. But in the next instant, everything became clear. With no hesitation whatsoever, Madara thrust the kunai straight into his own chest. A sickening sound, wet and sharp, filled the air as blood sprayed everywhere. Black Zetsu's expression changed dramatically. Was Madara actually harming himself? No. This was just a minor clash with Hashirama. Was it really worth taking his own life over? In that moment, Black Zetsu had no time to ponder the reasons behind Madara's self-inflicted wounds. He had to intervene. He had waited over 1,000 years for a figure like Madara. This was the closest he had ever come to achieving the Rinnegan. He absolutely could not let anything happen to Madara now. Meanwhile, Madara's face was expressionless as he ruthlessly drove the kunai into his chest, again and again, until his chest was a mangled, bloody mess. Sweat poured down his face from the pain, but not a single scream escaped his lips. He was staking his very life to force that devious Black Zetsu out of hiding. After reviewing the memories Hashirama had left behind, Madara understood with stark clarity just how cunning Black Zetsu could be. In the original timeline, it had remained hidden in the shadows, only revealing itself when Madara awakened the Rinnegan. He wasn't sure if Black Zetsu would come find him right away, but he had no patience to wait. He was desperate to deal with this lingering threat as soon as possible. Since that was the case, he decided to do the exact opposite of what was expected. Wasn't Black Zetsu pinning his hopes on him awakening the Rinnegan? Fine, then he'd simply end his own life. Let's see if you'll show yourself now, Black Zetsu. With ruthless determination, he stabbed himself again. The flame of Madara's life was nearly extinguished, and his consciousness began to blur. Still not showing yourself, Madara scanned his surroundings in secret, his mind tense. Looks like I'll have to take more drastic measures. Madara raised a kunai to his throat. With just a bit of force, he could easily sever his own neck. At the same time, he was prepared to sacrifice an eye to activate Izanagi, transferring the fatal damage, assuming Black Zetsu didn't appear. But just as he was about to act, his arm froze in midair. A shadowy tendril rose silently from beneath the earth, coiling around Madara and seizing control of his movement. Not only that, but a gentle warmth coursed through him, the power of yang release mending his wounds. At last you've come. A fleeting hint of satisfaction flickered through Madara's eyes, almost too quick to notice. You've taken the bait. Lord Madara, what is the meaning of this? Black Zetsu's deep, muffled voice resounded. Madara struggled symbolically a few times, feigning shock. What is this thing? Get off of me. There's no need for alarm, Lord Madara. I am the embodiment of your will. In other words, I am you. The embodiment of my will? Madara sneered inwardly. On the surface, however, he wore a mask of confusion. For now, he still needed Black Zetsu's power to heal his body. He would just have to stall for time. Why have I never been aware of your existence? Madara probed. Lord Madara, I was born long ago. Your indomitable will gave rise to me. It's simply that you've been invincible all your life, undefeated and unstoppable, so there was never any need for me to appear. That's why I remained hidden in the shadows. But now, with your life in peril, I cannot stand idly by. Black Zetsu spoke with a convincing air, while slyly flattering Madara at the same time. If it had been the old Madara, he might have been fooled. But the man standing here now was an Uchiha Madara who already knew the entire script. Such blatant nonsense was an insult to his intelligence. And to say he'd been invincible all his life, what a joke. He'd never once defeated Hashirama. Still, Madara didn't expose him immediately. Instead, he lowered his voice and murmured, "Is that so?" Seeing that Madara seemed to believe him, Black Zetsu pressed further. Lord Madara, you are so powerful. Why would you suddenly lose the will to live? But here, Black Zetsu let a flaw slip. As the embodiment of Madara's will, how could he not know Madara's thoughts? Naturally, Madara noticed this inconsistency. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. In a certain time and space, he had actually been fooled by such a thing for so long. He fell silent, choosing to bide his time. Black Zetsu, mistaking this for a sore spot, didn't press him for an answer. Time slipped by quietly. A few minutes later, every wound on Madara's body had fully healed. One had to admit, Black Zetsu was somewhat useful. At the very least, its mastery of yin-yang release was truly exceptional. The life force it provided had once allowed Obito, whose body had been stripped of the 10 tails, to survive for quite some time. Although part of the credit belonged to the lingering power of the sage within Obito, Black Zetsu's contribution was undeniable. At that moment, Black Zetsu seemed to sense something. Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara replied calmly. First, get off my body. Black Zetsu obeyed. The part of it that had been enveloping Madara slid away like oily black mud, gathering on the ground and reforming into a shadowy human shape. Madara cast it a sidelong glance, then suddenly let out a long sigh, putting on the air of someone about to unburden himself. Actually, it's about Hashirama. Though Black Zetsu had no ears to speak of, it tilted its face, its expression focused, feigning the posture of an attentive listener. It was terribly curious. What could possibly have driven someone like Madara to end his own life? But just then, Madara's expression shifted sharply. He struck without warning. 4-symbol seal. Madara's face radiated arrogance, as if daring Black Zetsu to react to an attack launched without a single moment's hesitation. His palm struck Black Zetsu's chest, and sealing runes began to spread rapidly over Black Zetsu's body. The four-symbol seal was about to take complete form. Black Zetsu's face twisted in shock. What on earth was happening? Why would Madara suddenly turn on him without the slightest sign? Before Black Zetsu could gather its thoughts, Madara moved again, intent on layering another four-symbol seal to create an even stronger 8-trigram seal. With no time to think, Black Zetsu decisively abandoned a layer of its outer shell, its form shrinking in an instant. Using this tactic, it slipped free from the unfinished four-symbol seal. Once loose, Black Zetsu didn't dare hesitate even for a breath. It immediately used the ephemeral technique and dove underground. He actually escaped. Madara paused for a heartbeat. Black Zetsu truly was slippery as an eel. He wasted no time. Before Black Zetsu could completely vanish, he grabbed a scroll from nearby and unfurled it with practiced speed. Golden chains shot from the scroll, their crisp, clanging, echoing through the air. Sealing arts, adamantine sealing chains. This was a powerful technique, strong enough to restrain even the Ninetales for a time. The adamantine sealing chains surged hungrily toward Black Zetsu. Blessed with a tracking effect, the golden chains pierced straight through Black Zetsu's chest, locking it tightly in place. In an instant, Black Zetsu's attempt to escape was halted. Still trying to run? Madara gripped the scroll, a cold, dangerous smile curving his lips. Lord Madara, this is all just a misunderstanding. Black Zetsu cried out in desperation, activating its yin-yang release in a frantic attempt to sever the heavy adamantine chains binding its chest. Madara paid no heed to this, advancing slowly with an unwavering determination in his eyes that brooked no argument. Just as Madara was about to reach him, the sealing power binding Black Zetsu miraculously loosened under the influence of yin-yang release. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Zetsu burrowed into the ground and vanished without a trace. More tricks up your sleeve. Madara frowned, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Though Black Zetsu had escaped, the adamantine chains still shackled to him, followed relentlessly, stretching to their limit and yanking him back with brute force. Let's see if you can escape my grasp today. No sooner had these words left his lips than a surge of overwhelming power erupted around Madara. Susanoo, the colossal avatar of the war god, materialized in all its awe-inspiring glory. The majestic Tengu war god burst through the cave's roof, piercing straight into the clouds above. With a flick of his scroll, Madara soared into the sky atop Susanoo, steadily constricting the range of the adamantine seal. Time shifted, returning to the present moment. A thunderous crash split the air. Susanoo's massive blade descended once more. A searing arc of energy tore a deep gash into the earth, as if splitting the very land itself. Damn it, where did things go wrong? Black Zetsu ran for his life. No matter what, he could not afford to fall into Uchiha Madara's hands. He didn't know what fate awaited him, but the ferocious intent to kill radiating from his pursuer left no room for hopeful outcomes. If he fell here, his mother would remain trapped, forever exiled to the cold and lifeless moon. This cursed sealing technique. Black Zetsu tried everything he could, but the adamantine chains refused to let him go. Fate showed him no mercy. As the seal continued to tighten, he was mercilessly dragged from the earth. Once separated from soil, his power to burrow and escape vanished, leaving him helpless, an easy prey awaiting execution. It's over. Despair was etched across Black Zetsu's face. But just then, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Black Zetsu jerked his head upward. To his astonishment, the adamantine chains binding him began to snap, link by link, dissolving into the breeze. After all, these were single-use tools, never meant to last. Freed from the golden chains, Black Zetsu plummeted straight toward the ground. What? Madara's eyes widened in surprise. How could things go awry at such a critical moment? Clutching the now useless scroll, he could only watch as Black Zetsu fell ever closer to the earth. Perhaps this, too, was fate. A surge of elation welled up in Black Zetsu's heart. It seemed even the heavens refused to witness his demise. The ground rushed up to meet him. As soon as he touched down, he could melt away once more. No matter how Madara raged, he would never catch him then. But at that moment, a calm and commanding voice rang in his ears. Sage Art, Shining Deity Gate. Before Black Zetsu could react, several massive torii gates crashed down from the sky, blotting out the world around them. With thunderous force, the torii gates grew larger as they fell, stacking layer upon layer atop Black Zetsu, sealing away all his power in an instant. This was the might of Sage Art. Compared to it, even yin-yang release seemed utterly insignificant. Footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Black Zetsu weakly lifted his head, following the sound. Who else could it be but Hashirama Senju approaching? In the entire shinobi world, no one but him could wield such a technique. Black Zetsu's heart was as still as stagnant water. He abandoned all thought of resistance. With a crash, a figure plummeted from the sky, carving a deep crater into the earth. It was none other than Uchiha Madara. "Well done, Hashirama," Madara called out, his laughter ringing out with hearty satisfaction. "What a roller coaster. At last it's in our hands. This Black Zetsu is truly cunning. No wonder he's roamed free for thousands of years." "What?" Black Zetsu stared at Madara in disbelief. How did he know his name? And even that he had survived for millennia? Confusion churned inside Black Zetsu. Where had they gotten such information? If not for the crushing weight that robbed him even of speech, he would have demanded answers. Madara took a few steps forward, stopping in front of Black Zetsu. "Let me put an end to this threat once and for all." He raised his hand, ready to brand Black Zetsu with the reversed four-symbol seal, a curse that would ensure he never again saw the light of day. But Hashirama suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Wait, Madara." Madara paused, surprise flickering in his eyes, though he said nothing. "Spare his life," Hashirama said, gazing at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was equally stunned. "Hashirama, Senju wanted to save him?" Madara frowned deeply. "Hashirama, what? For a threat like Black Zetsu, wouldn't it be simplest to just eliminate him?" Before Madara could untangle his thoughts, Hashirama said something even more shocking. "Only Black Zetsu can revive Kagaya Akatsuki. If he disappears, then Kagaya will never return to this world. I want to see Kagaya return." Both Madara and Black Zetsu were left speechless by Hashirama's words. Black Zetsu, stunned beyond belief, could hardly process it. He barely had time to wonder how they could possibly know of Kagaya's existence. Now, what shocked him most was that they actually intended to help him free his mother. What a truly good man, Hashirama Senju. What a worthy nephew. If I'd only known, I wouldn't have wasted all this time scheming. I'd have joined him from the start. Staring at Hashirama's earnest face, clearly not joking, Madara couldn't help but ask, "Hashirama, are you serious? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. You want to release Kagaya? Then let her use infinite Tsukuyami to drain everyone's chakra, turning us all into white Zetsu in the end." Madara looked Hashirama up and down, teasing, "If you really think life has become unbearable, I'd be glad to give you a hand." With that, Madara slowly drew a sharp kunai from his sleeve, his movements unhurried. Black Zetsu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes wide with anger as he glared at Madara. "Uchiha Madara is stopping me from saving Mother. Uchiha Madara bad. Senju Hashirama is helping me save Mother. Senju Hashirama, good." Hashirama glanced at the kunai in Madara's hand, caught it lightly between two fingers, and tossed it aside as if it were nothing. "This little toy isn't enough to kill me." Madara was momentarily at a loss for words. "So, back when you tried to kill yourself with a kunai, you were just messing with me, weren't you?" Hashirama coughed a few times, steering the conversation elsewhere. He spoke seriously. "Madara, I do have my reasons for doing this. Do you really think that getting rid of Black Zetsu and ensuring Kagaya never returns will solve everything?" "What else then?" Madara asked in confusion. "It's not nearly so simple. Kagaya is not the only member of the Akatsuki clan. Before long, others will descend upon our ninja world. That will bring another disaster. We need to unite every force we can to face these external threats together. We can't let Kagaya's power go to waste. The more allies we have, the greater our chances." Hearing these secret revelations, Madara and Black Zetsu listened as if they were hearing a fantastical tale. Suddenly, Madara raised a question. "Wait, Hashirama. Kagaya is an Akatsuki herself. Why would she join us to fight against her own kind? What if she turns against us?" Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. "She won't. Kagaya broke the greatest taboo. She attacked a high-ranking member of her clan. The Akatsuki are rigidly hierarchical. Now, the entire clan wants her dead. Within the Akatsuki, those of lower rank must obey their superiors without question, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. Disobedience is not tolerated. Just like Momoshiki and Kinshiki, if those beneath Kagaya dare to rebel, the consequences would be dire. If her defiance isn't harshly punished as an example, what's to stop the others from following suit? Her execution was decided long ago. Besides, Kagaya's blood runs through us. I carry the chakra of Azura's endless reincarnations, and you are Indra's heir. We are descendants of Akatsuki Hagoromo, the sage of six paths. In a way, we're all distant kin." Madara fell silent, lost in thought at Hashirama's words. He couldn't fathom how Hashirama knew such closely guarded secrets. Judging by the shock on Black Zetsu's face, that shadowy creature was just as much in the dark. And yet, Hashirama seemed to know everything. Ever since that day at the Naka Shrine, when he glimpsed Hashirama's memories of the future, Madara felt Hashirama had become even harder to understand. After a long silence, Madara let out a sigh. Despite all the lingering doubts, I've decided to trust you. Hashirama, let's follow your plan. I won't take part in this. Uchiha Madara shook his head, slowly turning away, leaving Hashirama and Black Zetsu alone to talk. He had no desire to see Black Zetsu again, worried that if he lost his temper, he might not be able to hold himself back. Once Madara had left, Hashirama immediately dispelled the shining gates, freeing Black Zetsu. Released from the gate's restraint, Black Zetsu darted straight toward Hashirama without hesitation. Hashirama was momentarily surprised. Did Black Zetsu still intend to fight him, even after learning the truth? But soon, Hashirama relaxed. Black Zetsu melted into a mass of black sludge, winding itself tightly around Hashirama's ankle, as if clinging to his leg in a firm embrace. My good nephew, let's start gathering the tailed beasts right away and rescue Mother as soon as we can. Excitement lit up Black Zetsu's voice. I'll be sure to pass all this on to Mother. I'm certain she won't refuse our offer to work together. For the first time in thousands of years, Black Zetsu felt what it was like to have someone to rely on. It was a feeling he'd never known, always operating alone. He had once suspected this was all Hashirama's trap, but then he recalled. If Hashirama truly intended to get rid of him, he'd already had the perfect chance, yet chose to set him free. Besides, if such words had come from Madara, Black Zetsu would never have believed them. But with Hashirama, it was different. Hashirama, or rather, Azura, was straightforward and kind-hearted by nature, not the type to deceive others. That made him trustworthy. Hashirama gave Black Zetsu a gentle pat and chuckled helplessly. Don't get ahead of yourself. We don't even have the Rinnegan yet. Even if we gather all the tailed beasts, we won't be able to use them. Black Zetsu blinked in realization. In that case, good nephew, let's go find Madara right away and combine the powers of Indra and Azura. That way, we can obtain the Rinnegan. Hashirama smiled faintly. Let's go. What does a kitten sound? Ino tilted her head back, thinking earnestly, then answered, it's probably something like meow, 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 right? Yuzuki shook her head with mock seriousness and corrected her. No, not at all. It goes, oh my goodness, what a mess. Huh? Is that really how it goes? Ino froze for a moment, uncertain and asking again. Laughter bubbled up beside them. Shikamaru and Choji couldn't hold it in and chuckled softly. Ino glanced back at their barely contained grins and instantly realized she'd been pranked by Yuzuki. She'd actually taken it so seriously, thinking it over for so long, and now that she looked back, what nonsense was that? What kind of kitten would ever make a sound like that? Yuzuki Shurgun. Ino's face darkened, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Yuzuki grinned mischievously and immediately turned tail to run. There was no way Ino was letting her get away and immediately gave chase. Don't even think about running. Ino clenched her teeth, swinging her fists as she ran after her. Old Ma had a cigarette dangling from his lips as he leaned against a tree, smiling as he watched the children play and mess around. He was pondering whether he should visit Shiri Hong after everything wrapped up today, but as soon as the thought surfaced, a faint blush crept onto his rugged face. Maybe not. It just feels a bit embarrassing. Earlier this morning, Yue wandered around the house, only to realize that Kagaya was nowhere to be found. With no one at home for company, he grew bored and decided to head out to look for Ino and the rest of Team 10 to join their fun. Lately, Team 10 had been following Old Ma, learning from him while also taking on simple rank missions in the village to build up experience. Tasks like driving away wild boars or searching for lost puppies and kittens. As it happened, today's mission was to track down a runaway kitten, which led to the playful chase just now. Just you wait. Once I catch you, you're in for it. Ino, panting and frustrated, glared daggers at Yue. Perched in a tree, Yue watched her with amusement. Don't stop now. You're this close. You almost had me. Yue moved with agile grace, but he deliberately kept the distance between them tantalizingly short, always within reach if Ino just pushed herself a bit harder. But whenever she was about to catch up, at the crucial moment, Yue would suddenly kick into another gear, leaving Ino grasping at thin air. Despite Yue's teasing, Ino kept her cool, quietly sizing up the gap between them. Then, all at once, she darted forward a few paces, lifted her head, stretched out a hand, and smiled up at Yue. Yue, look over here. What is it? Without thinking much of it, Yue glanced in her direction. The moment she caught his attention, Ino struck mind-body switch technique. A surge of invisible mental energy shot toward Yuue's mind, but to him, the force barely registered. It was trivial, easily brushed aside. Still, Yuue didn't spoil her fun. Instead, he pretended to freeze up, playing along as if he'd been caught off guard. Yes, got him. Ino's eyes sparkled, convinced her jutsu had worked. Let's see where you think you can run to now. With a triumphant laugh, Ino lunged forward. The force of her leap sent them both tumbling from the tree, landing in a heap on the ground. Ino quickly straddled Yuue's chest, pinning him down. Using both hands and feet, she wrapped him up, employing the restraint techniques they'd learned at the Ninja Academy to keep him firmly subdued. Wow, that was an amazing mind-body switch technique. Yuue snapped awake, feigning surprise. Oomph. Now you've seen the power of the Yamanaka clan's secret arts. There's nowhere left for you to run, Ino declared, grinning in triumph from her perch above him. You're right, that was impressive. But this, Yuue glanced at the way Ino was pressed up against him. The two of them tangled together in an unusually close pose and shot her a sly, meaningful smile. Is this technique really meant for fighting enemies? If I were the enemy, I'd probably be enjoying this to death right now. When pinning down the opponent with all four limbs, a bit of physical contact was inevitable. At first, Ino hadn't thought much of it. But with Yuue's comment, she suddenly realized something was off. Her cheeks flushed scarlet in an instant. Honestly, I can't with you. How are you such a pervert? Ino scrambled off Yuue in a hurry, her face burning with embarrassment and fury. What kind of ridiculous locking technique was this? She hadn't expected her first time trying to be so mortifying. She swore she'd never use it again. Yuue laced his fingers behind his head and crossed his legs, grinning at her. I'm supposed to be the victim here. So how come it feels like I'm the one taking advantage of you? With her cheeks still aflame, Ino shot him a vicious glare, gave him a swift kick on the backside, and turned to leave. I don't have time for you. I'm off to finish the mission, so don't bother me. But she'd barely walked a few steps when Yuue's lazy voice drifted after her. You're going the wrong way. The kitten's over there. Ino glanced back in confusion, spotting that the direction Yuue pointed was the exact opposite of where she'd been headed. How do you know? You're not just making that up, are you? She asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Don't believe me? Let's make a bet. If the kitten really is in the direction I said, you owe me another round of that locking technique. Make sure you really hold me tight this time. But if I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you say, no questions asked. Deal. A faint, confident smile played on Yuue's lips. With his sharpened senses now, even without Sage Mode, he could effortlessly scan a third of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Finding a little kitten was hardly a challenge for him. Ino caught that unmistakable look of confidence on Yuue's face. After a moment's thought, she decided to head the way he'd indicated. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Hey, what about the bet? Do you agree or not? Yuue called loudly after her. Go rope Choji into your games, she shot back. Yuue shook his head, chuckling, then simply flopped down onto the grass, letting the gentle warmth of the sun wash over his face. Time to bask in today's solar recharge. Not long after, Ino returned, cradling a blue-and-white kitten in her arms. She stroked its silky fur and smiled. You really got it right. That's called skill, not luck, Yuue retorted, rolling his eyes. What a beautiful little kitten. As he spoke, Yuue's gaze softened, landing on the kitten nestled in Ino's arms. His eyes lit up with longing. So adorable. He wouldn't mind having one himself. But the little kitten, sensing Yuue's intense gaze, suddenly felt a suffocating pressure, as if a giant snake had coiled around it. Seeing the startled kitten, Yuue gave a wry smile and said to Ino, You'd better take it away. Just looking at it makes me break out in a cold sweat. Then why did you still try to scare it? Ino shook her head helplessly, cradled the kitten in her arms, and went off to finish her tasks. Yuue, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and continued to bask in the sun, thoroughly enjoying her leisurely sunbath. Ding! Group member Senju Hashirama has drastically altered the course of the world's fate. Reward: 500,000 gold coins. Group owner receives an equal reward. Just as Yuue was lying there, completely at ease and soaking in the sunlight, this notification rang out. Her entire body tensed up in an instant. Yuue shot upright, startled. No way. 500,000. Good heavens. Her eyes widened in disbelief. For such a massive impact, Hashirama's plan must have succeeded spectacularly. Indeed, Hashirama had seized a huge advantage by acting so early in the timeline. With many events yet to unfold, even the slightest change could completely upend everything that followed. Such a monumental shift naturally brought a mountain of gold coins, a windfall beyond imagination. Back when Yuue had taken out Danzo in her own timeline, the reward had been a measly 20,000 coins, practically nothing. But in Minato's case, after dealing with Danzo, the reward had soared to 100,000. Of course, saving the 3 members of Akatsuki contributed to that total. But Danzo's removal was certainly a major factor as well. The reason was simple. In this timeline, Danzo had pretty much accomplished all he was set to do, so there wasn't much room left for any earth-shattering changes. Even after the reward message finished, the group chat continued. Ding! To upgrade the group chat, a total of 1 million gold coins must be collected. Your total gold acquired, 1,100,000. Upgrade conditions met. Current group chat level, 2. Eternal sovereignty bonus, +1 level. Would you like to upgrade now? Was that even question? Of course she agreed without hesitation. Upgrade. Once the chat group upgraded, she'd be able to invite new members again. Who would it be this time? Yuyue was full of anticipation. Come to think of it, there wasn't a single girl in the group. Every day, it was nothing but tough guys chatting away, a little too much yang energy for her liking. A coma patient, a hollow, a flash, a white mask, and Madara. Such a lineup was positively dazzling, but there wasn't a hint of Een energy anywhere. As she was mulling over these thoughts, a new message from the chat group popped up, leaving her momentarily stunned. Group chat upgrade progress, 1%, 1.02%. What? It needs time to upgrade? Yuyue's eyes went wide with surprise. I thought it would be instant. She recalled that, thanks to the Eternal Sovereignty bonus, previous upgrades had happened in a flash. Hey, old ma, what's going on here? Is this a bug or what? Yuyue asked the chat group directly. The Eternal Sovereignty bonus overrides the rules, allowing for instant upgrades. But normal level increases require some loading time. The chat group quickly offered an explanation. I see. Well, I guess I'll just wait then. Yuyue accepted it easily enough. After all, it was only a matter of waiting a few more days. Come on, let's liven up the group chat a bit. Yuyue immediately opened the group chat interface. Inside, the group members were unusually active. The chat history was so long that it took her over a minute of scrolling up just to catch up. Yuyue quickly summed things up. For the most part, it was Hashirama and Madara discussing matters of construction and development. Madara was now busy with rebuilding the shinobi world, and he had a wealth of experience in that area. Then there was Itachi, who would occasionally seek advice from his seniors in the group. At first, his questions were all about Konoha. But lately, he'd been frequently asking Hashirama about the secrets of cultivating sage body, which meant he must have started working on it himself. It seemed that a healthy Itachi was about to make his appearance in the world. And finally, there was the matter of that kid, Obito. The Wagakure was on the move, their army pressing in at the borders, and the war was on the verge of erupting. Obito had already followed Minato Namikaze to the front lines. Shirgong Yua, at Uchiha Obito, is the fight about to start? Remember to stay sharp. Don't get cocky just because you've mastered phasing. If you slip up and lose in a stupid way, it really wouldn't be worth it. Yuyue's concern was not unfounded. Though Obito possessed the eternal Mangekyo, his real combat experience was sorely lacking. And on top of that, his personality. TSK, a hot-blooded youth prone to impulsiveness. On the battlefield, that's a recipe for disaster. Konoha Year 47. At the edge of the Land of Fire, a crucial meeting was underway at Konoha's main base. In the conference room, the top elite shinobi of Konoha sat in circles, every one of them a core force in the looming war. Minato Namikaze was intently sharing the latest intel he'd received directly from Obito. If Obito hadn't previewed the script, Konoha might not have been able to respond so swiftly. Obito had relayed every bit of information to Minato without reservation, and once Minato reported it, the entire army moved like clockwork, ready at any moment to repel the threat from a Wagakure. The meeting was tense and somber. As Obito listened, fully focused on the strategies being discussed, he was suddenly interrupted by a notification from the group chat. Yuyue had mentioned him. He immediately switched to the chat interface to read the message. Faced with Yuyue's concerns, the corners of Obito's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Uchiha Obito, don't worry, Yuyue. I haven't been slacking off lately. During the day, I train taijutsu with Kakashi. My real combat experience has shot up. And at night, I study tactics and battlefield coordination with Lord Minato. The me now is far stronger than I ever was before. 6 paths Obito. Oh, in that case, give me back my truth-seeking orb. Uchiha Obito, why are you always hung up on that? How about this? I'll trade you a photo for it, deal? 6 paths Obito. Humph. You think a mere photo is worth my truth-seeking orb? What do you take me for? Some street vendor. That is a supreme treasure forged from the fusion of 7 attributes. Apart from being powerless against celestial techniques, it is utterly indestructible. How could it possibly be? Uchiha Obito cut in. It's actually a photo of Kakashi in a maid outfit. I want it as a trophy in a bet we made not long ago. There's only one copy. If you don't want it. 6 Paths to Obito. Wait, send it to me first. Let me take a look. Uchiha Obito sent an image to 6 Paths Obito. 6 Paths Obito has received the image. 6 Paths Obito. This is gold. I'll trade. Minato looked around, noticing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, and asked, "All right, that's my strategy in full. Does anyone have any questions?" The Jonin exchanged bewildered glances, eyes wide with disbelief. Minato's plan was so detailed that it seemed as if victory was already in their grasp, provided they followed the steps. The intelligence he provided was so precise it even covered the timing of a Wagakure's attack and their supply routes, details that left everyone in awe. Seeing no one speak, Minato's gaze settled on Obito, who seemed lost in thought. "Obito, what do you think? If you have any insights, please share them with the group. It might inspire us." As Minato's words fell, the other Jonin couldn't help but turn to Obito with newfound respect. Uchiha Obito, a name known by everyone in Konoha. His legendary Susanoo during the Chunin exams had made him an overnight sensation. Since Uchiha Madara, he was the second member of the clan to wield such divine power. If not for his lack of dazzling battlefield achievements, his renown might have already surpassed that of his own mentor, Minato Namikaze. Even so, he remained a beacon of hope for many, Uchiha included. Snapped back to reality by Minato's question, Obito quickly shifted his attention from the group chat. "On my thoughts, I think Minato-sensei's plan is already thorough. I really have nothing to add." Since Minato-sensei had everything arranged, there was no need for him to gild the lily. "Very well. Since there are no objections, let's move out." Dismissed. With Minato's crisp command, everyone in the tent dispersed swiftly, heading to their assigned duties. Only Minato and Obito remained. As the commander of this campaign, and with his Flying Thunder God technique, Minato would serve as the rapid response point, darting across the battlefield as needed. Obito, meanwhile, would appear like a thunderbolt at critical moments, striking the enemy with devastating force. At the same time, elsewhere, the army of Iwagakure was already poised to move. Under cover of darkness, 300 elite stone ninja, led by the formidable General Higashi Shurnin, advanced silently toward the land of fire. Each of these 300 was a formidable fighter, at least at Chunin level. There were also 100 elite Jonin among them, moving like sharpened daggers poised to drive straight into the heart of the land of fire, clearing the way for the main army that would follow. The unit advanced swiftly with Higashi Shinin, the leader, at the very front, guiding the march. Why do I have this uneasy feeling in my heart? An inexplicable tension welled up inside Higashi Shinin, difficult to put into words. He scanned his surroundings. Everything was eerily quiet. Even though this was the border of the land of fire, it seemed improbable not to encounter a single patrolling leaf ninja. At the outset of their infiltration, they had prepared 5 different plans to deal with possible patrol squads, making sure their movements would go undetected. Yet now, all those preparations seemed unnecessary. The situation was far too abnormal. Higashi Shinin refused to believe that the vast village of Konoha would be so lax as to leave its borders completely unguarded. Despite his suspicions, Higashi Shinin pressed onward. After all, he bore a crucial mission for Iwagakure. He couldn't abandon it over a mere oddity. "Relay my orders. Everyone stay alert and prepare for battle." Higashi Shinin issued his command to the officer at his side. "Yes, Captain," the adjutant replied. With the order given, the unit advanced a little further. Suddenly, Higashi Shinin came to a dead stop, freezing in place. Seeing their leader halt, all 300 Wagakure ninja behind him stopped in unison. A heavy expression clouded Higashi Shinin's face as his sharp gaze locked onto something ahead. There, a young boy stood smiling at them, baring his teeth in a fearless grin. The boy wore a Konoha forehead protector, marking him unmistakably as a leaf ninja. It was a bizarre sight. After their long journey, the first Konoha ninja they encountered was just a single youth. Higashi Shinin glanced around, but there was no sign of any other leaf ninja nearby. "Only one," he muttered, shooting a look at his adjutant. In a low voice, he commanded, "You go, and test him out. Everyone on guard. Prepare for battle." Higashi Shinin wasn't about to let his guard down, even if the opponent stood alone. In this ninja world, there were few who could single-handedly wipe out an entire team like theirs, but it wasn't unheard of. For instance, the yellow flash of Konoha. At that moment, the adjutant stepped forward from the formation, fixing a serious gaze on the leaf ninja before him as his hands blurred through a series of hand seals. He possessed a Kekii Genkai known as Grass Release. The jutsu's appearance was somewhat reminiscent of the legendary first Hokage's techniques. But in truth, the quality was worlds apart. At first, his grass release couldn't even trap a rabbit. But he firmly believed there were no useless bloodlines, only useless ninja. Through relentless effort, he had finally clawed his way to this position. Blue-silver bind, the adjutant shouted, unleashing his jutsu. In an instant, a lush green meadow sprang up wildly from the ground, surging toward the Konoha ninja like a rolling tide. You're not even dodging. Damn it, do you think so little of me? You've chosen the path to your own death. Seeing that the Konoha ninja remained motionless, the adjutant gritted his teeth and poured even more chakra into his attack. Under his control, more green grass gathered together, forming the shape of a gigantic hammer. Hao-Tian hammer! The adjutant roared, unleashing all his strength. Yet what happened next was nothing short of astonishing. Whether it was the surging sea of grass or the massive, heavy Hao-Tian hammer, everything passed straight through the Konoha ninja's body, as if he were nothing more than a reflection on the water surface. What's going on? Could it be? I've fallen under a Jinjutsu. The adjutant hurriedly formed hand seals, desperate to break free from the illusion. At that moment, the Konoha ninja across from him suddenly leapt into the air, as if standing atop the void itself. Then, before him, a swirling vortex of space began to twist into existence. In the next instant, a barrage of kunai shot out from the spatial vortex, so many and so widespread that they threatened to engulf the entire team. A hail of sharp, whistling blades tore through the air. Defend, Dong Shuren ordered coolly. These kunai, though they filled the sky, were not truly dangerous. At his command, the Iwagakure shinobi joined forces, summoning a massive earth wall that blocked every single kunai. But what was strange was that, despite knowing the kunai attacks were useless, that Konoha ninja kept throwing them, scattering them in every direction. A warning siren blared in Dong Shuren's mind. A terrifying suspicion surfaced. Could those kunai be? You go retrieve one of those kunai. Dong Shuren ordered one of the Iwagakure ninja. Yes, sir. Moments later, the ninja returned. Tears streamed down his face, snot and tears mingling as he trembled all over, clutching a kunai, and approached Dong Shuren, his whole body quivering. See, Captain. Seeing his subordinate in such a state, Dong Shuren felt a chill run down his spine. Still, clinging to a shred of hope, he accepted the kunai. One look, and Dong Shuren nearly collapsed. Carved on the kunai were 4 bold characters, Blade of Shinobi Love. There was no need to ask further. Every Iwagakure ninja who set foot on the battlefield knew this mark, for it was none other than the Flying Thunder God seal of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Captain, what should we do? His subordinate looked utterly hopeless. All around them, Flying Thunder God kunai littered the ground. There was no way out. Dong Shuren struggled to maintain his composure. Pass down my command. But his words had barely left his lips when, all of a sudden, the world seemed to tremble and collapse in a cataclysmic shock. A deafening roar split the air. Dong Shuren jerked his head up, only to see a towering giant of pale blue light slowly rising, awe-inspiring and majestic. The giant unfurled its wings, wielding a massive blade that pointed straight toward the heavens. What is that? Dong Shuren's eyes nearly burst from their sockets in disbelief. He bitterly regretted his decision in his heart. Attacking Konoha tonight had been far too hasty. Even as he hesitated, the towering giant was already swinging his blade down. Scatter! Dong Shuren's roar shook the heavens. With a thunderous crash, 300 elite shinobi instantly split into hundreds of shadowy forms, darting off in all directions to evade. A deafening impact followed as the colossal blade howled through the air, carving a deep scar into the earth. Every Iwagakure ninja stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. What kind of terrifying entity were they facing? Dong Shuren's throat tightened with fear. Who, or what, was this monstrous being? Suddenly, anguished cries from his comrades tore through the night. Dong Shuren spun around in alarm. Beneath the moonlight, a streak of golden light flashed like lightning through their ranks. Whoever it touched collapsed wordlessly, unable to put up any resistance. Across the battlefield, Flying Thunder God kunai rained down like a storm, covering the ground. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of Dong Shuren's elite forces had fallen. The golden light paused, locking eyes with Dong Shuren. He saw a handsome, radiant face, Minato Namikaze himself. The man offered a gentle smile, nodding toward Dong Shuren. Minato Namikaze. A chill ran down Dong Shuren's spine. That smile was like a summons from the Reaper itself, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. The name Minato Namikaze was known to every shinobi in the world. Ha ha ha. Perfect. It's the Yellow Flash. We're doomed. Behind Dong Shuren, One of his men burst into hysterical laughter, teetering on the edge of madness. Behind them stood the Susanoo, shattering mountains and stone. Ahead, the yellow flash reaping lives in an instant. There was no hope. They were utterly doomed. Everything was lost. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly raised a kunai. Super space-time, flash, swallow dance. In an instant, darkness swallowed Dong Shuren's vision. Then, all sensation slipped away. It wasn't until the final flickers of life ebbed from his body that he hazily heard the name of Minato's technique. He's faster than sound. The 300 elite Iwagakure shinobi who intended to strike the land of fire, along with their commander Dong Shuren, all annihilated. And Konoha had sent only 2. Not far from the land of fire, the Iwagakure army was camped, a heavy atmosphere hanging over the encampment. Inside the main tent of Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage Inoki's voice rose in disbelief, edged with shock. You're telling me that our 300 elite, plus elite Jonin Dong Shuren, were wiped out completely in just half an hour, without explanation? Inoki's eyes were locked on the messenger, wide with incredulity, as if he'd just heard something impossible. Even if you were chasing 300 pigs, it would take half a day to round them up, but 300 men go in, and in less than 30 minutes, not a single one comes back alive? Bear in mind, half of their time after setting out was spent on the road. The actual fighting couldn't have lasted more than a few moments. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, every last one was gone? Yes. The messenger lowered his head, not daring to meet Inoki's stern gaze. After receiving confirmation once more, even someone as shrewd and composed as Inoki found his breathing growing rapid. What on earth are those people from the east up to? 300 elite ninja, wiped out in an instant. Such a loss would be a devastating blow, even for the mighty Hidden Stone village. Father, are you all right? Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, hurried forward to steady him, worry etched all over his face. I'm fine. Inoki drew a deep breath, barely managing to steady his emotions, then waved a hand to dismiss his subordinates. Once the man had left the tent, Inoki slowly paced over to his desk and sat down. Before him lay a massive sand table, a model depicting the possible defensive arrangements of the Leaf Village. His gaze remained fixed on the model, silent and unmoving. Father, should we send someone to investigate? Kitsuchi suggested. Inoki shook his head slowly, his tone heavy. There's no need. In the entire Leaf Village, only Minato Namikaze has the ability to annihilate that eastern squad in such a short time. And it would have to be Minato Namikaze with his flying thunder god marks already set on the battlefield. What puzzles me? Inoki's eyes rested on the miniature model of the Leaf Village atop the sand table. According to our intelligence, Minato was supposed to be busy guarding against the Mist Village's surprise attack on the Leaf. How could he suddenly appear at the border of the Land of Fire? At this moment, the Leaf Village faced more than just the Hidden Stone as an enemy. The Hidden Cloud from a Land of Lightning and the Hidden Mist from the Land of Water had also joined the war. The Leaf was forced to split its forces to deal with multiple threats. The front lines had already stretched into 2 separate battlefields, facing both Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud, while still needing to defend against mist assaults from the sea. Because of this, Minato Namikaze had to remain in the Leaf Village as a precaution. It was precisely this reasoning that led Inoki to believe Minato would not leave the village lightly, and thus he gave the go-ahead for this operation. Yet the reality was... Inoki's gaze shifted to Kitsuchi. How did they learn about our plans? There was no flaw in the plan itself. The problem lay in the leak of intelligence, which had brought Minato Namikaze to intercept them. Worse still, Minato was clearly prepared in advance, having laid a flying thunder god trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. Unless the opposition could see into the future, there had to be a traitor among their ranks. Kitsuchi suddenly understood. You mean, there's a Leaf spy among us? Inoki's expression grew even more grave. This mission was highly classified. Only a handful were in the know. You will investigate this yourself. Kitsuchi nodded in agreement and left to carry out the order. As Inoki's son, he was the one his father trusted most. No one else was fit for the job. And so, while the Hidden Stone played a battle of wits with the air itself, hunting for a traitor who might not even exist, Obito had silently drawn close to Canopy Bridge. This was a crucial stronghold at the rear of Iwagakure, through which all frontline supplies were transported. Yet, no one sensed Obito's approach. This is the place. Standing atop a high perch, Obito carefully surveyed the terrain below, his eyes sharpened by the moonlight. That old fox Madara was hiding somewhere in this area, clinging to life in an underground lair with the help of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Obito had never forgotten the debt of 300,000 gold coins he still owed in the chat group. Though neither the first Hokage nor Minato-sensei had ever urged him to repay it, Obito was not the sort to default on a debt. Now, his target was none other than Uchiha Madara, the man whose entire life had been ruined by Black Zetsu's deception. From this point in the timeline, Obito realized he could change many things, especially Madara's fate. If he could rewrite destiny, the gold coin reward awaiting him would be substantial. Old man Madara, I'm here to cash in on your gold. Obito laughed in delight, raising his arms high as if preparing to dive, and leapt straight from the tree. Drawing on his intangibility, he slipped underground as smoothly as a fish plunging into water. The passage of day and night in the outside world meant nothing to the underground realm. Here, it was forever dim and damp, the air thick with a chilling, eerie gloom. Deep within the cavern, a colossal monster lay in silence, its lower half buried in the earth. Even the exposed upper body was enormous beyond belief. This was the shell of the 10 Tails, the demonic statue of the outer path. In the shadow cast by the statue, a cold stone chair stood, and upon it sat a solitary figure. It was Uchiha Madara. Even the most fearsome Azura of the shinobi world could not escape the ravages of time. Madara's hair was now pure white. Deep wrinkles carved across what had once been a handsome face. His frame hunched and frail, the very image of old age. In truth, his vitality had long since been drained to the dregs. Only the life force, siphoned through a few tubes connected to the demonic statue, kept his flickering candle of existence from going out altogether. Madara leaned slantwise on a stone chair, eyes closed as if lost in dreams. But in reality, he had been gone from that world for quite some time. Or so it seemed. Suddenly, Madara's eyes snapped open. Neither Rinnegan nor Eternal Mangekyo, but just a pair of ordinary black pupils. Tell me what's happening outside. He raised his head slightly, his gaze piercing the cave ceiling, where countless white Zetsu hung in suspended animation. On ordinary days, it was through these beings that he kept informed of every whisper and movement in the outside world. One white Zetsu leaped from the rock wall. There's a great war brewing outside, Lord Madara, it reported. About half an hour ago, an elite squad from a Wagakure silently infiltrated the Land of Fire. It looks like the flames of war are about to be rekindled. Madara let out a low, dismissive hum. War. Another war has erupted. Ah, Hashirama, in the end, your path still failed to lead to peace. What the successors inherit is nothing but hatred. Only I can create a world without war, where all people live in harmony. Madara's resolve in his Eye of the Moon plan grew ever more unwavering. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate. What is that Uchiha child doing now? Naturally, the one he referred to was Obito. Unlike the other Uchiha, Obito had shown an extraordinary warmth towards others since he was young. Kind-hearted, always eager to lend a hand. Yet it was precisely this abundance of feeling that, once cast into the abyss, nurtured the most intense hatred. A perfect pawn, one who could carry on advancing his grand plan after he was gone. Thus, Madara had set his sights on Obito long ago, waiting for the right moment to drag him onto that road of darkness with no return. What's he doing? Obviously, he's getting ready to rob you of your loot. Are you prepared? I can hardly wait. A teasing voice suddenly rang out, catching Madara completely off guard. He looked over at White Zetsu, confused, but White Zetsu hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Lord Madara, that wasn't me. Not you. Before Madara could piece things together, an arm suddenly hooked around his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure appeared at his side, squeezing onto his stone chair. Who else could it be but yours truly? Uchiha Obito chuckled, settling in beside Madara, as if there were no barriers between them. Madara's eyes darkened, and after lying dormant for so long, his chakra flared to life. His frail body erupted with astonishing strength, a heavy fist swinging toward the uninvited guest at his side. Though old, my arrows remained sharp. Yet, Kamui activated in an instant. In a flash, Obito vanished from the stone chair, reappearing a short distance in front of Madara. Honestly, you talk a big game, always lurking in the shadows, scheming to have me run errands for you. And the moment I show up, you're ready to throw hands? Obito shrugged, completely unfazed. Madara dismissed the pointless banter, his gaze icy and fixed on Obito. Uchiha Obito, where did you find this place? In your eyes? Mangekyo. A flicker of shock passed through Madara's eyes. No, Eternal Mangekyo. As someone who once possessed the Eternal Mangekyo, Madara could sense the overwhelming ocular power surging from Obito. This was far beyond an ordinary Mangekyo. But how could it be? Obito had no siblings. How could he have awakened the Eternal Mangekyo on his own? Did he unlock it? Or had it always been there, never dormant? Meanwhile, countless white zetsu quietly emerged from the ground all around. They formed a circle around Obito, poised to strike at any moment. Hey, old Madara, is this how you treat a guest? No tea is one thing, but do you really expect to scare me with all these white zetsu? Obito swept his gaze over the circle of white zetsu around him, voicing his complaint. Stand down. Madara gestured with a wave of his hand. Madara looked at Obito with indifference. For a Uchiha bearing the eternal eyes, numbers no longer posed any threat. The white zetsu melted back into the earth, leaving Madara and Obito alone in the underground chamber. Leaning on his war fan, Madara's eyes scrutinized Obito again and again. It seemed things were unfolding beyond his expectations. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. Uchiha Obito, you're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you? Obito replied with disarming frankness. Nothing special, really. So, what brings you here to see me? To kill me? You seem to know a fair bit about me, but I don't feel like interrogating you right now. If you intend to fight, then go ahead. Madara stared at Obito, utterly unafraid. Even though Obito had the power to end him, a true Uchiha's pride left no room for fear. Obito shook his head and chuckled softly. What would I gain by killing you? You're far more valuable to me alive. Only with you around can I farm gold coins. As he spoke, Obito glanced around the chamber as if searching for something, but found nothing. So he asked, Hey, has a certain shadowy fellow come looking for you yet? A strange glint flickered in Madara's eyes. Could Obito be referring to Black Zetsu? How would he even know about that? Catching Madara's subtle reaction, Obito's thoughts became crystal clear. He gave a slight nod. So, he has found you. In that case, I can't just spell things out. Madara was momentarily at a loss. What on earth was this guy talking about? Before Madara could collect his thoughts, Obito strode over, plopped down right beside him, and unceremoniously shoved Madara aside to claim his stone chair. If looks could kill, Madara's expression would have haunted the room for days. Wasn't Uchiha Obito supposed to respect his elders and care for the young? Is this your idea of respecting your elders? Obito lowered his head with a sly grin, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Come on, let's share some Uchiha secrets the Uchiha way. Madara turned his head. In a heartbeat, his dark eyes shifted into the triple Tomo, Sharingan. His own eyes had evolved into the Rinnegan and were secretly entrusted to Nagato, so now he could only rely on the basic triple Tomo Sharingan. Eyes transplanted from someone else. But mere triple Tomo Sharingan was no match for Obito's eternal Mangekyo. Since that was the case, he might as well face this calmly and find out why Obito had gone to such lengths to seek him out. In an instant, Obito pulled Madara into a world of illusion, a realm shaped by Obito's own imagination, where he held absolute control. With a single thought, Madara's aged features faded away, replaced by the youthful vigor of his prime. Black hair flowing, the legendary Uchiha Madara who once shook the shinobi world come to life once more. Madara's face remained expressionless. After all, this was only an illusion. None of it was real. Once he left, he would still be that old man with one foot in the grave. TSK, it should have been you bringing me here to brainwash me. But somehow I've become the one casting the spell this time, Obito said with a cheerful chuckle. So, what is it you want to say? Madara replied, his tone calm and flat. Watch closely, don't blink. Obito pointed toward the sky. Madara followed his gesture, looking up in confusion. In an instant, a flood of images surged forth. These were memories Obito had carefully chosen, scenes all revolving around Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, presented one after another. The images sped by in a rapid montage, and Madara watched them just as quickly. A few minutes passed. The display of memories ended, yet Madara's expression didn't change. He merely stood there in silence, lost in thought. Obito walked over surprised. You're really not angry at all? To be manipulated by Black Zetsu like that, and, in the end, to become nothing more than a vessel for Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection. Your entire plan ruined, you even lost yourself in the process. How can you just accept that? Man, what a tough old turtle you are. At Obito's words, Madara lowered his gaze. This is your domain of illusion. Whatever you want me to see, it's entirely up to you. The meaning was clear. Who's to say you didn't fabricate some of those memories to fool me? Well, Obito scratched his head. Something didn't add up. When Hashirama had shown his memories before, Madara had believed them right away. But now, with Obito, Madara was full of suspicion. Pondering it for a moment, Obito suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Hey, I've got it. Since you don't trust me, why don't we just capture Black Zetsu and read his memories directly? Didn't Black Zetsu claim to be the embodiment of your will? But he's been wandering the shinobi world for over 1,000 years. If we look at his memories, the truth will be obvious. Madara studied Obito, then slowly nodded. Truthfully, he already half believed it, but the whole affair was so bizarre that it was hard to accept outright. What Obito had just shown was clearly something from the future. Could he really see the future? That kind of power was far beyond any shinobi's ability. But whether it was true or not, all it would take was catching Black Zetsu to find out. Was he really the embodiment of Madara's will? Or was he Kagaya Otsutsuki's secret third child? The answer would soon be clear. Obito ended the illusion, and the two of them returned to reality. Madara instantly reverted to his aged, stooped form. He was silent, extending his palm to the side. Soon, a mass of black sludge slowly oozed from his hand. As it touched the ground, it coalesced into a human shape, standing upright. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu said respectfully. His gaze shifted back and forth between Obito and Madara, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What had they just been talking about? But in the next instant, Black Zetsu's curiosity turned to terror. Lord Madara, what are you doing? Crack! With a sharp snap, a black rod shot from Madara's hand, pinning Black Zetsu firmly to the ground. But that still wasn't enough. In the next instant, even more black rods shot forth, pinning Black Zetsu's entire body firmly in place. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu was completely baffled, unable to make sense of what was happening. How could Uchiha Madara suddenly attack him? With trembling limbs, Madara slowly rose from his stone chair. Obito hurried over to support him, as if terrified that his aged benefactor might stumble. Watch your step. Don't go taking a spill at a time like this. Dying from a fall would be the joke of the century. Madara shot him a helpless glance. Was this kid incapable of saying anything auspicious? Did he, the great Uchiha Madara, look like someone who'd die from a simple fall? Together, the two approached Black Zetsu. Madara activated both Yin-Yang release and his Sharingan, gripping Black Zetsu's head tightly as he began to probe the depths of his memories. It didn't take long before Madara, pale-faced and drained, pulled his hand away. Black Zetsu's memories spanned thousands of years, a boundless ocean. Madara had only skimmed a tiny fraction before reaching his limit, his weakened state making the task even harder. See, I told you I wasn't making things up, Obito said smugly. I warned you, you've been dancing in the palm of that guy's hand all along, but you refused to believe me. Madara's gaze grew heavy as he looked at Black Zetsu. He had only managed to glimpse a few insignificant fragments of memory, just the trivial details of daily life. Yet even that was enough to confirm Obito's words. Black Zetsu claimed to be the embodiment of his will, but Madara, even if he stretched his years to their fullest, hadn't even lived a full century. Where then did Black Zetsu get his millennia of memories? It was now painfully clear he had been toyed with all along. The Eye of the Moon plan, the Stone Tablets prophecy, it had all been a setup by Black Zetsu. In the end, he was nothing more than a pawn on someone else's chessboard, blissfully unaware. How pathetic and how laughable. A low, bitter chuckle rumbled from Madara's throat. Without warning, whoosh, Madara struck, sending an yin-yang-infused black rod hurtling toward Black Zetsu, intent on ending him once and for all. Since awakening the Rinnegan, Madara had spent years delving into forbidden sage techniques and yin-yang release. With Black Zetsu now powerless to resist, there was no way he could escape Madara's grasp. Hey wait. Obito suddenly reached out, grabbing his arm and halting Madara's strike midair. You're stopping me? Madara whipped around, eyes bloodshot and murderous intent radiating from his gaze, enough to make Obito freeze for a moment. But Obito held firm, quietly slipping the black rod from Madara's hand. You're not exactly young anymore. Maybe try not to solve every problem with violence. Come on, calm down. Obito gently eased Madara back onto the stone chair, soothingly patting his back. For a moment, Madara was at a loss for words. Obito, what exactly are you trying to do? He couldn't comprehend Obito's way of thinking. If Obito had exposed Black Zetsu's plot, shouldn't his goal be to help Madara break free from its control? But then, why try to stop me from getting rid of Black Zetsu, that menace? Obito rubbed his hands together, a sly grin on his face. It's all about the gold coins, isn't it? There's not much to gain from killing him, barely any money at all. It's much more useful to keep him around. He's worth a lot more to me alive. Once Black Zetsu died, no one will be left to free Kagaya. But in the grand scheme, that wasn't such a major shift. After all, in the original storyline, Kagaya would end up sealed away again anyway. But letting Black Zetsu, or rather, letting Kagaya, remain in play, now, that was a game changer. The kind of twist that would make the gold coins pour in. Madara clearly couldn't wrap his head around Obito's line of thinking. Madara. His face was a picture of utter confusion. Obito waved him off. Oh, come on, just trust me on this one. You won't regret it. Madara let out a gentle sigh. Young people these days had truly peculiar ideas. But never mind. Obito was the one calling the shots here, after all. Might as well let him have his way. So, what are you planning to do next? Madara asked. In that moment, Madara seemed a little lost. The moon's eye plan he'd chased his whole life had turned out to be Black Zetsu's trickery. He obviously couldn't continue down that path. For the first time, he found himself at a loss for what to do. My plan is simple. Unite the shinobi world and bring an end to war. At Obito's answer, a spark flickered in Madara's clouded eyes. This kid's dream was almost identical to his own youthful ambition. He had once dreamed the same dream, but Hashirama hadn't agreed, and so, reluctantly, he'd let it go. Now, with Obito raising the banner once more, memories long dormant in Madara's heart awakened. Hashirama was gone, and in today's shinobi world, who could possibly stop Obito? The answer? No one. A serene smile spread across Madara's face. He never expected that, at the end of his life, he would witness the unification of the shinobi world. With that, he could leave without regrets. Even if he journeyed to another world, he could finally scold Hashirama, pointing out just how wrong his old friend's choices had been. My Rinnegan is an Amage cure, implanted in a kid named Nagato. Go and retrieve it. It might be of use to you, Madara said. Obito shot Madara a sideways glance. Why would I need that? I can evolve on my own, whenever I want. Better if you keep it for your own amusement. Without waiting for a reply, Obito walked over to Black Zetsu, squatted down, and pulled out several black rods embedded in his body. Black Zetsu, have you given any thought to my proposal? What do you want to say? Black Zetsu asked, his voice low. Obito glared at him, then used his Sharingan to send a thought directly into Black Zetsu's mind. When the transmission was finished, Black Zetsu suddenly grew agitated. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? If I hadn't intervened, you'd already be dead at Madara's hands. There's no reason for me to deceive you. With Obito's confirmation, Black Zetsu nodded. Very well. I am willing to serve you, Lord Obito. Obito smiled and pulled out the remaining black rods from Black Zetsu's body, setting him free. Immediately, Black Zetsu obediently clung to Obito's side, and seeing this, Madara couldn't help but glance over. He sneered. Well, look at you. Weren't you always claiming to be my will incarnate? Switching allegiances so quickly now. With a bright grin, Obito walked up to Madara and held out his fist. Come on, Madara. Let's join forces and build a world free from war. I promise the children of Konoha will never have to suffer the ravages of battle again. Looking at Obito's beaming face, for a fleeting moment, Madara saw the image of Hashirama overlapping with him. But in the end, he simply shook his head. No, I'm already withered. I'll leave the future of the shinobi world to others. I'll just wait here for your good news. And when it's my time to go, I'll tell Hashirama it was his mistake. Obito, however, just shrugged it off with a carefree smile. Withered? Come on, this little setback is nothing for me to fix. I could keep you lively for another 500 years if I wanted. Hurry up already. He waved his arm impatiently, urging Madara to bump fists with him. Do you even know what you're saying? You don't believe me? Hey, I don't kid around, you know. Madara fell silent for a moment, then finally, half-heartedly, raised his fist to lightly touch Obito's. Deep down, he still longed to witness Konoha's future with his own eyes. But right after, Obito's dissatisfied muttering drifted over. Obito eyed Madara suspiciously. Hey, old man Madara, you didn't mean it, did you? I didn't get any gold coins at all. Let's do it again. You gotta take it seriously. You have to believe in me from your heart. Just going through the motions won't cut it. Madara was momentarily speechless. What bizarre theory was this now? With no other choice, Madara lifted his hand again. This time, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. All right, Obito. The mission that Hashirama and I couldn't complete, it's up to you to carry it on. Let me see just how far you can go. A revolution the shinobi world hasn't seen in 1,000 years is about to unfold in your hands. There was a soft thud as their fists touched once more. Instantly, a cold electronic voice rang in Obito's ear. Beep. Group member Uchiha Obito, for significantly altering the course of history, you have been awarded 300,000 gold coins. It's finally here. So many gold coins. Obito was overjoyed. So, these gold coins you keep talking about, what exactly are they? Some kind of currency? Madara asked, puzzled by Obito's excitement. Yeah, you could put it that way. But these are divine coins. You can buy anything with them. Obito replied with a mysterious grin. Meanwhile, the fires of war at the front lines continued to spread, flickering on the horizon. And quietly, a secret letter slipped out of a Wagakure and made its way into the territory of Kirigakure. The letter revealed that Minato Namikaze had already joined the front lines. With the loss of such a formidable force, Konoha's defenses had taken a serious blow. At the same time, The plan was to keep Minato occupied at the outposts, tying him down so he couldn't protect Konoha. If Kirigakure harbored any ambitions, now was the perfect opportunity. After reading the letter, the Mizukage paused in contemplation. Rather than rashly mobilizing the entire village, he chose instead to send a small squad to scout out the situation. For this reconnaissance mission, he selected Ao, who possessed a transplanted Byakugan, an ability that would allow them to gather intelligence with exceptional precision. As Ao and his team infiltrated enemy territory, they had no idea that Minato had already anticipated such a move. Uchiha Shursui, leading his own squad, had set an ambush along the route. Shursui, watching from a distance, unleashed his Genjutsu, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy team collapsed. That chakra, is it Uchiha Shursui? Through the perspective of his Byakugan, Ao caught a glimpse of what had happened. That vibrant green chakra glimmered in his sight, a signature as renowned as Shursui himself, famed for his body flicker technique. Panic-stricken, Ao turned tail and fled. His team retreated in utter disarray, never even catching a glimpse of Konoha's gates. Upon returning to Kirigakure, Ao recounted the entire incident to the third Mizukage. Hearing the report, the Mizukage erupted in fury. "You useless fools! You didn't even make it to Konoha's doorstep before getting chased away? You couldn't even get a taste of victory? Unbelievable!" At the Mizukage's command, the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as the 7 swordsmen, not the auspicious trio, as the narrator jokingly put it, prepared for battle, launching another assault on Konoha. Yet, history seemed destined to repeat itself. They followed the same route. Despite Ao having warned them there might be an ambush, the 7 swordsmen dismissed the warning. Come on, surely he can't still be waiting there, right? But reality proved otherwise. Uchiha Shursui, the young Uchiha Itachi, and a group of elite Uchiha clan members had already taken up positions, fully prepared for the confrontation. Minato-senpai's information was spot on. They really did come, Itachi said, filled with admiration. This isn't the time for reflection, Itachi. Get ready for battle. Shursui replied with a light chuckle, drawing the long blade from his back. Itachi nodded solemnly, gripping his ninja tools. Though only 6 years old, he now followed Shursui onto the battlefield. A tense silence filled the air as everyone braced themselves. The moment the 7 swordsmen entered the encirclement, the Uchiha forces sprang into action. Phantom body flicker technique. As Shursui formed the hand seals, the battlefield was instantly filled with a dozen identical copies of him. These weren't ordinary shadow clones. Each one was solid and real, showcasing Shursui's extraordinary speed and his unmatched mastery of the body flicker, allowing him to appear in multiple places at once. This was the legendary Shursui of the body flicker, the true power behind the name that echoed throughout the ninja world. Uchiha style, Halo dance. In a flash, every Shursui attacked at once, with the other Uchiha elites close behind. A barrage of jutsu rained down on their foes in a relentless assault. What the? There really was an ambush? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist stared in shock, caught off guard as casualties mounted in an instant. Not our own brother? You really dared to do it? What if we'd taken another route? Wouldn't you have blown up your own men? So there's not even a hint of strategy here, is there? Retreat. Fall back now. The 7 ninja swordsmen. No, after that round of ambush, only 5 remained. Now reduced to the 5 ninja swordsmen, they fought back desperately, all the while frantically searching for a way to escape. But, to talk about speed in front of Shursui the body flicker, wasn't that just a joke? Soon, the battlefield fell silent once more. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with their 7 legendary blades, would remain forever on the soil of Konoha. Shursui Uchiha wiped the blood from his sword, then walked toward Itachi, wearing a warm smile. Mission accomplished. Let's go home, Itachi. An alliance? What kind of scheme is that old fox Inoki plotting this time? The third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village held a letter from a Wagakure in his hand, his face full of disbelief. Originally, after being rebuffed by Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, they planned to turn their attack on Konoha. But barely a few days into the war, Inoki actually wrote to propose an alliance. Their target, Konoha. You have to know, right now Kumogakure is not only at war with Konoha, but also fighting against a Wagakure. Inoki's initiative to seek cooperation, now that was truly rare. Father, what does that old man want? The young took a step forward, curiosity written all over his face. The third Raikage explained, Inoki says Minato Namikaze himself has entered the front lines, and he wants us to join forces against him. Minato Namikaze? A pause, then let out a cold laugh. So that's what it's about. The yellow flash has appeared. No wonder the old guy wants to ally with us. He's afraid of dying. Inoki may have overwhelming attack power and seem unstoppable, but if someone sneaks up and slits his throat, he'd die just like anyone else. That is the fate of a ninja. Infinite tricks, but body's all too fragile. So since Inoki can't handle Minato Namikaze, he has no choice but to seek help from Kumobikure. After all, only Kumobikure can match the Yellow Flash when it comes to speed. By the way, I heard that during our assault on Sunagakure, you and B once fought the Yellow Flash yourselves? How did that feel? The third Raikage pressed on. A's expression grew serious. That guy, he's faster than me. He's the only one who's ever dodged my lightning-fast punch. I couldn't catch the Flash. His reflexes and combat instincts are astounding. If we hadn't risked everything, we probably would have lost. But in the end, it was still a draw. And even then, it was 2 against 1. The third Raikage was quite surprised to receive such high praise from you. He must truly be a formidable opponent. Come on, let's go meet him ourselves. After hearing his son's account, the third Raikage grew deeply interested in this so-called Yellow Flash. Meanwhile, on Konoha's side, no one had yet realized that the sacrifice of Higashishiro and his companions had temporarily forged an alliance between Inoki and the Cloud Hidden. At this moment, within Konoha's headquarters, everyone stared in shock at the man before them. He bore a fan-shaped crest on his back, wore a crimson suit of armor, and carried himself with an air of pride and authority. He walked forward, slow and steady, commanding the attention of every person in the room. Who is he? Just a single glance, and I feel like I can hardly breathe from the oppressive aura he gives off. I'm not sure. I think Lord Obito brought him back. Maybe he's a master from the Uchiha clan. How come we've never seen this man before? The Konoha shinobi murmured among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. The man's presence was simply overwhelming. Just then, a visibly shaken Uchiha Jonin stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement as he spoke to the man. Hey, are you clan leader Madara? The Jonin looked at the fan on Madara's back and the face that perfectly matched the portraits in the clan's genealogy, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't Madara supposed to have died decades ago at the hands of the first Hokage? How could he possibly be standing here now? Was it someone who merely resembled him? Or had Madara faked his death all those years ago and vanished? Whatever the truth, the Jonin could hardly contain his excitement. He had idolized Madara since childhood, poring over the clan's histories, always regretting that he had not been born in Madara's era. If he had, he was certain he would have followed Madara wherever he led. Oh, after all these years, there's still someone who remembers me. Madara glanced his way, noting the reverence in the man's eyes. A trace of solace flickered in his heart. Upon hearing Madara confirm his identity with his own lips, the Uchiha Jonin grew even more excited. It really is you, clan leader Madara. Now that you've returned, are you planning to lead the Uchiha clan once more? With you at our head, I know the Uchiha will reclaim their former glory. Madara smiled slightly. What's your name? My name is Yunchi, clan leader Madara. Yunchi straightened his back, as though being asked his name by Madara was the greatest honor imaginable. Yunchi, is it? I'll remember your name. But there's no need to call me clan leader anymore. I haven't held that title for a long time. Yet Uchiha Yunchi shook his head. Now that you have returned, the title rightfully belongs to you. Under your leadership, the Uchiha will rise again. I have no interest in leading the Uchiha, nor in ruling over any of you. Madara let out a soft laugh, stepped past Yunchi, and continued forward. Return to the clan as leader? Guide them once more? Who does he think he is? Back when he left, not a single clansman followed him, and now that their progress is stalled, they expect him to return. How could things be so convenient? His only wish now is simply to see what kind of world the shinobi realm will become under Obito's rule. Nothing more. Upon hearing Madara's response, Yun's body stiffened, and he forced a bitter smile. It seems that incident from years ago truly left a deep mark on Madara. After a moment's hesitation, Yun quickly made up his mind. He turned around. Lord Madara, I wish to follow you. I will leave the Uchiha clan behind. Madara paused briefly, his eyes flickering, but in the end, he kept walking, leaving only a faint reply. As you wish. A look of delight flashed across Yun's face, and he hurried to catch up. Madara walked at a steady, unhurried pace toward a nearby tent. Just at that moment, Obito and Minato finished their conversation and stepped out from inside. As soon as he saw Madara, Obito raised his hand in greeting, beaming with a wide smile. Hey, old Madara, you're looking full of energy. Seems like you've recovered pretty well. With 300,000 gold coins in hand, Obito had spent 30,000 to buy a one-time dose of the Six Paths power of Yon. That surging vitality was more than enough to restore Madara to the peak of his youth. After fully regaining his strength, Madara had gone straight to the Land of Rain, intending to reclaim the Rinnegan for Nagato. He planned to offer a pair of Sharingan as an exchange, but after much deliberation, Nagato declined Madara's gesture. Once he learned the truth, Nagato refused any payment and handed the eyes back to Madara. All he wished for was an ordinary life alongside Yahiko and Konan, no longer desiring to be set apart from others. Understanding his choice, Madara used his remaining yang power to hatch a pair of ordinary eyes for Nagato, then left the Land of Rain and came directly to find Obito. Madara-senpai, Konoha warmly welcomes your return. Minato offered Madara a slightly stiff smile. Just moments ago, Obito had dragged him into the tent and revealed the news of Uchiha Madara's impending return, an announcement that truly shook Minato. Obito's actions had become more and more unfathomable. First, he had produced a string of top-secret intelligence, almost as if he could see the future, and now he had brought back Uchiha Madara, a man thought dead for decades. With Madara's addition, the gap in combat strength between Konoha and the other villages would become an unbridgeable chasm. It seemed the war was drawing to a close. This kid is getting more and more impressive, Minato thought, a wave of sincere relief and pride welling up inside him. In response to Minato's greeting, Madara nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Come, let's go inside and have a seat. Standing around outside, chatting looks a bit odd, Obito suggested with a cheerful grin. Just as the group was about to head inside, a Konoha shinobi appeared before them in a flash, his expression grave as he reported urgently to Minato. The Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud have joined forces, gathering an army of nearly 10,000. They're advancing straight toward us. Obito paused for a moment, an intriguing expression flickering across his face. I was worried that, with them splitting their forces, we'd end up wasting time chasing them around. Who would have thought they'd come right to our doorstep instead? He turned to Minato Namikaze, his tone light and easy. Sensei, it looks like this war will be over sooner than we expected. Even so, Obito, we can't afford to let our guard down. Our opponents include the Tsuchikage, infamous for his dust release, and called the Two Scales Ant for a reason. His techniques are devastating. One mistake could spell serious trouble. Minato spoke with grave concern, making sure Obito understood the risks. He didn't want anything to happen to him. Obito grinned, reassuring him with a laugh. Don't worry, Sensei, I'll be careful. Besides, I'm not going alone. Old Madara is coming too. He slung an arm around Madara's shoulders with a playful smirk. Isn't that right, old man? Madara glanced at him, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. You really think a ragtag group like that needs my attention? Oh, come on. We're talking about the Tsuchikage and the Reikage. They're at the very top of the shinobi world. Not exactly pushovers. In my eyes, they're nothing special, Madara replied, his voice cool and dismissive. Tisich, you never leave any room for doubt, do you? Enough talk. Let's get moving. Take it as a chance to stretch your muscles. How long has it been since you last fought? You're probably getting rusty by now, aren't you? With that, Obito didn't give Madara a chance to protest. He dragged him forward, heading straight for the front lines. Faced with Obito's determination, Madara could only sigh in resignation. Very well. Then, let the world witness the might of Uchiha Madara once more. Sensei, we're heading out. Obito called back. Minato smiled warmly at them. I wish you both a triumphant return. I'll be waiting here for good news. The combined forces of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone surged forward, a tidal wave of shinobi sweeping across the land with unstoppable momentum, pressing hard against the border. Kage-level leaders personally led their armies to the front. Tsuchikage, Reikage, and a legendary duo, A and B, forming a lineup that took everyone's breath away. On the distant defensive line of Konoha, the ninjas stationed there could only stare at this overwhelming force, a chill seeping into their hearts before the battle had even begun. Inoki's gaze stretched across the distance, settling on Konoha's taut defensive line. He leaned in and spoke quietly to the third Reikage at his side. I've already sent word to the Hidden Mist, letting them know Minato Namikaze has left Konoha. By now, they should be making their move. No matter if Minato chooses to stand firm at the front or retreat to defend Konoha, after this battle, their village will inevitably decline. Unbeknownst to Inoki, the Mist's offensive had already been thwarted. He was still savoring the brilliance of his own strategy. The third Reikage nodded, a shrewd glint in his eye. If the yellow flash stays behind, we'll keep him occupied. You focus on breaking through. The battle is drawing to a close. We can forego the spoils, but once we occupy Konoha, we must claim a broader territory. A sly glint flashed in the third Reikage's eyes. The old grudges between them and Iwagakure seemed insignificant in the face of such overwhelming interests. The land of the Hidden Cloud was barren and desolate. They had always longed for the idyllic, picturesque lands of Konoha. Agreed, Inoki replied. If there are no objections, we attack at once. At the command of the two Kagaya, the massive army surged forward like a black tidal wave, advancing in organized divisions toward the defensive lines erected by Konoha shinobi. But in that instant, an unexpected turn of events erupted. A thunderous boom split the air. Two shadows plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground and kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Is this Konoha's reinforcements? Is it Hiruzen Sarutobi or Minato Namikaze? A faint smile played at the corners of Inoki's lips. Whoever it was, he seemed confident they could not halt the assault today. Yet as the dust settled and the newcomers' faces came into view, Inoki's smile froze. You, Uchiha Madara. The man before them stood with arms crossed and a gaze that radiated utter disdain. Inoki would never forget the silhouette that had once cast such a long shadow over him. In his youth, he had journeyed with the second Tsuchikage to Konoha to forge an alliance, only to encounter Madara Uchiha by chance. Not only had Madara dismissed them with contempt, he had unleashed overwhelming force to thoroughly humiliate them, ultimately driving them out of Konoha. It was a humiliation so profound, one that scarred not just him, but Mu and the entire village. Even now, whenever he recalled that day, a wave of unspeakable shame rose in his heart. So, the little brat with the double scales? Madara recognized him as well. Looks like the lesson I gave you back then was far too gentle, if you still have the nerve to bring an army against Konoha. Well then, let's see how much you've truly grown over the years. Madara flexed his wrist, a relaxed smile on his lips, as if he didn't consider the opposition worthy of concern. Inoki ground his teeth. Uchiha Madara. The man's personality hadn't changed a bit. Just a few words, and Inoki was already seething with rage. Raikage, the situation has changed. If we can't take down Uchiha Madara, this assault on Konoha will become nothing but a laughingstock. Uchiha Madara. The third Raikage was no stranger to the name, but his brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't he defeated by Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End decades ago? He should have died long ago. How could he possibly return from the dead? I don't know how, but I'm certain that's him. That insufferable tone. There's no mistaking it. Inoki replied darkly. Go keep him occupied. I'll look for an opening to finish him. You want me to go? That's Uchiha Madara. Why don't you go yourself? The third Raikage shot back, disgruntled. You can't defeat him head-on, but my particle style can, provided you can give me a small window of opportunity. Besides, there's no need to fear him. He's a relic of a bygone era, left over from decades past. In these years, ninjutsu has evolved at a staggering pace. The old don't necessarily outshine the new. Those ancient veterans aren't as formidable as you imagine. Don't be afraid. He's the one who should prove himself. Inoki spoke with calm conviction. The third Raikage, still skeptical, asked, Are you sure about this? After all, Inoki had lived through the era of Madara Uchiha. If anyone knew what they were talking about, it was him. Absolutely. Now go. The third Raikage stepped forward, anticipation flickering in his eyes. So that's how it is. Let me give it a try. All you need to do is force him to reveal a single, fleeting weakness. Inoki reminded him. The Raikage nodded, and in an instant, lightning chakra surged around him, a force of nature unleashed. This was the signature lightning release chakra mode of the hidden cloud village. Hell stab, one-fingered assault. The third Raikage wasted no time, unleashing his deadliest technique right from the start. After all, his opponent was the legendary Madara Uchiha. A sudden flash of lightning split the air, and in the blink of an eye, the third Raikage appeared before Madara. His speed was unmatched. No one could rival it. Yet Madara was clearly not counted among that no one. Impressive move, but your speed is lacking, Madara commented coolly. Limbo border jail. With just a sidelong glance at the Raikage mere inches from him, Madara spoke as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. A thunderous impact resounded. A figure shot through the air like an arrow loose from a bow. It was the third Raikage. At the very instant he was about to strike, he was struck by an overwhelming force. He was hurled back at incredible speed, skidding across the battlefield for hundreds of meters before crashing into a distant hill, only then coming to a halt. Barely conscious, the third Raikage lifted his head, his breath ragged. His lips moved as if trying to say something. Anyone skilled at reading lips would have caught it. What he mouthed was, Inoki, I'm so done for. Is he dead? Madara cast a casual glance at the Raikage, speaking as if it were of no consequence. What was that technique? Inoki watched intently, but never saw Madara make a single move. Madara simply stood there with arms folded, unhurried and unbothered, while the third Raikage had already been sent flying. Before they could figure out exactly what had happened, Madara had already begun to walk forward, slowly at first, then with gathering speed. He picked up pace, until at last he was charging at a full sprint. Facing a force of nearly 10,000 shinobi, Madara showed not a hint of fear as he launched into the fray. Very well then, allow me to dance for a while. A deafening roar thundered across the battlefield. Madara plunged straight into the ranks of his enemies, and the shockwave from his movement alone sent countless foes tumbling. With unmatched taijutsu, he tore through the opposition, a wolf among sheep, unstoppable and ruthless. Every motion was elegant and precise, unfolding before them like a work of cinematic art. Witnessing Madara charge alone and carve a path through enemy lines, Obito scratched his head in bewilderment. It seems I'm not really needed here, am I? With each enemy Madara took down, a notification rang in Obito's ears from the chat group. Gold coin +1. Gold coin +1. Gold coin +1. So these small fry aren't entirely worthless after all. At least each one's worth a single coin. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki seized the instant Madara shattered the ranks around him, launching his attack without a moment's hesitation. A deep, resonant hum vibrated the air. In his palm, a pillar of translucent white light rapidly condensed, transforming into a dazzling arrow that shot straight toward Madara's position. At that very moment, Madara was gripping the throat of an Awagakure ninja, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, just as he was about to ask, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the shriek of the oncoming dust release. The abrupt interruption displeased him. He tossed aside the ninja in his grasp, turning to face the deadly technique head-on. "You spoil my mood, boy with the twin scales." A dangerous gleam flickered in Madara's eyes. Seeing Madara make no move to dodge, Inoki couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. So this arrogant Madara Uchiha really intends to take the dust release head-on? What a relic out of time. Does he truly believe that after decades of seclusion, his Susanoo is still invincible? Before the dust release, all things are reduced to their most basic atoms. Not even Susanoo is exempt. Madara Uchiha, this is the price you pay for scorning the Tsuchikage. Inoki's voice rang out in fervent declaration. The dust release engulfed Madara, swallowing his solitary figure whole. Madara Uchiha, so that's all you amount to? Inoki snorted, staring at the spot where Madara had stood. Not even Madara Uchiha could survive the wrath of the dust release. Could he? What? Inoki's eyes nearly bulged from his face. Where the dust release struck, Madara hadn't even activated Susanoo. With a single hand, he absorbed the entire force of Inoki's jutsu, as if his palm was linked to a black hole that defied comprehension. You must be joking. Under the gaze of the Rinnegan, all ninjutsu is for naught, boy with the twin scales. Didn't I mention this before? In the blink of an eye, the dust release faded away, revealing Madara's figure, standing calmly with a faint smile. All ninjutsu is nullified? Inoki's expression was one of utter shock. Nor was he alone. Every ninja who heard those words couldn't help but fall into despair. Isn't ninjutsu the very foundation of a ninja's strength? Now, faced with an enemy who can render all ninjutsu powerless, wasn't this simply too overwhelming? Was this the true might of Madara Uchiha? How could they possibly keep fighting this battle? Just as the crowd began to lose heart and consider retreat, a true man stepped forward. He was none other than the future Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, the A of the AB combo, the undisputed fastest ninja of the shinobi world, according to Hidden Cloud Village rankings, the king of elbow strikes, the champion of endurance. Hey, ninjutsu doesn't work? But no one said taijutsu wouldn't. So, that means it still does, right? Spoke in a low, steady voice, his gaze toward Uchiha, Madara, blazing with fierce determination. What are you doing, you reckless fool? Inoki was startled by A's sudden stand. Don't act rashly. Let's look for another solution, Inoki cautioned. With the third Raikage already gravely wounded by Madara's earlier attack, if it fell too, victory would be out of reach for him alone. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, A replied calmly. Before Minato Namikaze appeared, he was widely recognized as the fastest in the entire shinobi world, unmatched by anyone. Even his father, the third Raikage, couldn't match his speed. Their lightning release chakra modes had different emphases. The third Raikage focused on defense and raw power, while he prioritized speed. Of course, at such blistering speed, his attacks were nothing to scoff at either. Uchiha Madara was just another obstacle. B, let's go. With a mighty shout, A's body crackled with lightning as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. Okay, Killer B replied, excitement in his voice. I'm going in. Before the words left his mouth, A's form vanished, becoming a streak of blue lightning that shot across the battlefield, appearing before Uchiha Madara in an instant. Lariat. roared, eyes wide, as he unleashed an unstoppable elbow strike at Madara. What incredible speed! A trace of admiration flickered in Madara's eyes. This opponent was far faster than any who'd come before. And yet, it was useless. A sharp, ringing sound cut through the air as A's elbow was stopped cold by a shimmering blue energy skeleton. I stared in disbelief. He'd been blocked so easily? Impressive speed, but you still lack power, Madara remarked unfazed. If even Susanu's skeletal form couldn't be shaken, it posed no real threat. The skeleton quickly grew, morphing into a half-bodied Susanoo. With a single, sweeping slash, A's figure was sent flying backward. A heavy thud echoed as they crashed to the ground. In that very instant, Killer Bee transformed into his half-tailed beast form, hurling a massive-tailed beast bomb straight at Madara. How dare you lay a finger on my big bro? Take this, you rotten Uchiha Madara, yo! Killer Bee danced and taunted with a cheeky gesture, brimming with confidence. Madara glanced over dismissively. In the blink of an eye, the Susanoo he controlled gathered Magatama beads in its palm. Yes, Saka beads. With a deep, resonant shout, the Magatama shot forth like arrows loose from a bow, colliding head-on with a howling-tailed beast bomb. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. The explosion thundered, deafening and fierce, as sparks burst in every direction, lighting up half the sky. As the smoke of battle slowly cleared, in the midst of chaos, AI and Killer Bee used the cover of the haze to stealthily close in on Madara Uchiha. Lariat, lightning ox slash. AI's booming voice roared the name of their technique, as if sheer volume could guarantee victory in a single blow. Madara could only sigh inwardly. So much for a sneak attack. Were they afraid he wouldn't notice them coming? In a flash, the two were already at Madara's side. Crash! With perfect coordination, they broke straight through the half-formed Susanoo protecting Madara's body. AI charged at the front, Killer Bee right behind, both of them targeting Madara's head with unwavering focus. You're finished, AI bellowed with laughter. So this was the great Uchiha Madara? He wasn't so tough, after all. But neither of them noticed the utter calm on Madara's face, not a single flicker of emotion. Then, without warning, Madara's figure vanished, gone in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had swapped places with the shadowy clone of his limbo, border jail technique. What? AI gasped in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. This is bad, bro. Killer Bee was frozen in place as well. Their momentum unchecked by Madara's sudden disappearance. Their attacks collided head-on. With a heavy thud, the two were sent flying in opposite directions, disbelief etched on their faces. How had Madara managed to escape when they had him cornered? There was no time to dwell on it. Madara reappeared behind AI without a sound, launching a seamless flurry of taijutsu attacks that left AI utterly defenseless. Ugh! At last, with a merciless kick straight to the chest, Madara sent AI hurtling like a runaway helicopter, whistling through the air. He crashed hard against a massive boulder, then tumbled to the ground, knocked out cold by the brutal impact, his fate uncertain. Mamba out. With AI dealt with, Madara turned his attention to Killer Bee, who was just struggling to his feet. In a flash, Madara appeared before Killer Bee, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Care to dance? Cough. Dancing's not really my thing. But I can rap, you know. How about I drop a verse, and you let me and my bro go? Killer Bee was choking for air, struggling to get the words out. Oh, a glint of curiosity sparked in Madara's eyes. So there were such multi-talented shinobi in this world? With a dull thud, Madara tossed Killer Bee to the ground, crossing his arms in interest. Go ahead, sing a few lines for me. If you're truly impressive, maybe I'll let you live. Killer Bee jerked his head up, and in his gaze was a flicker of kinship, as if, at last, someone truly appreciated his talent. Alas, what a pity he's an enemy. He had just gravely wounded brother, whose fate was uncertain. How could he possibly cater to the enemy's wishes under such circumstances? It seemed there was no choice but to come up with something rather unpleasant, maybe even lyrics that might annoy Madara. All right, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Killer Bee nodded quickly, already hatching a plan in his mind. He thought rapidly, an idea flashing through his mind. Weren't Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama said to be sworn enemies, like fire and water? Word had spread all over Konoha that it was Hashirama who had ended Madara's life. Though no one knew exactly how Madara had managed to win the revival match. But Madara must have hated Hashirama and Konoha to the core. So why not perform a rap that praises Hashirama and the Hidden Leaf, and throw in a little mockery while he's at it? Ahem! Killer Bee cleared his throat and began his performance. Jill! In the Hidden Leaf, the first Hokage stands. Hashirama's name shines across the land. Master with style, unmatched by any shinobi's hand. His vision of peace, like a beacon grand. The village's foundation, built by his own. Brotherhood and bonds, deeper than stone. Will of fire burns, never to die. Generations of ninja sing his praise to the sky. As soon as Killer Bee's rap ended, the surprise on Uchiha Madara's face was obvious. No magnifying glass required. Killer Bee watched him in secret, quietly amused. That guy must be absolutely fuming inside, right? The first two lines had lifted Hashirama to the heavens, deliberately omitting any mention of Madara, his legendary comrade. With Madara's pride, how could he possibly tolerate such neglect? Then the next line struck even deeper. The original Hidden Leaf Village was a symbol of the brotherly bond he and Hashirama once shared. Brothers in arms, closer than family. Now that bond had become the greatest irony. Weren't they supposed to be inseparable? So inseparable, one stabbed the other in the back. And that final line, generations of ninja sing his praise. All the glory was given to the first Hokage, with Madara nowhere in sight. In Konoha, Madara was almost a universal outcast. His name was met with scorn and outrage. This, generations of ninja sing his praise, was aimed straight at the very core of his pain. Madara was silent for a long moment before speaking, lowering his gaze to Killer Bee, his tone unexpectedly calm. Well said. I quite appreciate it. Killer Bee was stunned. Was that sarcasm? Killer Bee stared at Madara's expressionless face, thinking that the guy must be so furious he couldn't even be bothered to fake a reaction. It seemed his mission had been accomplished to perfection. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Madara slowly reached out his hand toward Killer Bee, who was still crouched on the ground. Killer Bee froze, quickly shutting his eyes, bowing his head, and hugging his knees tightly. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's over. Big brother, looks like I'm headed out before you. What a shame, though, my impeccable rap style is a loss to the shinobi world. With me, Killer Bee, the shinobi world is alive. The shinobi world is a joy, and so am I. All I could hope for was that he would make it quick, just don't let me suffer too much. But instead of the cold glint of a blade I'd braced myself for, what came was Madara's puzzled voice. Do you need to use the bathroom? Killer Bee froze, his entire body stiffening. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Use the bathroom? In front of thousands of people? Am I supposed to just go right here? Wait, how did he even come up with that idea? To be fair, you couldn't really blame Madara. From his perspective, Killer Bee was squatting, hugging his legs, and trembling slightly. He honestly did look like someone desperate for a restroom. And it just so happened that, during those days living in the caves, Madara had a white Zetsu companion who acted exactly like this. That white Zetsu, Tobi, with his swirling face, would squat all day, longing for the little pleasures of human life. Unfortunately, as a white Zetsu, he didn't even have the ability to do such things. Over time, whenever Madara saw someone in that posture, he'd unconsciously jump to the same conclusion. No way. Killer Bee's face was bright red, barely able to hold it in. If he really had to go here, how could he ever live this down? Then why aren't you getting up? Madara, hearing the explanation, let out a quiet sigh of relief and sighed. Good thing it wasn't anything else. If word got out, he'd lose face as well. Get up. Killer Bee blinked in confusion. Then it dawned on him. Madara had reached out to help him stand. Looking up at Uchiha Madara and seeing that he was serious, Killer Bee carefully extended his hand. Could it be that Madara would take this chance to chop off his hand? But as it turned out, Killer Bee was overthinking it. Madara grabbed his hand and pulled him upright in one swift motion. Just like that, Killer Bee found himself standing beside Uchiha Madara, who made no move to harm him. Go, tell the Raikage to come here. I have something to announce to him, Madara instructed. Oh, right away. Killer Bee nodded repeatedly. Though he didn't quite understand, he had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Inoki saw Killer Bee returning and hurried over to grab him. Killer Bee, what did Madara say to you? What took you so long over there? Oh, nothing much. I just improvised a little rap for Uchiha Madara. He seemed to enjoy it. With that, Killer Bee turned to leave. He still had to find the Raikage, his big brother. He didn't have time to chat with the old man. Rapped for Uchiha Madara? Inoki's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Was this kid really expecting him to buy such a story? With skills like his, wouldn't Madara have taken him out before he got through 2 lines? But as it turned out, as long as you struck a chord, even a mediocre performance could do the trick. Rumble. Just then, the ground began to tremble, abruptly cutting off Inoki's train of thought. A wave of panic instantly swept through the crowd. What is that? Is that Uchiha Madara? How are we supposed to fight this? Ninjutsu is useless, and in his current state, even taijutsu won't work. Despair spread among the people. Inoki followed the chorus of startled cries, his own eyes widening in shock. Before them strode a colossal Susanoo, towering several hundred meters high, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Each step it took shook the earth as though an earthquake had struck. Susanoo. Inoki had seen Susanoo before, but in his memory, Madara Susanoo had never reached such an immense scale. Back when he clashed with that Susanoo had only stood a dozen meters tall. Formidable, yes, but not so overwhelming as to crush hope at a single glance. But this one, just looking at it was enough to sap the will to fight. You little brat with the 2 scales, consider yourself fortunate. You get to witness the true power of the Uchiha clan with your own eyes. Madara's gaze was as sharp as a hawk, looking down on him with imperial disdain. Uchiha Madara, Inoki muttered through clenched teeth. How are we supposed to fight this? Is someone like this even still a ninja? How can this be so absurdly powerful? It felt as if they'd been hurled back in time, helpless against a force from the Age of Legends. There's an old saying, what you most fear is sure to appear. And then, with another deafening roar, the world exploded in sound once more. Inoki whipped his head around in alarm. A second Susanoo, this one aglow with pale blue light, was slowly rising. There's another one. Inoki was on the verge of breaking down. Facing one was already overwhelming. And now, there was a second. His eyes followed the pale blue Susanoo as it transformed, bone structure forming and growing, until it too stood several hundred meters tall in its complete form. It was only at this moment that Inoki realized Susanoo had different forms. What Madara had shown before was only its second stage. Obito, commanding his own Susanoo, walked to Madara's side. He peered out through the gem on Susanoo's brow and grinned. Is the rakeage sorted out? Leave this stubborn old man to me. He's not exactly easy to persuade. Madara offered a faint smile. As you wish. Though if you want my advice, taking care of him directly would be far simpler. Relax. With me here, it'll be a piece of cake. Obito flashed a confident okay sign with his hand. Obito then turned to Inoki, advancing a step with Susanoo's thunderous stride, closing the distance to speak. But just then, Earth-style, super lightweight boulder jutsu. Frightened out of his wits, Inoki shot into the sky, his hands forming seals in rapid succession. Earth-style, moving earth core. Earth-style, rock fist. Earth-style, hardening technique. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Obito couldn't help but gape as he watched Inoki unleash one jutsu after another. Seriously? Is he really that stressed out? I only took a single step forward, and he's already used every trick he has? What is this, a pressure cooker? In this very moment, on one side beneath Obito's feet, the earth suddenly split open, aiming to trap Susanoo's foot, but Susanoo's massive form was simply too large. The trap only managed to catch its ankle. On the other side, a giant arm of solid rock burst from the ground, reaching to seize Susanoo's leg. Yet with a gentle shake, Obito shattered the stone arm into pieces. When these ninjutsu failed, an enormous stone giant charged at Susanoo, but its size was only a third of Susanoo's. With ease, Obito commanded Susanoo to kick, and the stone giant was instantly smashed to bits, scattered in all directions. As for the final dust release, Obito simply activated Kamui. A wave of space-warping power descended, twisting the path of the oncoming dust release. Unable to evade, the beam was soon completely swallowed by Kamui, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it! Nothing works at all? In the sky, Inoki's expression grew increasingly grim, despair shadowing his face. Suddenly, a gigantic Susanoo hand shot toward him at lightning speed. Startled, Inoki hurried to counter with his dust release, but after the previous battles, his chakra was nearly drained. Though he tried to form the technique, it gathered too slowly. Before he could unleash it, Susanoo's hand closed around him. Hey now, do you really need to be this worked up? I'm not actually here to take your lives, you know. Obito brought Inoki close, studying him with a look of interest. Inoki was taken aback. He's not going to kill us. What is it you people really want? Clearly, with no fatal blow struck, there was still room for negotiation. Obito spoke slowly. Our goal? We come in pursuit of peace. If you must know, achieving peace is all we desire. So what do you expect us to do? Or rather, what is it that Konoha truly wants? Hearing the word peace, Inoki snorted with open skepticism. To him, since they had lost, Obito's words were nothing more than a pretext to demand greater concessions. Obito smiled lightly. Then I'll be direct. I want every shinobi of Iwagakure to be merged into Konoha. From now on, Iwagakure will vanish from the map of the ninja world. There will only be a Konoha branch in the land of Earth, staffed by our chosen administrators. That's all. Obito's tone was airy, as if discussing something utterly trivial. As his words fell, Inoki's face froze in shock. He was utterly stunned. Do you even realize what you're asking? Obito nodded with certainty. Of course I do. This way, the shinobi world will finally be united with one voice. And with that unity, the very reason for war will disappear. Confronted with Obito's near-fantastical vision, Inoki didn't hesitate to mock him. Kid, such a naive dream. Never mind whether you can actually do it. Even if you try, it won't be that simple. You've only won a single battle. There are still 10,000 ninjas in a Wagakure, ready to mobilize at any moment. And let's not forget Kimogakure. Over the years, they've only increased their military strength. Their fighting power has never been greater. Then there's Sunagakure and Kirigakure, who barely took part in this conflict. Do you have any idea how much strength they're keeping hidden? Konoha's ambitions are boundless. Aren't you afraid you'll choke on your own greed? Obito paused for a moment, then countered, and how does that conflict with my pursuit of unification? Inoki frowned. Did you not hear a word I just said? Altogether, the joint forces of all the ninja villages add up to at least 40,000. 40,000 shinobi. Even if each one unleashed just the most basic fireball jutsu, it would be more than enough to engulf all of Konoha. Obito suddenly allowed himself a faint smile. 40,000? And what of it? To borrow Madara's words, they're nothing but a rabble. You won't even get close to Konoha. You will vanish from this world without a trace. Inoki's eyes widened in fury. Inwardly, he seethed, arrogant, utterly arrogant. Obito waved his hand dismissively. That's enough, old man. I have no desire to waste words with you. I'm here to inform you, not to negotiate. I'm offering you a choice only because I'd rather not see more blood spilled. Of course, if you choose to resist, suit yourself. At worst, Madara will simply pay a Wagakure a visit. More lives may be lost, but eventually, someone will see reason. Obito's words were as sharp as a blade, slicing off every avenue of retreat. A chill crept up from the soles of Inoki's feet as realization struck him. The smiling young man before him was not making idle threats. Should he refuse, Iwagakure would be drenched in blood. His sons, his granddaughter, his subordinates, none could escape Madara Uchiha's slaughter. So, have you reached a decision? Obito asked. Inoki lowered his head, his voice barely more than a whisper. I'd like to hear Kimogakure's stance first. Obito turned toward Madara, and with a glance, understanding passed between them. Madara looked down and noticed Killer Bee at his feet. He grabbed Killer Bee by the collar and lifted him up, bringing him face to face. Didn't I tell you to fetch the raikage? Killer Bee looked a bit embarrassed. The raikage, my brother, and I are both badly wounded. He's still unconscious. Whatever you need, you can tell me. I'll relay it to them later. Madara nodded. Fine. Go ahead, then. With that, he placed Killer Bee atop the massive Susanoo conjured by Obito, with Inoki standing nearby. Killer Bee, Obito called. Yeah. Killer Bee responded, turning to face this deceptively youthful, yet formidable man. The Susanoo under his feet was a silent testament to Obito's power. Obito once again stated his intentions and sought Killer Bee's response. Inoki looked on, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, who truly wishes to live under another's rule? With Inoki's strength alone, it would be difficult to shake Uchiha Madara and Obito. But if two nations joined forces, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. Under the expectant gaze of the two, Killer Bee scratched his head and said casually, I don't have any objections. Let's go with that. You. Inoki was nearly beside himself with rage. This brat. Was he really about to hand over decades of Cloud Village's foundation so casually? If the raikage were here, he'd probably be infuriated to death by this guy. Facing Inoki's blazing glare, Killer Bee nonchalantly picked his nose and said, What's there to hesitate about? If I refuse, my brother and everyone in Cloud Village will lose their lives. But then you'll all be under the control of Konoha. Inoki reminded him angrily. It's not like we aren't already being controlled by others. Our very survival relies on financial aid from those feudal lords. We're nothing more than weapons in their hands. Frankly, just their dogs. If they're in a bad mood and cut our funding, the village's development stalls. And when you fall behind, you get beaten. To avoid being beaten, we have to go attack others and seize resources. I don't like war either, but what choice do we have? It was rare for Killer Bee to say so much at once. He seemed to release all the pent-up frustration in his heart, and visibly relaxed as he spoke. Inoki was stunned by his words. It's true. This shinobi world really was so twisted. After a long, heavy silence, Inoki gradually calmed down. He turned to Obito. According to your plan, what about the feudal lords? Obito was quite pleased with their responses and smiled as he answered. The shinobi world needs only one voice, Konoha's. As for the rest, those who know their place can stay as figureheads. The ones who don't, you know what happens? Inoki was shocked, yet couldn't help but think this kid was truly audacious. To say such things so openly, it was reckless but also invigorating. They, the shinobi, wielded immense power, yet were suppressed by feudal lords, ordinary people. Inoki himself had long harbored resentment over this. But to take that step would trigger a united retaliation from the other feudal lords. All right, I agree as well. As Inoki spoke, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Just then, a notification sound chimed in Obito's ear. Ding! Group member Uchiha Obito has greatly altered the course of history. Reward, 300,000 gold coins. It's done. A flash of delight appeared in Obito's eyes. The arrival of gold coins meant Inoki and Killer Bee had truly pledged their loyalty. From now on, they would act according to Obito's wishes. They were now fully aligned with Konoha. With the addition of these two factions, the remaining Sand and Mist villages were no longer a threat. The unification of the shinobi world now seemed within reach. Uchiha Obito. At Yuzuki Shirogane, at Yuzuki Shirogane, at Yuzuki Shirogane. Early in the morning, Yuzuki Shirogane was jolted awake by Obito tagging him repeatedly in their WeChat group. He lazily glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside table and muttered, "It's only 7. This guy?" Rubbing his cheeks a few times, Yuzuki managed to shake off the sleepiness and then open the chat window. These days, even a short nap was enough for him to feel energized all day, but he still liked to sleep in when he could. Yuzuki Shirogane. At Uchiha Obito, you'd better have a good reason. Otherwise, I'll show you what my newly mastered 1,000 years of death can really do. Your precious little flower will experience a true blossoming. Uchiha Obito has sent you a red envelope. With that red envelope popping up, Yuzuki's eyes instantly lit up. You have received the red envelope. You've gained 50,000 gold coins. Yuzuki Shirogane. Well, look at you raking the gold lately. Where'd you strike it rich? Uchiha Obito. It's nothing really. Just brought half the ninja world under my rule, and there's only one voice left, Konoha's. Conquering the rest is just a matter of time. I couldn't have done it without your help these past weeks. The red envelope is a small token of my gratitude. Thank you. Yuzuki Shirogane. All right then, next time you're here, ramen's on me. Eat as much as you want. Uchiha Obito. I'll hold you to that. Uchiha Obito has sent a red envelope to Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Obito has sent a red envelope to Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Obito. At Hashirama Senju at Minato Namikaze. First Hokage Minato-sensei. I'm here to pay back what I owe. Thanks for your support back then. Hashirama Senju has received the red envelope. Minato Namikaze has received the red envelope. Hashirama Senju. You're welcome. Huh. Why is there extra? Uchiha Obito. Consider it interest, first Hokage. No need to be shy. Please accept it. Minato Namikaze. Obito. You've really matured a lot. Uchiha Obito. Everyone has to grow up someday. Oh, right, Minato-sensei. When are you going to push forward with your storyline over there? You're the only one among us old-timers who hasn't taken center stage yet. Minato Namikaze. Soon. Yuzuki said he's planning a trip to Amage Cure to borrow Nagato's Rinnegan. Once he revives me and Kushina in this timeline, I'll head back. Yuzuki Shirogane. Should be in the next few days. I'll make a quick trip when I get a chance. Uchiha Obito. So that's how it is? Oh, right, Minato-sensei. Let me know before you go. I'll go with you. Let's give that masked man over there a little surprise. Minato Namikaze. You honestly? Shirogane Yue. Sounds interesting. I just hope that guy has a strong enough heart and won't get too scared. Minato Namikaze. Yue, I've got something amusing happening on my end, too. Want to hear about it? Shirogane Yue. Oh? Something new again? Tell me all about it. Minato Namikaze. Tazuna has arrived in Konoha. I've already arranged for someone to bring him to my office. Do you have any plans? Should we stick to the original story? Or do you want to try something fresh? Obito Uchiha. Haha, is that even question? Stick to the plan. At Shirogane Yue. Shirogane Yue, you really are a troublemaker. Zabuza is going to have a tough time. Minato Namikaze. All right then, I'll call Naruto and the others over. The conversation ended, and Shirogane Yue sprang up from bed, an odd smile spreading across his face. Poor Zabuza. He was genuinely curious. What kind of look would Zabuza have when Naruto and Sasuke revealed their true strength? Thud, thud, thud. Two figures darted and weaved, clashing swiftly in the air. It was Naruto and Sasuke, locked in a taijutsu sparring match. Each move was as quick as lightning, and to the naked eye, only the afterimages of their movements could barely be seen. Though it looked like a duel, in truth, Sasuke was intentionally holding back, giving Naruto the chance to gain real combat experience and hone his taijutsu skills. Their fists and feet collided, and the recoil sent them springing apart, only to launch off the ground and crash together again in a seamless dance. Sasuke's fist swung hard, and Naruto shifted aside just in time, narrowly dodging the blow by a hair's breadth. But Sasuke's assault was relentless. Before the momentum faded, his hand turned into a blade, slicing down at Naruto's head. He then smoothly grabbed Naruto's wrist, swept his leg out, and sent Naruto tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Naruto groaned, lying flat, clutching his head, and gazing up at Sasuke with admiration. Sasuke, you win again. Sasuke really was unbeatable. Despite never winning a single match these past few days, under Sasuke's guidance, Naruto's taijutsu had improved by leaps and bounds. His control over his strength had become so precise, it was almost meticulous. Every ounce of his power was now under flawless command. Sasuke reached out to pull Naruto up, brushing the dust from his clothes as he did. Let's take a break before we keep going. Sasuke, Naruto, wipe off your sweat and have some water. Sakura, who was in charge of support, hurried over with water and towels when she saw them stop. Thanks. Sasuke took a cup of water, smiling in appreciation. A pink blush instantly spread across Sakura's cheeks. Kakashi-sensei, could you bring over a couple of chairs? Sasuke called out to Kakashi, who was off to the side, engrossed in his book. Oh sure. Kakashi responded, carefully tucking his copy of Make Out Paradise in his pocket before turning to fetch 2 chairs. Once Naruto and Sasuke had taken their seats, Kakashi turned around at his leisure, found a spot under the shade of a tree, and pulled out his beloved Make Out Paradise, once again, losing himself in its pages. Indeed, as the Jonin leader of Team 7, life could be this relaxed and carefree. While other Jonin instructors were busy chasing after stray kittens with their students all over the village, Kakashi could simply find a cool spot to lounge in. After all, as a Jonin mentor, his duty was to lead his students in training, teaching them the art of ninja battles and various jutsu. But in this regard, Sasuke's abilities had even surpassed his own. Everything he knew, Sasuke had already mastered. Things beyond his own reach, Sasuke somehow knew as well. When it came to battle experience, Sasuke was even more seasoned than he was. In a taijutsu match, Sasuke could easily win within 100 moves. If it were a contest of ninjutsu, Kakashi might be able to hold out for a while, but in the end, defeat was inevitable. Anyone unaware of the situation might mistake Sasuke for the teacher and Kakashi for the student. He truly couldn't fathom where Uchiha Sasuke had acquired such astonishing combat experience. Sometimes he wondered if it was just his imagination, but he could sense an indescribable calm and maturity emanating from Sasuke's small frame, barely half his own height. It was a peculiar air of world weariness. Perhaps this was what it meant to be young, yet already weathered by life. Kakashi-sensei, would you like some watermelon? Sakura's voice called out from a distance, prompting Kakashi to cover his book with his hand and glance over. He saw the 3 students already digging into a large watermelon, relishing every bite. Well now, that's a treat I can't pass up. Kakashi stood up at once, put away his book, and strolled over. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura beamed as she handed him a slice of watermelon. Thank you. Without a second thought, Kakashi accepted it, ready to take a bite. Turning away, he swiftly pulled down his mask and took a hearty bite. But at that very moment, Kakashi suddenly felt his hand lighten. The mask had vanished. Huh, so that's what Kakashi-sensei really looks like. Off in the distance, Naruto, in his yellow flash mode, was laughing his head off, holding Kakashi's mask triumphantly. Kakashi could only sigh in resignation. Using the power of the 9 tails for mischief like this? A shutter clicked. Hearing the sound, Kakashi instinctively turned around, and his expression grew even more exasperated. Sasuke, somehow, was now holding a camera and snapping away at him with wild abandon. Are you all really this curious about what I look like under the mask? Kakashi rubbed his smooth chin and asked. Of course. But Kakashi-sensei, you're actually quite handsome, Sakura chimed in. I always thought you wore that mask because you were too embarrassed to show your face. Naruto walked over, grinning from ear to ear. Well, have you seen enough now? Satisfied your curiosity? Give me back the mask, Kakashi said, holding out his hand to Naruto. Naruto tossed it lightly back, and Kakashi caught it, quickly pulling it over his face once more. Everyone, the Hokage has summoned you. Just as Kakashi finished putting on his mask, a member of the Umbu appeared and relayed Minato Namake's summons. Our dad is looking for us. Naruto paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with a broad smile. That's great. Let's go right away. With that, Naruto leapt up, darting swiftly toward the Hokage's office by springing from trees and buildings along the way. Kakashi naturally followed close behind, while Sasuke brought up the rear, since he had to help Sakura keep up. Hokage office. This is wonderful. With you all here, I have no doubt this mission will go off without a hitch. I truly can't thank you enough. Tazuna grinned from ear to ear. Standing before him were the 4 members of Team 7. It wasn't hard to see why the old man felt so reassured. There was a remarkable figure among them. That was Naruto Uzumaki. By now, everyone knew he was the Hokage's son. Tazuna had heard about it as soon as he set foot in the village hidden in the leaves. Targeted by criminal gangs and with nowhere else to turn, Tazuna had come to the village to request help, expecting that with his limited funds, he'd only be able to hire a few rookie genin. But to his amazement, the 4th Hokage's own son had been assigned to his mission. How could he not be overjoyed? Even if Naruto was still a genin, it was clear from a glance that he was a gifted youth, surely powerful in his own right. Like father, like son. With this kind of team, nothing could possibly go wrong. Don't you worry, Grandpa. With me around, no one's going to mess things up for you. You just focus on building that bridge. Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, flashing a wide grin and showing off a row of gleaming white teeth. He'd just received the mission from Minato Namikaze himself, to escort this old man back to the land of waves so he could finish building his bridge. After days of intense training, Naruto had been itching for real action, and this was the perfect chance to put his hard work to the test. Let's go, old man. Time to head out. Naruto's confidence was infectious, and Tazuna nodded eagerly, hardly able to contain his excitement. All right, Master Naruto, after you, please. Come on, old man, don't call me that. It sounds way too stiff. Just call me by my name. Well, if you insist, I'll do just that, Lord Naruto. Dad, I'm off. I'll be back in a few days, Naruto called, waving to Minato behind the desk. Minato offered a gentle smile in return. Take care and stay safe. Zabuza, shouldn't that advice be meant for me? Full of enthusiasm, Naruto charged ahead, with Tazuna close behind. Kakashi was about to follow when he noticed that Sasuke was standing there in a daze, his expression odd. He looked puzzled. Sasuke? What's wrong? Sasuke snapped out his thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about someone. Thinking about someone? Is it Itachi? Kakashi asked directly. The reason he dared to be so straightforward was that Sasuke no longer treated the name Itachi as a forbidden topic. Over the time they had spent together, Kakashi noticed that whenever Itachi was mentioned, Sasuke no longer showed anger. Instead, a faint sense of longing could be seen in his expression. No, it's not Itachi. All right, enough questions. You'll meet him soon. A meaningful smile tugged at the corners of Sasuke's mouth as he quickened his pace to catch up. Kato is such a scoundrel. I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Naruto clenched his teeth in outrage, his face full of righteous indignation. He had asked Dasna out of simple curiosity why he wanted to build a bridge across the sea. After all, the land of waves had thriving sea routes, so a bridge didn't seem necessary. But after hearing Dasna's explanation, even someone as easygoing as Naruto couldn't hide his anger. It turned out that Kato used violence and wealth to command his men, taking control of all maritime transportation in the land of waves. Not even the smallest fishing boat was allowed to set sail. Every vessel was seized for smuggling, plunging the people of the land of waves deeper into poverty, while Kato grew ever richer. Dasna hoped that by building the bridge, he could carve out a new path of hope for his people. But clearly, Kato would not stand for it. Building the bridge meant cutting off his profits, so he would surely send assassins after Dasna. Don't worry, Grandpa. Even if there was no reward for this mission, I'd still help you, Naruto said encouragingly. Along the way, Dasna had been touched by Naruto's warmth and kindness, and he couldn't bring himself to keep secrets from him. So he confessed honestly that there might be ninja attacks along the way, something far beyond a C-rank mission, at least a B rank. It could be extremely dangerous. Even so, Naruto was determined to help. Lord Naruto, thank you so much. Dasna was overwhelmed with gratitude. Naruto! Suddenly, Sasuke, who had been silent for most of the journey, called out to Naruto. Yeah. Naruto turned to look at him. The two exchanged a glance, and Naruto immediately understood. Something was up. Naruto tensed, alert. Before long, he noticed 2 suspicious patches of water up ahead. It hadn't rained in the Leaf Village for days, and the sky was cloudless. So where did these puddles on the road come from? There had to be something fishy going on. Sasuke, let's split up. Naruto lowered his arm, and a small-tailed beast ball began to form in his palm. Right, Sasuke replied with a nod. Seeing this, Kakashi kept his head down, reading his book as usual. Scenes like this were nothing new to him. Perhaps he could finally steal a moment's rest on this journey. They walked a few steps closer. As they approached, Naruto struck without warning. Many-tailed beast ball. With a swift motion, Naruto hurled the compact sphere toward one of the puddles. On the other side, Lightning crackled in Sasuke's palm as he raised his right hand and brought it down with a fierce slash. A bolt of lightning seemed to be gripped in his hand, striking down upon the water's surface. Chidori's sharp spear. Hidden beneath the water, two mist ninja Chunin witnessed this scene with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They scrambled to break through the water's surface, desperate to escape, but just as their heads emerged, the attack had already descended. Damn it! The mist ninja's eyes bulged with rage, but there was nothing they could do. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, and when the noise faded, all that remained were two gaping craters. Unbelievable. They failed. I heard you were once top-tier ninja. That's why I spared no expense to hire you. Kato burst through the door in a fury, having expected the experts he paid for to be nothing short of legends. But what did he get instead? A bunch of useless fools? Enough of your whining. You're getting on my nerves. Sitting on the sofa opposite Kato was a man, his face wrapped in bandages, his expression utterly cold as he fixed his icy gaze on Kato. He lifted the enormous executioner's blade in his hand, its tip pointing straight at Kato's throat. He said coolly, "This time, I will finish him myself, with this blade." Kato asked, half in disbelief, "You're sure there's no problem? It seems they've hired some rather capable ninja as well. After last time's failure, they'll be even more on guard." Zabuza narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. "Are you underestimating me? I am Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist." "And no, not at all," Kato stammered, waving his hands in panic. "Of course I trust you," he said, greed gleaming in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. "So, after you deal with that old man, bring back the brat from their team for me as well. I've heard that kid is the Hokage's son. If we capture him, we can demand a hefty ransom from the Leaf Village. Imagine the fortune we'll make." At this, Zabuza looked at Kato as if he were scrutinizing an utter fool. "Do you even hear yourself?" Still, Zabuza didn't bother to talk him out of it. The man was clearly blinded by greed, and there was no room for anything else in his head. Trying to kidnap the Hokage's son? Only someone this foolish could come up with that. That's the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. If he wanted to wipe out the land of waves, it would take him half a day. No one could stop him. Idiot. Leaving Kato staring in confusion, Zabuza tossed out the insult, and in a flash, vanished without trace. "We're almost there, almost there." Tezuna's voice quivered with excitement as he caught sight of a river not far ahead. Pointing to the water, he said, "Naruto, keep following this river, and soon we will reach the land of waves." "Naruto." When Tezuna heard no reply, he turned around. Naruto stood rooted to the spot, his gaze locked on a certain spot among the treetops in the distance, obscured by leaves. "Grandpa, get behind me. There's an enemy over there," Naruto said, raising his hand with a grave expression. His sensory abilities told him that someone harboring intense malice toward them was lurking nearby. Startled, Tezuna quickly darted behind Naruto for protection. At the same time, he glanced at Kakashi beside him and saw the man leisurely reading his book, showing no intention of jumping into action. Suspicion crept into Tezuna's heart. "Sir Ninja, aren't you a jonin? Aren't you going to help Naruto?" Kakashi reluctantly lifted his gaze from the pages, looking over at Tezuna. "Don't worry. Those guys are a lot tougher than you think." Is that so?" "Sakura, go over to Kakashi for now," Sasuke whispered, giving a soft reminder before moving to stand by Naruto's side. His right hand rested lightly on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, where faint sparks of lightning danced along the blade. "Oh, so they've noticed me?" Hidden among the branches, Zabuza realized his cover was blown the moment he saw their group halt. He gave up hiding altogether. With a powerful swing, he sent his massive executioner's blade whistling through the air. The sword, propelled by immense force, spun like a windmill, hurtling straight toward Naruto and the others. At the same time, Zabuza leapt nimbly from the tree, following in the wake of his flying blade. He intended to make a stunning entrance and deliver a fierce warning to those below. "Watch out!" Naruto's eyes flashed with determination as he dashed toward the spinning blade, apparently ready to block the deadly weapon with his own body. Seeing Naruto charge forward as if to shield them with nothing but flesh and bone, Zabuza spared him a glance. "So this is the Hokage's son?" A cold sneer curled on Zabuza's lips. "He looks so foolish." "Humph, just a brat. Having a powerful father is useless if you're this reckless. But that Kakashi with the Sharingan. Now he could be trouble. But in the blink of an eye, boom!" Naruto instantly entered his Kurama-linked mode, his overwhelming aura surging out like a tidal wave. The ground around him trembled and shattered, while a mighty shockwave swept outward. Whoosh! There was a sudden rush of wind, and in a flash, Naruto vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, He was standing directly in the path of the executioner's blade as it tore through the air. Hiya! With a thunderous shout, Naruto launched a kick of earth-shaking force, striking the giant blade mid-flight. Clang! The sharp sound of metal splitting rang out, echoing to the heavens. The infamous executioner's blade snapped cleanly in two. The whirlwind kick. Kid, this kick could even send a truth-seeking orb flying. Compared to that, splitting the executioner's blade is nothing but child's play. What? Chasing after his sword, Zabuza could only stare, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. What the hell? But before he could collect his thoughts, a flash of lightning flickered at the corner of his eye. Sizzle. Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply. In that life-or-death instant, he twisted his body, narrowly dodging the Kusanagi blade that came slashing down toward his head. But right on the heels of that, Sasuke spun gracefully, landing a sweeping kick squarely into Zabuza's chest. Ugh! With a pained cry, Zabuza was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Thud! He crashed to the ground with a heavy impact, rolling and scrambling uncontrollably, only managing to regain his balance after skidding dozens of meters away. Just as he tried to catch his breath, he looked up, only to see the shattered pieces of his great sword hurtling toward him like falling stars, propelled by the fierce force of Naruto's twin kicks. Crash! Crash! Zabuza sprang back, just in time, narrowly escaping. The two fragments of his blade struck the spot where he just stood, embedding themselves in the earth with a jarring sound. Had his reaction been any slower, he would surely have met his end right then and there. My blade. Zabuza's first thought was regret over the destruction of his executioner's blade. After so many years with this weapon at his side, losing it was almost enough to make Momochi Zabuza consider changing his name to Momochi no longer slashes. Hey, who are you? Why are you attacking us? Naruto stepped in, closing the distance, his gaze unfriendly as he fixed it on Zabuza. Faced with Naruto, who radiated a golden light from head to toe, Zabuza's eyes grew dazed with confusion. What kind of jutsu was this? In his normal state, Naruto's speed was nothing for Zabuza to worry about. But once he entered that golden mode, Zabuza couldn't even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Unbelievable speed, and the power, terrifying enough to snap the executioner's blade as if it were nothing. Should I run? No. How could I, the great Zabuza, flee like a coward in front of these two brats? I am the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza rallied himself, his face twisting into a snarl as he stood up. He bent to pick up a fragment of his broken blade, planning to wield it as a makeshift weapon. As long as it tasted blood, the executioner's blade could regenerate itself. All he had to do was take down those two brats next. Ugh! The instant Zabuza touched the blade, a tremendous force sent him flying again, leaving a vivid footprint on his face. Naruto's handiwork. Seeing Zabuza ignore their questions and reach for his weapon, Naruto didn't hesitate for a second. Zabuza tumbled into the water, the blade fragment sinking with him, vanishing without a trace. You little brat. Zabuza struggled out of the water, his eyes burning with venomous hatred as his hands flashed through hand seals. He was ready to unleash the water dragon jutsu, to give this little punk a lesson he wouldn't forget. Naruto, seeing the fierce look in Zabuza's eyes and his hands moving rapidly, grew tense, convinced Zabuza was about to unleash a powerful technique. He stared intently, on high alert. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds slipped by, yet Zabuza was still forming seals. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other, and lunged forward in unison. Seeing their sudden assault, Zabuza grew anxious, his hands moving even faster in desperation. Damn it! This technique required the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, which demands 44 hand signs. Despite pushing himself to the limit, he still couldn't match Naruto and Sasuke's speed. In the blink of an eye, the two were already upon him. Naruto launched a fierce kick, snapping Zabuza's arms. With a stifled grunt, Zabuza's arms fell limply at his sides. Seizing the moment, Sasuke trapped Zabuza's head between his legs, braced himself against the ground, and with a sudden twist, hurled him into the air. Immediately, Naruto followed up with 3 rapid punches, thudding against Zabuza's chest in quick succession, as relentless as a drumbeat. Each blow landed solidly. Zabuza was struck before he could even cry out in pain, sent flying yet again. He crashed heavily into a tree with a resounding impact, then slid helplessly to the ground. The fierceness had vanished from his eyes. Instead, they now reflected a clear, bewildered confusion. Footsteps approached. Naruto and Sasuke walked slowly toward the fallen Zabuza. Zabuza struggled to lift his head, his mouth slightly open, his gaze empty. He offered no resistance. He had given in. Where on earth had these monsters come from? How could they fight like this? Hey, can you finally tell us what your goal is? Naruto asked. I was going easy on you, you know. If I hadn't been, you wouldn't have gotten up after the first punch, he added, releasing the Ninetales link, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. He's an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. The demon Zabuza Momochi, came Kakashi's voice from behind, revealing Zabuza's true identity. Naruto turned to see Kakashi, Sakura, and Tazuna approaching. Huh, Kakashi-sensei, you know who he is? Kakashi nodded and glanced at Tazuna. Yeah, I'd wager his goal is the same as those two Hidden Mist Chunin from before. He's after Mr. Tazuna. Tazuna looked uneasily at the powerless Zabuza, a chill running down his spine. The demon of the Hidden Mist, an S-rank missing mean. Just hearing that title was enough to know he was trouble. If it weren't for Naruto and his team, he would have been long dead by now. Naruto, truly, I can't thank you enough. Without you all, there's no way I'd have survived. Tazuna expressed his deep gratitude once more. Now he understood why Kakashi, a jonin, had seemed so relaxed from the start, as if on a simple outing. It turned out this young Naruto's strength was on a whole different level. Naruto, what do you plan to do with him? Kakashi asked. Now that Zabuza's identity and objective were clear, it was time to decide what came next. How to handle a captive was an essential lesson in every ninja's career. Sasuke, who had known the truth all along, now stood with his arms crossed, watching Naruto with keen interest, curious to see what he would do. And besides, if his memory served him right, Zabuza still had another companion out there. Naruto paused for a moment, deep in thought. Iplantos. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden flurry of whistling sounds sliced through the air. Countless throwing weapons rained down like a sudden downpour. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Zabuza's eyes. But in the very next instant, Naruto's gaze sharpened, his reflexes kicking in. The shuriken in his hand spun out with the force of a whirlwind. Clang, clang, clang. Each shuriken struck the oncoming projectiles with perfect precision, knocking every single one out of the air in an instant. Zabuza's vision went dark. He nearly fainted on the spot. Zabuza was speechless. Damn it. Come on, man. Those weren't even aimed at you. Why are you blocking them all for no reason? Frustration boiled inside Zabuza. Huh, someone's actually trying to ambush us. And I can't sense even the slightest hint of malice. How strange. In a flash, Naruto spun around, eyes blazing, staring intently in the direction from which the Sunbon had flown. Hey, who's hiding over there? And Naruto's shout, a figure slowly descended from the treetop canopy. A white mask. Io, that's not the masked man I was thinking of. Instead, it was someone with a lithe silhouette and graceful movements, long hair flowing over their shoulders, their face concealed behind a white mask. Perhaps, beneath that mysterious mask, there was the gentle face of a woman. Naruto seemed intrigued by this idea, and his tone grew noticeably softer. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Unfazed by Naruto's barrage of questions, the newcomer responded calmly, without a trace of fear. Their voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. My name is Haku. Please forgive the misunderstanding. In truth, my target isn't you, it's him. As Haku spoke, they gestured towards Zabuza, who lay collapsed on the ground. Then, Haku revealed their identity. A member of the Hidden Mist Village's assassination squad, tasked with hunting down rogue ninja. This time, the target being Zabuza himself. Zabuza holds vital secrets of the Hidden Mist. I must take him back. To be honest, it's thanks to you that he's been defeated, which makes my mission much easier. I'm truly grateful. What? There's actually a team like that? Kakashi-sensei, do you know anything about this? Naruto wasn't so quick to believe and turned cautiously to Kakashi for confirmation. Kakashi studied Haku for a moment, then nodded. Yes, judging by the uniform, that's definitely a Mist Hunter nin. With Kakashi's confirmation, Naruto finally relaxed and nodded in reassurance. I see. Well, if that's the case, then I have no objections. You can take him away. But remember, once you bring him back, make sure he's properly disciplined. Don't let him cause any more trouble. Naruto earnestly impressed this upon Haku. Don't worry, I will, Haku replied softly. Then, can I take him with me? Haku still seemed a bit hesitant. Yes, of course. Please, go ahead, Naruto replied, stepping aside and gently pulling Sasuke with him to clear the way. Seeing this, Haku hesitated no more and moved forward to hoist Zabuza onto his shoulder. Zabuza slumped over Haku's shoulder, his eyes flickering with a look of disbelief through a gap no one else could see. Was it really safe now? Just like that. It seemed that at times like these, Haku's value truly couldn't be underestimated. Zabuza had been convinced he was done for today. He never wanted to see those two brats again for the rest of his life. Everyone, until we meet again. Haku looked deeply at Naruto, the words of farewell slipping from his lips. Then, with a single-handed sign, the world was suddenly engulfed in swirling wind and snow. In an instant, their figures vanished into the blizzard, leaving no trace behind. Inside a temporarily vacant house, the figures of Zabuza and Haku appeared. The owner was still away, completely unaware that their home had become a refuge for two unexpected guests. "Mr. Zabuza, your injuries are quite severe," Haku said, gingerly settling Zabuza onto the bed, careful not to disturb his wounds at every step. Those brats didn't hold back at all. Zabuza gritted his teeth, though he knew in his heart they'd shown him mercy. If Naruto really hadn't restrained himself, if he could kick through that massive sword, Zabuza would likely be dead already. After all, his bones were nowhere near as tough as that blade. "Mr. Zabuza, both your hands are fractured and your ribs are badly broken," Haku reported. "I'll go out to find some herbs for you. Please try to hold on." He grasped Zabuza's hand tightly, his face clouded with worry. "Haku." Feeling the genuine concern in Haku's touch, Zabuza's heart trembled ever so slightly. This child, all along, he'd treated Haku as nothing more than a tool to achieve his goals, never imagining that Haku would feel such deep attachment to him. Still, Zabuza kept his emotions in check, only giving a slight nod. "All right, be quick and come back soon." For Ninja, emotions were often a heavy burden, especially for someone like him. Haku scanned the room vigilantly, making sure everything was safe, then quietly closed the door behind him and slipped away. So this is the land of waves? At last, Naruto and his group set foot on the soil of the land of waves. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked around. The people shuffling through the streets wore ragged clothes, their faces gaunt and weary, exhaustion and helplessness etched into every line. Directly ahead, a middle-aged man approached slowly, a sign hanging from his chest that read, "For the right price, there's no job I wouldn't do." As they made their way through the streets, it became clear this place was less a nation and more a sprawling refugee camp. Sigh. All of this is the disaster Kato left behind. Tazuna let out a string of heavy sighs. With Kato controlling the country, people lost their jobs and slipped deeper into poverty, until, in the end, some couldn't even put food on the table. "That guy is despicable. Where's he? I'll go teach him a lesson right now." Naruto clenched his fists tightly, anger blazing in his eyes. At that moment, Kakashi reminded him, "Naruto, as foreign shinobi, we can't openly interfere in another country's affairs. Our mission ends here." But Naruto picked up on the unspoken message. "Can't act openly, huh? Well then, isn't there always the option of working in the shadows?" Kakashi-sensei, you really are clever." Naruto gave him a discreet thumbs up. A few days ago, he might have missed Kakashi's hint entirely. But after those intense days of training with Sasuke, not only had his fighting skills improved, even his mind seemed to have gotten sharper. "Everyone, you've had a long journey. Please, come rest in my home for a while." Tazuna invited them warmly. Naturally, the group didn't refuse and followed Tazuna to his house. For the next few days, they stayed at Tazuna's place, while he busied himself with preparations for the Great Bridge, gathering materials, hiring workers, and arranging the construction equipment. Kakashi and Sakura took on the task of secretly guarding Tazuna, in case Kato's men tried to launch a sneak attack. As for Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto slipped from the spotlight into the shadows, scouring the area in search of Kato, determined to give that villain a taste of his own medicine. Sasuke, on the other hand, left the land of waves altogether, planning to use this gap in their mission to head to the land of rain, find the Akatsuki, and bring Itachi back. "Who's there?" In his hiding place, Zabuza's eyes shot open like a startled beast. Though he'd been resting, he could sense someone approaching. Well, Zabuza, so this is where you've been hiding. You sure made me look hard for you." With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and a short figure of Kato slowly stepped inside. "Kato!" Zabuza's face darkened. "What do you want with me?" Kato looked him over with a smug grin, and seeing Zabuza's swathed head to toe in bandages, he clearly felt relieved. "What do I want? I paid you a fortune to get rid of that old man and cripple their shinobi. But you're nothing but a useless failure, hiding out here, clinging to life. What good are you alive? You might as well be dead. At least then, I could get my money back." Hearing this, Zabuza's face froze. "You want to kill me?" Shing! Fighting through the pain in his chest, Zabuza forced himself to his feet, his years of killing intent surging out unabated. That chilling, soul-piercing killing intent sent Kato scuttling backwards in terror. He landed hard on his backside, scrambling away with both hands and feet until he bumped into one of his own men's legs and finally stopped. Get him! Kill him for me! Whoever takes him down, I'll reward you with a fortune. Kato screamed hysterically, as if shouting might somehow help him reclaim his lost dignity. The moment his men heard there was something to gain, their eyes gleamed with greed. They charged forward in a frenzy, swarming straight for Zabuza. Kill him! This place is wild with herbs. A rush of hurried footsteps approached, and with it came a face beaming with joy. It was Haku, now free of his battle attire. He had changed into a pale, pink kimono, his features delicate and beautiful, so much so that, if not for knowing otherwise, anyone might mistake him for a gentle, lovely girl. Haku bent gracefully, carefully gathering handfuls of medicinal herbs into the wooden basket in his hands. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, eyes alert and wary, as if he'd sensed someone approaching. Is it him? Haku's gaze sharpened, locking onto the newcomer. Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki was chasing after a few stray ronin with an exasperated look. Hey, stop running already. I'm not going to kill you. At worst, you'll just lose an arm or a leg. The ronin ran for their lives, faces twisted with fear, as though some man-eating monster was hot on their heels. Rather than calming them, Naruto's words only deepened their terror. What kind of monster had they run into this time? Lose an arm or a leg. For ronin who made their living by the sword, that was a fate worse than death. It meant the end of their pride and their livelihood. They couldn't understand it. All they'd done was rough up a few townsfolk they didn't like. So how had they ended up being hunted down by this kid? The squad had started with a dozen or so men, but in the blink of an eye, most had been taken out, just a handful left, running for their lives. Seeing that the ronin had no intention of stopping, Naruto's patience snapped. With a leap, he landed squarely in their path. Ah! The ronin screamed in panic. This guy, he had the speed to catch them at any time, but he'd been toying with them from behind. Was he just having fun at their expense? Come on, did you really think you could get away from me? Naruto sighed, cracking his knuckles in annoyance. Honorable ninja, we know we were wrong. Really, we do. Please spare us. We'll never do it again. With a thud, the ronin dropped to their knees, begging Naruto for mercy. It's not that you realize what you did was wrong. You just know your lives are on the line now. Naruto shook his head. With that, he stopped wasting words and moved in. Cries of pain filled the air. In a matter of moments, all the wandering samurai lay sprawled on the ground, their limbs twisted, faces contorted in pain and ferocity. Naruto clutched his head in both hands, not even bothering to spare them a glance. He turned and walked away, his spirits soaring. Sasuke was right. Mercy should be reserved for the kind-hearted. As for evildoers, only by making them taste suffering can you walk the true path. Naruto! A voice called out, making him stop in his tracks. He turned around in confusion, trying to identify the source of the voice. As he spun, he spotted a gentle figure quietly watching him from the thicket not far away. If the person hadn't spoken up, it would have been almost impossible to notice their presence. Curiosity piqued, Naruto walked over slowly, eyeing the stranger from head to toe. Sister, how do you know my name is Naruto? Oh, I hope I didn't startle you just now. Those guys aren't good people, don't get the wrong idea. Naruto scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Haku covered her mouth and laughed softly. I understand. So, what are you doing out here, sister? Naruto glanced at the basket in Haku's hand, which was filled with wild herbs he couldn't recognize. I'm gathering medicinal herbs, Haku replied, bending down again to continue her work. Medicinal herbs? Sister, is someone your family sick? Naruto crouched down beside her, helping pick herbs from the ground and placing them in the basket. Thank you. Haku smiled warmly. By the way, sister, how did you know my name? Naruto stared at Haku's smiling face, curiosity brimming in his eyes. Well, that's still a secret for now, Haku replied with a mysterious smile after a moment's thought. Ah, you're going to keep me in suspense? Naruto rested his chin on his hand, but instead of being discouraged, he grinned. Then I'll wait for the day you reveal it. All right, Haku replied, her smile still gentle. Yet, deep down, a faint sigh passed through her heart. She sensed that perhaps their paths would rarely cross again. Naruto, thank you for your help. I should be heading back now. Haku stood up, her basket now brimming with all kinds of herbs. Goodbye, sister. Naruto waved her farewell. Haku's figure grew more distant, and just as she was about to vanish from sight, she hesitated for a moment. It seemed as though there was something she wanted to say, but in the end, the words never left her lips. She turned and walked away. Watching Haku's silhouette gradually blur into the distance, a flicker of puzzlement flashed through Naruto's eyes. Why did Haku's presence remind him so much of Zabuza? Naruto stopped staring. She's long gone by now, teased Kurama from within the sealed space, making Naruto's cheeks flush red. Kurama, what nonsense are you spouting? Naruto grumbled. You little rascal, for someone so young, you sure have your share of fortune with the ladies. There's Hinata Hyuga back in the Leaf Village, and now, on a simple mission outside, you've managed to win the heart of another young girl. Kurama, I'm done talking to you. Naruto was so embarrassed he could hardly stand it, so he simply ignored the nine tails. He turned away and left, not sparing even a glance at the stray samurai still groaning on the ground as he walked past them. He was determined to keep patrolling the land of waves until he found Gato. These herbs should help Mr. Zabuza recover quickly. Haku thought hopefully, carrying a basket full of medicinal plants, approaching Zabuza's new hideout step by step. They had moved their hiding place to an old, abandoned house that had stood empty for years. However, as Haku rounded a corner and caught sight of the hideout, the smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by a cold severity. A crowd had surrounded the little house, and at a glance, Haku recognized several of them. Those are Gato's men. How did they find this place? This is bad. Mr. Zabuza is in danger. Snapping back to his senses, Haku immediately dashed toward the house. Boom! Inside, a sudden, thunderous crash echoed out. One of Gato's henchmen was hurled straight out the door. He plowed through several others, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. The rest of the henchmen snapped out of their greed-induced stupor. Fear flickered across their faces. Even though Zabuza was seriously injured, he was still far from someone they could easily handle. Go get him. He can't even use his hands. What are you all so afraid of? Catch him, and I'll double your reward. Gato barked his orders at Zabuza, his voice full of venom. It would be costly, but hiring Zabuza had been far more expensive than paying these common thugs. As long as he could reclaim the fortune in Zabuza's possession, the deal would still be profitable. The henchman's breathing grew rapid. Double the reward? They exchanged glances, then let out a louder battle cry, surging forward once again. They feared death, but they feared dying poor even more. As the wave of enemies crashed in once again, Zabuza's expression remained calm. His arms hung uselessly at his sides. The fractures had not yet healed. Even so, he had no fear of these ordinary men. Swish! One of the henchmen charged forward, blade flashing down in a deadly arc. Zabuza dodged with a swift, fluid motion, avoiding the fatal strike. Then, in a flash, he pivoted, his leg whipping out like a striking lash, connecting squarely with the attacker's face. There was a heavy, dull thud, and the man's cheek caved in instantly, his breath cut off mid-scream. The cramped space in the room meant Gato's men couldn't swarm him. Only a few could attack at once, which was little more than sending themselves to their doom. It wasn't long before several of them had met their end, never to rise again. Seeing his subordinates being killed one after another, Gato couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Was it really possible that they couldn't even subdue a gravely injured Zabuza? I'll do it. At that moment, one of Gato's men suddenly pulled out a fishing net and hurled it at Zabuza. In such a cramped space, what was an advantage could also become a trap. The moment the net was cast, Zabuza had nowhere to escape. The net landed squarely over him, entangling him tightly and drastically slowing his movements. It worked. Gato's eyes lit up with hope. He hurriedly barked an order to the men beside him. Hurry, get more nets over here. In no time, several more nets flew through the air, layering over Zabuza until he was completely bound. Pull him in. At Gato's command, all his men pulled with all their might, the nets constricting sharply. Damn it! Rage burned in Zabuza's chest, but in his wounded state, he was powerless to resist. All he could do was surrender to their will. And so, Zabuza was dragged down to the ground, inch by inch being hauled toward Gato. But just at this critical moment, water style, 1,000 flying water needles. A chilling voice rang out, and in an instant, countless streams of water gathered and shot forward like arrows. In a flash, Gato's men fell like wheat before the scythe. Ugh, what the? Gato watched in horror as his subordinates collapsed like autumn leaves swept by a fierce wind. Terrified, he frantically searched for the source of the attack. The moment he spotted a figure clad in white, dread washed over him. It's him. Gato recognized the newcomer immediately, Zabuza's loyal accomplice. He hadn't seen him earlier and had assumed the ninjas had already dealt with him in the previous ambush. He never imagined the boy had been lying in wait outside all along. Water-style, demonic ice needles. Before Gato could react, an even denser barrage of water needles came raining down like a torrential storm. Gato quickly ducked behind his men. For once, his small stature became a shield. The air filled with cries of agony. Nearly all of Gato's men were wiped out, leaving only 5 trembling in terror around him. Their hands shook so badly they could barely hold their blades. They looked moments away from breaking down and begging for mercy. Mr. Zabuza, I'm sorry. Haku gazed at Zabuza, guilt shining in his eyes. If only he had arrived a moment sooner. Finish them all. Zabuza looked up at Haku, his tone icy and merciless. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Haku nodded, conjuring a cluster of sunbon needles in his hand as he stepped forward, closing in with quiet determination. Though Haku abhorred senseless killing, he would show no mercy to anyone who dared harm Zabuza. Just as Haku was about to act, Gato suddenly snatched up a long sword and aimed it at the immobilized Zabuza. He screamed hoarsely, "Stay back, or I'll kill him." A desperate last stand. Zabuza looked on with utter disdain. With Haku here, Gato wouldn't last a heartbeat. Haku, do it. Zabuza didn't take Kato seriously at all. To him, Kato had no understanding of what a true ninja was capable of. Yet, to Zabuza's surprise, Haku actually stopped in his tracks. Haku. Zabuza was utterly bewildered. Why aren't you making your move? Zabuza. Haku's gaze pierced past the blade that Kato had pressed against Zabuza's throat, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. He knew he could finish off Kato, but he couldn't guarantee that Kato wouldn't kill Zabuza before he could act. Kato clearly picked up on the subtle shift. He's hesitating, worried he'll hurt this guy in the process. Kato was taken aback. What seemed like a desperate struggle now appeared to offer a glimmer of hope. Drop your weapon. Now. Kato barked, his tone harsh and commanding. Haku, don't hesitate. Do it. Zabuza's gaze was fierce and urgent, burning with impatience and frustration. Haku stared at Zabuza, as if unable to decipher the desperation in his eyes. Slowly, he let the sunbon needles fall from his hands. You fool! Zabuza's furious shout echoed through the air. There might have been a sliver of hope if they fought, but surrendering like this would only guarantee death for them both. How could anyone be so hopelessly naive? Fool! Utter fool! You two, tie him up! Kato exclaimed in delight, barely able to contain his excitement as he ordered his men. Don't move, or I'll finish him right now. Kato threatened, his eyes cold and menacing as he pressed the blade closer. Under that threat, Haku didn't resist at all, allowing himself to be tightly bound. Just to be sure, they wrapped the ropes layer upon layer, making escape nearly impossible, even for a ninja. Ha! The gods must favor me. What luck to meet such fools. Kato's heart finally settled, and he burst out laughing. He had been certain there was no way out today. Yet suddenly, a ray of hope had appeared. Bring him here. Two of Kato's men dragged Haku over, while Kato shot a smug glance at Zabuza. Good thing your underling's an idiot, or I really would have been done for today. Zabuza said nothing, his gaze dark and fixed on Haku. Haku hung his head low, eyes brimming with apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. At that, Zabuza, who had been ready to unleash his anger, fell silent, as if letting out a sigh as he closed his eyes. Forget it. I never thought, in the end, it would be you-I'd journey to the underworld with, Zabuza said quietly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I was too weak. I couldn't, Haku began, but Kato cut him off with a crude interruption. That's enough. Save your breath. Get ready to die. A sudden, wet splatter. Warm blood sprayed across Zabuza's face. He snapped his eyes open and saw, right before him, a delicate, familiar face. It was Haku. At that critical moment, he rushed forward, shielding Zabuza from the blow with his own back. Zabuza's eyes blazed with fury. You fool! Who said you could protect me? Sorry, Mr. Zabuza, but I can't let you leave before me, Haku replied. Haku's smile was dazzling, yet the blood at the corner of his mouth bloomed like a crimson flower, beautiful and tragic all at once. So, you like throwing yourself in the way, do you? But just how many more times can you do that? Kato sneered, lifting his blade again. This time, the tip was angled down, his killing intent clear. He meant to finish them both with a single strike. A deafening crash rang out. At that very moment of life and death, a golden streak burst through the wall, slamming into Kato and sending him flying. Kato's long sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Arg! Kato cried out in agony as he smashed through the crumbling wall and disappeared from sight. Naruto glanced at Haku, who lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze suddenly turning sharp and cold. With a swift kick, Naruto sent the blood-stained sword spinning into the air. The hilt flipped over and over, shooting like an arrow, fast and precise. In an instant, the blade pierced Kato's body before he even hit the ground. The force was so immense that Kato's body was hurled hundreds of meters away, finally embedding itself in a massive boulder. Kato clutched the blade in his chest, blood gushing out as he gasped for breath. Before long, he exhaled for the last time. Thus, the shadowy hand manipulating the land of waves from behind the scenes withdrew from the stage in abrupt defeat. With Kato dead, his henchmen could not escape Naruto's wrath either, even though most of them were already badly injured. Naruto's fists flew, and one after another, he sent them all to join Kato in the afterlife. If they were so eager to aid a tyrant, then let them keep him company on the road to the underworld. After taking care of everything, Naruto hurried to Haku's side and gently channeled the Nine-Tails chakra into his body. Almost instantly, the horrific wound across Haku's back began to heal before everyone's eyes. In mere moments, the savage scar vanished completely, leaving only smooth, unblemished skin behind. He actually saved us. Zabuza stared at Naruto's unforgettable face, his expression a tangled mix of emotions. Naruto carefully helped Haku sit up, his eyes full of concern. "Are you all right, sis? Sis?" At that, Zabuza's face twisted into a strange expression. Did this kid not realize Haku was a boy? "Naruto." Haku nestled against Naruto's chest, a faint blush on his cheeks. He hadn't told Naruto the truth before their parting, thinking they'd never meet again. He'd want to leave only a good memory behind. Who could have guessed? Their reunion would come so soon, leaving him at a loss. Should he tell Naruto the truth now? "Naruto, how did you find this place?" Haku thought for a moment, then gently sidestepped the awkward topic and turned to ask. Naruto rubbed his nose and grinned. "I sensed Zabuza's presence on you earlier and thought he was targeting you, so I secretly followed you. But I never expected. You're actually in league with Zabuza." Haku's face fell, his voice low and somber as he said, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I never meant to deceive you. If you feel betrayed, you could take our lives as compensation." Zabuza looked utterly baffled. "So as long as I stay silent, my life's just up for grabs again?" He was the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza, after all. Why did he keep ending up like some small fry, always having his fate decided by others? Before Haku could finish, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, completely unbothered. "It's really not a big deal. You were both hired by Gato to attack us. This wasn't your choice. I don't blame you, and I certainly won't harm you." Haku suddenly looked up, hope sparking in his eyes as he gazed at Naruto. "Then, what do you plan to do with us? Will you let us go?" Naruto shook his head. "I'm afraid letting you go isn't an option. After all, you did attack us, and we need to settle that score." Naruto stroked his chin, pausing to consider how best to deal with them. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he clapped his hands together. "Here's what we'll do. The two of you come back to the Leaf Village with me. Work for the village for a year, and after that, you're free to go. How's that sound?" "Absolutely. No problem at all." The moment Naruto made his offer, Haku's face lit up with joy. He agreed without hesitation. To him, this hardly counted as punishment. Working for the Leaf Village for a year was nothing. They'd been wandering across the ninja world for so long. Making a living by taking jobs was what they did anyway. They'd only come to the Land of Waves because Gato had hired them. Seeing Haku agree so readily, Naruto couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. "Great, then let's head out at once." "Wait, no, I still have to finish this mission. We'll have to wait until that's done. In the meantime, you two can help me with the mission. We could use the extra hands." As the two quickly reached an agreement, an onlooker who had been silent all this time finally couldn't hold back. A soft cough rang out, announcing his presence. "Ah, Mr. Zabuza." Haku looked a bit embarrassed. He'd been chatting so happily with Naruto that he'd nearly forgotten Zabuza was right there. He hurriedly tore the fishing net off Zabuza and helped him to his feet. "Mr. Zabuza, what do you think of Naruto's proposal?" Haku asked quietly. Zabuza gave him a long, soulful look. "What do I think? Haven't you already decided everything? Why bother asking me now?" I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I acted on my own." Haku turned toward Naruto, his face full of apology. "Sorry, Naruto. Maybe we should discuss this again." But Zabuza suddenly interjected. "Discuss what, exactly?" Haku looked at him, confused. "I'll do a year in Konoha if that's what it takes. A man like me can pick things up and put them down just as easily." Zabuza put on a show of bravado as he spoke. "That's wonderful news, Mr. Zabuza," Haku said with a bright smile. Zabuza cast a glance at Naruto, who was practically glowing with golden light, and inwardly grumbled to himself. Who was he kidding? Ever since Naruto had shown up, the choice had been out of their hands. Whatever Naruto said, they had to follow. Since that's settled, let's get going. We should find Grandpa Tazuna first. Once the bridge is finished, we'll head home. With that, Naruto strode out in front, leading the way. "Wait a minute," Zabuza called after him. "What's up?" Naruto asked, puzzled. Kato was a villain through and through, but he was filthy rich. Now that you've taken care of him, all that money's got no owner. It'd be a waste to just leave it behind. I don't really know anything about that sort of thing. Naruto scratched his head. Wealth on that scale was beyond his comprehension. No worries, I get it. I'll go with you and take care of it. Zabuza replied. The moment he'd made his decision, his allegiance had tilted toward Konoha. Once, he hadn't had a choice. And now, he still didn't have a choice. Well, all right then. Let's go. I wonder how many bowls of ramen all that money could buy. Zabuza stifled a laugh. Ramen? Enough to last you 10 lifetimes and still have leftovers. Land of rain. Rain poured in torrents, as if the sky itself had sprung a leak that could never be plugged. Inside the Akatsuki base, around a long conference table, sat a motley collection of figures, each pair keeping a deliberate distance that silently outlined their partner relationships. Uchiha Itachi, calm as still water, with Kisame Hoshigaki at his side. Sasori of the Red Sand, flanked by Deidara, radiating an air of artistry. Haiden and Kakuzu, an odd duo, if there ever was one. And then there was the solitary form of Zetsu, the white half standing alone in the corner like an abandoned potted plant. Today was a rare occasion. Everyone in Akatsuki had free time, and not a single member was missing from the gathering. At that moment, Nagato, controlling the strongest puppet, Tendo Pain, stepped slowly from the shadows. At his side stood Konan, the white tiger of Akatsuki, her presence as calm and ethereal as ever. I've called you all together today because we have an important plan to announce, Tendo Pain said, his gaze sweeping the room, his tone as even as a placid lake. In short, this matter can be summed up in just 2 sentences. Which 2 sentences, you ask? I think it's these 2. Or maybe, these 2 are better than those 2. The Akatsuki members hurriedly cut him off. Wait. Enough already. Can you just get to the point? Some of us are busy. At this rate, who knew how long he'd keep talking? Tendo Pain frowned, displeased by the interruption. Such lack of manners. All right then, I'll keep it brief. Our plan is... Before he could finish speaking, Haiden's excited voice impatiently broke in, cutting him off. Hey boss, are we going hunting? The offerings for Lord Jashin have been pathetically scarce lately. I was just thinking about where to find something fresh. Haiden shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming with fanatic light. Pain glanced over with a cold indifference. No, if it had been anyone else, the leader might have been furious at such an interruption. But faced with Haiden, whose intelligence and emotional awareness were both questionable, Nagato could only shake his head in resignation. Haiden instantly deflated like a punctured ball. Oh, sit down and stop making a scene, Kakuzu scolded impatiently, counting his money without even looking up. Itachi, what do you think the boss is going to say? Come on, take a guess, Kisame grinned, turning to Uchiha Itachi with a look of amusement. Itachi didn't even lift his eyelids. I don't know, and I'm not interested in guessing. Pain, Nagato, really, was about to continue when suddenly, boom, a violent explosion tore through the meeting room. Flames shot to the ceiling. The shockwave rampaged through the air. In an instant, everyone present reacted with their own defenses to evade the blast. With little more than a glance, Pain unleashed Almighty Push, a colossal repulsive force swirling around himself and Konan, blocking all harm from reaching them. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Kakuzu quickly stashed away his money pouch and reinforced his body with Earth Style. Kisame wasn't to be outdone. Instinctively, he whipped out Samahata from his back, letting it absorb most of the impact. As the explosion hit, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a flurry of crows, vanishing without a trace. Sasori, the puppet master, was caught off guard. His puppet Yahiko was blown to pieces. But the one who suffered most was Haiden. Caught right in the blast, he was blown apart, his entire body reduced to scattered pieces. No one even knew where his backside ended up. Only his head was left, rolling across the floor. Hey, Kakuzu, give me a hand, will you? My head is spinning. Haiden yelled. Kakuzu seized the opportunity and stomped on Haiden's rolling head. Ow, your shoe's on my face. You're the one who asked for help. The smoke from the explosion gradually began to clear. Out of the haze, Deidara scratched his head awkwardly. So close. I almost finished my new technique, but it exploded in the end. What a pity. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That was my precious art piece. You've desecrated my art. Sasori emerged from the shattered remains of Yahiko, his face dark as thunder as he glared at Deidara. Well, just fix the puppet if it's broken. What's the big deal? Deidara's careless attitude instantly pushed Sasori over the edge. You little. Without another word, Sasori whipped out a scroll. With a sharp crack, the puppet of the third Kazekage sprang forth at his command. He was once the legendary figure of the hidden sand village. Even in death, his body was transformed by Sasori into a unique human puppet, allowing its controller to use every jutsu he had mastered in life. Iron Sand World Method. Magnet release erupted. The surrounding sand and the iron filings embedded in the buildings seemed to answer a silent summons, gathering together to form a massive iron sphere that floated ominously in the air. It seems the time has come to show off my artistic flair. Refusing to be outdone, Daidora's hands moved swiftly, blending together his special clay, preparing for an explosive display worthy of an artist. All right, that's enough. Stop it, both of you. Just as the battle was about to ignite, Tendo Pain's cold, commanding voice swept over them like a wave of ice, freezing the entire room. In the next instant, an irresistible force crashed down. No matter how powerful they were, Sasori and Deidara were pressed to the ground in a heartbeat. They couldn't move a muscle. Is this the kind of place where you think you can just do as you please? Tendo Pain strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the shattered remains of the meeting room, a sigh hidden deep in his heart. Can this ragtag group truly chase after the same dream? Is this plan even reliable? Seal your jutsu. Seal your jutsu. As the crushing pressure faded, Sasori and Deidara, still brimming with anger, didn't dare act rashly before a leader who seemed almost divine. Both quickly withdrew their techniques. Tendo Pain surveyed the room, spotting a chair that had survived the chaos. With a subtle gesture, the chair floated over and settled itself before him. Once seated, he addressed the gathering crowd. Come here. The meeting continues. Kakazu, Kisame, and the others moved in, followed by Haiden, threads still dangling from his body. A murder of crows swirled and coalesced into human form. Uchiha Itachi had arrived in silence. Once everyone was assembled, Tendo Pain prepared to speak. But at that moment, the ground gave a sudden tremor, and Zetsu, in his plant-like form, emerged from underground. Clearly, he had been hiding beneath the earth to avoid the chaos. White Zetsu tried to slip quietly to the back of the group, but Tendo Pain called him out. Wait a second, weren't you half black and half white? How come you're completely white now? Tendo Pain's curiosity was plain. The others, too, couldn't help but glance over, puzzled. Indeed, their memories of Zetsu were of a half-black, half-white figure. Now, there wasn't a trace of black left. Well, I used to spend a lot of time in the sun, so I looked darker. Lately, I haven't been outside much, so I got lighter again. White Zetsu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Sigh, who knows where that guy's run off to? He hasn't come back in days. Now, even holding a meeting alone makes everyone suspicious. Is that so? Tendo Pain eyed him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. It's true, Zetsu replied, nodding with utmost seriousness. Very well. Tendo Pain decided to let the matter drop. He scanned the room, warily taking stock of everyone present. Now, surely no one can interrupt me, right? Well then, the reason I've called everyone here today is... Boom! A massive arrow wreathed in black flames burst through the ceiling of the building beneath their feet. The earth shook violently. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world was trembling. A deep, thunderous rumble followed, and the gaping hole triggered a chain reaction. The whole area began to collapse and cave in. In the blink of an eye, everyone was buried beneath heaps of rubble. The black flames spreading across the walls were utterly unstoppable. Not even stone or steel could withstand their relentless devouring. It was clear that this place was about to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Shinra Tensei. With a deafening roar like thunder splitting the heavens, a colossal force exploded outward, sweeping everything into ruin. When the dust finally settled, all that remained was devastation. Amidst the shattered walls and scattered debris, the black flames flickered and dispersed. Those who'd been buried below now saw the light of day again. At the heart of the chaos stood Tendo Pain, one arm raised high. The members of the team gathered around him, entirely unharmed. Huh, someone's trying to attack us. Kisame grinned with eager excitement. Such pressure, how wonderful. Though the sudden assault had left them looking a bit disheveled, that was the extent of the damage. After all, not a single one of them was hurt. Besides, this was the Akatsuki, the most terrifying assembly of power in the ninja world. Each member was an elite from their own nation, and their leader wielded the might of a god. The legendary Rinnegan was no myth among them. It was their reality. With that level of destruction, our attacker can't be some nameless weakling. He's bound to be worth a fortune. Kakuzu spoke with cool detachment, though his calculating nature was plain in his tone. Boss, let me offer this guy up as a sacrifice to Jashin. Haiden suggested with fanatical enthusiasm. The group's relaxed demeanor showed they didn't see their opponent as any real threat. Only Itachi wore a serious expression. Those black flames, they were unmistakable. Amaterasu. In this world of shinobi, who besides himself could possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and unleash Amaterasu? Just who was this mysterious intruder? Itachi was filled with questions. Leader, who is it? he asked, turning to the ever-silent Tendo Pain. He knew Pain possessed a secret technique, one that allowed him to sense every movement in the Hidden Rain village. Such power was extraordinary. Pain was sure to know the identity of their attacker. In response to Itachi's question, Pain met his gaze with a look full of meaning. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Every member who joined Akatsuki had their background thoroughly investigated by Zetsu. It was impossible for Nagato not to know about Itachi's past, and the younger brother he'd left behind in Konoha, Sasuke. A rare flicker of shock crossed Itachi's usually tranquil eyes. Sasuke. A youthful figure flashed through his mind. No, it can't be him. He's only 12 years old. How could he possibly wield such power? That tragic night, he had only just awakened a single Tomo in his Sharingan. Itachi silently refuted the thought in his heart, then wondered, is the leader testing me? Leader, could it be that you saw wrong? Itachi asked. Tendo Pain let out a soft laugh, offering no reply. He turned to the others. Who will deal with him? Those who trespass upon the realm of the gods have but one fate, death. I'll go. Haiden raised his hand with enthusiasm, hoisting his blood-stained, triple-bladed scythe and stepping out from the group. Kakuzu, you'll team up with him. My pleasure. Kakuzu shrugged, utterly unconcerned. It looked like there was another chance to rake in a fortune this time. The immortal duo set off at once. Pain's attitude left a heavy weight upon Itachi's heart. Could it really be Sasuke? I'll go as well. If it's Sasuke, then I am certainly his target. Let me handle this. With those words, Itachi prepared to set out alongside Haiden and Kakuzu. But Tendo Pain's voice suddenly cut through the air, stopping him. Uchiha Itachi, you stay here. There was an unquestionable authority in his tone. Itachi halted, the hand hidden in his sleeve unconsciously clenching tight, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. But at last, he slowly relaxed, letting the strange glint fade into calm. Until the truth is clear, it's wise not to clash with Tendo Pain. Yes. Itachi drew a deep breath, watching as the backs of Haiden and Kakuzu receded into the distance. Atop a towering water tower, the half-formed Susanoo surrounding Sasuke gradually faded away, dissolving like morning mist in the sunlight. If I do this, it should be enough to draw them out. Sasuke muttered, his voice so soft it seemed meant only for his own thoughts. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Came a voice from above. Pain isn't someone you can handle so easily, especially that one who can swallow any ninjutsu. Without Sage Mode, he's a real headache. Perched atop Sasuke's head was a petite, elegant Ninetales, a special gift from Naruto at their party. Knowing Sasuke insisted on going alone, Naruto couldn't help but worry. So he'd given Sasuke half of his own Ninetales chakra, ensuring his friend's safe journey. Sasuke looked up, his eyes glinting. I've been meaning to ask, how do you know so much? You even know about Pain? As far as I know, at this point Pain hasn't even shown himself in the ninja world. You've always been hiding in Naruto's body, so where did you get all this information? Besides, that kid Naruto is usually so clueless, yet he managed to use your power? That clearly isn't his own ability. So the problem must be with you, Ninetales. Kurama narrowed his eyes. Well, Uchiha Sasuke, turning the interrogation on me, aren't you a strange one yourself? Look at you now. Do you look anything like a 12-year-old kid? And as for those jutsu, I almost can't bear to point them out. If it weren't for the traces of Indra's chakra inside you, I'd be wondering if you were really Sasuke Uchiha at all. Sasuke's face darkened, and he couldn't help but retort. Then what about you? What's going on with you? Did you also get a second chance at life? The moment the words second chance left his mouth, Kurama started in shock. The great fox poked his head out from atop Sasuke's, locking eyes with him. His voice was thick with disbelief. You two, man and beast, stare at one another. After a moment, they both broke into laughter, as if all their confusion had melted away. Where are you from? Sasuke asked. Was it during the Fourth Great Ninja War? Or even later? Sasuke remembered. It was during the Fourth Great Ninja War that Kurama and Naruto finally became true partners, bound in heart and spirit. If Kurama was this friendly, then his rebirth must have happened after that point. It was even later than you think. By then, Naruto was already married with kids. Kurama sank into a deep reverie. He had a son named Boruto, a real handful, just as mischievous as Naruto was when he was young. And you? When's your point of return? Once Kurama finished, Sasuke's gaze grew contemplative. Instead of answering, he posed another question. Then do you know about Akatsuki Momoshiki? Kurama replied without hesitation. Momoshiki? Of course, I know him well. That guy was terrifyingly strong. But in the end, he was defeated. Though afterward, an even trickier one, Ishiki, showed up. I paid with my life to help Naruto defeat him. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Kurama, before we were reborn, I think we're on the same timeline. Huh. Kurama was taken aback. Sasuke continued. My last memories were of recovering in Konoha after fighting Ishiki. Then, Momoshiki took over Boruto and destroyed my Rinnegan. And in the blink of an eye, I was back in this era. So that's how it is. What a coincidence, Kurama marveled. No, it's not a coincidence. Someone's pulling the strings. Sasuke shook his head. Someone? But who could have that kind of power? Yuzuki Shirgu. Surely you've heard of him? Kurama nodded. Naruto had close ties with him. But in our timeline, that person didn't exist at all, Sasuke explained. He appeared out of nowhere, like a visitor from another world, sudden and inexplicable. He silently rewrote history. Kurama thought it over and asked, so what will you do? Take him out. Take him out? Why would I do that? Sasuke looked a little surprised. But aren't you? Isn't this nice? With a second chance, so many things can be chosen differently. Just look at Naruto. How happy he is now. Both the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki have come back to life. He'll never have to be alone again. That's true. In that case, I suppose this really is a good thing. The Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. All right, let's cut the chit-chat. We have company. Sasuke lifted his head and caught sight of two distant figures hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. It was that infamous pair, the undying duo who struck fear in all who heard their names, Haiden and Kakuzu. In a flash, a crackling surge of electricity filled the air as Sasuke drew his imitation Kusanagi blade, its edge blazing with brilliant lightning. The Akatsuki's immortal duo, huh? That title sounds downright ridiculous if you ask me. With a sharp whistle, the two figures landed lightly atop a nearby water tower, flanking Sasuke from either side in a pincer formation. Huh, so it's just a kid who's come to attack us. I was expecting someone more impressive. Just a brat. Do you think Lord Jashin would even want to sacrifice like this? Haiden laughed boisterously, his gaze raking over Sasuke from head to toe. Sasuke shot them a cold look, his mind racing as he recalled everything he knew about Haiden. An immortal body, able to recover even if torn to pieces? Then let's see how he handles the agony of rebirth from ashes. Amaterasu. With his left eye, Sasuke locked on Haiden. In an instant, jet-black flames erupted, winding themselves tightly around him. The Mangekyo Amaterasu, its black fire blazed with a heat rivaling the sun's very surface. Once ignited, these flames would never die out until their target was reduced to ashes. Ugh! Haiden's body was engulfed in black flames. His skin split, his flesh dissolved. Yet his face showed not a trace of pain. Instead, he seemed to revel in the sensation. Feels pretty damn good. Hey, are you out of your mind? If you keep burning like that, even an immortal won't survive. Kakuzu's beady green eyes were filled with shock, astonished both by Sasuke's ocular power and Haiden's sheer recklessness. Before long, Haiden's body was completely incinerated, leaving nothing but a pale skeleton, which tumbled from the water tower, ablaze. One down. Now it's your turn. Sasuke turned, his gaze locking onto Kakuzu. Kakuzu, wary now, wasted no time. He summoned his wind and fire masks. Fire style, searing migrant. Wind style, pressure damage. Combined jutsu, scorching gale frenzy. One mask spewed a torrent of flame, the other unleashed a ferocious gale. Fire fed on wind, wind fanned the fire. In an instant, a raging inferno surged towards Sasuke, blotting out the sky. Rain falling from above sizzled into steam before it could even touch the ground, unable to get near the searing heat. Boom! The sea of fire swallowed Sasuke whole in a heartbeat. Is it over? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, maintaining his vigilance as he continued to channel chakra. The raging flames burned for a full minute, devouring the water tower until it melted completely, leaving behind nothing but a pool of molten iron. Only then did Kakuzu slowly withdraw his hands. With such a devastating attack, who could possibly withstand it? That brat must be. An interesting technique, came a voice, calm and unhurried. But unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. The words sounded suddenly from behind him, making Kakuzu's body jolt. Behind me? How could that be? And why can't I move at all? Kakuzu struggled with all his might, but it was useless. All he could do was watch as a spear of black flame pierced through his chest. It should have been a searing fire, yet now it was as sharp as a lance, stabbing clean through him. Instantly, the black flame erupted violently, scattering in all directions. Kakuzu's body was skewered like a sea urchin. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of his hearts were destroyed. No! His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly collapsed to the ground. As Kakuzu fell, the scenery around him shattered like fragments of a broken mirror. In reality, Sasuke calmly withdrew the black flames from Kakuzu's body. From the very beginning, Kakuzu had been trapped in an illusion. He had never moved an inch, while Sasuke ended it with a single leap. The so-called immortal duo had fallen. Akatsuki base ruins. Deidara, Sasori, you two go take care of it. Pain's sudden command drew astonished looks from everyone present. Sasori, who was busy repairing his damaged puppet with iron mallets in hand, frowned slightly at the words. Haven't those two already gone? Is the guy really that strong that we need 4 people? Though he had little regard for Haiden's reckless attitude, Sasori had to admit that the man's immortality was no small feat. Especially when paired with those bizarre secret arts. If you weren't prepared, you could easily fall into his trap, or even be killed outright. They're already dead. Pain's tone was indifferent, as if he were stating something trivial. Relying on his Rain Tiger vision technique, Pain had witnessed everything. Haiden was killed instantly. A black flame, much like the one Uchiha Itachi once used, incinerated his body entirely. Kakuzu was left frozen, toyed with by Jinjutsu, and in a single instant, all his hearts were destroyed. The so-called immortal duo of Akatsuki didn't even last a minute. Dead. The members exchanged uncertain glances. They'd only just left, and now they were both gone? The enemy is stronger than I anticipated. Deidara, Sasori, go and eliminate him. Remember, he can control black flames just like Itachi. Dodge carefully and be wary of his mastery of illusions. Kakuzu was controlled in an instant and couldn't resist at all. I didn't see his eyes, but there's a high chance they're Sharingan. Remember, don't make eye contact with him. Pain relayed each piece of information he'd gathered. When he finished, Kisame took a deep breath and turned to look at Itachi Uchiha. Black flames and Jinjutsu. Weren't these Itachi's trademark techniques? It really did seem like their opponent was Sasuke Uchiha. No wonder. They were brothers, after all. The resemblance was uncanny. Any lingering hope in Itachi's heart vanished without a trace. It had to be Sasuke. But how did he awaken the Mangekyo? When Itachi left the village, Sasuke had barely unlocked a single tomo. Leader, since the opponent is this formidable, perhaps Mr. Itachi and I should go together? Just in case. We can't afford to lose more people. Kisame smiled as he made the suggestion. He could see at a glance that Itachi was eager to find Sasuke. So, he simply went with the flow, voicing what Itachi clearly wanted. There was no denying it. The animosity between these brothers ran deep. The younger brother traveled all the way to the Land of Rain to settle the score, and upon hearing this, the elder brother was just as desperate to meet him. Pain regarded Itachi for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. The 4 of you will go together. Don't let anything go wrong. Relax, relax. Jinjutsu, black flames, whatever. I'll just drop a couple of bombs from the sky, and that'll take care of everything, Deidara said, brimming with confidence. Let's move. Make it quick. Don't waste my time, Sasori said, his face expressionless. C2 Dragon. With a burst of clay from his palm, Deidara instantly molded a flying clay dragon. He leapt onto its back, ready to take off, only to find Sasori climbing up after him. TCH. I thought you didn't appreciate my art? Why not fly over yourself? Deidara grumbled. Enough talk. Lead the way, Sasori replied, not even bothering to argue. Deidara shrugged, then steered the clay dragon into the air. With a roar, they soared off. Mr. Itachi, let's get going as well, Kisame said, stepping to Itachi's side with a smile. All right, Itachi replied quietly, though it was clear his mind was elsewhere, lost in thought. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The sky seemed to have split open, unleashing torrents of rain that poured down in sheets, accompanied by thunder that shook the world. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would flash, illuminating the darkened earth with a fleeting brightness. Under Deidara's command, the clay dragon raced through the storm. From his vantage point, he scanned the rain-soaked city below, searching for any sign of Sasuke. Where's that kid hiding? Buildings blocked his view as Deidara glanced in every direction, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Crackling quietly, within the depths of the storm clouds, unnoticed by Deidara and Sasori, the power of lightning quietly gathered, ready to strike. Deidara scrunched up his nose and looked at Sasori in confusion. Hey, do you smell something weird? It's like something's burning. Sasori shot him a look that practically screamed. Are you an idiot? You think I'd use my nose to smell anything? Sasori had long since transformed himself into a puppet, with barely any human senses left. Fair point, Deidara admitted, nodding as if he'd just realized something. That's why your art will never be truly perfect. You should just give up and join me in the art of explosions. Now that's the greatest art in the world. Sasori ignored him completely, focusing intently on repairing his puppet. Finding himself bored, Deidara turned away, rubbing his arm and muttering under his breath. Why does my skin feel all tingly? No sooner had he spoken. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning exploded overhead. The sky, thick with storm clouds, seemed to open up as if a door of thunder had been flung wide, dazzling bolts of lightning surging through it. Thunder roared and gathered, descending like the end of days. The spectacle left Deidara wide-eyed in awe. So beautiful. But the next second, he was completely bewildered. Huh? What on earth is happening now? A monstrous roar tore through the air. From the heart of the storm burst forth a gigantic beast of pure lightning. Its eyes round and fierce like bronze bells, its face twisted into a terrifying snarl, claws slashing wildly as it displayed its massive form with pride. It was a creature forged entirely from thunder and lightning. The beast threw back its head and howled, its cry echoing to the heavens. Sasori, too, stared in disbelief. This could rival my art. Deidara gazed at the spectacle, utterly entranced. But Sasori's expression changed in an instant. He grabbed Deidara urgently. Idiot! Stop gawking, it's coming right for us. The thunder beast opened its gaping maw, roaring as it charged straight at them. There was no time to wonder what this creature was or how it had appeared. Sasori knew all too well. If they didn't dodge now, their fate would be nothing but ashes. Snapping out of his daze, Deidara frantically tried to control his clay dragon and escape. But no matter how hard he tried, the dragon seemed frozen by the lightning, unable to move an inch. This is bad. My clay is weak against lightning style. The whole place is flooded with high-voltage fields. I can't control it. Deidara shouted in panic. What? Now of all times, you're failing me. Sasori was stunned. He glanced down at the distant ground, clenched his teeth, and decided he had no choice. He yanked Deidara and leapt off. The very instant they escaped, the clay dragon was swallowed whole by the thunder beast. Not even a spark remained. Hey, if we fall from this height, we're dead anyway. Deidara yelled as they plummeted through the air. Shut up. Sasori snapped, his tone icy, and summoned the third Kazekage puppet once more. Magnet release. Iron sand wings. The spectral form of the third Kazekage conjured a mass of iron sand from thin air, which gathered behind Sasori to form a pair of wings. Gripping Deidara tightly, Sasori dove toward the ground at breakneck speed. Wait a second. Hey, isn't iron supposed to be a great conductor of electricity? Deidara stared blankly at the iron sand wings behind Sasori. What? You didn't know that? Sasori's shock was palpable. Deidara was dumbfounded as well. Seriously? Don't tell me you never went to school. I didn't. Sasori's face darkened. What now? What now? We're finished. Deidara gazed despairingly at the approaching Kirin, hope draining from his eyes. Magnet release. Iron sand canopy. Sasori refused to surrender. Summoning every ounce of chakra, he unleashed the third Kazekage's magnet release, gathering countless grains of iron sand into an enormous iron barrier. A thunderous crash resounded. Kirin smashed into the wall in an instant, exploding in a brilliant flash of lightning. Blue bolts leapt wildly, illuminating the world in a searing glow. Damn it! At this point, I have no choice. Sasori gritted his teeth, reluctantly tossing out the third Kazekage's scroll. The puppet remained suspended in midair, maintaining the barrier to give them a chance to escape. Suddenly, the sky dimmed. All the lightning was held at bay by the iron sand wall. Deidara, having narrowly escaped death, lifted his head. Did we make it? Man, you really pulled it off. But before they could even catch their breath, far away atop a water tower, Sasuke's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. He lowered his raised left hand. Let thunder's roar carry you away. The Kirin, which had been held back by the iron sand barrier, suddenly seemed to surge with renewed power, unleashing a piercing cry that tore through the air. With unstoppable force, it hurled itself against the iron wall. Another deafening crash. The supposedly unbreakable iron sand canopy cracked open, a tiny breach at first, but like a dam giving way, the gap widened rapidly. In an instant, the entire iron sand barrier collapsed. Kirin plunged straight for the two below. In their terrified gaze, the beast engulfed them whole. So this is Sasuke's new strength? Uchiha Itachi, rushing toward the battlefield, looked up at the catastrophe unfolding above. For a fleeting moment, a sense of pride warmed his heart. Deidara and Sasori were both ill-suited against lightning release. The identity of the Jutsu's wielder was clear without a word. Uchiha Sasuke. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it, Mr. Itachi? Are all members of the Uchiha clan monsters like this? Kisame murmured in awe. Itachi gave a faint, amused smile. Perhaps. Where thunder had crashed down, the battlefield lay utterly leveled. Nothing remained but a barren, desolate plain, and two battered figures sprawled upon it. Deidara, his once wild blonde hair, now stood on end, every strand stiff, his face streaked with black burns. Though flat on his back, his body was ramrod straight, arms neatly pressed to his sides. The young man from Iwagakure was standing at attention, even in defeat. Now and then, faint sparks of electricity flickered over his body, setting off the occasional involuntary twitch. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps drew near as Sasuke Uchiha approached at a measured pace. He glanced over Deidara and Sasori, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Still not quite dead, are you? On the other side, Sasori slowly rose from the dust. As the instigator's figure came into view, his face was filled with utter disbelief. Such a calamity of a jutsu. Could it really have come from the hands of a mere boy? Had he not, at the critical moment, unleashed the red secret technique? Performance of 100 puppets, summoning 100 puppets to shield himself, augmented by a full-powered blast from his fire release scroll. He and Deidara would have been nothing but ashes swept away by that cataclysm. Looks like it's time to unveil its true face. Sasori drew a deep breath, reaching behind his back to take out his final scroll. He had originally carried 4 vital scrolls. One was a single-use item, storing a powerful fire release. Another concealed his proudest creation, the third Kazekage puppet. A third was the famed red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. And now, all that remained was the secret within his hand. Sasuke's expression turned grim as he observed. He knew Sasori's abilities inside out. He remembered how, during Sasori's battle alongside Chiyo and Sakura, even after exhausting every scroll and falling behind, Sasori calmly produced this 4th scroll as if it were the ultimate key to everything. All of Sasori's scrolls served to house items, so what could possibly be hidden in this final one? Was it some prototype weapon? Or a dangerous wanderer? Surely it couldn't be a Gundam, could it? Whoever you are, this is where you vanish. Confidence radiating from his face, Sasori slowly unfurled the scroll. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. He would not allow this to happen. Lightning style, Chidori blade. A flash of lightning. And in an instant, Sasuke crossed the space, standing right before Sasori. What? Sasori was taken aback. Such speed was astounding. He barely had time to react. Lightning release was renowned for its swiftness among invisible ninja arts, and his opponent clearly had mastered it to perfection. Clang! With a single stroke, Sasuke's blade sliced the scroll cleanly in 2. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths himself had been sealed away inside, it would have made no difference at this moment. Then, with a twist of the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke aimed straight at the core in Sasori's chest. That was his true weak point. One blow that would mean certain death. You! Sasori looked at Sasuke as though he'd seen a ghost. This was their first meeting, and yet Sasuke seemed to know everything about him. Step aside and stand quietly. You're not my target. You two can settle things later. With a gentle nudge of the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke pointed Sasori toward an empty patch of ground. Sasori stared deeply at Sasuke, then, wordlessly, retreated as ordered. Since you're here, there's no point in hiding anymore. Once Sasori was in place, Sasuke suddenly looked in another direction and spoke out loud. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows suddenly gathered in the sky, their shrill cries filling the air and darkening the heavens above. A soft chuckle escaped Sasuke's lips as he summoned the power of lightning to his hand. His Sharingan locked onto a few inconspicuous crows within the flock. In an instant, lightning cracked like a whip and lashed out. The electricity transformed into countless razor-sharp sunban, darting forward at incredible speed. Chidori, 1000 sunban. With a swift, piercing sound, each sunban struck Sasuke's chosen targets with unerring precision. The crows fell from the sky with mournful cries, life fading from their bodies. Soon after, the multitude of crows vanished entirely. Most of them had been nothing more than illusions conjured by Jinjutsu. Such petty tricks were riddled with flaws when faced with the current Sasuke. It seems you've made remarkable progress over these years. Uchiha Itachi's figure slowly emerged, his expression calm as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi's eyes swept discreetly over Deidara and Sasori, who stood nearby. So, they've already been defeated. In a short span, half of the Akatsuki's members had fallen at Sasuke's hands. Was the Akatsuki too weak? No, it was Sasuke who had grown too powerful. At last he had appeared, Itachi. Sasuke fixed his gaze on his brother, memories welling up in his eyes. Brother, if I count the years, it's been 16 long years since I last saw you. But soon, the two of us, brothers, will reunite. Come back to Konoha with me. Sasuke's lips began to move, but suddenly paused. Instead, a subtle, meaningful smile played on his face. The mastermind had arrived. He sensed the transmission of a message from the other side. To be honest, he'd longed for a proper duel with Itachi for years, yet he'd never found the right opportunity. Now, with the strategist backing him up, he decided it was time to let loose a little. Ninetales, Lending me some of your power won't be a problem, will it? Sasuke's presence appeared at the dwelling place of the Nine Tails. Very well. The Nine Tails blinked, bemused but unconcerned. Lending a bit of strength was hardly an issue. Let's begin. Sasuke extended his hand, and the Nine Tails responded in perfect harmony. Their fists met, their wills aligned. Chakra from the Nine Tails surged forth like a tidal wave, climbing over Sasuke's face, which bore a faint, confident smile. Back in the real world, a deafening thunderclap exploded. In that instant, a matchless aura erupted from Sasuke, shaking the earth itself. The ground cracked beneath the weight of his power. A suffocating, overwhelming force swept across the entire battlefield. Sasuke's clothes shimmered with flowing light, adorned with the symbols of the 6 paths upon his collar, his whole form wreathed in a vibrant purple glow. Uchiha Sasuke, Kurama Link. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Feeling the immense pressure Sasuke now radiated, Itachi was struck with astonishment. Where did Sasuke get a tailed beast? Sasuke strode forward, lifting his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Itachi, why have you become so weak? Is it because your hatred still isn't deep enough? As you are now, you truly have no right to stand before me. My foolish brother. Within Sasuke, only a quarter of the Nine Tails' full power surged, but even that granted him an unimaginable boost in strength. Uchiha Itachi remained silent for a moment. Good. He had harbored doubts about his opponent's identity before, but now, there was no mistaking it. It was him beyond any doubt. Though his heart was roiled with emotion, Itachi's face remained perfectly composed. Sasuke, if you think you can face me just by borrowing the power of a tailed beast. A pattern of 3-bladed pinwheels began to spin in his eyes. Then you couldn't be more wrong. Tsukuyomi, the Mangekyo Sharingan, flared to life. A streak of blood-red tears slid down Itachi's cheek. This was Tsukuyomi, one of the most powerful illusions, second only to Kodo Amatsukami. Yet, in that instant, Sasuke suddenly turned away, showing only his back. Tsukuyomi failed. Put away those useless ocular tricks. My eyes see far more than you realize. Every weakness you have is laid bare before me. Itachi fell silent. How had Sasuke learned the secret to defending against Tsukuyomi? Hey, you dare get distracted in the middle of our fight. Itachi, you really have grown dull. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice echoed from behind. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. He looked down, only to see the tip of a lightning-charged blade thrust through his chest. Lightning crackled and raced through his body. In the next instant, Itachi's form exploded, scattering into a flock of crows that spiraled away. One of the crows transformed midair, regaining human form. He hurled a handful of shuriken at Sasuke, then exhaled a torrent of flames, fusing fire with steel. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire. Sasuke neither dodged nor flinched. With a sweep of his sleeve, every fireball and shuriken was knocked aside. But then, a massive fireball hurtled toward him. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. With a metallic ring, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He swung his blade of lightning, cleaving the great fireball clean in two. The flames vanished into nothingness. From then on, no matter what attack Itachi launched, Sasuke cut through them all. Fire style? Cut. Exploding clones? Cut. Shuriken, Kanai. Hardly worth mentioning. Cut. In short, he carved a path straight through every assault. At this moment, his power had soared to unbelievable heights. He needed no technique. Sheer, overwhelming strength was enough to crush everything before him. So this is what it's like for Naruto, fighting like this all the time. Sasuke thought, marveling at the torrent of power raging inside him. Don't be afraid, Mr. Itachi. A sudden shout broke through the chaos. I'll help you. Kisame Hashigaki appeared abruptly behind Sasuke, hefting his massive Samahata sword and bringing it down with crushing force. This blow carried the weight of a mountain, enough to shatter solid rock. Yet Sasuke only cast a cool glance over his shoulder. Without even turning his head, he spun and delivered a flying kick. With a thunderous crash, the impact echoed across the battlefield. Kisame was sent flying in an instant, his body raising a mighty wave of dust as he crashed along the ground, carving a deep trench dozens of meters long into the earth. At the end of that trench, Kisame lay sprawled out. He kicked his legs once, then slipped into unconsciousness. Itachi paused for a brief moment, taken aback. Well, never mind. Witnessing Kisame's miserable defeat, Itachi decided to give it his all. Susen. A surge of massive chakra radiated from Itachi, and an orange, half-formed Susanoo materialized at his side. In its right hand, it gripped the Tatsuka blade. Its left arm bore the Yata mirror, while the Yasakani Magatama hung across its chest. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, the legendary warrior shrouded in 3 sacred treasures. Yasukani Magatama. With a piercing whistle, a deadly attack hurtled straight at Uchiha Sasuke. In that case, let's see what you've got. Sasuke chuckled softly, summoning his own Susanoo in response. Heavenly Arrow of Amino Mikaboshi. Sasuke drew his bow, knocking an arrow wreathed in black flames, and loosed it with lightning speed. In a fleeting instant, the 2 attacks collided head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire land. The ground quaked violently beneath their feet. Yet, the towering figures of both Susanoo stood firm and unyielding, immovable as mountains. As the flames faded and the dust settled, both combatants emerged, not a hair out of place. Sasuke, if you're struck by the Totsuka blade, you'll be trapped in an eternal illusion, never to awaken. There's still time to surrender. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke with a calm, almost magnanimous gaze, as if offering his brother a final chance. No matter how powerful your weapon is, it won't matter unless you can hit me. Surely you understand that, Itachi. Seeing Sasuke's unshakable confidence, Itachi said no more. He simply raised the Totsuka blade in reply, letting his actions speak for him. But at that very moment, a strange chorus rose up, like the sound of countless voices chanting in prayer. Oligatabo Luo. Then, from the sky above, a figure descended slowly, godlike and imposing. It was the Deva Path Pain. He had arrived. A deep, resounding hum filled the air, followed by a tremendous crash. An overwhelming force pressed down from the heavens, its suffocating pressure so immense that even the mighty Susanoo avatars of Sasuke and Itachi shuddered involuntarily. What is he doing here? Itachi frowned slightly, displeased by this unexpected turn. What if this man harms Sasuke? Itachi had always found this self-proclaimed god of a leader unfathomable and unpredictable. Uchiha Sasuke, is it? Pain hovered high above the clouds, his gaze cold and sharp as arrows. To trespass upon the realm of a god is, by rights, a capital offense. However, since you brought the 9 tails with you, I'll offer you a choice. Surrender the 9 tails, and I'll allow you to leave unharmed. Behind the scenes, Nagato, the true mastermind, was inwardly delighted. He had never imagined that Uchiha Sasuke would turn up carrying the most elusive of all, the 9 tails. Their original plan was to swiftly gather the other tailed beasts, leaving the strongest and most troublesome, the 9 tails, for last. But now, it seemed there was an opportunity to claim this ultimate power ahead of schedule. By comparison, the deaths of Haiden and Kakuzu suddenly seemed insignificant. Therefore, for the sake of the 9 tails, he could generously let Sasuke go. But, once the 9 tails was taken, whether Sasuke survived or not was no longer any concern of his. A faint chuckle slipped from Sasuke's lips as he heard this, curling into a careless smile. You want the 9 tails? Fine, come and take it yourself. You can't possibly expect me to hand it over willingly, can you? Sasuke played it cool, as if he genuinely intended to give up the 9 tails. As he spoke, he actually released his Susanoo, exposing his true self before his enemies. At least you know how to read the situation. Pain, the Deva Path, cast him an approving glance before descending slowly, landing steadily on the ground. He felt no fear of Sasuke playing tricks. After all, he was God, and he had every reason to be confident. Seeing Pain actually touch down, Sasuke found it both amusing and exasperating. Even he hadn't expected his opponent to fall for it so easily. So I really managed to lure you down? If you'd stayed above, I might not have had a chance against you. But now, before he finished speaking, Sasuke suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, countless streaks of lightning exploded from his hand, transforming into a dense barrage of lightning needles that shot straight toward Pain. In the blink of an eye, the Chidori Sanbon was already upon him, but Pain merely lifted his eyes ever so slightly. An invisible force instantly filled the air. All at once, those lightning needles froze midair, suspended before Pain, unable to advance a single inch further. Still trying to put up a pointless fight? I thought you were smarter than that, Pain said, a touch of disappointment in his voice. In the end, brute force would have to decide things. In that case, let your own attack be returned to you. With a gentle sweep of his hand, Pain sent the lightning needles flying back at Sasuke. Yet Sasuke stood his ground. Around him, the spectral image of a fox's head shimmered into view, forming an impenetrable shield that blocked every last lightning needle. A sharp metallic clatter rang out. Now's my chance. Behind the fox's head, a look of triumph flashed across Sasuke's face. After using Shinra Tensei, there was a brief 5-second window before Pain could use it again. He'd never suspect that I'd know this little secret, would he? In a heartbeat, Sasuke vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of Pain. What? Pain's pupils contracted sharply. Sasuke was too fast. With a heavy punch, Sasuke landed a direct blow to Pain's face. In that instant, Pain's features twisted as if his face were made of soft, pliable rubber. The impact was utterly staggering. A strangled cry escaped him. Heavenly Path Pain let out a piercing, anguished scream, his entire body sent flying like a kite with its string cut. In that moment, all pretense of godly majesty vanished without a trace. At the very same time, a sharp, wet gasp tore through the silence as, deep within the hidden rain village, Nagato suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His chakra was linked to Heavenly Path Pain, and Sasuke's strike had sent shockwaves that reached even him. How could anyone be this fast? Nagato's face was etched with disbelief. Even though his Rinnegan could track every movement of the enemy, it was useless. The pain he controlled simply could not keep up with Sasuke's speed. He could only watch helplessly as that fist came crashing down. All his efforts felt utterly futile. It seems I have no choice but to send out the remaining 5. Relying on just the Deva path is nowhere near enough to take on Uchiha Sasuke. Nagato's expression darkened as he slowly closed his eyes. He poured more chakra into controlling them, his features twisting in pain from the effort. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner somewhere, 5 shadowy figures slowly opened their eyes. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Hey, don't just lie there. That punch wasn't enough to finish you off, was it? Sasuke called out, unable to resist teasing the motionless Heavenly Path Pain. Hearing this, Deva Path, who was hoping to stall for time until the other 5 Pains arrived, realized he couldn't keep up the act any longer. With no choice, he got up, looking dejected. Heavenly Path Pain began, but before he could finish, there was a flicker of violet light. And Sasuke, wearing a faint, almost playful smile, was suddenly right in his face. What were you about to say? Sasuke asked. Heavenly Path Pain's expression shifted. In a rush, he activated his ocular jutsu, Almighty. But before he could unleash the technique, Sasuke moved even faster. A single, solid kick landed squarely on Pain's face. A guttural grunt burst from Pain as he was sent hurtling through the air like a meteor, flying hundreds of meters before crashing through debris. At last, he struck a massive boulder and embedded in it like a nail. His legs twitched uncontrollably a few times, then fell limp, completely still. Nagato's vision went dark. He had lost all sight and control of Heavenly Path Pain. Damn it, he muttered. Even though the 6 paths of pain were puppet corpses, a beating like that meant one was beyond repair. He'd have to start all over again. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Nagato quietly began withdrawing the 5 pains he'd just dispatched. If even the Deva path had been defeated, the rest, well, there was no point in sending them just to be taken down. Sorry, Hanzo the 7. It's not that I won't help you. There's simply nothing I can do. You're on your own now. At that moment, Itachi's expression shifted ever so slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the now silent Deva path Pain. Then, he turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, who was grinning mischievously on the other side. Itachi felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily. He took down a godlike leader in just 2 moves? So swift that no one could react, so powerful that no one could resist. Is this really Sasuke's strength now? Was he just toying with me during our previous fights? Thinking back to their earlier battles, Itachi realized it had all felt like a child's game. Even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He let out a sigh, heavy with both relief and resignation. The massive Susanoo that enveloped him slowly faded away. It was unclear how Sasuke had grown this strong, but with the power he now possessed, Itachi felt his duty as an older brother had finally been fulfilled. Now, it was time to sacrifice himself, so Sasuke could obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and never lose his sight. He would help his brother reach even greater heights. Oh, so you're planning to give up already? Itachi, I thought you'd keep playing with me a bit longer, Sasuke said, raising an eyebrow and grinning with interest. Itachi's face was expressionless. Already getting carried away with your victory? This time you've won. I have nothing more to say. You'd better move quickly. Otherwise, if I spot an opening, I won't hesitate to finish you off and take your eyes as a sacrifice on my path to eternity. Though his words were harsh, Itachi was actually hinting at how Sasuke could evolve his Mangekyo into its eternal form. Sasuke could only shake his head in exasperation and walked toward Uchiha Itachi. Itachi made no move to resist. He watched Sasuke in silence, his gaze betraying a sense of release, as if he had accepted whatever fate awaited him. Sasuke stopped in front of Itachi, the 2 brothers locking eyes. At that moment, if Itachi had suddenly used Tsukuyami, Sasuke might not have been able to defend himself. But Itachi didn't move. Clearly, his earlier threats were nothing but bravado. Suddenly, Sasuke raised his hand and gently brushed Itachi's cheek. Itachi thought Sasuke was about to take his Mangekyo and mocked him deliberately. Once you take the Mangekyo, you can't store it like an ordinary Sharingan. It needs to be kept with extreme care. If you don't know how, don't ruin my Mangekyo. You'd be better off. Itachi's words broke off abruptly. Sasuke's hand moved to the back of Itachi's head and pressed softly. Their foreheads touched. Itachi, don't say things like that anymore, Sasuke whispered with a sigh. You? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at Sasuke's face, now so close, Itachi was completely stunned. Sasuke continued. I know everything now. The whole truth, every last detail. Naruto and I have already taken down Danzo. No one will ever force you to do things you don't want to do again. Come back to Konoha with me. The third Hokage has retired. Lord Fourth is in charge now. He'll help clear your name, and you can return to Konoha with your head held high. We'll never be separated again, brother. Sasuke's heartfelt words were like a key, quietly unlocking the long-sealed shackles within Itachi's heart. He stared at Sasuke in astonishment, a torrent of words and emotions surging within his chest, desperate to pour out. His mind was a whirl of questions. He longed to understand how Sasuke had uncovered all these secrets, and he was equally curious about the true source of Sasuke's astonishing power. Yet, all those questions finally condensed into a single, heavy sigh at his lips. For the first time in ages, a genuine smile blossomed on Itachi's face. The coldness in his eyes melted away, replaced by an endless, gentle warmth. He stepped back just a little, putting a small space between himself and Sasuke, then reached out with 2 fingers and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke, you've really grown up. Itachi repeated this affectionate gesture, one that belonged to the 2 brothers alone, bringing a radiant smile to Sasuke's face. His familiar brother, at last he had truly returned. But the joy was short-lived. Suddenly, Itachi's expression changed as a violent fit of coughing overtook him. Blood flecked his lips with every cough. Clearly, his body was at its limit. Brother! Sasuke leapt forward to catch him. Itachi, frail to begin with, had suffered for years under the burden of his bloodline's curse. The strain of unleashing the powerful Susanoo had only made matters worse. Hey, you! Get over here and help! Sasuke suddenly looked skyward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Shirogyu had promised, sworn, even, that he could save Itachi, even if he died. Only then had Sasuke dared to hold back during their battle. Now that the fight was over, it was time for Yujetsu to keep his word. Hardly had the words left Sasuke's mouth when a figure dropped from the sky. Your dad's here. With a thunderous crash, Shirogyu landed, sending up a flurry of dust and commotion. Itachi, teetering at the edge of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the noise and turned to see who had arrived. Sasuke's dad? Wasn't that his own father as well? Had Fugaku Uchiha come? But when he saw that the newcomer was just a kid, no older than Sasuke himself, Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, and then, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Hey, you can't just take advantage of me like that. Sasuke glowered at Yujetsu, whose face was alight with mischief. Just kidding, sorry about that. Yujetsu grinned, squatted beside Sasuke, and suddenly conjured a sphere of radiant light, pressing it swiftly into Itachi's body. The light merged into Itachi, and in an instant, color miraculously returned to his cheeks. What kind of treasure is that? Sasuke's eyes widened in awe. Sage body. Yujetsu replied with easy confidence. Sage body. Sasuke's voice shot up in disbelief. You mean like the first Hokage's physique? Exactly. Sasuke was utterly shocked. He could actually bring out such a treasure? This was simply unbelievable. Yujetsu watched Sasuke, who was clearly longing for it, but didn't dare to speak up, and chuckled softly. With a teasing lift of her eyebrow, she said in a tempting voice, Want to try it too? Sasuke swallowed, his heart aching with desire. But considering she had just helped Itachi, it seemed inappropriate to make any requests now. So he politely declined, I'd better not. This must be extremely valuable. Yujetsu slung an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. Come on, this stuff isn't cheap, sure, but do we really need to talk money between us? Our bond can't be measured in gold or silver. So, yes or no, just say the word. Sasuke stared in astonishment. Was their relationship really this close? With Yujetsu putting it like that, if he refused again, he'd just seem ungrateful. All right then, the sage's body. I'd love to experience just how powerful this thing is, to think it could create a legend like the first Hokage. Sasuke could barely hide his eagerness. Yujetsu produced another orb of radiant light and pressed it against Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's words, Yujetsu couldn't help but laugh. Just having the sage's body isn't enough to become someone on Hashirama's level. You still got a long way to go. But bridging the gap a little? That I can do. Sasuke heard her, but right now, he couldn't respond at all. He only felt an endless surge of chakra flooding his body. The sheer magnitude of that power could almost rival a tailed beast. And this was only the initial stage of the sage's body. Yujetsu glanced at Sasuke as he struggled to adapt to his new strength. Without disturbing him, she rose and left. She caught sight of Sasori, who was trying to sneak away, and merely smiled, paying him no further attention as she headed straight toward Tendo Pain. At that moment, under Yujetsu's gaze, Sasori began to tremble all over, not daring to move an inch. That look in her eyes, it was terrifying. Luckily, she didn't seem particularly interested in them. After a casual glance, Yujetsu looked away and left quickly. Seizing the chance, Sasori didn't waste a word. He hoisted Deidara up and bolted. With Sasuke still busy, Itachi unconscious, and that mysterious powerhouse ignoring them entirely, if they didn't escape now, when would they? Even the leader had been defeated. There was no point going back to the Akatsuki. Might as well split the Akatsuki spoils. He'd return to Awagakure, and Deidara to Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Yujetsu found the remains of Tendo Pain, or more precisely, what was left of a heavily damaged puppet. He dragged Pain out from the pile of rocks, and had to admit, even as puppets, these Pains were astoundingly resilient. Though his outward appearance was battered and torn, Pain's body itself was almost entirely unscathed. Only the Akatsuki robe was reduced to tatters, exposing a powerful physique beneath. Yuzuki Shigumi gazed at Tendo Pain, a mysterious and inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his lips. Well, the world's become so bizarre anyway. Having another superhuman around doesn't make much difference. With that, Yuzuki Shigumi began the delicate work of restoring the dormant vitality that had lain silent in Tendo Pain for countless years. After meticulous effort, Pain's body, though still lacking consciousness, was otherwise indistinguishable from that of a living man. No consciousness? That was hardly a problem for Yuzuki. This was his area of expertise. He promptly took out a memory crystal and pressed it firmly into Tendo Pain's body. As the memory crystal slowly melded within, Tendo Pain, or rather, he should now be called Yahiko, gradually opened his eyes. With a deep, shuddering inhale, Yahiko jerked upright. His first instinct was to glance down at his chest, as if the moment a kunai had pierced his heart was still fresh in his mind. What's happening to me? Yahiko's face was clouded with confusion, but almost at once, a flood of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. The days when he was Tendo Pain, controlled by Nagato. Everything, bit by bit, came into focus. 1,000 tangled thoughts converged into a single realization. He had returned. Soon, the haze in Yahiko's eyes cleared, replaced by a resolve fiercer than ever before. If I've been granted a second life, then this time, I will lead the Akatsuki to glory, to fulfill our dreams. His mind was set. Past failures had taught him a crucial lesson. What mattered most in the shinobi world was not kindness, nor the dream of ending war. It was strength. Only absolute strength could change everything and prevent Akatsuki from falling into tragedy once more. Suddenly, a faint sound nearby caught his attention, and Yahiko realized he wasn't alone. He turned his head toward Yuzuki Shigumi. Are you with Sasuke Uchiha? The young man was clearly connected to Sasuke, carrying his chakra signature, and they were supposed to be enemies. Despite the other's youth, Yahiko didn't underestimate him. In fact, a flash of wariness crossed his gaze. Sasuke had defeated his former self in just 2 moves. Perhaps this boy was no less formidable. Yuzuki didn't rush to answer. He sized up Yahiko with keen interest, nodding in satisfaction now and then. Once, Yahiko had been an ordinary man of mediocre talent. But now, his eyes had become the Rinnegan. This, of course, was a little oversight Yuzuki had left on purpose. Even the black rods embedded in Yahiko's body weren't mocked by Yuzuki. Of course, those rods had become more like decorative ornaments now. They could be removed if he wanted, but honestly, wearing them gave Yahiko a certain distinctive presence. When all these elements came together, a new Super Bro was born. To be clear, these Rinnegan eyes only possessed the powers of the Deva path, allowing control over attraction and repulsion. As for the abilities of the other 5 paths, or any additional powers of the Rinnegan, Yahiko had none of those. You could say this was a small cheat for Yahiko. After all, in the shinobi world, you might survive without a reason to live, but you can't survive without the will to live. Sir, Yahiko looked a little displeased. What was the meaning of this person staring at him in silence? Sorry, I got a bit lost in thought. What did you say just now? Yuzuki asked with a smile. Lost in thought? Really? Yahiko stared in disbelief, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Could it be that misfortune awaited him this soon after coming back to life? No, that can't happen. Unless it's Nagato. You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in men, Yuzuki said, seeing through Yahiko's misunderstanding and finding it quite amusing. Is that so? Good. Yahiko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's get back to the point. May I ask what brings you here? Although the Akatsuki did attack Uchiha Sasuke, you can't deny that he struck first. Isn't that right? Besides, Sasuke killed 2 of our members. Wouldn't you say that makes us even? Yahiko assumed Yuzuki was an ally sent by Sasuke. Given that he was at a disadvantage, he naturally leaned toward reconciliation. However, Yuzuki simply waved his hand, turned to leave, and flashed a playful smile. Don't be so tense. I'm just here for some fun. Go ahead and carry on with your business. With that, Yuzuki Shigu strode away without so much as a backward glance, leaving Yahiko utterly bewildered. As Yahiko watched Yuzuki's figure disappear into the distance without a hint of hesitation, he was finally convinced. This person had truly left. What a peculiar character. Yahiko rose from the ground. Since things had turned out this way, he decided not to dwell on it any further. With a swift movement, he launched himself into the air, agile as a released arrow, streaking toward his destination. Though his mind was still clouded by the mysteries of his resurrection, Yahiko's heart was now set on just one thing. He had to return to the Akatsuki as soon as possible to share the rare joy of his rebirth with Nagato and Konan. After a stretch of rapid flight, Yahiko finally set foot once more on the familiar soil of Amigakure. Nagato, Konan, I'm back. Excitement sparkled in Yahiko's eyes, his heart surging with powerful emotion. He glanced around. The familiar sights quickened his pace, and he hurried along the paths etched in his memory. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Akatsuki stronghold, the door creaked open. As the door creaked open, Konan entered with Zetsu, whose pitcher plant body followed closely behind. The light from outside seized the chance to slip in, casting a long-awaited glow across the dim room. In the center of the room, perched atop a massive apparatus, sat Nagato. His figure was gaunt, every bone pronounced, yet he remained still and silent. Konan lifted her gaze to him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Well, Sasori and Deidara have escaped. Should we consider recruiting new members? At this point, the only asset we have left in Akatsuki is this one. She tapped her finger, gesturing towards Zetsu. Zetsu noticed her cue, waved at Nagato, and flashed a wide grin. Hey! Nagato shot Zetsu a withering glare. Hey, now, I'm in no mood for your antics. Zetsu chuckled nervously and immediately shrank back. Once, Akatsuki had swept across the shinobi world in a storm of power, but now, with members dead or gone, all that remained was this peculiar companion. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in Nagato's chest. He rubbed his brow, resignation coloring his tone. We'll discuss recruitment later. Right now, our priority is figuring out how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. I don't think Itachi can stand against him. If Sasuke defeats his brother and then turns his sights on us, we'll be in real trouble. Nagato's brow furrowed deeply. For Akatsuki, this was a disaster none of them had foreseen. If only he kept clear of the Uchiha family's internal affairs. They had lost 4 members for nothing. If we have no other choice, we might have to rely on you, Konan said, her eyes full of concern as she looked at Nagato. Nagato's health was steadily declining, but his strength was still undeniable. In her mind, nothing could halt his advance. Such was the power of the Rinnegan, a might even Jiraiya had spoken of in awe. Nagato coughed, the sound breaking the silence. Conan's unwavering faith in him left him somewhat embarrassed. He paused, then finally replied, Maybe, if he really comes, I'll handle it. Despite his words, uncertainty gnawed at Nagato's mind. Sasuke's power had reached absurd heights after merging with the Nine Tails. It had taken him only 2 strikes to destroy Tendo Pain, who could wield nearly 80% of Nagato's strength. If he were to face Sasuke head-on, taking even one more punch might be the end of him. Or perhaps, he thought wryly, it might not even take that much. Konan nodded gently. I'll start making arrangements to recruit new members. Once you've dealt with Sasuke, we can focus on rebuilding the team. She was just about to turn and leave when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure slowly stepping into the room. She looked closer, astonished to see Tendo Pain himself. His Akatsuki cloak was torn and ragged, but the body beneath seemed unharmed. A flicker of confusion crossed Conan's face. She distinctly remembered Nagato saying that this pain had already been defeated. So how could he have appeared here again? She was just about to turn and ask Nagato, but then she saw nothing but shock in his eyes. "Conan, get behind me." Nagato spoke in a low, tense voice, his gaze locked squarely on Tendo pain. Conan still thought that Nagato was controlling this pain, so she didn't sense anything amiss. Little did she know, Nagato could no longer feel any chakra signal from the receiver inside this body. The one standing before them wasn't Tendo pain at all, but merely a look-alike, nothing more than a decoy. "Nagato, what's going on?" Though puzzled, Conan did as she was told, retreating beside Nagato, her eyes filled with questions as she watched him intently. "He's not pain. I can't control him at all. The real pain, the real body, was destroyed when he fought Sasuke." Nagato's face was grave, his tone weighed down by an inexpressible heaviness. "What?" Conan's body trembled slightly. After a brief shock, her gaze turned icy cold. Around her, sheets of paper began to swirl and layer, gathering in anticipation of battle. "Who are you, really?" Nagato's voice rang with a demand that brooked no refusal. Faced with such wariness from his old friends, Yahiko seemed completely unruffled. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he spoke slowly. "Nagato, Conan, it's me. Yahiko." That familiar voice made both Nagato and Conan's hearts jolt with disbelief. Nagato stared at the familiar face of pain, half suspicious, half hopeful, and softly uttered a name. "Yahiko." The name slipped from Nagato's lips, and Conan, too, felt momentarily dazed. How long had it been since they'd last spoken that name? Could it really be him? Yahiko arched an eyebrow, his tone light with a hint of mischief. "You don't believe me?" Nagato and Conan fell silent. The situation was simply too far beyond imagining. Yahiko had been gone for years. How could the leader who once shone like the sun be standing before them, reborn in his own corpse? Even Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan, struggled to accept this reality. "Just your word isn't enough for me to believe you," Nagato said, struggling to steady the turmoil in his heart. As if expecting their skepticism, Yahiko replied calmly, full of confidence. "It seems I'll have to share something only the three of us would know." He smiled, and a bittersweet nostalgia flickered in his eyes. "Do you remember? That time you nearly collapsed from hunger by the roadside. It was Conan who brought you home. You were so weak you almost fainted, and yet you insisted on feeding that little puppy. I think its name was Tiny, wasn't it? And afterward, when you joined us, we used to steal fruit from the marketplace just to survive. You were always the slowest, and you got caught. I had to double back and rescue you. And also, when you were training with Master Jiraiya, you tried to catch fish, but ended up being dragged into the water yourself." Yahiko's words flowed softly, like a gentle stream, gradually awakening the memories that Nagato and Conan had long buried deep within their hearts. Each of those moments matched Yahiko's descriptions perfectly, not a single detail out of place. Nagato gazed at the calmly speaking Yahiko, and the image before his eyes slowly merged with the brotherly figure he held in his heart. "Yahiko." Conan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, a mix of shock and overwhelming joy. "Yahiko, it really is you." Nagato looked at him, his hands trembling uncontrollably with excitement. If not for his legs, crippled long ago, he would have rushed forward and embraced this miraculous return with all his strength. But in this moment, Conan beat him to it, letting her actions speak louder than words. "Yahiko." She suddenly leapt forward, throwing her arms tightly around him. "Conan." Yahiko gently patted her back, offering comfort. "It may break the mood a little, but I have to ask, Yahiko, how are you now?" Nagato's voice cut in, his gaze shifting between Yahiko's Rinnegan eyes and the black rods embedded in his body. Was the person before them simply pain with Yahiko's memories, or had the real Yahiko truly returned? "Well, I suppose you could say I've been brought back to life. As for the Rinnegan, I honestly don't know. The moment I awoke, they were already set in my sockets. Now, I can wield the power of the Deva path freely. And as for these, they're useless now." With a casual motion, Yahiko pulled a black rod from his face. What were once instruments of control now slipped from his body without pain or sensation, his flesh instantly healing itself. Seeing this, Conan curiously removed one too. Yahiko was completely unharmed. Once, these rods were the signal transmitters Nagato used to control pain. Now, they were nothing but relics. Did this mean Yahiko was truly, fully restored? This is wonderful. With Yahiko here, our dream is finally within reach. Conan could not hide her delight. With Yahiko's return and newfound strength, it felt as if under his leadership, the Akatsuki really could put an end to war and fulfill their dreams at last. All right, but now's not the time for celebration. Yahiko's expression suddenly turned serious. He turned to Nagato and asked, Nagato, how many fighting members does Akatsuki still have? Sasuke Uchiha's intentions are hostile, and he has a mysterious ally at his side, someone who won't be easy to handle. We have to be prepared. Nagato took in Yahiko's words, his eyes sweeping around the room before finally settling on Yahiko. Well, there's Yumi and Konan. That was his answer. And that's it. Yahiko listened intently. Nagato blinked. That's it. Just us. There are only this many of us left in Akatsuki. Yahiko was genuinely astonished. Although he retained the memories from his time as Deva Path Pain, so he wasn't completely clueless upon being revived. The Deva Path was essentially a puppet, spending most of its time in standby mode. Usually, it was Konan who conveyed Nagato's messages. Only when something truly important came up would Pain personally take action. So in reality, Yahiko's understanding was quite limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ask Nagato for clarification. Should we count him in? Nagato suddenly pointed toward the corner, where the silent white Zetsu stood, blending into the shadows like a pitcher plant. Hey there! White Zetsu waved at Yahiko with a wide grin. Yahiko was momentarily at a loss for words. Let's not, he said, rubbing his forehead in resignation. I'll think of another way. Just then, the sharp sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the door. The three of them immediately turned their gaze towards the entrance. Who's there? Yahiko's expression darkened. This was the very heart of the Akatsuki stronghold. Ordinarily, no one from Amigakure would dare come near. At this moment, the visitor was most likely Uchiha Sasuke. Yahiko raised his right hand slightly, ready at any moment to unleash universal pull. Even if he couldn't win, with 3 uses of his attracting technique and a single frame of almighty push, he could at least buy some time for Nagato and Konan to escape. Hey, handsome, why so tense? Relax, it's just me. At the doorway, a smiling figure stepped inside. It was none other than Yuzuki Shirgong. It's you? Yahiko frowned. This mysterious person again. Yahiko, do you know him? Nagato asked in a low voice. Yeah, he was the first person I saw after I came back to life, Yahiko nodded. With that, he lowered his hand. If Yuzuki Shirgong had ill intentions, he would have made a move long ago. Clearly, he meant no harm. Of course you saw me. After all, I'm the one who brought you back to life. Yuzuki replied with a smile. At these words, all 3 of them turned to him at once. It was you? Yahiko asked in surprise. Who else? You didn't really think you won the resurrection lottery, did you? Yuzuki spread his hands with a shrug. If you'd faced the king of the cell, he would have finished you off with an elbow. Yahiko studied him carefully, recalling that, indeed, there had only been this man by his side at that moment. And someone as powerful as Yuzuki Shirgong was unlikely to lie about something like this. I'm truly grateful for your help, for granting me a second life. You've come to see me today, so I suppose you must have a favor to ask? Please, let me know how I can be of assistance. Yahiko was no fool. No one offers such extraordinary help without reason, let alone the miracle of reviving the dead. There must be a significant price attached, and it was clear this man had his own agenda. Of course, Yahiko couldn't possibly imagine that someone like Yuzuki Shirgong really did exist, someone who helped others without expecting anything in return. If he had a motive, perhaps it was simply to enjoy himself. But this time, Yuzuki truly did have a purpose. He needed to borrow the Rinnegan. Since you put it that way, I'll just be direct. I want to borrow the Rinnegan to bring 2 people back to life. Ujetsu Shigumi raised 2 fingers, speaking plainly. Borrow the Rinnegan? The 3 exchanged glances at her words. Don't you already have the power to resurrect the dead? Why do you need the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan does have that ability, but the price for using it is extremely steep. There's really no need. Nagato couldn't help but ask. He had no intention of letting the Rinnegan fall into unknown hands. Ujetsu waved her fingers. No, this isn't the same. Reviving Yahiko is rather special and actually quite simple. But the 2 people I intend to bring back, well, that's far more complicated. As for the cost involved, there's always a way to find someone else to bear it. No need to worry. Resurrecting Yahiko was a straightforward process. Just reawaken Tendo Pain's life force, then insert a memory crystal. The operation was cheap, didn't even cost 10,000 gold coins, since Yahiko's memory crystal was considered a bargain. But the Rinnegan was a different story. Scouring the marketplace for a pair would set you back at least 500,000. Right now, Ujetsu happened to have one, so she wasn't planning to spend more. Come on, Nagato-chan, I'm quick and gentle. Promise it won't hurt a bit. Ujetsu grinned mischievously, her hand already reaching out. Nagato hesitated, his expression uncertain. Nagato, lend it to him. Yahiko spoke quietly. He could sense the calm confidence radiating from Ujetsu. a feeling of overwhelming advantage. Refusing might not end well. Of course, Yahiko was probably overthinking it. Yujetsu wasn't some mountain bandit. If she couldn't borrow, she'd just rent and sweeten the deal. All right. Nagato gave a slight nod. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly removed his own Rinnegan before anyone could react. Wow, you really are ruthless. Yujetsu gave him a thumbs up. He'd planned to do it himself, considering he had a much gentler method. Here you go. Nagato handed over the Rinnegan, his eyes still bleeding. The scene looked as if it had come straight out of a horror film. TSK, I guess I should show some sincerity too. Yujetsu took out a special container, carefully storing the Rinnegan inside. Then, with a snap of her fingers, a warm, gentle energy shot toward Nagato. This was the power of the 6 paths of Yang, the purest life force, enough to restore Nagato's body. Yujetsu had plenty of this energy. After all, Kagaya was on the level of the 6 paths herself. Even if her condition had weakened a bit, this much was nothing to her. Nowadays, Yujetsu and Kagaya were practically inseparable. He'd borrow a little from her every day, so his reserves had grown over time. Bathed in the nourishing power of the 6 paths of Yang, a surge of boundless vitality flooded Nagato's body in an instant, making it impossible for him to stifle a soft sigh of relief. Within moments, his frail frame began to fill out, and his once brittle hair grew supple and smooth once more. When he lifted his head again, the transformation was unmistakable. His complexion had brightened, and he looked as if he had been reborn. What's happening to me? Nagato slowly opened his eyes, gazing at himself in disbelief. The body that had been weakened for so many years by the burden of the Rinnegan was, miraculously, restored to its former strength. Wait a moment. His eyes. Yuyue was momentarily stunned. Oh no, I overdid it with the 6 paths of Yang's power. It even regenerated Nagato's lost eyes. Well, there's no way to put the Rinnegan back in now. Yuyue couldn't help but grumble internally. Yet Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan seemed completely unconcerned about this detail. Overjoyed, the 3 gathered around Nagato, supporting him as he rose to his feet. Thanks to the 6 paths of Yang, even Nagato's injured legs had healed, and the long-lost sensation of standing filled him with emotion. Though his steps were a bit unsteady at first, he quickly found his balance, and together, the 3 of them approached you, brimming with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Yuyue chuckled. No need to be so formal. If anything, I should thank you all for lending me the Rinnegan. That's not the same at all. Konan's eyes shimmered with tears as she looked at Yahiko and Nagato. Thanks to Yuyue, the 3 of them were finally reunited, just like old times. Nagato nodded solemnly. The 2 can't be compared. If you ever need the Akatsuki's help in the future, just say the word, he added with conviction. Yahiko chimed in with a laugh. Of course, as long as it's not murder or arson. We're not looking to start another war. Yuyue couldn't help but laugh at that. Don't worry, nothing of the sort. Oh, by the way, a breaking piece of news. What should we do about this? Suddenly, Yuyue produced the jar containing the Rinnegan. The moment the Rinnegan reappeared, realization dawned on all 3. Nagato had new eyes now. So, what should be done with the Rinnegan? Were they supposed to dig out the new eyes and put the old ones back in? Nagato spoke with a quiet resignation. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Just a coincidence. Nagato's gaze lingered on the Rinnegan. It could bestow unimaginable power, yet the price that came with it was more than any ordinary person could bear. Remembering how the Rinnegan had once turned him into something less than human, Nagato shook his head gently. Let it be. You can keep the Rinnegan. He clenched his fist, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. All these years depending on its power, my skills in elemental jutsu have gotten rusty. It's time for me to pick them up again. My mastery over the 5 spirits was never just for show. Nagato's ease and openness far surpassed anything Yuyue had expected. Really don't want it? Yuzuki blinked in surprise. Yes, so please keep it safe. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Nagato nodded gently, giving his approval. Haha, don't worry about a thing. Now that this Rinnegan is with me, it's like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Gone for good, never coming back. That's a rather rough metaphor, but yeah, you get the idea. Hearing this, Yuzuki tucked the Rinnegan away once again. This Rinnegan was truly a treasure, running through the entire story of Naruto. It could be said that it passed through 3 generations, a legacy that outlived its wielders. Now that he had spirited it away, the course of the story was bound to change. And with that, waves of gold coins poured out once more. So what are your plans now? Will you stay in the land of rain? Or would you like to come to Konoha with me? Their journey had yielded great rewards, but Yuzuki was still eager for more, hoping to coax the 3 core members of Akatsuki to leave with him as well. But the words had barely left his lips when Yuzuki suddenly remembered the unresolved grudge between Nagato and Konoha. Sorry, forget I said that. It was thoughtless of me. He had touched an old wound, and though it was unintentional, Yuzuki apologized sincerely right away. Nagato seemed a little surprised. After all, only he himself should know about this. How could the other person have known? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Nagato replied, so many years have passed. I've come to understand. It wasn't Konoha's fault, but the curse of war itself. I won't go out of my way to target Konoha anymore, but I can't let go of the hatred just yet. I need some time. Yuzuki nodded. I should have thought it through. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. Everyone, until we meet again. Goodbye. The three of them bid farewell in unison. With that, Yuzuki Shigu turned and walked away, his steps seeming a touch lighter than before. They watched until his figure disappeared completely from sight. At that moment, Yahiko suddenly slung his arms around Nagato and Konan's shoulders, his smile bright as the sun. In that case, why don't we take a trip around the ninja world for a while? Think of it as a little break. We can take in the sights and customs of other lands, too. Great idea. Nagato and Konan had no objections. They agreed cheerfully. I'll go make arrangements in Amigakure then? Konan asked. No need. Just send a clone to handle it. Let's head out right now. Yahiko suggested. Just as the three of them were about to set off, Yahiko seemed to remember something. He glanced toward a lone figure in the corner. Can't leave this guy behind. After all, he's one of the few comrades we still have in Akatsuki. Yahiko squatted down beside White Zetsu and grinned. How about joining us on our trip? White Zetsu didn't quite catch on at first. Come on, let's go. Yahiko pulled up White Zetsu, leading everyone away from the scene and toward the outside world. Who knows how much time had passed? Inside a certain room at the Akatsuki base, a swirling vortex of space-time slowly opened, and from it emerged a figure covered in sand and dust. It was a masked man. He gave his body a shake, sending sand cascading to the floor. This gold dust is certainly troublesome, but that's all there is to it. As long as someone helps keep the target busy, I can capture the one tail. Next time, I'll bring Haiden and Kakuzu along and have them create a diversion. With that, the masked man pushed open the door and stepped out. Before long, he arrived at the usually lively main hall. But now, the place was eerily silent. Why is it so quiet today? He glanced around, left and right, but not a single soul was in sight. He wandered through the rooms. Even Deidara, who was usually the laziest one, was nowhere to be found in the base. Could everyone be out on missions? The masked man felt a bit perplexed. I should find Nagato and ask what's going on. Harnessing the power of Kamui, he instantly shifted to the deepest part of the Akatsuki base. Nah, he didn't even finish saying Nagato. The last syllable stuck in his throat. For before him was only an empty chair, Nagato long gone. Where's everyone? His eyes widened in shock. Nagato had spent over a decade here. He couldn't have just grown legs and run off. Did I somehow come to the wrong place? Maybe this isn't the Akatsuki base, after all? He smacked his forehead, half convinced he was hallucinating. Ever since his last trip to Konoha, strange things had been happening one after another. Zetsu! He suddenly shouted. Even if everyone else was gone, surely Zetsu would still be here. He was the embodiment of Madara's will. But the only reply was his own lonely echo filling the room. The masked man was completely lost. Even Zetsu was gone? This was all wrong. What could possibly be so important that even Zetsu would abandon the Akatsuki and not come back? Had the Eye of the Moon plan been called off? When the world happened, he'd only been gone a few days. How could it be that after just a short absence, everyone in Akatsuki had vanished? It wasn't as if years had gone by. With a heavy thud, he slumped powerlessly into Nagato's specially crafted chair. Frustration gnawed at him. Damn it, my Rinnegan. Nagato's disappearance was one thing, but if the Rinnegan was lost, that was a disaster. Nagato, what have you done? Without the Rinnegan, how could he possibly cast the infinite Tsukuyomi? Hey. Rinnegan, secured. In a flash of white light, Yuzuki Shigumi appeared behind Sasuke like a phantom, giving his shoulder a playful tap and grinning mischievously. Huh, that fast. Sasuke turned his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You just took out Nagato and kept his eyes for yourself? A fleeting look of exasperation crossed Yuzuki's face. Seriously? Is that how you see me? A villainous overlord who just plunders whatever he wants? Not exactly. It's just that Nagato was never a saint to begin with. I figured you wouldn't go easy on him, either. When it came to the Akatsuki, Sasuke had nothing but disdain. There's no such thing as absolute good or evil in this matter. In the shinobi world, positions and allegiances are as light as feathers on the scales of fate, unless you're someone as legendary as Hashirama. If you have power, whatever you do is justified. If you lack strength, then you'd better brace yourself for whatever's coming. Clearly, neither Rinnegan Nagato nor the Five Spirits King Nagato had reached that level of might. All right, let's change the subject. What about Haiden? That guy's immortal, a perfect vessel for eyes. You could use him however you like. Yuzuki glanced around, but Haiden was nowhere to be seen. Want me to help you look? Sasuke offered, slightly embarrassed. That works. I'll wait here. Yuzuki nodded and sat down beside the still unconscious Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke sighed and headed back toward the battlefield, quietly wondering if there were any remnants of Haiden left to find. He soon returned, dragging something behind him that left Yuzuki absolutely dumbfounded. A moving skeleton? What in the world is that? Yuzuki asked, curiosity written all over his face. Haiden, just like you wanted. Sasuke tossed the skeleton aside with a shrug. The skeleton, freed from his grip, immediately tried to scuttle away. With a flick of his finger, Yuzuki's summon would release. Sturdy branches burst from the earth, binding the skeleton tightly in place. This is really Haiden? Yuzuki circled the skeleton, eyes wide with amazement. Sasuke nodded, his expression conflicted. If I'd gotten here a second later, this guy would have disappeared for good. I knew he couldn't be killed. He'd just starve to death eventually. But I never expected he could still move with nothing but bones left. Yuzuki tapped the skeleton's skull, producing a hollow, echoing thud that confirmed it was empty inside. No brain, yet still able to move? To be precise, Haiden was now in a strange state of undeath. No consciousness, no memory, his skeletal body moving purely on animal instinct. This immortality was truly absurd. What kind of deity is this Jashin, anyway, to grant someone such an outrageous constitution? Yuzuki couldn't help but marvel. He'd researched it before. Haiden's immortality was the result of a series of gruesome experiments by the Jashin cult. Countless test subjects had suffered through horrific trials, but only Haiden survived to inherit this unnatural power. Seems like this shinobi world is hiding more secrets than I thought. Yuzuki mused deep in thought. But never mind that for now. This isn't the time for research. Let's deal with what's in front of us first. With that, Yuzuki once again called forth the power of the Six Paths, Yang. Since this skeleton still holds a spark of life, it cannot be considered a lifeless thing. The power of the Six Paths of Yang can grant new life to all living beings. Come on. With a flick of her fingertip, Yue sent a surge of Yang energy rushing forth. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Vast waves of life force burst out in all directions. In an instant, a transformation began. Flesh and blood spread rapidly across the skeletal frame, racing along the bones and regenerating at a furious pace. In just a single minute, a brand new Haiden had come to life atop the skeleton. TSK, what a treasure, Yue exclaimed in admiration, carefully studying the person before her. Sasuke, hit him with some jinjutsu and rewrite his memories. I want him to serve me. Make him utterly loyal to me. Honestly, he's a natural fit for the Rinnegan. I've decided this pair of Rinnegan will go in him. Even if he gets hurt, he'll recover in no time with a little energy. Sasuke nodded and was about to step forward, when suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his robe. He looked down in surprise, and his face broke into a brilliant smile. Brother, you're finally awake. Itachi smiled warmly, and gave Sasuke a small nod before slowly sitting up. Let me handle this. Sasuke's Jinjutsu hypnosis might have a risk of being broken, but my method is flawless. Itachi formed a hand sign, and a most unusual crow slowly appeared from the shadows. This was no ordinary crow. It was imbued with power, and it carried the Sharingan in its eye. Is that Kodoame Tsukimi? Yuyue immediately noticed the Sharingan in the crow's eye, recognizing it as Uchiha Shursue's ultimate technique, the most powerful illusion, Kodoame Tsukimi. Take it, Itachi said. With a light gesture, the crow fluttered its wings and landed obediently on Yuyue's shoulder. In that instant, Yuyue felt her chakra intertwine closely with the crow's. She could sense the immense power of Kodoame Tsukimi residing in its eye. What a marvel! Yuyue's heart leapt with joy. With his power unleashed, Haiden's fate was sealed for life. Brother, how do you feel now? Sasuke asked, concern in his voice. Incredible. Better than I've ever felt, Uchiha Itachi replied, clenching his fist as he sensed the changes within his body. All his previous ailments had vanished without a trace. His body brimmed with overwhelming chakra, and even his vision was clearer than ever. Is it because of him? Itachi's gaze turned to Yuyue Shigenomiya. That's right. This guy implanted a sage body in you. A sage body. Uchiha Itachi repeated softly, his eyes full of contemplation. Meanwhile, seized the crow and strode straight to Haiden, flipping open his eyelid and pressing the crow's face against his own. Taste my Kodo Tsukimi. In a flash, the power of Kodo Tsukimi permeated Haiden's mind, silently and thoroughly reshaping his consciousness. From this moment on, Haiden would be completely loyal to Yuyue Shigenomiya. Next, Yuzuki removed Haiden's original eyes and embedded the Rinnegan in their place. In just a moment, the Rinnegan took root in Haiden's sockets. All done. Flawless. Yuzuki looked Haiden up and down, only then noticing that Haiden's newly revived arms were bare. He had forgotten to dress him. How could he have overlooked giving his underling a set of clothes? That simply wouldn't do. One's right-hand man should have some dignity. Yuzuki glanced around, and his gaze finally settled on the unconscious Kisame lying nearby. A sly smile tugged at his lips. Strolling over, Yuzuki easily slipped the Akatsuki cloak right off Kisame. No worries. After all, Kisame still had pants on. Worn by a college guy, 80% new. For now, this will do. With a casual toss, Yuzuki had vines that would weave the cloak on a Haiden's body in a flash. Kisame, why does my back feel so chilly all of a sudden? Hey, stop sleeping. Time to get up and move. Yuzuki gave Haiden a gentle shake, rousing him from his slumber. Haiden blinked awake, and his newly acquired Rinnegan eyes shone with a mesmerizing light. At once, his gaze locked onto Yuzuki before him. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, but almost instantly, memories about Yuzuki flooded his consciousness in a torrent. A feverish glow burst on Haiden's face. Lord Jashin. Could it be? Are you truly Lord Jashin? I am your most devout follower. He howled with unrestrained fervor. Had he not been bound by the wood-style restraints, he might have pounced forward to worship on the spot. Jashin. Yuzuki's eyes went wide. Something definitely seemed off. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Yuzuki suddenly realized Kodo Tsukimi had made him the figure that Haiden was most loyal to. But come to think of it, wasn't the most important person in Haiden's heart that elusive, mysterious Jashin god? By sheer accident, things had worked out perfectly. Once the wood-style bindings were undone, Haiden shot forward on his knees, sliding to a halt right at Yuzuki's feet. He left a long trail on the ground as he went. Lord Jashin, why have you descended upon the shinobi world in person? Would you have me offer a sacrifice? I will go at once to find you a worthy offering. He glanced around wildly, his eyes landing on the Uchiha brothers, Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke returned his look with a warm smile. A shudder ran through Haiden. These two were clearly not ones he could handle. He quickly shifted targets, and soon his gaze locked onto the still unconscious Kisame. Haiden's eyes lit up, and he prepared to bound over. Lord Jashin, I've found a sacrifice. Please be patient. Rolling up his sleeves and cracking his knuckles, Haiden advanced menacingly toward Kisame. Kisame, hold on. Wait just a second. Yuzuki and Uchiha Itachi spoke up almost at the same time to stop him. Yuzuki glanced at Itachi in surprise, then turned to Haiden with a somewhat helpless tone, saying, All right, I don't need any sacrifices. Haiden was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Lord Jashin, you don't need sacrifices? It was as if someone had just said they worked for their boss, but refused to accept his salary. Utterly inconceivable. What would I do with those? Come here, stand by my side. I've got a task for you in a moment. Though Haiden looked utterly confused, he obediently did as told. At this moment, Yuzuki turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, you know the impure world reincarnation technique, don't you? Of course. Sasuke nodded. During his years of wandering in his previous life, he had studied nearly every jutsu there was. The impure world reincarnation, which had made such a splash during the Fourth Great Ninja War, was certainly among those he had mastered. That's good. Otherwise, I have to learn it myself. Yuzuki pulled out a single strand of hair, Kushina Uzumaki's. With this hair, they could bring her back from the Pure Land through the impure world reincarnation. Please, show us what you can do. Sasuke took the hair, looking a bit puzzled. Where's the sacrifice? After all, the impure world reincarnation required a living sacrifice as a medium to summon a soul from the afterlife. Oh, I'd almost forgot. Use this. With a wave of her hand, Yuzuki produced a white puppet. Reincarnation puppet, a product designed specifically for the impure world reincarnation, able to perfectly inherit the deceased's power from their lifetime. This thing was cheap in the shop, so Yuzuki had stocked up on several. With the sacrifice ready, everything was set. Sasuke placed the hair on the puppet and began to form the hand signs. Then, he struck the ground with his palm. Impure world reincarnation. Yuzuki watched with a cheerful smile, her tone as lively as a TV announcer. The train from the Pure Land to the mortal world is about to depart. Passengers, Please board quickly. Suddenly, a strange aura filled the air. Countless paper-like fragments drifted down from the void, gently settling onto the reincarnation puppet until it was fully enveloped. Gradually, the puppet's form became distinct. Crimson hair, a stunningly beautiful face. It was Kushina Uzumaki. For a moment, Kushina looked dazed, then slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her gaze as she took in her surroundings and the people before her, including Yuzuki. Where am I? Sasuke rose to his feet, a faint smile on his lips. Welcome back to the living, Kushina-senpai. I'm Sasuke. Do you remember me? Huh, Sasuke. Kushina tilted her head, then a brilliant smile blossomed across her face. Sasuke, I remember now. You're Makoto's child. Then, surprise flickered across her features. You've grown up so much already. The last time I saw Makoto take you out, you were just this little. Kushina reminisced, gesturing with her hand to show Sasuke's former height, her eyes full of nostalgia. Sasuke chuckled. 12 years have passed since then. People do grow up, after all. 12 years already. In a pure land, where time held no meaning, Kushina was filled with emotion. Naruto must be about your age now, isn't he? That's right. That guy Naruto has really become an outstanding ninja by now. He's actually gotten quite a bit stronger, Sasuke replied with a small smile. Sasuke, was it you who brought me back to life? Kushina lowered her gaze, studying her restored body and hands in wonder. Yes, Sasuke answered. Kushina fell silent for a moment, then let out a wry laugh. You really didn't have to do all this. I'm someone who's already passed on. Sasuke shook his head firmly. No, this matters a lot. Growing up with family by your side is a world apart from growing up alone. As he spoke, Sasuke cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Itachi, who stood quietly to the side. He too once had family around him, until fate tore that away. Trying to shape your own world, is that it? No one gets a choice in the hardships they bear. Itachi's heart was heavy with resignation. Back then, things had spiraled far beyond his control. Danzo's threats loomed ever closer, while the Uchiha clan grew dangerously radical. Sasuke continued, if Naruto hadn't been born so resilient, I can't even imagine what this world would have become. The Great Raisin Shuriken might have struck Konoha long ago. The Great Raisin Shuriken? What's that? Well, you can think of it as a tremendously powerful tailed beast bomb. Its destructive force could shake the very earth, Sasuke explained, stroking his chin as he searched for the right words. This was a technique Yuzuki had once told him about. She'd explained the principles and hoped he'd pass them on to Naruto, though Sasuke hadn't quite mastered it himself yet. Hearing this, Kushina gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. Naruto wanted to destroy Konoha? Has his life really been so hard all these years? Hard doesn't even begin to cover it. Sasuke recalled the lonely childhood Naruto had endured in the original timeline and shook his head in helpless sorrow. It was incredibly bleak. Kushina fell silent. After a long pause, she heaved a deep sigh. This is on us. Please, take me back to Konoha. I'll do my best to make it up to Naruto from now on. I'll spend the rest of my life making up for all that he never had. There's no rush. Naruto's doing very well now. And besides, you're not truly alive just yet. There's still one more step left. Once that's done, we'll need to revive Minato Namikaze as well. Just then, Yuzuki Shirgu, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. Minato. At the sound of that name, Kushina's eyes sparkled. And you are? Kushina looked Yuzuki up and down, curiosity shining in her gaze. Naruto's close friend, a cultivator at the third transformation stage. Just call me Yuyue Shirgong. Yuyue Shirgong offered a slight bow as she introduced herself. All right, then I'll call you Yuyue. Kushina's bright eyes sparkled as she spoke, her tone warm and friendly, like a big sister from next door. You just mentioned that the resurrection process was incomplete. No wonder I can't sense my own warmth, breath, or that sense of truly being alive. She looked at Yuyue, curiosity and longing mixing in her voice. So what happens next? I can't wait to see Minato and Naruto. Kushina was practically brimming with anticipation. Clap, clap, clap. Yuyue gently clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. Haiden, it's your turn to take the stage. Yuyue turned to Haiden, who stared back wide-eyed, his finger trembling as he pointed to himself. Me? Seriously? He seemed both anxious and incredulous. Lord Jashin, I didn't even know I had this kind of power. Yuyue gestured toward the Rinnegan in Haiden's eyes. You didn't originally, but I've already bestowed this power upon you. As Yuyue spoke, Haiden suddenly felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind. Insights about the 6 paths of reincarnation and even the 7th path, the mastery of the Rinne rebirth technique. Throwing his arms wide, Haiden let out an exuberant howl. Kuhoa, Lord Jashin, I can feel this new power. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's get started. Use the Rinne rebirth technique on her. Yuyue smiled faintly, raising her fist to encourage Haiden. Just as everything seemed ready, Haiden blurted out, "What if I said, I don't know how to form hand seals?" Huh. This time, it wasn't just Yuyue. Sasuke, Itachi, and Kushina were all left speechless. Hand seals were the very basics of being a ninja. How can anyone not know them? You can't even do hand seals? How on earth do you fight? Yuyue's eyes grew round with disbelief. Well, I don't use ninjutsu. I just grab my scythe and charge and swinging. Haiden mimed the action with a sheepish grin. Yuyue couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead in exasperation. All right. Just follow my lead. Luckily, the Rinne rebirth only required 2 hand seals. Yuyue could just about manage to teach that. Start with the sign of goat, hold the sign of snake. First like this, then like that. Got it. Haiden's eyes widened in concentration as he tried to imitate her, looking completely serious. After a few more demonstrations from Yuyue, he finally nodded. I got it, Lord Jashin. All right, let's begin. Remember, she's your target. Yuyue pointed at Kushina. Haiden nodded, then began to form a rather awkward version of the goat seal. Thankfully, the Rinne rebirth technique was forgiving enough. The ritual succeeded. A gentle crackling began. A wave of warmth surged from within Kushina, and her body, once made of impure earth, slowly returned to genuine, living flesh. Does this mean I'm fully resurrected now? I can feel the power of life flowing through me. Kushina's curiosity was piqued, her eyes full of wonder. Yes, it worked, Yuzuki replied with a gentle smile. Thud. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound of someone collapsing nearby, drawing Yuzuki's attention. There lay Haiden, sprawled weakly on the ground. His body had shrunk dramatically, now so thin he was practically skin and bones. Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. That took quite a toll, huh? Looks like the Rinnegan isn't something you can just play around with. Hold on, I'll go find you something to restore your strength. There was no way Yuzuki would let such a good vessel for the eyes waste away and die. He had long anticipated this outcome, and had prepared a solution in advance. Striding purposefully over to the still unconscious Kisame, Yuzuki took in the scene. Clearly, Sasuke's kick had sent Kisame into a deep and restful sleep. He was out cold, sleeping like a log. Stepping over Kisame's body, Yuzuki picked up the weapon known as Samehada. This was a legendary blade, one that could devour chakra and make it its own. With it, Kisame had even earned the title the Tailed Beast Without a Tail. That alone spoke volumes about its power. But Samehada was not a weapon just anyone could wield. The moment Shogun Yuzuki reached for it, what had seemed a harmless blade shifted in an instant. Suddenly, a massive, tooth-lined maw sprang forth, snapping hungrily at Yuzuki. Bang! But with a dull, forceful punch, Yuzuki slammed Samehada to the ground and pinned it beneath his fist. Boom! A surge of raw power blasted a crater into the earth where the weapon landed. Samehada immediately fell silent, not daring to resist further. Settle down. I just need to borrow some of your chakra. With Samehada firmly in hand, Yuzuki glanced briefly at Kisame lying on the ground, then thought nothing more of him and turned to head back. Kisame, in his mind, are you even human? First you steal my clothes, now my sword. Here, use the Pretapath and absorb some chakra to recover. Without hesitation, Yuzuki tossed Samehada onto Haiden. The Pretapath? Haiden blinked in surprise, but then remembered this was one of the abilities Yuzuki had granted him. At once, he gripped Samehada tightly with both hands. The Pretapath was activated. His arms became like twin black holes, greedily siphoning the immense stores of chakra from within Samehada. For Haiden, whose body could not die, as long as there was energy to feed him, any injury could be healed in an instant. As wave after wave of chakra surged into him, his withered frame plumped up, filling out like a deflated balloon brought back to life. Amazing. Lord Jashin, I'm fully restored. Good as new. Haiden sprang to his feet, excitement written all over his face as he examined his body. Take Samehada with you. From now on, this will be your new weapon. Forget about that old scythe. Perfect. This way, Haiden could also double as a portable battery pack for his new partner. At your command, Lord Jashin. Haiden cheerfully hefted the Samehada, not the least bit bothered that this weapon once belonged to a former comrade. After all, in his heart, the orders of Lord Jashin always came first. All right, our next mission is to bring Minato back to life. Yujetsu glanced at Kushina. But before that, we'll need to break the dead demon consuming seal. Because Minato used that forbidden jutsu, his soul was taken away and is still trapped in the belly of the Shinigami. We'll have to find a Shinigami and set him free. Kushina pondered for a moment. The dead demon consuming seal? I know how to undo it, but we'll have to go to the Uzumaki clan shrine and use the Shinigami mask kept there. That shrine was moved to Konoha some time ago, so we could just go back and look for it. As it happens, I know exactly where it is. Sasuke suddenly chimed in from the side. He was quite familiar with that place, having gone there before with Orochimaru. All right, then let's head back to Konoha first. Yujetsu agreed, and just as the group was about to set off, Itachi spoke up. Let's bring Kisame along, too. He's a man who knows which way the wind blows. He could be useful to Konoha, and his strength is considerable. Kisame. Shogun Yujetsu turned, her gaze falling on Kisame, who stood there clad only in a pair of oversized shorts, all his weapons and belongings thoroughly confiscated. Well, very well, bring him along. Even though he's always been more of a bystander, he did make a small contribution. Haiden, you handle it. Yujetsu instructed. No problem, Lord Jashin. Haiden wasted no time, carrying Kisame back with ease. His efficiency was second to none. Haiden, you'll have to call me something else from now on. That Lord Jashin title sounded a bit odd. Yujetsu reminded him. If she recalled that in Konoha, it would definitely draw some strange looks. Huh, then what should I call you, Lord Jashin? Just use my name, that's fine. All right, Lord Jashin. Shogun Yujetsu. Konoha has really changed over the years. Uzumaki Kushina looked around, marveling at how the village had transformed, her eyes full of curiosity and wonder. By the way, where's Naruto? I'd really love to see him. She suddenly asked. He's out on a mission right now. Hasn't made it back yet. Yujetsu, lost in thought, answered absent-mindedly. Yujetsu will head off first. Sasuke interrupted, pointing down a path ahead. Just keep going straight, and you'll reach the place where the Uzumaki family masks are stored. Itachi and I need to leave for now. As long as his rogue ninja warrant hasn't been revoked, it's best he keeps a low profile. Besides, I got to hurry back to the Land of Waves. My mission there isn't finished yet. Huh? A warrant? Kushina turned, her face full of surprise as she stared at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's wanted? What happened? He's such a good kid. Who would do such a thing? I need to have a serious talk with Minato about this. She puffed out her cheeks in anger. And Mikoto? Honestly, she's just too careless. Her son's been put on the wanted list, and she's not doing a thing about it. Speaking of Mikoto, how has she been lately? Yujetsu, Sasuke, and Itachi exchanged glances. Yujetsu, not my business. You two figure out how to explain this. Sasuke, not my problem either. It was all Big Brother's doing. Itachi, maybe we should just say Danzo did it? Why are you all suddenly so quiet? Kushina looked at them, puzzled. Let's not worry about that for now. Our priority is to revive Minato. Let's focus on what really matters. Yujetsu nudged her along, secretly signaling to Sasuke and Itachi to make their escape. Kushina-senpai, we'll be taking our leave now. Time to get out while the coast is clear. You're all acting a bit strange today. Sasuke and Itachi made a hasty retreat, dragging Kisame along with them. Yujetsu used a ninjutsu technique to pick up speed, leading the group swiftly through Konoha toward their destination. It wasn't long before they arrived at the shrine where the masks were kept. The place was right in front of them. This should be the place. Kushina couldn't wait. She dashed forward, excitement all over her face at the thought of reuniting with Minato. But suddenly, a beam of golden light flashed, and a figure appeared before them. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Minato. Kushina Uzumaki froze in shock. He's already been revived? Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed toward him, tears brimming in her eyes. Minato. After all these years, the longing between husband and wife only grew stronger upon reunion. Yet, at that crucial moment, Minato deftly stepped aside, avoiding her embrace. Kushina stood there, stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Hurt and confusion welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Minato. Minato quickly raised his hands to explain. I'm sorry, Kushina, but I'm not the one you're looking for. Even though he saw Kushina's tear-filled eyes and longed to comfort her with a hug, he knew that wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair to the Minato of this timeline, or to his own wife. After all, he wouldn't want another man holding his wife, even if that man was himself from another universe. Wait, what are you doing here? Well, this saved me the hassle of explaining everything. Yujetsu stepped forward and explained to Kushina, come on, your Minato is inside, waiting for you to bring him back. This Minato is a traveler from another timeline. They may share the same name and face, but he's not yours. He has his own wife. After this explanation, Kushina looked a little dazed. But soon enough, she understood. This man wasn't her husband. She quickly wiped away her tears, managing a sheepish smile. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. It's all right. Go on in. I'll keep watch out here. Minato Namikaze gave them a gentle, reassuring smile. The three of them continued forward and entered the ancestral hall. Inside, Kushina Uzumaki's gaze wandered among the many masks, finally settling on that fearsome mask of the Reaper. She recognized it at a glance. That's the one. As long as you put it on, you can summon the Reaper to appear. But the price is... The one who wears the mask will become the Reaper's sacrifice, their soul taken, their life forfeit. Kushina's words were steady and resolute. Yet Yuzuki Shigumi seemed utterly unfazed, giving Haiden an effortless command. Haiden, it's your turn. Your stage awaits. Death? Nothing to fear. For what was about to step into the spotlight was the ultimate weapon against death. Haiden, was the Reaper mightier, or would the evil god prove superior? We were about to find out. Leave it to me, Lord Jashin. Without hesitation, Haiden strode straight to the mask and placed it over his face, fully aware that the price was his very life. A flicker of admiration flashed in Kushina's eyes. What a warrior! She hurriedly reminded him. Channel your chakra. The Reaper will heed the call. Haiden did as instructed. In an instant, a massive, ethereal figure materialized, terrifying in form, its face twisted like a demon's. With a casual flick, Yuzuki tossed a kunai. Haiden followed up, slicing open his own abdomen, and the Reaper mirrored his every move, slashing itself in the same place. In that moment, a pale glow shot from the Reaper's stomach. It was the soul of this world's Minato Namikaze. Yuzuki sprang into action, hurling forth a reincarnation puppet and forming hand seals without delay. Edo Tensei, having witnessed Sasuke use the technique, Yuzuki had quietly mastered it and now cast it herself. Instantly, Minato's soul seemed to be drawn in, merging with the vessel of rebirth. It worked. As Yuzuki examined the newly restored Minato, Haiden's impatient grumbling sounded from the side. Out of my way, don't bother me. Trying to steal my soul? Wijo, my soul will always belong to Lord Jashin. Haiden flailed wildly, locked in a fierce, if invisible, struggle with a formless adversary. After a tense contest, Haiden emerged victorious. He tore off the mask, clicking his tongue in disdain. Trying to separate me from Lord Jashin? Dream on. Noticing Yuzuki's gaze, Haiden immediately straightened up. Lord Jashin, I never bowed to that thing. Well done. Yuzuki smiled faintly. Clearly, the evil god's power surpassed even that of the Reaper. Haiden's soul was beyond its reach. Turning aside, Yuzuki saw Minato and Kushina locked in a gentle embrace, their whispers warm and full of tenderness. She did not disturb them, only signaling to Haiden with a glance. Haiden understood at once and began the ritual of samsara. In the midst of their heartfelt embrace, Minato Namikaze was fully reborn. The yellow flash, whose life had been cut short in his prime, returned once more to his beloved Konoha. Soon after, the two released each other from their embrace. Minato looked at Yuyue, his face radiant with a smile as warm as the spring sun. Kushina told me it was you who gave us this new lease on life. Thank you, Yuyue. And this one, how should I address him? Minato's gaze shifted to Haiden, who was greedily feasting on Samahata, too absorbed to respond. Just call him Haiden. Mr. Haiden, is it? All right, I'll remember that. Then, with a hint of concern, Minato asked, has something terrible happened in Konoha? Is it really so dire that you need to bring back those who have passed from every generation? Yuyue considered for a moment. Not exactly, but a lot has happened while you've been gone. Things in Konoha are a bit complicated now. She demonstrated a tiny gap between her fingers. But overall, things are pretty good. Reviving you all was more of a personal matter. Relieved to hear Konoha itself wasn't in crisis, Minato quietly let out a breath. As long as Konoha's all right, that's what matters. Complicated situations don't worry me. We can sort them out together. I think it's best if someone else explains everything to you directly. It'll be more efficient that way. Oh, then I'll kindly ask you to bring him here. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared, and another Minato Namikaze stood before them. The Minato of this timeline looked slightly surprised. Meeting himself? What kind of twist was this? Kushina, holding onto Minato's arm, beamed as she explained. This is Minato from another timeline. While we were gone, he's been looking after Naruto for us. I see. Thank you for your trouble. I hope Naruto hasn't caused you too much headache, said the Minato of this world, a bit sheepish. Not at all. Naruto's been very well behaved. With these brief, modest words, they got straight to the point. Now, let me fill you in on everything here, so I can return to my own timeline. My time here has been truly wonderful. The two Minatos exchanged a knowing look and smiled at each other. In perfect sync, they raised their fists. Thud. Their fists touched lightly. In that instant, aside from a few private memories, their experiences and knowledge became one. The Minato of this world was immediately enlightened. So much had happened in his absence. Even more, there were other predecessors from alternate timelines. I'll take my leave, then. Yue, I'll leave things in your hands for now. Everyone waved as he departed. Goodbye. With that, the Minato from the other timeline vanished, ready to take his Kushina back to their world. Sunlight was beginning to climb over the treetops. As always, Yue woke up right on time. He glanced out the window. Today marked the third day since Minato's resurrection in this timeline. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had also returned from their mission in the Land of Waves. The villain Gato had met his end, and the construction of the Great Bridge was progressing smoothly. It looked as if the Land of Waves was heading for a brighter future. Back in Konoha, everything was gradually returning to normal. Thanks to the memory sharing between the two Minatos, Yue had seamlessly adapted to the current Konoha, feeling perfectly at home. The original plot's Konoha crush was drawing ever closer, but here, Yue felt that Orochimaru was unlikely to make an appearance in this timeline. Unless, of course, he thought he could take on Minato Namikaze alone. Stepping into the living room, Yue caught sight of someone bustling about in the kitchen. He looked closer, and what he saw left him utterly stunned. No way. Did I get up too early, or am I really seeing Kagaya cooking? Kagaya, who hadn't touched anything from a mortal world for thousands of years. Could she actually cook? Yue crept closer, moving as quietly as he could, and saw Kagaya adding ingredients to the pot now and then, following Black Zetsu and Tian Wenjing's instructions. Mom, add some salt and give it a stir. No, wait. Shouldn't you start with the oil? What's this? Never mind, just toss it in. If it's here, it must be edible. Watching them dump every kind of seasoning into the pot all at once, Yue felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a laboratory? Better make a run for it. With a flicker of dust release, Yue turned into a flash of white light and tried to escape, but just then, a portal opened up right in front of him, and he tumbled straight through. In a blink, he found himself face to face with Kagaya. Yue, lunch is almost ready. Eat before you go. Busy as ever, Kagaya turned around slowly, a gentle smile blossoming on her face. Yue glanced at the pot, where a lump of something black and unrecognizable was simmering, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. That is actually supposed to be food? Yue. When Yue didn't reply, Kagaya tilted her head, looking confused. All right, I'll eat. Yue forced a huge smile, determination shining in his eyes. It was Kagaya's first time cooking. No matter how it tasted, he'd give it a try. Kagaya beamed with happiness, eyes nearly closed in her joy. Mom, I think it's done. Feels like it's cooked all the way through, Tian Wenjing commented absent-mindedly while keeping an eye on the heat. Hearing that, Yue felt a strange sense of dread. Who cooks by relying on feelings, and I think it's done? Okay, Yue, just wait a moment. Take this out first. There's another dish coming right up, Kagaya said, swiftly scooping the charred lump into a deep bowl and handing it to Yue. No sooner had he taken it than a peculiar smell hit him full force, making his face change color. This was the ultimate gourmet experience. Well, I'll take this out then. Yuzuki made his escape, clutching that mysterious concoction as if he were fleeing the scene. Yuzuki, remember to savor it slowly. In the living room, Yuzuki placed the baffling creation on the table. He stared at it, but not a sliver of appetite stirred within him. How was anyone supposed to eat this thing? Yet if he didn't eat it, he worried it would dampen Kagaya's enthusiasm. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, a light bulb went off in Yuzuki's mind. A new idea had arrived. Wearing a sly, mischievous grin, he opened the group chat interface. Good things ought to be shared with your closest pals, after all. The group chat was already buzzing with cheerful chatter. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei, I'll be coming over in a couple of days. What's the date over there now? Namikaze Minato. It's still early, only June here. I'll let you know when the time comes. I promise you'll be the first to hold Naruto. Remember, I said hold, not explode. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei, you've picked up some bad habits. Don't joke about things like that. Uchiha Itachi, Obito, you've got some nerve saying that about someone else. Uchiha Obito, hey, my good buddy, you're here. Let's play a little guessing game. No prizes, just for fun. What's something that's red when you cut it open? Uchiha Itachi, watermelon. Uchiha Obito, nope, a Klansman. Uchiha Itachi, a Klansman. I really thought you meant watermelon. Wait a minute, something feels off here. Yuzuki Shirgong. Nice one. Yuzuki Shirgong. All right, enough messing around. I got something good for you guys. Yuzuki Shirgong sent a red packet to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito claimed Yuzuki Shirgong's red packet. Uchiha Obito, what's the good stuff? Yuzuki Shirgong, a gift from our ancestors. Trust me, just dig in. Yuzuki let out a dark, sinister chuckle as he closed the group chat. Glancing at the now empty bowl in front of him, he felt a wave of satisfaction. This way, he preserved Kagaya's good intentions without having to force himself to eat it. The best of both worlds. Huh? Yuzuki, you finished already? Kagaya emerged from the kitchen, followed by several black zetsus, carrying a large tray covered tightly, her air thick with mystery. What's that? Yuzuki asked. Curiosity piqued as he eyed the tray. It's seafood. Naruto and the others brought it back from the land of waves. Sent us a whole bag yesterday. Come, have a taste. Seafood? Now that's what I'm talking about. Yuzuki picked up his chopsticks, anticipation written all over his face. As Kagaya lifted the lid, he wasted no time in reaching for the food. But the next instant, Yuzuki's expression froze. A crab had clamped his chopsticks in a death grip. Crab, what's your move? Want to have a go with me? Yuzuki's mouth twitched. With a sharp tug, he pulled out his chopsticks and tapped lightly on the naughty crab's shell. Crab, all right, I'll behave now, boss. Yuzuki suddenly stood up, her face expressionless. I just remembered, I'm actually not that fond of seafood. I'll leave this delicious feast to you all. That big bowl I just had was more than enough. I'm stuffed. Take your time and enjoy. I'll head out first. With a quick smile, Yuzuki darted away like the wind. The moment she stepped out her front door, a new day as a Konoha street rascal began. Let's see how Heiden's training is going, she mused, strolling leisurely toward the Konoha training grounds. Thanks to her endorsement, Heiden, once an S-rank rogue ninja from Yubikure in the Land of Rivers, had settled in Konoha as if by magic. His past stains seemed to vanish in a blink. Welcoming a rogue ninja from another village into the fold, such a thing would have been unthinkable before. The allure of power is truly irresistible. As she neared the training grounds, Yuzuki was drawn by the sound of distant shouts, spirited, infectious, and full of enthusiasm. Just hearing those voices made you want to join their ranks. Lee, only 10 laps left, hang in there. This is the passion of our youthful springtime. Might Guy's booming encouragement blazed like fire, fueling Rock Lee's fighting spirit. Yuzuki stepped onto the field with a smile, already plotting in her mind. Wasn't Heiden supposed to be immortal? Since he was clueless about anything but taijutsu, why not have him learn the 8 gates technique from Might Guy? She was curious. Could that undying body withstand the death gate? And if he opened it, would he still be skipping around afterwards? Guy-sensei, Yuzuki called out to the sweat-drenched Might Guy in the field. Oh, Yuzuki, it's you. Care to join us? Work up a sweat, and let out that boundless energy of yours. Guy was running laps with heavy stones strapped to his back, his clothes soaked through, yet his grin shone as bright as ever. With that kind of spirit, it would be a crime if he didn't succeed. I'll pass. I'm not cut out for taijutsu, Yuzuki replied. By the way, Guy-sensei, where's that guy with the slick back hair I brought the other day? She deliberately avoided mentioning Heiden's name, knowing Guy-sensei might not remember. She glanced around. Heiden was nowhere in sight. Was he slacking off? That didn't make sense. Heiden wasn't one to shy away from hardship, and he wouldn't dare defy Lord Jashin's orders. Might Guy blinked, thinking for a moment before the realization dawned on him. Oh, you mean Heiden, right? He didn't come today. Yuzuki was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected Guy-sensei to remember Heiden. That was interesting. A thunderous rumble echoed as Might Guy approached, each step reverberating like the earth itself was shaking. He gave a thumbs up, grinning wide to reveal a gleaming set of teeth. Heiden's a tough one. He actually completed 10 times the usual youth training with me. Without him here today, it just feels like something's missing. Kai-sensei had high praise for Heiden, and upon hearing this, Yuzuki nodded gently. Understood, Kai-sensei. I'll go see what Heiden is up to. Good. I hope we'll be back for training tomorrow. Yuzuki smiled, turned, and headed straight for the small house arranged for Heiden. When she arrived at Heiden's place, she found the door unlocked and simply pushed it open. Heiden, are you resting today? She looked around the room, but there was no sign of Heiden to be found. Stepping into the bedroom, she spotted Samahata lying abandoned on the floor. Not home, out having fun, Yuzuki muttered as she prepared to leave. Just then, Samahata suddenly began to move on its own, and Heiden's voice came from within. Lord Jashin, is it you? I'm in here. Samahata wriggled and squirmed across the floor, startling Yuzuki. You're inside, Samahata. She strode over and planted her foot firmly on the squirming sword. Are you using it as a sleeping bag? Heiden's muffled voice echoed from within Samahata. Not at all. Last night while I was sleeping, it swallowed me all by itself. Yuzuki was momentarily speechless. That answer genuinely took her by surprise. Who would have thought Samahata was so stubborn at heart? It had barely quieted down for a few days before starting trouble again, absolutely refusing to accept Haiden as its new master. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there. Yuzuki grabbed hold of Samahata's jaws with both hands and pulled with all her strength, bracing her foot against its lower jaw as she reached into the sticky maw. Feeling something at her fingertips, Yuzuki gave a sharp tug. Dripping wet and covered in Samahata's saliva, Haiden was pulled free at last. Lord Jashin, thank you so much. Haiden, his face full of gratitude, slowly got to his feet. Yuzuki casually summoned a water release to rinse her hands, her tone a mix of helplessness and amusement. Go clean yourself up, quick. Right away. Haiden dashed off to the bathroom in a hurry. Before long, Haiden re-emerged, freshly cleaned and dressed in new clothes. Yuzuki plopped herself carelessly down on Samahata's back, making the sword tremble in terror, as if dreading another iron-fisted blow. But Yuzuki paid no mind to Samahata, turning her attention to Haiden. After all that, let's skip training for today. By the way, how's the progress on raising those summoning beasts I mentioned last time? Summoning beasts? Haiden thought for a moment, then grabbed a gourd from his bedside table. Take a look, Lord Jashin. I've been raising a few these past days. Not many, but they should be more than enough to deal with anyone who dares displease you. Haiden pulled the stopper from the gourd, and an astonishing sight unfolded. A swarm of mosquitoes erupted from within. Haiden's summoning beasts weren't mighty toads or cunning snakes, but a cloud of mosquitoes. Upon closer inspection, the compound eyes of these mosquitoes had actually been replaced with tiny Rinnegan. To witness Rinnegan smaller than an ant's leg, now that's a rare sight indeed. This was precisely one of the 6 powers of the Rinnegan, the animal path, used here to directly transform and cultivate summoning beasts. Yuyuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. With this swarm of mosquitoes, you can target whoever you want. Thus, another top-tier fighter was born, Mosquito Haiden. Haiden scratched his head with a goofy grin. It's all thanks to your ingenious ideas, Lord Evil God. I could never have come up with such an extraordinary technique myself. Sending out mosquitoes to draw blood in secret, then activating the death possession by blood. Who could possibly predict that? Only the supreme Lord Evil God could conceive such a plan. Yuyue waved it off modestly. I'm merely borrowing the wisdom of the internet masses. All right, carry on with your work. I'll be on my way. With a gentle smile, stood up to leave. Farewell, Lord Evil God. Haiden straightened his back, watching Yuyue depart. But no sooner had Yuyue stepped out the door than the group chat notification sound started flooding his mind. Glancing at the messages, the smile on his face slowly froze. How had the conversation gotten so off track? He hurried to type out an explanation. Otherwise, he might have to change planets to survive this embarrassment. Uchiha Obito. At Shurgong Yue, at Shurgong Yue, at Shurgong Yue, at Shurgong Yue, at Shurgong Yue. What on earth is this? Still warm. Did you just make this? Video.mp4. Obito uploaded a video, and everyone clicked to play. The footage that greeted them was utterly astonishing. A pitch-black lump lay motionless on the ground. Obito filmed from a distance, and even through the screen, one could almost smell its aroma. Senja Hashirama. Wait, could this be? Namikaze Minato. Obito, whatever it is, don't eat it. Uchiha Obito. Sensei, do you really think I'm that dumb? 6 Paths Obito. 114514. Uchimadara. This must be snow, how tragic. Uchiha Itachi. Who would have thought the group admin had such refined tastes? Shurgong Yue, wait. That's not mine, it's Kagaya's. Uchiha Obito, what? That actually sounds even creepier. Did you steal it from her, or something? Shurgong Yue, no. That's not it at all. It's not something Kagaya left behind. It's her homemade lunch. It just looks a bit odd and smells a bit weird, but I swear it's edible. Uchiha Obito. Say no more, I get it, really. We won't go around telling people about your unique tastes, but please, don't send me stuff like this again. I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I wouldn't actually eat something just because it's weird, you know? Shinomiya Yuzuki said, Kenji, don't jump to conclusions. It's really not what you guys think. In the group chat, Obito and the group leader were arguing animatedly over some peculiar object, prompting a faint smile to play on Itachi Uchiha's lips as he let out a quiet chuckle. But even the lively and amusing banter in the chat could not hold him back from what he had to do. Without hesitation, he closed the chat window. Tonight, after all, a plan long in the making was about to unfold. Night had deepened, and Itachi's room was shrouded in complete darkness. Not a single glimmer of light to be found. There was a gentle knock at the door, followed closely by a voice full of utmost respect. Young clan leader, it's time. Itachi nodded slightly, his tone calm and steady. Understood. I'll be there at once. Have everyone assemble. As the footsteps receded down the hallway, Itachi's silhouette melted into the shadows, transforming into a flock of crows that swept out through the window, vanishing into the boundless night. In front of the Naka shrine, Shursui Uchiha stood at the shrine's entrance, ready and poised. Behind him, a formidable lineup of 120 Uchiha elites waited in disciplined silence, each exuding a razor-sharp aura. Even the least among them was an accomplished Chunin, and all of them had awakened their Sharingan. This was, in essence, the pride of the Uchiha clan gathered in one place. Any misstep tonight could spell disaster for the Uchiha. But such a thing would not happen, not with Itachi Uchiha leading the way. He was, after all, one who knew the script of the future. Suddenly, the night sky erupted in a flurry of crows, wings beating like a dark tide, swooping down to gather and reform as the figure of Itachi Uchiha. Young clan leader. The sight of him brought a surge of energy to everyone present. In recent times, this young leader had shown a firm and decisive hand, carrying out sweeping reforms within the clan, his own strength beyond question. None could help but respect him. Everyone, let's move out. Itachi's order was crisp and commanding. The strategy had long since been communicated. There was nothing more to say. Yes, sir. Shursui flickered forward, vanishing in an instant, reappearing atop a distant rooftop. The rest of the elite followed suit, dissolving into the depths of the night. Itachi turned back. Inside the shrine, his parents and younger brother waited quietly for him. Mikoto Uchiha met his gaze, her smile bright with encouragement. Go on, Itachi. Fulfill your dreams. We'll be right here, waiting for your triumphant return. Though Fugako Uchiha said nothing, the approval in his eyes spoke more than words ever could. Sasuke, on the other hand, was full of longing. Brother, when will you come back? Itachi gave a gentle laugh, his eyes warm as a summer stream. He reached out, touching Sasuke gently on the forehead with 2 fingers. Don't wait up for me tonight, Sasuke. Get a good night's sleep. When you wake, the Uchiha will still stand, and Konoha will be just as it's always been. Nothing will ever change. Root headquarters. Bad news, Lord Danzo. A member of Root hurried in, his face clouded with worry and his tone grave. The Uchiha clan. They've launched a rebellion. Danzo's eyes flew open, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. What? The Uchiha have rebelled? How could this be? Recently, the changes within the Uchiha clan had started to improve their reputation in the village, and the fear they inspired was fading. Though Danzo was displeased, he could only observe from the sidelines. After all, Shursui and Itachi had abruptly cut off contact with him, leaving him entirely in the dark about the Uchiha's internal affairs. He had assumed the Uchiha were simply dissatisfied with the Hokage position and sought to win public favor. Who could have predicted news of a rebellion would reach him instead? If that were true, then all of his previous maneuvering would have come to nothing. Not to mention, even if they did manage to overthrow Konoha's leadership, any power seized by force would never be secure. I'd say these Uchiha have lost their minds. Still, fortune is on my side. Their recklessness plays right into my hands. Danzo let out a cold snort, a surge of satisfaction rising in his chest at this unearned opportunity. He'd been wondering where to find more Sharingan for Orochimaru's experiments, and here it was. The perfect chance had delivered itself to his doorstep. Let's go. Order all Root members to attack the Uchiha. Danzo was rubbing his hands together, eager for action, when a messenger spoke up again, his face heavy with dread. Lord Danzo, shouldn't we first go to the Hokage for reinforcements? Our men can barely hold out any longer. Danzo's brow furrowed, his gaze as icy as steel. How could we have suffered such heavy losses? Did you take action without my permission? Did I authorize this? How have I always instructed you? Danzo's words were loaded with meaning as he reprimanded him. We are the Roots of Konoha. Unless we face a life-and-death crisis, we never act rashly. Is that clear, you fool? The Root members stammered. But the Uchiha have already reached our doorstep. Are we just supposed to sit and do nothing? Danzo's eyes bulged in disbelief as he grabbed the man by his collar. What did you just say? The Uchiha haven't attacked the Hokage building. They've come for us? Why, yes, that's right. And that Uchiha Itachi, he's gone completely mad, killing everyone he sees. Lord Danzo, we really need to call for help. The Root member's eyes were wide with terror. Whatever he had seen had clearly shaken him to the core. Useless. Danzo flung him aside, but inside, a storm was raging. Why would the Uchiha target the Root? Damn those Uchiha. I told you they should never have been allowed to live. It's all Hiruzen's fault. His indecisiveness has brought us to this. Danzo gritted his teeth and turned astride toward a concealed shadow, where a hidden passage led up to the surface. The Uchiha clan was pouring out in full force, with just himself and his root subordinates. There was simply no way to hold them back. He had to get word to Hiruzen at once and rally the forces for a counterattack. But in the very next instant, a deafening explosion split the air. A dark shape shot through the shadows like a meteor across the night sky, heading straight for Danzo. Danzo's senses sharpened instantly, and he sidestepped just in time. With a brutal thud, the shadow crashed down onto the spot where Danzo had just been standing. Only then did he see clearly it was a person. Someone had hurled this body with unimaginable force, tossing it aside as if it were trash. Now, it was nothing more than a grotesque, bloody pulp. The only clue to the person's identity was the shattered root mask still clinging to their ruined face. Danzo gave it barely a glance before turning away, his eyes utterly unmoved. He'd witnessed far worse in the laboratories, scenes more revolting than this. You deliver this message to the third Hokage immediately. Danzo turned and ordered the root operative who had brought the news. Yes, Lord Danzo. The subordinate sprang up at once and slipped away through the hidden passage. Watching his subordinate's retreating figure, Danzo waited patiently for a dozen seconds or so, judging that the man had cleared the passage. Then, with his own hands, he destroyed the secret entrance. It was more than just a passage. It concealed many secrets that could never come to light. Danzo lifted his eyelids ever so slightly. They're here already. Faster than I expected. Above, the sounds of fierce combat raged on. Metal clashing, savage roars, and the explosive surge of ninjutsu all blending together. Prepare to die. Wind style, fire style, lightning style. Alongside these came heavy, thunderous crashes from unknown sources, each one sending chills down the spine. Aft, up. Every blast was punctuated by a sudden, agonized scream. Then, silence fell, leaving behind a chilling, hair-raising stillness hanging in the air. Gradually, the uproar above faded, with only a few distant sounds drifting through the emptiness. It seemed the battle overhead had ended. One side utterly defeated, wiped out to the last. Suddenly, another blast. A figure crashed straight through the upper floors, plummeting in a direct line and slamming into the ground with enough force to gouge a deep crater. The newcomer wore close-fitting battle gear, clutching a tungsten iron staff slick with fresh gore, every drop of blood trailing silently from its tip. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo narrowed his eyes, studying the unexpected visitor with care. A pang of unease struck his heart. This man standing before him, drenched head to toe in blood, looked like a demon risen from a field of slaughter. Those crimson eyes were calm as a still lake, yet within them lurked a murderous intent so vast it seemed to fill the entire room. Were it not for that faintly familiar face, Danzo would scarcely have believed the man before him was Uchiha Itachi. Go! Protect Lord Danzo! From behind Danzo, 5 figures suddenly sprang forward, each wielding a different weapon, charging straight at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's face remained expressionless. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly shook off the blood from his tungsten iron staff, for it was about to greet new prey. He crouched nimbly, then with a powerful thrust of his foot, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. A thunderous explosion rocked the air, shockwaves rippling outward with terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Someone cried out in alarm. He's behind you. One of the root members, gripped by terror, shouted a warning. With a sickening sound, the staff swung out. One root member was instantly cut in two at the waist, his insides spilling out in a gruesome spectacle. The unfortunate man didn't die at once. His face twisted in agony, a sight too dreadful to watch. So fast, Danzo's expression shifted to shock and fear. Itachi hadn't even used any hand signs. This was pure, unadulterated physical speed. What kind of monster was this? 1. Uchiha Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, his tone calm and indifferent. Faced with this provocation, Danzo narrowed his eyes and gave the order with a wave of his hand. Attack. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Another root member rapidly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash his jutsu. But suddenly, his vision blurred. Itachi had appeared before him, silent as a shadow. The next instant, he felt a cold hand press against his face. Jut! A bone-crushing impact shook the ground as Itachi slammed the man's head into the earth. The skull burst open like a ripe melon, spattering brain matter in every direction. 2. The remaining 3 stared in horror at the carnage, but did not retreat. Their eyes burned red with madness as they threw themselves at Itachi once more. Their opponent's speed was simply inhuman. Ninjutsu was useless. For the moment they formed a single sign. Their fate was sealed. And in taijutsu, They were hopelessly outmatched. Knowing death was inevitable, they resolved to sacrifice themselves, hoping to buy Lord Danzo precious information. Itachi seized the initiative. With a savage swing of the tungsten iron staff, he crushed one attacker's head deep into his chest, killing him instantly. 3. With a sudden motion, Itachi hurled the staff with deadly precision at another root member. The man's pupils shrank in terror as he slapped his palm to the ground, raising an earthen wall in desperate defense, but it was no use. The staff pierced straight through the barrier, skewering the man and sending his body flying across the room. With a resounding crash, he was pinned lifeless against the wall. 4. The last member was instantly subdued by Itachi. His limbs shattered, his screams cut short. A brutal kick sent the man crashing into the wall like a severed kite, his body merging into the stone. 5. All 5 lay slain. Not a single one survived. This unparalleled strength and speed. Your body. Danzo's eyes were filled with shock. Was this truly Itachi Uchiha standing before him? In his memory, Itachi's fighting style had never been so ruthless or savage. In the past, Itachi always relied on long-range tactics, weaving together Jinjutsu and fire-style ninjutsu to win through cunning. After all, his physical abilities had never stood out. Even with his exceptional taijutsu skills, he rarely engaged in close combat head-on. But now, there was nothing left of the old Itachi. He was like a wild beast draped in human skin. Danzo fell silent, suspicion suddenly surging in his heart. How could Itachi have changed so drastically in such a short time? In a flash, a thought sparked through his mind. Human experimentation? That's it. The recent restraint shown by the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it's because they are on the verge of completing some experiment and don't want any unexpected troubles. So that's how it is. If their experiment has succeeded, it would give them the confidence to rebel. Is that the reason? A knowing smirk curled on Danzo's lips as he spoke to Itachi. Looks like your Uchiha clan isn't so innocent after all, secretly conducting experiments to enhance the human body? In that case, we're not so different, Itachi. We're fellow travelers on the same path. Danzo's eyes burned with greed as he scrutinized Itachi, mulling over his thoughts. Itachi shows barely any side effects. If I could master this technique, building an elite taijutsu force would be well within reach. Hokage? That would only be the beginning. With this, I could dare to dream much bigger. Danzo straightened, adopting the posture of a man already assured of victory, and proclaimed, "Hand over the fruits of your experiment, and I'll plead your case to Hiruzen. He might just spare your life. As for the Uchiha clan, there's no need for them to exist. Any family bold enough to rebel should be erased from Konoha." The allure of the Sharingan still haunted his thoughts. Itachi might be spared, but the Uchiha clan had to be eliminated. Itachi had just pulled his tungsten iron staff from the wall. Hearing this, he glanced sideways at Danzo, as if looking at a fool. What experiment? Did Danzo really believe these changes in his sage body came from a laboratory? How naive, to think everyone else was as ruthless and unscrupulous as he was. Besides, he had already led his clan to battle their way here, and Danzo still fantasized about surviving this encounter? Such arrogance. Wasn't it utterly foolish? Ignorant. Itachi's tone was calm, but his grip on the tungsten iron staff tightened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Danzo glared furiously, pointing at Itachi and shouting, "Itachi Uchiha, don't throw your life away. Hiruzen will arrive any moment. Do you really think you can escape with all of Konoha's shinobi closing in on you? Without my protection, you don't stand chance." Itachi paid him no mind, raising his tungsten iron staff without a word. In an instant, Itachi moved like a phantom, materializing right in front of Danzo. It's time to settle the blood debt of the Uchiha clan. The staff's shadow loomed like a mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force. Danzo's eyes widened in terror. This man was truly going all out. Did he really not fear the fate that had befallen the Uchiha, the threat of their annihilation? Danzo summoned every last ounce of strength, raising both arms to defend himself. A sharp, sickening crack echoed. His bones snapped in an instant, and his arms shattered to pieces. The next moment, that immense force sent his whole body hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Danzo slammed into the stone wall, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving behind a savage, gaping hole. Don't be in such a hurry to die. You carry the hatred of the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha's voice was icy calm. He could have ended it in a single blow. But instead, he deliberately held back, savoring this slow, methodical torment. Itachi Uchiha. Danzo crawled out of the broken wall, blood streaming down his battered body, utterly disheveled. With both arms lost, he was as helpless as a cripple. For a shinobi, this was a punishment more cruel than death itself. You can still speak? Seems I haven't hit you hard enough. With a dull boom, Itachi tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. The earth trembled and cracked beneath him, and he shot toward Danzo like an arrow unleashed. A heavy kick landed, and Danzo instantly lost all control over his body, sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut. In a blur, Itachi leapt into the air, and as Danzo plummeted downward, he lashed out with a savage whip kick. A wretched scream tore through the air as Danzo crashed down like a falling meteor. The ground split and fractured, spider-webbing out from the point of impact. Danzo sprawled in the center, his fate hanging by a thread. Landing with a soft thud, Itachi placed one foot lightly atop Danzo's head. That was barely enough force to finish you off. Care to struggle a bit more? Itachi Uchiha, Danzo growled, his voice thick with humiliation. Never before had he suffered such disgrace. Despite his desperate position, Danzo refused to give in. He still clung to a final trump card. All he needed was the right moment. Thinking about Izanagi, are you? Itachi's quiet words sent a chill racing down Danzo's spine, freezing his heart. He knows even that. What I know far exceeds your expectations. Danzo squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't delay a second longer. Suddenly, without warning, Itachi swept his staff behind him. A sharp metallic clang rang out as the tungsten staff intercepted a silent, deadly kunai. The hand gripping the kunai belonged to Danzo. So, you used Izanagi after all? What a pity, it doesn't seem to be working, does it? Itachi chuckled softly. Whether it works or not, you'll find out soon enough. Danzo gritted his teeth. He lashed out wildly with the kunai, thrusting, feinting, slashing, each move executed with deadly precision, yet not a single strike came close to touching Itachi. Every attack was effortlessly deflected or evaded by Uchiha Itachi. Since he was still within the 1-minute effect of Izanagi, Itachi opted for a cautious defense. Let him live a little longer. Itachi, the third Hokage, is here. Shursui Uchiha's figure suddenly flickered into view, his expression grave. Their next moves were critical. Should they fail, it would be almost impossible to withstand Konoha's full retaliation. That fast. Itachi was a bit surprised. At this point, it was clearly unwise to keep tangling with Danzo. He'd leave the rest to Shursui. With a sweep of his body, he leapt away to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shursui. Itachi smiled faintly, spun the tungsten rod in his hands, and slung it behind his back. Don't worry, just stick to the plan. Reassured by Itachi's calm, Shursui felt a touch of relief. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'm heading outside to handle things there. Shursui nodded, reaching for the hilt of the sword on his back, his gaze turning steady as he faced Danzo. Itachi hesitated no longer. He bent his knees, then kicked off the ground with explosive force. A thunderous boom echoed as he shot upward like a rocket, leaving the hidden underground root base far behind in an instant. Once Itachi had left, Shursui finally took in the battlefield. The sight inside the root stronghold was like a scene from hell, and Shursui sucked in a sharp breath. At some point, Itachi's style of combat had shifted. He no longer relied on Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. Instead, he wielded a 560-pound tungsten rod, sweeping aside all opposition with raw power. In Itachi's own words, "This thing is way more practical than ninjutsu." As he carved his way through the enemy ranks, Shursui had seen Itachi fighting solo, laying waste to all before him. With his current strength and that tungsten rod, ordinary foes didn't stand a chance. Shursui Uchiha. Danzo's voice cut through Shursui's thoughts, and Shursui looked at him in confusion. Shursui, the key to ending this rebellion is in your hands. Itachi Uchiha has lost his mind. Use your Kodo Amatsukami to stop him. Perhaps you can still save some lives. Otherwise, the entire Uchiha clan will be buried for his crimes. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Compared to the unpredictable Itachi, Shursui was clearly the easier mark. He had nearly convinced Shursui to break with the Uchiha once before, but at the crucial moment, Shursui had cut off all contact. Danzo had long coveted Shursui's Sharingan, and ever since learning the true power of Kodo Amatsukami, his desire for it had only grown stronger. I will not allow anyone to interfere with Itachi's plan. This time, Shursui's resolve was unshakable, stronger than ever before. You? Danzo's brow furrowed. He was about to speak, but Shursui's blade flashed toward him with blinding speed. You're courting death. The Uchiha clan, today, is your end. Danzo leapt away, landing atop a tall building, glowering down at Shursui from above. Get through me if you can. Phantom body flicker technique. Bodies lay scattered across the ground of the Root organization's base. Most were Danzo's men, but there were also fallen members of the Uchiha clan among them. Even with Itachi and Shursui leading the charge, casualties had been inevitable. After all, they're always jutsu too difficult to defend against. At this moment, all of the Uchiha elite had gathered together, watching their enemies across from them with heightened alertness. Their opponents were all members of Konoha's ANBU Black Ops, and a great number of active Konoha shinobi. There was no need to count. The sheer number of Konoha ninja present was obvious at a glance. Nearly 1,000 surrounded them on all sides. They were completely encircled, escape utterly impossible. With the sheer power of their combined jutsu, the Konoha forces could overwhelm and crush the Uchiha in an instant. And standing at the front of the ninja ranks was an elderly man whose silent presence weighed heavily upon everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Young clan leader, you're here. A wave of excitement swept through the Uchiha as Itachi arrived. Raising his hand to quiet the crowd, Itachi stepped forward to face Hiruzen Sarutobi head-on. Lord Third, what brings you here in the dead of night, rather than resting? Itachi asked with a gentle smile. Across from him, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in his black combat attire, gripping his summoned beast, Inma, transformed into the adamantine staff, ready for battle. Sarutobi's expression was grim. Itachi Uchiha, let's not beat around the bush. I want to know, is this your idea, or your father Fugaka's? You Uchiha, are you determined to start a war? At his words, everyone present felt their hearts leap into their throats. All eyes turned to Itachi Uchiha, for his answer would decide the fate of the entire village. Even behind Sarutobi, some of the ninja nervously swallowed, unable to hide their anxiety. The legendary might of the Uchiha and their Sharingan bloodline weighed on everyone like an invisible force. Under the scrutiny of the entire crowd, Itachi smiled and replied with ease. Lord Third, you may have misunderstood. We're simply here to settle a private matter with Shimura Danzo. It has nothing to do with the village. The Uchiha clan has always cherished peace. We would never start a war. You needn't worry. At his words, many on the Konoha side visibly relaxed. A private matter? Thank goodness, what a scare. It turned out to be a false alarm. If it was only a personal grievance, that was fine, as long as it wasn't a real rebellion. A private matter? Sarutobi was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer from Itachi. Then he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Just then, a sharp voice called out from the crowd. A private matter? Lord Danzo has always put Konoha first. What personal grudge could he possibly have with you? Don't use that as an excuse. If you have proof, show it. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, turning back to search for the audacious ninja who had dared to speak out of turn before the Hokage himself had given permission. But with the night so deep and a crowd so large, he couldn't immediately identify the culprit and decided to let it drop for the moment. Just then, across from him, Itachi Uchiha smiled, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. The supporters had begun their work. Evidence. Of course. Please bring the evidence forward. A trace of conspiracy crept into Hiruzen's thoughts. Itachi's reply was far too smooth, as if all of this had been anticipated. At this point, even as Hokage, all Hiruzen could do was watch the situation unfold. As the evidence was brought out, everyone was stunned. The so-called evidence turned out to be mummified corpses, along with mangled chunks of flesh preserved in jars of liquid, radiating a strange, unsettling odor that quickly spread through the air. And in the jars and containers that followed, one could vaguely make out eyeballs and internal organs floating inside. Fortunately, everyone present was a ninja, hardened by battle. Though some felt physically uncomfortable, they managed to endure it. What is this? A ninja in the crowd asked, voice trembling. Itachi Uchiha calmly displayed these chilling pieces of evidence and replied, his eyes cold and sharp. This is the proof you demanded. Ironclad evidence of Danzo Shimura's cruel human experimentation. For years, Danzo secretly researched the Sharingan, stealing the bodies of our fallen clansmen during times of war. So what I've done is not rebellion, but justice, rightfully reclaiming what is owed from Danzo. As Itachi's words rang out, most of the ninjas in the crowd were visibly shaken. What? Human experimentation? Wasn't this kind of thing strictly forbidden years ago? Orochimaru was exiled from the village precisely for dabbling in these taboos. If even Orochimaru was driven out, how did Danzo dare to do this? Do you really think Danzo would have done this without the Hokage's tacit approval? Wait, is that true? So, does that mean the Hokage himself is complicit in these evil experiments? No surprise there. The Konoha leadership always covers for each other. Listening to the increasingly outrageous conversations behind him, Hiruzen's expression darkened. Do they really think I can't hear their sarcasm? He twisted his neck to look back, wanted to see which brat was stirring up the crowd against him. He felt, in the next moment, he would be condemned as the worst of criminals, even though he had done nothing wrong. On the other side of the crowd, a faint smirk played at the corner of Itachi Uchiha's lips. This was the power of public opinion. Among the more than 1,000 people Sarutobi Hiruzen brought with him, there were over a dozen water carriers Itachi had planted in advance. Their job was to muddy the waters as much as possible. In this way, amid a mix of truths and lies, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen could withstand the onslaught. And Itachi wasn't falsely accusing him. At the very least, Hiruzen absolutely knew about Danzo's human experimentation. Yet he still chose to turn a blind eye. Suddenly, a wailing cry rose from the crowd. Itachi's spirit sharpened. Here was the most crucial part. "What's wrong with you?" someone asked in confusion. "My poor brother," the person cried. "I just remembered my little brother. Years ago, my brother awakened a powerful Kekkai Genkai. He never intended to become a ninja, but with this new ability, he found hope. Through relentless effort, he graduated with excellent marks and became a genin. He once told me, with a bright smile, that his dream was to become Hokage, to make Konoha a better place. He even said that if he ever became Hokage, he would expand Konoha, recruit talent from across the ninja world, and ensure every single villager who's still single gets matched with a husband or wife. He was always so eager to help others, never expecting anything in return. No matter how busy he was, if he saw someone in need, he'd reach out to help, even if it cost him precious time. But that cheerful, optimistic child vanished after being summoned by Shimura Danzo. Every time I asked about him, I was told he was away on a mission. I kept asking time and again, but in the end, all I got was the devastating news that he died in the line of duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know the truth, so I could only accept it with tears in my eyes. But now it seems my brother likely didn't die on a mission. He was used as a test subject by that damn Danzo." As this unknown ninja poured out his story, the crowd's emotions surged with him. A child born with an innate gift for loving others, with boundless promise and the dream of becoming Hokage. Just like that, he was mercilessly killed by Danzo's endless torment. At that moment, everyone was overcome with fury. What kind of monster could do such a thing? And most importantly, the village's legendary matchmaking policy was gone with him. What kind of mind could come up with such a brilliant idea? This was the ultimate super savior level plan. How could anyone top that? Forget the Fire Temple's Buddha statue. His brother should be the one up there. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The speaker, after all, was one of his own plants in the crowd. But all he told him was to make up a story that would shift everyone's anger towards Danzo. He never imagined a guy would come up with such an explosive tale and set the whole place ablaze. Uchiha Itachi stroked his chin. It seems everyone finds the idea of splitting the village in half quite agreeable. Perhaps it's a good idea, but only if there's enough talent to make it work. At this, the crowd erupted, grumbling and protesting, their tempers flaring one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that if he didn't bring things under control, unpredictable consequences might follow. Silence. With Hiruzen's commanding shout, the noise gradually faded. After years in power, Hiruzen still held a measure of authority in everyone's eyes. Once the crowd settled down, he craned his neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the troublemaker who had been spreading such ideas. Always someone eager to stir up chaos, he thought with frustration. But as before, it was too dark and the crowd was too dense. He couldn't see a thing. With a helpless sigh, Hiruzen turned his attention back to Uchiha Itachi. He paused for a moment, then spoke. "I had no idea Danzo was behind all this. He acted behind my back, without my knowledge." No sooner had Hiruzen finished speaking than a wave of jeers rippled through the ranks of his own ninja. At first, it was just a few voices, but once someone started, others quickly joined in. Who is it? Who's leading this?" Hiruzen spun around, gritting his teeth and glaring. There were agitators among the crowd. At that moment, Hiruzen finally understood just how insidious rabble-rousers could be. Uchiha Itachi let out a soft chuckle, then gestured with his hand. "We believe in you, Lord Third. Please go on." Hiruzen gave him a long, searching look before continuing. "Itachi, I understand the resentment you all feel. But Danzo is still an elder of the Leaf and an advisor to the Hokage. Even if he has done wrong, it should be Konoha's justice that judges him, not vigilante revenge." He pointed to the bodies of the Root members lying on the ground. "And besides, your target was Danzo. Why did you kill all these innocent people? Do you realize they were someone's children, someone's husbands, someone's fathers, the pillars of their families? To act with such recklessness, can you still call that justice?" With these words, Hiruzen gave the crowd pause. Indeed, If Danzo was in the wrong, then wasn't the Uchiha's indiscriminate killing just as unjust? A confident smile played on the corner of Itachi's lips. He would never have set this plan in motion without being fully prepared. Bring the documents forward, he said softly to his clansmen behind him. Yes, young clan leader. Soon, a stack of documents was handed to Itachi. He took them and held them up for all to see. These are the records of Danzo's subordinates. Everything they've done is detailed here. When it happened, who gave the order, it's all crystal clear. Take a look for yourselves. Once you do, you'll understand whether these people are truly innocent. Seeing the confident look on Itachi Uchiha's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a twinge of doubt. Could the Uchiha really have infiltrated Root so thoroughly? Could they have uncovered even information like this? He found it hard to believe. Bring those documents over. Let me see them. Yes, Lord Hokage. The files were quickly fetched. As soon as Sarutobi opened them, his expression darkened considerably. It's actually true. He muttered under his breath, stunned. Lifting his gaze to Itachi, there was a flash of wariness in his eyes. Itachi had truly managed to investigate Root to such depth. How in the world had he pulled this off? Itachi simply returned Sarutobi's gaze with a faint, knowing smile. In truth, the files hadn't come from his own efforts. He'd asked someone in the group for them. Danzo, obsessed with control, insisted on keeping a record of everything his subordinates did. All Itachi had to do was snag a copy of these files from a timeline where Danzo had already been dealt with. One was as good as another, after all. So, are you saying these people weren't innocent? That the Uchiha didn't kill the wrong targets? The public's questions came rolling in again, pressing the point. It seems that way. If all these people were accomplices to Danzo's crimes, then their deaths are hardly undeserved. They got what they deserved. Once again, public opinion shifted dramatically as whispers rippled through the crowd of gathered shinobi behind them. Sarutobi's face darkened even further. That's enough. Let's leave it at that. He waved a hand dismissively, unwilling to say anything more. If he couldn't tell by now that someone in the crowd was manipulating things, he wasn't fit to be Hokage. So where's Danzo now? I won't pursue these people any further, but Danzo is still a high-ranking member of Konoha. He must be judged by Konoha's own laws. Danzo? He's downstairs, locked in a duel with Shursui. We couldn't hold him back. I had no intention of harming him. It's Danzo who insisted on fighting. I'll go take a look, but I can't guarantee he's still in one piece. After all, you can't expect Shursui not to fight back after getting beaten up, right? Itachi shrugged with a smile, as if to say there was nothing he could do. You, bring Danzo up at once. Sarutobi ordered in a low, commanding voice. As you wish. With a small smile, Itachi turned and disappeared into the depths of the Root base. He slipped down the passageway he'd used before, swiftly returning to the underground chambers. Well, looks like even if I weren't here, you wouldn't have been able to stir up much trouble. Itachi glanced over, suppressing a chuckle. Before him, Danzo Shimura was trussed up by Shursui with layers upon layers of rope, sprawled helplessly on the ground, looking for all the world like a struggling worm. Itachi, did you manage to convince the third? As soon as Shursui saw Itachi return, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Danzo, on the other hand, looked deeply unsettled. He had been desperately hoping for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come to his rescue, but after waiting so long, the one who showed up was Uchiha Itachi? Did that mean he had truly been abandoned? Itachi shook his head. I haven't completely persuaded them yet, but it's close. Come, let's take Danzo out first. The moment Danzo heard this, he jerked his head up, a flicker of hope lighting in his eyes. Huh, I knew it. Hiruzen would never leave me behind. Uchiha Itachi, release me at once. If you don't, once I regain my freedom, your fate will be sealed. He glared at Itachi, his expression twisted with rage, threatening him viciously. Do you really think you're strong enough to take on the entire Leaf Village? Itachi inwardly sighed. Was Danzo truly this foolish? Saying things like that, wasn't he afraid Itachi would end him right then and there? Still, as idiotic as he was, now was not the time to finish him off. He needed Danzo to be taken outside for a little performance. Only then would his reckoning come. However, a little lesson wouldn't hurt. A wicked smile played at the corners of Itachi's lips. Then, he opened the group chat interface. Uchiha Itachi, at Uchiha Bito, do you still have that gift the admin gave you earlier? Yuzuki Shigu. That's not a gift. It really was a lunch Kagaya made herself. Uchiha Itachi. Alright, but is there any of that lunch left? Someone here wants to give it a try. Uchiha Bito, huh? Brother, talk about timing. I was just about to get rid of it. By the way, who in the world would want to eat that stuff? The taste is unforgettable. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo. Uchiha Bito, haha got it. I'll warm it up for him with a fire jutsu. Don't be shy. A moment later, a notification popped up in the group. Uchiha Obito has sent you a red packet. You have received Uchiha Obito's red packet. Itachi turned his gaze on Danzo and slowly walked toward him. What are you trying to do, Uchiha Itachi? Danzo sensed Itachi's intent and, mistaking it for violence, grew frantic. Itachi crouched down in front of Danzo, a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I just brought you a special treat, made by our ancestors' own hand. With that, Itachi flicked his right hand, and an orange skeletal arm materialized out of thin air. Resting in its palm was a black, mysterious lump. The stench was overwhelming. Eat it. Itachi grabbed Danzo's chin and, ignoring his struggles, forced the mysterious object into Danzo's mouth. Danzo's eyes bulged wide, his legs kicking wildly as he fought with all his might. It seems, Lord Third, that you're in luck. Danzo is still alive. Uchiha Itachi strode over, dragging Danzo along at a deliberate pace, then casually tossed him in front of everyone. All eyes immediately turned to Danzo, curiosity piqued by this other central figure who had set tonight's chaos in motion. Since taking charge of Root, Danzo had rarely shown himself in public. Many had heard his name, but few had ever seen his true face. Is that really Danzo? He looks downright repulsive, definitely doesn't seem like a good person. With his face wrapped up in so many bandages, he must be hiding some shady secret. Has he already managed to get his hands on a Sharingan? Once a high and mighty leader of the Leaf, Danzo now lay bound on the ground, writhing helplessly like a trapped insect. The murmurs behind him left Hiruzen Tsurutobi feeling stifled and uneasy. But he had no time to care about such things. His gaze fixed on Danzo, Hiruzen scrutinized him closely. Finding no obvious injuries, he felt a subtle sense of relief. At least Itachi had shown restraint and hadn't taken matters into his own hands. Danzo, meanwhile, silently lamented. Is it possible no one realizes I've already lost one of my lives tonight? What did you feed Danzo? Hiruzen asked, his brow furrowing. Danzo's complexion was clearly off. He looked as if he'd just swallowed a fly, gagging repeatedly, his face tinged green. Itachi let out a soft, amused chuckle. Don't worry, it wasn't any kind of poison. The Uchiha clan has always treated prisoners well. No one goes hungry, not even someone like Danzo on the other side. It's just that Danzo doesn't seem to have a taste for Uchiha cuisine. Hardly our fault. Feigning helplessness, Itachi spread his hands with a wry smile. Hiruzen drew a deep breath. Though displeased, he could only give the order to his subordinates. Bring Elder Danzo here. Yes, Lord Hokage. Soon enough, Danzo was brought before Hiruzen, who quickly untied the ropes binding him. Are you hurt? Hiruzen asked, his brow still tightly knit. This Danzo always seemed to stir up trouble. Clearly, his authority would have to be curbed after this. Danzo doubled over, retching, his hand clutching at his throat. He took a while to recover, clearly still suffering from Kagaya's midday meal. It had not agreed with him at all. Suddenly, Danzo snapped his head up, his face dark and twisted with fury as he glared at Uchiha Itachi, shouting, You damn Uchiha brat! How dare you force me to eat something so vile? Then he whirled on Hiruzen, his bloodshot eyes blazing. Hiruzen, order the annihilation of these wretched Uchiha at once. They dare rebel. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. But Hiruzen unexpectedly took several steps back, pinching his nose with a look of astonishment. Danzo, what on earth did you eat? The smell is unbearable. Hiruzen, you... Danzo stared at him in disbelief. Did he really just step away like that? Such a small gesture, yet it stung more than any blow. And another thing, here I am discussing matters of life and death for the village, and you're nitpicking over trivial details? Hiruzen Tsurutobi was about to respond, but before he could speak, a voice hidden in the crowd, a planted agitator, jumped in. Shimura Danzo, I know you're anxious, but don't be so hasty. Shouldn't you first explain the issue of human experimentation? Why have you continued these abominable experiments, which have long since been outlawed? The voice rang out like a thunderclap in a clear sky, as if echoing the very will of justice. But this time, things didn't go as planned for the agitator. Seize them. With an expressionless command from Hiruzen Tsurutobi, a wave of ANBU operatives surged from the crowd, closing in on the speaker. If they couldn't solve the problem, they would simply silence the one who raised it. Did you really think you could pull your tricks right under my nose, time and again? Hiruzen Tsurutobi fixed Itachi Uchiha with a cold gaze. Itachi, however, remained perfectly composed, even managing a slight, courteous smile in return. Does he have something else up his sleeve? Hiruzen wondered to himself. No matter what, he was determined to protect Danzo today. As for the exposure of those human experiments, it was troublesome, but he would find a way through. As long as Danzo refused to admit anything, everything could be pinned on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, well, my dear master, how touching, your parental love for your student. Hokage-sama, we've apprehended the suspect. A handful of ANBU appeared as if out of thin air, holding fast to a bald-headed ninja. Judging by his attire, he was a chunin. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes as he sized the man up. He doesn't appear to be from the Uchiha clan. Likely a civilian ninja who's been bribed. The Uchiha were known for their black hair and eyes, and their striking looks. The man before him didn't even have any hair, making it obvious he wasn't one of them. Who are you? Why are you spreading rumors in the crowd? Hiruzen's rebuke was sharp and commanding, brooking no dissent. Yet, the bald ninja stood unflinching before the third Hokage's imposing presence. He met Hiruzen's gaze head-on, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Rumors? Hokage-sama, why not ask Lord Danzo directly whether what I've said is a lie? Lord Danzo, perhaps you'd care to explain yourself to everyone? In that instant, all eyes turned to Shimura Danzo. A flash of resignation crossed Hiruzen's face. So much precious time, wasted on such questioning. You do better to ask me, he thought. At least if you asked me, I could try to fob you off with some excuse. But with Danzo's temperament, he wouldn't own up, even if he had to pin the blame on Hiruzen, the Hokage himself. Sure Sway, the time has come. Understood. Itachi and Sure Sway exchanged a few quiet words, reaching a silent agreement. Sure Sway nodded subtly, and, using the crowd as cover, began weaving hand signs in secret. In his eyes, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan activated in utter silence. Meanwhile, deep within Danzo's gaze, a faint, nearly imperceptible flash of blood-red light flickered. The Koto Amitsukami he had prepared in advance began to take effect. Danzo lifted his chin slightly and finally spoke. His face was cold as ice, looking down at the bald man with an air of superiority. Must I explain my actions to you? The bald man sneered, coaxing him with measured words. So, you're admitting it then? Admit or deny, what difference does it make? Danzo's expression was shadowed and indifferent as he spoke. A natural disaster or a single war claims the lives of countless innocents. Have you ever hated the heavens or cursed the earth for that? I merely used a few people for some experiments. What of it? Beneath that casual tone, however, lay a chillingly brutal reality. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the bald man erupted. Pointing a trembling finger at Danzo, he raised his voice to the crowd. Did you all hear that? He admitted it. You heard it from his own mouth. He used villagers as live test subjects, and he acts as if it's only natural. In an instant, the crowd's anger flared to a fever pitch. Before, Uchiha's accusations might have left some room for doubt, but now Danzo had confessed without the slightest hesitation. He was a demon with blood-stained hands, the blood of Konoha's own people. He's vile beyond forgiveness. Someone like that should be executed immediately. How can he speak so lightly of such horrors? Those were innocent lives. For so many years, no one realized. Who knows how many he's harmed? The shouts of condemnation rose and fell. The people's emotions whipped into a frenzy. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly dispatched the Umbu to quell the crowd's outrage. But with hundreds, perhaps thousands, gathered on the scene, a few dozen Umbu were like a drop in the ocean. What's more, the Umbu were human too, with hearts that could feel and bleed. Knowing the monstrous crimes Danzo had committed, some among the Umbu felt their own anger ignite. They would not join the chorus of condemnation, but neither would they stand in the people's way as they sought justice. Sweat beaded on Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow as he watched the situation spiral out of control. He glared furiously at Danzo. Danzo, what nonsense are you spouting? Even I can't protect you now. Hiruzen roared in anger. What had gotten into Danzo to make him confess so brazenly? Already, the rumor had triggered an explosive backlash in just this small corner of the village. If word spread across all of Konoha by morning, who could imagine the shock that would follow? If that happened, tens of thousands of ninja and civilians from every corner of Konoha would surely flood the Hokage Tower, demanding answers. The thought sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. He realized Danzo had dragged him into the mire once and for all. Yet, Danzo remained utterly unmoved, gazing calmly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, why panic? They're just a handful of civilians. If they die, so be it. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock at those words. You? Are you seriously saying this right now? His face was a picture of disbelief as he staggered backward, as if seeing Danzo's true nature for the very first time. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. How could you say something like this out loud? Could it be he's under a Jinjutsu? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Hiruzen's mind, prompting a plan. Jinjutsu release. He struck Danzo sharply on the back, hoping to sever any hidden chakra manipulation. Yet, his efforts vanished without a trace, as if thrown into the void. Danzo was not under the influence of any illusion. The words and actions were truly his own. He's lost it. Danzo has gone mad. Hiruzen muttered under his breath, but a flicker of his gaze caught sight of Itachi Uchiha. And then, Shursui Uchiha's figure as well. Kodo Tsukimi. In that instant, Hiruzen's eyes grew even wider, memories flooding back in a torrent. If Genjutsu control can at least be detected, Kodo Tsukumi's effect is utterly silent and invisible. No ordinary person can ever tell if someone's fallen victim to that eye technique. Itachi Uchiha. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, his heart a storm of conflicting emotions. To think they would use such a method. But Itachi only smiled calmly. One way or another, it was simply Kodo Tsukimi that made Danzo confess the truth himself. There had been no embellishment, no twisting of facts. Impressive. You've won. Hiruzen mouthed the words soundlessly, his deep gaze lingering on the two for a moment. At this point, the outcome was irreversible. Looking back on all that had happened tonight, it was as if the Uchiha clan had led them step by step into a carefully laid trap. Each link in the chain tightening, leaving him completely at a loss. You flatter me. Itachi offered a humble bow, though paired with his blood-soaked, battle-worn appearance. There was nothing humble about the moment. Instead, it radiated an unspoken message. No matter your schemes, I will break them head-on. Retreat. At Hiruzen's command, the entire Umbu force swiftly gathered at his side, then departed with unwavering resolve, never once looking back. Only Danzo was left behind, isolated and alone. There was no saving Danzo now. If Hiruzen tried to protect him, he risked dragging the Hokage's office itself into the mire of public outrage. There was nothing left but to let go. If Danzo's sacrifice could bring peace to all this, then his death would have meaning. Ah, Danzo, you brought this upon yourself. No one can save you now. Leaping swiftly from tree to tree, Hiruzen soon vanished beneath the night sky. The Hokage has left. Does this mean we can... Among the crowd, someone hesitantly spoke up, raising his hand in a chopping motion. Of course, even the Hokage has abandoned him. Why should we care anymore? Go, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. That despicable Danzo. Like a stone tossed into still water, the words sent shockwaves through the crowd. In an instant, all hesitation vanished, and people surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing at Danzo. Yet, faced with the oncoming flood of villagers, Danzo remained eerily composed. He swept his gaze arrogantly over the crowd. What do you think you're doing? I am a Konoha elder. Stand down, all of you. But his words only poured fuel on the flames. The crowd's anger blazed even brighter. Elder? That's a load of nonsense. A heavy kick smashed into his face, contorting his features and sending him flying. The crowd swarmed in, surrounding Danzo completely. Let me stomp him. Don't push. Just a couple more punches, and then I'll let you have a go. Hey, watch it. You hit me, not him. Sorry. Watching Danzo suffer at the hands of the crowd, Itachi Uchiha turned to his clansmen and declared, Withdraw. In 3 hours, we'll return to clear the area. Don't disturb the villagers in the morning. No need to frighten them. The Uchiha stood tall, responding with solemn respect. Yes, young clan leader. The night slipped away in silence. As the first blush of dawn crept across the sky, a sensational piece of news exploded throughout Konoha village. Have you heard? Someone in the village was secretly conducting shady live experiments. What they did was simply horrifying. What? Is that for real? Where'd you hear such a rumor? A rumor? It's practically public knowledge by now. Who hasn't heard? The whole village is talking about it. Really? How come I haven't caught even a whisper of this? You sure you're not just making it up? Oh, never mind the details. Just pass it on. And soon enough, what started as a whisper will be on everyone's lips. A secret everyone knows. Is that so? Can it really spread like that? Sure enough, just as the first person predicted, the story swept through the village like wildfire. Within hours, there was hardly a soul in Konoha who hadn't heard. Shimura Danzo, once a respected elder, was exposed as the mastermind behind cruel and inhuman experiments. Fortunately, the ever-vigilant Uchiha clan uncovered the truth in time. They acted swiftly and decisively, not only destroying Danzo's dark laboratories, but also bringing Danzo himself to justice. Faced with overwhelming evidence, he had no choice but to confess to his crimes. In the wake of the villagers' fury, nearly 1,000 shinobi united, forcing Danzo to pay the ultimate price. They ground his body to dust. No, in fact, not even dust remained. There were simply too many people present that day. Every kind of ninjutsu was used, and after a round of bombardment, nothing was left standing. The Uchiha really did a brilliant job this time. Yeah, they truly deserve credit for this. I used to think they were just putting on a show for the village, but now it's clear they genuinely care about Konoha. I vaguely heard that the third Hokage might not be entirely blameless in all this, though. Sure, don't say things like that out loud. Walls have ears, you know. If the EMBU come and drag you away, don't expect me to bail you out. Sasuke, time to head out for school. Itachi Uchiha reached out to Sasuke, who was still enjoying breakfast, his face radiant with a gentle smile. All traces of last night's bloodshed had vanished after a thorough wash. With the first light of dawn, he was once again the loving big brother devoted to his little sibling. Sasuke quickly stuffed the last bite of breakfast into his mouth, then grabbed Itachi's hand, nimbly leaping onto his brother's back. He turned around, waving goodbye with a bright smile. Dad, Mom, we're off. And so, the two of them set out, making their way through the bustling streets of Konoha toward the Ninja Academy. By this time, the area in front of the academy was already crowded with students and their parents. Even though Konoha had gone through dramatic upheaval the night before, life had to go on. Children still went to school, and people still went to work. Everything seemed as usual, except that along the way, more people greeted them than before. It was these subtle, gradual changes that showed Itachi's plan had already succeeded for the most part. From here on, all that remained was to let time take its course. A flash of orange quietly caught Itachi's eye, making him pause for a brief moment. Naruto Uzumaki. With a thought, Itachi, carrying Sasuke on his back, walked in Naruto's direction. Naruto walked along with his head down, feeling a pang of loneliness as he saw classmates being dropped off by their families. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. He looked up and found a tall figure smiling down at him. Huh, big brother, do you need something? Naruto asked curiously. Itachi smiled kindly. You're Sasuke's classmate, aren't you? I'm his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke talks about you a lot. Since we ran into each other, I thought I'd come over and say hello. Sasuke shot Itachi a skeptical look, clearly puzzled. When do I ever talk about him? Why don't I remember that? Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? It's great to meet you, Itachi. Itachi chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair. Since you two are in the same class, look out for each other at school, okay? Don't worry. I promise I will. Naruto replied, face alight with excitement as he looked up. Sasuke, you too? Itachi said, turning to his brother with a smile. Okay, big brother, Sasuke replied, puffing out his cheeks in mild protest. Who is this? Why is there suddenly someone else sharing his brother with him? Itachi set Sasuke down and gently nudged the two of them. Let's go. I'll come pick you up tonight. Naruto, you're welcome to join us for dinner at our house. Oh, really? Naruto's excitement was written all over his face. Of course. Itachi squinted his eyes, beaming with a warm smile. In the group chat, Itachi Uchiha has sent a lucky draw red envelope. You claimed Itachi Uchiha's red envelope and received 2,233 gold coins. A bomb had been dropped into the previously calm chat, and everyone sprang to life. Yuzuki Shigumi. Hey, looks like someone's hit it big again. Let's congratulate this show-off. Seriously, why am I always the unluckiest one? Feels rigged to me. Obito Uchiha. Haha, I actually grabbed 15,000. Luck's on my side today. Hashirama Senju. Yuzuki, aren't you the group owner? Ha, how are you getting the short end of your own rig? Itachi Uchiha. At everyone, thank you all for your support these past days. After much planning, my goals have finally been achieved. The Uchiha clan is thriving again. Danzo is gone, and the position of Hokage is now within reach. Obito Uchiha. You're too polite, brother. That's what friends are for, helping each other out. By the way, when can we actually play a round of Fruit Ninja together? My hands are itching for it. Itachi Uchiha. Let's not, shall we? The Uchiha clan is doing just fine. No need for any extra excitement. Obito Uchiha. Relax. It's not like I'm insisting on dropping by your place. I just mean, if any newbies in the group run into trouble, we can always lend a helping hand, right? Slice and dice, from the guard division all the way to the residential district. Yuzuki Shigumi. At Obito Uchiha. You're acting weird. Where's my sunshine and innocence, Obito? When did you turn into a shrimp fried rice? Take off that red mask before we talk. Obito Uchiha. Huh? Didn't I tell you I've got the Rinnegan now? I could just resurrect myself afterwards. Plus, I have the Sage body in Sage mode. Chakra consumption is no big deal. I can play all I want. Yuzuki Shigumi. The Rinnegan. When did that happen? With a whoosh, Yuzuki shot up from his bed, face full of shock. Yes, Yuzuki was back in bed again. No matter how many days passed, as long as the scene cut back, he'd always be right there, refreshed and ready. This bed was fast becoming a monster respawn cage. This guy, pulling off a huge stunt without a peep. Yuzuki chuckled to himself. So, the Rinnegan evolved from Kamui, huh? Feels like it'll grant some truly game-breaking powers. Obito's Sharingan was already an exceptionally overpowered dojutsu, and now, having evolved into the Rinnegan, he would gain even more formidable abilities. Abilities like Uchiha Madara's Limbo, Border Jail, or the Heavenly Obstacle Crushing Star come to mind. Yuzuki Shigumi commented, wow, the Rinnegan is Sage's body, Sage Mode. This whole set must have cost you nearly 1,000,000 gold coins by now, right? So, Brother 2, how's your stash of gold holding up? After all, Yuzuki could always keep track of the group members' gold income in real time, and with this round of spending, Obito's little wallet would be nearly empty. Uchiha Obito replied, that's just a small expense. Besides, isn't gold meant to be spent anyway? While you guys have been busy these past few days, I haven't been idle either. I've managed to persuade the remaining Sand and Mist villages to join the Konoha family. So now, I've finally unified the shinobi world. With story changes on this scale, I won't be running out of gold anytime soon. Yuzuki whistled. 2. You're truly the first emperor of the shinobi world. So, does that mean you've taken over as the 5th Hokage now? Obito answered, not yet. Right now, Minato-sensei is still in charge. Let me tell you, these days, Minato-sensei is more influential than ever. Konoha is now the only shinobi village in the world, and as Hokage, his status is unparalleled. Yuzuki asked, so what's your role in Konoha now? If you're not Hokage, are you planning to be the retired grandmaster pulling the strings? Obito laughed. I'm not taking any position at all. Those roles might look impressive, but in reality, they're exhausting. Even Minato-sensei can barely keep up with all the work. If it were me, I'd probably do even worse. Right now, I just spend my days enjoying the simple life with Rin, easy and carefree. Yuzuki sighed. Alright, enough about that. Come on, share some details about your new Rinnegan powers. I'm really curious. Obito chuckled. Let me keep you guessing for a while. I'll hold off on telling you for now. Yuzuki groaned. You rascal. For now, Obito's Rinnegan techniques are set to 2, but I haven't decided on their names or abilities yet. Any suggestions from everyone? Uchiha Madara chimed in. At Hashirama Senju, Hashi, it's almost your birthday, isn't it? Why don't you come over, so we can celebrate together? Hashirama replied. It's already October where you are. Over here, it's just the beginning of summer. Madara said, it's October 20th here, 3 days to go. 6 paths, Obito interjected. Old man, you sure have a knack for remembering the little stuff. Madara retorted. How could I ever forget Hashirama's birthday? How about you come too? After the battle with Kagaya, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you before you left. 6 paths, Obito replied. Me? Well, since you put it that way, I suppose I could drop by. Looks like your personality really hasn't changed much after all. Well, come on over then. I'll let Naruto and the others know in advance, so things don't get chaotic. After all, the Hashirama here has already been revived. It might be a bit odd if 2 of them show up at once. Yuzuki Shurgong. Oh, for goodness sake, you already have one over there, and you're still thinking about the one in the group? Madara Uchiha. What are you saying? The friendship between me and Hashirama isn't something that can be measured by numbers. Yuzuki Shurgong. You old-timers really know how to have your fun. Well then, I'll open the portal now. Are you guys ready? Hashirama Senju. Ready. Obito of the 6 paths. Yeah. Since the 2 had confirmed they were prepared, Yuzuki opened the portal and sent them to Madara Uchiha's timeline. Yuzuki Shurgong. Ping me when you need to come back. Obito Uchiha. By the way, how come I haven't seen Minato-sensei online today? He didn't even grab his red envelope. Hope nothing's wrong. Please, nothing bad. I still haven't gotten to hug Naruto yet. Yuzuki Shurgong. Can't you hope for something good for once? Obito Uchiha. At Minato Namikaze, at Minato Namikaze, at Minato Namikaze, at Minato Namikaze, at Minato Namikaze. After a barrage of notifications, Minato Namikaze finally showed up. Minato Namikaze. Obito, has it occurred to you that maybe, just maybe, I was sleeping? Somehow, Yuzuki could almost hear the helplessness in his words. Obito Uchiha. Huh? Sorry, Minato-sensei. Yuzuki Shurgong. TSK, this is the roughest episode. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Yuzuki arrived at Naruto's house. She reached out and pressed the doorbell. Soon, the sound of quick, light footsteps echoed from inside. With a click, the door opened. Naruto poked his head out, a look of confusion on his face. The moment he saw Yuzuki outside, the confusion vanished, replaced instantly by delight. Yuzuki, you got here so fast. Come on in. Naruto flung the door wide open, beaming as he welcomed Yuzuki inside. Once they stepped into the entryway, both changed into indoor slippers. Naruto casually closed the door, and together they walked side by side to the living room. Yuzuki, with a clear goal in mind, headed straight for the new, oversized sofa, flopped down with a smile playing at her lips, and said, "Now, what auspicious day is this? Getting a meal cooked by you is a rare treat." Naruto made his way back to the dining table, busying himself with the plates and utensils. You always treat me. It's about time I played host. I'll go get us something to drink." "Hey, aren't Minato and Kushina home?" Yuzuki asked, curious. Carrying back the drinks, Naruto explained, "Dad went to find Uncle Shikaku. The Chunin exams are about to start, after all. I heard from my dad that he's planning to organize a joint exam with other countries, a grand competition for the younger generation. As for my mom, she went over to Sasuke's place to chat with his mother. The two of them always have endless things to talk about, but somehow, no matter where the conversation starts, it always circles back to me and Sasuke. It's kind of awkward, honestly." "Huh." Lying on the sofa with her chin propped up, Yuzuki grinned and said, "That sounds great." Recently, he'd sent Haiden over to see Sasuke. With Sasuke able to perform the reanimation jutsu, and Haiden bringing in the samsara of heavenly life, bringing the dead back became almost effortless. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were able to return to the world of the living, finally reuniting Sasuke's family. But as for the rest of the Uchiha clan, there were simply too many of them. Even Sure hadn't made it to the front of the line yet. The others would have to wait their turn. The chakra stored in Samahata had been completely depleted, so Kisame was now out grinding with the sword, gathering more energy. Once it was full again, another round of resurrections could begin. "Naruto, what's up?" "The Chunin exams. Are you and Sasuke going to participate?" Yuzuki asked with keen interest. Naruto answered without hesitation, "Of course. My goal is to take after my dad and become Hokage." "How can a Jonin become Hokage? I've got to at least make it a Jonin, right? So there's no way I'm missing the Chunin exams." Yuzuki almost burst out laughing. "Then the other candidates in your class are in for a treat." Among the Chunin exam participants, the strongest were probably Gaara and Rock Lee, but compared to Naruto and Sasuke, the gap wasn't just wide, it was a whole other league. It was like you just started learning boxing for 3 months, and your coach tossed you into the ring. All you know about your opponent is that their name has Tai in it. You step onto the stage, and there stands Tyson himself. Your heart sinks. But then you realize, Tyson's just the referee. Your real opponent is Ultraman Taro. That's what you call a dimensional crush, utterly overwhelming. Hiv. Naruto scratched his head with an embarrassed little laugh. Clearly, he understood what she meant. "Go easy on them, okay?" Of course. "Oh right, Yuzuki, are you going to participate too?" Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, practically speaking for him. Yuzuki's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You want to see me in action?" Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, his excitement impossible to hide. Every night before bed, Kurama would tell him all sorts of stories, which made Naruto's knowledge grow by leaps and bounds. The more he learned, the more respect and awe he felt. Only now did he finally realize just how formidable that elder sister who was always at Yuue's side truly was. She was the very origin of all shinobi, revered as the progenitor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the rabbit goddess, wielding supreme and unparalleled power. And yet, such a legendary figure was content to follow quietly behind Yuue, her daily presence as gentle and harmless as a neighborly older sister. How could he not be filled with curiosity about Yuue? He recalled that back in school, the two of them were the undisputed underachievers. In the blink of an eye, they had both grown so powerful, while those classmates who once mocked them had faded into obscurity, lost among the crowd. "Haha, never mind," Yuue chuckled, shaking his head. "I think being a genin suits me just fine for now. If he really entered the arena, it would be like sending the Trisolarans to trounce Jurassic dinosaurs. Utterly one-sided with no suspense at all. A genin isn't worthy of your stature, Yuue." "Oh, come on. Let's both take the Chunin exams. I'm really looking forward to facing you head-on." Yuue replied with a hint of exasperation. "You're nowhere close to my league. I'd barely have to lift a finger before you'd be overwhelmed." "Well, that wouldn't be any fun. Throw Sasuke into the mix, then it might get interesting." "Fine, bring Sasuke along. The two of you can take me on together. Now that should be entertaining, right, Yuue?" Naruto broke into a broad grin, jumping on the idea. All right, I'll join in." Yuue finally relented with a laugh. Since things had come to this, it wouldn't hurt to indulge Naruto's curiosity a little. The two chatted idly, time slipping by unnoticed. It wasn't until the aroma of food began drifting from the kitchen that Yuue gradually returned to his senses. "That smells amazing." Yuue blinked, suddenly pausing. "Wait, Minato, and Kushina aren't home, and you're here. So who's in the kitchen cooking? Naruto grinned mischievously. Why don't you take a guess? Your shadow clone? Nope, not even close. Oh, I know, it's Haku. You rascal. Yuyue said, his tone full of meaning. When Naruto set out for the land of waves, there were 5 figures in the team. When he returned, there were magically 6. One had to admit, Naruto had truly earned his title as the shinobi world's ultimate charmer. His appeal was off the charts. Naruto waved his hands, laughing. No, that's not it either. Well, then I'm stumped. Yuyue slipped nimbly off the sofa, put on his shoes, and headed toward the kitchen, curiosity lighting up his face. I'm about to see for myself who this mysterious guest is. Don't tell me it's Zabuza? Now that would be wild. With eager anticipation, Yuyue pushed open the kitchen door, as if unveiling a treasure chest. But the very next second, his face froze in astonishment, rooted to the spot. Kakarama. Shogun Yuzuki's face was filled with astonishment. Right before his eyes, a 9-tailed fox, as tall as a man, was bustling energetically in front of the stove. Oh, it's you, kid. Don't just stand there gawking. Help me take these dishes out, will you? Kurama spoke with his back turned, expertly tossing the contents of the wok as he gave instructions. Oh, sure. Yuzuki, still a bit dazed, carried the aromatic dishes out of the kitchen. It wasn't until he set the food down on the dining table that he felt as if he'd finally awakened from a dream. He stared in disbelief at Naruto, who was grinning brilliantly from the sofa. Kurama can cook like this? Kurama's full of surprises, Naruto replied with a proud chuckle. Indeed, I'm impressed, Yuzuki replied, nodding seriously at the mouth-watering spread before him. Even before tasting it, the presentation and aroma alone promised that this would be no ordinary meal. He made a mental note. He'd have to invite Master Kurama to give Kagaya and the 2 black Zetsus a proper cooking lesson sometime. Just then, the doorbell rang, a series of crisp knocks. Naruto's face lit up instantly, and he dashed eagerly to the door. That must be them, he announced. Yuzuki's curiosity was piqued. Had Naruto invited more guests today? Soon, Naruto returned, leading a lively group of people flooding into the room. What does so many people? Yuzuki's eyes nearly popped out of his head. At the front of the group stood several adults. Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Itachi, Zabuza, Kurenai Yuhi, and Oma. Behind them trailed a band of teenagers. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Tintin, Sasuke, Sakura Hiro, Haku, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, as well as Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. The entire Konoha 12 and their mentors were all present. Everyone, please have a seat. The food will be ready soon, Naruto announced with a beaming smile. Yuzuki. Familiar faces called out to him, and Yuzuki greeted each one with a warm smile in return. Naruto's home was nothing like it used to be. Gone was the cramped little apartment that didn't even have a balcony. Now, he lived in a grand, standalone villa, befitting the residence of the Hokage, with plenty of space to host such a gathering. Even so, with this many people, the spacious house was filled to capacity, a testament to the scale of today's banquet. In the great hall, 2 tables stood on either side, one for the adults, the other reserved for the younger generation. Oh, there's alcohol. Yuzuki's eyes sparkled as he noticed several fine bottles in Kakashi's hands. I'm sitting at the adults' table, he declared with a sly smile, unobtrusively slipping into the seat between Kakashi and Zabuza. Fill my glass, please. Thank you, Yuzuki said politely to Zabuza, who was pouring drinks. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Hey kid, you're a bit young for alcohol, aren't you? If you get drunk, don't expect me to carry you home. Though Zabuza was known as a ruthless character, during his days in Konoha, he had been diligent and well-behaved, carrying out his assignments with remarkable dedication. In just a few days, he had completed 3 B-rank missions and 1 A-rank mission. Since he was brought back by Naruto, everyone in the village found it easy to accept him, and there were few barriers left between them. You must be joking. I can hold my liquor. I could drink all day and not get drunk, Yujetsu declared, raising his cup as a signal for more. Yujetsu, at your age, it's better to stay away from alcohol, Kakashi advised gently. It's fine, Before Yujetsu could finish, a hand suddenly grabbed him by the collar, yanking him out of his seat. He looked up and was met with a cascade of golden hair. Oh no, I just want a little taste, Ino. Absolutely not. Ino's stance was firm and unwavering. All right, Yujetsu conceded with a sigh. I'll just go sit at the kids' table. Master Nine, can we eat now? I'm starving. Yujetsu called out loudly. All right, come help carry the food, came Kurama's voice from the kitchen. Charge. Let's go. Bring on the food. The group shouted with excitement. Time flowed like a swift stream, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On October 6th, with winter's chill creeping ever closer, Only a handful of days remained before Kushina was due to welcome new life into the world. Because of major changes to the storyline and the advanced technology Minato had brought back from the future, Konoha was experiencing an era of unprecedented growth. The exact date of Naruto's birth was now uncertain. It might not be October 10th anymore. It could be tomorrow, or even the very next moment. Regardless, the mission to protect Kushina had already begun in earnest. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that pivotal moment to arrive. In the branches of a lush tree near the Namikaze's residence, Kakashi was concealed, alert eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of an intruder. He had been ordered to guard Kushina here. Minato had also hoped the task would help Kakashi occupy his mind, easing him away from the pain of his past. "Kakashi, do you have a moment?" Suddenly, Minato's voice sounded right in Kakashi's ear. "Sensei Minato?" Kakashi snapped to attention and spun around, only to find no one behind him. That voice definitely came from here. He muttered to himself, puzzled. Before he could make sense of the situation, the voice came again. "Kakashi, come inside for a moment. There's someone who wants to meet you." There was a hint of mystery in Minato's tone, piquing Kakashi's curiosity even further. "Someone wants to see me? Who could it be?" Filled with questions, Kakashi leapt down from the tree and headed for the front door of the house. Even though he was completely baffled by the visitor's identity, Kakashi would always comply with anything arranged by Minato-sensei. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, heading straight for the living room. But there, sitting alone, was Minato Namikaze. No one else was in sight. "Please have a seat, Kakashi." Minato greeted him with his usual warm smile. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi said as he sat down. "You mentioned someone wanted to see me?" Minato didn't answer right away. Instead, he watched Kakashi with a gentle, knowing smile. Just as Kakashi began to feel puzzled, everything before his eyes suddenly plunged into darkness, and a gentle warmth enveloped his face. Someone had crept up behind him and covered his eyes with their hands. Kakashi's body tensed, shock running through him. Who could it be? Someone had managed to get so close to him without making a sound, and he hadn't noticed a thing. Thank goodness it was a friend, not an enemy. Kakashi silently chided himself. He'd have to redouble his training from now on. "Hello, may I ask?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. A voice from behind him, one he knew better than any other. "Guess who I am, you dummy, Kakashi?" The sound of it struck a chord deep within him, and a tremor ran through Kakashi's body. "You?" He hardly needed to guess. The moment the voice rang out, he knew who it was. This was someone he could never forget, no matter how many lifetimes passed. But wasn't he supposed to be gone? "Obito, is it really you?" Kakashi's voice trembled, as though he feared this was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. "TCH, you're sharper than you look." The hands released him, and the light rushed back in. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then spun around abruptly. "Obito, it really is you." Standing before him was the very same Obito from his memories, grinning that familiar, goofy grin. He was dressed in casual clothes now, and the ever-present goggles were gone, but Kakashi recognized him in an instant. Seeing Kakashi about to throw himself into a hug, Obito quickly stretched out an arm to block him. "Hold up, dummy Kakashi. Try to keep it together." Kakashi froze, and Obito continued. "I know your heart's probably bursting with emotion, but can we find a different way to let it out? Stop with all the hugging already. I've had enough of that to last a lifetime." As he spoke, he reached out casually, and with a flicker in the air, like a magician conjuring a trick, Obito pulled out a maid outfit. "Come on, put this on. Just let me snap a few pictures, and we'll call even." Obito grinned, practically glowing with mischief. Kakashi's face darkened. Was this some kind of joke? There was no way he'd ever put something like that on. How had Obito's personality become so peculiar? And to think, a moment ago he'd been all choked up with emotion. "In your dreams, if you want someone in that outfit, wear it yourself." Kakashi snatched the maid outfit away and tossed it aside without a second thought. "Kakashi, just this once." Obito clutched his head, pretending to wail in misery. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he pulled this off, he could take these photos back to his own timeline and have a great time teasing the Kakashi over there. "Kakashi, you wouldn't want these photos to spread everywhere, would you?" Kakashi rolled his eyes and decided to ignore Obito's nonsense altogether. Instead, he turned to Minato Namikaze, who had been smiling warmly the whole time. With a hint of confusion and the joy of reuniting with Obito, he asked, "Sensei Minato, what exactly is happening here?" Though his question seemed a bit out of place, Kakashi couldn't help himself. He clearly remembered that, at that time, Obito's situation had been extremely dire. He had been as good as dead. And yet now, Obito stood before him, completely unharmed. How could that be explained? Well, he's a visitor from another timeline. Not the Obito you know, but at the same time, he's still Obito himself. As for how he got here, you can think of it as something similar to the Runaka phenomenon we once experienced. Minato didn't hide anything, choosing instead to lay out the truth plainly. I see. Kakashi's gaze turned distant, the excitement he felt earlier slowly fading away. So, he's a visitor from another timeline. So that means our Obito's still. There was a trace of sadness in Kakashi's voice. But just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and Obito spoke up, sounding annoyed. What's with that look? In what way am I not as good as the other guy? Kakashi lifted his eyelids and let out a sigh. There's no point in comparing. You two aren't the same person to begin with. Seeing that Kakashi was about to slip back into gloom, Obito grinned and said, What if I told you? That guy didn't actually die. Kakashi's head shot up, his eyes wide with surprise. You mean? That's right. Exactly what you're thinking. Where is he? Kakashi pressed, unable to contain his urgency. And if he's alive, why hasn't he come back? Obito waved his hand dismissively. Don't be impatient. It's a complicated story. If you really want to hear it all, it'll take quite a while. Then take your time and start from the beginning. Obito chuckled mischievously. You want me to tell you? Sure, put on that outfit for me first. Kakashi's face fell, and all his thoughts vanished in an instant. Unable to contain himself, he brushed Obito's hand aside and launched a swift kick straight at Obito's backside. Looks like you're asking for a lesson. Kakashi grumbled inwardly. This guy's even more outgoing than the Obito, I remember. But as for his personality, well, it's complicated to say the least. Obito grinned again, his body turning intangible as he easily dodged Kakashi's attack. What kind of ability is that? Kakashi asked in surprise. An incredibly practical ability. All right, enough joking around. Kakashi put away his smile, turning serious. You weren't lying to me just now, were you? That person is really still alive? Relax, why would I lie to you? In fact, you might even get to meet them again very soon. Obito replied, his tone mysterious and teasing. Kakashi let out a gentle breath, relief washing over him. That's good to hear. Just as everything seemed to be settling down, Kakashi suddenly put on his mischievous grin and lashed out with a playful kick. Let's see if you can dodge this time. But Obito's ghost-like intangibility was as quick as lightning, and Kakashi's sudden attack missed its mark once more. Trying to ambush me again, Kakashi. You're still a bit too green. Obito smirked, brimming with disdain. What an unbelievable power. Kakashi shook his head, then gave up on the idea of kicking Obito and sank comfortably into the sofa. Obito took the seat across from Kakashi, a secretive, enigmatic smile spreading across his face. Kakashi, aside from me, there's someone else who's arrived. Want to guess who it is? Who? Kakashi looked up, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Obito gave a sly little chuckle, then suddenly sprang to his feet, spreading his arms wide and shouting with all his might. Arise! My beloved! As Obito's voice rang out, the space before them twisted under the power of Kamui, a swirling portal slowly taking shape. On the other side of the spatial vortex lay a mysterious, unknown realm. Soon, Rin Noera stepped gracefully out from the swirling gateway. Well, Kakashi, are you surprised? Obito shot Kakashi a wink, his face alight with pride and anticipation. Yet, Kakashi's reaction was far from what Obito expected. He merely raised an eyebrow, a subtle flicker of guilt and complex emotion flashing through his deep gaze. Compared to the shock and excitement he showed when first seeing Obito return, Kakashi now seemed unusually calm. It's all right, Kakashi replied, his voice gentle and composed. Rin, it's been a long time. A soft smile touched his lips as he greeted the old friend standing before him. Kakashi, Rin called his name, her voice trembling with disbelief and emotion. I never thought we'd meet again. I'm truly happy. Her smile bloomed like a summer flower, pure and warm, seeming to melt away all the cold and distance between them. Obito looked utterly baffled. He glanced at Rin, then turned back to Kakashi. Kakashi, you're just going to stay this calm? This is Rin, you know. Obito's eyes were wide with astonishment. Open your eyes and look. You're not going blind, are you? I'm not blind. Of course I know she's Rin. Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. But she must be a Rin from another timeline, right? Kakashi spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Though this does bring me some comfort. But the fact that I accidentally killed Rin from our timeline is a reality that can't be changed. I failed to keep my promise back then. As he recalled the pain of the past, Kakashi's expression grew heavy. Obito's face twisted into something strange, and he suddenly shouted, Kakashi, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? This Rin is from your timeline. I just brought her back to life not long ago. Kakashi whipped around, the sorrow in his eyes instantly replaced by astonishment. What? He had assumed Obito brought Rin from another world to ease his guilt. But the truth seemed to be something else entirely. Is that really true? Kakashi scratched his head, realizing he'd made a fool of himself. Kakashi, is that clever brain of yours finally getting muddled? No wonder you're called Blockhead Kakashi. They say nicknames never lie, Obito said with a click of his tongue, folding his arms. Don't worry, Kakashi. It's absolutely true. Minato, who had been listening quietly, spoke up at just the right moment, putting an end to any doubts. Kakashi was left speechless, his heart in turmoil. Rin, she was alive again, just like that? Without any warning. Kakashi? What's wrong? Kakashi met Rin Nohara's gaze in silence. In her eyes, there was nothing but a gentle, forgiving smile that slowly eased the guilt he'd carried all these years. Thank you, Rin. And thank you, Obito. Kakashi's gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. No matter what, seeing Rin Nohara come back to life filled him with joy. The shadow of that tragic mistake had tormented him for so long, nearly consuming him completely. Regardless of his circumstances, he was deeply grateful to this Obito from another world. Why are you being so formal? We're practically family, Obito chuckled. But still, I had to say it. All right, enough of that. Let's go out and grab a bite together. Rin, come on. Obito called out cheerfully. Minato-sensei, let's go too. Days slipped by, and before they knew it, October 10th had arrived. As if guided by fate, or perhaps by some unexpected coincidence, Kushina's due date was set for that very day. The weighty task of delivering the baby fell to Buwako Sarutobi, the wife of the third Hokage, who would personally welcome the new life into the world. Naruto was about to be born, in the Hokage's office. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. Leave everything to me. You just focus on being by your wife's side. Obito brimmed with confidence, taking it upon himself to handle the threat of the masked man. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Minato smiled gently and nodded his agreement. Tonight's contest, its outcome was almost beyond question. Obito's victory seemed all but guaranteed. The Rinnegan, Sage Mode, the body of a sage, faced with such powers, Minato truly couldn't imagine a reason for defeat. Here I come, damn it. Suddenly, a portal tore open in space with a thunderous burst. Yuzuki Shigumi leapt out, her face radiant with irrepressible excitement. How could I possibly miss something as momentous as Naruto's birth? Yuzuki, did you come all this way just to watch? Minato paused in surprise, then offered a relieved, gentle smile. Everything was going to be all right. Everything was under control. It seemed a Nine-Tails rampage would have no chance to unfold in this timeline. Obito was startled at first, but his surprise quickly shifted to delight. Yuzuki, you're here too. Of course. How could I not be here for a night like this? How's the situation looking? Yuzuki asked with a cheerful, squinting smile. It's just about time. I was heading out to intercept the masked man. Since you're here, why don't we go together? Obito proposed. Wouldn't the two of us ganging up on him be a bit much? Yuzuki's expression grew subtly amused at Obito's words. Don't worry. I doubt he'll go down so easily. Obito flashed a mischievous grin. Tisk, with a counterpart like you, that masked man is truly blessed. All right, let's move. It's been a while since I had a good fight. Watching Obito and Yuzuki stride off together, arms slung over each other's shoulders, Minato silently offered a wordless prayer for the Obito of this world. Let's hope that boy can withstand all that's coming. Without another moment's hesitation, a flash of golden light marked Minato's disappearance into the night. Night had fallen. Beyond the village of Konoha, a silent woodland path lay bathed in darkness. There a tall, shadowy figure slowly emerged. A shaft of clear, water-like moonlight slipped through the thinning clouds, gently illuminating the figure. Shrouded in a black cloak, the shadow seemed almost a part of the night itself. Elusive, impossible to grasp. Konoha, a deep, magnetic voice, tinged with complexity, broke the stillness of the night. The newcomer lifted his head slightly, his silhouette beneath the cloak standing taller and more imposing. From within the shadow, only a single yellow mask marked his presence, striped like a tiger. The mask's lone eye-hole, like a window peering out at the world, glimmered for an instant with a faint, blood-red light, so brief it was almost mist. This is the best chance to seize the Nine-Tails. But if the Nine-Tails is extracted, Sensei's wife. His whisper was laced with hesitation. Unconsciously, his hands clenched into fists, a flicker of pain flickering deep within his eyes. In the world of ninjas, when a tailed beast is extracted from its host, it is nothing short of a death sentence for the Jinchuriki. At that very moment, a sudden voice, laced with a mocking tone, drifted down from above. This kid might not be beyond saving after all. I thought he was truly cold-hearted and ruthless by nature. The unexpected interruption sent a jolt through the mysterious masked man. A chill raced up his spine. Who could have approached so silently, eluding even his senses? He snapped his head up, eyes sharp as a hawk's, searching for any sign of the intruders. Peering through layers of leaves toward the lofty walls of the hidden leaf village not far away, he was startled to find two strangers had appeared atop the ramparts, their arrival unnoticed. Both wore cloaks and masks. One mask was remarkably similar in style to his own, but painted a vivid red. The other was even more peculiar. A simple piece of cloth concealed the face, adorned only with a bold, scarlet character, Jean, etched at its center, its stark simplicity carrying a mischievous, almost taunting air. "Who are you?" The mysterious man narrowed his eyes, his wariness reaching its peak. For someone to approach undetected, such power could not be underestimated. In response to his question, the boy in the red mask scratched his head awkwardly, glancing sideways at his companion as if seeking advice. "He's asking who we are. How should we answer? This wasn't in our plan, was it?" Red Jung shot him a look of utter disdain. "Idiot. You think you just answer if he asks? Don't overthink it. Just get on with it." Realization dawned on the red-masked boy, and he nodded eagerly. These two eccentric, uninvited guests were none other than Uchiha Obito and Yuzuki Shigumi, who had come specifically to intercept the mysterious masked man. Since their opponent favored mysterious masks and cryptic theatrics, they decided to join in the act. Well, two could play that game. Obito took a step forward, his laughter mimicking Uchiha Madara's deep timbre. After all, impersonation was hardly a rare skill. "Hey, you down there. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. Pick your opponent, one of us, or else we'll have no choice but to dispense a little group justice." The mysterious man hesitated, taken aback by the oddly familiar voice. This isn't the time to get lost in the details, he thought. He raised his eyes warily, fixing them on Obito and Yuzuki, the tension in his body palpable. Every nerve screamed a warning. These two, who seemed so casual, were anything but ordinary. Their power was undoubtedly formidable. Should he play by their rules and choose one? He understood, all too well, that to these two, everything happening here was merely a game, and he was nothing but a toy within it. Moreover, at this moment, escaping with Kimui was already impossible. Activating Kimui required time, and by now, he was firmly locked onto by his opponent. Any sudden move would surely trigger a fierce counterattack. There was no way to run. He could only face the situation head-on. Damn it! Where did these two come from? How could I not know that Konoha had such formidable fighters? Though the humiliation stung, the mysterious man finally selected a target. "It'll be you." He pointed straight at Obito, the one with the red mask on his face. With such powerful opponents, he might stand a chance in a one-on-one fight, but if they joined forces, there'd be absolutely no hope. After sizing them up, he decided to break the ice with the one who looked a bit clueless. "Oh, nice choice." Obito's face broke into a delighted grin. He gave Yue's shoulder a hearty pat, as if he'd just received a great honor. "Then I won't hold back. Let me do the honors and go first." "TSK, what terrible taste. Can't believe he didn't pick me first." Yue pouted, clearly not pleased. "Fine. I'll make my entrance in Phase 2, then." "Haha. Don't worry. I'll make sure to save some for you." With that, Obito nimbly leapt down from the high wall, landing steadily on the ground not far from the mysterious masked man. "Who are you, really? Why do you have a mask so similar to mine?" The man's voice was low and menacing. The other's mask was almost an exact copy of his own, just in red. "Sure, knowing too much isn't good for your health, you know. All you really need to remember is that my mask looks way better than yours." Obito playfully raised a finger in front of his mask and flashed a mischievous smile. "Is that so?" The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, he launched a sudden attack, aiming to catch Obito completely off guard with lightning speed. Outmatched as he was, he had to seize every possible opening. A harsh, metallic clatter rang out. Cold, heavy chains seemed to materialize from thin air. Gripping one end tightly, the man swung them with tremendous force. Driven by that strength, the chain whipped forward like an enraged serpent, lunging straight at Obito. Yet Obito stood there as if caught by surprise, making no move to dodge at all. In a heartbeat, the chains were already right in front of him. Did I get him? A glimmer of hope flickered in the masked man's eyes as he stared intently at Obito. Was this guy just overconfident, or had he truly failed to react? Either way, in this situation, unless he could dematerialize, escape seemed impossible. But how could that be? Intangibility was his unique ocular power. Across the entire shinobi world, only he could wield it. "What? In the next instant, the mysterious masked man's pupils widened dramatically, filled with utter disbelief. The chain had passed straight through Obito's body, as insubstantial as a reflection on water, utterly unreal. Damn it, it really is phasing. Are you Silas? How do you know that technique? The man gasped in shock. The chain had truly pierced through, proving that Obito had mastered phasing. You're making a fuss over nothing. Obito smiled easily, drawing the long sword from his waist with unhurried composure, his movements calm and assured. Raising the blade high, Obito brought it down in a swift arc. A crescent-shaped, crimson blade of energy howled through the air. But that was only the beginning. He followed with 2 more swift strikes, sending 3 razor-sharp waves of sword energy slicing through the air, all aimed for the masked man. With a sudden metallic clatter, the foremost chain was instantly severed into pieces, fragments of iron scattering across the ground. The mysterious masked man could also phase, so the 3 sword waves passed right through his intangible form without inflicting any harm. Yet despite that, a tidal wave of shock surged in his heart, flooding every corner of his mind. How can you use that too? His voice trembled with disbelief. Even more, how can you attack while staying in your phase state? What? His chain, after passing through Obito, hadn't even had time to be recalled before Obito had already launched his counterattack. If it had been him, the moment he became tangible, the chain would have run him through without mercy. But clearly, his opponent was not bound by such a limit. His phasing ability was a step beyond his own. It's simple because of these eyes. Obito tapped the eye holes of his mask, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Beneath the mask, a pair of deep purple Rinnegan eyes quietly opened. They were the evolved form of the eternal Mangekyo, granting the power to attack while phased without losing his intangible state, a power known as Kimui. And this was but one of the countless abilities these Rinnegan eyes commanded. Rinnegan. The masked man was utterly stunned. What's going on? How did you get the Rinnegan? Did this guy do away with Nagato? But when could that have happened? He'd seen Nagato alive, and well, just that very morning. Obito beckoned, gesturing for him to come closer. Curious? Come here, and I'll whisper it to you. But the masked man, startled like a frightened bird, immediately took several steps back. TCH, why so nervous? Obito clicked his tongue in mock annoyance, looking a little helpless. The masked man remained silent, watching him warily, not relaxing his guard for a moment. Well then, I suppose it's my turn now. Obito grinned, unable to hide his anticipation. He raised his hand gently, his fingertips tapping against each other with nimble precision, producing a crisp, clear sound. Tap! That single, delicate sound instantly transformed the surrounding scenery into something eerie and unfathomable. In a flash, the once bright moon that had hung in the night sky suddenly vanished without a trace. The boundless world was pulled by an inexplicable force, plunging everything into abrupt silence and darkness. Yet the disappearance of the moon was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. When the moon reappeared in the heavens, it was no longer its former silvery white, but had become a startling blood-red orb. Scarlet moonlight poured down upon the land, casting a chilling, blood-tinged hue over everything in sight. Obito slowly raised the long sword in his hand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the blade traced a cold, gleaming arc through the air. Clang! Almost the very moment the sound rang out, Obito had already appeared silently before the mysterious masked man. His long sword swept sideways in a strike, so swift it was nearly impossible to follow. The masked man's eyes widened in shock, his pupils narrowing as he marveled inwardly, so fast. Almost by instinct, he immediately activated his intangibility, his form distorting in the air, slipping past that lethal blow with ease. Without pause, the masked man quickly widened the gap between them. A wave of searing heat surged in his chest, and in the next instant, he spat out an enormous, blazing fireball, the roar of flames filling the air. Fire style, grand fireball. Faced with the oncoming torrent of flames, Obito twisted his wrist, his long sword drawing a graceful arc through the air. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of crimson sword energy swept out like a tornado, racing toward the fireball and tearing it apart in an instant, reducing its fierce power to mere fragments. Even as the sword energy faded and smoke still lingered, the masked man took advantage of the obscured vision. Like a phantom, he burst from the haze at blinding speed. Now, in his hand, a new chain glinted with cold light, clearly aimed for a close-range assault on Obito. But it was as if Obito had foreseen everything. He stood his ground, unmoving, letting the chains and explosive tags whirl and dart around him. Yet not a single one could so much as brush his sleeve. Did he see through me? The masked man frowned. Then, Obito's form flickered, leaping into the air like a ghost. Sword lights spiraled around him, forming a dazzling curtain that swept downward, engulfing the masked man below in a radiant deluge. Clang! 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 Under the relentless barrage of shimmering sword shadows, the masked man had no choice but to keep using his intangibility to evade. Every dodge drained more of his precious chakra, and a hint of anxiety and frustration began to show in his eyes. How unfair is this? The masked man thought furiously, his eyes wide with indignation. He realized that he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. Such a battle was undoubtedly a futile effort. Every strike from his adversary forced him to use his intangibility technique. But the frequent use of this ability was a tremendous strain on his eyes. He doubted he could keep it up much longer. Boom! At last, when the countless sword shadows rained down, Obito seized the opportunity, crashing down with all his might. Yet once again, his attack merely passed through the mysterious masked man's intangible form. Only the earth bore the brunt of the impact, suffering a deep, savage crater as an innocent witness to their clash. This is getting boring. We just keep phasing through each other. What's the point of this fight? Obito curled his lips in a wry smile, casually sliding his long blade back into its sheath. The masked man looked at Obito with a deep, inscrutable gaze, but said nothing in reply. Boring? Clearly, he had been on the receiving end the whole time. With that thought, he swiftly retreated, as if to reconsider his strategy. Yet in that very instant, Obito was faster. Several chains shimmering with a cold, steely light seemed to spring forth from thin air, instantly unfurling and weaving a tight, inescapable net. Let's wrap up this little performance, shall we? I think Akatsuki is about to lose her patience. Obito's soft chuckle mingled with the clinking of chains, drifting lazily into the masked man's ears. The masked man's eyes narrowed sharply. Faced with the incoming chains, he reflexively activated his intangibility. A surge of relief washed over him. If not for this power, he would have died several times over by now. Confident as ever, he thought he could evade the attack, just as he had countless times before, letting every strike pass harmlessly through him. But everything changed in an instant. What the hell? A shock ran through the masked man's heart. Obito's chains, to his disbelief, had wrapped tightly around him, even while he was intangible. What's going on? A wave of dread swept over the masked man. The Kamui technique he had always prided himself on. Had it failed him? He hadn't even kept it active for 5 straight minutes. He'd only used it in short bursts. You really thought I had no way to deal with you, little brother? Obito gripped one end of the chain, and it seemed to come alive with its own will, binding the masked man firmly and leaving him unable to move an inch. With the masked man utterly immobilized, Obito gave a casual flick of his wrist, tossing the chain aside. Then, he strode forward, drawing his long blade from his waist. With every inch of steel revealed, the air itself seemed to grow heavier and more still. Obito moved slowly, but each step covered the distance of dozens of meters in a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the masked man. Raising his sword high, Obito brought it down without a trace of hesitation. In that instant, darkness swallowed the masked man's vision. As his consciousness faded, he seemed to hear a whisper in the void. It's already night. Quietly fade away. Huh. With a sudden gasp, the mysterious masked man drew a sharp breath, his eyes snapping open. But instead of blood-soaked blades or the cold, haunting landscape of the underworld, he found himself surrounded by a lush, vibrant forest, blooming with flowers and brimming with greenery. For a brief moment, confusion clouded his mind. He ran his hands over his unharmed body, a sense of bewilderment rising within him. I'm not dead. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face beneath the mask. That strike from Obito should have been fatal. He had been bound by iron chains, utterly immobilized, his ocular jutsu inexplicably failing him. He couldn't even phase out. Even his final trump card, Izanagi, had failed to activate under some mysterious interference. Helpless, he could only watch as the blade drew near, like a fish laid out on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of the executioner. What on earth is going on? The masked man began to scrutinize his surroundings. It was still the secluded path at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, the very place he had come from. Yet all traces of the fierce battle with Obito had vanished. The ground, once ravaged, now lay perfectly smooth. The trees, previously scarred by sword energy, stood whole and untouched. Even the blood-red moon overhead had returned to a soft yellow, casting a gentle glow across the land. Now, only he remained, alone. Everything else seemed as insubstantial as a dream. Ugh. He clutched his head, a dull ache throbbing beneath his skull. Was that just an illusion? But he quickly dismissed the notion, his gaze growing sharp and pensive. No, that sensation was far too real. There's no way it was an illusion. How odd. Baffled, he shook his head, resolving to continue toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Am I just being paranoid? Maybe I should check on the Ninetales, just in case. But as he took his first step, a teasing voice rang out from above, breaking the night's tranquility. Halt! Trespassers are not allowed beyond this point in the Leaf Village. It's late. You'd best return tomorrow if you wish to pay us a visit. That voice so familiar. The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. He jerked his head up, searching for the source. There, atop the towering village walls, stood two all too familiar figures. One wore a red mask, the other a crimson center. It's them again. A surge of shock rippled through the masked man's heart. This scene. Haven't I experienced this before? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hey, you down there, if you're not planning to leave, why not stay and play with us for a while? Pick one of us to be your opponent. How about it? Of course, if you'd rather not choose, then we'll both take you on together. Don't blame us for a little dose of righteous teamwork. Obito grinned, his voice laced with a hint of anticipation. Hearing these familiar words, the masked man had no doubt. He had lived all of this before. Has time reversed? Or am I being manipulated by some unknown illusion? Never in his life had the man behind the mysterious mask encountered something so bizarre. His face was a canvas of disbelief and bewilderment. Hey, you've got 3 seconds left. If you don't choose, we'll make the choice for you. Obito's voice rang out again, pressing him for an answer. There was no time for further deliberation. The masked man decisively extended his finger, pointing at Yujetsu Shigomi, who wore the red mahjong mask. I choose him. Everything was simply too outlandish. But since he was being given a second chance, there was no way he'd pick Obito again, the one who seemed simple-minded, yet was in truth impossibly cunning. That would be stepping into a trap as vast as the sky itself. Infinite intangibility combined with attacks that could still land while intangible. Such a pairing was practically unbeatable. Against this guy, there was nothing to do but defend and endure. This time, he would not repeat his mistakes. This guy was just too much a cheat. So, you pick Yujetsu after all. Obito posed as though he had foreseen everything. Well, it was obvious, wasn't it? I was scared stiff by your intangibility the first time around. There's no way I'd fall for that again in round 2. Yujetsu replied with a laugh. All right then, let's see what you've got. You recorded that just now, right? Yujetsu checked. Of course. Good. Keep recording. This is rare material for the future. Yujetsu Shigomi stepped forward. Standing atop the walls of Konoha Village, he crossed his arms and gazed down at the masked man with an air of superiority. It takes courage to challenge me. I'll give you that much. But that's about the only compliment I can offer. His tone was so full of swagger. It was as if he'd already secured victory before the fight even began. The masked man narrowed his eyes. This guy. What unbelievable arrogance. Let's see how long you can last. Yujetsu gave a meaningful smile, then, with a crisp clap of his hands, pressed his palms together. Wood style. Advent of the flowering trees. A thunderous boom erupted. Vast torrents of chakra surged forth like a flood of life, driving trees to sprout and grow madly. In an instant, the earth heaved as countless massive trees burst through the soil, transforming the open ground into a boundless sea of forest in the blink of an eye. The masked man's face was overtaken by shock. As the terrain shifted wildly, he staggered, struggling to keep his balance. Such an immense scale of wood style. Who on earth is this guy? His astonished gaze fixed on Yujetsu Shigomi. He himself could use wood style, but only simple techniques like wood style, cutting sprigs, hurling a few branches to attack, which would explode upon hitting a target. They could be quite lethal, but at best, his strongest move was wood style, chaos of the underworld. Compared to the man before him, though, that was like a child's trick before a master's art. Faced with a forest that blotted out the sky, the masked man wasted no time. He immediately formed a series of hand signs. Fire style, blazing dance of the storm. A surge of heat rose in his throat, and he spat out a torrent of blazing fire. Combined with the twisted force of divine power, the fire style technique's might was exponentially enhanced. The wind howled and crackled as the fierce flames devoured the forest, spreading with terrifying speed. Yet, before the mysterious masked man could savor his triumph, the sea of trees surged forth and smothered the fire one after another in the blink of an eye. That endless expanse of forest was so vast and overwhelming, it felt suffocating. There was simply no way to resist. Dense ranks of trees blotted out the sky. Even the moonlight struggled to pierce through their canopy. In the next instant, the mysterious masked man was engulfed by the relentless tide of trees, disappearing completely from Shirogane Yuzuki's sight. Silence fell over everything. Only a few enormous flower buds slowly bloomed beneath the moonlight, revealing blossoms of breathtaking beauty. How outrageous! The mysterious masked man slowly emerged from the fully formed, motionless sea of trees, surveying the extraordinary scene around him. Now, within a kilometer's diameter, the world was ruled by trees. Such power! He had never heard of the like. His expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on Shirogane Yuzuki. Who are you, really? This fellow in the strange red mask. Just who was he? Hey, you mean you don't recognize him? Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out. Obito, clearly indignant, jabbed his finger toward the mysterious masked man below. The masked man blinked, momentarily confused. Was he supposed to know this person? He searched his memory, but drew a blank. He'd never heard of anyone like this. Obito crouched down, both hands gesturing excitedly toward Shirogane Yuzuki as he gave his introduction. Standing before you is none other than the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, Lord Hashirama Senju. Huh, Hashirama Senju. That answer caught the masked man completely off guard. For a moment, he was stunned, but quickly shook his head in denial. Impossible. Hashirama Senju has been dead for years. How could this be him? Your mastery of wood release is impressive, but there's no way I'll believe you're Hashirama. After all, I am Madara Uchiha. His deep, resolute voice echoed through the air. He adjusted the mask on his face slightly, narrowing his eyes and locking onto Shirogane Yuzuki. Come on, it's time to reveal your true face. Let me see who you really are. There was no denying it. The vast, awe-inspiring wood release technique emanated the same majestic energy as Hashirama Senju himself. But no matter how mighty the assault, it would dissolve into nothing before him. His intangibility could effortlessly disperse any tangible attack. Compared to the man in the red mask, this one would be far easier to deal with. In the very next instant, the mysterious masked man made his move. In the very next second, he took a spectacular spill. No sooner had he acted than he slipped as if stepping onto a slick bowl of broth at home, crashing to the ground in an utterly ungraceful heap. The eyes beneath the mask widened in shock, brimming with confusion. Why has all my strength vanished? He crumpled to the ground, his entire body limp and powerless. It felt as though his connection to his own body had been severed. He couldn't even move a single finger. You're behind this, aren't you? His gaze, heavy with resentment, shot toward Yuzuki Shigu. Yuzuki spread her hands with an easy smile. What a thing to say, blaming me for some trickery. On the battlefield, everyone uses their own skills. Isn't that just another aspect of true strength? Are you not going to use your tools, Steam Bun? The mysterious masked man was momentarily stunned, left speechless by her retort. You're supposed to be Uchiha Madara. How did you get taken down in just one move? Young people shouldn't be so reckless, charging in without proper intel. If you take in any more pollen, you won't even be able to speak. Why not just sleep until noon? Yuzuki's tone was laced with playful mockery. A faint blush crept onto the masked man's face. This was absolutely humiliating. He looked up at the blooming flowers across the sea of trees, his heart heavy with regret. So this was the reason. The last time he faced Obito, he had at least managed to resist a little. He thought this time he'd picked an easy target, but the moment he encountered Yuzuki Shigu, he was instantly defeated. Damn this gap in information. Damn it. He clenched his teeth, and the light in his left eye went out for good. Izanagi activated. The masked man's body gradually blurred, then vanished completely. Still trying to steam your way out? Yuzuki watched the entire process unfold, immediately recognizing that he had used Izanagi. He shook his head in resigned amusement. Well then, let's keep playing. Yuzuki's lips curved in a faint smile. In that instant, his whole demeanor transformed, growing otherworldly and transcendent. An invisible wave of pressure emanated from him. Sage mode activated. His overwhelming sensory perception spread out like the tide, leaving nowhere to hide. Found you. Yuzuki's smile hinted at deeper meaning. Suddenly, space behind Yuzuki tore open. A shadowy hand reached out from the rift. The masked man reappeared, his hand already gripping Yuzuki's shoulder. Morata. A flicker of delight flashed through his eyes. No matter if you're Senju Hashirama or not, once you're dragged into the Kamui dimension, no amount of power will save you from my grasp. Kamui activated instantly. Yuzuki's form began to twist and distort, slowly being drawn into the Kamui dimension. But the process was unusually sluggish. Such an incredible amount of chakra. Are you even human? The masked man was stunned. The chakra surging within this opponent surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. It was as if he faced a tailed beast wearing a human disguise. Transferring such a massive chakra presence would take at least a whole second. For ordinary people, a single second may seem fleeting, but when masters cross swords, a second is all it takes to decide victory or defeat. And sure enough, at that very moment, a sudden rush of wind roared above the head of the mysterious masked man. He snapped his head up, only to see more than a dozen massive scarlet torii gates crashing down from the sky. The masked man's pupils shrank in shock. Is this the legendary gate of the shining deity? Is he truly Hashirama Senju? There was no time to hesitate. He knew there was no way he could spirit away Yuzuki Shirgu before the gates descended. On the spot, he made his decision. He'd have to abandon his plan and retreat. If he were caught by those colossal gates, it would be the end for him. With a flash of Kamui, the mysterious masked man vanished without a trace. A deafening crash resounded as the gates of the shining deity slammed down from above. The sturdy walls of the Hidden Leaf Village, which once seemed as solid as a fortress, were reduced in an instant to rubble, like a child's building blocks toppled by a careless hand. The thunderous explosion rolled across the skies above the village, but not a single curious glance was cast toward the chaos. For tonight, the fourth Hokage had issued an ironclad order. No matter what happens outside, all villagers must remain indoors. Only by staying home could they avoid calamity. Damn it! The mysterious masked man reappeared in the shadows, his eyes fixed on the ruined section of wall, now shrouded in billowing smoke and dust. Frustration flickered in his gaze. After all the effort he had spent with Izanagi to create this opportunity, it had slipped through his fingers in an instant. But before he could dwell on it any longer, with another thunderous roar, a colossal wooden dragon, its emerald body woven from countless trees, came hurtling down from the heavens, bearing straight for the masked man. The wood dragon technique. A chill ran through him. This was yet another signature move of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Could his opponent truly be the legendary god of shinobi? There was no time to ponder. The wooden dragon was already upon him. His form flickered, turning insubstantial just in time to evade the dragon's devastating charge. With agile precision, he leapt atop the dragon's massive body as it passed close by. In the blink of an eye, black rods appeared in his hands. He drove them mercilessly into the dragon's head, metal clashing against wood, several rods sinking deep into the creature's skull. Sparks erupted with each strike, and he swiftly plastered the dragon with a multitude of explosive tags, their edges already beginning to burn. A faint sizzling filled the air, the sparks dancing like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, each moment ticking down toward the inevitable detonation. With everything in place, the masked man sprang away, putting distance between himself and the dragon. Now that the black rods had severed its chakra flow, the once mighty wooden beast was no more than slightly reinforced timber. Boom! A tremendous blast shattered the night as the cluster of explosive tags detonated, ripping the massive wooden dragon in half. Its ruined body crashed to the ground, and silence once again descended upon the night sky. It's not too troublesome yet. But before the man could finish his words and fully exhale in relief, his face darkened. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted once more. This time, 10 wooden dragons soared into the air, surging toward him like a tidal wave. There's more. This many at once. The mysterious masked man gritted his teeth in frustration. But there was no time to hesitate. His hands blurred through a series of hand seals before he slammed them down onto the ground. Countless black runes spread out like a rising tide. In the blink of an eye, a vast formation appeared, blazing flames shooting skyward and illuminating half the night. Uchiha Flame Formation. The 10 wooden dragons charged forward. An earth-shaking crash resounded. With a deafening impact, they all slammed into the flame formation. The barrier rippled with force, but remained unbroken, merely trembling under the assault. Inside the encirclement, the mysterious man stared at the surrounding wooden dragons, his expression grave. What a mess this was turning into. He had miscalculated, badly. No matter which of the two choices Obito had offered, both were traps. Neither of these two opponents was easy to handle. Elsewhere, Obito and Yujetsu stood atop a high vantage point, gazing at the blazing barrier below. He's hiding inside his defense now, Obito remarked, raising his arm as though preparing to strike. Yujetsu, why not use your particle-style light sword to cut through it? Even the fearsome Chibaku Tensei had fallen before the light sword. Breaking through the Uchiha Flame Formation would be no challenge. Yujetsu shook his head with a faint smile. Right now, I'm Hashirama Senju. Naturally, I should use with style to defeat him. Obito gestured at the flaming barrier. So what's your plan? Attack with sage art. That's one way. Yujetsu replied with a mysterious smile. But I have my own method. Oh, by the way, things might get a bit noisy in a moment. Keep an eye on Konoha for me. Make sure our fight doesn't spill over. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Obito glanced at Yujetsu with intrigue, then nodded and stepped aside. Yujetsu chuckled softly. Let's hope we don't frighten the villagers of Konoha too much. Pressing her palms together, Yujetsu murmured in a low voice. Sage art, wood style, true, several thousand hands. A deep, rumbling tremor shook the night. No one could count how many times earthquakes had disturbed Konoha's peace tonight. Curiosity stirred among the villagers, each pondering what secrets might lie behind these sudden upheavals. After all, the desire to see what's happening is only natural. But out of respect for the fourth Hokage's esteemed reputation and his clear instructions, most people resisted the urge to investigate. The earlier, gentler tremors had been easy enough to ignore, but this surge of power made it impossible to sit still. This earthquake was on an entirely different level, its force so overwhelming that even standing upright was a struggle. Inside their homes, people swayed and stumbled, trying to keep their balance. The cramped rooms couldn't contain their mounting anxiety. One after another, people poured out into the open, seeking safety under the vast, starry sky. Longya, what are you looking at? A villager who had just escaped from his home asked curiously. But as he followed Longya's gaze, in the very next moment, he too was stunned, frozen in place. Following that line of sight, they saw an enormous Buddha statue, so vast it seemed to bridge heaven and earth, slowly rising up. It was this very statue that had caused the violent tremors in Konoha. The great Buddha towered into the clouds, easily 1,000 meters tall, if not more. Moonlight tried to pierce through, but was mercilessly blocked by its presence. Not a single ray could break through. What is that? Every villager who witnessed the scene in Konoha stared in utter disbelief. Astonishment, a shock beyond imagination. Atop the Hokage rock, one of Minato Namikaze's shadow clones gazed at the distant giant Buddha, silently marveling to himself. So this is the legendary power of the first Hokage. Even displayed through Yuzuki's hands, its majesty is simply unattainable. The earth-shaking rumble continued without end, and the ground trembled incessantly. Yet, in an instant, all that noise vanished, as if someone had pressed the mute button in a grand theater. Obito. Minato turned his head, his gaze shifting behind him. Sensei Minato, you truly are perceptive. Even as a shadow clone, not even the slightest disturbance in space can escape your notice. Obito's figure materialized out of thin air. He removed his mask, revealing a pair of Rinnegan eyes that shone with a faint light. Is this you're doing? Minato asked, hinting at the sudden, complete silence. Yes, Obito replied with a playful grin. I've temporarily severed the causal link between that true several thousand hands and Konoha. No matter how it moves now, it won't affect us. We can just sit back and enjoy the show. Causal isolation? That's an ability beyond imagination. Haha, it's nothing much, really. The teacher and student exchanged a knowing smile, turning their gaze outside the village. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha fire barrier, the mysterious masked man wore a strange expression. No laughter escaped his lips. Staring blankly at the gargantuan, true, several thousand hands, his eyes appeared empty, devoid of life. At this point, he was certain that the opponent was none other than Hashirama Senju himself. He had once heard Madara Uchiha mention this move. Only Hashirama could unleash such overwhelming power. It was with this very technique that Madara had suffered a crushing defeat years ago. Clearly, the other side had taken his words at face value and now regarded him as Madara Uchiha, choosing to face him as such. But this led to a troubling question. How can I possibly convince him that I'm not Madara and get him to let me go? The masked man sank into deep thought, never having imagined that one day he would be in trouble because of being mistaken for Madara Uchiha. Usually, whenever he revealed this identity, his enemies would react with terror and dread. Why then was his opponent suddenly so excited? Meanwhile, standing atop the colossal Buddha, Yujetsu Shigomi remained blissfully unaware that the mysterious masked man was racking his brains to defend his own identity. He stood high above, gazing down at the insignificant Uchiha fire array below. Have you eaten yet? If not, then taste my fist instead. With a resounding clap of his hands, Yujetsu declared. Heavenly Avatar! The gigantic Buddha statue slowly straightened, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. 1,000 mighty fists shot forward in unison, crashing down upon the raging fire formation below. The mysterious masked man simply watched as those enormous fists loomed ever closer. With a weary sigh, he activated his intangibility. This was getting unbearable. Thunderous crashes erupted, one after another, deafening, as if the end of the world had arrived. 5 minutes later, the onslaught of the true thousand hands technique finally ceased, leaving behind a battlefield riddled with craters. At the very bottom of the largest pit, the mysterious masked man lay motionless, silent and still. In a single step, Yujetsu crossed the void, his form flashing white as he traversed from atop the great Buddha to the pit's floor in an instant. Beside him, space twisted and Obito's figure materialized. Fisk, that's pretty rough. Obito surveyed the half-ruined masked man. Though still breathing, his life force was faint. His intangibility had dodged nearly every attack, but in the final moments, having sustained the technique for over 5 minutes, he'd been forced to release it, just as a stray shockwave grazed him. Even so, he now teetered on the verge of death. His mask was mostly shattered, revealing his true face. This pose isn't bad. Let me film this for posterity. With a mischievous grin, Obito pulled out a camcorder, capturing the scene. The masked man struggled to open his eyes. The moment he saw Yujetsu, an uncontrollable fear flickered in his gaze. To encounter the first Hokage of Konoha here, his wood-style sage arts were monstrous, and even with all his strength, the masked man had stood no chance. Now you'll behave, won't you? We'll take him with us. Yujetsu nodded in satisfaction, confirming the payment had come through. The mysterious masked man was thoroughly subdued. Whether it was the Eye of the Moon plan, or this place he'd once called hell, a few well-placed punches could make even the wildest dreamer see reality. He seemed to have 1,000 things to say, but in the end, only his lips twitched faintly. Then his head lolled to the side, and he slipped fully into unconsciousness. With a casual gesture, Obito swept him up and absorbed him into the Kamui space. Let's go. Wait, let's restore everything here first. Yujetsu called him back. Oh, almost forgot the main task. Give me a moment. The two of them then soared upward, rising into the clouds. From high above, Obito's gaze swept over the entire battlefield, his left eye gleaming with a strange light. A low hum filled the air. An invisible force radiated outward, enveloping the land below. And then, a miracle. Scarred earth began to heal, loose soil gathered itself, and the gaping craters gradually filled in one by one. Shattered trees gathered once more among the scattered wood chips, standing tall again to form a forest. It was as if time itself had flowed backward, restoring everything to its original state. Moments later, the earth was smooth, shaded by lush green trees, as though the fierce battle of the night had never happened. This was the power of Obito's left Rinnegan, able to manipulate the flow of time within a region, accelerate, rewind, pause, or even divide it. All right, we can go now, can't we? Once everything was restored, Obito smiled at Yue. Yes, let's go. I know you're eager. By now, Naruto's birth had likely gone smoothly. Obito, burning with impatience, wanted to hurry and see for himself. The two of them each used their unique abilities, and in a blink, vanished into the sky. A low, pained groan slipped out. The mysterious masked man slowly regained consciousness. Even before he could open his heavy eyelids, a tide of pain surged through his body. Half of his body seemed disconnected, numb and beyond his control. He remembered the devastating blow from the true thousand hands, which had nearly torn apart the half of him, fused with white Zetsu. Now, his body was slowly repairing itself. After a while, he forced his heavy eyelids open. A ceiling of blinding white came into view, and a trace of confusion rose in his heart. Where am I? Mysterious. No, his mask had been removed, revealing his true face for all to see. He, Uchiha Obito, his identity now fully exposed. That's right, I must have fallen into their hands. Thinking of those two strange, masked figures, irritation welled up inside Obito. Ever since he donned the mask, inheriting the name of Uchiha Madara, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Completely overpowered, unable to fight back, toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse, utterly mocked. He let out a soft sigh, no longer dwelling on it. His current fate was no longer his to choose. For now, it was best to find out where he had been taken. Suppressing the pain, he worked to turn his head, trying to take in his surroundings. His gaze swept the room, and a strikingly familiar figure caught his eye. Someone lay sleeping quietly beside the bed, her body rising and falling with gentle breaths. Though her face was hidden in the crook of her arm, the outline was unmistakable, Obito recognized her at a glance. Rin! Obito's voice trembled with shock, his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. As if disturbed by his low exclamation, Rin Noera stirred from her sleep. She shifted slightly, slowly lifting her head. Her drowsy eyes gradually sharpened as she looked at Obito. Obito! Rin rubbed her eyes, and a bright, warm smile blossomed across her face. Obito! You're finally awake. Excitement was written all over her as she immediately stood up. I'll go tell Kakashi-sensei and the others the good news right away. When she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but unexpectedly, an arm suddenly reached out and held her hand tightly. Wait, Rin, is it really you, Rin? Uchiha Obito, ignoring the pain racking his body, instinctively reached out to stop Noera Rin as he saw her about to leave. Obito, what are you talking about? Who else could I be if not me? Noera Rin turned back, her smile tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hearing her certain reply, Uchiha Obito felt as though his heart had been struck gently, yet it sent ripples through his soul. He trembled, disbelief filling his voice. But didn't you already? He had witnessed, with his own eyes, Rin pierced by Kakashi's Chidori, the bloom of her life withering away. She had grown cold in his arms, that memory seared into him like a brand. That cruel reality had nearly driven him to madness. And yet, what was he supposed to make of what he saw now? Her gestures, her expression, everything about her proved she was the very person etched in his memory. Could it be resurrection? A fleeting guess flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind, and Rin's next words confirmed his suspicion. She let out a soft laugh, like a gentle spring breeze brushing over his heart. Someone brought me back to life. That's why I can be here now, standing before you. So, it really is, Obito sighed inwardly, resurrection, just as he'd thought. Facing the Noera Rin before him, Obito was overwhelmed by a complex tangle of emotions. Resurrection. This word was no stranger to him. After Uchiha Madara's death, Obito had always known he could use the Rinnegan to bring Rin back, but had never done so. Because he understood all too well, as long as this world, this deeply entrenched shinobi system, continued to exist, even if Rin were resurrected, she might become a casualty of war once more. And so, he resolved to destroy the old world, to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, and create a flawless, perfect new world. But now, with Rin alive and standing before him, Obito found himself at a loss. Should he still go through with the Eye of the Moon plan? And if he did, what would he do if those two masked figures decided to interfere? He was no match for those two, not at all. Obito was caught in a maelstrom of thoughts, the world around him momentarily fading into the background. Just then, a soft voice called out to him. Obito, what are you daydreaming about? Rin stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her head tilted ever so slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting in a curious, gentle smile. She looked both peaceful and full of life. Obito snapped back to reality, his gaze instinctively drawn to Rin. Her pure, vibrant face brought his swirling thoughts to an abrupt halt. The weightiest of his worries suddenly found a place to rest. And quietly, the tender undercurrents of his feelings set sail once more. To hell with the Eye of the Moon plan and all that nonsense. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stand guard by Rin's side day and night. Let anyone dare lay a finger on her, and I'll show them what it means for an entire clan to vanish from the face of the earth. It's nothing, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Even after all the storms he'd weathered, Uchiha Obito couldn't hide his nerves and awkwardness in front of the girl he liked. Then I'll go get Minato-sensei and bring you something to eat. You've been lying here for days, you must be starving. Rin Nohara's voice was warm with genuine concern. No sooner had she spoken than an awkward rumble escaped Obito's stomach. Looks like I really am hungry. Thanks, Rin. I'll take you up on that, Obito admitted without hesitation. After all, eating was only natural. Even with Hashirama cells implanted in his body. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju himself, had to eat. He may have been called the god of shinobi, but he wasn't an actual deity. The thought brought a wry smile to Obito's lips. If Hashirama himself couldn't live without food, what chance did he have with just a handful of his cells? The idea of surviving on nothing was laughable. Rin left the room to share the good news with Minato Namikaze and to prepare some food, while Obito busied himself with thoughts of how to face his teacher. After all, he'd once harbored dark intentions, even if he hadn't acted on them in the end. The guilt he felt toward Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei never truly left him. Maybe an apology should come first, he thought to himself. Just then, he heard the soft shuffle of footsteps outside the door. Before the door even opened, Obito recognized that familiar, hearty laugh. "Ha ha, that guy's finally awake? Let me see for myself." Obito's heart tightened. He sensed a storm was on its way. The door slid open, and a small crowd filed into the room. Minato Namikaze, Rin Noara, Kushina Uzumaki, and those two mysterious masked men who always seemed to lurk in the background. The man in the red mask strode forward, cradling baby Naruto in his arms, his voice brimming with smug satisfaction. Looks like I got a hold Naruto before you did. Even though the mask hid his face, Obito could almost picture the self-satisfied grin beneath it. He got a hold Naruto before me? What's there to be so proud of? Obito dismissed him outright. This guy had to be an idiot. Still, he was undeniably powerful. Yes, a powerful idiot. But the other masked man, the one with the red circle painted on his mask, caught Obito's attention. Obito's expression grew serious. This one was far more enigmatic than the first. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He truly lived up to his legend. The stories barely did him justice. As the red circle masked man drew closer, Obito involuntarily shivered. Lord First Hokage, it's an honor to pay my respects. He bowed respectfully, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. I sincerely apologize for previously acting under the name of Uchiha Madara, he said. But as you can see, I am not Madara. I am merely his successor. Obito hurried to explain himself, terrified that his impersonation might have caused offense. The world knew that Madara and Hashirama were once bitter enemies, but few realized that the two were, in truth, the closest of friends. Obito was well aware of this hidden piece of history. If he ended up angering Hashirama for this reason, he would not have been surprised. Yet to his astonishment, as soon as he finished his explanation, everyone exchanged glances, and then, to his disbelief, the group erupted into laughter. The man in the red mask laughed so hard that he nearly lost control, doubled over with mirth. He actually bought it. He really believed it. Little Naruto, cradled in the red mask man's arms, bounced with the laughter. Rather than crying, he was delighted, giggling along with the adults. Hey, be careful, don't drop Naruto. Kushina, anxious beyond measure, was afraid that the red mask man might lose his grip. What is going on? Obito Uchiha was completely bewildered. His eyes were wide, darting from face to face, searching desperately for any clue. For a moment, he was at a total loss for words, unable to express the shock surging within him. At last, it was Minato Namikaze who stepped forward with a smile, finally breaking the deadlock. All right, everyone, let's not tease him anymore. The red masked man chuckled smugly. Who would have thought he'd actually fall for it? Yuzuki, nicely done. He turned to Shirogane Yuzuki, who, catching his meaning, raised a fist. The two bumped knuckles lightly, sharing a silent, knowing smile. You, Obito Uchiha's voice quivered. You're not Senju Hashirama, are you? Now at last it dawned on him. These people had completely played him for a fool. These two. Brother, you can't just believe everything people tell you, you know? You need to form your own opinions. The red masked man gently rocked little Naruto, grinning mischievously as he spoke. Obito felt a rush of indignation, nearly choking on his own frustration. Did you even hear what you're saying? How could I not have had doubts at first? But the moment he used that colossal flower tree world technique, then summoned the gate of the great god, the wood dragon, and, finally, even unleashed the true several thousand hands. Who wouldn't believe it? Even if Madara himself were here, he'd have thought that was the real Hashirama Senju. So who are you really? Composing himself a little, Obito fixed his gaze on Shirogane Yuzuki. I heard him call you Yuzuki just now, Yuzuki. I don't recall ever hearing that name before. Is this another pseudonym? Obito asked, his tone suspicious. Not at all. That name's genuine. Seeing Obito Uchiha's skeptical expression, Yuzuki couldn't help but laugh. This guy, he's really been burned by tricks before. As for my identity, I am. Yuzuki deliberately drew out the words, while Obito listened intently, hanging on every syllable. But suddenly, Yuzuki changed his tone. For now, I'm not telling you. You can try to guess. Shirogane Yuzuki said, wearing an infuriating grin. Obito nearly choked on his own saliva. So you're just messing with me, huh? Yuzuki chuckled, then turned to Minato Namikaze, standing nearby. Minato, things have settled down now, and we've seen Naruto. We'll head off first. Minato nodded with a gentle smile. All right, we really couldn't have done it without you all this time. He didn't press them to stay longer. After all, they were all in the same group chat. Yuzuki could drop by any time. With a wave of her hand, Yuzuki conjured up 2 portals in the air. Just as she was about to step away, she noticed the red mask was still clinging to Naruto. Hey, we're leaving. Her face darkened, and she called out in exasperation. Prompted by Yuzuki's reminder, the red mask finally, though reluctantly, handed Naruto over to Kushina. Kushina laughed, as she took Naruto into her arms. If you like kids so much, why not have one yourself? Oh, come on, master's wife. The red mask blushed fiercely, then dashed toward the portal as if making a getaway. Wait, Obito, the blue portal leads to my place. Yours is the orange one. Just as the red mask was about to step through the portal, Yuzuki called out to him sharply. Ah, sorry about that. Looking a bit sheepish, the red mask scratched his head, then turned and walked through the orange portal instead. With his departure, the portals closed one after another. Yuzuki stepped into the blue one, vanishing as the doorway shimmered shut. Only after both figures had completely disappeared did Obito Uchiha slowly recover from his shock. Obito. He murmured the name absent-mindedly. That's right, the imposter Hashirama wearing the red mask actually called the red mask Obito, and when the red mask left, Kushina had teased him with that remark. He'd called Kushina master's wife. All the clues lined up. Was there really any need to guess at this point? The answer was obvious. I should have realized it sooner. Obito Uchiha took a deep breath. During that battle the other night, the red mask's abilities were nearly identical to his own. No, actually they were even more refined, but the core technique was unmistakable intangibility. Another me, is it? A gleam of sudden understanding flashed in Obito's eyes. So, where did he come from then? Lost in thought, he glanced at Minato, who was standing by the bed with a gentle smile. Uchiha Obito also broke into a relieved smile. Forget it. Why bother with all those distant, illusory figures? They were never meant for him to chase after. The person before his eyes was the one who truly mattered. Konoha, year 60. Shigomi Yuzuki's timeline. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Big Brother. The Reikage was buried in a stack of official documents, his expression grave and focused. Suddenly, a shout from outside the door loosened his tightly knit brow in an instant. A brilliant smile lit up his face. Moments later, the door burst open, and the familiar figure of Killer Bee filled the doorway. B, what's got you rushing in here, all fired up? Stepping out from behind his desk, the Reikage greeted him with a beaming grin. But Killer Bee, in stark contrast, wore no smile. His face was etched with tension. Big brother, something huge is happening in the village. We've got a haunting. There's a ghost at work. Killer Bee's words dropped like a bomb, freezing the smile on the Reikage's face. A haunting? What do you mean? Tell me everything. The Reikage was deeply puzzled. In all his years in this world, he had never heard of anything so bizarre as a haunting in the village. Killer Bee quickly pulled out a scroll and held it out. Big brother, it's this thing. There was nothing by my bedside when I went to sleep, but when I woke up, this was there out of nowhere. I asked Gyuki, and it said that in the dead of night, there was a flash of golden light, and this thing just appeared out of thin air. Tell me, if not a ghost, who else could do something like that? As he spoke, Killer Bee anxiously glanced around, as if afraid some unseen force might be watching them. This is the haunted object you're talking about? A scroll? The Reikage scrutinized the item in Killer Bee's hand. Let me take a look. Let's see what mysterious force we're dealing with. Without a hint of fear, the Reikage took the scroll and unrolled it with practiced ease. As the Reikage, the village's strongest, if he showed even a hint of fear, how could he continue to lead the other ninja? The scroll unfurled slowly, and the two held their breath, but nothing strange happened. On it, a few lines of neat writing appeared. The Reikage's eyes flew over the words, taking in the contents at a glance. Haha, B, you should have seen your face just now. He closed the scroll, unable to hold back his laughter. This isn't some kind of monster or spirit. It's a proposal for cooperation sent by the 4th Hokage of Konoha. He's suggesting that all the villages join together to hold an extraordinary Chunin selection exam. Hearing the Reikage's explanation, the heavy weight in Killer Bee's chest finally fell away. Oh, haha, so that's what it was. I was so scared I thought my heart was about to jump out of my chest. I really thought it was a ghost, but turns out it was just Minato Namikaze playing tricks. Ha ha. But as their laughter went on, both Killer Bee and the Reikage smiles began to freeze awkwardly on their faces. It was as if something even more terrifying than ghosts had quietly slipped into the room. Namikaze Minato. The Reikage's eyes went wide, and his voice shot up several octaves without him even realizing it. B, are you alright? He tossed the scroll aside and hurriedly grabbed Killer Bee's shoulders, looking him up and down with genuine concern. Killer Bee, thoroughly shaken, checked himself over again and again, inside and out. He was terrified that somewhere, somehow, he might have been stabbed without even noticing it. After a moment, Killer Bee hesitated before looking up. Big brother, I really think I'm fine. Hearing Killer Bee's reply, the Reikage finally let out a sigh of relief, though his brows remained furrowed in worry. Namikaze Minato. So the flying thunder god mark he left on you back then still hasn't disappeared? This jutsu is just too absurd. The Reikage scowled and began to contemplate his next move. The flying thunder god technique was impossible to predict. If Namikaze's Minato could place a scroll without a sound, it meant he could just as easily end Killer Bee's life at any moment. Even though Killer Bee had a tailed beast inside him and was incredibly resilient. If a Rasengan were to drop from the sky and take his head off, even the mightiest beast wouldn't save him. This damn Namikaze Minato, I can't think of any way to break his technique right now. The Reikage was visibly agitated. Once you were marked, the enemy could appear at any moment. There was simply no way to guard against it. After all, who could ever guess when he might show up? All they could do was stay on high alert, but people get tired eventually. What if he popped up while you were using the bathroom or eating? That would be a disaster. And the enemy could disappear in an instant, back to safety. If one strike failed, he could always wait for the next chance. It was a death trap. The Reikage glanced around the room, and suddenly his desk looked more and more irksome. He slammed his palm down on it. Thud! With a crash of anger, he shattered the desk along with those headache-inducing documents. For a moment, the pent-up frustration in his chest seemed to dissipate a little. Turning to Killer Bee, he said, "Here's what we'll do, Bee. For the next few days, you stay by my side. And at night, let the Eight Tails handle your safety." Killer Bee scratched his head, staying beside the Reikage. That meant he'd have no time to practice his rapping. "Big brother, do you really think Namikaze Minato would attack me out of nowhere? Wouldn't that just start a war for no reason? He seems like a pretty rational guy to me." The Reikage shot him a glare. How could he not see right through Killer Bee's little scheme? Without another word, he knocked Killer Bee on the head. Given Minato Namikaze's character, I believe he wouldn't resort to killing before the war officially breaks out. But we can't put our lives entirely in the hands of his goodwill. What if one day he loses his head and decides to strike you down? I only have one little brother, you know? Faced with the Reikage's iron fist and heartfelt persuasion, Killer Bee finally nodded in agreement. "All right then, big bro, I'll do as you say. But big bro, as the saying goes, it's easy to catch a thief but hard to guard against one. We should come up with a long-term solution." The Reikage chuckled. "Well, you're finally showing some smarts. Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." The Reikage picked up the scroll again. A joint Chunin exam hosted by the 5 great ninja villages? What an outlandish proposal. Are they hoping to show off the younger generation's talents? We, the Hidden Cloud Village, accept. When it comes to this sort of thing, we never back down. B, you're coming with me. We'll go straight to Minato Namikaze together and have these seals removed. Okay, big bro. With the decision made, the Reikage roared out at the top of his lungs. Mabui. His voice rang out like a great bell, echoing through the entire Reikage building for all to hear. Moments later, the office door swung open, and Mabui, the Reikage secretary, walked in. Her striking silver-white short hair framed a face both elegant and unique, while her form-fitting skirt accentuated her graceful silhouette. "Lord Reikage." She bowed respectfully. "Mabui, in a few days, Konoha will host a joint Chunin exam with us. I'm putting you fully in charge. Select the most outstanding young ninja from our village to accompany me. Let the whole ninja world witness the strength of our hidden cloud." The Reikage spoke with solemn authority. Mabui paused. Traveling to Konoha for a Chunin exam? What a novel idea. But since it was the Reikage's order, she agreed without hesitation. "Rest assured, Lord Reikage. I'll see to everything. Any other instructions, my lord? Give me a new desk, will you? I accidentally smashed the old one." "All right. Oh, right. Lord Reikage. Did you read those documents I delivered this morning?" "Huh. Haha, yes, I read them. Now hurry and get someone to bring me a new desk." Naruto strode into Ichiraku Ramen. Yuzuki, all the Kagaya from the other villages have gathered at the village gates. Dad's gonna greet them. Want to come see the spectacle? There's a huge crowd. I heard geniuses from all over the ninja world are here. Yuzuki slurped her noodles, completely unfazed. "Sure, but let me finish this bowl first." A delicious aroma wafted through the air, and Naruto took a deep breath, feeling his appetite awaken as if a little hunger demon inside him had been stirred to life. Yet he had just eaten. "Oh, all right, Uncle Tucci, I'll have a bowl too." Take a seat, Naruto." The usual? Extra flavor ramen. That's right. Before long, the two of them strolled out of the ramen shop. They made their way through the bustling crowds, heading toward the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Let's go up top. Down here it's way too crowded." Yuzuki pointed to the nearby rooftops, which, compared to the packed streets, looked more like special passageways reserved for ninjas. "Brilliant!" Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. With that, the pair leapt into the air, landing atop the rooftops. Moving swiftly and unhindered along the ridgelines, they quickly arrived at the village gates. Standing atop the high wall, They looked down to see a sea of people below. The entrance was packed, and at the forefront stood the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Except for the Hidden Cloud Village, he had sent envoys to all the other villages to deliver the message. After receiving the invitations, every major ninja village had, without exception, agreed to participate in this jointly held Chunin exams. Each village brimmed with confidence in their own prodigies. In other words, every Kagaya in the entire ninja world would be present. It would be an unprecedented gathering of power. Soon, the first group came into view. It was the delegation from Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, led the team. With a single glance, Yuzuki recognized several familiar faces. Raza's children, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, were all present. There were also elite jonin from their village, such as Baki and others. And then, Sasori. He was part of the group as well. He wasn't controlling his puppet Yahiko, but instead walked among them in his human form. Handsome and refined, he cut a striking figure, drawing plenty of admiring glances. After all, his looks were truly exceptional. Of course, hardly anyone knew that the only original part of Sasori left was his face. Who would have thought he'd run back to the sand village? Yuzuki couldn't help but chuckle. But made sense. After all, in Sasori's eyes, Tendo Pain, revered as a god, was the leader of the Akatsuki. And yet, that seemingly invincible leader had been so easily defeated. Given that, who would dare remain in the organization? That really is the real Raza. Orochimaru isn't among them. A voice rang out from behind. Sasuke, Itachi, you're here too? Naruto turned to greet them. Sasuke and Itachi stepped forward, coming to stand beside Yuzuki and Naruto. Yuzuki smiled. Don't worry, that guy would never miss this. Oh, you have inside information? Care to share? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Yuzuki grinned mysteriously. Don't rush. You'll see him soon enough. He was by no means making wild guesses. He held both incarnations of Black Zetsu in his hands, the two greatest intelligence chiefs in the shinobi world, with eyes and ears scattered everywhere across the land. No movement, no matter how subtle, could escape their notice. Even if Orochimaru acted in secret, it was hard to believe he'd leave no trace at all. He had already set off, heading straight for Konoha. Is that so? Then I'm actually looking forward to it a little. Sasuke gave a smile, mysterious and full of hidden meaning. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi also offered a helpless, wry grin. It seemed Orochimaru harbored ambitions for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If they were to cross paths, there was little chance he'd go easy on them. But with Sasuke's current strength, Orochimaru might end up biting off more than he can chew. With Raza's arrival, Minato led the welcoming party, warm and enthusiastic. They were settled on the outskirts of the village. It wasn't that they weren't welcome, far from it. In fact, there were simply too many guests. Nearly the entire shinobi world had sent emissaries. The four great ninja villages, along with all sorts of smaller settlements, each sent dozens of representatives. No one in the village could possibly accommodate such a grand gathering. And so, at last, the time had come for a master of the wood release. On the edge of Konoha, a broad and pristine stretch of land lay waiting for its creator. There stood a man, his gaze hollow and his face expressionless. It was Yamato, Konoha's very own master of wood release. He had originally been out on a mission, building a grand mansion for a wealthy client, only to be urgently called back by the village. Someone else took over his job, and Yamato returned, brimming with the hope that a more important mission awaited him. He rushed back, full of excitement, ready to show his true power, only to find that his task was still building houses. Working outside meant building houses, and coming home meant the same. I'm a wood release ninja. Why am I always stuck doing this? Come on, Yamato. Once you're done, there's a big reward waiting for you. Minato-sensei's prizes are nothing to sneeze at. Kakashi strode over with a smile, patting Yamato on the shoulder. Yamato shot him a sideways glance. Word had it that Kakashi himself had suggested to the Hokage that Yamato be recalled for this construction work. Wood release, 4-pillar house technique. Forming a seal with his hands, Yamato slammed his palm to the ground. Instantly, the power of wood release surged forth. Countless trees burst from the earth, weaving themselves together in perfect order, growing at astonishing speed. Before long, rows upon rows of elegant houses stood neatly in line. Not only were they beautiful and practical, each was equipped with a standard 3 bedrooms and a living room. Even more impressive, each home came fully furnished. Tables, chairs, benches, wardrobes, beds, nothing was missing. The hardest part was over. Now, with electricity and water connected, these would be flawless modern homes. Nice work, Yamato. Kakashi gave him a thumbs up and praised. Keep at it. There'll be plenty more people needing a place to stay soon. Yamato, bracing himself on his knees, gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. Hearing Kakashi's words, he lifted a trembling hand and, still panting, raised a solitary middle finger. Gong Yue's eyes seemed glued in one direction, utterly unwilling to shift away. Over there, the delegation from the Hidden Stone Village was approaching at a steady pace. At the head of the group strode the third Hokage, Inoki, leading his entourage. Yue's attention, of course, was not fixed on the still vigorous old Inoki, but rather on someone trailing close behind him. That was none other than Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. At the moment, she wasn't dressed in the high-slit qipao with bare legs that she would be known for in the future. Instead, she wore the standard ninja attire, but a mesh of fishnet stockings covered her legs. It lent her a unique allure all her own. Damn, those legs! Nice, very nice. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated quietly, and within its gaze, the pattern of a penguin flickered in his pupils. With his enhanced vision, nothing, no matter how subtle, could escape his discerning eyes. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Yue couldn't help but give a secret nod of approval. Down below, Inoki hovered at the front of his group, an easy smile always lingering on his face. His eyes casually swept over the blonde youth beside him. How could he not feel pleased? Deidara, of all people, had actually returned of his own accord. It was nothing short of a miracle. Old man, why did you insist on dragging me along? What if I run into that guy again? Deidara's heart was filled with resignation. He had regained consciousness not long after fleeing the land of rain, and Sasori had filled him in on everything that had happened while he was out cold. Upon learning that the earth-shattering lightning strike had been Sasuke's doing, Deidara was utterly stunned. When he heard that even their leader had been no match, and fearing Sasuke might come after him, Deidara had readily agreed to Sasori's plan. They would split up and return to their villages to lay low for a while. Now, he was learning dust release under Inoki's guidance. When Inoki had said he'd be taking Deidara to Konoha, Deidara had protested fiercely. After all, Sasuke was from Konoha. Even if he wanted to settle things with Sasuke, now was hardly the time. At the very least, he should train a bit more first. He had only just begun to grasp the basics of dust release. What are you so nervous about? Inoki couldn't help but give him a bit of a lesson. I could tell something was off just listening to your account. Uchiha Sasuke set out to find Uchiha Itachi, and yet you listened to the leader and went to provoke him. The fault lies with you, and with me for not keeping a closer eye on you. Just follow my lead. This trip is for you to meet the major Kagaya of the ninja world, and to see the core strength of each village. Someday, you'll inherit the title of Hokage. You can't go in blind, not knowing who the other Kage even are. This is the perfect opportunity for you to get acquainted. Inoki spoke with a gentle smile, hands clasped behind his back, the picture of leisure. Deidara, as the most promising talent in the Stone Village, and a rare inheritor of dust release, was all but destined to be the next Hokage. In fact, Inoki felt quite grateful to Sasuke. His appearance had finally settled Deidara's restless heart. The Hidden Stone group soon arrived outside Konoha Village. Minato Namikaze greeted them warmly. Once the Awagakure delegation had settled in and prepared to rest, Yuzuki Shibuya finally, though reluctantly, withdrew his gaze. But just then, another group arrived. It was the delegation from Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist representing the land of water. Within their ranks, Yuzuki Shibuya spotted a familiar figure. His eyes lit up instantly, his face brimming with excitement. Now things were about to get even more interesting. At the very front of the group was someone truly formidable. The fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi herself. Yuzuki Shibuya stared in that direction, his eyes widening in astonishment. Heavens above, what a thunderclap. So big, no, so dazzlingly white. It was clear which type he preferred. He was obviously more drawn to this kind of grand spectacle. Meanwhile, down below, Mei Terumi was laughing radiantly, her joy infectious as she chatted animatedly with Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, she felt an intense, burning gaze fixed upon her. That look was like a blazing flame, as if trying to pierce through her very being. It seemed the focus was. She lowered her eyes just a bit, glanced down, and instantly understood. A hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. Who was this little rascal? Following the source of that powerful attention, she soon found Yuzuki Shibuya standing atop the wall, catching her eye. Well now, what a handsome young man. Mei's eyes gleamed with interest as she spoke. Covering her mouth, she let out a lilting laugh, then sent a playful air kiss in Shibuya's direction. There was a light, charming sound as she did so. To her delight, Yuzuki Shibuya responded in kind, beaming as he returned an air kiss of his own. The playful little sound echoed back across the distance. What a bold little scamp. What an amusing youngster, May chuckled, thoroughly entertained. She'd always enjoyed teasing shy boys, but usually they'd blush and look away, or even run off in embarrassment. But this boy, he met her gaze without a hint of fear and boldly played along. Hokage, what's his name? May asked Minato with unabashed curiosity, her eyes never leaving Shibuya. Minato smiled. His name is Yuzuki Shibuya. He's the brightest prodigy in our village. May blinked in surprise. The brightest prodigy? For the Hokage himself to praise him so highly. That child must be truly extraordinary, mustn't he? Who in the shinobi world hadn't heard of Minato Namake's own reputation as a genius? Born a commoner, yet he swept through the ninja world and ascended to the seat of Hokage. His talent and intellect were second to none. So for him to hold such high regard for someone was indeed rare. Konoha truly was a land of outstanding people, with talent in abundance. Extraordinary doesn't even begin to describe it. Minato sighed, his voice full of admiration. What Shibuya was capable of went far beyond what words like remarkable could convey. May nodded in wholehearted agreement. Among all those present, many paid her attention, but only Yuzuki Shibuya gave her a sense of being truly singled out. Will he be taking part in the Chunin exams? May asked, her curiosity piqued. You will. When the time comes, you'll see it with your own eyes. There was a hint of mysterious amusement in Minato's words. He hoped the Mizukage wouldn't be too frightened when the moment arrived. I'll be waiting eagerly. May Terumi nodded, her tone full of subtle meaning. The hidden mist delegation then departed for their assigned campsite. Only then did Yuzuki Shigumi shift his gaze from May Terumi, settling it on a shy-looking boy standing by her side. The boy carried a pair of enormous, peculiar blades on his back. They looked as if two fish had been forged into weapons. This was one of the hidden mist's legendary 7 ninja swords, Hiramakerii. And the boy himself, of course, was Chojuro, that bashful boy from Hantang. Yuzuki absently rubbed his head. He always had the nagging feeling that Chojuro's face might morph at any moment into that infamous dragon meme. Then he'd suddenly raise his hand and shout, "Get ready to defend now." Well, I'm definitely imagining things. Yuzuki shook his head, chuckling at himself. Soon after, delegations from other villages began to arrive one after another. From the hidden cloud, the Raikage arrived together with Killer Bee. The famed duo A and B, once legends of the shinobi world, had returned to the stage, drawing the attention of many from the Leaf Village. After all, these two had once fought the 4th Hokage to a standstill. People were curious. Did these rivals really have 3 heads and 6 arms, or perhaps just 2 heads and 2 arms? Following the hidden cloud, teams from the smaller shinobi villages began to appear. Hidden Waterfall, Hidden Grass, Hidden Sound, and others. So they've come after all. Sasuke spoke up suddenly. His gaze was fixed intently on the Hidden Grass team below. Sensing Sasuke's attention, a particularly tall and slender ninja among the grass shinobi looked up, and when his eyes landed on Sasuke and Itachi, a flash of surprise and delight darted across his face. A low, serpentine hiss slipped through the air. He extended an abnormally long tongue, slowly licking his lips. There could be no doubt, this was none other than Orochimaru. After all, who else but Orochimaru would flaunt such a bizarre tongue, savoring the moment with relish? Representatives from all the major shinobi villages had gathered together. Minato Namake's announced that in 3 days, the Chunin exams would officially begin. This brief interlude would not only allow the visiting shinobi to rest, but also give them time to settle into the Leaf, enjoy its food and scenery, and mingle with the locals. The village bustled with energy, streets teeming with travelers and shinobi from every corner, all woven together in a rare scene of peace and coexistence. For this moment, the 5 great nations, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and water, set aside old wars and met in harmony within the Leaf Village. Even if they crossed paths, there were only polite smiles, not drawn blades. It was midday, though the sun shyly hid behind the clouds. A cool breeze swept through the air, and the sky was overcast. A perfect day for getting out and about. Hey there, Lord Sasori. Deidara was strolling through the streets with Kuratsuchi when he unexpectedly ran into some familiar faces from Sunagakure. Not far ahead, Raza was leading a group around the village, and among them was none other than Sasori. Deidara's eyes lit up. He hurried over and gave Sasori a big, enthusiastic hug. Sasori-sama, I can't believe you're here, in Konoha too. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you here, Sasori replied. After a brief embrace, the two stepped back. Deidara's face was aglow with a brilliant smile. Even Sasori's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, So you've come too? I thought you'd be hiding out in a Wagakure, refusing to leave. At the mention of this, Deidara could only shake his head helplessly. It's the old man's fault. He insisted I come. It certainly wasn't my idea. He said he wanted me to meet the other village Kagaya and help foster some mutual understanding or whatever. I have absolutely zero interest in being Tsuchikage. It sounds utterly boring. Deidara waved his hand with a look of total indifference. I see. I feel the same way, Sasori said with a subtle, knowing smile. Kuratsuchi, standing nearby, puffed out her cheeks in protest. Deidara, how can you say that? The Kage is the most respected person in the village. How can you dismiss the value of that position so easily? Deidara glanced at her and teased. Looks like you're pretty eager to become Tsuchikage yourself. Of course, Kuratsuchi answered, arms folded across her chest, full of conviction. Deidara suddenly grinned mischievously and snapped his fingers. Well then, in that case, the next Tsuchikage is decided. It'll be you, little apprentice. Huh? What? Kuratsuchi was caught off guard, unsure what Deidara was getting at. But Deidara didn't dwell on it. Instead, he turned to Sasori and asked, So, Sasori-sama, what brings you here this time? Sasori's gaze flickered to Kankuro, who was among his group, as he explained. I came across a kid with some talent. That old lady asked me to become his teacher and pass on some puppet techniques. Most of my puppets have been badly damaged, and repairing them takes time. So, I figured I'd teach him while gathering materials. Konoha is rich in resources. There's plenty I can buy here, so that's why I came. Deidara glanced at the earnest-looking Kankuro, then looked back at Sasori, a mocking smile on his lips. Didn't expect to see you getting into teaching, Sasori-sama. Sasori shot him a sidelong glance. There's still a lot you don't understand. Yes, Sasori-sama. The ageless relic, practically an antique by now. Let's drop the banter. How about we find a tavern and have a few drinks? It's not every day we get to meet like this. With that, Deidara slung an arm around Sasori's shoulders, and the two headed off in the direction of the nearest tavern. Kuratsuchi stared in disbelief at Deidara's retreating back. Deidara, you're just going to leave me behind? Deidara didn't turn around. He simply waved his hand in farewell. Go ahead and look around on your own. The security in Konoha is top-notch. You won't get lost. What does good security have to do with anything? Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in protest. Her cheeks puffed out with indignation. She could hardly believe it. Deidara had just left her behind like that. Who abandons a girl to go drinking with someone else while out shopping together? Talk about being completely oblivious to feelings. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips, turned away, and stalked off. What was the point in shopping now? She might as well go back and train her ninjutsu. Lately, she had made some progress. It felt like a breakthrough was just around the corner. Soon, she'd be able to switch seamlessly between lightened boulder and weighted boulder techniques. When that day came, she'd be unstoppable, soaring through the skies or battling on the ground. Raza's brow knitted as he watched Deidara and Sasori's figures recede into the distance. That one, leaving the group without a word, and mingling with someone from a Wagakure, no less. Was that really acceptable? But as the words formed on his lips, he hesitated. A stern reprimand wouldn't be appropriate, given Deidara's unique position. After all, he was Sunegakure's premier puppeteer, not to mention his own son's teacher. And as if that weren't enough, even after returning as a former rogue ninja, he had been welcomed back into the fold, a testament to his extraordinary abilities. On top of that, he was also Chiyo's grandson. With Chiyo's backing, there was little he couldn't get away with. Raza let out a quiet sigh and turned to address his entourage in a calm, detached tone. Let's keep moving. Take a good look at Konoha's young prodigies. The more we understand them, the less likely we are to be taken by surprise when the exams begin. Yes, father. Kankuro and Temari responded enthusiastically, eager and attentive. Gaara, on the other hand, wore a dark, brooding expression and kept his silence. Just as the group prepared to move on, a voice rang out from behind them, urgent and clear. Wait up. Raza paused, and the group turned around. Uzumaki Naruto came running over, his face alight with excitement. Uzumaki Naruto. Bits of information about the boy flashed through Raza's mind. The Hokage's son, and a recognized prodigy himself. Go ahead and greet him. Raza tilted his chin in subtle instruction. Hello. Temari greeted him with a gracious smile, introducing herself with poise. I'm Temari. This is my brother Kankuro, and that's Gaara. Naruto stopped in front of them, his own smile just as bright. Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry to interrupt, everyone. Actually, I came to see him. I heard he's a Jinchuriki, just like me. I think we'll have a lot in common. Would it be alright if I showed him around? Naruto's gaze landed on Gaara, whose expression was dark and volatile, as if he might explode at any moment. Yet Naruto's eyes shone with curiosity.